If you were to travel to the wasteland of the apocalypse, which two of the following rewards would you choose? 1. Immortality. 2. Top-notch beautiful doctor. 3. Obedient black silk supermodel. 4. Nuclear-powered tank with unlimited ammunition. 5. Monster-killing card explosion system. Can obtain cards by killing monsters. Cards can create everything. 6. Randomly awaken a unique talent ability. I'm really amazed. They do this kind of sensational content every day. It's all over the place. No originality at all. You are lying comfortably in bed, watching a short video in a post-apocalyptic wasteland style on your phone screen, disdainfully commenting. Then you opened the comment section and left the first comment. This seems like a multiple choice question, but it's actually an IQ test. Since it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, first of all, you have to eliminate the useless options 2, 3, 4, and 3. Women are the last thing lacking in a wasteland world. Tanks and ordinary people won't be able to drive, so they can be excluded. The 6th option is also unreliable. Just read the description. In case you awaken a garbage talent, there will be nowhere to cry. Option 1 can give you immortality. At least you won't die. Option 5 is also a matter of luck, but it's the most suitable option, so I choose 1 and 5. This is currently the most suitable combination. If you have the ability, send me to the post-apocalyptic wasteland world. I can't wait to see it. You typed a long paragraph on the screen with 2 fingers, then sent it with a look of disdain. However, an option appeared on the screen in an instant. Are you sure to choose 1 and 5? Please enter 3 dog heads to confirm. Oh, you're serious. Seeing this, you immediately entered 3 dog heads, and then with a cry of surprise, you disappeared completely in the bedroom. You only feel a flash in front of your eyes, and when your vision recovers, you find yourself in an office, with your phone missing. No way. I was just watching a short video, and you actually threw me into this eerie post-apocalyptic wasteland. After silently complaining in your mind, you look around with a puzzled expression. You are not alone in the office. There are 4 other people, 2 men and 2 women. A blonde teenager in a branded tracksuit shouts loudly, "Where is this? Is this a kidnapping? Just say how much money you want. I have plenty of money at home, not far away." A middle-aged bald man in a black suit scans the surroundings expressionlessly, then looks around. A young woman in a black silk skirt with a big wavy hair, arms crossed, crouches in the corner of the wall, her face full of fear. Not far from you, there is a short-haired student girl wearing glasses, in a JK outfit, holding a black backpack, constantly observing the others around. Looking at the other 4 people, you feel a bit puzzled. Could these 4 people also have been transported here by watching a video? Instead of guessing, it's better to ask directly. You ask the other 4 directly. How did you get here? The blonde teenager glares at you angrily. I was sleeping with my partner in bed, and then I blacked out and ended up here. You nod, teasingly sizing up the blonde teenager. The blonde teenager immediately becomes unhappy when he sees you looking at him. I was having a proper rest. Who knows if you were behaving properly or not? Maybe you got too excited and crossed over here. You joke with a smile. The burly man in a suit hears your words and asks loudly, "What did you say, kid? We crossed over? How is that possible?" You look at the middle-aged man and ask back, "Then what? Do you remember how you got here?" "I remember I was drinking in a bar. Then I met my enemy." The middle-aged man freezes halfway through his words. "I remember. I was killed by my enemy." As he speaks, the middle-aged man starts feeling his chest and checks his body. Could it be that I died in a cool way? The blonde teenager, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, falls into self-doubt with a pensive expression. Just then, the woman in the black silk wraparound dress who had been crouching in the corner also stood up, raised her head, and spoke weakly to the crowd. "I seem to remember being mugged, stabbed a lot, and then showing up here." Hearing this, the yellow-haired teenager and the middle-aged man directly froze, and together they looked at the short-haired student girl wearing JK. "What about you? Dead too?" I was depressed and jumped off a building and then appeared here." The short-haired student girl put on a pitiful look and said, "It seems that everyone crossed over here after dying." The yellow-haired teenager also calmed down, but then he reacted and looked at Chin Hao. "Nope, you just watched a short video on how to die?" At this moment, Chin Hao already understood in his heart. The other 4 were teleported here after their deaths, and only myself was teleported here by watching a short video. This means that only he or she is rewarded with 2 out of 6 choices, so this must be kept a secret. After instantly figuring everything out, Chin Hao smiled somewhat awkwardly. Using a miscellaneous machine, I swiped a short video while charging, and then my phone blew up. As he spoke, he also raised his hands to gesture an explosion. "Really?" the yellow-haired teen questioned with some skepticism. "Cut. Do I have to lie to you?" Chin Hao directly blanked him. "We have to figure out what this place is now before we can do so, and why have we come back to life?" The middle-aged man opened his mouth to state the key question. Right. Let's introduce ourselves to each other first. My name is Zheng Haolong. I'm 42 years old and I'm the owner of a logistics company. The yellow-haired teenager followed suit and introduced himself. My name is Liu Yang. Student. 17 years old. My father is in-city tycoon Liu Jianjun. My family has more than $30 billion in assets. My name is Ting Ting. I'm 23 years old, and I'm a waitress at the Supreme Bar. After saying that, Ting Ting added another sentence. Regular kind of waitress. I was trying to make. For my sick mother. Alright. It's not just a sick mom. A good gambler dad. And a younger brother who is in school. Liu Yang waved his hand and directly interrupted Ting Ting's words. I've seen many like you. And I'm not interested in listening to your bull asterisk right now. After saying that, he looked at the JK student girl standing by the window to the side. Hey, that chick in the JK, what about you? Introduce yourself. Me, the JK schoolgirl, who was staring out the window into the darkness of the night, looked back and froze for a moment. Then he hastily introduced himself. My name is Ling Ling. I'm 16 years old, and I just started my first year of high school this year. Without waiting for Liu Yang to open his mouth and ask, Qin Hao began his self-introduction. My name is Qin Hao, 18 years old, in the middle of taking a break from school. That, brothers and sisters. Ling Ling suddenly reached out and pointed out the window, saying to the crowd, I realize that the sky outside doesn't seem right, so you guys better come over and take a look. As soon as these words came out, the other four went straight to the window and observed the night sky outside. Qin Hao, who was walking at the end, was pondering over the short video he had seen earlier in his mind. Is it true or not that the 6 pics are real? Don't cross over after dying yourself. An immortality and a kill monster pop card system. There is no way to verify the words of immortality for the time being. After all, you can't hastily give yourself a few knives. In case it's fake, then you can really die. Therefore, Qin Hao tried to call out in his heart. Kill the monster and explode the card system? Are you there? Chapter 2. Shut your mouth, or I'll feed you to the zombies. With a cry from the heart, a translucent azure-colored light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Qin Hao's eyes. Only he seems to be able to see it though, because just now it so happened that Liu Yang looked back at him, but didn't see the azure-colored light curtain. This also made Qin Hao relax in his heart. Monster killing and card blasting system. Unopened cards, 0. When you kill a monster, you can drop an unopened card, and when you open it, you can get a card of random type, level, and rarity. Different levels of monsters drop different numbers of cards. The higher the level, the higher the number of cards dropped. Qin Hao had just gotten a good look at the words displayed on the light screen when a blue light flashed and the interface turned into 4 board areas. Personal card pool, card synthesis, card decomposition, points drawing. After a slight thought, Qin Hao said to the 4 people standing by the window, Goo, I don't feel too good in my stomach. I'll go to the toilet first. Liu Yang turned his head back, glanced at the pained Qin Hao, and waved his hand with some impatience. It's not a class. You can go if you want. You don't have to report to us. Okay. Qin Hao directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the office. After exiting the office, he entered a dimly lit hallway. However, he didn't really go to the restroom, but instead leaned against the wall next to him and began to check out the details of the Kill Monster Burst card system. When Personal Card Pool opened, it showed a card collection page, but it was empty with not a single card on it. After taking a closer look, he found that there were 9 sub-interfaces inside, and each sub-interface was divided into 5 categories. The 9 sub-interfaces correspond to 9 different deck classes, from the lowest F-class decks to the highest SSS-class decks. The 5 categories are skill cards, prop cards, material cards, summoning cards, mystery cards. However, since Qin Hao didn't have the cards now, he wasn't clear about the exact appearance and attributes of the cards. 9 grades, 5 classifications. This represents infinite hope. Qin Hao couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on his face. So what if you can't awaken your natural ability? One can live forever anyway, if one acquires enough cards. As usual, you can be invincible. Amidst a happy face, Qin Hao directly switched to the second interface, card synthesis. The interface opens to show 3 card slots in a zigzag pattern, and a synthesize button. There is a line of instructions next to it. If you put in any 3 cards, you can randomly synthesize a brand new unopened card. Tisk, this synthesis seems to be a bit of a pitfall. After skimming his mouth, Qin Hao directly switched to another interface, card decomposition. This interface shows a deck slot, and a disassemble button. Next to it, the same instructions. After placing a card in the deck slot, click the decompose button to decompose the card and gain a certain amount of card points. Please note that different levels of cards earn different amounts of points when they are broken down. 0.1 point for F, 0.5 point for E, 1 point for D, 5 points for C, 20 points for B, 100 points for A, 500 points for S, 1, 000 points for SS, 2, 000 points for SSS. After slightly frowning, Shinhao directly switched to the last interface. Points redemption. Consume 10 points to exchange for an unlocked card. Current points, 0. Redeem ___ cards. Please enter the number of cards you want to redeem. What a pit! After understanding the monster killing and card bursting system, Shinhao turned off the azure-colored light screen in front of him. In a nutshell, it's where you can pop an unopened card just by killing a monster. And when you open it, you get a random card. 9 levels and 5 classifications. And used cards can be synthesized, broken down, and redeemed for new cards using points. The rest is unknown. Phew. Since I have a golden finger, I must trample this world under my feet. After lifting his hands and rubbing his cheeks, a smile full of sunshine appeared above Shinhao's handsome face. Then he turned around and walked into the office. At this point, the 4 men in the room were sitting at a desk discussing something. After seeing Shinhao who came in, Zheng Haolong turned his head directly and waved at him with a smile. Shinhao, come over quickly. We're all waiting for you. Coming. Shinhao smiled and walked over to a few people, casually pulling a chair from the side and sitting beside Tingting. I'm really sorry. My stomach was upset just now. What's going on out there now? You'd better go and see for yourself, Lu Yang said with an ugly face. The remaining 3 didn't look too good either. In doubt, Shinhao stood up and walked towards the window. Looking toward the window, the first thing that caught his eyes was the blood-colored moon in the sky, which was several times larger than an ordinary moon. The earth was illuminated by the dazzling blood-colored moonlight, radiating a weird blood color. Looking towards the surroundings and the ground by the light of the moon, Shinhao realized that he was at least 30 to 40 meters from the ground at the moment, and it was estimated that he had to be about 10 stories high. Most of the rooms in those surrounding buildings were darkened, and only a very few were lighted. Vaguely, vehicles could be seen everywhere above the ground, as well as a few shambling figures. After looking up and down, Shinhao suddenly realized that only his own floor was lit with dim lights in the whole building, and the other floors and rooms were all dark. It seems that the 4 of them didn't realize that the world in front of them was an apocalyptic wasteland where a bizarre natural disaster had descended. Among the thoughts, Shinhao turned back to Tingting's side and sat down. Since we've all gotten together, it's fate, Zheng Haolong said. Tell us all. What's next? Lu Yang, who was sitting on the sidelines, said with a gloomy face. What else can we do? This world is in trouble as far as the eye can see. The whole thing is the end of the world. Let's live first and talk about the rest. JK girl Ling Ling seemed to have thought of some horrifying image and shivered. Do you guys think there will be zombies in this world? I've read the plot in a novel before. It's about a group of people who died and traveled to a post-apocalyptic world full of zombies and monsters and had to find a way to survive. Shut your crow's mouth. Lu Yan glared at her fiercely. If there really are zombies, I'll take you and feed you to the zombies first. Don't. I'm scared. Ling subconsciously shivered. It's okay if I don't say anything. After having already died once, she now valued her life immensely. Tingting, who was sitting on the sidelines, was equally taken aback by Ling Ling's words. Raising her hand to hug Zheng Haolong's arm, she delicately begged, Brother Long, can you protect me? As she spoke, she directly pressed the 2 big white rabbits on top of Zheng Haolong's arm. Don't worry. Zheng Haolong lowered his head and glanced at the white fleshy mass, a lewd smile on his face. Subsequently, he looked at the crowd and said, I propose that the 5 of us form a survival team, and I'll lead us in finding shelter and supplies to survive in this world. I agree with Brother Long's proposal. Ting Ting, who was practically hanging onto Zheng Haolong, was the first to raise her hand. I also agree. After thinking about it, Ray raised her right hand as well. She felt that the strong and sturdy Zheng Haolong was much more secure than Lu Yang and Shinhao on the side. I'm fine with that. Lu Yang smiled and swept a glance at Tingting who was fuming, a hint of a playful smile on his face. I don't have a problem with it either. Before obtaining a life-preserving base card, Shinhao didn't mind teaming up with others. After all, he didn't have any ability to defend himself right now. Good. Then it's decided. Looking at the crowd's reply, Zheng Haolong nodded in satisfaction. We'll rest here tonight for the night, and when it's light we'll look for food and water. His words just fell. A clutter of footsteps sounded in the hallway then. At once, all 5 of them panicked in their hearts. Is it a human or a monster? Lu Yang held his breath and asked in a low voice. Cut the crap. Don't care if it's a human or a monster. Find a weapon for defense first. Zheng Haolong directly stood up and searched the office. The other 4 saw it. Again, he got up and looked around the office. Soon, Zheng Haolong found a bag with golf clubs in the corner and opened it with 5 or 6 golf clubs inside. 1 for each person. No matter if it's a human or a monster that's coming, Let's do it first. Zheng Haolong divided them while barking in a low voice. The footsteps in the hallway were getting closer too. The 5 men craned their heads to look. A filthy zombie was found staggering into the middle of the office. Shake the grass. There really are zombies. Lu Yang glared fiercely at Ling Ling next to him after seeing the walkers that walked in. You're such an oaf. Don't feed me to the zombies. Ling Ling was so frightened that she directly hid behind Xin Hao, her hands subconsciously hugging one of his arms. Just then, a second, and a third walker followed and broke into the middle of the office. Chapter 3 Lu Yang. You dare again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's, son of a. With a roar, Zheng Haolong was the first to rush out. Gripping the golf clubs with both hands, he made a horizontal sweep at the neck of the zombie that rushed over. Boom! Full blow. Straight away, he broke this one walker's neck. Let me help you. Xin Hao, who was right behind him, roared angrily, waved the golf club in his hand, and ruthlessly stabbed into the eye socket of the zombie that was not yet dead. Next, a translucent card that only Xin Hao himself could see floated out from the body of the zombie. On him, whooshing. The cards flew into Xin Hao's mind in the blink of an eye. After opening the system, he realized that the number of unopened cards had changed from 0 to 1. Xin Hao, you kid is good. You have guts. Looking at the fallen zombies, Zheng Haolong praised. After glaring fiercely at Lu Yang who was crouching at the back, he swung the golf club in his hand and rushed towards the second zombie, while Xin Hao gritted his teeth and followed behind Zheng Haolong. Lu Yang, who was crouching at the back, looked at Xin Hao, who was about the same age as himself, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. Why is this Xin Hao so brave? Isn't he afraid of zombies? You know, it's not like you're playing a game. If you get scratched by a zombie, you can just turn into a zombie. Anyway, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go up there and fight for his life. Ting Ting, who was hiding at the side, was similarly trembling with fear, her techie face twitching, but she still shouted at Zheng Haolong, who was fighting with the zombies. Go Dragon, you're the best. Humph. Vixen, Ling Ling, who was on the side, looked at Ting Ting's fussy appearance and couldn't help but spit out a sentence in her heart. She then shouted at Zheng Haolong as well. Go Dragon. The words came out. Ting Ting on the side was instantly displeased, turned her head and gave her a fierce white glance, whispering, I'm telling you, I've got my eye on this man. Don't even think about stealing a man from my mother. Ling Ling clasped her hands around her golf clubs and directly disliked her in a whisper. Humph, don't think I don't know. You're just a dirty woman who sells meat. Brother Long definitely won't look at you. You, be careful, I'll tear your mouth apart. Ting Ting was instantly furious, but after glancing at Zheng Haolong, who was fighting for his life with the zombies, she suppressed the anger in her heart. Zheng Haolong and Xin Hao at the doorway didn't notice the two women's jealousy, but Lu Yang on the side was watching with great interest. But, for these two women, he was not interested at all. After all, the women he had played with in the past 2 years didn't have 500 but also 300, and all sorts of them had gotten tired of playing long ago. Like Tina, 90% of them are a biochemical matriarch. Even if it's upside down, he doesn't even take a second look at it. On the side, Ling Ling was not convex in the front, and her looks were average, so he had even less interest. He had only one thought now. That's living. Just as the 3 people hiding in the back kept their little minds going. At the office door, Zheng Haolong and Xin Hao had already killed the remaining 2 zombies together. Zheng Haolong is responsible for the frontal main attack. Xin Hao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to directly kill the zombie with a headshot. In fact, he was so scared in his heart that his entire body was trembling slightly, but he realized that fear was useless. If you want to get stronger, you have to be brave and kill monsters to get cards to do so. After killing the 3 walkers, Zheng Haolong also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had just relied entirely on a surge of courage, plus Xin Hao's help at the side, which enabled him to kill the 3 zombies. There was no hesitation. After killing the walkers, he simply unlocked the door to his office room. Then he leaned his back against the door of the room and breathed heavily. Xin Hao, on the other hand, squatted on the ground and observed the 3 dead zombies, and he found that there were still some differences between these 3 zombies and the ones in the movie. The bodies of these 3 zombies showed a kind of fibrous decay, and some muscle fibers and bones could be clearly seen inside. I just don't know if these zombies will be contagious like the kind of zombies in the movies. Just then, Zheng Haolong, who was holding a fire in his heart, directly walked towards Lu Yang who was standing with the 2 women. Lu Yang, if you dare to hide behind as a woman next time, I'll directly your balls up. Let you be a real woman. Looking at the aggressive Zheng Haolong, Lu Yang's heart was also abashed, smiled and said, Brother Long, I just did not do this to protect Ting Ting and Ling Ling. Next time, I promise I'll be on next time. Heh, Dragon, take it easy. Humph, remember what you said. Zheng Haolong glared at him fiercely. Then with a handful of Ting Ting next to him, he turned around and walked towards the general manager's room on the side. Ting Ting naturally understood Zheng Haolong's meaning, and with a flirtatious face, she wiggled her big ass and followed Zheng Haolong into the middle of the general manager's room. On entering the general manager's room, Zheng Haolong turned back and looked at the remaining 3 people. Tina and I will rest for a while you guys look around the office and see if there's any food and water and anything useful or informative. He then walked straight into the general manager's room and closed the door with force. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the big deal? Lu Yang cursed in a small voice with a displeased face. Marred. Biochemical matrix also dares to get on it. Sooner or later you'll get ecstasies. Immediately after, with a smile on his face, he looked toward Qin Hao, who was flipping through the drawers, and laughed. Qin Hao, I don't think this Zheng Haolong is like any good person. We have to guard against him. Since there was now a conflict with Zheng Haolong, it was only natural that he had to bring in another person, lest he be isolated and then used as cannon fodder. Okay. Qin Hao raised his head and gave him a smile. He then lowered his head again. While rummaging around in the drawer, he summoned the Kill Monster Burst card system interface. At this point, he had gained 3 unopened decks. A thought. 3 decks were turned on straight away. Congratulations! You've acquired a Grady Green prop card, Dog Leg Knife. Congratulations! You have acquired a D-rank blue skill card, Ice Cold Arrow. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grady Green material card, a box of canned pork. 1 blue, 2 green. 3 cards appeared above the light screen. Ness. I can't believe there's a blue skill card. Looking at the only blue skill card, Qin Hao's face was directly happy and whispered in his heart. The blue skill card shows a blue-colored cold arrow, and the 2 green supply cards show a dog-legged knife with a sheath and a box of canned pork. Each card has detailed attributes of the card on it. Dog-legged knife. Card grade, green prop card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a half-meter long dog-legged sword. This card is a one-time consumable card, and the card disappears after the props are removed. Ice Arrow. Card level, blue skill card, grade D. Card description, upon use, instantly unleash a primary ice arrow on the target, which can deal a certain amount of damage to the target. This card is expendable and has 3/3 uses remaining. Box of canned pork. Card grade, green material card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a box of canned pork, 500G. This card is a one-time consumable card, and the card disappears after the props are removed. With these 3 cards, Qin Hao had some life-preserving cards at this time. It also gives him confidence in the future. However, even if he was happy in his heart, his face showed calmness, continuing to rummage through the drawers on the workstation, trying to learn something about the world from them. Lu Yang and Ling Ling on the side also started rummaging around. At this point, from the general manager's room resounded Tina's sometimes high, sometimes low, delicate chant, between the meanders and the ups and downs. It makes one's heart flutter and one's mind wander. The untouched Ling Ling, red-faced, raised her head every now and then to glance at the general manager's room, and then secretly glanced at Qin Hao on the side. She watched Qin Hao's performance of killing zombies just now. This teenager, not much older than himself, seemed to be a lot braver than he thought he was. Compared to Zheng Haolong, who could already be her father, she was still more able to accept Qin Hao, who was about the same age as herself. After a few mental struggles, she directly stood up, carrying her own small backpack, and came to Qin Hao's side. Getting close to Qin Hao's ear, she whispered in the characteristic delicate voice of a young girl, "Brother Qin Hao, can you protect me in the future? I can be your girlfriend." When she finished, she added with a blush, "It can be shy." Chapter 4, Want me to be a licking dog? I'm not stupid. Looking at the somewhat flushed Ling Ling, and then listening to the delicate chants coming from the general manager's room, the untouched Qin Hao, inwardly, was also itchy. But, he didn't have a meter green bug on his brain. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland world where a bizarre natural disaster had descended, and it really wasn't a place to talk about love, not to mention a liability to have around. Besides, he really had little interest in the flat-bodied, ordinary-looking Ling Ling. No, he's gained immortality now, but he's still going to get hurt. So, if you want to live well in this world, you have to work hard to become stronger, and stronger, until you have the strength to do whatever you want. Then you can do whatever you want in this world. Women, power, wealth, etc. come naturally to the door. Ling Ling, you're still underage. It would be against the law for me to talk to you. Qin Hao turned his head and showed a smile to the expectant Ling Ling. He then began to try and turn on the computer set up at his workstation in an attempt to learn more details about the world. No, Ling Ling froze slightly when she heard Qin Hao's words. Brother Qin Hao, we've all traveled across, And it's not illegal to talk to someone. I know what you mean. I will protect you when I can. Chin Hao casually made a perfunctory remark. Then, looking to the computer screen, he held the mouse and examined the information in the computer. However, the network is down. After looking at the screen for a few moments, Chin Hao twisted his head to look at Ling Ling, who was still standing beside him. Somewhat breathlessly, he said, "If I were you, I'd be rummaging around for useful supplies and information right now as a way to justify my existence." Ha! Ling Ling, who was dazed, reacted and nodded in a hurry. "I know, brother Chin Hao." After saying that, she walked to the other workstations and started rummaging around with a resigned look on her face. He still want me to be a licking dog for you? Do your spring dream. I'm not stupid." After looking at Ling Ling's back and muttering in his heart, Chin Hao continued to check up the information in the computer. 10 minutes later, he finally figured out the general situation of this world, and based on some information, the approximate time of the weird natural disaster coming down was deduced. This was a parallel world similar to the Blue Star where Chin Hao was before he crossed over. The timeline is May 24th, 2019, 9:42 p.m. The technological civilization as well as various cultures in this world were basically at a similar stage as the world before Chin Hao crossed over. And, according to some work logs and documents cached to the computer, it's been 5 days since the bizarre natural disaster struck. It initially started with the moon turning red, followed by all sorts of bizarre things, one after the other, happening all over the world. In 1 day's time, all communication networks were completely disrupted. Noteworthy, there are all sorts of weird natural disasters happening in the world, and they vary from region to region. A horrible zombie virus had broken out in the very city Chin Hao was in, and it only took a short day or two for it to completely fall. People in the city fled, died, and those who couldn't escape went into hiding. That's all the information that can be learned. This was still a document that Chin Hao had found on his computer recorded by the original owner of this workstation. The people of this one company were evacuated directly under military protection the night after the disaster. "Lu Yang, I've found some information here. You'd better come over and take a look." Chin Hao stood up and beckoned to Lu Yang who was on the side. Then, walking over to the window, he peered down towards the floor. A few minutes later, after Lu Yang finished reading the information in the document, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. With a shocked look on his face, he said, "Grip it. This can't be real, right? If this world is filled with bizarre natural disasters, how can we still be alive?" Chin Hao, who was standing by the window, looked back at him. Relatively speaking, this one city with only walkers is the safest place to be. Lu Yang stood up and walked towards the window after giving his place to Ling Ling who came over. As it is now, it would be better to just die 100 times over and go to reincarnation numbly. After coming to Chin Hao's side, he looked downstairs and continued to complain. "How come I'm so unlucky in Tama? My $30 billion or so is gone. There's no telling which bastard will end up cheap." Chin Hao turned his head and took a look at the disheveled Lu Yang, somewhat puzzled. "Isn't over $30 billion your family's assets? My only son. When my father dies, more than 30 billion won't all be mine." Lu Yang blankly glanced at Chin Hao, then sighed with a helpless face. "But 30 billion is not my turn now. Think about it." Chin Hao didn't know what to say for a while, and raised his hand to pat Lu Yang's shoulder. "More than $30 billion. This Lu Yang is properly a super rich second generation. Unfortunately, cool. Then, reborn in the middle of an apocalyptic wasteland world where a bizarre natural disaster has fallen. Have to say, this guy, Lu Yang, has really fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Think about it." Chin Hao smiled and comforted. "Think about it, at least you died of pleasure and now you're alive again. I can't help it if I can't think about it. I'm here now, so I have to find a way to survive anyhow." Lu Yang skimmed his mouth, and then came to Chin Hao's side and whispered, "I see that Zhang Haolong is not a good person. The whole thing is not good as a triad. Or we make an alliance? Alright, no problem." Chin Hao smiled and made a perfunctory remark. "It's not like you're responsible for saying nice things anyway, and it doesn't offend anyone." The two then made small talk. Every now and then he looked at the general manager's office where the owl came from. Half an hour later, with a scream of pain tinged with relief, the general manager's room was completely silent. A few minutes later, Zhang Haolong, who had finished venting, walked out with his clothes organized in a satisfied manner. After seeing Chin Hao who was still rummaging through the office, he smiled and beckoned. "Chin Hao, don't look for it. Do you want to go in and have a good time? That woman is just so good at what she does. She's going to make you feel so good." The reason why Zhang Haolong would say this was naturally to pull Chin Hao in. After all, among the remaining 4 people, only Chin Hao had just helped him kill zombies together. As for Tina, who was limp on her desk in the room, just a tool to use to vent. After stuffing the small packet of sandwich cookies he found into his pajama pocket, Qin Hao raised his head and flashed a smile at the red-faced Zheng Haolong. Brother Lung, I'll forget about it. How can I leave my first time to someone I like? That's purely polite. Because there was no way Qin Hao was going to drive a broken car left over from someone else's car, or a biochemical mother. Come on. I didn't realize that you're still a pure love warrior. Brother, Zheng Haolong laughed and lifted his finger to point at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, on the other hand, raised his hand and pointed to the computer that recorded the document. Brother Long, there is some information about this world on that computer, so go and take a look at it first. 5 or 6 minutes later. Asterisk. This treadmill just doesn't give a damn. Zheng Haolong read it with an exasperated look on his face. How are we supposed to survive when the whole world is filled with bizarre natural disasters and we're all just ordinary people? This statement was made. A hint of despair appeared on the faces of several people around them. As far as we know so far, if an ordinary person wanted to live in this world, it was basically a 9 deaths or even 10 deaths. Brother Long, our hope to survive is this city. Qin Hao spoke. There are only zombies here, so it should be relatively safe. Just look for a safe shelter as well as survival supplies. Just then, the flushed and disheveled Ting Ting also walked out from the general manager's room. After coming to Zhang Haolong's side, she was lying on Zhang Haolong's back, her arms wrapped around Zhang Haolong's neck. Petulantly, he asked, Brother Long, what's wrong? What's the fury? Saying that, she even gave Zhang Haolong a kiss on his cheek, leaving a lip print. See for yourself. Zhang Haolong stood up with some impatience and stepped aside. Brother Long, I just searched the whole office, and there are basically no supplies here. Qin Hao pulled out the cookies in his pocket and shook them. There's only a small pack of cookies. After saying that, he tore open the package and stuffed the only piece of sandwich cookie inside into his mouth. Oh yeah, there's still half a bucket of water left in the water fountain. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the water fountain in the corner. Zhang Haolong pondered for a few minutes with an ugly expression on his face. Turning to the crowd, he said, let's rest here for the night, and wait until tomorrow when it's light. Yes, the somewhat sleepy Qin Hao directly picked up the yoga mat he had just found and walked to the corner, spread it out on the floor and lay on it. Zhang Haolong, on the other hand, pulled Ting Ting into the general manager's room once again. After surveying the circle, Lu Yang also took a yoga mat and walked to Qin Hao's side. Older brother, let's be companions tonight. Qin Hao glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Ling Ling also ran over with a yoga mat and spread it beside Qin Hao, directly hugging her small school bag and lying on it. First time in the middle of this world. Qin Hao didn't dare to sleep too much after all, and stayed in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Period. Ling kept trying to squeeze into his arms. However, in order not to get himself into trouble, Qin Hao still turned around and turned his back to Ling Ling. After all, some of the time, women are equated with trouble. Humph. Fools, nerds, elks. Unwillingly, Ling Ling could only silently spit out a sentence in her heart, waiting to wake up again. It's light outside. The 5, famished, gathered and discussed the search for supplies. Today, we'll start by looking for supplies in this one office building, Zhang Haolong proposed. For safety's sake, let's split into 2 groups. I'll be in a group with Qin Hao, with Ting Ting, and Lu Yang will be in a group with Ling Ling. On what grounds? I want to team up with Qin Hao. Lu Yang instantly quit. Letting him team up with Ling Ling was no different than sending him to his death. This Zhang Haolong must be trying to get rid of himself and Ling Ling is a liability. He and Zhang Haolong had another falling out yesterday, so the only choice now was Qin Hao, who dared to kill the zombies. Seeing that his mind was recognized, Zhang Haolong glared at Lu Yang before looking at Qin Hao on the side. Qin Hao, what do you mean? It doesn't matter to me. Follow whoever you want, but definitely don't drag me down, Qin Hao said with a slight frown. But how do we split the supplies we find? For a moment, the others lapsed into silence. Why don't we stop grouping up for now and all move together? Zhang Haolong proposed again. Agreed. Tina was the first to raise her hand. The rest of them naturally had no problem with this, as it would prevent certain people from keeping supplies private. A few minutes later, with golf clubs in hand, the 5 men opened the office door and stepped into the middle of the hallway in turn. The hallways were empty, no walkers present. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and only Qin Hao sighed helplessly in his heart. Led by Zhang Haolong, the crowd was the first to enter the office next door and rummage around. Chapter 5, Why do you get more? It's not fair. It's a shame. After some searching, the crowd just couldn't find even a scrap of food. Only Ling found 2 bags of black coffee powder in a desk drawer. Go on. Move on to the next office. The group exited the room and made their way to the office door next door. Brother Long, the door is locked. After Ting Ting tugged on the doorknob of the glass door, She looked back at Zheng Haolong, who was standing at the side. Get out of the way. After pulling Ting Ting aside, Zheng Haolong gritted his teeth, raised his foot and kicked it hard on top of the door lock. Boom 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 boom. After 5 or 6 kicks in a row, the lanky Zheng Haolong directly kicked the lock of this glass door. Brother Long, you're simply amazing, Ting Ting flattered. Afterwards, she glanced at Lu Yang intentionally or unintentionally and muttered in a low voice. Humph, unlike some people, they don't even dare to kill a zombie. Lu Yang naturally heard Ting Ting's words, but didn't open his mouth to retort. Only a trace of resentment showed in his eyes. Just as Ting Ting wanted to continue her taunting, Zheng Haolong spoke up to stop her. Alright, don't push your luck. He then led the way into the middle of the room. Humph. Ting Ting blankly glanced at Lu Yang and Ling Ling with a disdainful face, then directly followed Zheng Haolong inside. Mad bitch, I'll kill you sooner or later. Looking at Ting Ting, who twisted her ass in a flirtatious manner, Lu Yang clenched his fists in death, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Ling Ling on the side glanced at Lu Yang somewhat at a loss for words, then followed Qin Hao into the middle of the room. After Lu Yang took a few deep breaths, he suppressed the anger in his heart and followed him in. The crowd searched the room. Fortunately, Tina found more than half a packet of oatmeal in one of the lockers, along with a packet of breakfast cookies. But, other than that, there was no food to be found in the room. It all seems to have been taken. At that moment, the hungry crowd turned their attention to the oatmeal and breakfast cookies in Tina's hand. Brother Long, you split it. Ting Ting directly handed the oatmeal and breakfast cookies in her hand to Zheng Haolong. Come on, go back to the room you were in before. After receiving the oatmeal and breakfast cookies, Young Ho Ryong walked directly towards the door. The crowd followed. Soon the 5 were back in the middle of the initial office. Upon entering the room, Zheng Haolong walked directly to the drinking fountain and pulled out 5 disposable paper cups from underneath. Pour about a third of it into 2 of the glasses. Half of it was poured in one paper cup and more than half in the other 2. He then handed 2 1/3 paper cups to Ling Ling and Lu Yang, half of them to Qin Hao, and 2 more than half cups to himself and Ting Ting. Get your own hot water later. As soon as Zheng Haolong's words fell, Lu Yang quit. No, why a third of ours and more than half of yours? That's not fair. Zheng Haolong, who was unwrapping the breakfast cookies, directly glared at him. The stuff was found by Ting Ting. What's wrong with us eating a little more? Ting Ting also squinted her eyes and said, that's right, I found the stuff. So it's good that Brother Long can share it with you. Forget it if you don't know how to be grateful and complaining. Get your own food if you can. You guys. Lu Yang instantly ran out of words. Tina was right. The food was indeed what she found. It's nice to be able to share it with yourself. Humph. Ting Ting rolled her eyes at the dumbfounded Lu Yang. You're stealing a lot of joy when you have something to eat. Alright, shut up. Zheng Haolong glared at Ting Ting, who wanted to continue taunting. Afterwards, the opened breakfast cookies were distributed to Lu Yang and Ling Ling, 2 pieces each. Lu Yang, don't say I'm not interesting enough. If you want my respect, you'll have to prove your worth before you can do so. I will. Lu Yang gritted his teeth and reached out to take the cookies handed over by Zheng Haolong. Thank you, Brother Lung. Ling Ling nodded with a grateful face after receiving the cookies. Qin Hao, on the other hand, got 3 pieces, while Zheng Haolong and Ting Ting got 4 pieces each. A pack of breakfast cookies is only about $40. After putting away the rest of the cookies and oatmeal, Zheng Haolong looked at the rest of the people and said, after we finish eating, let's continue to go out and look for supplies. Next, the crowd took hot water in turn and soaked oatmeal and cookies for a breakfast. In fact, this amount of food doesn't even fill you up. Except for the 2 women, the rest of the group was half full at best. Lu Yang wasn't even half full. Qin Hao was just barely half full, and then he drank a watery full. As for the box of canned pork, he wouldn't eat it until he had to. He didn't want to share it with anyone else either. After breakfast and a short rest in a chair, Zheng Haolong found a backpack to put the rest of the oatmeal and breakfast cookies in and carried it on his back. Then, holding his golf clubs, he walked toward the door. As he walked, he said, there is only enough food left for one day at most. More must be found. The others were naturally fine with it. Following him out, he began to look around the floor. During this time, Lu Yang just smiled and followed behind Zheng Haolong, his eyes darting around, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. This one office building is not very big. There are also just 6 companies on the first floor, as well as 1 bathroom. The floor the crowd was on was the 10th floor. No other food of any kind was ever found in the search that followed. After searching 10 floors, Zheng Haolong led the way towards the stairwell, intending to enter the 11th floor to continue his search. After coming to the 11th floor, he had just pushed open the security door when he saw 3 walkers standing in the hallway. The sound of the door opening instantly startled the 3 walkers. Roar! In the midst of a low hiss, 3 zombies waved their rotting arms and ran towards the side of the security door. That son of a. Zheng Haolong swung the golf club in his hand and rushed into the middle of the corridor, followed by Qin Hao, swinging his golf club. The 3 walkers pounced at almost the same time. This made it a little difficult for Zheng Haolong to fight for a while, and he kept swinging his golf clubs to fend it off. Qin Hao, who was standing behind Zheng Haolong, waved the golf club in his hand and smashed it above the head of one of the zombies. Don't freeze, I'll come over and help. Zheng Haolong turned his head and shouted angrily at the 3 Lu Yang who were frozen in place. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked out a zombie in front of him, and the golf club in his hand ruthlessly smashed into another zombie. At this moment, Qin Hao also used all his strength to smash the golf club in his hand on top of that one zombie's head. The zombie that took the hit didn't die. It was just knocked to the ground. At this point, Lu Yang walked over with Ting Ting and Ling Ling as well. However, Ting Ting and Ling Ling, who were in a panic, held up the golf clubs in their hands and did not dare to strike the walkers. Looking at Zheng Haolong who was tangling with the zombies, a trace of resentment suddenly appeared in Lu Yang's eyes. With a hot brain, he violently reached out his hand and pushed Zheng Haolong towards the zombie's body. Under the cold, Zheng Haolong stumbled on his feet and directly collided with a zombie. The zombie opened its mouth and bit Zheng Haolong's neck. The other zombie also stretched out its hands to grab Zheng Haolong's arm and opened its mouth to bite on it. Zheng Haolong, who had been bitten, raised his foot and kicked the zombie in front of him out, while holding the golf club with both hands and pushing the other zombie aside. Lu Yang, your great master. Zheng Haolong, who was in a rage, kicked a zombie down and then waved the golf club in his hand to directly explode another zombie's head. At this moment, Qin Hao had just exploded the head of the zombie that had fallen to the ground, gained an unopened deck. There was no hesitation. He directly waved the golf club in his hand and violently stabbed it into the eye socket of the zombie whose head was exploded by Zheng Haolong. Then, turning around, gritting his teeth, he swung the golf club in his hand and viciously poked it into the eye socket of the zombie that had just sat up. To this point, all 3 zombies were robbed of their heads by Qin Hao, gaining 3 unopened cards. How? Great! From now on, we'll be brothers in life and death. Zheng Haolong, who was bitten, was satisfied with Qin Hao's heroic performance, and he didn't think that Qin Hao's behavior was to steal heads. After all, it's not like playing a game where you get rewards and experience for stealing heads. However, what Zheng Haolong didn't know was that Qin Hao could really get card rewards for killing monsters. You're welcome, Brother Long. Qin Hao flashed a smile at Zheng Haolong. The injuries that Zheng Haolong received weren't serious. The clothes on his arms weren't even bitten through, and there was only a bite mark on his neck that oozed blood. As for Lu Yang, as early as the moment he pushed Zheng Haolong towards the zombies, he turned around and ran behind the security door and pushed the frozen Ting Ting. After Zheng Haolong and Qin Hao killed 3 zombies back, he was so scared straight away that he turned and ran away. At that moment, Ting Ting, who had fallen to the ground and was in a state of panic, and Ling Ling, who had frozen to the side, also reacted. Ting Ting got up from the ground, tears hanging on her face, and directly hugged Zheng Haolong, with tears in her eyes as she said, "Brother Long, are you alright? I was really scared to death just now." As she spoke, she took out a tissue from her pocket and covered Zheng Haolong's bitten neck. "Son of a Lu Yang, how dare you shade me? I'll have to get him killed today." Zheng Haolong raised his hand to cover his injured neck and gritted his teeth. Qin Hao, who was on the side, subconsciously retreated several steps in the direction of the security door after seeing the bite mark on Zheng Haolong's neck, while gripping the golf club in his hand tightly. No surprise there. Zheng Haolong, who was bitten by a zombie, should be infected. I just don't know how long it takes to turn into a zombie. Marred. No matter what, I must finish off Goeri's Lu Yang today. Zheng Haolong, whose eyes became red, threw off Ting Ting, gripped the golf club in his hand and ran towards the security door. "Brother Long, I'll go help you." After Zheng Haolong ran into the security door, Qin Hao followed. Entering the security gate, Qin Hao also didn't forget to turn back to Ting Ting and Ling Ling and instructed, "You guys go ahead and look for the supplies. I'll be back with Brother Long later." After entering the stairwell, Zheng Haolong quickly discovered Lu Yang who ran towards the downstairs, directly with red eyes. He chased down the stairs towards the downstairs. Qin Hao, on the other hand, kept a distance of 2 to 3 meters and followed behind Zheng Haolong, waiting for him to turn into a zombie before reaping the head. Chapter 6, Brother Lung, with your revenge avenged, I'll send you on your way. The red-eyed Zheng Haolong had only run down 2 or 3 floors when he saw the shocked Lu Yang, desperately running up again with a panicked face. Below him, 3 walkers were hissing after him. Your grandpa Lu Yang. I have to get you killed today. Zhang Haolong's roar directly scared Lu Yang and he shivered. And in a stumble, he turned around and pushed open the security door and ran into the 8th floor. After all, with his skinny frame, it was simply impossible to beat Zhang Haolong, who had a big body and was in a state of rage. Really fight. That's like going to the bathroom with a lantern looking for death. Therefore, with a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, he had to turn around and run into the middle of the 8th floor to find a place to hide. Son of a, don't run! Zhang Haolong, in his anger, red-eyed, waving the golf club in his hand, directly pushed open the security door and chased into the middle of the 8th floor. Qin Hao, who was right behind him, didn't rush into the middle of the 8th floor, but looked at the 3 zombies that ran to the corner of the stairs. Good coming. It's just right to use you guys to try whether my knife is sharp enough or not. Looking at the 3 zombies rushing towards him, Qin Hao directly threw away the blood-stained golf club in his hand and exchanged the half-meter-long dog-leg knife. "I'll you up!" With a furious roar, Qin Hao drew out his dog-legged knife and swung it in a horizontal chop, slashing at the neck of the first zombie. Pust! Under full force, this one zombie's rotting head was directly cut off with a single slash. Qin Hao lifted his foot and kicked the headless body toward the 2 zombies behind him, while violently waving the dog-legged knife in his hand to meet them. The headless walker that was kicked down slammed the 2 walkers directly behind it to the ground. Qin Hao also took this opportunity to swing the dog-legged knife in his hand and slashed at the necks of the 2 zombies. In the blink of an eye, the heads of all 3 zombies were chopped off. Cool. This dog-legged knife is really much better to use than a golf club. Looking at the 3 unopened cards he had just obtained, Qin Hao's face revealed a happy smile. At this point, he had accumulated 6 unopened decks. However, he didn't rush to open the deck. Instead, he picked up the sheath of the knife he had just thrown on the floor, and after hanging it on his pajamas, he gripped the dog-legged knife in his hand and rushed into the middle of the corridor on the 8th floor. At this moment, Lu Yang's miserable pleas for mercy came from the corridor on the 8th floor. "Brother Lung, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Ah, Brother Long, please, Don, kill me. I just ghosted. You are generous. Spare me this dog's life. Ah, Brother Long, my family has money. I can give you 10 billion. Ah." By the time Qin Hao rushed into the corridor waving the dog-legged knife in his hand, just saw it at the end of the hallway, Zhang Haolong turned his back to himself and kept swinging the golf club in his hand, hitting Lu Yang's face one by one. "Let the treadmill you push me. Let the treadmill you push me. Let the treadmill you push me. Son of a scumbag. I'll let you have 10 billion. I'll let you have 10 billion. Each blow splattered a patch of blood interspersed with crushed flesh. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yang's entire face had become a bloody mess, devoid of human form, dented by the blows, and his entire body fell into a coma. Subconsciously, he followed the rhythm of Zhang Haolong's swinging of the golf club to hit the ball, twitching and jerking. There was even a large area of crimson blood gathered on the ground. At this time, Zhang Haolong was clearly somewhat delirious. It didn't realize that Qin Hao had already walked behind him, still continuously swinging the golf club in his hand, hitting the already dead Lu Yang in the face one by one. "Lun?" Qin Hao hid the dog-legged knife in his hand behind his back, stopped 2 meters away from Zhang Haolong, and called out softly to him. Zhang Haolong didn't seem to hear it, still swinging the golf club in his hand continuously, constantly hitting Lu Yang's face which had been completely sunken in. "Brother Lun? Lu Yang is dead. Are you okay?" Qin Hao called out again, while gripping the dog-legged knife in his hand tightly, ready to attack at any time. "Lun?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Hao suddenly realized that a trace of green blood had started to ooze out from that bite mark on Zhang Haolong's neck. And just then, Yang Ho-ryung suddenly stopped swinging the golf club and slowly turned his head back. It was a hideous face covered in green and black blood, a pair of eyes that had become blood red, and a trace of green blood seeping out of his features. Roar! Yang Ho-ryung has clearly begun to turn necrotic. To this, Qin Hao had guessed it in his heart, so he wasn't frightened by Zhang Haolong's horrible face. Instead, the moment Zhang Haolong turned his head, he took a step forward and violently swung the dog-legged knife in his hand towards his neck. "I'm sorry, Lung, go to hell." At the same time, he violently raised his foot and kicked at Zhang Haolong's stomach. Pust! The incomparably sharp dog-legged knife cut directly into Zhang Haolong's neck as if it was cutting tofu. The knife did not break Zhang Haolong's entire neck, but the blade still cut in more than half. Dark green blood gushed right out. However, it was good that Qin Hao's reaction speed was extremely fast, directly pulling out the dog-legged knife and kicking Zhang Haolong out. At the same time, he hastily took a few steps back, dodging the dark green blood that splashed out. Roar! Zhang Haolong, who had received a hard kick and had half of his neck chopped off, did not die through, hissing from his mouth as he fell on top of Lu Yang's corpse. "Brother Long, you've gotten your revenge. I'll send you to be relieved." Qin Hao, who had taken a few steps back, once again waved the dog-legged knife in his hand and rushed up, at the neck of Zheng Haolong, who was struggling to get up. He slashed several times, directly chopping off his hideous and horrible head. Looking at the addition of an unopened card, a bright smile appeared on Qin Hao's face once again, and then, he directly ripped off the backpack that Zheng Haolong was carrying on his back, then headed toward the bathroom at the end of the hallway. After cleaning the few drops of blood that stained his face, his heart was completely relieved. Although, the ability to live forever has been acquired, but there hadn't been any verification yet, so Qin Hao was still a bit worried about whether it was true or not in his heart after all. And is this ability immune to the zombie virus if one is infected by the zombie virus? Qin Hao, can definitely live happily and wonderfully in the midst of this world. This world must be trampled underfoot. Qin Hao propped his hands on the edge of the sink and looked at himself in the wash mirror, a hint of perseverance appearing above his handsome face. For what to do next? Qin Hao had already considered it in his heart. That is to first look for zombies to kill in this one office building as a way to obtain cards, and then obtain more resources and cards through the cards. As for Ting Ting and Ling Ling, these two women were not part of his plan. He's not crazy, so it is absolutely impossible to find yourself two living ancestors to keep around as a burden. Remember a quote I saw earlier, a person who wants to live in the middle of a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, in addition to finding all the necessary survival supplies, defense weapons and shelter, the first thing to do is to lose the damn sanctimoniousness and compassion. Don't trust anyone. Don't take in anyone at random, especially women. When you don't have absolute power, a woman could very well spell your doom. After all, women are extremely emotional creatures with really strange brain circuits and sometimes inexplicable brain-dead behavior, as well as a flood of sanctimoniousness. What's more, it's likely that a little bit of bad luck will lead to some stupid behavior that will lead to the death of the same person, to just see if you love her. Or maybe it's because of some inexplicable reason or jealousy, which leads to hatred out of love and suicidal acts of revenge. Even if you are lucky and do meet a good sensible woman, you are likely to be used as a bargaining chip to threaten yourself. So, in the midst of a post-apocalyptic wasteland, love and affection are luxuries to the common man. Unless, of course, you can have the strength to surpass most ordinary people, or to crush the entire world. Anyway, in Qin Hao's opinion, women mean trouble. It's not that he discriminates against women, but there really is a big difference in the thinking of men and women. Except for some extremely intelligent women, most women lose their minds easily, become extreme and do things without thinking about the consequences, especially anything to do with love. And it can also lead to uncontrollable behaviors due to fear and timidity. What's more, after some stupid brain-dead behavior, they will condescend to say that it's not their fault and that they were just scared. So, for your own safety, for the time being, Qin Hao is not going to bring any women to stay with him, unless this woman is really special or exceptionally smart and can be a great help. In fact, since childhood his character has always been to be more cautious, consider the problem more rationally, and when doing things there is no lack of ruthlessness and decisiveness. And the only reason he took a break from school was because he took a slate and blew the head off of a scummy kid who was being aided him while he was out of school. This led to him being discouraged from attending the school within a few months of his freshman year. This is still his family has some relations. Otherwise I'm afraid to be in the police station for a few days. After all, the unlucky man who had his head blown off by a brick had been lying in the hospital for half a month. Ugh, I don't know how anxious my mom, dad, and sister will be when they find out I'm missing. There is also that has been almost 3 years to see the childhood sweetheart fiancé. This life seems to be unable to see. Also do not know their family through the life and death crisis yet. Let's hope that there will be a chance to return to the middle of the original world in the future. Thinking of his family, especially his childhood sweetheart fiancé who was hidden in his heart, Qin Hao sighed slightly. He then took a few deep breaths and adjusted his mood afterward. Summon the kill the monsters and explode the card system, which directly opens up all 7 cards you've acquired. Chapter 7, nice. This has become much more handsome. Congratulations! You've obtained a great F white material card, a piece of great white rabbit milk candy. Congratulations! You've obtained a Grady green material card, a pack of compressed cookies. Congratulations! You've obtained a Grady green prop card, a set of punching jackets. Congratulations! You've acquired a D-rank blue prop card, a Colt Python revolver. Congratulations! You have acquired a D-rank blue summoning card, Skeleton Warrior. Congratulations! You've acquired a Grade C silver skill card, Spherical Lightning. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grade F white summoning card, Weak Slime. Ness. Looking at the 7 cards he opened, Qin Hao's face showed excitement. He didn't realize he had drawn so many good things. In addition to food and clothes, I was surprised to draw a revolver, Skeleton Warrior, and Ball Lightning. Mindfulness. 7 cards then appeared in Qin Hao's hands, and then one by one, He examined them. A white rabbit milk candy. Card grade, white material card, grade F. Card description, can be exchanged for a piece of delicious great white rabbit milk candy. Packet of compressed biscuits. Card level, green material card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a pack of meat floss flavored compressed cookies, 200g. One set of assault vests. Card grade, green prop card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a full set of well-fitting black assault vests, including a pair of black boots. Colt Python revolver. Card grade, blue prop card, grade D. Card description, redeemable for an 8-inch Colt Python revolver, including 50 matching .357 Magnum bullets. Skeleton warrior. Card level, blue summoning card, grade D. Card description, you can summon a skeleton warrior with a battle axe in hand to help you in battle. This card is expendable and lasts 15 minutes per summoning. Remaining summons, 3/3. Ball lightning. Card level, silver skill card, grade C. Card description, can release a 1 cubic meter spherical lightning to attack the target. This card is an expendable skill card. Remaining use, 8/8. Weak slime. Card level, white summoning card, grade F. Card description, can summon a very weak slime. It's very weak and dies easily. This card is a one-time card and lasts for 5 minutes after summoning. Ness. That was awesome. The excited Shin Hao couldn't help but wave his fist. After having the revolver, the skeleton warrior, and the ball lightning, he kind of had some cards to protect his safety in this world. To know, even if he has lived forever, but is still an ordinary person and can still get hurt. Therefore, it is necessary to have more than enough cards to use to protect one's own safety in order to do so. Except for the Great White Rabbit Milk Candy and Black Punching Jacket set, Shin Hao saved all the other cards into his personal card pool. Anyway, you can directly take it out and use it through your mind when you need it. There's no need to put it out in the open, lest it be missed. After peeling the Great White Rabbit Milk Candy and stuffing it into your mouth, Shin Hao nimbly took off the blood-stained pajamas on his body, and then redeemed a whole set of black rushing clothes. Replace it later. In an instant, he went from a pajama boy with little gravitas to a handsome teenager. After hanging the dog-legged knife on his waist, he looked at his refreshed self in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is becoming much more handsome. After turning on the faucet and washing his face, Shin Hao directly turned around and walked out of the restroom, intending to continue searching for food and water on the 8th floor. After searching the entire 8 floors room by room, it also only found 3 packages of small cookies, 2 small hams, a packet of dry noodles, and 2 bottles of mineral water. After holing up in an office and brewing a cup of oatmeal to finish the remaining 20 breakfast cookies, it was only then that he walked out of the room and towards the stairwell. After carefully entering the corridor on the 9th floor, Shin Hao stood at the doorway with his dog-legged knife in his hand, and listened with his side ear. After making sure he didn't hear anything, he then walked into the first office and searched it. It only took about 10 minutes for that. Shin Hao then searched all the rooms in the 9th floor. It's a shame. Didn't find any food. Didn't encounter any walkers either. There is no way around it. Shin Hao had no choice but to enter the stairwell and continue walking towards the upper floors, crossing the 10th and 11th floors, all the way to the 12th floor, pushing open the security door and walking in. Again, after quietly watching the doorway for a moment, that's when he walked into the first office on the right and searched it. It's a shame though. 3 offices in a row were empty and didn't seem to be rented out, containing nothing but desks, chairs and benches. Pushing through the 4th office to walk in, Shin Hao instantly saw a woman with a cloaked head, crouching in the corner with her head down. What came into view was a smooth, white back and a portion of snowy white stuff spilling out from the sides of the body. Surprisingly, she had no clothes on her. Almost instantly, Shin Hao tensed up in his heart then, clenching the dog-legged knife in his hand with a deadly grip. He wasn't going to think that this woman crouching in the corner was here to give herself a treat. It's highly unlikely that it's just not normal. After all, what woman in her right mind would crouch in the corner of a room without saying a word? Still incredibly tantalizing to look at. This would have been a different old shyster batch coming through. I'm guessing that my eyes will just look straight up and I'll just raise my gun and go into battle to start the charge. But Shin Hao was not tempted by beauty. After gulping a bit, he gripped the dog-legged knife in his hand and slowly walked towards the woman. At this time, the woman with her head lowered also seemed to sense Shin Hao behind her. She slowly turned around, shaking the 2 big white rabbits in front of her, and raised her head towards Shin Hao, with the hair thrown back over his ears. What was revealed was a ghastly white face with 2 or 3 pustules that were oozing green liquid out of it. Roar! The female zombie let out a beastly low roar from her mouth, then stood up fiercely, shaking a pair of big white rabbits, waving her arms and rushing towards Shin Hao. Tisk, it's really a pity that it's developed so well. Looking at a pair of bouncing white rabbits, Shin Hao showed a hint of regret on his face. A sidestep dodged the charging female walker. waving the dog-legged knife in his hand. He slashed down on top of the back of the female zombie's neck, and at the same time raised his foot and kicked at her calf. A full-on slash, plus a kick. Straight away, the female walker was knocked to the ground. Just now, a knife directly cut off a large portion of the female zombie's neck, but she wasn't completely dead yet. Go to hell. The female zombie struggled and just wanted to climb up, when a hint of ruthlessness appeared on Shin Hao's face, and he directly lifted his foot and ruthlessly stepped on top of her smooth back. After stomping the female walker down with one foot, Shin Hao crouched down and swung the dog-legged knife in his hand to cut directly above her neck. 3 consecutive slashes directly cut off the female zombie's head. A translucent card flew out from her body and directly into Shin Hao's mind. There was no hesitation. He opened the deck straight away. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grady Green material card, a pack of compressed cookies. Compressed cookies are just compressed cookies. Looking at the cards he opened, Shin Hao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But it was soon figured out. After standing up and glancing at the pair of eye-shattering big thunders in front of the female walker, Shin Hao swept a glance at the empty office, then turned around and walked out. After some searching, he realized that none of the offices in the entire 12th floor had been rented out, and all of them were empty. After a slight frown, Shin Hao directly walked towards the upper floor. It's a shame though, the 15th floor from the 13th floor all the way to the top was empty, not to mention supplies, not even a single walker. After sitting on the stairs and resting for a while, Shin Hao directly stood up and pried open the security door into the rooftop, then walked into the rooftop. After raising his head and glancing at the sun located directly overhead, he estimated the approximate time now. It should be about 1 o'clock noon. After slipping back and forth on the rooftop a few times and taking in his surroundings, Shin Hao realized that there were still quite a few silhouettes in some of the surrounding buildings. Some of them are living, some of them are zombies, and he also found a large group of zombies on top of the street not far away, as well as a large zombie around 3 or 4 meters tall. That's a lot of walking cards. Too bad I don't have the ability to take on a bunch of walkers right now. After sighing, Shin Hao turned towards the stairwell, intending to search again from top to bottom. He had just come around the corner of the stairs on the 11th floor. The security door was then opened from inside. Ting Ting revealed half of her body, and after seeing Shin Hao, she was obviously a bit surprised. Ha! Why did you change your clothes? Where's Brother Lung? How come you're the only one back? Chapter 8, Women Fight Like Crazy. When she saw the backpack that Shin Hao carried on his back, she obviously froze for a moment. Shin Hao, how come Long's backpack is here with you? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Brother Long turned into a zombie, Shin Hao said with a flat face. I've sent him on his way. What? Although she already had a guess in her heart, after hearing Shin Hao's words, Ting Ting's entire body froze in place. I almost got tossed to my death yesterday in exchange for a backer, and I thought it was so powerful. I didn't expect to die like that, growing that big for nothing. Then, she thought of that damned bastard Liu Yang in her heart, and sure enough, if he wasn't dead yet, he would definitely come to find himself for revenge. After all, he had already had some trouble with him before. Thinking of this, Ting Ting asked with a trace of pity on her face and some worry, where is Liu Yang? After seeing a hint of panic on Ting Ting's somewhat stiff technological face, Shin Hao understood what she was worried about in her heart and said directly to her, Liu Yang is dead too, beaten to death alive by Lung. Phew, it's good to be dead. It's good to be dead. Hearing Shin Hao's words, Ting Ting's heart was completely relieved. A hint of winks instantly appeared on the somewhat stiff face, and raising his hand, he gently tugged his collar downwards, looking at Shin Hao with affection. Shin Hao, Brother Hao, you won't leave me, a delicate woman, alone, right? As she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears, almost crying out. Humph, don't be shameless, Brother Shin Hao won't be seduced by you. At this time, Ling Ling, who heard the commotion, also came over from the depths of the corridor, and gave Ting Ting a fierce blank look. What are you doing being so mean? Ting Ting glanced at Ling Ling with an innocent face, then with a pitiful look on her face, she looked at Shin Hao who was standing in the doorway. Brother Hao, look at her. She's really fierce. I'm so scared in my heart. Can you protect people? Between please. Ting Ting gently bit her lip and directly tugged down the collar, revealing a large white thunder. You stinking. Stop fawning here. Brother Shin Hao won't be seduced by you. Ling Ling directly pushed Ting Ting, who was blocking the doorway, to the side, and, with her hand, gave her a hard pinch on her exposed big thunder. Ouch, ouch, Brother Hao, she pinched me. After a stumble to stabilize herself, Ting Ting leaned against the wall, still looking weak and delicate. Humph, stop pretending. Ling Ling twisted her head around and glared fiercely at Ting Ting. Immediately afterward, she looked at Shin Hao, who was standing in the doorway, smiling and watching the show, with an expectant look on her face. Brother Qin Hao, you said last night that you would protect me? Do you still remember? Ah! Ting Ting suddenly screamed and rushed straight over, grabbing Ling Ling's hair with both hands and tearing it out viciously. You little, do you have to ruin my business? I'm going to tear your mouth off today. Hey, bitch, let go. Ling Ling, who had her hair grabbed, instantly became anxious as well, reaching out to pull Ting Ting's long hair, while at the same time lifting her leg and kicking Ting Ting's lower abdomen. Almost instantly, the two women then tore into each other. I'll let you fag. 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 You little wannabe. I just want to seduce men. What do you care? No one will want you even if you want to seduce a man with this stadium. Bitch, I'll fight you today. I'll fight you today too. Holy. Looking at the two women who fell to the ground, still tearing and fighting together, Qin Hao was directly stunned. This woman is really scary when she fights. Slip away. Can't afford to mess with her. The moment he turned around, he reached into his pocket and pulled out only a small half of his oatmeal and dropped it into the middle of the hallway. Tina, this is what you found. Now I'm giving it back to you. But I've already eaten the breakfast cookie. I'm going to go downstairs and kill the walkers now, so you'd better not follow me if you don't want to die. After saying that, Qin Hao turned around and ran towards the downstairs. He was certain that these two women wouldn't have the guts to come down here and find themselves, let alone kill a walker. Even if you have the guts to come down, that's no way to let them find themselves. As he ran into the corner of the stairs, the sound of two women grabbing for food came to Qin Hao's ears. Little wannabe hoof, I found this bag of oatmeal. Don't you grab it. Off. Get out of here. Humph. What, eh? Do you mean you found it when you say you found it? It's mine now. So off. Taking advantage of the two women tearing each other apart, Qin Hao directly ran into the 7th floor and began his search. The 7th floor is safe. There aren't any walkers. After some searching, found 2 packages of braised beef noodles, a dozen pieces of fruit hard candy, and a disposable lighter. Also found a disposable mask to put on his face. No need to think. Qin Hao also knew in his heart that most of the supplies should have been taken away. After all, when the end comes, anyone who isn't missing a string in their head will take whatever food and resources they can around them. After stuffing a piece of fruit hard candy into his mouth, carrying a dog-legged knife, Qin Hao pushed open the security door, walked into the stairwell, and walked down towards the 6th floor. Just walked into the middle of the hallway. A female zombie in professional clothes then rushed out from an office, waving her arms and stumbling towards Qin Hao. At this point, facing these horrible-faced zombies, Qin Hao had completely adapted to them and wouldn't be afraid anymore. Hold your breath. A sidestep, lowered his head, dodged the arms that the female zombie swung over, then swung the dog-legged knife in his hand with both hands in full force to slash on top of the back of the female zombie's neck. Pust. While pulling the dog-legged knife out, he raised his foot and kicked the female zombie on top of her hind leg's stomach. The female zombie in the middle of her run flopped straight to the ground. Qin Hao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to crouch down and cut off her head. After the female zombie is completely dead, straight away, you open an unopened deck that you just acquired. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grady Green material card, 1 liter of mineral water. Tisk, why doesn't a single opening give good things? After spitting out a sentence in his heart, Qin Hao directly began to look for supplies on this floor. 10 minutes later, only found 3 Telford's chocolates, 4 wafers, and a packet of breakfast milk. In fact, some useful and useless everyday items were found in the meantime. However, the capacity of Qin Hao's backpack was not big, and bringing all of them would increase the load. So except for food and water, the others were discarded. After leaving the 6th floor, he went straight to the 5th floor. The entire 5th floor was owned by a trading company, but unfortunately all that was sold was cosmetics, except for finding a ton of feminine products. Lingerie. Just found a big box of diet tea. There is no way around it. Qin Hao had no choice but to continue walking towards the 4th floor. Just as he pushed open the security door, he saw 5 walkers that were hanging out in the hallway. The sound from the security door also startled the 5 zombies. They twisted their heads to reveal their faces that were beginning to rot and looked at Qin Hao standing in the doorway. Roar! As the first zombie let out a hiss and charged back, the remaining 4 zombies followed. Chapter 9 Ting Ting's Tragic Death. Is Ling Ling mental? 1 on 5. Or safety first. In a split second, Qin Hao directly took 2 steps back, closed the security door, and inserted the pin. Then with his back to the security door, he tucked his dog-legged knife into the sheath that hung at his side and redeemed the 1 Colt Python revolver. A very nice revolver. There was also a holster, and a box of .357 Magnum bullets that held exactly 50. Boom 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 boom. The 5 zombies had rushed to the security door, waving their arms and starting to smash it down. Don't worry, I'll be able to send you on your way soon. Chinhao pushed his body against the security door that was constantly shaken by the impact, hung the holster on his waist, and then pulled out 6 bullets and started stuffing them into the revolver's nest. After stuffing the bullets all the way in, a gentle flick of the hand returned the nest to its place instantly, and a few rotations of the nest ensured that it wouldn't jam. Then he tucked the rest of the bullets into his jacket pocket. Few deep breaths, mustn't be nervous, Chinhao, who was in a somewhat nervous mood, took several deep breaths after leaning his back against the safety door, dialed the firing pin, and gripped his revolver in readiness, opened the security door directly, then quickly ran toward the corner of the stairs. Roar dash! The security door was instantly pushed open by the walkers. A zombie with a rotted face, waving its arms, rushed over and charged towards Chinhao, who had retreated to the stairs. Q. Cursing angrily, Chinhao directly raised the revolver in his hand and pulled the trigger at the zombie's head, at a distance of 2 or 3 meters. It's hard to miss. Bang! The bullet was accurately fired into the zombie's forehead. The impact from the bullet directly knocked the zombie back several steps, blocking the pace of the 2 or 3 zombies behind it. Ness. Over the top. Looking at the cards that floated out of the zombie's head and flew into his mind, Chinhao had an excited smile on his face. Continuing to toggle the firing pin, he raised the gun to aim at the second walker and pulled the trigger. Bang! After knocking the second walker to the ground, Chinhao quickly retreated a few steps and distanced himself from the zombie before raising his gun to aim again and pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 After 5 shots, all 5 zombies were shot in the head and fell down. After shaking off his hands, which were somewhat numb from the recoil, Chinhao raised his hands and wiped the cold sweat seeping out from his forehead with the back of his hands. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous just now. After all, it was 5 zombies that they were facing. This was also the fact that there was only a short distance of 2 or 3 meters between the 2 sides. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to accurately hit the zombie's head. Not sure if the gunshots had alerted other survivors or zombies to come over, so Chinhao didn't continue to enter the middle of the 4th floor to search for supplies. Instead, he ducked around the corner of the stairs and carefully peered down at the bottom, and every now and then lifted his head to glance at the stairs overhead. At the same time, 5 bullets were pulled out to fill the revolver's nest. Soon, he then noticed what seemed to be a figure flickering between the cracks in the stairs above his head. It should be Ting Ting or Ling Ling. At the same time, there was a clutter of footsteps from downstairs as well. Vaguely, the figures of several walkers could be seen running towards the upper floors. Good job coming. Saves me having to look for you guys. The corner of Chinhao's mouth curled up slightly, raising his revolver with both hands and aiming at the stairway below. 1 minute later, a zombie entered Chinhao's line of sight. Roar! Bang! As the zombie hissed and lunged at himself, Chinhao directly aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Immediately after, the second and the third zombies rushed up one after another, waving their arms, wanting to tear Chinhao into pieces. But, they were greeted by a cold bullet. Bang! Bang! After the death of the 3 walkers, there were no more walkers to be seen. After waiting quietly in the stairwell for 5 or 6 minutes and confirming that no zombies continued to appear, Chinhao put his revolver back into the holster and drew out his dogleg knife. After all, he had a limited number of bullets and couldn't afford to waste them too much, saving them for critical times. After standing still again and waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he cautiously made his way toward the 4th floor, pushing the security door open and stepping into the hallway. And at that moment, in the middle of the corridor on the 11th floor, Tina collapsed in a pool of blood, her eyes wide, her face covered in scratches, obviously not breathing. Ling Ling, who had just returned from the stairwell, had her hair disheveled, her face covered in scratches, and her body stained with blood. There were her own and Tina's. In her blood-covered hand she held a hobby knife with a broken blade that was dripping blood. The other half of the blade of the art knife was clearly stuck in the middle of Ting Ting's neck. Ambulance. Deserves to die. After glaring fiercely at the already dead Ting Ting, Ling Ling leaned over and picked up the oatmeal that had fallen to the ground. Then, as soon as she pulled off the stockings from Tina's legs, she went into the middle of the restroom and began to wash and wipe the blood that stained her face, and pulled a couple band-aids out of his little book bag to put the small cuts on his arms. Finally, the hobby knife was cleaned and replaced with a new blade from his own little book bag. Humph, I must live amongst this world. Definitely. Looking at herself in the wash mirror, a sickly smile appeared on Ling Ling's face. She then picked up the oatmeal that she had set aside and walked out of the restroom and towards the side office. Upon entering the office, she walked over to the water fountain and made a cup of oatmeal with the hot water in it, then pulled another loaf of bread out of her small book bag and sat down in her chair to take a small bite. After eating and drinking, Ray reached out and grabbed a packet of napkins from a side desk. pulling a few out of them and wiping the breadcrumbs that stained the corners of her mouth. Then he stuffed the few remaining oatmeal pieces into his little book bag along with a napkin. "Brother Chin Hao, I'm coming to find you, to accompany you to kill zombies." He Ling Ling stood up, a sickly smile on her face, and walked out of the room. At this point, Ling Ling, who was already suffering from major depression, had already experienced a hint of mental abnormality after she missed killing Ting Ting. The other side. Chin Hao didn't know that Ling Ling had already killed Ting Ting and was going to come looking for herself. After searching all the offices on the 4th floor, he also just found 2 pieces of sandwich bread, and a small half bag of pistachios. After moving a stool and sitting next to the water fountain, he received a cup of water in a disposable paper cup. He ate 2 pieces of sandwich bread and a small half bag of pistachios straight out of the box, took a break. After recovering his strength, Chin Hao stood up and went to the window to observe the outside. Below is a commercial street. There was a mess of debris and fallen stalls everywhere, as well as some vehicles parked in the middle of the road, some of which had crashed into utility poles. Obviously, there must have been some chaos on this shopping street. A few scattered zombies just wandered aimlessly down the shopping street. Look toward both sides of the street. Both sides of the commercial street are basically a number of large and small office buildings, condominiums, and second-story stores. After some careful observation, Chin Hao returned to the water fountain and sat down next to it, and after drinking a cup of water, he summoned the system interface and directly opened all 8 cards he had previously obtained. Chapter 10 Ling Ling equals Time Bomb? Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white material card, a tender corn. Congratulations! You have acquired a grade E green prop card, Mechanical Watch. Congratulations! You have acquired a D-rank blue skill card, Fireball. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade E green skill card, Electric Shock. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade D blue material card, Can Be Fasterist 2. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade D blue summoning card, Spear Warrior. Congratulations! You have obtained a grade E green material card, 1 liter of mineral water. Congratulations! You have obtained a grade F white mystery card, Stamina Recovery Potion, Vial. Does it really need to be opened in a row to open a good deck? Looking at the cards he opened, a hint of thought appeared on Chin Hao's handsome face. 8 straight openings. Surprisingly, I was able to open 2 skill cards and 1 summoning card, and there is a white mystery card. Needless to say, the cards thrilled his heart. Meanwhile, make up your mind. In the future, you should gather at least 5 cards before going to open it, so that the chances of getting a good card will be a bit higher. Mindfulness. 8 cards found in playing cards then appeared in Chin Hao's hands, and he held them in his hands and flipped through the information on them one by one. A tender corn. Card grade, white material card, grade F. Card description, can be exchanged for a fresh, tender corn. Mechanical watches. Card grade, green prop card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a very common mechanical watch. Fireball. Card level, blue skill card, D. Card description, you can unleash a fireball on the target, causing a certain range of explosive flame damage. This card is expendable and has 3/3 uses remaining. Electric Shock. Card level, green skill card, grade E. Card description, can unleash a single electric shock on a target, dealing a certain amount of damage. This card is expendable and has 2/2 uses remaining. Can't Be Fasterist 2. Card grade, blue material card, grade D. Card description, can be exchanged for a box of canned beef, 500g. This card is expendable and can be exchanged for a single time, with 2/2 exchanges remaining. Spear Warrior. Card level, blue summoning card, grade D. Card description, you can summon a warrior wearing armor and wielding a spear to fight for you. This card is expendable. Each summoning lasts 15 minutes, with 3/3 summonings remaining. 1 liter of mineral water. Card grade, green material card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a bottle of mineral water, 1 liter bottle. Strength Restoration Potion, Vial. Card grade, white mystery card, grade F. Card description, can be exchanged for a vial of Strength Restoration Potion. After taking it, you can quickly recover a certain amount of stamina. Blue or higher supply cards seem to get plural supplies, and the number of times the card is summoned is also plural. It seems that the higher the level of the card, the more times it gets used. So wouldn't it be possible to get an unlimited number of cards? Thinking of this, a hint of anticipation appeared on Chin Hao's face. After redeeming the mechanical watch, the rest of the cards were stored in the personal card pool. After adjusting the time to a clock hanging on the wall, he put the mechanical watch directly on top of his wrist. 3:10 p.m. After standing up and stretching, Chin Hao realized that the sky outside the window was gradually overcast. Walked to the window. After glancing towards the sky above, he realized that the sky was covered in dark clouds, and it seemed like it was about to rain. but Chin Hao clearly remembered that just now the sky outside was still clear and bright. How come it was cloudy when he said it was cloudy? How strange. I hope nothing bad will happen. After whispering a sentence, Chin Hao planned to continue to the next floor to look for supplies, trying to finish searching the remaining 3 floors before dark. Then, still today, find a place to spend the night in this one office building. Just as he stepped out of the office and into the hallway, the security door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. Immediately after, Ling Ling's figure walked in, and when she saw Chin Hao, a happy smile appeared on her face. Brother Chin Hao, I finally found you. I've thought it over. I want to kill zombies with you and live in this world together. After saying that, Ling Ling held the 2 golf clubs in her hand tightly, looking at Chin Hao with a hint of apprehension in her face in anticipation. Then, something seemed to come to mind. She directly handed over one of the 2 golf clubs in her hand. Brother Chin Hao, I saw that you lost your golf club, so I got you a new one. Nah, here. Chin Hao didn't walk over to pick up the golf clubs Ling Ling handed over, but instead keenly noticed the few drops of blood staining Ling Ling's JK skirt, as well as the band-aid on her arm. After frowning slightly, he looked at the expectant Ling Ling and subconsciously asked, "Where's Tina?" Her? Ling Ling was a bit puzzled in her heart why Chin Hao asked where Ting Ting was. Doesn't brother Chin Hao dislike Ting Ting? That fussy woman? Why even ask where she is? But, still posing as an afterthought, she lifted a hand and patted her flattened chest gently. Brother Chin Hao, you don't know, Ting Ting is a crazy woman. Just now she wanted to kill me. I managed to break free and escape. When she said this, she was full of aggression, her eyes full of tears, and raised her hand to point to the scratches on her face. Brother Chin Hao, look, my face is scratched by her. I won't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. I'm asking you, where is she? Looking at Ling Ling, who was looking aggrieved and skittish, Chin Hao sternly questioned. Seeing Chin Hao's stern face, Ling Ling was shocked and shivered, whispering, I just accidentally killed her. She knew she couldn't hide it from Chin Hao, so she had no choice but to admit it. But then, she then cried out with an aggravated look on her face. Oh, I didn't mean to. I really didn't. She was the one who tried to strangle me. Woohoo! I subconsciously took my hobby knife and made a few cuts in order to survive. Who knows just cut her neck. It bled a lot. I was so scared inside. Really scared. Now also afraid. Brother Chin, how can you hold me? Between crying, Ling Ling walked towards Chin Hao with a resigned face. Stop. Stay back for a second. Chin Hao took 2 steps back and raised his hand to stop Ling Ling, who wanted to come over. He could understand about Ling Ling slipping up and killing Ting Ting in order to survive, but would never be teammates with someone like that. Moreover, he clearly remembered that Ling Ling had previously said that she had jumped off a building because of depression, which indicated that her mental state was extremely unstable. People like this can easily have a mental breakdown over a small matter and do something extremely stupid that is hard to understand. To put it bluntly, right now, this mental state of Ling Ling's was an extremely unstable time bomb. Stay around. There's no telling when you'll blow yourself up. Ling Ling obviously didn't realize that her mental state was off, and she looked at Chin Hao, who had taken a few steps back and was on guard, with a hint of doubt and aggravation on her face. Brother Chin Hao, what's wrong with you? Do you dislike me? Didn't you say you'd protect me last night? Ling Ling suddenly stopped crying, the expression on her scratched face constantly changing. Brother Chin, how are you disliking me? Do you hate me a lot? I knew it. All of you don't like me. All of you hate me. You guys aren't just trying to force me to die. Ling Ling, calm down. No one hates you, and no one wants to force you to death. Understand? Looking at Ling Ling, whose spirit gradually started to break down, Chin Hao frowned slightly. Then why did you back off? Why don't you accept me to be with you? Ling Ling looked at Chin Hao questioningly with a stubborn face. No, it's already the end of the world outside. Talking about someone at this time? Chin Hao said somewhat helplessly. Now that the two sides have no grievances or hatred, Chin Hao is really unwilling to hurt Ling Ling, and can't pass that hurdle in his heart. If Ling Ling was a zombie, then I would have chopped her head off as soon as we met. And I still need to listen to her bull asterisk here? It's fine if we don't talk to each other. Then let's team up. I won't hold you back. Ling Ling remained stubborn and handed over a golf club. Chin Hao stared dead in Ling Ling's eyes. His right hand rested on top of the hilt of the dog-legged sword, constantly clenching and unclenching it, pondering in his mind how to deal with the thorny issue at hand. After all, he was just a teenager who had just turned 18, and had not yet experienced the trials and tribulations of society, and did not have the sophistication and social experience of those adults. After all, he was not a person who was so ruthless that he could randomly handily kill a person who had no grievances, nor did he want to team up with the mentally ill Ling Ling, as it was undoubtedly bringing a time bomb with him. Brother Chin Hao, don't worry, I really won't hold you back. Can go with you for supplies. Besides, one can't survive in the middle of this apocalyptic world, and one can't sleep well at night. Ray persuaded again and shook the golf club in her hand. Brother Chin Hao, think about it. Chapter 11, why did he just shoot? No need to consider it. Chin Hao shook his head slightly, rejecting Ling Ling's proposal. After a little thought just now, he felt that he wouldn't get into any trouble even if he refused the Ling Ling in front of him. In his opinion, Ling Ling would be considered formidable if she could survive 3 days in the middle of a world littered with zombies. Why are you so cruel? The tears in Ling Ling's eyes slid down the corners of her eyes, and she looked at the expressionless Chin Hao with a stubborn face. I just want to live with you in the middle of this world. Why are you rejecting me? Sorry, because we really don't know each other well, and you're doing yourself a disservice by staying with me. After hearing Chin Hao reject her request with a cold face, Ling Ling's spirit completely collapsed, dropping the golf club in her hand. Crouching on the ground, he clasped his hands over his head and cried, "Ooh-hoo." Looking at Ling Ling who was crying in pain, Chin Hao didn't have any soft heart. After all, the two sides were not familiar with each other at all and didn't understand each other. They couldn't even be considered friends. The most crucial thing was that he really didn't need any help because the existence of the card system was destined to just kill the monsters by himself, not letting others kill. And over time, with enough summoning cards acquired, he could theoretically become a team himself, with the summons still being 100% loyal. So, unless one had a brain fart, one would not have the compassion to bring Ling Ling around. Just when Chin Hao was planning to cross over Ling Ling, who was sitting on the ground and crying, and enter the stairwell, he suddenly heard a burst of thunder coming from outside. After stepping into a side office building and glancing toward the window, it was found that the sky outside had become very cloudy, with lightning and thunder, and a torrential downpour. Look toward the downstairs. A layer of standing water quickly gathered on the street, but those brainless zombies didn't know to find a place to hide even if they were drenched in rain. I don't know how long this heavy rain will last. I hope it won't last too long. Looking at the majestic rain outside, a trace of worry arose in Chin Hao's heart. Just as he turned around, intending to walk out of the office, he suddenly heard a footstep in the hallway. By the sound of it, it doesn't seem to be alone. Could someone be coming? Chin Hao was startled in his heart, drew out the revolver in his holster, and slowly walked towards the door. Ling's screams came from the hallway, as well as a man's voice. Why is there a chick crying here? Do you want your brother to love and dote on you? Get away from me. Don't touch me. Asterisk. Chick, how dare you hit me? I think you owe it to. Agu. Roll. Don't touch. Dash. When Chin Hao walked to the door, just in time to see a fierce, bare-chested, bald man who was raising his hand to slap Ling Ling hard across the face. Ling Ling, on the other hand, swung the golf club in her hand and poked the bald man hard in his lower back. Agu. Are you stepping on a horse that you want to make old me cut off my son and grandchildren? The bald man who was hit to the vitals, violently clenched his legs and covered his crotch with both hands, revealing a look of pain. A young spectacled man who was watching the show next to him saw this and walked directly behind Ling Ling, raising his hand to grab Ling Ling's hair. Stinky girl, the hand is quite hard. I'll let you. Bang! The grim-faced young glasses man had just reached out and grabbed Ling Ling's hair when he received a shot on his forehead, looked at Chin Hao standing in the doorway with a horrified face, and then fell down. The bald man whose back was facing Chin Hao was directly startled by the gunshot, and subconsciously turned around and looked at Chin Hao standing at the office door. Bang! Without any nonsense, Chin Hao directly aimed at the bald man's forehead and pulled the trigger. Don't open. The bald man revealed a horrified expression, and the words begging for mercy had just been uttered when he received a shot on his forehead. He couldn't figure it out until he died. Why did this handsome-looking teenager strike so decisively? Straight up shooting without a word. Shouldn't it be a matter of taunting each other, pulling each other's punches for a while, and shooting each other later when we can't talk about it? Pity. He'll never figure it out. After killing 2 people with 2 shots in a row, Chin Hao was also nervous to death in his heart, and his whole body trembled slightly. After all, it was the first time he had ever killed a living person. However, he had no room for regret and must not have any. In the midst of this apocalyptic wasteland of a world, there are no longer any moral or legal constraints. Killing each other for some food and resources is sure to happen constantly. Either you kill me or I kill you. So the best thing to do when it comes to a threat is to not push it and make the first move. The 2 gunshots also startled Ling Ling, who was sitting on the ground, and subconsciously raised her head, looking with a grateful face to Chin Hao, who was frozen on the side. Brother Chin Hao, thank you for saving me. Cut the crap and get out of here first. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting his emotions, Chin Hao directly pulled Ling Ling up and rushed into the stairwell, quickly running towards the upper floor. As he ran, He looked down the gap between the stairs to watch below, checking to see if the gunfire had attracted any other survivors or walkers. After running all the way to the 10th floor, Jin Hao directly opened the safety door and pushed Ling Ling into the corridor. "Just hide here. I'll go down to check the situation. Don't come down." After saying that, without waiting for Ling Ling to say anything, he directly turned around and ran towards the stairs. "Brother Jin Hao, be safe and remember to come back for me." Although she knew that there was a possibility that Jin Hao wouldn't come back, Ling Ling still shouted at Jin Hao's back. She then closed the security door and turned to hide in one of the offices. Blushing slightly as she sat on the floor and recalled the scene from earlier, she felt that Jin Hao must have some meanings for himself in his heart, or else he wouldn't have directly shot the two bad guys in order to save himself just now. He brother Jin Hao, I knew you like me in your heart." Ling Ling raised her hand and gently caressed her swollen cheeks that had been beaten by the bald man, and couldn't help but reveal a happy smile as she subconsciously clenched her legs. At this moment, Jin Hao, who was hiding in the corner of the 5th floor stairs, did not know what Ling Ling had in mind. The reason why he had just shot and killed without any hesitation, aside from the fact that these two men didn't look like good people, there was a great possibility that they would pose a threat to himself. Naturally, he couldn't stand to see two grown men bullying a woman, and even if it was any other woman being bullied, he wouldn't hesitate to shoot. After all, he could have been a helpful and righteous young man of the three best in school. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes in a row, there were no walkers or survivors entering the middle of the 4th floor. Soon, Jin Hao reacted. It was now thundering and raining heavily outside, and the sound of gunfire must have been muffled by the thunder. Those two men were presumably the ones who ran in from somewhere else because of the rain, trying to get out of it, and then just happened to be attracted into the 4th floor by the sound of Ling Ling's crying. Figure it out later. Jin Hao still didn't let his guard down. Holding the dog-legged knife in his hand, he carefully pushed open the security door and walked into the middle of the 4th floor. The two bodies still lay in a pool of blood. After walking over to the body and crouching down to search on top of it, he didn't find any weapons or supplies. Two poor bastards, wasting bullets. Jin Hao, who had nothing to gain, lifted his foot and kicked the bald man in the head, then turned around and walked into the middle of the stairwell, heading towards the 3rd floor. There were no walkers present on the 3rd floor, though no food was found either. The same is true for the 2nd and 1st floors. Jin Hao, who had nothing to gain, directly walked through the hall on the 1st floor towards the main entrance. The glass door was open. Outside, the lightning is flashing, the sky is dark, and a few zombies are fuming in the midst of the downpour. After standing in the doorway and observing the outside, Jin Hao finally didn't brave the rain to kill those zombies. Instead, he closed the two open glass doors, then found two U-locks and locked them directly. It's now past 5 in the afternoon. It was going to be dark soon, and it was raining heavily outside, so Jin Hao planned to continue staying here for the night today. The place to spend the night he had picked out too. It was in the middle of the general manager's office of a company on the 3rd floor, where a security door had been installed, and it was also a small suite with a bedroom and a bathroom. However, he wasn't going to go calling Ling Ling over to spend the night with him. It wasn't that he wasn't good with women, simply just can't look at the mediocre Ray Ray, and felt that staying around with Ling Ling's personality would always be a big problem. The bottom line is this. Among the thoughts, Jin Hao directly entered the safe house he had chosen and unlocked the security door. For some reason, the water and electricity hadn't been cut off in this city, which allowed him to take a hot shower as soon as he was comfortable. After a shower and some food, Jin Hao lay comfortably in the middle of the soft double bed, constantly playing with the revolver in his hand. Without realizing it, gradually relaxing, Jin Hao gradually entered the dreamland. Chapter 12. Fortunately, there's an eternity to live. This night, Jin Hao didn't sleep soundly and dreamed all night. One day, he dreams of returning to his original world and reuniting with his family. Another day, he dreams of being chased and torn apart by a group of horrible monsters, or he dreams of joining a huge survivor base and then being framed for a horrible death. Most outrageous of all, he also dreamed that he had become the most powerful man in the world, and had taken 2 superb chimeras and 3 beautiful elves as his wives, and had a dozen children. Stop any more and you'll be drained. The sleeping Jin Hao cried out and sat up violently from the bed, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. It seems like it's not good to have too many wives. It's simply horrible. After raising his hand and glancing at the time on his wristwatch, he realized that it was just after 4 o'clock, but enough sleep for 10 hours or so. Jin Hao, who was full of energy, turned on the light, got out of bed and walked directly toward the bathroom. After a comfortable shower, Jin Hao pulled out the food he had collected yesterday from his backpack and started to take a big bite. After eating and drinking, not much food was left but 2 pieces of braised beef noodles and a dozen pieces of fruit hard candy. However, he didn't panic. This is because the supplies in the personal card pool can still be eaten for a day or two, and as long as you keep killing zombies to obtain cards, you can get a constant supply of food. Besides, you can also look for supplies among the nearby buildings while killing zombies. Ugh, why is it that after other people travel through the apocalyptic wasteland, they either gain spatial powers or the shelter system? Some are even directly reborn to the end of the day before the collection of millions of supplies. A variety of beautiful women to sleep to the legs soft. See, want to vomit it? Why did I just get a kill the monster and pop the card system? Luckily, there's an eternity to live. He. After collecting his thoughts, Shinhao walked out of the completely closed bedroom and came to the window to observe outside. Why hasn't this rain stopped? Has it been raining for the whole night? Looking at the raging storm outside the window, Shinhao frowned tightly. It's not even light out yet. So, it's not clear what the streets are like. Standing by the window, with his hands propped up on the windowsill, he quietly looked out of the window at the raging storm after a moment of daze. Shinhao turned around and went back to the sofa in the living room and sat down. But, I had just sat down for a few minutes when all the lights in the room suddenly went out. Is the power out? Shinhao, who was leaning on the sofa, did not panic in the face of the sudden darkness, but closed his eyes and kept turning the revolver in his hand, mentally pondering whether the power was out because the storm had blown the power lines, or whether the whole city was out of power. Common sense. The city's power system doesn't stop working immediately after the apocalypse, but it's hard to tell now that it's been a week immediately. 10 layers. Rei clasped her hands to her knees, her eyes frozen as she cowered in a storage room. Tears were streaked across his tender face, and it was obvious that he had been crying all night. She had already understood at this point that Shinhao had abandoned himself and would not come back for himself. However, she had already figured it out in her mind as well. Just as Shinhao said, the two people were not familiar at all and could not be considered as friends, and she was not pretty, with no breasts and no ass, so it was normal for him not to bring himself as a burden. Even if I don't rely on a man, I can definitely live well. A hint of determination appeared on Ling Ling's face as she tightly gripped the golf club in her hand. When the lights go out, her entire body subconsciously shivered, and she clenched her teeth with a deadly grip, not letting herself cry out. After adjusting to the darkness, she fished out the last piece of bread from her small book bag and took a small bite, and when she was done, she pulled out a glass of water with oatmeal in it and drank it in one gulp. After eating and drinking, after crying all night, Ling Ling's entire body shrank into a ball, hugging her golf clubs with an exhausted look on her face as she slept. In the middle of the third floor, Shinhao lay on the sofa and fell asleep without realizing it as well. It took until noon to wake up. It's already 11:30? After raising his hand and rubbing his cheek, he glanced at the time on his wristwatch in passing. Cuckoo! A burst of hunger came from his abdomen, causing Shinhao to frown slightly, then stood up and walked to the side of the water fountain, soaking the last 2 packets of braised beef noodles in cold water and making do with a meal. After eating and drinking, Shinhao glanced at the little drinking water left in the bucket on the water dispenser, and then walked to the window to take a look towards the outside. The rain outside still hadn't stopped, but it had gone from a torrential downpour to a moderate one. The water above the ground was already very deep, and the zombies had disappeared, not knowing where they had run off to. After thinking about it for a while, Shinhao decided to temporarily treat this general manager's room in front of him as his shelter, spending the night here and going out during the day to look for supplies and kill zombies to earn cards. Next, he walked straight out of the room and began to go to those offices to collect drinking water and incidentally some supplies that he could use on a daily basis. An hour later, there were over 20 buckets of mineral water piled up in the room alone, though half of them were half barrels. Beyond that, also found some messy everyday items. After resting for a while, Shinhao put on a black raincoat, locked the door, and walked out of the office. After coming all the way to the hall on the first floor, looking at the 2 U-locks that were intact, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and took out the key he had hidden yesterday to open the U-locks. Where did those walkers run off to? After looking at the empty street and muttering in a low voice, Shinhao walked out directly with his dog-legged knife in his hand. The target was the 15-story office building across the street. He wanted to go to the office building across the street to get some supplies before it got dark, and kill walkers for cards on the way. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinhao rushed straight into the rain, bypassed several cars that crashed together, and quickly ran to the entrance of the office building diagonally across the street. The door of the office building was unlocked and half open. However, in the middle of the hall stood a fat one and a thin one, 2 zombies in security uniforms, and on the floor lay a mutilated body that had been gnawed on with only half of its body left. Almost the instant Shinhao rushed into the middle of the hall, the 2 security zombies twisted their heads at the same time and looked at Shinhao, who had just run in, with their rotten faces. Roar! Amidst the low hissing sound, Two security zombies, one after the other, waved their arms and stumbled towards Jinhao. Seek death. With a furious roar, Jinhao waved his dog-legged sword with both hands and met him. Since he didn't have many bullets, he didn't want to waste them, but instead planned to practice his knife skills. After all, there comes a time when the bullets run out. Go to hell. After a sidestep to avoid the oncoming skinny security walker, Jinhao waved his dog-legged knife with both hands and slashed down fiercely towards the top of the back neck of the skinny security zombie, and at the same time lifted his foot and kicked it hard on the top of its back leg. After cleanly drying out this one skinny security zombie, he directly leaned down and slammed an iron mountain lean into the top of the fat zombie's chest. At the same time, gritting his teeth, he gripped the dog-legged knife with both hands and slashed violently towards the fat zombie's face. Pust! The blade of the dog-legged knife cut directly into the fat zombie's rotting face. Jinhao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to draw his sword and step back, dodging the fat zombie's flailing arms. Pust! Pust! Immediately after that, with his nimble stance, he slashed at the fat zombie's face a few more times, directly killing him. This was followed by several stabs to the skinny zombie who was still alive on the side, until after gaining 2 unopened decks, only then did Jinhao let out a sigh of relief, taking off the wet raincoat on his body and lifting his hand to touch the rainwater on his face that he hadn't wiped clean. He then walked through the elevator in the back of the hall and into the middle of the hallway on the first floor. After looking around, walked straight into a trading company with an open door on the right and rummaged around inside. A few minutes later, only a box of wafers was found, as well as a small bag of 5-spice peanut rice. After leaving the room, Jinhao directly walked into the company next door and rummaged around. But he had just been rummaging around for a few minutes when there was a sudden light footstep in the hallway. After slightly frowning, Jinhao directly gripped the dog-legged knife in his hand, and the other hand was on top of the revolver. Cautiously, he walked to the door and glanced toward the hallway afterward. Found on the corner where the hallway meets the elevator, there stood a petite figure with her back to herself, her head bowed, dressed in a pretty red lolita with a blue double ponytail. She seemed to be whimpering. Chapter 13, Being Undermined. Is it a human? Or a zombie? Between doubts in his heart, Jinhao suddenly shrunk his pupils and looked at the woman's 2 gray-white arms. There was absolutely no way that this grayish-white color could be the skin color that a normal person should have. So, this woman who was crying with her back to herself must not be a living person. There was no hesitation. Jinhao inserted the dog-legged knife back into the sheath, raised the revolver in his hands, and aimed at the woman with her head down above her back and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ah! The petite woman who was crying with her head down reacted very quickly, and almost at the instant the gunshot rang out. Her body turned into a residual shadow and jumped directly into midair. The bullet grazed her. Amidst an ear-piercing scream, the petite woman who jumped into midair looked at Jinhao, who was standing not far away, with a miserable face. Then, in a weightless state that violated the laws of physics, she waved her grayish-white hands and pounced on Jinhao, who was 6 or 7 meters away. So fast? It seems to be a special mutated zombie. Looking at the mutated female zombie that jumped towards him at great speed, Jinhao raised the revolver in his hand and pulled the trigger at her. Bang! 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 But the mutated female walker was too fast. In an almost weightless state, he dodged 3 bullets in the blink of an eye and jumped in front of Jinhao's body, a hint of hideousness showing on his miserable white face as he opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of fangs. The grayish-white hands even pinched towards the top of Jinhao's neck. Go to hell! A close call. Jinhao wasn't startled and panicked, jerking back 2 steps while taking out the spherical lightning, and directly using the skill on the mutated female zombie that was almost about to pounce on him. Zip! 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 Crackle! 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 A dazzling arc of electricity flashed by. In the blink of an eye, a spherical lightning bolt 1 meter in diameter enveloped the mutated female zombie in midair. Amidst the crackle of electricity, the hideous-looking mutated female zombie, whose entire body was enveloped in lightning, convulsed violently, revealing an extremely twisted and horrifying expression on top of her ghastly white face. Puff! The mutated female zombie that was electrocuted fell directly on top of the floor, her entire body twitching continuously. Her miserable white body was electrocuted and began to turn black. Even the long Lolita dress on her body was also electrocuted and scorched. A few seconds later, Jinhao clearly smelled a roasted odor. It had lasted for 10 seconds before the spherical lightning dissipated, leaving behind only the mutated female zombie that had shrunk into a ball with a charred black body. The moment. It's cooked to 6 or 7 points or so, if not fully cooked. Tisk, the power of this ball lightning is really something. It directly scorched the mutated female zombie. Looking at the 3 unopened cards that emerged from on top of the charred and blackened corpse of the mutated female zombie, a hint of a happy smile appeared on Jinhao's face. Ha! I can't believe I dropped 3 unopened decks. Not bad, not bad. After pulling out a few bullets and filling up the nest in his revolver, Shinhao turned around and walked into the office diagonally across the street that hadn't been searched yet, continuing to search for supplies. 10 minutes later, Shinhao searched all the rooms on the entire first floor, found a box of anti-inflammatories, 2 bottles of yogurt, a bottle of fruit of the loom, a package of sandwich cookies, and a jar of assorted nuts. During this time, he had been on guard against any other survivors, or walkers, that might have been attracted by the gunshots. However, luckily there were no survivors or walkers present. After searching the floor, Shinhao then came to the stairwell at the corner of the corridor, followed the walking ladder, and carefully walked towards the second floor. After standing in front of the security door and listening quietly with his side ear, he then pushed the door open and stepped inside. There were papers and miscellaneous items scattered on the floor in the hallway. Saw around a bit. After confirming that there was no danger, Shinhao directly walked into the first office on the left. The office was in disarray, with a variety of office supplies and miscellaneous items spilling out all over the place, and a few office chairs had fallen to the floor. This place seems to have been rummaged through. After surveying everything in the office, he swept back to the water fountain in the corner, on which the drinking bucket had disappeared. Between thoughts, he still searched the office anyway, but, looking at the drawers that had been pulled open, and the lockers that had been opened, he realized that the place must have been searched. Obviously, there were other survivors hidden in this office building, which also made Shinhao's heart raise its vigilance. He guessed that the gunshots just now must have alerted the survivors hiding in the building. He just didn't know how many floors they would be hiding on. Between thoughts, Shinhao gripped the revolver in his hand tightly and carefully walked out of the office, entering the office next door. Fruity, here again. It's been rummaged through. Next, he checked all the offices on the second floor again with the same result. Walked over to the window to look out of it after the rain. Shinhao gripped the revolver in his hand tightly and carefully walked towards the stairwell, intending to check if the upper floors had been rummaged through. If it's all been rummaged through, then there's no point in continuing to stay here and wasting time. Next, he checked the 3rd through 5th floors, and not surprisingly they had all been rummaged through. It looks like this office building has been rummaged through, so there's no point in wasting time. After standing in the stairwell and raising his head to look up along the gap between the stairs, Shinhao intended to leave this place and go to look among the other buildings. But, he just turned around. The door opened on the 6th floor, followed by a light footstep. Someone? Hearing the footsteps, Shinhao violently ducked into the dead center of his sight, and raised the revolver in his hand to aim at the stairway above. A round-faced girl wearing a white dress with an innocent face poked her head out from above, and after seeing the revolver in Shinhao's hand, a hint of panic appeared on her innocent face. He waved his hand at Shinhao in a hurry. With a panicked face and a sobbing voice, he said, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. I don't mean any harm. I'm a living person, not a zombie. Who are you? How many accomplices?" Looking at the round-faced girl with a panicked and shivering face, Shinhao pointed his gun at her and questioned in a cold voice, "I?" The round-faced girl looked at the revolver in Shinhao's hand and subconsciously took a few steps back, shrinking into the corner. With tears in her eyes, she said, "My name is Ying, an employee of a technology company on the 6th floor. After the end came, I was left behind and didn't follow the army to evacuate this place because I was stunned and fainted in the middle of the toilet." As she spoke, she raised her finger and pointed to the employee tag hanging around her neck. "Is there anyone else here?" Shinhao raised his gun and took 2 steps upward, then swept a glance toward the closed security door on the 6th floor. No, it's just me," the round-faced girl Ying said with a crying voice. Shinhao wasn't sure if what the girl called Ying in front of him said was true or not, and after frowning slightly, he continued to look at her and asked, "Did you search these floors downstairs?" "Aha." Ying, who was cowering in the corner with her back against the wall, nodded, her hands subconsciously clenching the hem of her skirt. "It's this food and water I found that I've spent the last few days on, but it's almost gone by me. If you want it, I can share some of it with you. Just please don't hurt me." After saying that, Ying's face revealed a pitiful expression. "No, keep it for yourself." At this moment, Shinhao hadn't reached the point where he would do anything for food. The morals and bottom line haven't collapsed yet. Naturally, he didn't want to grab what little food a girl had left. After saying that, Shinhao backed up and took a step towards the downstairs, his gun never leaving Ying, who was cowering at the corner of the stairs. Seeing that Shinhao wanted to leave, Ying, who had her back against the corner, suddenly opened her mouth and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Can you take me out of here with you? Please, there are still zombies upstairs. Don't leave me here alone. I'll really die." As she spoke, Ying's eyes were filled with tears, and with a flutter, she directly knelt on the ground. "Please, as long as you take me away, I'll do whatever you want me to do. As if she had made some sort of determination, Ying gritted her teeth and said, my first time is still there. I can give it to you. Not interested. Qin Hao shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't care about you even if I bring you with me. At this moment, for this poor girl, Qin Hao's heart had already relaxed its vigilance, and didn't think that such a tender girl would be in any danger. After dropping the revolver in his hand, he intended to turn away, and just then, a shocking change has occurred. From between the gap of the staircase above, a man's figure poked out, holding a compound bow with both hands and shooting at the top of Qin Hao's back. Whoosh dash, pust. A cold and glittering arrow shot directly into the back of Qin Hao's heart and mouth, splattering a splash of blood. Qin Hao, who had just lowered his guard, stumbled on his feet and fell directly onto the stairs. In the meantime, a young man in a black sweatshirt with a compound bow in his hand ran down quickly. Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, also ran towards Qin Hao, who had fallen to the ground, and reached out to pull out a sharp table knife from her back waist. Go get the pistol first. A hint of excitement appeared on the young man's face when he looked at the revolver Qin Hao held in his hand. At the same time, he raised the composite bow in his hand with the intention of shooting the second arrow at Qin Hao on the ground. Chapter 14, Want to kill me? Wait until your next life. Pain. Tearing pain in the heart. Qin Hao, who had been hit by an arrow in the back of his heart, only felt a heart-rending pain, and fell directly on top of the staircase with two black eyes. He felt like he had been shot through the heart. Crimson blood continued to ooze out along the arrows emerging from his chest, quickly staining it red. But Qin Hao didn't die, and no loss of consciousness. The moment his eyes went black, the pain that tore through his heart and lungs cleared his mind instantly again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to shade old me. Looking for death. Just at the moment when the young man intended to shoot a second arrow at Qin Hao, who had fallen on the stairs, Qin Hao directly used his consciousness to throw out two cards. Spherical lightning, spear warrior. Zip, 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 zip. An arc of electricity flashed, and a ball of lightning directly enveloped the young man. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The young man's entire body convulsed violently amidst the arcs of electricity. The expression on his face became extremely twisted, and the compound bow in his hand subconsciously fell to the ground. Ying, who had just run to the young man's side, was likewise half enveloped by the spherical lightning. The entire person instantly convulsed, blood oozing out of his 5 twisted features. His eyeballs popped out, and he foamed at the mouth. A pair of dogs and men were electrocuted as if they were dead dogs twitching violently, emitting a burning, charred odor. In the meantime, a blue light flashed. A figure 2 meters tall, wearing silver armor and holding a spear appeared in front of Qin Hao. This lanky figure in armor was none other than the spear warrior. But he seemed to be afraid of lightning as well, so he didn't go to attack the young man and Ying who were convulsing, but guarded Qin Hao's side and took a defensive position. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to shade me. I'll electrocute you alive into roasted suckling pigs. After gritting his teeth and struggling to sit up, Qin Hao's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. After looking at the pair of dogs and men who had already been electrocuted and started to blacken and carbonize, he forced himself to endure the pain and with a clench of his teeth, he directly yanked out the arrow that had been stuck above his chest. Doggone it. The moment he pulled the arrow out, it brought up a splash of blood, and the expression on Qin Hao's face twisted in pain. He was glad at the moment that the immortality he had gained was real. Otherwise, at this time he would have gone to Hades to drink tea and nag. However, immortality is immortality, but the pain after being injured is really painful. After lowering his head to look at it, he realized that the blood from the wound had stopped and had begun to clot, and at that moment, the ball lightning that enveloped the young man and Ying disappeared. But the two men had become as dead as a dead dog, their whole bodies emitting a charred odor, shrunken into a ball by the electricity, turning into 2 blackened and charred corpses. Spara thought. The spear warrior who blocked in front of Qin Hao was still waving the spear in his hand, stabbing up continuously on the 2 black charred corpses on the ground. Dozens of stabs in a row, stabbing the 2 charred corpses into a hornet's nest before stopping. Qin Hao, who had just stood up, ordered the spear warrior with a pale face. You go and search in the 6th floor now, and kill all of them if there are people. Leave no one alive. Yes, sir. After nodding at Qin Hao, the spear warrior directly walked towards the 6th floor, pushed open the security door and walked in. Qin Hao, on the other hand, looked at the 2 clumps of tattered and charred corpses on the ground and laughed coldly. Mard, how dare you shade old me? This is what happens. Dog woman, how dare you pretend to be pitiful and lie to me? I should have known that I would have shot you just now. With a belly full of anger, Qin Hao lifted his foot and kicked Ying's charred corpse several times. Hiss, it's so damned painful. Strongly enduring the pain, Shinhao gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart, luckily, I can live forever. I didn't expect it, but it's you pair of dogs who will die. Want to kill me? Wait until your next life. Bah! After exploding some foul language at the two charred corpses on the ground, the anger in Shinhao's heart subsided quite a bit. Unfortunately, killing the living does not give you access to unopened cards. Coo. Feeling the hunger coming from his abdomen, Shinhao frowned slightly. He could feel that the wound was recovering quickly, but it consumed a lot of physical strength. Fortunately, however, after recovering from each injury, the next time you are injured again the recovery speed is doubled and the consumption is reduced by double, stacking indefinitely. Theoretically, with enough injuries, you can do instant self-healing. However, Shinhao didn't have a self-mutilation tendency, because the pain was real. There was no hesitation. He took off his backpack straight away, pulled out the food inside and started gulping it down. After eating all the food in the backpack, Shinhao, who didn't have any sense of satiety, took out another canned beef *2 and directly exchanged it. After eating all of the 2 boxes of canned beef, it was only then that he felt a hint of fullness, and after lowering his head to look at the wound on his chest, he realized that the thumb-thick bloody hole had healed up. However, it was still possible to feel a burst of pain coming from it. At this point, the spear warrior also walked out from the 6th floor and reported to Shinhao. Reporting, sir, there aren't any living people inside. I'll be leaving soon. Is there anything else you want to order? No more. Shinhao waved his hand at him. 10 seconds later, the spear warrior dissipated a little into thin air. Come on, half a day of tossing and turning for nothing, and I even wasted 2 boxes of canned beef. After putting the empty backpack on his body, Shinhao, whose face had regained a hint of redness, sighed. The compound bow in the young man's hand had been completely crippled in the arc of electricity. Otherwise it would have been one more weapon for defense. Gripping the revolver in his hand, he forced himself to fight back the pain coming from his heart, intending to go back to his safe house and nurse his wounds back to health before doing so. At the same time, he made up his mind. In the future, one should never feel compassion for anyone, nor should one trust anyone easily, nor should one let down one's guard at will. After carefully making his way down to the 1st floor hall, without any stop, Shinhao picked up the raincoat on the ground and put it on his body, then ran out of the office building and ran towards the office building diagonally opposite. 5 or 6 minutes later, it was a smooth ride back to the safe house located on the 3rd floor. After locking the security door, his heart was completely relieved, and he walked over to the couch, took off his raincoat and blood-stained punch bowl, and sat down on his butt. At this moment, Shinhao's heart couldn't help but feel some fear. If he didn't possess immortality, he would have been completely cold just now. Let's just say that pair of dogs is just too sinister. The woman has an innocent look, but I didn't realize that she was a snake and scorpion, pretending to be pitiful, gaining sympathy, and wanting to lure herself into the past. Seeing that he doesn't take the bait, he kneels down again and plays pathetic, lowering his defenses and then creating a sneak attack for the dogman hiding up there. I'm afraid that any other survivor who came over would have to fall for this pair of dogs. After all, with Ying Ying's pathetic and innocent look, any man wouldn't be able to reject it, much less come up and kill her. Shinhao felt his defenses were high enough not to be lured by her weak look, but to no avail. He was still sneaked up on by the young man hiding above him, and one could only say that the man's reaction speed was just too fast. Let's get defensive. Unconsciously, Shinhao, who was a bit depressed in spirit, lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. After a day and a night of drowsy sleep, only then did Shinhao completely wake up, and after lowering his head to look at it, the wound on his chest had completely healed, growing tender new skin. Stand up and move your body after. Not feeling any pain at all meant that the heart that had been penetrated by the sharp arrow had also completely healed itself. The effect of immortality is truly heaven-defying. After receiving a fatal injury, it took less than a day to completely recover. Shinhao felt that the effect of immortality was simply too heaven-defying, completely without any scientific reasoning. After glancing at the punching bag that had been left on the floor, stained with blood, he frowned slightly and picked it up and walked to the bathroom, cleaning it. After washing and hanging up the punch bowl, I took another cold shower along the way. After returning to the couch in his underwear and sitting down, taking out 2 more supply cards, he exchanged them for a box of canned pork and a compressed cookie, poured a glass of water and gulped it down. After eating and drinking, Shinhao summoned the system interface and directly opened all 5 cards he had previously obtained. Chapter 15 Under the Spray. All creatures are equal. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white material card, a piece of chocolate, 20 grams. Congratulations! You have obtained a grade green material card, a box of canned beef. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade C silver prop card, strong adrenaline, Congratulations! You have obtained a grade E green material card, a can of yellow peaches. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade C silver prop card, Remington M870 shotgun. Egu my ass. Surprisingly, I opened a handful of equalizer of all beings. This luck is simply too heaven-defying. Looking at the handful of sprites on the silver-colored card, Shinhao's heart was directly bursting with joy. With that, all 5 cards were taken out and surveyed. Chocolate, 20G. Card grade, white material card, grade F. Card description, can be exchanged for a 20-gram bar of chocolate. Canned beef, card level, green material card, E. Card description, can be exchanged for a 500-gram box of canned beef. Strong adrenaline, card grade, silver prop card, grade C. Card description, can be exchanged for a strong adrenaline, which, when injected, can dramatically increase vitality and the attributes of various bodily functions in a short period of time. Canned yellow peaches, card grade, green material card, grade E. Card description, can be exchanged for a 500-gram can of yellow peaches. Remington M870 shotgun, card grade, silver prop card, grade C. Card description, can be exchanged for a Remington M870 shotgun, and 2 boxes of 12-gauge shotgun shells, totaling 100. I can't believe I was given 100 rounds of ammunition. Awesome. From now on, if you see anyone who's not happy, you'll just take a direct shot. Looking at the silver prop card in his hand, Shinhao was so excited that his whole body trembled, knowing that the power of the sprayer was much more powerful than the revolver. These 2 weapons are simply not in the same league, and the spray is especially good for fighting indoors or in tight places, and can also inflict ranged attacks. However, Shinhao didn't rush to redeem the spray, but used it as a base card, so that he could take advantage of his enemy's surprise when he encountered them. After collecting all 5 cards into your personal card pool, in a happy mood, Shinhao stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, and surveyed toward the outside. At this point, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The rain has stopped. However, the sun had begun to set and the sky was turning a warm color. Looking toward the street, there was still deep water on the street, and some zombies that appeared out of nowhere were standing in 2s and 3s, staring into the water. After taking a look at the sun hanging in the sky, Shinhao decided to go downstairs and go outside to send these zombies on the streets to their reincarnation while it was still dark. Back by the couch, putting on his rushing pants, and then finding a clean white shirt from amongst the closet on the side, he put on. Immediately after slinging the backpack from the couch on his back, he slung the dog-legged knife to his side, then checked to see if the revolver was fully loaded. After making preparations, Shinhao directly opened the door and walked into the middle of the office outside, then walked towards the corridor. After carefully making his way to the hall door on the first floor, he pulled out his key and unlocked the U-shaped lock on the glass door. There's actually a blast shield here? Right at this moment, Shinhao suddenly discovered a transparent blast shield placed in the corner. After picking the riot shield up, he drew the dog-legged knife that hung at his side and walked straight out of the office building. After looking around, tripping through the water, he made his way towards a female walker 5 or 6 meters away. Roar! The female walker was soon alarmed. It wasn't just this one female walker, but 3 other nearby walkers in professional attire were also startled. Almost instantly, the 4 zombies then swung their arms, hissed in low voices and lunged towards Shinhao. Seeing the situation, Shinhao didn't panic either. Raising the blast shield in his hand, he slammed it down hard towards the head of the first female zombie that ran over. With his other hand, he swung his dog-legged knife and slashed at the female walker's neck. Pust! The female zombie's neck was cut in half, and her neck went straight askew to the side. At this point, a second, third walker had pounced. Shinhao repeated the same technique, raising the blast shield in his hand and ruthlessly smashing it on the head of the second zombie. At the same time, he raised his foot and violently kicked the third zombie in the abdomen, sending it back several steps. Take advantage of this. Shinhao waved the dog-legged knife in his hand and stabbed it directly into the second zombie's eye socket, stirring it viciously. Then, jerking his knife, he took 2 or 3 steps back with his blast shield up, avoiding the swinging arms of the fourth walker. Without any pause, Shinhao, who was gasping for breath, directly raised the explosion-proof shield in his hand, and aimed at the fourth zombie with an iron mountain leaning, knocking it out. The moment the fourth walker fell out, Shinhao waved the blast shield in his hand again and ruthlessly smashed it on top of the head of the third zombie that had just climbed up. After smashing the third walker to the ground, he directly pressed the blast shield in his hand against the zombie's upper body, waved the dog-legged knife in his hand, and stabbed 4 or 5 times into the middle of the zombie's eye socket. Kill! With a roar, Shinhao once again raised the blast shield in his hand and rushed towards the last zombie. Under the cover of the blast shield, he waved the dog-legged knife in his hand and directly exploded the last zombie's head. At this point, all 4 zombies were killed. providing Chin Hao with 4 unopened cards. However, the strenuous exercise just now had also exhausted him, and he stood in place constantly panting. He was just an ordinary man after all, eyeing the 5 or 6 zombies not far away. They were startled and ran over, waving their arms and hissing. Chin Hao directly retreated towards the office building. As the 6 zombies surrounded him, he retreated directly back into the office building and used Spear Warrior to summon a Spear Warrior in armor. Kill them. Yes, sir, sir. After hearing Chin Hao's order, the heavily armed Spear Warrior waved the spear in his hand and directly stabbed into the head of a zombie. Pust. This one zombie was directly exploded by the spear. The moment the Spear Warrior pulled out his spear, bringing out a red and white brain, the dead zombie fell towards the back. At this moment, the other 5 zombies had already pounced on the Spear Warrior's body, clasped their hands around the armor on his body, and opened their mouths to gnaw on it. It's a shame though, their teeth didn't even leave a little bite mark, let alone breaking through the armor's defense. The Spear Warrior didn't panic in the slightest, reaching out and pulling a short knife from his waist, he slashed down on top of a zombie's head. Put, 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 as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables. In just a minute's time, all 5 zombies had their heads chopped off. Chin Hao, who stood inside the glass door, looked at the scene in front of him and had to sigh in his heart. The Spear Warriors clad in armor killed the zombies as easily as slaughtering chickens. And sure enough, professional things still need professional people to do. Together with the 4 zombies he had killed earlier, in just 4 or 5 minutes, 10 unopened decks had gone straight into his account. To not waste time, Chin Hao directly opened the glass door and walked out, beckoning to the Spear Warrior standing on the side. Come with me, go kill the zombies. After saying that, he directly tripped over the water and headed towards one end of the street. Yes, sir. The Spear Warrior held his spear with both hands and tightly protected Chin Hao's side. Chin Hao's target was the 3 or 4 zombies wandering a few dozen meters away. With the help of the Spear Warrior, there was no need for him to do anything personally now. He only needed to raise his hand and point it at the zombies, without even having to say a word. The heavily armed Spear Warriors then rushed up with the spears in their hands, and as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables, they directly stabbed the zombies into a hornet's nest one by one. 10 minutes or so, Chin Hao led the Spear Warrior to directly kill all the zombies on half of the street, obtaining a total of 16 unopened cards. However, the Spear Warrior's time was up, and he simply disappeared into thin air. Outside the commercial street was a large horizontal road with a number of cars parked across it, a few of which had been crashed and scrapped. There were some zombies standing among them, but not many, and vaguely, some broken bodies could be seen lying on the ground. Spear Warrior, there was still one last summoning opportunity left, so Chin Hao didn't summon it again, but planned to go back and open all 26 cards he obtained first. But, before he could reach the door of the office building, a heavy footstep came from a side alley. Chin Hao stopped his footsteps and took a look toward the alley with a curious face, and instantly his eyes widened. Chapter 16, Why is he so powerful? Is he an alien? Grip the grass. What kind of mutant zombie is this? In the alley was a large mutated zombie that was about 4 meters tall, bloated, and had grayish-white skin, drooping 2 slender arms, hunched over, topped by a large lump of black and red flesh, on which dense pustules were continually bubbling out with foul-smelling pus. The head, with only a few stray hairs left, was similarly covered in pustules, constantly oozing black and yellow liquid. The features had been so badly distorted and squeezed together that it was unnerving to look at and sent chills down his spine. A ring of sharp fangs grew out of a bloody mouth that was split to the base of the ear, and a long tongue that constantly dripped with mucus flopped around. The moment he saw Chin Hao, above the distorted face of this one large mutated zombie, the pair of squeezed-together eyeballs instantly sprouted a trace of bloodlust. Roar! In the midst of a great roar, this large mutated zombie took heavy steps, as if it was a tank, and rushed toward Chin Hao outside the alley in a sideways charging position. Holy! Seeing this, Chin Hao didn't have any hesitation, cursed and turned around to run. Just kidding. 4 or 5 meters away, a charge from this 4-meter-tall big guy could directly knock himself out. It was only just 5 or 6 meters out. The large mutant zombie then rushed past the position where Chin Hao had just stood, and without the slightest pause, it directly knocked a sedan 3 or 4 meters away. Roar dash! With a roar of rage, the large mutant zombie swung its arms at a small car off to the side and clunked it. In the blink of an eye, the roof of this one minivan was then smashed and dented. The large mutant zombie that had finished venting turned its head towards Chin Hao, who had run a dozen meters away, and once again sidestepped and rushed over with heavy steps. Grip it, your ass. It's over, isn't it? Chin Hao, who had just run to the entrance of the office building, directly pulled out ball lightning and unleashed a strike at the large mutated zombie running over. A dazzling arc of electricity flashed by, it directly enveloped the large mutant zombie's head. Zip, 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 crackle, crackle, crackle. The strong arc of electricity directly electrified the large mutant zombie in place and convulsed, and for a while, some liquid kept splashing out from among those abscesses on its body. But this one large mutated zombie's defense seemed to be particularly strong. It's not a bit stronger than ordinary zombies. 10 seconds was all it took to turn its head, and the skin near it, from a grayish-white color to a charred black. Although a foul-smelling burnt odor that made people want to vomit had emerged, it didn't seem to feel any discomfort and was still alive and well. After the ball lightning disappeared into thin air, the large mutant zombie that had stopped convulsing, roared up to the sky and once again, as if it was a tank, launched a charge sideways towards Qin Hao, who was more than 10 meters away. Howl! Go! Kill him! Qin Hao directly consumed the last summoning opportunity and summoned the spear warrior in armor. Yes, sir! Sir! The spear warrior faced the 4-meter-tall large mutated zombie without the slightest fear, and directly raised the spear in his hand to meet it. Just in case, after retreating back a few meters, Qin Hao pulled out another skeleton warrior and summoned a skeleton warrior. Swish! A blue light flashed. A white skeleton monster with a height of about 1 meter 7 and holding a long-handled battle axe appeared in front of Qin Hao. Go! Kill that monster! The skeleton warrior couldn't speak, and after hearing Qin Hao's order, he nodded back at him. Then, with his long-handled battle axe raised in both hands, he staggered on. At this point, the spear warrior in front of him sidestepped to avoid the charge of the large mutant zombie, then raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it at the blood-colored lump of flesh on the back of the large mutant zombie. Pust! Hit it! But it didn't seem to do much damage. Just at the moment when the large mutated zombie was about to crash into the skeleton warrior, the skeleton warrior bent his legs and directly raised the long-handled battle axe in his hand high in the air and jumped into the mid-air. It slashed down at the top of the large mutant zombie's head. Take advantage of this. The spear warrior on the side once again swung the spear in his hand and stabbed at the large mutated zombie's back. Roar! The large mutated zombie that received an axe to the head let out a roar from its mouth and completely fell into a berserk rage. Jumping up, a head hammer sent the mid-air skeleton warrior into the middle of the sky. Then, twisting his body violently, he slammed directly into the spear warrior on the side. There was no hesitation. The spear warrior turned and ran, but was still knocked out by the large mutant zombie that was 4 meters tall. WOJ. This guy seems to be a boss-level mutated zombie already. Watching his two summons being knocked out as if they were scarecrows, Qin Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. In the midst of the constant backing up, the equalizer of Bean's Remington M870 was directly redeemed. First, he stuffed both boxes of ammo into the backpack behind him, then removed 6 12-gauge shotgun shells and quickly filled the chambers. Although Qin Hao hadn't played the real thing before, he hadn't played a lot of gunfighting games, so he naturally knew how to fill the ammunition. After filling 6 rounds of ammo quickly, he quickly raised the Remington M870 shotgun in his hand, aiming at the head of the large mutated zombie that had already rushed towards him and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ka-chow! Bang! Ka-chow! Bang! Qin Hao backed up and dodged while shooting at the head of the large mutant zombie. Soon enough, all 6 shotgun shells in the chamber were fired, and countless steel balls were shot directly into the large mutant zombie's head and above its chest. A dense hornet's nest was left behind. The spear warrior and the skeleton warrior were not knocked to death, and after getting up from the ground, they continued to launch a humongous attack on the large mutated zombie. Qin Hao, on the other hand, used kite-flying tactics, constantly moving back and forth, dodging the charge of large mutated zombies. The 6 shotgun shells eventually did manage to leave damage to the large mutant walker, turning its entire face into a hornet's nest. After filling 6 shotgun shells again, Qin Hao continued to pull the trigger above the head of the large mutant zombie. Bang! Ka-chow! Bang! Ka-chow! Bang! After emptying the clip again, the large mutated zombie's entire face had been completely smashed, and a large chunk of its cheekbone had been lifted off. The spear warrior and the skeleton warrior were unsurprisingly knocked out of the way again, but had already stabbed the bloody lump on the large mutant zombie's back into a mass of rotting flesh. Qin Hao continued to fill the ammunition while using his mind to summon the cold ice arrow, and shot an arrow right at the already rotting face of the large mutated zombie. On him, whooshing. In a flash, a meter-long azure-colored cold ice arrow appeared out of thin air, as if it was lightning, and shot at the giant mutant zombie's face at extreme speed. Pust! In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold arrow shot into the already rotting face of the large mutated zombie. Immediately afterward, with a bang sound, the cold ice arrow directly exploded into countless pieces. There are no surprises. The large mutated zombie's head directly exploded from the inside out into a flying mass of broken flesh. To this point, The large mutated zombie that was already severely injured fell towards the back. Boom! In a moment of falling to the ground, a series of 10 translucent cards flew out, quickly flying into Qin Hao's mind. Phew, finally, it's dead. Looking at the 10 cards that flew towards him, Qin Hao's taut nerves finally loosened up. Surprisingly, 10 cards exploded at once. It's really a small boss-level mutant zombie. At this point, the spear warrior who rose from the ground again was obviously badly injured, but still stumbled over, gripped the spear in his hand, and stabbed at the headless body on the ground. As for the skeleton warriors, instead, he was directly knocked to the side of the second floor, and his almost disintegrated body was stuck in the window and was struggling. It seems that the combat power of the summons of the D-ranked cards is still inferior to the mutated zombies just now after all. After slightly frowning, Qin Hao directly cancelled the skeleton warriors and spear warriors that were not left for a few minutes. He then picked up the blast shield that he had just thrown to the ground and turned to run quickly toward the office building where his safe house was located. Just now, a high-intensity battle had consumed a great deal of his energy and physical strength, and now he needed to seize the time to go back and rest a bit. At this point, some survivors hiding in the nearby buildings witnessed the whole battle between Qin Hao and the large mutated zombies. Everyone was stunned in their hearts. Who is this guy? Why is he so powerful? Not only can you summon a skeleton monster and a soldier in armor to help with the battle, but you can also summon a ball of lightning and an ice arrow to attack. So be it. He even has a spray gun? This fight is simply awesome. Could this person be a psychic who had awakened his natural ability? Why else would it be so powerful? Although I hadn't heard of anyone awakening their gifted abilities before the end of the world, but now that the world has ended, there's no guarantee that they'll be able to awaken their gifted abilities. For a while, all the survivors who were hiding in the shadows and secretly observing were speculating in their hearts. A part of them who had a lively mind watched Qin Hao run into an office building, and even moved some small thoughts. The moment the sun sets, Qin Hao returned to the safe house located on the third floor. After dropping the blast shield in his hand on the floor, he took off the backpack on his body and sat down on the couch with his Remington M870 on his butt and rested. After resting for 10 minutes with his eyes closed, he turned on one of the emergency lights he had found earlier, and then directly summoned the card system interface. Looking at the 36 unopened cards on it, a happy smile appeared on his face. Just now, killing that boss-level mutant zombie had consumed a lot of cards and ammo, but had gained 10 unopened cards, so it wasn't a loss. May fortune favor me. After praying in his heart, Qin Hao directly opened 10 cards in a row. Chapter 17, cards 36 in a row, 2,900 words. You have obtained a white prop card of grade F, a 2B pencil. You have obtained a green material card of grade E, 1 liter of mineral water. You've obtained a grade E green called supplies card, beef can. You have gained a grade E green summoning card, energetic husky. You have obtained a grade D blue material card, compressed biscuits *5. You have obtained a grade E green props card, strong flashlight. You have gained an E-rank green skill card, water arrow. You have acquired a D-rank blue skill card, strong light stabbing. You have obtained a class F white material card, a bar of soap. You have obtained a grade E green props card, comfortable boxers. Mindfulness. 10 cards then appeared in Qin Hao's hands, roughly flipping through them and scanning the information on them. The supply and prop cards don't need to be looked at in detail, and all but the last of the quads are stowed away in the personal card pool. What else can this husky thing do besides demolishing homes? Looking at the disdainful and contemptuous expression of the husky on the card, Qin Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Energetic? Wouldn't that be a more violent way to tear down a home? Husky is a green summoning card that can be summoned twice and lasts 10 minutes each time. After collecting the Husky deck into your personal card pool, Qin Hao once again flipped through the remaining 2 skill cards. The E-ranked, water arrow, is the ability to shoot a water arrow at a target, again with only 2 chances to use it. The D-ranked, strong light stabbing, looked more like a flashbang, and could shoot a blinding light at the target in a split second, and could be used 3 times. 2 skill cards and 1 summoning card came out of 10 decks. Those aren't low odds. After collecting the 2 skill cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Qin Hao directly exchanged the comfortable boxers that was placed aside, took off his clothes, and directly changed himself into them. Have to say, this is really energizing and comfortable to wear. After standing up, moving his body, and lying down to do 10 push-ups, Qin Hao once again opened 10 cards. You have obtained a green material card of grade E, a bag of sandwich bread. You have obtained a green material card of grade E, a box of canned beef. You have obtained a white material card of grade F, a sandwich cookie. You've obtained a D grade blue prop card, a 3-pronged military spike. You have obtained a grade D blue material card, green pepper shredded pork over rice *3. You have gained a grade E green summoning card, cowardly green dwarf. You have gained a grade C silver summoning card, valiant shadowhunter. You have obtained a white material card of grade F, a Xiaolong Bao. You have obtained a green skill card of grade E, Potato Thunder. You have obtained a grade D blue material card, Ice Cold Coke *5. Ha! Surprisingly, a silver-colored summoning card came out. Looking at the 10 starts on the interface, Shinhao couldn't help but have a happy smile on his face. Directly skimming over the supply and prop cards, he took out a few skill cards and summoning cards and checked them out. The E-ranked Potato Mine is a potato mine that can be placed on the ground and explode when touched, but the damage dealt isn't that high. It can be used twice. Grade E's Cowardly Green Dwarf is a timid green dwarf that can be summoned for 10 minutes and can be summoned twice. Ha! Why does this shadow hunter look so much like a rolling granny? The name is similar too? Looking at the familiar figure engraved on top of the only silver-colored card, Shinhao slightly froze. The figure on it looked similar to the character in a certain game he was familiar with. But, after taking a closer look at the introduction above the card, he realized that the two were not really the same. This one, Valiant Shadow Hunter, summons a female whose profession is Shadow Hunter to help you in battle. It's worth noting that this Shadow Hunter uses the same crossbow, though there's no detailed skill description. Also, the Shadow Hunters written on top of the cards are not actually a specific person, but a race. That said, the Shadow Hunter that is summoned each time is not necessarily the same person. When summoned, it lasts for half an hour, and this one, Shadow Hunter, can be summoned 10 times. After collecting all the cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Shinhao walked to the side next to the drinking bucket and poured a cup of water to drink afterward. Returning to the couch, he sat down and opened the 10-card deck again. You have obtained a green material card of grade E, 1 liter of pure water. You have acquired a green material card of grade E, a roll of hemostatic bandage. You have obtained a grade E green mystery card, stamina restoration potion, medium bottle. You have acquired a D-rank blue skill card, stiffness. You have obtained a white material card of grade F, a roll of toilet paper. You have gained an E-ranked green summoning card, a mad dog. You have obtained a grade C silver material card, sardine can *50. You have obtained a grade D blue material card, roasted groundnut *5. You have obtained a green prop card of grade E, a cutout black lace dress. You have obtained a white material card of grade F, a red apple. What the hell is all this? How come it feels like there's not a single useful one? Looking at the 10 cards he had just obtained, Shinhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he had a look of egg pain on his face. Mad dog? Canned sardines? Ground nuts? Surprisingly, there was a cutout black lace dress. Not even having a woman around myself. This thing looks sexy though, but who to let wear it for themselves? Is this a hint that it's time for me to find a woman? After using his mind to take out all 10 cards and roughly flipping through them, Shinhao had a rough understanding in his heart. In addition to some common items, the medium bottle of stamina recovery potion can restore a large amount of stamina in a short period of time when taken. The D-ranked, stiffen, skill, as the name suggests, could make the target stiffen for 2 seconds. Although it was only a short 2 seconds, it was still enough. It can be used 3 times in total. As for the E-ranked, Mad Dog, it's also very easy to understand. It's the kind that summons a mad dog that bites whoever you tell it to, and doesn't let go of its mouth when it dies. Summoning out lasts 10 minutes, and the number of summons is 2. Canned sardines are the common kind of canned food. Roasted groundnuts are about half a pound. As for the cutout black lace dress, just by glancing at the pattern above the card, Shinhao's face instantly turned red. He felt that this kind of clothing consisting of a few strands of black cloth, and a few pieces of transparent black veil, is simply awesome. If a beautiful woman with a superb figure wears it, the effect must be awesome. Shinhao, who had an evil fire rising in his heart, decided that if he could meet an extremely beautiful woman next, he must put this dress on her and then ruthlessly. After collecting all cards into your personal card pool, Shinhao, who drank 2 cups of water in a row to calm himself down, directly opened all the last 6 cards as well. You have obtained a green prop card of grade E, a pair of tactical gloves, imitation. You have obtained a green prop card of grade E, a black sweatshirt. You have acquired a grade D blue material card, instant hot pot *3. You have obtained a green material card of grade E, a Wazi cigarette. You have obtained a white material card of grade F, a dragon fruit. You have gained an E-rank green skill card, taunt. Has the good luck run out? How come an E-rank skill card came out? But luckily it opened up a change of clothes. With a thought, 6 cards directly appeared in Shinhao's hand. After roughly looking through it, then he figured out the information on top of these cards. The only thing worth his perusal was the E-rank skill card, taunt, which allowed him to unleash a taunt skill at a target. It can be used twice in total. There is also a special note of caution on top of the card. Don't taunt an enemy who is stronger than you, or you will be killed alive. Because after the taunt skill is activated, either you kill the enemy outright or you are killed alive by the enemy. The enemy will think that you killed his old man, stole his wife, gave birth to a son or your seed. Instantly enter the red warm state. do not want to die all the time chasing you to fight. Actually, Shin Hao had some doubts in his heart. It was reasonable to say that a skill as perverse as taunt shouldn't be an E-rank skill card in any way. But, after mulling it over for a moment, he reacted. This taunt card, to put it bluntly, uses itself as bait, suicidally taunting and attracting the enemy's hatred. Basically, once the taunt is on, one of the two people inside the high and low has to die before they can stop. To put it bluntly, when you meet one with a lower battle power than yourself, you don't need to turn on your taunt skill to hammer the opponent into calling out to your father. When you meet one with a higher battle power than you, with the taunt skill on, it's like going to your death. Therefore, in Shin Hao's opinion, this taunt skill card counted as a bit of a chicken rib, but there's always a time when it can be useful. After collecting all the cards into your personal card pool, Shin Hao stood up and stretched, then walked to the window and looked at the blood-colored moon in the sky for a while. Vaguely, a hissing sound like that of a wild beast could be heard in the distance from time to time. Chapter 18. Isn't your son a dog? 2,900 words. That sound? Is it a mutated zombie? Or a beast of some kind? Shin Hao propped his hands on the windowsill, frowning slightly, looking through the gap between the curtains, looking out at the earth flooded with a hint of bloodlight, falling into a deep thought. Ugh, I don't know when such miserable days will come to an end. After a slight sigh, he turned around and went back to the couch and sat down, redeeming a box of instant hot pot and a bottle of ice-cold Coke. A few minutes later, a burst of flavor emanated from the tumbling up instant hot pot. After coming into the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland, for the first time, Shin Hao had a steaming hot pot and a bottle of ice-cold cola. 10 minutes later, Shin Hao, who was sweating profusely from eating, pulled out a few napkins from the paper box on the coffee table and wiped the sweat from his face. Then in one gulp, he drank the rest of the half bottle of ice-cold Coke and burped before getting a look of comfort on his face. Tisk, this feels really good. Without realizing it, Shin Hao, who had eaten and drunk enough, lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Just when Shin Hao was lying on the sofa and sleeping, 10th floor, in the same office he had been in when he first crossed over, a few spaces suddenly flickered with a ripple. A space fluctuation passed. 5 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in the middle of the room, and at this point, Ling Ling, who was squatting next to the water dispenser and was hugging a piece of bread to eat, suddenly stared with wide eyes and a look of doubt on her face. These people? Did they cross over after dying like they did in the first place? The room wasn't exactly pitch black, and the blood-colored moonlight from the window spilled in, shrouding the room in a hazy blood red. A super-hum old woman with a red bubblegum roll on her head, colorful clothes, a green ribbon draped over her shoulders, a grocery pocket with 2 onions showing in one hand, and a leash without a dog on it in the other, with her face painted like a white-faced ghost, suddenly cursing. Why is it so dark here? What the hell is this place? Who brought me here? I still have to rush home to do the noon meal, Lou. At that moment, she also saw the other 4 people standing around and instantly glared at them with both eyes and raised her hand to point at one of the young men in a black sweatshirt, cursing. Did you kidnap me here? Do you know that this is illegal, Lou? I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Old lady, I'll have my baby boy bite you. Son, get on and bite them. Old Mrs. Chaoxian yelled and yanked the leash in her hand, then realized something was wrong. Looking down, the evil shaker attached to the other end of the leash was gone. How did you lose your precious son? With that, she looked at the other 4 with a scowl on her face and cursed. Say, which one of you lost my precious son? Let me tell you, if you hurt it, a few lives won't be enough to pay for it. And oh, let me tell you, my son is the head of the XX Bureau. Be careful, I'll let my son bring people to arrest all of you to go to jail. Let me tell you, in F City, no one dares to mess with our families, Lou. Old lady, isn't your son a dog? How did he become a director again this time? The young man who had just been disliked by old lady Chaosiang's mouth curled up slightly as he mocked. He then took a young girl in a pink sweatshirt standing next to him into his arms and raised his hand to gently stroke the back of the girl's head in a soothing manner. The young girl didn't resist, and it was clear that the two knew each other, and had an unusual relationship. You young people are so uneducated. Will not speak. Will not speak. Do not speak. Old Mrs. Chaoxian was instantly displeased. I'm telling you, you young people are spoiled. You don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Like in our time, you'd be arrested and beaten with electric batons. I'm uneducated. What can you do? The young man playfully disliked right back. The young girl, who was cowering in his arms, instantly became displeased and followed along to help. What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be here? You undead old woman? Pussyfooting around again, or believe it or not, I'll slap the false teeth in your mouth to the sky. And a chief's son? And arrest us. Let him arrest me now if you can. You little girl pissed me off. You wait for me. I will call my son now. Let him bring people to arrest all of you. In an instant, Mrs. Chaucer went into a red warm state. Head down, reached down and began to rummage through her grocery pockets. Ha! Where's my cell phone? Why is the cell phone gone? What kind of son of a stole my phone? Watch out for getting hit by a car on the way out. Slightly. The young girl instantly taunted when she saw the super excellent old woman go into a state of red warmth. You deserve to die of anger. Old, undead, old woman who only grows in years but not in brains. You, Chaosium old lady directly exploded, raised the grocery shopping pocket in her hand, and directly smashed at the young girl. You old bastard dare to smash me? The young girl ducked out of the way of the smashing grocery bib and went into the same red warm state, copying a folder from a side desk and slamming it down on Mrs. Chaosium. The young man holding her, likewise, reached out and grabbed a file bag from his desk, and slammed it hard right into Mrs. Chaosium. Oh my god. Murder! Murder! After a nimble turn and dodging the smashed paper bag, the old woman Chao Xiong directly began to sprawl. Just as the three men were bickering, a stout, middle-aged man wearing a camouflage undershirt and camouflage pants, with a small flat head and a country face, already walking to the window, looking at the blood-colored moonlight outside, as well as the dazzling blood moon in the sky, he fell into a stupor. This doesn't seem to be the middle of the original world anymore. So where the hell is this place? The last person among the five was a young girl with a tall figure, white skin, long legs, and exquisitely beautiful features. Her long, dark, silky hair was combed into a high ponytail, and she wore a loose white sweatshirt, though it was still hard to hide her proud figure. The moment the girl appeared, she retreated straight into the dark corner of the office. With a pair of big, beautiful, watery eyes, she kept surveying everything in the office, including the other four people, and Ling Ling, who was squatting next to the water dispenser. She was also the only one out of the five to notice Ling Ling's presence. At the sight of the blood-colored moon outside the window, an incomparably shocked expression appeared directly above her beautiful white and watery face. A pair of jade hands, like sheep's fat, clenched tightly together, and their bodies trembled slightly. Just as the young couple and the super old lady were about to fight, the middle-aged man in camouflage uniform standing by the window suddenly turned his head and yelled at the three. All right, stop it all. This roar directly startled the three people who were about to tear each other apart. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at the middle-aged man standing by the window, and at the same time, he also saw the blood-colored moon in the sky outside the window. Ha! Why has the moon turned so creepy blood red today? Looking at the blood moon in the sky, old lady Chaosium instantly became frightened. This can't be, it can't be the end coming, can it? The young couple also looked shocked and subconsciously walked towards the window. Just then, the pretty girl standing in the corner suddenly looked at the crowd and asked, "Can you still remember how you appeared here? And do you still have your cell phones on you?" This statement was made. The remaining four instantly just froze and reached out to fumble around on their bodies before realizing that their cell phones had indeed disappeared. Brother Lo, my newly bought Fruit 15 is missing. What should I do? The girl in that small couple tilted her head with an aggrieved face and looked at the boy. Don't worry, I'll buy you a new one. The boy hugged her comfortingly. With that, the crowd fell into a deep meditation, thinking about how they had gotten here. Old Mrs. Chaosium suddenly spoke up. I just remembered that when I came back from grocery shopping, I almost collided with a delivery guy. Then, she frowned in thought, but soon a hint of horror appeared on her face. I'm trying to remember. I just dragged the young delivery man by the arm after he apologized and wouldn't let him leave, trying to get him to pay for it. Who knows? He's a goddamned bastard, pulling a fruit knife straight out of his pocket and stabbing at me, and then I showed up here. After saying that, Mrs. Chaosium looked at the others with a timid face and asked, I'm not going to die, am I? Is this place hell? Humph, serves you right for being stabbed to death. The young girl in that small couple skimmed her mouth and muttered in a low voice. The young man, on the other hand, reached out his hands and hugged her tightly in his arms with an excited expression. Jiao Jiao, great, now no one can stop us from being together anymore. Hearing the boy's words, the girl in his arms tilted her head and said with an imploring face, well, Brother Lo, even if this is hell, we'll be together forever. The middle-aged man standing by the window frowned slightly. All I remember is that I jumped into the water to save someone, and then I appeared here. When he finished, he looked to the pretty girl standing in the corner. What about you? How did you get here? Car accident, the pretty girl said with a calm face. After she finished speaking, she turned her head to Ling Ling, who was squatting next to the water fountain, and asked, what about you? How did you come to be here? Chapter 19, Cerebellar Atrophy? Move your pig brains. As soon as the pretty girl's words left her mouth, the remaining four instantly froze and turned their heads to look over, only to realize that there was also a petite, short-haired girl wearing glasses squatting next to the water fountain. Ling stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth and picked up the paper cup on the floor and drank it all in one gulp before she stood up from the floor unperturbed and looked at the crowd and uttered a bombshell. You've all crossed over. It's no longer in the middle of the original world. It's a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, and there are man-eating zombies everywhere out there. I also crossed over after death, but a few days earlier than you. As soon as Ling Ling's words fell, the remaining 5 instantly froze in place. True enough, it's the same as what I speculated just now. A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged camouflage man's face. Just now he had a guess in his heart when he saw the blood-colored moon outside the window, and now after he got the confirmation, he didn't have too many surprises and panic. However, still frowning tightly, he looked at Ling Ling and reconfirmed. You're saying that this is a post-apocalyptic wasteland world? There are still zombies present? Jiao Jiao, we didn't enter hell. We're still alive. That young couple embraced each other tightly with an excited face. Well, Brother Lu, we'll never be apart again. Old Mrs. Chao Xiong also muttered. Humph, so what if I've been stabbed a few times? Even God doesn't want me to die. Nope, little girl, what did you just say? This world is the end of the world? There are man-eating zombies? Suddenly reacting to the situation, old lady Kaosiang subconsciously shivered and looked at Ling Ling, who was not far away, with a horrified face as she questioned. This is an apocalyptic place? And there are man-eating zombies? The pretty girl standing in the corner was similarly caught in a brief moment of shock and stupefaction, but soon a bitter smile appeared above her pretty face. But, at least I'm alive now. So let's hope Dad can find out the truth about my car accident. Ling Ling squatted down and once again from the bucket to pour a cup of water, drinking it in one gulp before looking at the crowd and explaining. But don't worry, you guys. It's safe in this office building for the time being. The door on the first floor is locked. The zombies outside can't get in. After surveying the 5 people in the office, Ling Ling continued to speak. But then, it's basically impossible to find any food in this office building anymore. The electricity is out too. And the water is probably almost gone. What? There's no food? Then won't we be starved to death alive? The girl and that small couple, Jiao Jiao, suddenly exclaimed. The boy named Lu, holding Jiao Jiao, looked at Ling Ling and questioned. No food? Then how did you make it through the past few days? For her part, old lady Chao Xiong took 2 small steps, picked up the grocery bib that had fallen to the ground, and clutched it tightly in her arms before looking at Ling Ling and questioning her. How can there be no food in such a big office building? Say, was it hidden by you? Jiao Jiao, who was cowering in Li's arms, followed suit and questioned sternly. Right, was it hidden by you? The little girl is not very old, but she has a lot of heart. The camouflaged middle-aged man standing by the window frowned tightly and fell into deep thought, not following the 3 to question Ling Ling's words. What he needed to think about now was what it would take to survive in the midst of this apocalyptic wasteland where zombies existed. As soon as possible to understand the basic situation in this apocalyptic wasteland world, as well as the degree of social civilization, the official response policy for the apocalyptic wasteland. The pretty girl standing in the corner also slowed down from her stagnation at this time, but still maintained an extremely high level of vigilance. As far as she was concerned, as long as her people were alive, there was hope for everything. At the same time, a twinge of curiosity arose in her mind. How would that girl go about explaining the stupid questions asked by both Mrs. Kaosiang and Jiao Jiao? Are you guys brain dead? Or are you cerebellar atrophies, to be able to ask such stupid questions? Ling Ling was not accustomed to these 2 people and directly disliked them. I was kind enough to tell you what's going on here, and now you're doubting me? What a wolfish thing. Use your pig brains and think about it. This is the end of the world. The supplies in this office building have long since been looted. I'm also relying on a little bit of food to tough it out for the last few days. And I've hidden the food. So go find it now if you can. And when you find it, it's all yours. But, if you guys dare to push me around again, beware of my impoliteness. Ling Ling said with a cold, nonchalant face while raising the golf club in her hand. You, don't be too arrogant. Jiao Jiao was disliked by Ling Ling's words and directly lost her temper, being infuriated. How dare you call yourself a pig brain? Are you that stupid? I'm telling you, little girl, there's 5 of us and 1 of you, so you'd better be honest or don't blame us for being rude. Old Mrs. Kaosiang on the side followed suit and said viciously. That's right, you'd better be honest and bring out everything you've hidden. Don't wait for us to find it out. This kind of bullying thing you guys can just do it yourselves. Don't involve me, the pretty girl directly said coldly. The camouflaged middle-aged man standing by the window walked straight over in order to keep these 3 idiots from making a big deal out of it, loudly chiding them as he did so. That's enough of you guys. Stop asking these stupid questions or get the hell out of here. For the lanky camouflaged middle-aged man, Chao Shun's old lady and the young couple were still a bit afraid. But, Zhao Zhao and the little couple still hardened her mouth and said, "We are just looking for her to ask for some food. Everyone can't go hungry, right?" Seeing this, old Mrs. Kaoxiang followed suit and muttered in a low voice, "That's right, we're doing this for everyone's sake, not for our own. Humph, don't know any better." Boom dash. The camouflaged middle-aged man violently raised his hand and fiercely slammed it on the desk to the side, roaring at the two men who were very obviously somewhat unconvinced. "I said enough, don't you guys get it? If you don't understand, get the hell out of here. A person can be incapable, but not an idiot. That's what kills people." Facing the middle-aged camouflage man who was in a rage, Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xian Lao Tai instantly wimped out and didn't even dare to gasp loudly. Even the Lu brother who was holding Zhao Zhao was too abashed to fart. After all, he couldn't beat the tall, middle-aged camouflage man. Seeing the three men wimp out and give in, only then did the middle-aged camouflage man nod his head in satisfaction. Looking at Ling Ling who was standing by the side, he asked, "Girl, you don't need to care about a few of them. You don't have to worry about it if I'm here." "Well, thank you, uncle." Ling Ling flashed a smile at the middle-aged camouflage man, then gave a hard stare at the super old lady and the young couple. At this point, the middle-aged camouflage asked the most concerned and wanted to know doubt in his mind. "How many people did you teleport? Where are they now? And what is the current situation in this world?" Chapter 20 Bullying the Soft and Fearful Mrs. Chao Xiong, 3,400 words big chapter. "Just like you, there are 5 of you." After a pause, Ling Ling continued, "There were still some zombies in this building at first, so 3 of them were bitten to death by zombies." "What? 3 people got bit by walkers?" Hearing Ling Ling's words, the young couple was startled and hugged each other tightly, and the super old lady on the side was even holding her grocery shopping pocket with a horrified face. Shivering, the middle-aged camouflage man frowned slightly. "So is the other one a man or a woman? Where is it now? Did he kill the walkers in this one office building?" "Yes," Ling nodded, "but I don't really know where he's hiding right now, but he certainly hasn't left, because the door to the first floor must have been locked by him. I tried to get him to take me with him before, but he wouldn't take me with him, minding that I was a liability." When she said this, Ling Ling's words clearly revealed a hint of sadness and despondency. Since he has the ability to kill zombies, he must be able to find food. Old Mrs. Kaoxiang suddenly braced herself and said what was in her heart. "We should go find him and have him lead us to gather supplies." Zhao Zhao also followed suit and spoke helpfully. "Right, that's right, we've all traveled across, so we should help each other out. We can't be too selfish as human beings." Heavens, where did this extreme stupidity come from? It's simply brainwashed to the core. The pretty girl on the side glanced at Zhao Zhao and Xiao Xian Lao Tai who were clamoring with the gaze of a fool. She felt that if she stayed with such a stupid person, she would be killed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So stupid. The middle-aged camouflage man at the side also cursed in his heart and almost laughed at this large and small group of 2 extremely stupid people. When Ling Ling heard them, she skimmed her mouth full of concern. "You guys go look for him, and when you find him, maybe he'll be merciful and give you food." Feeling that what Ling Ling said made sense, old lady Kaoxiang turned her head, looked at the camouflaged middle-aged man on the side, and asked tentatively, "That one who? You're the biggest block here. You go find someone. We'll stay here and wait for you to save us from dragging you down." At those words, the camouflaged middle-aged man directly glared at her fiercely. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Let me tell you, I, Chen Yangjun, don't owe any of you anything. Don't think of morally kidnapping me to do anything for you, or don't blame me for not being polite." "Well said." Ling Ling, who was beside her, said with an excited face, "Uncle, I'm with you. Stupid people don't deserve to live in the midst of this apocalypse. If they scream again, you'll just throw them out the window and feed them to the walkers." Hearing Ling Ling's words and seeing Chen Yangjun's gloomy face, old lady Kaoxiang instantly wimped out and quickly waved her hand. No, I'm just a proposition. It's not a moral abduction. Don't get me wrong." That Zhao Zhao, at this time, also goaded, lowered his head and shrunk and Li's arm's atmosphere did not dare to breathe. "That's more like it. Remember guys, this isn't the original world anymore. Be honest if you want to live. I don't mind taking you with me." After sitting on a chair with his butt, Chen Yangjun looked at the young couple hugging each other and the panicked Xiao Xiong old lady and nodded with satisfaction. "Since we've all gotten together, it's only right to help each other out. But no one should make a demon out of me. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." After once again glaring fiercely at the super old lady and the young couple, he continued to speak. "Let's all introduce ourselves and get to know each other. Starting with me. My name is Chen Yangjun. I'm 42 years old. I'm a veteran. I work as a captain in a security company, and I died because I saved a child who fell into the water." Old Mrs. Chao Xiong followed suit and introduced herself. "My name is Lu Yufan. I'm 58 years old. retired, and I was stabbed to death by a courier. Following closely behind, the young couple introduced themselves. My name is Li Jiala. I'm 24 years old. I just graduated from college and I'm still looking for a job, because Jiajiao's family didn't agree with us being together. We burned charcoal and martyred ourselves. My name is Shin Jiajiao. I'm 19 years old. I work in a milk tea store. I was martyred with Lu. When she said this, Shin Jiajiao tilted her head up with a sweet face and looked at Li Jiala. Her eyes were about to pull out silk. The pretty girl standing in the corner followed suit and opened her mouth to introduce herself. My name is Natalie. I'm 18 years old and I just got back from overseas. Car accident. With that, the crowd looked together at Ling Ling, who was standing next to the water fountain. Ray thought about introducing herself. My name is Ling Ling. I'm 16 years old. A student. I lost my footing on the rooftop and fell to my death. After everyone had introduced themselves, Chen Yongjun continued. Since we have come to the middle of this apocalypse, it means that this is God's way of letting us live again. But, there are zombies in this world, and we're all ordinary people, so we have to stick together if we want to survive. But there are no rules, and I can take you all with me next to survive, provided you all listen to my command. Now you have 2 minutes to think about it. For a moment, the few people present were lost in thought. Being an ordinary person himself, can he survive in the midst of this apocalyptic world where zombies exist? The answer is definitely no. So, in order to live, then you can only listen to Chen Yongjun's advice. After all, he looks tall, he is still a veteran, and he died because he saved someone. It's more reliable any way you look at it. Alright, I'll listen to you. Old Lady Chao Xiong was the first to nod her head in agreement. In fact, she didn't have a choice because she couldn't survive on her own. The young couple hugging together muttered a few words in whispers before raising their heads together and saying, "We agree and are willing to listen to your command, but we can't be sent to our deaths." Natalie nodded along after thinking extremely fast in her mind. Yes, I agree. Ray followed suit after frowning in thought. After all, with her small body she could only wait for death in times of danger. She doesn't think she's going to be able to kill walkers easily with a wallpaper knife or a golf club. When I was able to kill Ting Ting before, it was purely because I was lucky. Plus Ting Ting was just stupid. Since there are no more zombies in this building, we'll rest here for the night tonight, and we'll talk about anything after dawn, Chen Yongjun said to the crowd after glancing at the blood-colored moon outside the window. The others naturally had no problem with it, and started looking for a place to rest. The next day, Qin Hao woke up from his sleep. It's already past 9 in the morning. He slept very soundly this sleep. His fatigue was swept away, and his whole body became full of energy. Sitting on the couch, he pulled out a box of canned beef and feasted on it. This beef tastes really strong. Cool. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao stood up from the sofa and walked to the window, peering towards the street outside. It's a shame, not a single walker. At this time, he did not know that the office building he was in was home to 5 more travelers who had crossed over after death. In addition to Ling Ling, after some observation of the surrounding buildings, he decided to check out the apartment building 30 meters away today. How there are more walkers and supplies in an apartment building than an office building for offices. Back by the couch, after changing into a punch bowl, taking the backpack up again and checking it out, there wasn't really anything in it. Aside from the revolver rounds and the 12-gauge shotgun shells for the sprayer later, there were only a dozen pieces of fruit-hard candy, a lighter, and a large water glass filled with water. Immediately after, he began to check his weaponry. After filling the revolver with bullets and rotating the nest a few times to make sure it was okay, it was inserted directly into the holster on his waist. The dog-legged knife was then withdrawn, wiped clean with an old towel, inserted into its sheath, and hung at his side where it was handy. Finally, the Remington M870 that was sitting on the coffee table was picked up and the shotgun shells inside were replenished to 8, and another 8 shotgun shells were placed on the side bandolier. After the check is complete, Qin Hao directly picked up his backpack, hung the blast shield on it, crouched down, and retied his shoelaces before he walked towards the door with his gun in both hands. He went to the cat's eye and watched the office outside to make sure it was okay. Then he opened the door and walked out. But, he had only just stepped out of the office and into the middle of the corridor when he collided with Chen Yongjun and the others in the corridor. After seeing the equipment on Qin Hao's body, a hint of nervousness instantly appeared on Chen Yongjun's country face, and at the same time, he also understood that the person in front of him was the other person Ling Ling was talking about. Nice guy. As far as the power of the Remington M870 shotgun is concerned, the zombies can only kneel on the ground and cry for daddy when they come. Of course, even if they come, others reacted differently. The young couple obviously showed a hint of fear when they saw Qin Hao, but when they saw the Remington M870 in Qin Hao's hand, a hint of greed showed in their eyes. At the sight of Qin Hao, Chao Xiong old lady felt that the young man in front of her, who looked like a student, should be very good to hold, and instantly wanted to do a wave of moral abduction. But after seeing that Remington M870, she instantly wimped out again, because she was afraid that the young man in front of her was just as ungentlemanly as the delivery man, and would directly shoot himself when he was pissed off. She doesn't want to die again. Nico, who was walking at the end, obviously froze for a moment when she saw Chin Hao. Immediately afterward, a hint of contemplation passed above the pretty face. She felt that the teenager in front of her looked a little bit familiar, like her own bamboo horse that she had broken off contact with after she hurriedly left the country 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the backstage of her father's company suddenly died violently, and the whole family was plunged into a life and death crisis, and had no choice but to flee to an overseas refuge. At that time, there was no time for the two to make any goodbyes, as all electronic equipment was destroyed and discarded at the first opportunity. The family was smuggled out overnight and ran away. 3 whole years. The family went into hiding until after the father found a new backstage, which lifted the life and death crisis. But, the family had just returned home not 2 days earlier, and they were involved in a car accident in the time it took them to get out of the house themselves. Apparently, his own father's new backstage wasn't hard enough. Just when Nico was thinking, Ling Ling, who was standing by the side, suddenly looked at Chin Hao and revealed a sweet smile. Brother Chin Hao, it's good to see you again. On the sidelines, Natalie froze slightly. Is he also called Chin Hao? Could it really be him? It was actually no wonder that she couldn't recognize Chin Hao's current appearance, because the age of 15 to 18 was exactly the age when a person changed the most. They say that women are bigger than men, but it's actually the same for boys. These 3 years are when the physical appearance changes the most. In fact, it was not only Nico who was muttering about Chin Hao's identity in his heart, but Chin Hao's heart was likewise the same. At the first sight of Nico, he froze slightly. Why did this woman look like his own childhood friend whose whole family suddenly disappeared 3 years ago? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Chapter 21, Speak Without Thinking? It'll kill you. Dude, don't ever get nervous. It's easy to go off. Chen Yongjun, who walked in the forefront, looked at Chin Hao's subconsciously raised gun muzzle. Hastily waving his hand, he said with a kind face, "We just crossed over last night. If you don't believe me, ask Ling Ling." His words just fell. Ling Ling took 2 steps forward and nodded at the guarded Chin Hao. "That's right, brother Chin Hao. I saw them appear with my own eyes last night, right in the middle of the room where we appeared in the first place. You guys also crossed over after death?" Hearing Ling Ling's words, a trace of doubt arose in Chin Hao's heart. Could it be that every few days 5 people cross over after death? But for what reason? And who is leading this? The point was that after the Black Hand behind the scenes threw people into the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland, they simply didn't care. They didn't even let out a single fart. And there was no system or quest that appeared. It's like you just throw someone over and you've done your job. This is all simply bizarre. However, it seems that the only exception is himself, because one didn't die and cross over into this world. One watched a short video of 6 choices and posted a trolling comment. From there, he crossed over and gained those 2 abilities from the 6 choices. Thinking of this, Chin Hao's brows tightly frowned. The person behind this can't be asking himself to save this apocalyptic wasteland invaded by a bizarre natural disaster, right? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just when Chin Hao's face was in thought, Shen Yongjun continued to speak. Little brother, we all crossed into the midst of this apocalyptic world after death. We should be united and help each other in order to survive. Kaohsiung's old lady, who was hiding behind Shen Yongjun, revealed half of her body and said boldly, "That's right, we all come from one place. We should unite and help each other. I don't think you're too old. You should still be a student, right? I don't think you've experienced this before. I'm telling you, this place is full of walkers and one can't survive." As soon as old lady Kaohsiung's words fell, Shun Jiajiao, who was shrinking in Li Jiala's arms on the side, rolled her eyes and followed suit by opening her mouth to persuade. "That's right, it's always much safer for everyone to hold together than for you to be alone. And Uncle Chen is a veteran. He can bring us together to survive in this world." Li Jiala also took the opportunity to help. "Brother, I see that you are only 18 or 19, should be on the first year of college, right? In fact, people are right. You even have a handful of spitters. It's hard for one person to survive in this apocalypse. After all, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. If a walker bites you, you're dead." Nico, who was standing at the end, couldn't help the corner of her mouth from rising slightly after blinking her big, watery eyes at Chin Hao for a few moments. She was now 100% certain that the handsome-looking teenager in front of her was her own bamboo horse that she hadn't seen in over 3 years. It seemed that this bamboo horse of his had also died for some reason a few days ago and then traveled into this apocalyptic wasteland world. Have to say, the two are still really connected. Qin Hao likewise recognized the pretty girl in front of him as his Qingmei, whom he had not seen for 3 years. It's really a woman's life. The once cute little girl has now become a big, beautiful woman. However, he didn't immediately go and identify himself with Nico. Instead, he looked at Chen Yongjun and the others in front of him and nodded thoughtfully. I think what you guys are saying still has some truth to it. Seeing this, old Mrs. Kaoseung's old face, which was like an orange peel, showed a hint of a smile. That's right, we're all from the same place. How could we possibly harm you? Right? That's right. Since we're all here we have to unite and try to survive, Shin Jiajiao said with a smile. The conversation turned. She continued. I don't think you know how to shoot, right? I think you should give the gun to Uncle Chen. After all, Uncle Chen has been a soldier, so that you can maximize your combat power. Li Jiala followed suit. That's right. I see you still have a knife and a pistol in your waist. You can share them so the team can fight better and find more supplies. You're wasting resources with so many weapons on your own. After hearing the words of these 3 extremes, Chen Yongjun gave a cry of stupidity in his heart, then hurriedly explained to Qin Hao, who had already changed his face. Qin Hao, right? Don't listen to the nonsense of the 3 of them. As long as you join our team, you can keep the weapons and equipment yourself. After all, you found them yourself. You guys sing this red and white face really well. The abacus beads are crashing on my face. Amidst the cold laughter, Qin Hao suddenly changed his face and directly raised the sprayer in his hand to aim at the several people in front of him. Do you guys really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Or have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Bunch of idiots. Bang! Qin Hao, who was grimacing, lifted the muzzle of his gun and fired a shot on the ceiling. This gunshot directly scared Chen Yongjun and the 3 extremes into shivering, and the legs of the 3 extremes directly went limp. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from Chen Yongjun's forehead, and he hurriedly waved his hand at Qin Hao. Brother, don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's all our fault. Shin Jiaojiao didn't know if her brain was broken or if she was usually spoiled, but she even buried her head in Li Jiala's chest and muttered in a small voice. Humph, what's the big deal? Just found a gun. Selfish little man. Old lady Chao Xiong was also shocked and almost peed her pants, waving her hand with a panicked face. Little brother, don't shoot. Don't shoot. We're all good people. We just want you to join among the team. Let me tell you, I don't want to join amongst a bull ***** team like yours. Do you hear me? Qin Hao held up the sprayer in his hand and took 2 steps forward. The group of people subconsciously took 2 steps back as they looked at the blackened muzzles of the guns. Get out of the way. I'm going over there. Chen Yongjun and the others sniffed and instantly leaned against the wall. There's no order here anymore, so I'll be fine even if I kill you guys. Understand? Qin Hao said with a cold smile. As he spoke, he pointed his gun at the crowd and slowly walked towards the end of the corridor. As he passed by Li Jiala and Shin Jiaojiao, he stopped and directly disliked the muzzle of his gun on top of Shin Jiaojiao's panicked face. Put away that little mind of yours, and if you dare to push one more word, you'll be waiting for your head to explode. Oh, I don't dare. Never again. Shin Jiaojiao felt the muzzle of the gun on her cheek and instantly cried out in fear. Her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground. A stream of yellow liquid ran down her thighs and onto the floor, obviously having been scared to pee. Goons. Qin Hao looked at Shin Jiaojiao, who was paralyzed and crying on the ground, and let out a cold smile. Then, violently smashed the muzzle of the gun on top of Li Jiala's cheek. Boo! This blow directly smashed the terrified Li Jiala, and blood mixed with 2 teeth spat out of his mouth. You're asking me to hand over my weapon? I'll give it to you. Boom dash. Qin Hao waved the spray in his hand again and ruthlessly smashed it on top of Li Jiala's cheek, directly knocking him over on the ground. Li Jiala, who fell to the ground and collided with Shin Jiaojiao, subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his swollen cheeks, and said with a look of horror, I don't dare to do it. I won't dare to do it again. Please, leave us alone. At this moment, he could sort of see that this mudhorse was a ruthless person. Can't mess with it. Not at all. Chen Yongjun, who was standing quietly on the side, didn't make any move to stop it. In his opinion, this young couple was completely asking for it. Serves you right. If he didn't need cannon fodder, he wouldn't have brought this little couple and the super hung old lady to drag his feet. After Qin Hao glanced at Chen Yongjun, who was standing next to him watching the show, he realized that these people didn't have much of a relationship. In the future, when you talk, remember to have a brain. Don't play with small minds all day long. It's going to kill you. Qin Hao raised the sprayer in his hand and just made a striking gesture at Li Jiala, who shivered in fear. Don't fight. I really don't dare. Chapter 22, I don't dare. I really don't dare. Humph. Remember what you said. If there's a next time, I'll just beat you all to death. Don't dare. Really don't dare. Li Jiala said as he sat on the ground hugging Jiaojiao with his whole body trembling. Don't even think about pulling tricks after the fact, or you'll all die a horrible death. Understand? Chin-hao sneered as he slapped Li Jiala's cheek with the spray in his hand. With his current immortal physique and some cards as a base, he was not afraid of anyone's retaliatory behavior. Of course, not to be afraid is to be afraid, and to avoid it if you can. After a little thought, Chin-hao didn't have the heart to kill the young couple after all, and turned his head to look at the old lady, Ko Seung, who stood by the side trembling all over. And you, old man, don't think of relying on your old age all day long. Do you understand? Your time has passed. Chin-hao raised the spray in his hand and slapped the old lady Chao Xiong's cheeks a few times. Those who have already died once. Just tuck your tail between your legs or you'll die a horrible death. In Chin-hao's opinion, these three goons couldn't survive for more than a week in this kind of apocalyptic wasteland world. It only takes one walker to take their little lives. Not to mention, there is no longer any food in this office building. Can a goon like them have the guts to go out there and look for supplies? Definitely not. So there's no point in wasting the few bullets available. After continuing forward 2 steps, Chin-hao crossed over Ling Ling, who was looking at him expectantly, and arrived in front of Nico. The two locked eyes for a moment. Nico couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile, and there was even a hint of implied affection in her watery eyes, with teardrops swirling in her eyes. To know, the two people but grew up together childhood sweethearts, from the age of 1 to 15 years old basically every day to see. During this period not to say is inseparable that is almost the same. Although the two hadn't seen each other for 3 years, they still had the same heart, and they didn't even need to open their mouths to say anything more. If they hadn't been forced to separate because of the life and death crisis in Nico's family, the two of them would have been put together as a pair by now. Chin-hao suddenly turned his head and glared ferociously at Chen Yongjun and the others before pulling up Nico's hand and walking towards the stairwell. After feeling Chin-hao's ferocious gaze, Chen Yongjun and the others' eyes dodged and flickered, and none of them dared to open their mouths. Anyway, people are not familiar with Nico, so take it away. Even Xin Jiaojiao, who was hugging with Li Jiala, had some jealousy in her heart. Why don't you take yourself away? It's not that ugly to look at yourself. Nico clutched Chin-hao's hand tightly, and the panic and uneasiness after entering the doomsday instantly settled down, and a hint of smile appeared on her pretty face. Wait for the two to enter the stairwell and leave. Li Jiala and the others breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. However, no one dared to have the slightest complaint in their hearts, not even Li Jiala, who had 2 teeth knocked out, and Xin Jiaojiao, who had wet her pants. Just as Chen Yongjun thought, all beings are equal under the spray. It can bring a zombie to its knees and cry out for its father, and it can bring a living person to its knees and sing of conquest. The bullying Li Jiala, Shen Jiajiao, and Chao Xiong old lady completely wimped out, not daring to produce the slightest retaliation, fearing that they would be directly killed by Chin-hao's spray. Remember in the future, don't talk nonsense, and don't be stupid again. My patience has a limit. Chen Yongjun glanced at the bruised and swollen Li Jiala, as well as Xin Jiaojiao. Afterwards, he glared fiercely at the elderly Mrs. Kaoseing on the side, and snapped, and you, it's not a peaceful world anymore. Stop leaning on your old age. No one will spoil you. Ling Ling, who was on the side, was very perceptive and walked directly to Chen Yongjun's side, persuading, Uncle Chen, don't be angry. Be careful of getting angry. The other side. The well-behaved Natalie Yi followed Chin-hao all the way to the hall on the first floor. We must have not seen each other for 3 years, right? Chin-hao stood in front of the glass door and turned back, his eyes gently looking at Nico behind him. I almost wouldn't have recognized you just now if it weren't for the familiar look in your eyes. Is it because I've gotten ugly? Nico's big watery eyes directly curved into a crescent shape, which is not. Chin-hao laughed. It's that you've become too pretty, directly transforming from the original cute young girl into a great beauty. Still so poor. Nico smiled and blanked Chin-hao. In fact, she was still touched in her heart for Chin-hao's ability to recognize herself at a glance. It showed that during the 3 years apart, he hadn't forgotten his existence. We can't find any more food in this office building, so let's get out of here and find a new shelter. Chin-hao pulled out a piece of fruit-hard candy from his pocket, peeled it open and fed it directly into Nico's mouth. Natalie nodded with a candy in her mouth and a smile on her face. After pulling out the key to unlock the glass door, Chin-hao took off the explosion-proof shield hanging on his backpack again and stuffed it into Nico's hand. It was only then that he took her with him, toward the apartment building that he'd had his eye on earlier in the room. Since the streets had been cleared of all the zombies before, there were no figures to be seen on the streets now except for some rotting corpses. As for why you brought Natalie with you? Naturally, this is because the two are childhood sweethearts, and they were betrothed, though only casually at the table by both parents. Therefore, Nico was a woman deeply imprinted in Chin-hao's heart. Likewise, Chin-hao's figure was also deeply imprinted in Nico's heart. knowing that the first thing she did when she returned to China after the life and death crisis was lifted was to look for news of Qinhao. After walking out a few hundred meters along the street, Qinhao smoothly led Nico to the entrance of the apartment building. There were no walkers in the reception hall on the first floor of the apartment, though there was a mutilated body on the floor, as well as a trail of black blood. Scared? Qinhao glanced back at the somewhat pale-faced Nico. With you here, I'm not afraid. Natalie forced a somewhat forced smile as she fought back the vomiting sensation coming from her stomach. I'll feel uncomfortable at first too. Just get used to it. Qinhao raised his hand and rubbed Nico's cheek. Then, it continued on towards the elevator at the back of the hall. After passing through the elevator room, he entered a hallway on the first floor. There were 20 apartments on either side of the corridor combined, some of which had open security doors. Qinhao didn't rush to look for supplies. Instead, he took Natalie and found an open apartment to walk to. The apartment is one of those hotel-style open rooms. The room appeared to have been rummaged through and was in disarray, with clothes all over the floor and the closet doors open. After unlocking the door to the room, Qinhao pulled Nico to the sofa and sat down. Must be starving. Ha, only a little bit hungry la. Natalie was a little embarrassed as she lifted one white finger and wiggled it. As soon as her words left her mouth, though, there was a rumbling in her stomach. Instantly, a trace of scarlet appeared on her face, and she lowered her head in some embarrassment. Qinhao took off the backpack on his back. When he opened it, he took out 3 cards directly with his mind and exchanged them in his backpack for a can of yellow peaches, a bag of sandwich bread, and a 1-liter bottle of mineral water. Then, with a smile, he pulled out the food and water and placed them on the coffee table, unscrewing the can of yellow peaches in his hand and placing it in front of Nicole. Eat up, anything until you've finished eating. Then I'm welcome. Nico tilted her head and gave a sweet smile to Qinhao, who was standing by the side. Then, lowering her head, she reached for the canned yellow peaches and took a big, ladylike bite. As she ate, she said, "You should have heard about what happened 3 years ago, right? It was an emergency, and my cell phone was thrown away directly by my dad, so I couldn't say goodbye to you." When she said this, Nico was full of grievances and said with a hint of crying, how? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to leave without saying goodbye. At that time, my father took me and my mother together overnight to smuggle out of the country, and after leaving the country, he was also hiding, without a fixed landing place. I tried to contact you several times, but my dad wouldn't let me. Whoa, talking. Nico could no longer hold back the emotions suppressed deep inside her heart, put down the canned yellow peaches in her hand, stood up and hugged Qinhao, crying loudly. You don't even know how much I've missed you in the last 3 years. How many times I've dreamed about you and then woken up to go back to hiding with Dad. Chapter 23. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? I know. Stop crying. I really didn't blame you. Qinhao embraced Nico into his arms and raised his hand to gently stroke the back of her head to comfort her. At the time, I heard my dad say something about your family, but my dad didn't say much. He just told me not to ask things I shouldn't. Well, Nico, the past is the past. Nico raised her head with red eyes and glanced at Qinhao with affection. How? I died because of a sudden car accident, but it certainly wasn't an accident. What about you? Me? Qinhao still didn't tell the truth after a slight thought, casually saying, charging and playing with my cell phone. Then it exploded. Nico instantly broke into laughter when she heard Qinhao's words. Should we be so unlucky? Alright, you eat first. Qinhao felt the pair of big bunny papers being squeezed and deformed in front of him, and subconsciously glanced down, then let go of Nico and pulled her along to the sofa to sit down. Natalie naturally felt Qinhao's gaze, but didn't say anything, only glaring at him with a pouty face. Then, reaching for the canned yellow peaches on the coffee table, he proceeded to eat them with a small fork. After taking 2 bites himself, he forked up another piece of yellow peach and handed it directly to Qinhao's mouth. Open your mouth. Looking at the expectant Nico, Qinhao smiled and opened his mouth, eating the yellow peach handed to his mouth. Good girl. Nico's big eyes, which were slightly red from crying, instantly curved into the shape of a crescent moon, obviously very satisfied with Qinhao's performance. Again, after a few bites, she suddenly smiled and looked at Qinhao, who was in deep thought, and asked, how? Haven't seen you for 3 years, have you talked about a girlfriend? Qinhao, who was pondering his next plan, froze slightly when he heard Nico's words, but quickly reacted. No, it's not that I've been thinking about you in my heart. Really no? Natalie wore a smile on her face and stared at Qinhao's eyes with a pair of big watery eyes. It's okay to have it. I wouldn't blame you. Now that we're in this world anyway. No means no. Qinhao blankly glanced at Nico with a speechless face, not to mention that he had never had a girlfriend, and even if he did, he couldn't say so. After all, Women are horrible when they get jealous. Pff, Natalie couldn't help but laugh with her little fork in her mouth. I'm teasing you. How could I not trust you? Immediately after, she sighed slightly and said, you know what? During these 3 years abroad, our family has been running hither and thither, on the brink of life and death every day. Sometimes I hide in my room and can't go out for 10 days and half a month. I can only keep remembering the little things we used to be together every day. Every time I think of you, my heart fills with the courage to persevere, because I want to see you, want to be with you. When she said this, Nikos looked at Chin-hao with a determined look, but then she relaxed completely. The left and right feet stomped each other to take off the sneakers on their feet, and then put the two long legs directly onto Chin-hao's legs. That's when he was satisfied and went back to eating the canned yellow peaches. However, a pair of big watery eyes always stayed on Chin-hao's body, with a trace of unstoppable happiness in their eyes. Why are you still in this habit? Thought you had already changed it. After lowering his head and glancing at the jade feet wrapped in pink sports socks, Chin-hao smiled with a helpless face. Since the age of 11 or 12, when the two were playing together, Natalie had developed such a habit. The beautiful name is that placing the leg on Chin-hao's leg has a sense of security, and the heart is steady. Fruity. After Nico swallowed the yellow peaches in her mouth, she blushed, looked at Chin-hao, and said daintily, this is the only way for people to feel safe. You don't even know how I've been living for the past 3 years. Ugh, it's too much to talk about. Che, I still don't understand you. Just your nature that refuses to suffer. Even if you follow your family to hide in the East, you won't let yourself suffer a little bit. Chin-hao skimmed his mouth. Natalie's family was rich. His father used to be the white glove of a high-ranking official, and so many of his assets had actually been transferred abroad. So, after arriving abroad, their family won't suffer much, and they even spent money to hire a dozen heavily armed bodyguards. If it wasn't for the unexpected turn of events 3 years ago, Nico would have been a proper rich white girl, and Chin-hao's father and Nico's father were childhood friends who played together, so the two families were very close. 3 years ago, Nico's entire family left the country overnight, also with the help of Chin-hao's father. Chin-hao's grandfather was an old red who had fought in several major wars, but the family was very low-key, and his father just owned a logistics company. After finishing the last piece of yellow peach, Nico placed the can in her hand on the coffee table, then lifted her hands and stretched, muttering with a satisfied look on her face, it's so comforting to be full and so much more centered. Ah how. In fact, the first thing I did when I returned to China this time was to look for you. At the time I crossed over last night I thought I would never see you again in this life. You don't even know how happy I was when I recognized you today. When she said this, Nico acted very excited and happy. The two people who had grown up together since childhood were really too familiar with each other, and although they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, there was no sense of strangeness or disconnection between them. Me too. Chin-hao looked at Nico and smiled slightly, subconsciously reaching out to tickle the center of her foot a few times. Ouch, it's itchy. Nasty. Nico subconsciously shrank her legs, raised her hand with a pouty face, and lightly hit Chin-hao on his arm. With that, she was pulled into Chin-hao's arms. After some hijinks, the two of them were completely relaxed and their relationship gradually returned to the state of their relationship 3 years ago. For a split second the two men locked eyes at close range. Nico and Chin-hao's hearts beat frantically, almost to their throats. But, the eyes were becoming progressively more mesmerized. Nico subconsciously wrapped her hands around Chin-hao's neck, her big watery eyes staring at Chin-hao with affection, almost pulling out silk. The tantalizing fragrance emanating from Nico's body instantly entered Chin-hao's mouth and nose, causing his heart to similarly flutter. Subconsciously, he moved forward and directly went on top of Nico's seductive red lips, above the red lips of the person. Natalie's body stiffened, but she didn't reject or push Chin-hao away, but responded clumsily. The two lovebirds just embraced, greedily responding to each other's passion. 5 or 6 minutes later. How? Stop. I can't breathe. Rest for a while. Rest for a while. Nico blushed scarlet and pushed away Chin-hao in front of her, and then took a big breath. After lowering her head and glancing at the pair of big bunny papers that were constantly changing shape, she couldn't help but blankly glance at Chin-hao, who was the culprit. Oomph, nasty. The white sweatshirt, the black punching bag, fell to the ground one by one, creating an intertwined black and white pattern. It was followed by another black bodysuit with a fresh body scent that added a touch of color. At this moment, 2 small spiders on a spider web in the middle of the corner of the ceiling seemed to have discovered the beauty below and showed a hint of curiosity. One of the small spiders hung onto its spider silk and slowly dropped down to get a better look. But just halfway down it was scared by the sudden sound and returned to the ceiling the same way it came. Little spider looked puzzled. What are those 2 people doing down there? Is that man bullying that woman? Why else would she cry out in pain? Ah how? You're so stupid. How come you can't even find this? Natalie muttered in a small voice with a sweet face. Hiss ouch. Nico. You don't even know how much I've missed you in the last 3 years, dreaming about you almost every day. How? Me too. I trust you. An hour later, the blushing Nico, with a contented face, snuggled into Chin Hao's arms, using one white and watery finger to continuously draw circles on his chest. How? What do we do next? There are zombies everywhere here. Don't worry, Chin Hao kissed Nico's forehead and comforted. With me here, I won't let you suffer any grievances. Natalie pouted. Don't underestimate me. I've learned some self-defense techniques from a female bodyguard, and I've also learned how to use a gun. Our Nico is so powerful? Chin Hao smiled and joked. Alright then, we'll both go looking for supplies together next. You just give me assistance. With a sweet face, Nico rested her cheek on Chin Hao's chest, listening to the sound of his steady heartbeat. It made her feel incredibly grounded inside. Chin Hao lowered his head, and after taking a look at the pieces of crimson on the bedsheet, he looked at Nico and asked softly, Nico, also, it doesn't hurt. Natalie tilted her head and shook it with a happy face. They rested until about noon, when they both got out of bed and cleaned up. While Natalie cleaned up, he took the opportunity to exchange a few supply cards for some food and water on the coffee table, 2 vacuum-packed boxes of shredded green pepper and pork over rice, and 2 cold Cokes. When Natalie came out of the bathroom, he smiled and waved. Natalie, come over and eat. I just found 2 more Cokes in the cooler. He. Coming. When Nico walked, her legs were obviously a bit unnatural, and when she sat down, she couldn't help but blankly glance at Chin Hao, who was sitting next to her. Big bad. Chin Hao smiled somewhat awkwardly, then directly changed the topic. Nico, next you follow me to find supplies, kill walkers, and get more exercise so you can survive in this world. That's what I was going to do. I would have followed you if you hadn't said so. I'm not a dainty little woman who was going to hold her own man back. I'm a great one. Chapter 24. Remember, shoot straight in case of danger. Yes. Our Nico is the best, Chin Hao praised with a smile. Alright, let's eat first. We have to go look for supplies afterward. Otherwise we'll be hungry at night. Natalie nodded with a good-natured look on her face. 10 minutes later, the two who had eaten and drank enough began to clean up. The explosion-proof shield was still given to Nico to hold, while Chin Hao shoved the revolver, together with the holster and the remaining 30 bullets, into her hands. When you encounter danger, no matter if it's a human or a zombie, directly shoot, understand? Chin Hao urged with a serious face. Well, don't worry. Natalie kept her head down and checked the revolver with both hands. I can really use a handgun. As she spoke, she also hooked the revolver in her hand with her index finger and turned it around twice, then held the gun with both hands in a standard shooting position in the direction of the doorway. The revolver was then slipped into its holster and hung on. Then a small leather band was removed from her wrist, and her long dark hair, which was draped over her shoulders, was tied into a ball head. Immediately after, picking up the explosion-proof shield placed aside, he took several deep breaths in succession and adjusted his emotions before nodding to Chin Hao, who was standing aside. How? I'm ready. At this moment, Chin Hao, who had already put his backpack on top of his back, with his dog-legged knife hanging on his waist, was checking the Remington M870 shotgun in his hand. After the check is complete, he turned to Nico once again, and instructed him with a serious face. Remember, safety first. You stay by my side. I'll be responsible for killing the zombies. Understand? Nico took a deep breath again, and after adjusting her somewhat nervous mood, she nodded very seriously at Chin Hao. I understand. Safety first. You're in charge of the main attack, and I'll play support for you if you encounter a living person afterward. But whenever you find that they are a threat to you, don't have any hesitation to shoot directly, and don't say any nonsense. Understand? Well, I get it. Strike first and suffer later. Natalie nodded again very seriously. Good girl, obey. Chin Hao pulled Natalie over to him and gently kissed her on the forehead, then turned around and walked towards the door. Standing behind the door, he looked through the cat's eye toward the hallway outside to make sure there was no danger. Reach right in and open the security door. Stay close to me. After turning back to Nico and barking at him, Chin Hao directly walked out of the room. Natalie held her riot shield in front of her with both hands and walked out right behind her. A hint of nervousness appeared above her pretty face, and a pair of big, watery eyes kept glancing back and forth. Next, Chin Hao led Nico to search through several rooms with open doors on the first floor. Fruity. All these rooms have been searched. No useful supplies were found. However, it was Natalie who found a brand new black duffel bag. After putting the duffel bag on her back, she looked at Chin Hao with a happy face and laughed. With the backpack, we can pack more supplies. There should be other survivors in this building. We have to be careful. Chin Hao barked at her. He then walked over to a closed security door and pondered how he would be able to pry open the security door in front of him. After Nico saw the thoughtful-faced Chin Hao, she understood what he was thinking. After thinking a little, Xiao Mei frowned, looking at the closed security door and thinking slightly. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a small wallet, opening it and pulling a very thin shopping cart out of it. "Watch me. I promise to open the door for you." After shaking the shopping cart in her hand at Chin Hao with a mysterious face, Nico directly placed the explosion-proof shield in her hand on the ground and then inserted the shopping cart in her hand along the doorway. Immediately after, her eyebrows were furrowed, her face thoughtful, the corners of her mouth quirked up slightly, and she waved the shopping cart up and down in the doorway with her hand. Click! The security door was actually really drummed open by her with a shopping cart. This scene caused Chin Hao, who was standing by the side, to freeze for a moment, and then he gave a thumbs up to the smug-looking Nico. "Awesome, Nick. I didn't realize you had it in you. Humph. Know how good I am." Natalie raised an eyebrow with a smug look on her face and said, "I learned this from my bodyguard sister who protects me." After stuffing the shopping cart in his hand into his pocket, she leaned down and picked up the blast shield on the floor, taking the lead to walk into the middle of the room, with Chin Hao following closely behind her. After rummaging around the room, eventually found 4 pieces of braised beef noodles, a package of chicken ham, and 6 bags of plain milk. "Good. Dinner's ready. No need to starve." With a happy face, Nico stuffed all the supplies she found into her backpack, and then shook the box of unopened small umbrellas she had just found at Chin Hao. "How? Look what else I just found in the nightstand. He. Without waiting for Chin Hao to see what brand it was, she directly stuffed the small umbrella into her backpack. "Well, move on to the next room." Chin Hao raised his hand and pinched Nico's cheek with a doting face, then turned around and walked towards the door. Upon entering the hallway, without waiting for Chin Hao to say anything, Nico directly shoved the blast shield in her hand into his. "Take it. Stand guard on the sidelines and watch this girl open the door for you." Humph. After a haughty admonition, Natalie reached into her pocket and pulled out the same shopping cart she had just used, then walked toward the security door off to the side. After sticking her shopping cart in along the doorway and drumming it back and forth a few times, she suddenly frowned tightly. After drumming again for a few moments, she suddenly sighed slightly and pulled her shopping cart through the doorway. "This one's got 2 locks on it. It won't open." As she spoke, she continued toward the next security door, frowning as she drummed again. "There's no rush. Take your time and change it if it doesn't work." Chin Hao held the blast shield in one hand and the Remington M870 in the other, tightly protecting Nico's side. Nico's kind of lock-picking was something he had seen on the internet before, but it could only open the kind of security doors where the latch touched. The insured ones couldn't be opened. After replacing 3 security doors in a row, Natalie finally drummed open a security door again. After stuffing the shopping cart in her hand into her pants pocket, she lifted her hand to wipe the sweat seeping out of her forehead. "Well, hopefully we can find some food and drinking water." With that, she opened the door and took the lead. Natalie, hard work. Upon entering the room, the two began rummaging through the box, looking for useful supplies. 10 minutes later, Natalie found a large cabbage, 3 wilted cucumbers, and a carton of 10 eggs in the refrigerator. Chin Hao, on the other hand, found 2 packs of tomato-flavored chips, a pack of strawberry-flavored sandwich cookies, and a bag of pistachios in a small cabinet. After loading these supplies into the backpacks of each of the 2 men, Chin Hao led Nico out of the room and continued to search the first floor for a room door that could be pried open. For the next half hour, the 2 pried open 2 more security doors, but unfortunately, no food was found. "Come on, let's go to the second floor." After trying all the security doors on the first floor, Chin Hao took Nico, entered the stairwell, and climbed up towards the second floor. When you come to the secured doorway on the second floor, Chin Hao signaled Nico to hide behind himself, then listened with his side ear to make sure there was nothing moving. That's when he pushed the door open and walked in. There were 2 zombies lying in the corridor that had already had their heads blown off, and more than half of the security doors on either side were wide open, so it was clear that this floor had already been searched. Were these 2 walkers killed? Nico, who was standing beside Chin Hao, looked at the 2 corpses on the ground with a hint of curiosity on her face. That's right, the zombies in this apartment building should have been cleaned up once. Looking at the 2 zombies on the ground, Chin Hao frowned slightly, planning to get out of here. After all, his main goal was not to gather supplies, but to kill zombies to earn cards. I guess the supplies here have already been rummaged through once. Let's change to another place. After saying that, Chin Hao pulled Nico towards the stairwell. The 2 had just walked into the stairwell. Chin Hao suddenly raised his head and glanced upward along the gap between the stairs, and just now he seemed to have heard a light footstep. However, he didn't intend to go up to check it out, but instead, He led Natalie quickly towards the first floor. Upon entering the first floor, the two headed straight for the door. After arriving at the street, Shinhao looked around for a while, then led Nico towards an office building not far away. The two had just walked to the main entrance of the office building when Shinhao noticed a female zombie wearing a black low suit standing in the corner of the hall. How? It's a zombie. Nico also saw it, and her mood instantly tensed, subconsciously reaching out to grip the revolver in her holster. Don't be afraid. After comforting Nico, Shinhao held up the shotgun in his hand and walked towards the zombie. The moment the zombie hissed and lunged, it pulled the trigger directly. Bang! With a distance of 3 or 4 meters, it directly opened the female zombie's head and fell out several meters away. How? You're so awesome. Awesome. Nico walked over to Shinhao's side, praised him without mincing words, and came over to send a fragrant kiss. Muah. How can I protect you if I'm not good? Shinhao smiled and raised his eyebrows, then walked towards the back corridor with his shotgun. The gunshots just now seemed to have alerted the other zombies in the office building, and soon 2 zombies in security uniforms rushed out from the corridor. Bang! Bang! Without any hesitation, Shinhao raised his gun and shot, directly exploding the 2 zombies' heads. Natalie, who was on the side, also drew her revolver out, ready to fire. Afraid not. After loading the shotgun, Shinhao turned his head to look at Nico. I'm not afraid with you around. Nico held the revolver tightly and gave Shinhao a sweet smile. Just as the two entered the hallway at the back of the hall, a footstep suddenly came from the hall in response. Someone? Shinhao's reaction speed was quick, and he directly turned around, aiming his gun in the direction of the hall, while Nico held the blast shield in one hand and the revolver in the other. Next, a bloodied, skinless licker slowly crawled into the middle of the hallway. Chapter 25, The Hunt Hour. Roar dash. The moment it saw Shinhao and Nico, the licker with a bloody body and exposed brain fluttered along, blood-red tongue and waved its limbs to directly pounce over. Bang! Click! Bang! Click! Bang! Bang! Shinhao raised the shotgun in his hand and fired 2 shots at the licker in midair. Next to him, Nico, similarly holding a revolver aimed at the licker in midair, pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots consecutively. The licker, who had been hard hit by 3 shots, had more than half of his body turned into a hornet's nest by the shotgun shells, and flew backwards, falling out and smashing hard on top of the hall service counter. Shinhao followed closely behind, walking over with his shotgun in both hands and firing 2 more shots into the head of the licker that had just risen from the ground. Bang! Click! Bang! The licker's exposed brain was directly beaten into a mess of broken meat, and his limbs twitched a few times before he completely stopped moving. 3 translucent cards floated out from above the corpse, and with a swish, all of them flew into Shinhao's mind. This zombie looks so ugly. Nico came to Shinhao's side with her blast shield raised, looking at the licker on the ground with a disgusted face and skimming her lips. TSK, I didn't expect it, but our Nico can actually shoot. Even though she only got 1 hit, it's pretty impressive, Shinhao complimented with a smile. Just now, Natalie was not stunned and still had the courage to fire 2 shots at the mid-air licker, which was already beyond most ordinary people. 1 hit from 2 shots is not bad. I've said I'll shoot la. You don't think I'm cheating you, do you? Nico blared at Shinhao with a pouty face. She then suddenly turned her head to the end of the corridor. Shinhao also followed and looked over. Only 3 zombies in professional attire stumbled out of the stairwell, waving arms that had begun to rot and hissing as they rushed forward. Nico, stay behind me and protect yourself. After barking at Nico, Shinhao greeted him with his shotgun. Bang! Cut it out. Bang! Cut it out. Bang! At a distance of 5 or 6 meters, the shotgun shot out enough shrapnel to blow up the upper bodies of the 3 zombies. Ness, looking at the 3 unopened cards that flew towards him, Shinhao couldn't help but show a trace of excited smile on his face. How? Your shooting is simply too accurate. These shots just now are simply awesome. Love you. Nico followed Shinhao's side closely, praising him without stinting, her pretty face filled with admiration above. That's handsome? Then the back might make you pass out from being handsome. Shinhao, who was filling the shotgun with shotgun shells, raised his head and smiled at Nico. After pressing the shotgun full of bullets, Shinhao continued to walk towards the corridor, and when he reached a fire cabinet, he directly smashed the glass on it with the butt of his gun, then reached out and took out a fire axe hanging inside. After cleaning the glass sludge off the top, he directly shoved the half-meter-long fire axe into Nico's hand and instructed, "Take it for self-defense. There's always a time when the bullets run out, and in the future you'll have to rely on cold weapons for self-defense." After thinking about it, he barked at Natalie again. "There are not many bullets. Save them, shoot when you encounter danger. I'll kill the zombies. You only need to be responsible for giving me cover." "Okay, Natalie tucked her revolver into her holster and nodded with a good-natured look on her face as she held her blast shield in one hand and her fire axe in the other. After raising his hand and gently rubbing Nico's watery cheek, Shinhao walked towards the first company on the right-hand side. The glass doors of the company were open, but it was a mess inside, with papers thrown everywhere on the floor, thus showing that the people who had evacuated the place in the first place were in a hurry. From what I learned from that previous document, the official forces had organized an evacuation the day after Armageddon fell. Most of the general population evacuated. The rest are unwilling to leave, or did not receive the evacuation news. For these people the official did not force. The zombies that are showing up here now are basically leftover survivors turned. As for what triggered the zombie virus, nothing is known. After entering this company, Shinhao closed the glass door with his backhand, then led Nico to rummage through the company in search of a box. 10 minutes later, with nothing to show for it, the two of them came to the drinking fountain and sat down next to it. Shinhao directly moved the half bucket of drinking water on top of it and found 2 clean paper cups and poured 2 cups of water, handing one of the cups to Natalie beside him. Natalie, have some water and rest for a while. Aha. After Nico took the paper cup, she took a big sip, then looked at Shinhao and asked, how? We can't carry much food in our backpacks. Do we have to find a safe shelter? Exactly. After Shinhao finished the water in the cup in one gulp, he nodded at Nico. Definitely need to find a safe shelter. Otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night. Let's gather enough food and drinking water to eat for 4 or 5 days and then go find a safe shelter. Okay, I'll listen to you. Nico nodded at Shinhao, then drank the water in the cup in one go. After a few minutes of rest, Shinhao led Nico out of this company and into the company next door. This one company is equally in shambles. However, the two were lucky enough to find a box of small sandwich cookies, probably around 2 kilograms. After tearing open a small sandwich cookie and feeding it into Nico's mouth, Shinhao stuffed all the remaining small sandwich cookies into his backpack. Strawberry, it tastes okay. After swallowing the small cookie in her mouth, Natalie stuck out her tongue and licked the cookie crumbs that stained the corners of her mouth. Hearing Natalie's words, Shinhao pulled out another small sandwich cookie from his backpack, tore it open, and fed it into Nico's mouth. Then, slinging the backpack on his back and picking up the shotgun that was sitting on the side, he pulled Natalie towards the door. But, just walked out of the office and into the hallway. Suddenly a clutter of footsteps could be heard coming down the hall not far away, as well as a low hissing sound. Oops, it must have been the gunshots earlier that drew the nearby zombies here. Shinhao frowned slightly, directly pulling Nico back within the company just now, leading her to the door of the storage room in the corner and pushing her inside. Hide inside, unlock the door, don't say anything, don't come out, and wait for me to come back. After hugging Nico and giving her a light kiss on the cheek, he once again instructed, wait here for me. I can take care of everything out there. Understand? Understood. Natalie nodded. I'll be right here waiting for you to come back. I won't wander off. I'm sure you can handle everything out there. Go for it. Love you. Don't worry. After raising his hand and gently caressing Nico's cheek, Shinhao directly closed the door of the storage room, then walked out of the office with a shotgun in hand. Just as he stepped into the middle of the corridor, he saw that there were already 7 or 8 zombies, hissing and waving their rotting arms, rushing into the middle of the corridor. Where did all these zombies suddenly appear from? This shouldn't be. Between heartfelt doubts, Shinhao directly took out the silver summoning card, Valiant Shadowhunter, with his mind, directly summoning a female Shadowhunter wearing black leather armor and holding a crossbow. Kill them all. And remember to blow your head off to do it. As Shinhao gently waved his hand at the front, the tall female Shadowhunter, raising the crossbow in her hand, shot an arrow at the head of the zombie running at the very front. Whooshing. A sharp arrow hit the first zombie's head with precision. The Shadowhunter quickly cocked a crossbow and fired another one at a walker while quickly backing away to pull away. Shinhao, on the other hand, directly took a few steps backward and retreated into the company on the side, shutting the glass door and sticking it with a dog-legged knife. In the hallway, the Shadowhunter constantly used his flexible positioning to wander between the 7 or 8 zombies, using the crossbow in his hand to blow up the zombies one by one. A short minute, all 8 zombies were killed by a sharp arrow to the head. But, from down the hall 6 zombies rushed again, hissing and charging the Shadowhunters. Immediately after, another petite female zombie, as if she had lost gravity, quickly jumped into the corridor and lunged towards the Shadowhunter. Chapter 26, Trying to Get Under My Skin? Wait for the next life. 3,400 words. Seeing this, the Shadowhunter didn't show any sign of panic, raised the crossbow in his hand, and pulled the trigger at the head of one of the zombies. A quick sideways roll followed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This scene directly dazzled Shinhao, who was standing behind the glass door. Holy crap, It's actually invisible. Ha! This is just so cool. 2 or 3 seconds later, the shadow hunter's figure suddenly appeared and fired a crossbow into the head of a zombie before disappearing once again. That's all. The shadow hunter was like a ghost hiding in the shadows, quickly shooting all 6 ordinary zombies in the head, providing Chin-hao with 6 unopened cards again. But the petite female zombie in a weightless state, however, dodged the 2 arrows with her nimble movements and once again lunged towards the location where the shadow hunter had just appeared. A few seconds later, the shadow hunter's figure once again appeared from another position, while raising the crossbow in his hand and shooting it towards the weightless female zombie that had just jumped up. However, she didn't go into the shadows again and disappear into thin air, as if this ability didn't work all the time. Ow! The weightless female zombie suddenly let out a sharp howl from her mouth, dodging the sharp arrows that were shot at her at an unimaginable angle, and then swung her 2 slender arms to pounce directly at the shadow hunter. Just then, Chin-hao, who was standing behind the glass door, launched an assist for the shadow hunter, directly taking out the electric shock skill card and releasing an electric shock on the weightless female zombie in midair. A powerful current of lightning struck the weightless female zombie in midair. Ah! The weightless female zombie in midair instantly convulsed and fell directly above the ground. The shadow hunter, who had just dodged aside with a sideways roll, seized the opportunity, raised the crossbow in his hand, and shot an arrow into the head of the twitching weightless female zombie. Whooshing. An arrow to the head. In a split second, the twitching weightless female zombie stopped twitching and went limp. 3 translucent cards floated out from on top of its corpse and quickly flew towards Chin-hao behind the glass door. A short 5 or 6 minutes, Shadowhunter killed 15 walkers outright, and that included a mutated weightless walker. The crisis is still not lifted. 4 more ragged walkers ran out of the stairwell, obviously having been startled by the gunshots and running down the stairs. In the meantime, from the direction of the hall ran 3 dirty walkers once again, lunging openly at the Shadowhunters in the hallway. Although the Shadowhunter was temporarily unable to use his ability to blend into the shadows, he was still able to use his nimble stance and his 2 long legs to lend strength on top of the walls on both sides of the corridor, constantly wandering between the 7 walkers. Between each jump, or sideways roll, he was able to pop a walker in the head with precision. A few short minutes, all 7 zombies were shot in the head with precision. Once again, 7 unopened cards were provided for Chin-hao. The female Shadowhunter then reached over the corpses of the zombies and retrieved the crossbow arrows she had shot out one by one. At this point, the corridor was already strewn with zombie corpses, and the black bloodstains were even converging together to form a blood-colored stream. Chin-hao, who was standing in the glass door, raised his hand and glanced at the wristwatch on his wrist, then looked at the Shadowhunter standing in the corridor. There's still about 15 minutes left, so go look upstairs and see if there are any other zombies, but you have to come back to me before you leave. Okay. The female Shadowhunter nodded at Chin-hao, then turned around and walked towards the stairwell. Chin-hao, on the other hand, held the shotgun with both hands and walked to the side to sit down on the office chair. At this point, there were no more walkers coming in from the direction of the hall, and it looked like all the walkers in the neighborhood were here. A few minutes later, he frowned slightly. Could it be that there are no more zombies present upstairs? Otherwise, how come not a single card has been obtained? By all rights, the 16-story office building shouldn't only have these 10 or so zombies, right? After muttering in his heart, Chin-hao quietly waited for the Shadowhunter's return. Period. He also walked over to the storage room where Natalie was hiding and inquired through the door. Natalie, are you okay in there? Soon, Nico's gentle voice sounded inside. Don't worry. How? It's okay, just let me know when you're done. Well, soon enough. After barking at Nico, who was hiding in the storage room, Chin-hao once again went behind the glass door and found an office chair to sit down. At the last minute of the end of the Shadowhunter's stay time, she opened the safety door of the stairwell, ran back to Chin-hao's body, and opened her mouth. Levels 2 through 8 have all been checked. There are a total of 3 zombies, and they have all been killed. As soon as the words left her mouth, the time she stayed was over, and she directly dissipated in place. Killed 3 walkers? Why didn't I obtain a card? Hearing the Shadowhunter's words, Chin-hao was slightly stunned in his heart and frowned and thought, could it be that a monster that the summoner kills within a certain distance is the only way to get a card? After thinking about it for a while, Chin-hao could only come to such a conclusion for the time being. That is, summons need to be monsters killed within a certain range of you to provide you with unopened cards. It seems that in the future, you can't let the summoner go kill zombies alone, otherwise it's a bit of a waste. After slightly frowning, Chin-hao stood up, intending to go and call out Nico, who was hiding in the storage room, to come out. But he had just risen, and had not gone out 2 steps, when from down the hall came another sound of steady footsteps. Hearing the footsteps, Chin-hao was slightly stunned in his heart. because the footsteps didn't sound like the messy, disorganized footsteps of a zombie, but more like the kind of footsteps of a living person walking out carefully. Did, almost in a flash, Shinhao thought of some possibilities in his heart. With that, the shotgun in both hands, he crouched behind a desk and peered between the gap between the computer and the desktop toward the hallway. Sure enough, 2 or 3 minutes later, the figures of the two men walked cautiously into the middle of the corridor. The moment he saw the ground full of zombies, the two men were instantly stunned. One of them, a young man in a black leather jacket, holding a fire axe in his hand, exclaimed with a shocked face as he looked at the ground full of zombies with their heads blown off. My goodness, how is this possible? Even if he had a shotgun in his hand, it would be impossible for him to kill so many zombies in one breath and still come back in one piece, right? Another middle-aged man who was somewhat slightly chubby nodded with the same shocked face. That's right, and we didn't even hear any gunshots just now. So maybe he's out of bullets and has been bitten by the zombies. Look first, see if there's a body of his. Oh yeah, and that good-looking bandwagon chick. As they talked, the two men rummaged through these bodies on the ground with fire axes in their hands. Shinhao, who was hiding in the office, was slightly stunned when he heard the two of them talking. Is he or she being watched? Moreover, by the looks of it, those zombies just now were introduced by these people for the purpose of killing themselves. As for why you killed yourself? Probably eyeing the shotgun in his hand. These two men are most likely survivors hiding in a nearby office or apartment building. Was it the survivor who was hiding nearby when he killed that large mutated zombie earlier? If that's the case, that meant that those two weren't the only ones who had their sights set on them. Just then, the slightly chubby man suddenly discovered the dog-legged knife stuck behind the glass door, and waved at the man in the leather jacket with an excited face. Old Black, no need to look for it, the person should be hiding in here. Old Black stepped forward and glanced at the dog-legged knife stuck behind the door before patting the slightly chubby man on the back. Boss, it's still you who's smart. Using the slingshot to attract those zombies outside the commercial street a little bit. Coming up with a move to drive away the wolves and swallow the tigers. If you want to survive in the end of the world, you have to use your brain more. I still have a copy of the 36 stratagems there, so you can take a look and learn more when you're not doing anything. After glancing at Old Black who was standing aside with a tugging look on his face, the slightly chubby man took 2 steps back and violently swung the fire axe in his hand and slammed it against the glass door several times. Boom! A few strokes later, the glass door was instantly smashed to pieces by the fire axe. There's a possibility that that man is injured. Kill him directly when you find him and leave no survivors. After instructing a sentence, the slightly chubby man walked into the middle of the room. Old Black, who followed him in, nodded and said with an excited expression, "Don't worry, boss, it's not the first time I've done this. By the way, boss, after you find that pretty chick, don't worry, there's a time for you to play." The slightly chubby man turned back and smiled with a lewd face. Asterisk 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 your ass, all of you, go to hell. Shinhao, who was crouching behind the desk, stood up violently, holding the shotgun with both hands, and pulled the trigger at the upper body of the two men. Bang! Cut it out. Bang! Cut it out. Bang! The moment Shinhao stood up, Old Black's entire body was dumbfounded and raised his hand with a shocked face. Grip the grass. Brother, he didn't. What? See ghosts. The slightly chubby man who just had a lewd face, turned his head with a puzzled face, and then saw a piece of shrapnel sprayed head-on. The two men were just halfway through their words when they were directly hit in the upper half of their bodies by a dense hail of shrapnel. 3 shots later, these two survivors who wanted to attract zombies to kill Shinhao were directly beaten alive. Mud, you want to get under my skin? All of them go underground to find Hades to drink tea. Shinhao, with his shotgun in hand, walked up to the 2 corpses, looked at the 2 faces that had been smashed, and viciously spat out a mouthful of water. Pa 2 wasteful things of gory. You want to still lousy? Wait for your next life. After viciously bursting out an expletive, Shinhao lifted his foot and kicked the 2 already rotten faces again. I'll let you guys shade me. I'll let you shade me. After 7 or 8 kicks in a row, only then did Shinhao exhale with a refreshing look on his face. Phew, this feels so good. After picking up the dog-legged knife that had fallen to the ground, wiping it clean on the slightly chubby man's shirt, and inserting it into the sheath at his side, Shinhao lifted his foot on the slightly fat man's body again and rubbed it back and forth a few times, wiping the blood stained on it clean. Then, crouching down, he searched over the 2 bodies. 2 cartons of cigarettes, a lighter, a metal slingshot, and a small bag of steel balls, about 3 dozen, were found. After loading everything into his backpack, Shinhao once again cursed angrily at the corpse on the ground. Bah, 2 poor people, not even a little food. At the same time, he guessed in his mind that the 2 survivors should have a shelter to hide in. However, Shinhao wasn't interested in looking for it. After picking up a fire axe from the ground, Shinhao turned around and walked towards the storage room where Nico was hiding. Chapter 27, Men love women more when they are sweet-talking. After walking to the door of the storage room, Shinhao lifted his hand and gently knocked on the door. Natalie, open the door. It's all done. As soon as Shinhao's words fell, the door of the storage room was opened, and Nico jumped into his arms with a happy face. The two hugged each other tightly. I knew you were the best. He. Nico tilted her head and kissed Shinhao lightly on the cheek before releasing him and turning around to look in the direction of the corridor. Looking at the two corpses lying in the room, as well as the corpses all over the floor in the corridor, she was completely stunned, and subconsciously raised her hand to cover her slightly open red lips. Oh my god, how? You are simply awesome. Did you kill so many zombies? She had thought that Shinhao would be very powerful. After all, she had a shotgun in her hand. However, I didn't expect Shinhao to be so powerful. In just a short while he had killed over 20 zombies as well as 2 living people, realizing that he hadn't fired a few shots in total just now. This showed that Shinhao could easily kill zombies even without a shotgun. Think about it. Natalie's heart was full of security in an instant, incomparably solid, and a hint of sweetness and happiness appeared above her pretty face. After all, this was the man he'd had his eye on since he was a child, or a childhood friend who'd grown up together. This proves that one did not look away. Although these zombies had all been killed, Nico couldn't help but feel slightly scared in her heart after seeing these hideous-looking zombies. It's nature. However, she quickly adjusted and turned to pick up her blast shield and fire axe. Shinhao, who was standing on the side, after hearing Nico's exclamation and praise, as well as a face full of admiration, a trace of pride and complacency flowed above his handsome face. After all, there was no man who didn't like to be praised and admired by his woman. After pulling a piece of fruit-hard candy out of his pocket and peeling it off to feed it into Nico's mouth, he walked towards the door with his gun in one hand and his fire axe in the other. Come on, Nick, let's go on and find food and drinking water, and on the way find a safe shelter for the night. Aha! After Nico followed Shinhao into the corridor, looking at the corpses all over the floor and the smell of decay emanating from them, she finally couldn't hold back the turning of her stomach, and directly leaned over and vomited while holding onto the wall. Vum. Seeing this, Shinhao hurriedly raised his hand and gently stroked her back a few times. Nico, it'll be fine after you get used to it. Hang in there. After a few spits, Nico raised her head with a blanched face and waved her hand at Shinhao. I'm fine. Don't worry. It's just that it's not very adaptable to jerking around for a little while. It'll be fine after getting used to it. Aha. Shinhao didn't say anything more, because in this apocalyptic wasteland, this was a process that had to be experienced. Drink some water and find a safe place to rest later. As he spoke, he pulled out the water cup from the backpack behind him, opened it, and handed it to Nico. Aha! Natalie nodded and took a few small sips from her glass of water. Keep going. I'm fine. After covering the water cup, a smile appeared above her blanched face. Aha! After reaching out and receiving the cup of water, Shinhao led Nico over the corpse on the floor and quickly walked towards the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Soon, the two of them then arrived in the middle of the hallway on the second floor. Since the shadow hunters had already been allowed to clean it up before, these floors were relatively safe for now. After taking Natalie into a tech company, Shinhao directly found an office chair for Nico to sit down and rest, while he himself started rummaging through the room in search of useful supplies. In fact, there are not many supplies in the office building. Basically, it is some of the employees to prepare their own snacks, or some of the snacks provided by the company snacks of the kind. And those survivors will basically take what supplies they can before they evacuate, as long as they are not lacking in heart. Any food that could be left over was basically left behind in the panic, or left behind by those employees who weren't at the office. After some searching, Shinhao just found a small bottle of yogurt in a small drawer, as well as 2 packs of shuemen yang that hadn't expired yet. Afterward, he walked over to Nico's side and asked with a concerned expression, "How is it? Better?" As he spoke, he opened the yogurt in his hand and inserted a straw and shoved it into Natalie's hand. 2 more packets of snowmelt were shoved into Natalie's other hand as well. Eat something first. How? Natalie looked at the yogurt and snowberry in her hand. Her heart was instantly moved, and with red eyes, she raised her head and looked at Shinhao with tears in her eyes. How? You're so good to me. Idiot. Shinhao smiled and raised his hand to rub her head. Who would I be nice to if I'm not nice to you? A hint of happiness appeared above Nico's pretty face. Handing the yogurt in her hand to Shinhao's mouth. Open your mouth. Shinhao didn't refuse, biting the straw and drinking a few sips, then lifted his hand and pinched her cheeks. Alright, eat quickly. Take a rest afterward. Aha. Natalie nodded with a well-behaved face, and after finishing 1 zuma miniang, She insisted on feeding the other Zuma Miniang into Qin Hao's mouth. After seeing Qin Hao swallow his stomach, he then nodded with a happy face, revealing a hint of a happy smile. After a few minutes of rest, Qin Hao then led Nico out of the room and into the company next door, continuing to rummage around inside. The next 2 or 3 hours were a dull and tedious journey of search. Qin Hao led Nico to search from the 2nd floor to the 8th floor in one breath. The supplies found were small though, but it had also filled up the 2 men's backpacks, barely enough to feed them for 3 or 4 days. Includes 3 bottles of mineral water, a large bag of oatmeal, 10 apples, 3 vacuum-packed chicken thighs, and 2 boxes of lunch meat, as well as a large box of snacks and munchies containing 3 boxes of Instant Pot, 2 pounds of meatloaf cookies, 3 1-pound sticks of red sausage, and 2 1-pound bags of beef jerky. To this point, Qin Hao stopped searching for supplies, intending to find a safe shelter for the night while it was still dark. He didn't need too many collected supplies. After all, it wasn't good to carry more than one, and besides, you could get a lot of supplies by opening the cards. In fact, searching for supplies was all incidental, and Qin Hao's real purpose was to kill zombies and obtain unopened cards. Just get enough cards, not to mention food and drinking water. You can basically get whatever you want. At about 6 p.m., Qin Hao brought Nico to an entertainment company on the 6th floor. There was a boss's office with a security door in this company, and a very small bedroom with a very soft double bed, and a restroom and everything. Needless to say, this must be the place that the owner of this entertainment company uses for secret dates with his beautiful employees. After locking the glass door of this company with a U-shaped lock hanging on the side, Qin Hao checked the whole room inside and out again. After confirming that there's nothing wrong, only then did he lead Natalie into the middle of the boss's office, unlocking the security door and dropping the weapon in his hand and the backpack he was carrying. Pulling Natalie, who had just put down her backpack, she walked straight into the bedroom. The two, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, were impatient to turn the tables. Chapter 28, Skeleton Lace Dress equals Attack Attire? In the midst of a passionate embrace, the eyes of both of them gradually became mesmerized as well. Qin Hao's hands are like 2 restless mice. Itchy he don't tickle my itchy flesh. I hate it. I'm wrong. Don't dare. Don't dare. White sweatshirts, black punchers, and sexy bodysuits fell to the ground one by one, intertwining to form a small hill. Natalie, I love you. Looking at the incomparably seductive Natalie in front of him with a shy face and a desire to refuse. She was incomparably seductive. Qin Hao's breathing became rapid. Ah how. I love you too. Only you. Nico blinked a pair of big watery eyes and said with a smile as she looked at Qin Hao in front of her. Have to say, Nico's figure was extremely good. As the saying goes, she had white skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, plump breasts, curvy buttocks, and a small waist. Tall, hot and superb body, capable of arousing the deepest primitive desire. At least, Qin Hao was unable to refuse. 10 minutes later, with a wave of Qin Hao's hand, a cutout black dress appeared in his hand. Nick, come on, put it on. Ha! Looking at the skeletonized dress Qin Hao held in his hand, Nico subconsciously froze for a moment, but still took it with a good face and put it on. An hour later, the rosy-cheeked Nico, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, snuggled in Qin Hao's arms with a happy face, her eyes tightly closed as she went into dreamland. Qin Hao, on the other hand, summoned the Kill Monster Burst card system interface to check it out. At this point, he has a total of 33 unopened cards. Without any hesitation, it was straightforward to open 10 cards in a row. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white material card, a yellow peach. Congratulations! You have obtained a green material card of grade E, 1 liter of mineral water. Congratulations! You've acquired a grade D blue material card, can beef *3. Congratulations! You've acquired an E-ranked green skill card, smoke. Congratulations! You've obtained a green material card of grade E, a box of luncheon meat. Congratulations! You have obtained a green prop card of grade E, a box of small umbrellas, 10 pieces. Congratulations! You've acquired a D-rank blue skill card, burst arrow. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white prop card, a stainless steel rice bowl. Congratulations! You have obtained a D-rank blue summoning card, juvenile mori boa. Congratulations! You have obtained a green material card of grade E, a box of egg fried rice, 2 skill cards, 1 summoning card, some food and drinking water. Not bad. Looking at the 10 cards he opened, the corner of Qin Hao's mouth raised slightly. With a thought, 10 cards appeared in his hand. There's really no need to look closely at the supply and prop cards. Skim them at a glance. A green skill card of E rank, smoke. The effect is actually similar to that of a smoke bomb. A cloud of smoke will appear to envelop the target upon release. It lasts for 10 seconds and can be used twice. A D rank blue skill card, explosive arrow. When released, could shoot a 1-meter long sharp arrow at the target. After being shot into the target's body, it can burst in a split second, causing massive damage. The number of uses is 3. The Grade D blue summoning card, Juvenile Anaconda, as the name of the card suggests, could summon a 6-meter long juvenile anaconda that could be used to strangle a target. The duration is 15 minutes, and the number of summons is the same 3. In the end, Shinhao's eyes rested on that E-grade green prop card, Little Umbrella, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up slightly. Turn your head. After taking a look at Natalie, whose beautiful eyes were closed and whose breathing was steady, he collected all 10 cards in his hand into his personal card pool, and then opened 10 cards again. Congratulations! You've obtained a Grade D blue material card, Energy Drink *5. Congratulations! You've obtained a green material card of Grade E, a pack of compressed cookies. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white summoning card, a rabbit. Congratulations! You've acquired a C-rank silver skill card, Fearless Dash. Congratulations! You've acquired a Grade D blue prop card, GHO Offensive Grenade *3. Congratulations! You've obtained a green material card of Grade E, a roast duck. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grade B red material card, Long Jiang Pig's Feet Rice *100. Congratulations! You've obtained a Grade D blue material card, 1 liter of mineral water *5. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white prop card, Small Scissors. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grade E green mystery card, Spiritual Recovery Potion, Medium Bottle. Ha! I can't believe a B-rank red card came out. Too bad it's a material card. Ugh. After a slight sigh, Shinhao thought about it in a split second. At least these 100 servings of Long Jiang Pig's Feet rice would be enough for the two of them to eat for more than a month. After taking the 10 cards out, Shinhao flipped through them one by one. Energy drinks are actually those golden cans of energy drinks. The compressed cookies are parsnip flavored. 300G. When he saw the F-rank white summoning card, a rabbit, Shinhao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What can you do with a rabbit that can only exist for 5 minutes and can only be summoned once? This thing looks like it has no combat power other than being cute. Is it used to cute up enemies? Or do you just make it into spicy rabbit for an extra meal? After slightly frowning, Shinhao flipped through the C-rank silver skill card, Fearless Sprint, again with an excited face. Fearless Sprint. Card level, silver skill card, Grade C. Card description, after using it, you can dash out 10 meters in one direction in a split second, without any obstacles, ignoring any obstacles. Remaining number of uses, 10/10. Awesome. Isn't this just like an instantaneous movement skill card, which can be used for sneak attacks or running away at critical moments? Shinhao felt that this silver skill card was the most useful one he had drawn so far. Immediately after that, he checked up on the D-grade blue prop card, GHO Offensive Grenade *3. Offensive grenades? I seem to remember that the killing range and lethality of this type of grenade isn't that great. Not as great as the lethality and range of a defensive grenade. Shinhao remembered that he seemed to have seen the introduction of grenades in which short video of science popularization. Can't recall the specifics, though. Blowing up a few people shouldn't be too much of a problem within close range anyway. For the remaining few cards, Shinhao had little interest after roughly flipping through them. Even that last E-ranked mystery card, Spirit Recovery Potion, Medium Bottle, could only restore a large amount of spirit power in a split second. After collecting all 10 cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Shinhao directly opened all the remaining 13 cards at once. Chapter 29. As the saying goes, a pampered woman has the best life. Congratulations! You have obtained a D-rank blue material card, Beef and Mushroom Veggie *4. Congratulations! You've obtained a green material card of Grade E, a box of sandwich egg rolls, 500G. Congratulations! You have obtained a Grade E green material card, a bottle of fruit orange, 1 liter pack. Congratulations! You have obtained a white prop card of Grade F, a pair of black stockings. Congratulations! You have obtained a green prop card of Grade E, a sleeping bag. Congratulations! You've acquired an E-rank green skill card, Retardation. Congratulations! You have obtained a D-grade blue prop card, .357 Magnum Bullets *50 PCS. Congratulations! You've acquired a Grade D blue summoning card, Crazy Barbie. Congratulations! You have obtained a green prop card of Grade E, a pan. Congratulations! You've acquired an F-rank white material card, a salted duck egg. Congratulations! You've obtained a green material card of Grade E, chilled watermelon. Congratulations! You've acquired a B-rank red skill card, Frost Fury. Congratulations! You've acquired a green material card of Grade E, multi-dimensional elemental drink. Holy! Surprisingly, a B-grade red skill card has exploded. Looking at the dazzling red card on the interface, Shinhao exclaimed in his heart and almost couldn't help but shout out. Frost Fury. That name sounds powerful as hell. After muttering in his heart, an excited Shinhao directly took out all 13 cards. In turn, he flipped up the details on it. beef and mushroom over rice, sandwich omelet, fruity oranges, black stockings, sleeping bags, all normal everyday food and supplies, nothing special to highlight. Irranked green skill card, retardation. A skill that inflicts a negative status that can put the target into a retarded state for 5 seconds when unleashed on them. The effect is also simple, slowing down to much slower than a koala, and can be used 2 times. The D-grade blue prop card, .357 Magnum Bullet *50. On the other hand, is the special bullet for that one Colt Python revolver. Shinhao even suspected that this prop card was specifically to deliver bullets to him. Immediately following, he checked up on that one blue summoning card, Crazy Barbie. The image of the character displayed on the card was that of a beautiful girl wearing a pink dress with a double ponytail, her face painted with heavy makeup, her mouth blowing bubblegum, and a pink chainsaw in her hand. Crazy Barbie. Card level, blue summoning card, grade D. Card description, you can summon a Crazy Barbie with a pink chainsaw to help you in battle. Please note that after entering battle, Crazy Barbie has a chance to fall into a state of madness, though it does not cause any damage to you. Duration 15 minutes. Remaining use of cards, 3/3 times. Crazy Barbie? It looks pretty, and I can't believe she plays with a chainsaw. And it's pink. Gee, this can't be crazy, can it? After muttering in his heart, Shinhao continued to look through the other cards. There's nothing to see in the pans, salted duck eggs, or chilled watermelon. They're all pretty ordinary supplies. Frost Fury. Card level, red skill card, grade B. Card description, a Frost Fury skill can be unleashed on a target, freezing it into an ice sculpture in a split second, and then exploding into countless slivers of ice in a split second. Please note that the damage dealt by this skill varies depending on the target's combat strength. Remaining use 30 times. Awesome. This is simply a finishing technique that can be used for seconds. In a split second. The scene where he instantly froze his enemy into an ice sculpture and instantly exploded into countless ice slags came to Shinhao's mind too. He with this red skill card as a killer. Let's see which ungrateful one dares to mess with me. Aha! Shinhao's laughter and whispering caused the sleeping Nico to roll over, letting out a murmur as if she was a kitten, and resting one of her big snow-white legs on Shinhao's body. However, she did not awaken. Shinhao reached out and gently stroked over Nico's proud snowy mountains before checking the last card. Multivitamin Elemental Drink is actually a 500 milliliters bottle of vitamin drink. It's true that you still have to open 20 or 30 decks in one breath to get the good stuff. After collecting all the cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Shinhao, who had an excited face, reached out to move away Nico's long legs that were pressing on him, and then redeemed the strong flashlight that he had obtained earlier, got out of bed and walked into the middle of the restroom. After a bathroom break, he walked out of the bedroom and first came behind the security door, listening quietly for a while to make sure there was nothing moving outside. Walking over to the window again and taking a look towards the sky above outside, the large, blood-colored moon still looked very dazzling. The blood-colored moonlight illuminated the earth for a few moments with a creepy blood-red tint. After some sideways listening, there was no movement other than the occasional hissing sound in the distance. Because of the blackout, the surrounding office buildings and apartments were also dark, but Shinhao could be sure that there were definitely survivors hidden in some of the rooms. After turning off the bright flashlight in his hand and peering around, he returned to the couch and took both of their duffel bags, as well as the weaponry that had been thrown on the floor, into the middle of the bedroom. Afterwards, unlocked the door. Returning to the bed, he took Natalie, who was as if she were a kitten, into his arms. The next day, just after 9 in the morning, the sleeping Shinhao was woken up by Nico with a strand of black hair. How did you sleep? Sleeping well, are you? After sleeping all night, Shinhao had recovered to his best state, full of spirit and physical strength. Looking at the snowy whiteness in front of Nico's body, he subconsciously raised his hand and caressed it. Nasty humph. Nico clasped her hands on her chest and let out a delicate laugh, dodging Shinhao's palm. I sleep soundly with you by my side. While Nico dressed, she softly said to Shinhao, how? Last night was the most solid sleep I've had in the past 3 years. Me too. Shinhao flashed a smile full of sunshine at Nico, following along and putting on his clothes. 10 minutes later, the two men who had packed up came into the middle of the living room. Shinhao came to the living room in advance and exchanged 2 1-liter buckets of mineral water, a box of canned beef, and a green pepper and shredded pork over rice. Another box of Instant Pot and 2 packages of plain milk were taken out of the backpack. Although he wasn't going to tell Nico that he had a card system, that didn't stop him from giving the food he had acquired to his woman. He was sure that the smart and clever Natalie would not ask too many questions, and would definitely keep the secret. Sure enough, Natalie, who had just walked out of the restroom, didn't even ask where the extra food came from after seeing it laid out on the coffee table. She would just think her man was awesome. You know, She wasn't one of those stupid women with a pit in her brain. After all, she wouldn't have survived 3 years abroad without a bit of brains. As opposed to women who are so stupid that all they do is pick fights with their men. She's one of those women who is very smart, very pampered, and very good at providing emotional value to her man. As the saying goes, pampered women are the best. Mwah. How? You're simply wonderful. Love you forever. Wahahaha. Nico walked up to Chin Hao's body, raised her arms around Chin Hao's neck, and stood on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek. Alright, let's eat first. Afterward, she pulled Chin Hao to sit down on the sofa with a sweet face, and thoughtfully fed the first bite of beef into Chin Hao's mouth. Just when Chin Hao was eating breakfast with Nico sweetly, the zombies in the whole city suddenly started to fall into a berserker rage for an inexplicable reason. A crisis is about to befall the entire city. Chapter 30. This planet has been divided up by the bizarre natural disaster. The zombies throughout the city, under the manipulation of a mysterious force, began to launch a frantic attack on the dozen or so large survivor gatherings in the city in an organized and planned manner. The dozen or so large surviving gatherings were basically organized by officials, civic organizations, or some large corporations, occupying some of the material warehouses and highly defensive buildings within the city. A week or so after the weird natural disaster had struck, more than 100,000 zombies had appeared in the entire city, and the number was still rising in a straight line. A small portion of these zombies had begun to mutate, became a special mutated zombie. At the edge of the city, there is also a large military base that has become a large shelter. It was also the officers and soldiers from this military base who organized the evacuation of the survivors in the city. But, the day after some of the survivors were admitted into the military base, several survivors carrying the zombie virus suddenly mutated. It caused a huge uproar that infected many survivors and officers and soldiers, killing and injuring them throughout the military base. It was only a day later that those officers and soldiers used the hot weapons in their hands to completely wipe out all the zombies in the base. But, something even more horrible and very bizarre appeared in the middle of the military base that night. Some ghost-like monsters constantly traveled through the base as if they were hunting, launching targeted massacres against the survivors and officers and soldiers. And it destroyed some major weaponry and equipment. This chain of events also leaves the officers and men in the army with no time to worry about the other survivors in the city. In fact, this one city overrun by zombies is kind of lucky. At this point, the whole world was in a mess. The communication system, the power facilities, and the functioning of some official organizations have basically come to a complete standstill. A city is turned into an island. Various kinds of bizarre natural disasters drew circles to occupy the land and generally descended on a city. There have been a number of cities that have experienced blizzards, extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, and a number of other extreme weather disasters. In some cities, some space-time cracks appeared, and some terrifying alien monsters came out of them, some of which were even unafraid of the damage caused by hot weapons. Even more terrifying, there are some demonic and powerful creatures that have appeared in some of the cities, and while massacring survivors, they also take some of them as slaves. There are some cities that even have some unbelievable and indescribable Cthulhu monsters in the midst of them, emitting horrible spiritual pollution and directly contaminating some plants, animals and humans into some evil monsters. There were also a variety of extremely bizarre and terrifying presences that appeared in some of the cities. But, fortunately, these varying bizarre natural disasters seem to possess a sense of territory, directly dividing the planet into areas that did not encroach on each other's territory. It could also be said that this planet was like a very tasty cake that had been divided up by countless bizarre natural disasters and terrifying existences. It's just that for some reason, these bizarre natural disasters didn't directly destroy all humans after they descended. They seemed to treat a city, including the area under their jurisdiction, as a breeding ground, leak field, testing ground, proving ground, etc. Want to make a sustained harvest or use it for some purpose. General, in this moment, the fate of the surviving humans on this one planet is tragic. In front of those horrifyingly bizarre natural disasters, the survivors were like ants that could be crushed with their hands. But with the intentionality of those bizarre natural disasters, another ray of life was left behind. It has not reached the point of utter despair, where there is no hope in sight. All the survivors are struggling and praying for a savior to come down and save them from their misery. The commercial street where Chin Hao and Nico were located was at the edge of the city, belonging to a commercial development zone that had just been established a few years ago. Therefore, there wasn't a large population living here, which naturally led to there not being too many zombies here. At the same time, there weren't any big survivor gatherings in the neighborhood, but there were still many small and medium-sized survivor bases that existed. Under the dominance of the bizarre natural disaster behind the scenes, those zombies that had fallen into a berserk state were led by some mutated zombies or large mutated zombies. A frenzied attack began on those survivors hidden in the surrounding buildings, and at this point, Shin Hao had just finished breakfast with Nico, not yet realizing the huge change that had already happened in the city, with all the zombies going into a berserk state. After breakfast, he went to the window out of habit and peered down at the shopping street below, craning his head toward the main street at the end of Commercial Street. Hundreds of zombies were found to have gone crazy, quickly running in towards the inside of the Commercial Street, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the buildings on both sides of the street. Strange? Why are these zombies suddenly running into the office and apartment buildings on either side? Just when Shin Hao was wondering in his heart, he vaguely seemed to hear a dismal cry from the apartment building diagonally across the street. Just then, he suddenly realized that from the other end of the shopping street, dozens of zombies also rushed in, and in the blink of an eye, they entered some buildings on both sides. What's with these walkers, acting as if they have a purpose? Something doesn't seem quite right. Looking at the strange behavior of those zombies, Shin Hao's brows wrinkled slightly. How? What's wrong? Nico, who had just packed her backpack, slowly walked to Shin Hao's side, reached out and hugged one of Shin Hao's arms, asking with a concerned face, "Did something happen out there?" "Not sure." Shin Hao shook his head slightly. "For some reason, I'm a bit unsettled in my heart. I always feel as if something will happen next." Vaguely. Once again, a miserable shriek came from among the nearby buildings. This sound, Nico subconsciously reached out and hugged Shin Hao after hearing the vaguely miserable scream. Next, Shin Hao then found a large mutated zombie, more than 4 meters tall, slowly walking into the middle of the Commercial Street, with dozens of ordinary zombies, as well as a few mutated zombies, following by its side. It's not right. There must be something wrong. Looking at that one large mutated zombie with a massive blood-colored sarcoma on its back, Shin Hao's brows tightly furrowed together. Without any hesitation, he directly pulled Nico back into the bedroom, and then barked at Nico with a solemn face. "Natalie, there are no windows in the bedroom. The only window outside has a security mesh, and there is only one security door, so this should be safe. You stay in the bedroom next and wait for me to come back. Understand?" As he spoke, he directly redeemed those 50 revolver bullets and stuffed them into Nico's hand. "Take this one and try to keep quiet." "How? Are you leaving?" Nico asked, looking at Shin Hao somewhat nervously. Shin Hao nodded. "I felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the zombies outside, so I wanted to go out and see what was going on. You'll have to stay here just to be safe." "Don't worry, I'll be back." When he finished speaking, he gently hugged a worried-looking Natalie. "How? Be safe and protect yourself. I'll be here waiting for you to come back all the time." Nico also understood that she could only be a burden by Shin Hao's side, and could not serve any purpose other than distracting Shin Hao from protecting himself. After standing on her tiptoes and lightly kissing Shin Hao's lips, she raised her hand again to help Shin Hao straighten his collar. "Protect yourself and I'll wait for you to come back." "Well, don't worry, I'll be back. And remember not to open the door for anyone." After once again barking at Nico, Shin Hao dumped out all the contents of his backpack, put on his empty backpack, hung up his dog-legged knife, picked up his shotgun and walked out of the room. Nico looked at Shin Hao's back with a worried face, and couldn't help but urge once again, "Hao, make sure to be safe. I'll wait here for you to come back. Don't worry, lock the door and wait for me to come back." Shin Hao, who walked out of the bedroom, waved his hand with his back to Nico, then closed the security door. After walking out of this company, Shin Hao used the U-shaped lock to lock the glass door of the company as well, before he turned around and walked towards the downstairs. The targets were the very same walkers that had entered the shopping street and the surrounding buildings. Realize that for him, every walker represents an unopened card. Chapter 31, shocking the entire audience. "I am the greatest." Soon, Shin Hao then carefully arrived in the hall on the first floor. After standing in the doorway and glancing left and right toward the street outside, it was discovered that the one large mutated zombie with dozens of ordinary zombies and 8 mutated zombies was slowly walking towards this side. Mindfulness. A blue summoning card and a silver summoning card then appeared in Shin Hao's hand. Next, a blue glow and a silver glow flashed by. The tall, crossbow-holding shadow hunter appeared on Shin Hao's left side. The battle axe-holding, shaking skeleton monster appeared on Shin Hao's right side. "Kill all those ordinary zombies. Not a single one left." Shin Hao gently waved his hand. Then with the shotgun in both hands, he led the charge. The valiant shadow hunter standing on the side didn't show any fear after hearing the order given by Shin Hao, and rushed directly to the group of ordinary zombies with her 2 long legs. On the side, the skeleton monster with a battle axe in its hand was also shakily waving the battle axe in its hand, fearlessly rushing towards the group of ordinary zombies. The group of zombies that had fallen into a berserk state became completely crazy after seeing Shin Hao and the 3 of them, letting out sharp hissing sounds from their mouths and waving their rotting arms to rush towards Shin Hao. That 4-meter-tall large mutant zombie was even like a tank, leading the charge and crashing straight into Chin Hao and the others. By its side, the 3 female zombies in a weightless state slightly bent their legs, and their petite bodies jumped directly into mid-air, leaping 5 or 6 meters. 5 mutated zombies with no skin and bodies full of bulging muscles similarly followed and rushed over. A few seconds later, the distance between the two sides then closed from over 100 meters to 20 or 30 meters. Shadowhunters run the fastest. Raising the crossbow in his hand directly in the middle of his run, he shot an arrow through the head of an ordinary zombie, then disappeared in a sideways roll. The skeleton warrior with the battle axe in his hand seemed to have a little bit of no brain, raising the battle axe in his hand and rushing hard into the middle of that group of zombies. However, both the Shadowhunters and the skeleton warriors were smart enough to avoid the powerful large mutated zombies, as well as those 8 special mutated zombies. He fought directly with the ordinary zombies behind him. Chin Hao, who was walking at the end, looked at the large mutant zombie that was like an out-of-control tank, crashing head-on, as well as those 8 special mutant zombies around. A slight smile suddenly appeared above his handsome face, and with a thought, a stack of cards appeared in his slightly raised right hand. In a flash, a skill card with different colors was released by Chin Hao, and a dazzling skill directly shot at the large mutant zombie and the 8 mutant zombies around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 cold ice arrows emitting azure light instantly coalesced into shape and shot over towards the head of that large mutated zombie at great speed. Immediately after, 3 soccer ball-sized, flaming fireballs coalesced out of thin air, emitting high temperatures and flying directly toward the 3 weightless female zombies in mid-air. 2 clusters of dark blue water streams coalesced in an instant to form 2 1-meter-long water arrows, and 3 1-meter-long burst arrows appeared out of thin air, all of which flew towards those 5 running muscle zombies. Same time, a cloud of smoke exploded directly above the large mutated zombie's head, and at the same time, the effect of sluggish caused its speed to suddenly slow down as if it were a koala, slowing down its movements. Take advantage of this. Chin Hao held the shotgun with both hands, firing 3 shots at the top of the large mutant zombie's head while dodging towards the side. Boo! 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 In a flash, all skills exploded in a series of explosions upon hitting their targets. The 3 weightless female zombies in mid-air were the first to be hit by the fireball spell, turning into limbs and broken arms flying all over the sky in a violent explosion of flames. The 2 ice-cold arrows also shot into the large mutant zombie's head in an instant, directly exploding and blowing up the large mutant zombie's face. Unfortunately, though, it didn't blow up the large mutant walkers outright. The 3 explosive arrows shot directly into the heads of the muscle zombies and instantly exploded, blowing the heads of the 3 muscle zombies apart. The 2 E-ranked dark blue water arrows didn't seem to be very powerful, and only lifted the 2 muscle zombies out of the sky. Bang! Bang! Chin Hao, who had just run aside, reacted very quickly, raising the shotgun in his hand and directly firing 2 shots at the 2 remaining muscle zombies, blowing their heads off. Then, it unleashed Frost Fury on the large mutated zombie that was roaring. In a flash, the large mutated zombie's head, which had been blown apart by the ice arrow, quickly began to freeze, and then spread towards the entire body at great speed. In the blink of an eye, this large mutated zombie, which was 4 meters tall and huge in size, maintained its position of roaring in anger and turned into an azure-colored ice sculpture. Next, the entire ice sculpture suddenly exploded into flying ice slag in an instant without warning. Woj. Chin Hao's face was shocked when he saw this, and in order to prevent himself from being mistakenly injured by the ice slag flying all over the sky, he directly used the Fearless Sprint skill card to rush into the office building on the side. Hey, so what if you're 4 meters tall? So what if you're fast? So what if you're all muscular? They're all dead in my hands. I'm the best. Looking at the large mutant zombies that had been blown into countless ice slags outside, as well as the 8 mutant zombies that had been blown to death, Chin Hao showed a disdainful sneer on his face. For ordinary survivors, encountering a boss-level large mutated zombie and 8 mutated zombies would surely be a desperate extermination, but there really wasn't much of a threat to him. You only need to consume a few skill cards to easily kill them all. It took just under a minute. Such horrifying efficiency is enough to stun anyone's eyes. At the very least, the survivors who were hiding in the nearby buildings and were watching the battle had been so shocked that their eyes were about to fall out. At the very beginning, they thought this was a brainless ram who wanted to go to his death as a fool. After all, if it was a normal person, after encountering a large 4-meter-tall mutated zombie and 8 mutated zombies, as well as dozens of ordinary zombies, as long as the brain is not filled with olive, that will certainly turn and run, without any hesitation, stay a second more that is disrespectful to their lives. But, I didn't expect this teenager to be so powerful. Not only did he summon a skeleton monster with a battle axe in his hand and a crossbow-wielding, tall woman, it could also unleash a dozen different skills in a flash. In an instant, The 8 mutated zombies and one large mutated zombie were killed in seconds. Is this a normal person? Even if he had awakened his natural supernatural ability, he couldn't have become this powerful. Could he? Some of those with active minds had already begun to think about it in their minds. Could it be that after Armageddon, one could really awaken gifted powers? Otherwise, why is that teenager down there so powerful? Chen Yongjun and the others hiding in the office building also saw the battle below. Chen Yongjun muttered with a shocked expression. So he's so powerful. No wonder he's not willing to come among my team. Old Lady Kaosian was directly scared to death and muttered in a low voice. Luckily, I didn't mess with him. Luckily, I didn't mess with him. Or else I would have definitely been beaten to death by him. How is he so powerful? Li Jiala was directly shocked to the point of dislocating his jaw. And at the same time, he was a little glad in his heart that he didn't continue to provoke Qin Hao. Otherwise, one wouldn't have lost just 2 teeth. One would have died a horrible death for sure. Xin Jiaojiao on the side was similarly filled with shocked colors, mixed with a hint of adoration. Her legs subconsciously clenched up, and a warm stream flowed down her thighs. Jesus, how could he be so awesome? This is the real man. If I could be a woman for him, I would be able to live in style. What a cheap shot at that Natalie woman. It's just a pretty face. It's just a better body. It's got boobs and an ass. What does she have besides that? Where can she compare to me? The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xin Jiaojiao felt in her heart, feeling that she had suffered a loss. It felt like it should have been myself who was taken away, not the woman called Natalie. After seeing Li Jiala, who was scared to the side with a face full of panic and trembling all over, a trace of disgust suddenly rose even more in her heart and she reflected on it in her mind. Is it really worth martyring yourself with such a two-legged goon? Wasn't he a bit too stupid before? Even if you really want to martyr yourself, you have to find a real man like Qin Hao. Li Jiala did not know what Xin Jiaojiao was thinking in her heart, and after seeing Xin Jiaojiao with her hands on the wall and her legs slightly trembling, she subconsciously wanted to hold her in her arms. However, it was subconsciously dodged by Xin Jiaojiao. Li Jiala froze slightly. Jiaojiao, what's wrong with you? It's fine. Xin Jiaojiao's eyes vaguely flashed a trace of disgust as she looked at Li Jiala and said, I'm a bit uncomfortable. I'll go to the restroom first. Then I'll accompany you? No, I'll just go by myself. After saying that, Xin Jiaojiao turned around and walked towards the restroom. Hey goon, Ling Ling, who was on the side, looked at Li Jiala with a look of contempt and spat in her heart. Then he turned his head and looked at Qin Hao, who was standing on the street, with an adoring face, and said in his heart, Brother Qin Hao, I must have you. You're so powerful. You can only belong to me. Chapter 32 Grass. Are you looking down on us? Qin Hao, who was below, actually understood in his heart that his battle just now would definitely be seen by those survivors hiding in the dark. But he didn't care. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Not to mention the fact that he could obtain a wide variety of skill cards and summoning cards by killing monsters. Just an immortality alone could make him invincible, even if they were accidentally given a sneak attack, stabbed and shot a few times. But so what? You can't die if you're in pain for a few moments at most. To put it bluntly, even if you take a knife and stand on the main street with someone else and you slash, I slash to engage in mutual slashing. At the end of the day all that's left alive is yourself. Even if you can't scare your enemies to death, you can still piss them off alive to the point of ga. Even if you get blackballed and dry-humped with one shot, there's no need to panic or be afraid. When the enemy thought he had killed himself and was ready to flare his arms, he jumped up in place and directly threw out a stack of cards, unleashing all sorts of summons and skill cards. Scare can also scare the enemy alive. The only ones who end up dead are the enemies, because one is immortal. You can also flare your feet in the face of enemy corpses. Think about it. Qin Hao's handsome face above showed an incomparably happy smile. The corner of the mouth is subconsciously slightly raised. Then is shooting at high-speed AK-47 are difficult to pressure. The short 1-minute battle just now had consumed some skill cards, but it was nothing compared to the gains gained. Each of the 8 mutated zombies provided him with 3 unopened cards, making a total of 24. That one large mutant walker even provided him with 10 unopened cards. If you add them all together, that's a full 34 unopened decks. But Qin Hao didn't rush to open the deck right now, but walked out of the office building with his shotgun and killed towards the group of ordinary zombies. At this time, the shadow hunters and skeleton warriors had already killed a dozen or so ordinary zombies. With the addition of Qin Hao, a short 3 or 4 minutes, all 32 ordinary zombies were killed to death. At this point, those survivors hidden in the surrounding buildings had completely blown up and couldn't believe their eyes. It only took a short 5 or 6 minutes to kill more than 40 zombies before and after, including large mutated zombies and mutated zombies. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Where in the world did this god of killing come from? How come killing zombies is as easy as chopping up vegetables? It's a real people pleaser. While he and the others were still dodging zombies all over the place in order to survive, people were already brushing zombies as if they were small monsters. One time, there are envious, jealous, want to come over to join the gang. There are also some rely on their own, a few women in the heart calculating how to throw in the towel. Anyway, at this moment, Shinhao standing on the street was like a dazzling star, becoming the absolute focus above this commercial street. Shinhao held the shotgun in both hands and jumped directly onto the roof of an SUV. Raising his head with a cocky face, he shouted to the surrounding upper floors. I know that some of you must have your eyes on me, but that's okay, the old man doesn't care. Anyone who is tired of living and wants to die, then come down and try to see if your heads are hard or if the shotgun in my hand is more powerful. After shouting with an arrogant face, Shinhao raised the shotgun in his hand again and fired 3 shots in a row above the sky. Bang! 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 Anyone who's not convinced, let's give it a shot. As the saying goes, can you call a teenager if he's not angry? To continue to cower and wimp out when you have the capital to be arrogant is to be a pure waste of space. At least, the current Shinhao could say that he already had some young and frivolous capital. Shinhao, who had an incomparably soothing heart, jumped off the roof of the SUV with a big smile and continued to look for the zombies with the shadow hunters and skeleton warriors guarding his side. And at this point, those survivors hiding in the surrounding buildings all exploded, their whole body trembling with Shinhao's arrogant and incomparable attitude. But they could only be impotent and furious. What the hell is this looking down on us? You don't just have a shotgun. You don't just have the ability to unleash a dozen skills in a split second. It's not just the ability to summon a big beautiful girl with a crossbow and a skeleton monster with a battle axe. It's just that he was able to wipe out over 40 zombies in a few minutes without any injuries. This is so pedal to the metal. Why can't I be that good anymore? If I were that good, I'd be even more powerful and arrogant than him. When there is not much difference in strength between the two sides, they may be envied and hated, and they may make bad moves behind their backs and engage in some small actions. But, if there is enough of a power gap between the two sides, there is only envy left. Some of them who originally had bad intentions were instantly abashed in their hearts after seeing Shinhao's arrogant attitude, and directly beat a retreat. After all, people dared to be so emboldened to put up an arrogant attitude to provoke. That meant that people didn't fear people like themselves at all. So there's no need to send yourself up there again to give people a facepalm, or you'll look ridiculous like a clown. The other side. Shinhao led Shadowhunter and Skeleton Warrior out a few hundred meters before entering an apartment building. He had seen a dozen or so ordinary zombies burrowing into this one apartment building earlier. While the summoning time of the Skeleton Warrior and Shadowhunter hadn't ended yet, he searched for the zombies one floor at a time in the middle of the apartment building. In search of the 3rd floor, the Skeleton Warrior's summoning time ended and directly dissipated in place. And Shinhao led the Shadowhunters towards the upstairs to search one floor at a time. Wait for Shadowhunter to time out. Shinhao had already searched up to the 8th floor, killing 13 ordinary zombies and obtaining 13 unopened cards. In fact, it was just a matter of searching the corridors on each floor, and those rooms with open doors. After all, time is limited and there is no time to waste to search carefully. Wait for the Shadowhunters to disappear. Shinhao found a room with an open door on the 8th floor, and after unlocking the door, he directly laid down on the bed and rested. The strenuous exercise of just a short half-hour had put him into a trace of exhaustion. After all, his body was just that of an ordinary human. It's time to get tired or get tired. After lying down for a few minutes to regain some strength, Shinhao exchanged another bottle of ice-cold cola and a lunch meat, sitting on the edge of the bed and gulping it down, replenishing the physical and mental energy he had just consumed. Alas, although one can never die, one can only be an ordinary person and cannot awaken any natural supernatural abilities. So wouldn't it be impossible to strengthen one's body and spiritual power as well? After muttering in his heart, Shinhao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a trace of distress. Could it be that the price of immortality is actually only being an ordinary person? It's really more of a punishment if you just get an immortality. After all, an ordinary person who has gained immortality is still an ordinary person. Will be injured, will be in pain, will watch the people around him die one by one. In the end, you can't even die if you want to. The worst thing is that if the officials find out, they will 100% be locked up to do all kinds of inhuman experiments, which is really worse than death. But okay, he had not only gained immortality, but he had also gained a monster-killing and card-exploding system, which allowed him to obtain all sorts of material cards, prop cards, skill cards, summoning cards, and mysterious cards through his deck. Summoning cards and skill cards, in particular, give you access to powerful fighting abilities that you can use to protect your personal safety. Ugh, looks like I need to work out more when I'm not doing anything. Chapter 33, 79 cards opened in a row. This wave made a lot of money. On a whim, Shinhao immediately got down on the ground and did 20 push-ups. After a few minutes of rest, did another 30 squats. Immediately after, got down on the floor and did 20 more push-ups. Well, that's the end of today's workout. Shinhao stood up with a satisfied face, and after patting the dust stained on his hands, he began to rummage through this one apartment. After rummaging around inside and out, in the end, I only found a small pocket of apples, which contained a total of 6 apples, 2 of which were bad. Tisk, something to eat is better than nothing. Shinhao reached out and picked up an apple from his pocket, eating it while summoning the card system interface. At this point, he already had 79 unopened decks. There's nothing to hesitate about. With a thought, it was directly a 79 consecutive openings. In a flash, the entire card system interface constantly flickered above, and a card was constantly flipped over. The speed was so fast that Shinhao couldn't even see clearly what types and levels of cards were opened. Only a few flashes of silver and red were seen interspersed among them, though most of them remained white, green, and blue. 79 consecutive openings. It's really refreshing. After lifting his hands and stretching comfortably, Shinhao walked to the edge of the bed and sat down with an expectant face. With a thought, all 79 delicate cards appeared in his hands. The deck is actually the size of a playing card. The back of the card was drawn with an extremely complex mysterious totem that emitted a hint of mysterious light, and a circle of mysterious patterns was similarly engraved around the edges. In the midst of a face of anticipation, Shinhao took the thick pile of cards in his hands and kept flipping through them, sorting them into different categories as he did so. There were a full 46 of these material cards, 6 white material cards of grade F. They are, sandwich cookie *1, egg yolk pie *1, white rabbit milk candy *1, cookie *1, chocolate *1, peach *1. 32 green material cards of grade E. 5 sheets of 1 liter of mineral water *1, 6 sheets of single ration *1, 5 sheets of canned beef *1, 3 sheets of egg fried rice *1, 5 sheets of compressed biscuits *1, 2 sheets of canned yellow peaches *1, and 6 sheets of roast duck *1. 6 blue material cards of grade D. 1. Roast chicken *5. 2. 2 liters of mineral water *3. And 3. Plum and vegetable buckwheat rice *5. 2 silver material cards of grade C. 2 kilograms of rice *40, duck leg rice *50, respectively. There are only 16 prop cards in total. There are 2 white prop cards of F rank. Disposable medical mask *1, white sports socks *1. 9 green prop cards of grade E. 1. Multifunctional folding knife *1, 2. Black punching jacket *1, 3. Watermelon knife *1, 3. Small umbrella, 10, respectively. 3 blue prop cards of grade D. 1. Lorox 17 pistol *1, comes with 50 bullets. 1. Sig P226 pistol *1, comes with 50 bullets, respectively. A first aid medical kit *1, contains commonly used first aid medical equipment and medicines. 1 silver prop card of grade C. AK-47 semi-automatic rifle *1, comes with 2 spare magazines, and 200 bullets. 1 red prop card of grade B. M72 anti-tank bazooka *50, equipped with 66mm high explosive armor-breaking rounds. There are 12 skill cards. 2 white skill cards of F rank. Stagnation, can put the target into a stagnant state for 1 second. Use 1/1 times. Call dad, you can make the target call out to you as dad. Use 1/1 times. 3 green skill cards of grade E. Fireblade, you can unleash a half-meter long blade of flame at the target. Use 2/2 times. Ice Blade, you can unleash a half-meter long blade of frost at the target. Use 2/2 times. Wind Blade, you can unleash a half-meter long blade of storm wind at the target. Use 2/2 times. 3 blue skill cards of D rank. Paralyze, can paralyze the target for 3 seconds. 3/3 uses. Confusion, can make the target fall into a state of confusion. Duration 3 seconds. Number of uses 3 of 3. Stun, can put the target into a stun state. Duration 3 seconds. Use 3/3 times. 3 silver skill cards of C rank. Explosive Flame, you can release a burst of flame that explodes when it hits the target, dealing a certain amount of ranged damage for 9/9 uses. Frost Roar, you can release a frost roar that explodes when it hits the target, which can deal some ranged damage. Use 8 of 8 times. Refreshed Spirit can restore physical and mental strength in a split second. 10 out of 10 uses. 1 red skill card of B rank. Hell's Gate, can summon a 2-meter square lava fissure underneath the target's feet, allowing the target to fall through it. Duration 3 seconds. Number of uses 20 of 20. There are 5 summoning cards. 1 green summoning card of E rank. Donkey, you can summon an adult donkey for 10 minutes. Summoning times February 2nd. 2 blue summoning cards of D rank. Frost Dwarf, you can summon a dwarf that fires frost spells for 15 minutes. 3/3 summons. Imperial Warrior, you can summon an Imperial Warrior wearing armor and holding a spear. Duration 15 minutes. Number of summons 3/3. 1 silver summoning card of grade C. Headless Horseman, you can summon an undead Headless Horseman for battle. Duration half hour. Summoning times October 10th. 1 red summoning card of B rank. Deadly Puppeteer Lilith, you can summon a terrifying puppeteer with strings for 1 hour. 30 summons. Holy, surprisingly, it exploded a B-grade red summoning card. Looking at this red card in his hand, Shinhao's heart instantly became excited. According to the description on the card, Deadly Puppetheim was originally just an ordinary puppet on strings, but at some point she possessed self-awareness and turned into a terrifyingly bizarre being. Cruel, bloodthirsty, likes to kill. The image on the card was of a string puppeteerheim in a bloodstained gymnastic outfit, standing on her tiptoes in a very elegant balletic pose. There are also 2 handguns, an AK-47, and a single rocket launcher. Earned it. I didn't expect that opening 79 decks in one breath would pop out so many goodies. He. Looking at the thick pile of cards in his hand, Shinhao couldn't help but let a happy smile spread on his face. This wave is making big bucks. After placing all the cards in his hand into his personal card pool, he dropped the apple core in his hand and pulled another apple out of the bag. As he ate, he made his way toward the window. Chapter 34. What's so great about Big Thunder? Windows. The blazing sun is in the sky. A few scattered zombies are roaming above the shopping streets below. A few zombies were lying on top of the corpses of those already dead zombies and gnawing on them, every now and then letting out a low hiss to the zombies feeding together beside them. Apparently, walkers are also known to guard their food. Occasionally an angry hiss would ring out from amongst the surrounding buildings, or the screams of the survivors. Obviously some of the survivors were fighting for their lives against the zombies. Shinhao even saw a few survivors climbed up above the rooftop of an apartment building and were standing on the edge of the rooftop surveying the commercial street below. He also saw Chen Yangjun leading Ling Ling and Mrs. Kaosiang and the others to rush out of that office building together, running straight towards another office building not far away. Coincidentally, that one office building happened to be the same office building where Natalie was hiding. But he wasn't in a hurry to go back because the place where Nico was hiding had a security door that wouldn't be so coincidentally discovered and pried open by Chen Yangjun and the others. Therefore, he planned to finish searching the apartment building at his feet and gather some supplies before going back. After all, he couldn't go back empty-handed after a trip. After standing by the window and finishing the apple in his hand, Shinhao picked up the shotgun that was placed aside, and after checking it, he pulled out a few shotgun shells and stuffed them into the chamber one by one. Then, picking up the backpack thrown on the bed, he walked straight to the door and opened it into the middle of the corridor, walking carefully towards the 9th floor. After coming to the secured doorway on the 9th floor, Shinhao still stood behind the security door first and listened with his side ear, confirming that there was nothing moving inside before reaching out and pushing the door open to walk through. There were no walkers in the hallway. There were rooms on either side, some of which had open doors, though most of the security doors were closed. After looking around, Shinhao walked straight toward the room with an open door on his right. The room was a mess and appeared to have been rummaged through. However, he continued to rummage around again. As expected, not even a little bit of food or drinking water had been found, and the entire room had been scoured for food and water. He had no choice but to walk out of the room with a bank card he had just found. He came to the security door of the next room and, following Nico's earlier example, inserted the bank card in his hand along the doorway and scratched it up and down. Unfortunately, after drumming for a few minutes in a row, the bank card was broken inside, and Shinhao didn't drum the closed security door open. Didn't Nico look like he could just have his hands before? How come it's gotten so hard for me? After a slight frown, Shinhao dropped the bank card that had broken off in his hand and decided to give up on these tightly closed room doors, intending to go back and check out the situation before doing so, and kill a few zombies on the way. The apartment building at hand was definitely hiding some survivors, and the rooms with open doors had been searched 100% of the time. A locked room and he couldn't open it for a while. He thought about breaking the lock with his gun, but on second thought, he thought it would be a waste of bullets. After all, he wasn't waiting for food to fill his stomach. To put it bluntly, Shinhao was just acting on the principle of not going empty since he had come, and wanted to search a bit before leaving, but there was no point in wasting time with this situation at hand. Forget it, let's just go back. After frowning slightly, Shinhao intended to turn around and leave, but just then, the closed security door diagonally across the street was suddenly opened from the inside. Almost as soon as the security door was opened, Shinhao directly frowned, turned around, raised the shotgun in his hand and aimed. Don't shoot. I don't mean any harm. The closed security door opened a gap wrongly, revealing a white young woman in a black dress, looking at Shinhao with a panicked face and whispering, "Brother, are you looking for food to eat?" I still have a little bit of food here, so I can share some with you. This young woman, who looked only 26 or 27 years old, with a plump figure and white appearance, was named by Jing, and was also one of the survivors who had seen Qin Hao's regiment of zombies in the commercial street below by the window. She had just heard movement in the hallway and thought it was a walker coming. However, after taking a look through the cat's eye, he realized that it was not a zombie, but the awesome teenager who had killed the zombies in seconds downstairs as if he were a god of killing. In a flash, she then developed some small thoughts in her heart, wanting to climb into a relationship with Qin Hao. After all, sooner or later the food in the house would run out. There was no way for her, a delicate and weak woman, to survive for too long in the post-apocalyptic world, so she had to find a man she could lean on to do so. As it happens, the handsome teenager suspected of having awakened a powerful gift of psychic abilities is delivered to the door. You know, although she wasn't exactly the ultimate beauty, she was still considered to have white skin, and the most crucial thing was that she had two big thunders that no man could refuse. Bai Jing had to sigh in her heart that this was simply a fate arranged by heaven, and seeing that Qin Hao was turning around and about to leave, she didn't hesitate anymore and directly opened the security door. However, after seeing the shotgun that Qin Hao turned around and raised, she instantly panicked a bit in her heart. This teenager can't be a bad person, can he? I didn't mean any harm. I just didn't see you as a bad person, so I opened the door to say hello, and if you don't have anywhere to go, you can come to my house. As she spoke, Bai Jing slightly bit her lip, lifted her hand to ruffle the long hair around her ear, and used her other hand to directly push the security door open. The apartments in this building are all kind of large openings, so you can see the balcony at a glance from the door. However, since the last incident with Ying Ying's pair of dogs, Qin Hao no longer dared to go and trust others easily, but also did not directly shoot to kill this big thunder young woman in front of him. After all, the two sides have no grievances. Besides, the hostility that had piled up in his heart had dissipated quite a bit after he met Nico, and he was far from reaching the point where he would kill anyone on sight. Of course, there was no need to think about it. He knew what was going on in the mind of the woman in front of him. Ha! You can't take advantage of yourself that well. Qin Hao snorted coldly in his heart, directly aiming his gun at Bai Jing standing in the doorway, looking at her white face that showed a look of pity. Keep the stuff for yourself. I'm going to count to 3 now and you go back and close the door right now or don't blame me for shooting you. Bai Jing, who was standing at the door, heard Qin Hao's words, and her whole body froze for a moment. She had never thought that the Qin Hao in front of her would be such a reaction. What man in his right mind would turn down a piece of deliciousness delivered to his mouth? You have a tantalizing pair of big thunders yourself. Is he still a man? 3. Not after hearing that Qin Hao had already started counting down. She didn't have any hesitation and directly retreated into the room, touching the security door with her backhand. After all, there was only one life per person, and she wouldn't dare to bet that the man in front of her would be merciful. Hey, you want to play color seduction with only 7 points of your looks? You have a pair of big thunders? My Natalie has one too. I'm even better looking than you. After spitting out a sentence with a disdainful face, Qin Hao held the shotgun in both hands with a guarded face and walked backwards towards the security door, all the way back inside the security gate after. With this relief in his heart, he turned around and quickly ran towards the stairs. However, just as he ran down 2 floors, the stairs under his feet suddenly began to shake violently. Ouch! Holy, what the hell? Qin Hao, who was in the middle of running, was not on guard, and his feet slipped and fell down directly, but the shotgun in his hand never came off. After steadying himself on his hands and knees at the corner of the stairs, it was only then that I realized that it seemed like the whole building had been shaking slightly just a moment ago, but it stopped in just 2 seconds. Could it be an earthquake? Thinking of this, Qin Hao was shocked in his heart and quickly ran towards the first floor. Chapter 35 Aftershocks continue. Evacuation. A sudden earthquake. In an instant all the survivors were thrown into a state of panic, into a state of dilemma. It is logical that after an earthquake, you should immediately run out of your house and go outside to an open area to stay there, so that more powerful aftershocks don't follow. But there are walkers out there. For those ordinary survivors, they could barely fight through some ordinary zombies, but if they encountered some mutated zombies, they would really be dead. Just as the hearts of all the survivors hesitated, a second aftershock occurred in just under a minute, and the office building once again shook from side to side. The chandeliers in the room shook violently, and some of the hangings above the walls fell to the ground, and some of the siding of the old renovated houses crackled down. This time, it rocked for a good 4 or 5 seconds before it stopped. See this? Those survivors were completely panicked, no longer holding any chance. Have taken the self-defense weapons, bring the only supplies, open the door, grouped in groups of 3 to 5 to run wildly toward the downstairs. After all, After going downstairs, even if you really encountered a zombie, it is not certain death. As long as you run fast enough on the line, it is not possible to fight for your life again. If you continue to stay upstairs, in case there's a horrible earthquake that collapses the building, you'll really be dead. Of course, there will always be some survivors who take a chance and think that it is impossible to have too big an earthquake with the current geographical location. Instead of going out and fighting those zombies to the death, it would be better to continue to hide in the house. In their opinion, how the steel building can resist a 6 or 7 magnitude earthquake? Pity. They seem to have forgotten that it's the end times. The earthquake at hand wasn't one of those regular earthquakes caused by shifting continental plates either. It was single-handedly caused by the bizarre natural disaster that had taken over this one city. In order to drive out all the survivors hiding in the buildings, or to make it a little more difficult for all the survivors. At this point, Shinhao had already run furiously all the way out of the office building and toward the apartment building where Nico was hiding. As far as he was concerned, as a man, he could never abandon his woman without a care in the world. A short minute, Shinhao then ran through a distance of 400 to 500 meters, directly rushing into the apartment and running towards the stairwell. During this period, there was another aftershock that wasn't really powerful, but this couldn't stop Shinhao's footsteps. The strenuous running made him feel like his breath was on fire, and he directly redeemed the vial of stamina recovery potion and poured it into his mouth. Almost instantly, Shinhao felt that he had recovered some of his strength. In less than a minute, he was gasping for air and running into the middle of the 6th floor corridor to the door of the office where Natalie was hiding. Quickly, he took the key out of his pocket to unlock the U-shaped lock on the glass door, and quickly ran to the security door and opened it. Natalie, no more stuff, come with me. The moment he opened the security door, Shinhao shouted at Nico inside. With that, he realized that Natalie was already waiting with a bulging backpack. The moment she saw Shinhao, a happy smile appeared above Nico's pretty face. How? I knew you wouldn't abandon me and leave alone by yourself. She held up the blast shield with one hand, held Shinhao's hand with the other, and ran out towards the outside of the office. In the midst of one aftershock after another, the two ran all the way towards the stairs. In the hallway, also met Chen Yangjun and others who were running downstairs. When the old lady Chao Xiong and others were already in a state of panic, the group quickly ran downstairs above the shopping street. At this time, a portion of the survivors who had just run out from the two side buildings had already gathered above the commercial street. Some of those zombies that were originally skulking above the streets instantly fell into a frenzy and began to attack the survivors on the street. Let's go! Let's head south and run out of this part of the city first. After glancing at the surrounding buildings that were shaking violently, Shinhao didn't make any stops and pulled Nico towards one end of the street. At a previous time, he had observed the surroundings from the rooftop, and as long as he went south out of Commercial Street, it would only take 2 or 3 kilometers to get out of the city. As long as you go out into the open, it's not much more dangerous to have more aftershocks in a big quake. Not only Shinhao thought so in his heart, most of the survivors thought so in their hearts, and some of them directly ran towards the end of the shopping street after killing the zombies that blocked their way. A few short minutes, hundreds of people then ran out of the buildings on either side of them, and of course, some of the walkers that had entered the buildings earlier followed along. Some of the survivors still wanted to drive away, but after taking a look at the cars strewn above the streets, they simply gave up on the idea. All the survivors were pouring out their efforts to run towards the end of the shopping street, towards the outskirts of the city. You don't really need to run as fast as you can, as long as you're not the slowest one, because the people who ran the slowest had been pounced on by the zombies chasing after them and were frantically tearing up the ground. Of course, you can't run on either side of the street, or you'll easily be pounced on by the walkers running out of the buildings on either side. Escaping, too, requires skill. Shinhao held a gun in one hand and pulled Nico with the other to blend in with the crowd, quickly running towards the end of the street. Chen Yongjun's 5 people, on the other hand, followed Shinhao closely, without any other reason, because it was safe to have Shinhao holding a shotgun in front of them to open up the road. Shinhao naturally also found Chen Yongjun and the others, but he couldn't care too much about it, as the aftershocks were still happening over and over again. Some of the zombies that had stopped in front of him were all sent away with a spray. A few gunshots later, all those survivors around them also reacted, and ran towards Shinhao's back, obviously treating him as an umbrella. After all, the one in front of him was an existence that could destroy a group of zombies in a group. Who wants to die if they can live? A few minutes later, Shinhao then took Nico and ran furiously all the way out of the shopping street, quickly running towards a main north-south city road. Looking at Nico gasping for air, he directly redeemed the medium bottle of stamina recovery potion and poured it into Nico's mouth. After turning his head back and taking a look at the 30 to 40 people following him, Shinhao didn't say anything more, because in the midst of the violent shaking over and over again, The siding of the outer walls of those buildings on both sides of the commercial street had begun to fall off piece by piece. The walls of several of the office buildings had developed spiderweb-like cracks, and some of the window glass was crackling and falling straight down. After running into the wide city's main road in one breath, Shin Hao was relieved in his heart, and stopped with Nico, panting heavily. The other survivors also stopped and rested on the spot, but all of them kept a certain distance from Shin Hao, obviously a little afraid of the shotgun in Shin Hao's hand. There were a number of vehicles, large and small, parked across the top of the wide main city road, as well as a number of badly decomposed corpses, but they didn't block the roadway tightly, so at least it was drivable. Some of the smart survivors were already going for the cars that still started, planning to drive away. Chen Yongjun on the side was naturally no exception, running directly towards a brownish-red van a few meters away. He opened the door ahead of the other survivor and got right into the driver's side. After that survivor saw Chen Yongjun's fierce face and the golf club in his hand, he directly wimped out and turned his head to run towards another sedan. The brownish-red van was quickly started up by Chen Yongjun. Ling 4 people saw, directly into the open rear door drilled in. Afterward, Chen Yongjun drove the car to Shin Hao's side with a kick of the gas and spoke. Shin Hao, get in the car first. Shin Hao didn't reject Chen Yongjun's good intentions, and the moment Ling opened the rear door, he directly brought Nico into the van. The moment the car door closed, Chen Yongjun drove the car out with a kick of the gas. He was a good driver and drove around a car that crossed the middle of the road on the constantly rocking road, heading south. The van had just run out a distance of 400 or 500 meters. A strong aftershock came and was followed by a loud rumbling not far away. The crowd sitting in the van looked back. It was found to be a dozen-story apartment building in a commercial street that collapsed with a loud bang, smashing into an 18-story office building on the side and swirling up a sky full of dust and broken bricks and walls. The speeding van also crashed directly into a sedan off to the side as the ground continued to shake. Boom! Fortunately, Chen Yongjun's reaction speed was fast enough, and at the moment of the collision, he quickly hit the steering wheel and adjusted the direction in which the car was traveling. That's what prevented the car from being wrecked. Wow! Uncle Chen, your driving skill is simply fantastic. Ling, who was sitting beside Shin Hao, subconsciously praised Chen Yongjun in the driver's seat. Chen Yongjun smiled and said, he was an automobile soldier in the army for a few years before. At this point, Ling, Shin Hao, and Nico squeezed on top of the seats in the center, while old lady Kaoseung, Li Jiala, and Shin Jiajiao squeezed on top of the seats in the back row. When Shin Hao subconsciously looked back at the trio, the three of them shivered in unison and lowered their heads at the same time, not daring to make eye contact with Shin Hao at all, obviously being very afraid of him in their hearts. After all, this was a god of killing. Chapter 36, is that revenge? That's a proper delivery. What? Are you guys scared of me? Shin Hao, who turned back, stared at the trio of Chao Shom old ladies with lowered heads for 2 seconds before a sunshine-filled smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. Don't worry, as long as you guys stay honest and don't mess with me, I won't bully you. Of course, it's fine if you guys want to come and take revenge on me. You're always welcome. Shin Hao smiled and lifted the shotgun in his hand and shook it, then turned his head back, looking at Shin Hao, who was full of smiles, as well as the shotgun in his hand. The three old ladies of Kaoseung subconsciously raised their heads to take a look, and their hearts shivered in unison. Li Jiala even spat in his heart. Joking aside, do you really think we're heartless fools? You're all capable of regimentally destroying a group of zombies within a minute or two, including a large mutated zombie that's over 4 meters tall. With such a terrifying combat power like yours, unless we are tired of living, how could we be so lacking in heart that we would seek revenge on you? Is that revenge? That's a proper way to go for a head. With this kind of combat power of yours, you just let me kneel on the ground and call out to your father right now. Li Jiala, who had his head lowered, rolled his eyes and kept spitting in his heart. Shun Jiajiao, who was sitting on the side, didn't spit in her heart, but just raised her head from time to time and secretly glanced at Shin Hao, who was sitting in front of her. The image of being disliked by Shin Hao with a shotgun on his cheek earlier kept surfacing in his mind. Every time she thought of this, her heart was filled with endless shame, and she couldn't help but tremble all over, subconsciously clenching her legs. An inexplicable sense of relief rushed to his heart. His eyes became mesmerized, and his whole body was as if he had been electrocuted, tingling and itching. Cheeks will even turn scarlet in a flash. Old Mrs. Kaoseung, who was sitting next to her, was equally scared in her heart after seeing Shin Hao's smiling and handsome face, regretting that she had said something she shouldn't have said in the first place. When she slept last night, she dreamed that she had offended Shin Hao with her foul mouth again, and was shot 7 or 8 times by Shin Hao, and was beaten into a sieve alive, and she was directly awakened by fear. Therefore, she was especially afraid of Shin Hao right now, almost not daring to make eye contact with him. Ling Ling, who was sitting beside Qin Hao, had her head lowered, both hands on her knees, her 10 fingers constantly stirring together, with the same small mind in her heart, sneaking a glance at Qin Hao beside her with her afterglow from time to time, or perhaps sneaking a glance with an envious face at Natalie, who was sitting on the other side of Qin Hao with a sweet expression spreading across her face. At the same time, she was calculating in her mind how she should snatch the brother Qin Hao beside her and directly turn him into her own man, or just be a little one. Not only Ling Ling's heart rose a small mind, even Xin Jiaojiao, who was sitting in the back row, likewise rose a small mind in her heart, wanting to become Qin Hao's woman. The more she made comparisons in her mind, the more she felt that Li Jiala sitting beside her was a complete waste of space. Combat power than Qin Hao, even if it is not. Looks are not compared to Qin Hao. It can be said that everywhere is not good. Pure big waste one. I was really obsessed in the beginning, only to look at him Li Jialu, and foolishly burn charcoal with him to martyr themselves. It seems like his family really did it for his own good when they stopped him from being with Li Jialu. Thinking of this, Shun Jiajiao, who had her head lowered, couldn't wait to give herself 2 slaps and glanced at Li Jiala, who was fuming beside her, with a face of venomous resentment. It's all because of this loser man in front of me. He had caused himself to come into the middle of a post-apocalyptic world full of zombies, and he couldn't protect himself, leaving himself in such a sorry state. In the meantime, Chen Yangjun, who was sitting in the driver's seat and was driving, also thought in his heart about what he had to do to stay with Qin Hao. As long as they could stay with Qin Hao, there was no need to worry about personal safety, and all kinds of survival materials could be scavenged at will. In the midst of this apocalyptic wasteland filled with zombies, living peacefully is the primary goal. Obviously, Qin Hao, who had explosive combat power in front of him, was a thigh that could be used for hugging. This was also the reason why he wanted Qin Hao and Nico to get on the car. No matter what, first make a good relationship and leave a good impression. The rest can be done slowly. The moment Qin Hao sitting in the center had become the meat and potatoes of the crowd, and everyone wanted to hug tightly on top of his thigh as a pendant. Of course, the first one to feel threatened was Nico, who was sitting beside Qin Hao, and she could clearly feel a hint of hostility from Ling Ling and Shin Jiajiao's gazes. However, she wasn't afraid in her heart. After all, she wasn't a dainty little woman. Ling Ling, who was only 16 years old, and the stupid woman in the back were not even remotely threatening to her. Other things aside, on the level of face value and figure alone, even if Ling Ling and Shin Jiajiao were tied together, they would only be worthy of lifting their own shoes. Besides, he and Qin Hao's childhood friend for more than 10 years was not for nothing, and that relationship was quite deep. In the face of the hostility and jealousy emanating from the gazes of the 2 women next to her, Nico, who was holding her backpack, just gently rested her head on top of Qin Hao's shoulder. After that, she slowly brought her sexy red lips above Qin Hao's cheek and gently nodded, then revealed a sweet and happy expression. Poof! Ling Ling and Shin Jiajiao on the side saw this provocative scene, while they simultaneously snorted coldly in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it. Nico, what's wrong? Qin Hao, who had been kissed on top of his cheek, turned his head with a smile and glanced at Nico with a gentle face. It's okay, a little bit of motion sickness. I'll lean on your shoulder for a while. Nico leaned her head on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, her body shaking continuously with the van. Then you can lean for a while. I'll hold the backpack. After raising his hand and rubbing Nico's head, Qin Hao carried the backpack in her arms. Immediately after that, he took advantage of the time he now had and directly summoned the card system interface, opening all 6 cards he had previously obtained. Acquired 2 E-grade green material cards, lean pork porridge with skinny eggs *1, erguo white wine *1, a grade D blue material card, beef brisket over rice *5, a green prop card of grade E, pure cotton military coat *1, a D-ranked blue skill card, lethal poison arrow. You can release a lethal poison arrow at the target, which can cause the target to be highly poisoned. 3/3 uses, a D-ranked blue mystery card, stamina recovery potion, large bottle. Ha! Surprisingly, a blue skill card and a blue mystery card came out. Not bad luck. After roughly taking a glance at the card information on the system interface, Qin Hao nodded with a satisfied face, then tightly grasped Nico's hand and focused on the road ahead. Have to say, Chen Yangjun's driving skills were really great, always able to accurately avoid some of the obstacles in front of him. The bottom line is he's also a veteran. Looking at Chen Yangjun, who was concentrating on driving, Qin Hao suddenly pondered in his heart whether he should keep him around as a helper. Chapter 37. A zombie. You're afraid of a hammer. In Qin Hao's plan, he was first going to need to find a stable and safe shelter so that he wouldn't need to be on guard all the time while he rested. At the same time, while he went to kill the zombies to obtain the cards, he could also rest assured that Nico would be left waiting for him in the shelter. But, If he wanted to establish a shelter, it was definitely not enough to have only himself and Nico, so he must form his own team. The first aspect of the selection of members is that they should be loyal to themselves and not betray them. The second thing is that it can't be useless waste. It's also best to have people who know each other well enough to be able to trust themselves. The Chen Youngjun in front of him could barely be considered a target to be chosen, but he still needed to be observed properly before doing so. As for the remaining four, aside from Ling Ling, who seemed to be somewhat intelligent, the remaining three were three complete losers. Unfortunately, Qin Hao always felt that Ling Ling's brain was a little bit not quite normal. Just as Qin Hao was pondering in his heart, Chen Youngjun drove the van from an intersection and turned off the main city road, entered a country road, and continued to drive towards the outskirts of the city. There's not much traffic on the road. He drove a lot faster as well, going right around some of the walkers that were roaming the road. A few short minutes, just a dozen zombies waved their rotting arms frantically, hissing in low voices, and chased after them. However, the zombies were ultimately not as fast as the cars could run, and they were soon shaken off. After entering the country road, actually, there wouldn't be many walkers on the road. The aftershocks have also completely disappeared into thin air. Many poplars are planted on both sides of the road, but you can still see the ripening wheat in the wheat fields on both sides through the gaps between the poplars. After driving 5 or 6 kilometers in one breath, the van pulled into the middle of a town. Chen Youngjun lowered the speed of the car, and after observing from left to right and confirming that he couldn't see any zombies on the street, he directly parked the car in front of a supermarket with a closed door. Then, he turned back and looked at Qin Hao, who was sitting behind him, and said, "It's almost noon. Everyone is already hungry. Let's go down and find something to eat first." "It's okay." Looking at the exhausted Chen Youngjun, Qin Hao nodded. It was obvious that he had just consumed a lot of his mind by driving all the way. Aha! After giving a slight nod to Qin Hao, Chen Youngjun followed up with a greeting to Mrs. Kaoxiang and the others, who were sitting at the back. "Don't all gawk. If you don't want to go hungry, go down together and look for supplies." After saying that, Chen Youngjun reached out to open the car door and walked down with his golf clubs. "Brother Qin Hao, stay in the car and rest. I'll go find you something to eat." After showing a sweet smile to Qin Hao, Ling Ling also opened the car door, got out of the car carrying a golf club, and followed Chen Youngjun towards the supermarket. Seeing this, the three Kaoxian old ladies sitting in the back row also took their golf clubs in unison, stepped out of the car one by one, and followed them. Chen Youngjun wouldn't spoil them. If they didn't go down now, they would definitely have nothing to eat later. Qin Hao, on the other hand, didn't even move, holding Nico's hand as he sat in the van, waiting quietly. Chen Youngjun with Ling Ling, 4 people came to the small supermarket closed before and after the roller shutter door, directly in the hands of the golf club pry up. But, just pried not many times. From just inside the roll-up door there was a clutter of footsteps and a low hissing sound. Moment. Ling Ling and the others were then startled. Li Jiala even looked at Chen Youngjun, who was on the side with a nervous face, and said in a trembling voice, "Uncle Chen, there seems to be zombies in here. What should we do?" "What to do?" Chen Youngjun glared fiercely at the nervous Li Jiala. "Keep prying. A zombie? You're afraid of a hammer? If you don't want to go hungry, keep prying." With that, Chen Youngjun proceeded to use the golf club in his hand to pry up from the doorway below. "Alright." Li Jiala gritted his teeth and followed suit as he continued prying, but was prepared to turn and run at any time. The 3 women, on the other hand, stood with nervous faces clutching their golf clubs. Qin Hao, who was sitting in the van, naturally heard the hissing sound coming from the roll-up door, and directly stepped out of the van with his shotgun. Seeing this, Natalie hung the blast shield on her backpack, then picked it up and followed it out of the van. When Qin Hao led Nico to the front of the supermarket entrance, he directly opened his mouth to Chen Youngjun and the others. "Get out of the way, all of you, and let me break down the door." Hearing Qin Hao's words, Chen Youngjun and the others quickly retreated to the side. Qin Hao picked up the shotgun in his hand, aimed at the door lock on the rolling door, and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! One shot in the lock on the roll-up door was destroyed point blank straight away. "I'll do the rest." Chen Youngjun, who was on the side, quickly walked to the roller shutter door and directly used the golf club in his hand to poke the lock off the door on the roller shutter door, and then reached out and pulled the door up with one hand. After pulling up halfway, he quickly backed away towards the side the moment the walkers inside rushed out. Bang! Qin Hao raised the shotgun in his hand and directly pulled the trigger at the female zombie that rushed out from the rolling door. The shot blew the female walker's head right off. After the female walker fell. After the crowd waited for a few seconds to confirm that there were no other zombies in the supermarket, Chen Youngjun walked over and reached out to push the roll-up door above his head before walking in. On the side, old Mrs. Kaoxiang and the 3 of them, Li Jiala and Xin Jiaozhou, looked at Qin Hao and Nico. After Qin Hao led Nico, as well as Ling Ling, into the supermarket one after another. They then followed. Supermarkets aren't that big. The first floor was just about 50 or 60 square meters, and there was the innermost part with a staircase leading to the second floor. Chen Yongjun had already run up. Ling Ling and the others, who had already been famished, could no longer hold back after taking a look at Qin Hao. Straight away, he picked up the food from the shelf, tore open the package and took a big bite. Nico directly took off the backpack on Qin Hao, opened it, and started to fill it with some vacuum-packed meat and a few bottles of juice and drinks, filling up more than half of the backpack. He also loaded some of his favorite snacks from the shelves on the side, before pulling on the backpack with a satisfied face and carrying it to Qin Hao's body again. She then grabbed 3 vacuum-packed duck legs from the shelf, as well as 2 large bottles of mineral water. After returning to Qin Hao's side, he tore open a duck leg and handed it into Qin Hao's hand. "Ah Hao, you must be starving. Eat quickly." "Well, you eat too." Only after Qin Hao reached out and took the duck leg did Nico open one again and eat it. The shelves with the deli food were basically packed by Natalie. There wasn't much left, but Ling Ling and the others didn't dare come over to get it. All that could be done was to grab some canned meats, various hams, cookies and breads and such from the other shelves and eat them. Just then, Chen Yongjun also walked down from the second floor, came to Qin Hao's side, and said, "I just took a look. The second floor is a warehouse and a bedroom." "Aha." Qin Hao nodded, then reached out and pointed to the meat shelf on the side. "Let's eat something first, and we'll talk about the rest later." "Good." Chen Yongjun smiled at Qin Hao, then walked to the shelf and picked up a vacuum-packed roasted chicken, tore it open and took a big bite. Qin Hao didn't want to take things too far, and directly led Nico towards the second floor, leaving the first floor to Chen Yongjun and the others. In fact, there wasn't a lot of food in this one mini-mart. Most of it was just snacks and stuff. The only shelf with meat had also been more than half swept away by Natalie, and of course the 2 shelves with various hams and canned goods were left for the others. After coming to the second floor of the warehouse and taking a look around, Qin Hao realized that there wasn't really much food in this warehouse that was only the size of a bedroom, and most of it was just some daily supplies. Natalie's eyes lit up when she saw the anti-wipes, and she directly picked up a few packs and stuffed them into the backpack behind Qin Hao to keep as a spare. She then rummaged through a large pile of everyday items for useful supplies. Qin Hao, on the other hand, walked straight towards the window of the second floor, observing above the street outside. Chapter 38. A good man does not live long. This one town wasn't very large. There is only one main road centered on the township road, with a few 2-story homes spread out on either side. All the stores on both sides of the street were closed except for a few that had their doors open, and there were some rotting corpses lying in front of some of them. Without thinking, Qin Hao knew that there must be survivors, as well as some zombies, hidden in the surrounding residential houses. So, the gunshots just now would definitely alert the survivors and zombies hiding in the town. Of course, this was also what Qin Hao intended to do. Not afraid of the number of zombies coming, but afraid of no zombies coming out. As he stood by the window eating the duck leg clean out of his hand, 3 ragged, rotting walkers, arms flailing, ran out of the alleys on either side of the street. "Just in time. Been waiting for you guys for half a day." After spitting out the bones of the duck leg in his mouth, Qin Hao smiled and opened the window, raising the shotgun in his hand with both hands and aiming at the zombies running over from the surrounding area. However, there was no immediate shooting, because his marksmanship was really not that good. After a distance of more than 7 or 8 meters, he really wasn't sure that he would be able to blow the zombie's head off with a single shot. Soon, the 3 rotting zombies then stumbled to the entrance of the supermarket, and their low hissing sound directly startled the old lady Chao Xiong and the others who were eating on the first floor. Other than Chen Yongjun, the remaining 4 people quickly ran towards the second floor amidst a look of panic. "Get out of my way, old man!" Shen Jiaozhou even reached out and pushed the Chaoxiong old lady who was in front of her, but it was blocked by the Chaoxiong old lady's hands holding the handrail with a twist of her butt. "Humph, little girl, who am I to give way to you, old woman?" Ling Ling, who was walking at the end, instantly became anxious and raised the golf club in her hand, stabbing one person on the back of both Shen Jiaozhou and Chaoxiong old lady. "Stop dawdling and hurry up, the walkers are coming in." Chen Yongjun, on the other hand, gripped the golf club with both hands and slowly walked towards the entrance of the supermarket, ready to kill the 3 zombies that were about to run over. Qin Hao, who stood by the window on the second floor, poked half of his body outward from the window, aiming the shotgun with both hands at the 3 zombies below and pulling the trigger continuously. Bang! 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 Bang dash! After a series of 4 shots, the 3 zombies that had just run outside the supermarket store all had their heads blown off and fell to the ground in the midst of running. Li Jiala, who had just run up to the second floor, panting heavily, looked at Qin Hao, who was standing by the window, and said with a panicked face, "There are zombies coming from down there." Shinjiajia and old lady Kaosian, who were following behind, also spoke together, "That, there are zombies coming over. Quickly go down and kill them." "What panic?" Shin Hao, who was in the process of loading the shotgun with bullets, glared back at Li Jiala and the others fiercely. With a hint of mockery, he laughed coldly. "They've all been killed. Don't disgrace yourself here. Do what you need to do." "Ha? Killed?" Hearing Shin Hao's words, Li Jiala froze slightly, then giggled. "Killed is good. Killed is good." With that, he raised his hand with an embarrassed look and stuffed the half-eaten ham into his mouth. Old Mrs. Kaosiang and Shinjiajiao in the back were also relieved after hearing Shin Hao's words, and then the two of them glared at each other. Ling Ling, who had just run up to the second floor, then turned to Shin Hao with an excited face and praised him in a delicate voice. "Brother Shin Hao, you are simply too good." Nico, who had just walked out of the warehouse on the side, subconsciously glanced at Ling Ling, who looked dumbfounded after hearing these words. Then, carrying a black duffel bag in his hand, he walked towards the stairway, saying calmly to the crowd blocking the stairway as he walked, "All out of the way. I'm going down. Thanks." She waited for the crowd to move out of the way before she headed toward the first floor with her black duffel bag in both hands. "Nico, wait for me." Seeing this, Shin Hao, who was standing by the window, followed along towards the first floor. After coming to the first floor, Natalie began the $0 purchase, picking and choosing from the top of the shelves, putting what she liked into the second black duffel bag she had just found. Shin Hao, on the other hand, walked towards Chen Youngjun, who was standing in the doorway, and even grabbed 5 chocolates from the top and put them into his pocket as he passed by the shelves. "I just looked. There are still a few bags of rice in this supermarket, as well as some buckets of water. The mess adds up. Barely enough to feed a few people for 10 days or so." Chen Youngjun looked at Shin Hao and said, while Shin Hao smiled at him, "Honestly, I don't consider staying with those idiots upstairs all the time." As he spoke, Shin Hao reached out and picked up a gummy bear from the cash register, peeled it open, and raised his hand to stuff it into his mouth. "It seemed to taste pretty good to me." He reached down and grabbed 7 or 8 more pieces and stuffed them into his jacket pocket. Then smilingly, he looked at Chen Youngjun, who was standing by the side, and asked, "I really don't understand why you want to stay with a few losers all the time." "Ugh." Chen Youngjun opened the huazi that had just been taken down from the shelf behind the cash register, pulled out one, and used the lighter to light it up beautifully after taking a drag. A face of enjoyment exhaled a puff of smoke. "We all came here from the same place after all, and my conscience and bottom line still won't allow me to ignore my fellow countrymen." After taking another drag on his cigarette, he exhaled smoke and handed the cigarette case in his hand to Shin Hao, who was beside him, and asked, "Want one? It's very stress-relieving." "No way." Shin Hao smiled and shook his head, reaching out and picking up a gummy bear from the cash register. "I'll just eat this to replenish my sugar. Not smoking is good." Chen Youngjun smiled and stuffed the wazi in his hand into his pocket, a bitter smile spreading across his somewhat vicissitude's face. "You know what? I was drowned while saving a young girl who jumped into the river. She was struggling constantly, strangling me with both hands in a death grip, so I gritted my teeth and braced myself to drag her to the shore. Then, the one who choked on the river and fell in again and drowned alive, before losing consciousness, realized that the rescued girl had run away without looking back. Does it seem rather silly and ironic to me?" Looking at the hint of an odd expression that passed across Shin Hao's face, Chen Youngjun laughed self-deprecatingly. "Actually, more than one person has said that I like to do stupid things, but I don't regret it. I like to do good things, good deeds, and ask for nothing in return. And an old monk said earlier that I was repaying a sinful debt I owed in a previous life. You are a truly good person and should be given a certificate of honor for bravery." After listening to Chen Youngjun's words, the corner of Shin Hao's mouth subconsciously twitched a few times, immediately negating the idea of letting Chen Youngjun join among his team. This is a saintly, good old boy, but definitely not a competent teammate. A certificate of honor? Chen Youngjun finished the last mouthful of cigarette, threw away the cigarette in his hand, and after crushing it out with his foot, he looked at Shin Hao and laughed. "There are already more than a dozen of them at home." After a pause, he looked at Shin Hao and continued to ask, "Looks like you're planning to leave? The ways are different." Shin Hao glanced back at Nico on the side before continuing, "We're not on the same path, and I don't want to be a good person. At least, not one of the good people I've met has lived a long life. I just want to take Nico with me and live in the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland. That's all." "That's a shame," Chen Youngjun sighed and said, "I was saying that together. We could find more supplies and live better. I don't think a good person can live long in this apocalyptic world, so be careful not to get killed by those 3 losers up there." As he spoke, Shin Hao subconsciously looked at the direction of the stairwell. "Don't worry," Chen Youngjun smiled. I understand the reasoning behind what you've said. I won't be a lousy person. No sooner had his words left his mouth than from a short distance away came a roar of an engine. Chin Hao and Chen Yongjun walked to the door and turned their heads towards the direction where the sound came from, realizing that it was two black SUVs speeding up. Just then, the four Lingling people also walked down from the second floor, and the chaosium old lady who walked at the end was still cursing from her mouth, glaring at Shin Jiaojiao who was walking in front of her from time to time. Chapter 39 Stupidity is not appreciated by anyone. Do you think the people coming are friend or foe? After taking a look at the approaching SUV, Chin Hao suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Yongjun, who was standing beside him. They should also be survivors who just escaped from the city, but whether they are enemies or friends still needs to be met and exchanged before we can know. Chen Yongjun said with a frown. Alright then, I'll leave this heavy duty of talking to people to you. I'm not very good at talking to people. After smiling at Chen Yongjun, Chin Hao carried the shotgun and turned towards Nico, who was standing in the corner. At this point, Natalie had filled her second black duffel bag with some of her favorite foods and everyday supplies that she could use. Let me help you carry it. After coming to Nico's side, Chin Hao wanted to reach out and take the backpack in her hand. No, I can do it myself. Natalie shook her head, smiled, and declined, carrying the second backpack directly in front of her. She then pulled out a bottle of functional drink from the side mesh pocket of her backpack, opened it and handed it to Chin Hao. Have some water. Aha! Chin Hao raised his hand and rubbed Nico's cheek with a doting face, then took a big sip of the drink. Z-dash! Z-dash! With the sound of two brakes, two black SUVs stopped next to the van one after the other. The car door opened. From the two SUVs came a total of four strapping young men in black sweatshirts. At the head of the group was a small flat head in his 20s with a gangly look, carrying a half-meter-long black Kaishan knife in his hand. The other three young men were likewise carrying steel pipes or baseball bats in their hands. Seeing this, the four Lingling people standing at the door subconsciously hid behind Chen Yongjun, the small flat head in the lead. After looking up and down at Chen Yongjun and the others, swept another glance at the shelves in the supermarket, but did not see Chin Hao and Nico standing in the corner. Immediately after, he looked toward Chen Yongjun, who was standing at the front. You guys also just escaped from the city, right? That's right. Chen Yongjun nodded. You guys should have just come out as well, right? Aha. The little flathead nodded with a kind face, then raised his hand to point to the shelves in the supermarket. Older brother. The brothers are starving chest to back. Is it okay to go in and get some food? Before Chen Yongjun could open his mouth, Mrs. Ko Seung, who was standing at the back, took the lead and refused by opening her mouth directly. We found everything here first. Why should we give it to you to eat? The reason why she dared to say these words was naturally because Chin Hao, who was holding a shotgun, gave her courage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to clamor even if she was given 10 guts. Shin Jiaojiao also said boldly, what makes you guys want what we found? If we give it to you, what else will we eat? In her opinion, since she and the others were the first to find the supermarket, it was impossible for anyone else to take it away from her. She believed that Chin Hao, who was standing inside, wouldn't agree with others robbing her food, so she wasn't saying this for herself, she was saying it for Chin Hao. After Li Jiala glanced back at Chin Hao who was blocked by the shelves, he also bravely said, if you guys don't have anything to eat, just go find it yourselves. There are still a lot of stores around. That's right. Who are you to try to take food from us? It's not like we're doing charity. Ling Ling also disliked angrily. Asterisk. Chin Hao was right. These damn three idiots. After hearing the words of old lady Kaoxiang and the others, the furious Chen Yongjun cursed in his heart. These few people really want to have the ability to do so, but they have no ability, and still dare to open their mouths in clamor. They are simply bullying and fearful of the brain dead. Stupid. The small flat-faced man with a kind face also changed his face in an instant, and directly raised the mountain-opening knife in his hand. Asterisk. What's in this treadmill? What's in it that you guys say is yours is? Instantly, the other three men on the sidelines raised the baseball bats and steel pipes in their hands. The atmosphere of the scene became tense for a moment. Take it easy. Brother, don't ever take it easy. Seeing this, Chen Yongjun also hurriedly raised the golf club in his hand and looked at little Ping Tu and the others in front of him with a nervous face and said, misunderstanding? This is a misunderstanding. Seeing this, the Kaoxiang old lady and Shin Jiaojiao in the back also shivered in fear and ran directly towards the inside of the supermarket, leaving Chen Yongjun alone at the entrance. Asterisk. A bunch of cowardly fools who have accomplished more than they have. Chen Yongjun couldn't hold back any longer after seeing the reaction of Mrs. Kaoxiang and the others. Turning around, he cursed angrily at old Mrs. Kaoxiang and the others. Afterward, he looked at the swords drawn in front of him, little Ping Tu and the others, and said, brothers, don't mind these idiots. Just go in and get whatever you want to eat yourselves. With that, he stepped aside, sitting his ass down on the register with a depressed look on his face. He pulled out his wazoo and lit one up, completely in the swing. When Xiao Pingtu saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and glanced thoughtfully at the 4 people who ran inside, and then at Chen Yangjun, who was sitting on the cashier's counter. Older brother, it's the end of the world. Why are you keeping these disobedient fools around? How about joining amongst older brother's team? It's guaranteed that there won't be any idiots like that. Saying that, he raised his finger and pointed at old lady Super Xiong and the others inside. Old Mrs. Kaosiang and the others, who had just retreated inside, directly exploded after hearing little Pingtu's flirtatious words. Old Mrs. Kaosiang, who had already been abashed, instantly gained courage after glancing at Qin Hao, who was grinning on the side. Raising his hand, he pointed at the small flat man standing in the doorway and yelled, "Who are you calling stupid? You're the one who's stupid." On the side, Shin Jiajiao also followed and spoke, "Calling us stupid? You're the ones who are stupid. Don't be arrogant. Let me tell you, we are covered by someone." When he said this, Li Jiala was obviously short of breath and sneaked a glance at Qin Hao. Ling Ling, on the other hand, saw the situation and turned directly around, running up the back stairs to the second floor. Little Pingtu, who was standing in the doorway, was instantly exasperated and laughed after hearing the shouting of the 3 old ladies of Kaohsiung. He turned his head and looked at Chen Yangjun, who was smoking on the side, and laughed. "No, big brother, where did you get such 3 superb products from? Is that something you can live with?" After that, he raised the open sword in his hand and looked at the 3 old ladies, Chao Xiong, who were standing inside, with a vicious expression on his face. "I say you're stupid or you're stupid. If you don't like it, come over for a one-on-one fight. Don't say I'm bullying you. The 3 of you can go together." As he spoke, he walked towards the inside with a gloomy face. Seeing this, the 3 old ladies of Chao Xiong instantly wimped out again. Shin Jiajiao directly turned her head to Qin Hao, who was standing in the corner watching the show, and said in a trembling voice, "Qin Hao, these people want to rob our food. Shoot them." "Right, Qin Hao. These people are bad guys. Shoot them." Old Mrs. Kaosiang, who was in a panic, also turned her head to look at Qin Hao. "What? There's a gun?" Hearing the words of the trio, little Pingtu froze slightly and followed their gazes, which led him to see Qin Hao and Nico standing in the corner through the gaps between the shelves. Upon seeing the shotgun in Qin Hao's hand, he obviously froze and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The originally goated old lady Kaosiang and the 3 of them instantly became complacent when they saw little Pingtu, who had stopped in his tracks with a hint of panic on his face. "Humph, you'd better be honest with me or watch out for the gun." Old Mrs. Chao Xiong put on a villainous look. Shin Jiajiao was also unforgiving, glaring viciously at little Pingtu. "Humph, if I were you, I would drop my weapon now and kneel on the ground to beg for mercy." Li Jiala even said with an arrogant face, "Ha, what's the big deal about having a broken knife? We still have guns in our hands." "Shotgun, have you ever seen one? Dirtbag. You, don't be too arrogant." Xiao Pingtu's heart was ultimately insufficient, and he subconsciously put down the machete in his hand. The hearts of the other 3 juniors standing in the doorway were also abashed, revealing a look of nervousness and subconsciously swallowing their saliva. Just then, Qin Hao walked out from behind the shelves with Nico in tow. "What do you want?" Looking at the shotgun in Qin Hao's hand, Pingtu subconsciously took a few steps back and dropped the machete in his hand on the ground. Seeing this, the 3 old ladies of Chao Xiong became even more complacent in their hearts. "Humph, now you know you're afraid? It's already too late." However, what happened next caused the arrogant old lady Chao Xiong trio to completely panic, only to see a grinning Qin Hao walking to little Pingtu's side and giving him a smile full of sunshine. "Actually, I also think that those 3 guys back there are all complete idiots." Finishing with a smile, Qin Hao jerked his head back to fiercely glare at the 3 old ladies of Chao Xiong. "Don't think of using me as a gun. You have to take the blame for your own stupidity." After saying that, he then turned to the already dazed little Pingtu by his side and smiled. "Feel free to eat whatever you want next. We can't bring much anyway." Afterward, Qin Hao led Nico towards Chen Yangjun at the door. It seems stupidity is not popular with anyone. Xiao Pingtu's heart was completely relieved, and with a gloomy face, he bent down, picked up the machete on the ground, and then beckoned to the 3 minions behind him. "Brothers, let's teach these 3 fools a lesson on what it takes to be stupid." The 3 of them, old lady Kaosiang, were completely dumbfounded. How could they not expect that Qin Hao, who had been used as a gun, would not care about them? Panicked, the 3 immediately begged for mercy. Don't come over. We don't dare anymore. Feel free to eat whatever you want." Looking at little Pingtu who slowly walked over, old lady Kaosiang's legs trembled. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't come over. Shin Jiajia was also completely abashed, subconsciously reaching out to push the Chaoxiong old lady on the side. It was her. She provoked me to say it. Li Jiala was the most honorable. Directly flopped down on the ground and begged. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I won't dare again. Chapter 40. I'm going. You guys are so damn good. You shameless little. How dare you push me? I'll fight you. Chaosiang old lady was not prepared. Directly pushed down to the ground by Shin Jiajiao. Instantly red-eyed. Directly reached out to hold Shin Jiajiao's legs in death. ****** off. Don't pull my pants. You dead old woman. Shin Jiajiao reached out and tugged on a head of Chaosiang's old lady's blistering curls, cursing, just now. It was clearly you who rejected this big brother first, and now you're still being tough-talking and dead set against admitting it. On the side of Li Jiala, hands on the ground, as if a chicken pecking rice, clanging kowtow. Every time his head knocked on the ground, he would open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Big brother, I'm wrong. Never dare again. Spare me. Big brother, I'm wrong. At this moment, the three people in panic made a mess. Shin Jiajiao and Chaosiang old lady didn't dare to do anything to the machete-wielding little Ping Tu, but the two who were already at odds were directly tearing each other apart. I'll go. You guys are superb. Xiao Ping Tu and the others who came in front of the trio looked at the two women in front of them who were tearing and fighting together as if they were shrews, as well as Li Jiala who was constantly kowtowing and begging for forgiveness as if he was a soft egg. Straight up stunned. Weren't these three people quite powerful just now? Why are they suddenly so weak now? It was also the first time they had encountered such extreme fools who were so bullying and also liked infighting. These three were simply the oddballs among the oddballs. Brother Yong, what should we do now? A round-faced strong man beside little Ping Tu turned his head to look at little Ping Tu and asked somewhat naively, what to do? The little flat guy named Yong said with a vicious look on his face, beat it up first. After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked Li Jiala's head, directly knocking him to the ground. ******, your uncle. I let you taunt old me, and still trampled on the ground to beg for forgiveness. Late. Brother Yong gritted his teeth and raised his foot on Li Jiala's body as a wild kick. I am on the horse, let you arrogant. Still on the horse kowtow and beg for forgiveness? I kowtow to you. Ah. Li Jiala held his head with both hands and curled up together, constantly screaming miserably. I don't dare anymore. Big brother, I really don't dare anymore. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. The two people, Shin Jiajia and old Mrs. Chaosiang, who were tearing and fighting together, were instantly startled by Li Jiala's screams, and with a horrified look, they looked towards the other three people who came over. To be honest, I'm actually not willing to hit a woman. After all, it's a bit of a drop. The round-faced burly man waved the baseball bat in his hand and said with a smirk, except for the treadmill and you call us dumb asses. I'll make you stupid. Cursing angrily, the round-faced strong man raised his foot and kicked the terrified Shin Jiajiao's thigh, but in the end, he still retained a few points of strength and didn't lay down a deadly blow. After kicking Shin Jiajiao to the ground, he grabbed Shin Jiajiao's hair with one hand and slapped Shin Jiajiao's face with the other. And you want me to get on my knees and beg for mercy? You kneel down for me now. Hurry up. With a slap, Shin Jiajiao's entire body was confused, her brain buzzed, and her cheeks were even more red and swollen. After seeing the round-faced strong man's raised right hand, she was shocked and shivered, subconsciously kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Big brother, I don't dare. I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Let me go. Between her bitter tears, she directly clasped her hands around the round-faced strong man's thighs and begged bitterly. On the other side of the room, Mrs. Chaosiang was kicked to the ground by a young man with short, broken hair and a steel pipe in his hand. You old, undead old woman. I told you were stupid. What's the matter? You're not convinced? As he spoke, he lifted his foot and kicked several times at the fallen Xiaoxiong old lady, but in the end, he also retained his strength. However, the already 50 or 60-year-old Xiaoxiong old lady was eventually kicked and screamed, curling up and wailing in pain. Agu, don't fight. Don't fight. Old woman, I have a heart condition. If I fight again I will die. Agu. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. It's my mouth. It's my mouth. The last burly man, who was 2 meters tall, holding a steel pipe in his hand, walked directly towards the second floor, obviously intending to go to Ling Ling, who ran up. For a while, the three old ladies of Chaosiang were lying on the ground being beaten and screaming miserably, begging for mercy continuously in the midst of their agonizing wails. But, after all, little Ping Tu and the others were not bad people, just a group of ordinary people who liked to work out, so they did not lay a deadly hand on Mrs. Chaosiang and the others. Even the weaponry in his hand was useless, just punching and kicking, venting the anger in his heart. Chen Yangjun, who was standing in the doorway, had also seen it. Although the three old ladies of Chaosiang were being beaten and screaming, but with their mid-air appearance, they would at most suffer some superficial injuries. He turned his head and looked at Chin Hao and Nico, who were standing aside and were watching the show, and said, "These people didn't move to kill, so they shouldn't be any bad guys. Look out." Chin Hao reached out and picked up a piece of gummy bear, peeled it off, and fed it into Nico's mouth. Afterwards, a cold smile appeared above his handsome face, and he whispered, "However, I still think that this world nowadays needs to be beaten to death straight away, so as not to leave unnecessary trouble for himself. Harm. Let's be forgiving. It's not easy for everyone." Chen Yongjun sighed and said. On the other side, after kicking a dozen or so feet continuously at Li Jiala, little Pingtu seemed to have finished venting his anger and stopped. Using the side of the machete in his hand, he slapped the snotty Li Jiala hard on the cheek a few times. "Goon. I'll teach you a lesson this time. Next time you dare to do anything stupid, I'll just chop you to death." "Don't dare, big brother. I really don't dare." Li Jiala clasped his head with both hands and looked at the fierce-faced little Pingtu with a cowering face and trembled. The two people who were kicking Shin Jiaojiu and old lady Kaoxiang on the side also stopped when they saw this. Stupid woman. This time you just met us. Otherwise you would have been Jay and then killed. Jay and then killed again. And been abused alive." The round-faced burly man sneered as he looked at the panicked Shin Jiaojiu. "Don't dare. Really don't dare." Shin Jiaojiu raised her hand to cover her red and swollen cheeks, and said with a face of horror and red eyes. Just then, the entire old lady Kaoxiang, who was curled up on the ground on the side, suddenly twitched a few times, and then her limbs loosened, her body went limp, and she completely stopped moving. "Grass, I just kicked you a few times. Don't play dead here." Seeing this, the man with the short broken hair was directly confused. After he leaned down and reached out to try under Mrs. Kaoxiang's nose, he suddenly frowned and looked at Pingtu, who was on the sidelines. "Brother Yong, the person is dead. Did she really have a heart attack?" As he said this, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Chapter 41. Take your own destiny into your own hands. Dead? The little flathead froze slightly and kicked away from Li Jialu, who was sitting paralyzed in front of himself, walking to the side of the old lady Chao Xiong, squatting down and putting his hand under his nose to try. He found that the old lady Chao Xiong was indeed not breathing. Holy, this old woman was shouting quite vigorously just now. Why did she suddenly stop? What the hell? Seeing that old lady Kaoxiang suddenly died violently of a heart attack, Shin Jiaojia and Li Jiala, who had just sat up, were instantly startled, and the two of them subconsciously hugged each other. "Brother Yong, what now?" The round-faced burly man was the first to ask. "What else can we do? It's the end of the world now. It's not a time of peace," Pinky said with a frown. "That's just it. The whole world is in a mess right now. We can't be arrested and sent to jail, can we?" The man with the short broken hair said with a frown. "Afraid of what?" Pinky turned his head and glared at him. "She died of a heart attack. It's not like we killed her." At this time, Chen Yongjun, who was standing in the doorway, also walked over with a cigarette in his mouth after hearing the commotion over here. After squatting down next to the old woman, Chao Xiong, he reached out and examined her. Only then did she stand up and say to little Pingtu and the others, "She's so old, it's a sin to live, so she'll die early and be reincarnated." Aha! Seeing that Chen Yongjun had spoken, Xiao Pingtu and the others were relieved in their hearts. After all, Mrs. Kaoxiang was under the hands of Chen Yongjun and Chin Hao. You should know that Chin Hao had a shotgun in his hand. To the little flathead, the handsome young man who seemed to have a smiling face, definitely a man of few words. This was also the reason why he didn't dare to come down hard on Li Jialu and the others. After all, you have to beat the dog. Just then, the 2-meter-tall strong man also walked down from the second floor with Ling Ling in tow. Because Ling Ling hadn't said anything arrogant before, she had also put on a pitiful face upstairs just now. Therefore, amidst Ling Ling's pleas for mercy, the soft-hearted strong man did not lay a hand on Ling Ling after all. The two had just been upstairs and naturally heard the commotion at the stairway, so they knew that Mrs. Kaoxiang had suddenly died of a heart attack. A shameless dead old woman. Dead is dead. After glancing at Li Jiala and Shin Jiaojia who were hugging and shivering together, Ling Ling muttered in a low voice as she looked at the already dead Chao Xiong old lady on the ground. The four little flatheads then grabbed a large grocery bag each and began loading up the shelves with food. However, the vacuum-packed meat-based food had long since been packed by Nico, and the rest had been eaten by Chen Yongjun a few times, so there wasn't much left. Little flathead and the others, after all, didn't dare take it all. Just 2 bags of pork, and 3 or 4 boxes of luncheon meat and canned scallops. Other than that, it was some cookies, ham, bread, instant noodles and other food items, as well as a large bucket of mineral water. They weren't greedy, so they filled a food pocket each. The 4 of them then walked towards the door. On the way past the cash register, the little flathead looked at Chin Hao with a kind face. There were 4 other people in the car, so I took some more. Sorry, the round-faced stout man also said with a simple face. Thank you. The other 2 smiled and thanked them. As the saying goes, reaching out doesn't make you smile. Shin Hao also showed a kind smile. You're welcome. It's only right for everyone to help each other. That 2-meter-tall strong man suddenly raised his hand somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the cigarettes on the shelf aside. Can we get a couple boxes of that? Smoking addiction. He. Don't be polite. Shin Hao smiled back and reached out to take down a cloud cigarette from the shelf, directly throwing it to him. Thank you. After thanking them again, the 4 little flatheads walked towards their SUVs. The 3 round-faced burly men got into 2 separate SUVs. Instead, Pinkie Pie opened the door and handed a pocket of food in her hand to a long-haired woman inside. Then holding a packet of just opened cloud cigarettes in his hand, he walked back to the entrance of the supermarket again and handed Shin Hao and Chen Yongjun a cigarette respectively. No way. Shin Hao shook his head with a smile, while Chen Yongjun on the side nonchalantly reached out and took it. After lighting a cigarette for himself, Little Flathead smiled with a kind face and said, "Older brother, where do you guys plan to go next? Let's go together if it's on the way." At this time, he himself no longer opened his mouth to let Chen Yongjun join him. After all, Shin Hao and his team had a shotgun in his hand. Therefore, he could only change his mindset, wanting to go all the way with Shin Hao and the others to see if he could slowly draw a relationship. It is important to realize that it has only been 10 days or so since the end of the world has fallen, and ordinary people cannot get any firearms. We are also discussing it. After Chen Yongjun lit the cigarette in his mouth and took a drag, he smiled and asked, "What about you guys? Where are you planning to go?" 7 or 8 kilometers further south, there is a large military base. The little flathead took a drag on his cigarette and continued. The people inside went into the city to rescue it when the initial doom fell, and now it should have become a refuge. We're going to go over there and see what's going on. It's best if we can get in. If not, then we'll talk. You said there's a military base 7 or 8 kilometers further south? Hearing Little Pingta's words, Chen Yongjun's eyes instantly lit up. With that, he turned his head to look at Shin Hao on the side. Shin Hao, I think we can follow over to see the situation. And if we can enter, we'll have a guarantee in terms of safety and won't need to run around anymore. You can go if you want to. I'll forget about it. I don't think I'll be free after going in. I can't stand the discipline. Shin Hao directly shook his head and gave his refusal. The management of a shelter formed in a place like a military base must be strict, so joining in didn't fit the expected plan in his mind, and it would also affect his ability to go kill zombies to earn cards. Even the shotgun in his hand would probably be seized, and then he would be left to his own devices, and he wouldn't feel safe against all those hot weapons in the army. He still liked the security of having his fate firmly in his own hands. After all, he is harboring some untold secrets. Chen Yongjun said with some puzzlement. No freedom is no freedom. At least we will be safe. We don't need to run around, and we don't need to fight with the zombies anymore. Think about it again. If you don't do it for yourself, you have to do it for Nico's safety. As he spoke, he glanced at Nico, who was standing on the side. Before Shin Hao could say anything, Nico, who was standing by the side, smiled and said, "I'll listen to Hao. I'll follow him wherever he goes, as long as I can be with him." Chen Yongjun instantly had nothing to say, just some doubts in his heart. These 2 people only know not 2 days. How did the feelings become so good? Shin Hao played with a lighter in his hand, looked at Chen Yongjun and said, "You follow them to the military base. Don't mind us. By the way, you guys can pack away some of this leftover stuff from the supermarket. Nico and I can't take it with us anyway." In the end, Chen Yongjun nodded at Shin Hao. "Alright, everyone has their own choice. I won't persuade you." Just then, Ling Ling also walked over towards the doorway, her dirty face showing an innocent expression as she looked at Chen Yongjun and whispered, "Uncle Chen, can you take me with you, please?" Shin Xiaozhou and Li Jiala also looked over towards the side in a pitiful manner, but didn't open their mouths to speak. But the meaning of the 2 of them was obvious. Seeing this, Little Ping too, who was standing at the side, slightly froze and looked at Chen Yongjun, asking incredulously, "Big brother, you're not still thinking of bringing the 3 of them along, are you?" "Ugh, leaving them here will kill them." Before Chen Yongjun could finish his words, a low hissing sound came from not far away. The crowd was shocked in their hearts and turned their heads in unison towards the direction the voice came from, only to see that 5 zombie dogs covered in blood slowly ran towards this side. Chapter 42. Can't be a brainless fool, or you'll die. It's a zombie dog. It looks like it should be a lot more powerful than a normal zombie. Almost instantly, Xiao Pingtu and Chen Yongjun then tensed up, and Ling Ling on the side was similarly terrified, directly turning around and running inside the supermarket. Nico, who was standing beside Shin Hao, was likewise a bit nervous. subconsciously reaching out to touch the revolver hidden in her clothes. Relax. Take it easy. Shinhao smiled and lifted his hand to rub Nico's white cheeks, then walked out of the supermarket carrying the shotgun and backhanded the roll-up door. He then walked towards the 5 blood-colored zombie dogs that were as if they were the size of huskies with his shotgun in both hands. Subconsciously glanced into the 2 black SUVs as he passed them. With that, he raised his gun with both hands and took aim, pulling the trigger on one of the zombie dogs running at the front of the pack. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the one zombie dog 5 or 6 meters away was directly shot in the head and fell heavily to the ground. A translucent card drifted out from above the corpse and quickly flew into Chinhao's mind. At this point, the second and third zombie dogs also ran over, just 6 or 7 meters away from Chinhao. Chinhao's face didn't show any panic, and he raised his gun to shoot while retreating towards a side alley. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! After a series of 3 shots, only one of the 2 zombie dogs was killed. The other zombie dog had already jumped towards the mid-air, waving its bloody claws and opening its bloody mouth full of fangs, directly pouncing towards Chinhao's body. "I'll you up!" Chinhao roared, directly raising the shotgun in his hand and pulling the trigger almost against the zombie dog's head. Bang! This close-range shot directly smashed a large part of the zombie dog's head and sent it flying backwards. Chinhao quickly pulled the bolt and once again added a shot at the zombie dog in mid-air, killing it completely. Immediately after that, while retreating towards the back, he aimed his gun at the last 2 zombie dogs that had just run into the alley. Bang! Bang! A shot to the stomach, a shot to the head, killing a zombie dog directly in mid-air. 8 shotgun shells down. Too late to reload shotgun shells. With a thought, 2 green skill cards appeared in Chinhao's hand. Sluggish, electric shock. The moment the skill is released, the last zombie dog that had just tried to jump up instantly became slower, and at the same time was struck by an electric current that appeared out of nowhere, falling to the ground and convulsing violently. Chinhao, on the other hand, took the opportunity to draw out the dog-legged knife on his waist, took 2 quick steps, bent down, and slashed at the head of the twitching zombie dog. The residual current that hadn't dissipated yet was directly conducted into Chinhao's body along with the dog-legged knife, but other than making him feel a pang of numbness, it didn't cause any substantial damage, only making his body subconsciously twitch a few times along with it. Soon the current was gone. The head of the zombie dog on the ground was also stabbed by Chinhao with a dog-legged knife. At this point, all 5 zombie dogs were killed, which also provided Chinhao with 5 unopened cards. The reason why Chinhao retreated into the alley was naturally to avoid people's ears, not wanting those few people in the SUV to see that he could use his skills, lest you get yourself into unnecessary trouble. After all, defense is not an option. At best, if you have a shotgun in your hand, you'll be considered just lucky, and not worth the thought of some big shot with a strong hand. But if the big boys know that you can release some skills, then I am afraid that the big boys will have to take you back and talk to you. Any way you can figure out why you can unleash skills. Is it an awakening of a natural ability? Or will it evolve for some other whatever reason? Will it become an ancestor person who doesn't eat beef in the future? I'm afraid the bigwigs will have to sleep with one eye open at night if they don't figure out the reasons why. So to speak, you must learn to hide when you need to hide, and you must try to avoid trouble when you can. You can't be a stupid 205 with no brain, or you won't know how you'll die. This was also the reason why Chinhao was not willing to follow Chen Yanjun and Little Ping Tu to the nearby military base, because after going there, he would definitely be under the fence, and might expose his secrets unintentionally or by necessity. It would be fine if it was a peaceful time, but now it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, and who's to say that there's still fairness and justice on a military base? It is still not in the hands of whoever has the gun, who is fair and just. As time goes on and resources continue to be depleted, 100% of the time there will be various classes and privileges, and Chinhao was not a person who was willing to be a parasite and let people control him. Not to mention that he wouldn't join any large sanctuaries even if he had a golden finger. Even if he didn't, the most he could do was to find a small, outnumbered shelter. For such a shelter he could easily take and call his own shots. My destiny can only be in my own hands and will never be given to anyone else. Chinhao frowned slightly, reaching out and pulling out a small towel from his pocket, wiping the blood stained on the dog-legged knife clean before inserting it back into the sheath hanging at his side. Immediately after, another 8 shotgun shells were taken off the side pouch of the shotgun and loaded into the chamber one by one. Just as he was walking toward the outside of the alley with his shotgun in both hands, there was a sudden movement overhead, and a low hissing sound. Chinhao snapped his head up and looked over, while raising the shotgun in his hand and pulling the trigger at the scarlet liquor that was crawling on top of the wall with its limbs above. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Chinhao unhurriedly raised his shotgun with both hands, backing up while firing at this blood-colored liquor that suddenly appeared on him. However, on the move, the accuracy was ultimately poor. 3 or 4 meters away. Although all 3 shots hit, they all hit the body of the Scarlet Liquor and did not hit the head to cause fatal damage. The dense shrapnel shot into the body of the Scarlet Liquor, splattering a splash of blood and enraging it completely. Roar! After opening its bloody mouth full of fangs and letting out an angry hiss, the blood-colored liquor crawling on the wall of the second floor directly flew at Qin Hao. "I'll you in the ass. You to hell!" Qin Hao didn't panic, and while backing up, he raised the shotgun with both hands, aiming at the ever-closer Scarlet Liquor's exposed head before pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the Scarlet Liquor, in midair just a meter or so away from Qin Hao, had his brain beaten into a pulp by Qin Hao, and fell heavily to the ground above. 3 translucent unopened cards also floated out from the corpse of the Scarlet Liquor, quickly flying into Qin Hao's mind. Howl! Howl! 2 more blood-colored liquors with bloody bodies poked out half of their bodies from above the roof, blood-red liquid continuously flowing out of their fong-filled bloody mouths. Obviously, all of these Scarlet Liquors were attracted by the gunshots just now. Chapter 43. Brother, you're so powerful, do you know it yourself? Die! Qin Hao lifted his head to look at the 2 blood-colored liquors above the wall on the second floor, and a smile full of sunshine appeared above his handsome face. In his slightly raised right hand, a blue skill card, Deadly Poison Arrow, was held between 2 fingers. Swish! 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 In a flash, 2 sharp arrows with a hint of dark green coldness appeared out of nowhere and quickly shot into the exposed brains of those 2 Scarlet Liquors. Put! Put! The Scarlet Liquor that had just jumped into midair and swung its sharp claws towards Qin Hao was instantly shot through the brain by a deadly poison arrow, splattering 2 red and white blood flowers. Almost instantly, the heads of the 2 Scarlet Liquors then turned a dark green color and spread rapidly towards the rest of their bodies. Immediately after, the bodies of the 2 Scarlet Liquors then fell heavily to the ground, dropping 3 translucent unopened cards each. Sure enough, it's still a good idea to use the skill card of intentionality. Looking at the 6 semi-transparent cards flying towards him, Qin Hao's mind moved, and the skill cards in his hand instantly disappeared and were put back into his personal card pool. Subsequently, he lifted his head toward the roofs of the surrounding houses and made sure nothing was moving before stepping out of the alleyway with his shotgun in both hands. Just stepped out of the alley. The glass of the black SUV then came down, and the round-faced strong man revealed half of his body, giving a thumbs up to Qin Hao with an adoring face. The big guy is awesome. It's only been a few minutes and I've taken out 5 zombie dogs. The round-faced strong man didn't know that Qin Hao had also killed 3 Scarlet Liquors in the alley. Otherwise he would probably have to kneel on the ground and beg for a hug. Cheer up. You can do it in the future too. Qin Hao turned his head and showed a smile to the round-faced strong man. He then walked to the door of the supermarket and leaned down to pull up the roll-up door. Smiling at the crowd inside, he said, "Well, it's done. Ha, it's only been a few minutes and you've taken care of 5 zombie dogs." Little Ping too, who was smoking, looked at Qin Hao, who had a relaxed face, and was slightly stunned in his heart. Even if you had a shotgun, it only took a few minutes to up 5 walker dogs straight away? No. Those aren't 5 big fat pigs standing still for you to slaughter. Those are 5 zombie dogs. Brother, you're so powerful, do you know that? Of course, this was only in Little Ping Tu's heart. He didn't dare to say it in front of Qin Hao, because he wasn't a survivor living in that commercial street. He hadn't seen Qin Hao's feat of destroying a zombie horde on the street by himself. On the other hand, Chen Yongjun and the others, who were standing on the side, acted very calmly, as if Qin Hao hadn't gone to kill 5 zombie dogs, but to step on 5 ants. Brother Qin Hao, Lingling, who was standing by the side, smiled and praised. "You're simply amazing. You're the most powerful person I've ever seen. And you're also the most handsome looking." Nico, who was leaning against the wall, her right hand always touching on the revolver through her clothes, looked at Qin Hao with a hint of tenderness above her pretty face. "How? Hard work. Good job, Qin Hao." Chen Yongjun also nodded at Qin Hao. In his opinion, Qin Hao, who is not afraid of danger and always rushes in the first place, is very suitable to be a teammate. Nay, Qin Hao was unwilling to team up with himself and the others. "Did you guys discuss this just now? When do you plan to leave for the military base?" Qin Hao took a bottle of functional drink from Nico and took a big sip. "This is ready to go." Chen Yongjun once again looked at Qin Hao and asked, "Qin Hao, are you really not considering going with us? There are zombies everywhere in this environment now. It's dangerous for you to take Nico alone. Think again. Don't think about it. I've thought it through." Without any hesitation, Qin Hao directly shook his head and rejected Chen Yongjun. "Fine." Chen Yongjun sighed with a helpless face. "Then what's next for the 2 of you? Have you figured out where you're going? Do you know how to drive? Do you want me to leave the van with you?" "I can drive," Qin Hao said. "As for where to go, I haven't thought about it yet, but I definitely need to find a safe shelter." Natalie, who was on the side, followed suit and spoke, I can drive too. Oh. Shin Hao smiled at Nico, then said to Chen Youngjun again, there's no need to leave the van behind. You guys drive away. I'll find another one later. As he spoke, he craned his head to look at the beat-up van parked outside the door. How? It looks like we don't need to go looking for a car anymore. Nico suddenly rummaged through the drawer under the cash register and pulled out a set of car keys, hooking them up with her finger and waving them at Shin Hao. Then what are we waiting for? Let's find a car. After smiling at Chen Youngjun, Shin Hao directly turned around and walked out of the supermarket. Natalie, on the other hand, followed close behind. After taking the car key from Nico and glancing at the car label on it, Shin Hao sized up the several cars parked on both sides of the street. Eventually, a white SUV was found in a parking space a dozen meters away. After opening the door with the car key, throwing the backpack behind me into the back seat, and getting into the driver's seat and checking it out, I realized that the gas gauge was full and everything was fine. Immediately, turning to Nico, who was just sitting in the driver's seat, he nodded. The car should be fine, just this one. Immediately after, looking at Nico sitting aside, he asked with a serious face, Nico, there's a possibility that you might die if you follow me. Will you really not regret it? Without opening her mouth to speak, Nico came over and directly kissed Shin Hao. I will definitely do my best to protect you. Shin Hao smiled faintly. How? Don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself and won't hold you back, Nico said with the same serious face. Aha. With their childhood friendship, there was no need to say anything at all, and Shin Hao nodded at Nico. He then started the car and drove it directly to the entrance of the supermarket, then opened the door and got out of the car. Walking towards the supermarket, Natalie also opened the car door, stepped off the passenger side and followed. Upon entering the supermarket, Shin Hao said to Chen Youngjun and Little Ping too, since I have a car, I'll load more supplies. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the two to say anything before he began to lead Natalie towards the shelves. After grabbing a grocery bag and filling it with 5 or 6 bags of assorted snacks, he loaded the trunk with 2 boxes of loose sandwich cookies, a box of egg rolls, and a box of soy products. Then, 3 large buckets of pure water, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 large packages of mineral water, a box of Coke, and a box of fruity oranges were moved to the trunk, as well as some various everyday items that can be of use. Filled the trunk of the car to the brim. Goodbye, I'll see you later, and good luck. After waving at Chen Youngjun and Little Ping too, Shin Hao took Nico into the car and drove it directly down the country road towards the south. Looking at the white SUV that was gradually moving away, Little Ping too suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Youngjun on the side. This dude doesn't look ordinary. He looks like he's not very old, but he has guts, brains, and is still ruthless enough to smile like a smiley face. That's right, Chen Youngjun nodded, without full certainty and backing. It's best not to mess with such a ruthless person, or else you'll surely die a horrible death. Alright, pack up and let's get going too. As he spoke, Pinky walked over to his SUV and waved at the round-faced burly man and the others. Guys, come down and move your stuff. Just now, he had already discussed with Chen Youngjun that the two sides would travel together as a team, but it was not considered forming a new team. Chen Youngjun also waved to Ling Ling and Li Jiala and the others on the side. Don't just stand there. If you don't want to go hungry, quickly load things into the car. The other side. Shin Hao had just walked out a kilometer when he parked his car in front of a clothing store with an open door. Getting out of the car, he led Natalie inside, intending to go in and get a couple changes of clothes to wear. Chapter 44, The Fall of the Military Base and the First Glimpses of a Conspiracy. Natalie, wait here. I'll go in first and see what's going on. After whispering to Nico, who was holding a revolver in her hand, Shin Hao carefully walked into the middle of this clothing store with the shotgun in both hands. This clothing store was not a small one, probably around 100 square feet. It is divided into several areas for men's, women's and children's clothing. Just as Shin Hao carefully walked to the fitting room in the women's clothing area with his shotgun, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils shrinking tightly together. A pair of grayish-white feet covered in black blood could be seen through the gap beneath the curtain of the fitting room door. Without any hesitation or indecision, Shin Hao directly pulled the trigger on the curtain in front of him. Bang! Ah! Almost as soon as the shot rang out, an extremely shrill whine rang out from behind the curtain. Moment! Shin Hao then felt his brain buzzing, and with an extremely painful expression on his face, he subconsciously raised his hands to cover his ears. Just then, a short, skinny, black-bloodied walker, waving arms that had begun to rot, lunged out from behind the door curtain. I'm going to you up. Shin Hao, who was in the midst of facial pain, didn't lose his mind, and with a thought, a skill card appeared in his right hand, stiffening, in a flash. This one short zombie with a hideous and horrible face then stopped whistling, and as if it was down, it kept the posture of pouncing out and directly stopped in place. Go to hell! Enduring the beeping sound coming from his ears, Jinhao quickly raised the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger right above the short zombie's eye socket. Bang! Bang! By the time the 3 seconds of stiffness ended, the short walker's brain had been rotted out by the shrapnel. In a moment of falling to the ground, 2 translucent cards floated out, quickly flying into Jinhao's mind. It's useless even if you can scream, as long as it's a zombie brain is the Achilles heel. The smiling Jinhao raised his foot and kicked a few times at the short zombie that fell to the ground. How? Are you okay? Nico, who was standing in the doorway, was likewise a bit dizzy from the sharp whistle just now, but still asked Jinhao with a concerned face. It's fine. Just encountered a little trouble. It's been solved. Don't worry. After responding to Nico who was guarding the door, Jinhao continued to inspect the shotgun with both hands. A few minutes later, he went back to the door and waved at Nicole. Well, there's no danger now. Come on in. Aha. Natalie smiled and walked over, just as Jinhao brought Nico to $0 shopping in the clothing store. On the other side, Chen Yongjun, Little Ping Tu and the others also drove toward the south. While passing by the clothing store, without the slightest stop, he directly drove out of the town towards the military base 7 or 8 kilometers away and sped off. Soon, an hour or so later, the 2 SUVs and a van then turned a few corners down a concrete road and parked a few hundred meters from the military base. The reason why they stopped here was because the crowd heard a burst of gunfire coming from the military base, which was interspersed with a few grenade explosions. With a puzzled look on his face, Pinky got out of the car and went to the back of the van, raising his hand and knocking on the driver's side glass. After Chen Yongjun lowered the glass of the car, Little Ping Tu asked with a slight frown, "Older brother, the situation inside the military base doesn't seem too good. Are we still going in now? The gunfire sounds chaotic and scattered. It seems to be coming from all directions." Chen Yongjun glanced at the military base a few hundred meters away and said with a thoughtful face, "Something should have happened inside. We'd better not go over there. Let's change the place." Chen Yongjun's words just fell. The round-faced burly man in the SUV in front of him suddenly poked half of his body out of the window and reached out to point at the military base a few hundred meters away. "Grip grass. Brother Yong, do you see those running out of the military base as people or zombies?" Hearing the round-faced burly man's words, Little Ping Tu subconsciously looked back in the direction of the military base, only to see dozens of figures running out from the military base and were running frantically towards this side. "Worry. You don't care if they are human or zombies. Let's retreat first. We can't stay here anymore." As he spoke, Little Ping Tu ran back to the car, turned the car around, stepped on the gas and sped off in the direction he came from. The other 2 cars didn't have any hesitation and directly followed suit, turning around and rushing out. The moment. Not far away, the military base was in complete chaos, and countless survivors and soldiers were infected into zombies under the attack of some mutated zombies. The most bizarre thing was that some of the survivors and soldiers who had just died were fused together in an extremely bizarre manner under the manipulation of a mysterious force. A blended monster with a strange, hideous and terrifying shape was formed. They are more powerful and terrifying than ordinary zombies, because of the presence of the kind of zombies that were stealthy as if they were hunters. Infected zombies had appeared everywhere in the entire military base. For a while, there were heavy casualties. Even with hot weapons it was hard to organize an effective counterattack. And even defense was hard to do because the kind of hunter zombies that could be stealthy were really godlike. Often, a defensive circle had just been organized, and within a few minutes it would be breached from the inside by hunter walkers. The chaos continued for over an hour, with a large portion of the military base of several thousand people dead. Afterward, as if they had received a certain kind of instruction, those zombies no longer attacked the remaining survivors, but all ran out towards the outside of the military base. A couple thousand normal zombies were interspersed with a couple hundred mutated and blended zombies, as well as a dozen large tank zombies. A wave of zombies has formed. A large group of zombies, in a huge swarm, went in the direction where the city was. Late afternoon, Jinhao drove down a provincial road, and after driving more than 10 kilometers towards the west, he came to a villa area that wasn't too big. As the sun was about to set, he found a 3-story villa located at the edge of the villa area with an open door and shot the owner of the house inside, who had turned into a zombie, in the head. Subsequently, after checking the 3-story villa inside and out to make sure that the doors and windows were all in order, he opened the garage door with the key he found. Drive the white SUV parked in front of the door into the middle of the garage. The 2 men pulled out some food and drinking water, ate and drank their fill, and then walked straight into one of the bedrooms closest to the garage. In the middle of the dark bedroom, Jinhao and Nico, who had nothing to do, naturally could not avoid having an intimate fish and water sex. It was an intense and luscious campaign that lasted an hour before it was over. After Nico fell asleep with a contented look on her face, Shinhao leaned on the head of the bed and summoned his card interface, directly opening all the 22 cards he had obtained. Only a golden light seemed to flash above the system interface. I have a go. Is this out of the gold? Chapter 45, S-Class Cards, Mechanical Battleheim, Interdimensional Shelter. A thrill. Shinhao directly sat up straight and couldn't wait to take out all the 22 cards he had just opened. Flipping through them one by one. 8 cards for supplies. 2 F-rank white material cards, boiled egg *1, snow pear *1. For grady green material cards, hand-torn roast duck *1, cream puffs, 10 PCS *1, 1 liter mineral water *1, lunch meat *1. 2D grade blue material cards, beef and vegetable porridge *5, vitamin drink *5. 7 prop cards. 2E grade green prop cards, small umbrella, 10, *1, pan *1. Grade D blue prop card, 12 gauge shotgun shells *50, 4 pieces. Grade C silver prop card, M4A1 carbine *1, comes with 2 spare magazines and 200 rounds of ammunition. 3 skill cards. Grady green skill card, flare, you can release a flare into the sky for 10 seconds. 2 halves uses. D grade blue skill card, defense aura, can provide itself with a defense aura that counteracts a certain amount of damage. Duration 20 seconds. Number of uses 3 of 3. Grade C silver skill card, holy light healing technique, release a holy light to heal the damage you received in a split second. Remaining usage times 10 out of 10. 3 summoning cards. Grady green summoning card, female cow, you can summon an adult female cow. Duration 10 minutes. Number of summons 2 halves. Grade D blue summoning card, Minotaur warrior, you can summon a Minotaur warrior with a battle axe. Duration 15 minutes. Summoning times March 3rd. S-Class gold summoning card. Machine, Battleheim. Card level, gold summoning card, S-Class. Card description, you can summon a battle-type bionic mechanical girl to help you in battle. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. S-Class Gold Mystery Card. Interdimensional Shelter. Card grade, Golden Mystery Card, S grade. Card description, this card is the only temporal anchor point for an interdimensional shelter, allowing you to enter and exit this interdimensional shelter at will. It is impossible to enter or leave the interdimensional shelter by any means other than this card. It is absolutely safe. And you can bring other voluntary entrants into the interdimensional shelter. The interior of the interdimensional shelter is 3 rooms and 1 bath, with unlimited utilities and all the furniture. This card is automatically bound upon acquisition. Grip the grass. Grip the grass. I can't believe I opened 2 S-ranked golden legends. This is simply the Emperor possessed. Looking at the 2 golden cards he obtained, Shinhao was so ecstatic inside that he almost couldn't help but shout out, "Calm down, calm down." It took opening close to 200 cards to open just 2 gold cards. After taking several deep breaths, Shinhao's excited mood was finally gradually calmed down. After taking out the S-ranked, interdimensional shelter, just now, he felt that he was bound to this S-ranked golden mystic card. Underworld. An interdimensional shelter located in the middle of endless darkness wrapped in a cloud of 7-colored light could be clearly perceived. And the full picture in the bizarro shelter. It looks like a very ordinary, cozy decorated 3-bedroom apartment. Nothing special. He could enter and exit with his mind, though he couldn't be forced to bring others in. It needed to be voluntary, and it could also be used as a warehouse for storing supplies. Another thing is that after you enter the interdimensional shelter through the deck, you will still appear where you entered the interdimensional shelter when you come back out. Of course, this was limited to the fact that after Shinhao himself entered the interdimensional shelter, the place he came out again would be the same place as when he entered, as long as Shinhao did not enter into the shelter. The entrance and exit of the shelter then moved with Shinhao himself. After putting all the cards in his hand back into his personal card pool, Shinhao couldn't wait to get out of bed and reached out to grab the 3 backpacks placed on the floor. Swish! In a flash, 3 backpacks full of supplies disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, Shinhao entered the garage again and put all the supplies placed in the trunk into the interdimensional shelter. Subsequently, with another excited look on his face, he returned to his bed in the bedroom and reached out to pat a sleeping Natalie. "Nico, I'm going to take you somewhere, okay?" Okay da." The sleeping Nico didn't even open her eyes, nodded in a daze, and hugged Shinhao as if she were an octopus. "I'll follow you wherever you go." Next, an excited Shinhao disappeared into the bedroom with the sleeping Nico, directly appearing on the double bed in the master bedroom of the interdimensional shelter. Natalie, who was asleep, didn't even feel that she was no longer in her bedroom. Still clinging to Shinhao's body, a hint of tantalizing red color appeared above his pretty face. "Phew, now I can finally get a good solid sleep." Looking at the bedroom with a cozy layout, Shinhao's mood completely relaxed. He himself had finally gained an absolutely safe haven in the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland, and could stop thinking hard about how to house Nico. The only bad thing though is that there aren't any windows or doors in this one shelter. He didn't rush to summon the S-ranked, mechanical Battleheim out, but instead turned off the lights and closed his eyes while holding Natalie in his arms. Day 2. When Natalie woke up sleepily, she looked at her unfamiliar surroundings and her whole body froze slightly. Where is this place? How did you get here yourself? However, after turning his head and seeing Chin Hao lying beside him, his heart instantly let out a sigh of relief. As long as she had Chin Hao by her side, she would feel incredibly solid in her heart. Nico, you're awake. How did you sleep last night? Chin Hao woke up as well, and directly took Nico, who had just sat up, into his arms. A solid sleep. A freshly awakened Natalie gave the impression of being pure and lustful. How? What is this place? It seems like it's not in the villa, right? Did you bring me here? You don't need to care where this is. Just know that it's absolutely safe here. Chin Hao didn't explain too much to Nico. Nico understood Chin Hao's meaning in just a moment. Do I just need to stay here from now on? That's right. It's too dangerous outside. I'll just be responsible for going out to look for supplies. Chin Hao nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Although Nico had a lot of doubts in her heart, but Chin Hao didn't say anything, so she wisely didn't open her mouth to ask. 10 minutes later, the two of them got up and washed up before going into the middle of the living room. Looking at the pile of supplies piled up in the living room, Nico's face was delighted. How? You brought all the supplies we found. Well, breakfast first. The two grabbed some food and sat on the couch after eating and drinking their fill. Chin Hao turned around and looked at Nico, who was sitting on the side. Nico, from now on, if you need anything, just let me know. Usually you can just stay here. Okay, Natalie nodded. How? Are you going out? Yeah, I'm going to keep going to search for supplies. Okay then, be safe. I'll meet you at home. Well, I'll be back with you every night, so familiarize yourself with the house. After the two of them hugged, Chin Hao directly stood up and disappeared in the same place. Whoa! Seeing this scene, a hint of amazement appeared above Nico's pretty face. However, she didn't think too much in her heart, because she had long realized that Chin Hao was somewhat mysterious. She was smart and clever, and didn't have to dig in and get to the bottom of it like other women. The other side. Chin Hao directly appeared on the bed of the bedroom in the villa. After getting out of bed, a delicate golden summoning card appeared in his slightly raised right hand. Machine, Battleheim. A dazzling golden light flashed, and an additional figure appeared in the middle of the room. Chapter 46, Mechanical Battleheim. I can't have babies. It was a beautiful blonde girl around 1.6 meters tall, with a perfect body and impeccably refined features. The upper half of her body was wearing a smooth-lined, extremely beautiful white chest armor, revealing a white, flat belly. The lower half of his body was wearing a pair of black shorts, revealing 2 white thighs, but from the knees down it was transformed into 2 white mechanical prosthetic limbs. The arms were also 2 white mechanical prosthetics, but the hands were covered in simulated skin. The young girl had 2 sci-fi silver-white pistols hanging from her waist, as well as several magazines, and 2 long alloy knives on her back. The good-looking blonde beauty gives off an overall cyberpunk vibe. Hello, my name is Annie. From now on I will be your exclusive Battleheim. The blonde-haired beauty revealed a sweet smile to Chin Hao, who was standing aside in a daze. Chin Hao, who was pondering in his heart whether this combat G collapsed in front of him was a human being, quickly reacted and revealed a smile to the combat G and in front of him. Hello, my name is Chin Hao. Mr. Chin Hao, may I ask what I can do for you? Annie, can you start by telling us what powers you have? Also, you can just call me Chin Hao directly. No need to call me sir, Chin Hao said with a smile. After hearing Chin Hao's words, without thinking, Annie said, I'm proficient in all kinds of firearms, cold weapons, combat techniques, assassination techniques, driving techniques, electromechanics, and more. After cocking his head and thinking for a moment, she added, I'm also proficient in various abilities in the category of life, such as cooking, housework, appliance repair, etc. So powerful? It seems like you are really an all-round talent. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Chin Hao smiled and complimented. At the same time in the heart side, their own this time is considered to have picked up the treasure. Such an all-round talent can top several. It's not like I'm an all-rounder, Annie said in a serious voice. I don't know how to make babies. Hearing this, Chin Hao was instantly speechless. I thought to myself, you'll be damned if you're a mechanical reformer who can have babies. Seemingly thinking of something, he suddenly looked at Annie in front of him and asked, so do you usually need to eat or recharge your batteries? And are you considered a carbon-based life form or not? Or a silicon-based life form? Chin Hao was going to ask if you count as a human being, but he felt that it was a little bit not good to ask, so he asked politely. Moomin cocked her head and thought for a moment before she spoke. I used to be a carbon-based lifeform, but now I can only be considered a carbon-based plus silicon-based lifeform, I guess. I have a hypernuclear energy source packed inside my body, but I also possess a digestive system, which theoretically allows me to eat a variety of foods and recharge to replenish my energy. However, it's really not that troublesome. Just send me back every day and summon me back out to restore me to my best condition. Half carbon-based plus half silicon-based? Come on. This is still an undefinable beauty queen. Shinhao couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart when he heard Annie's words. Let's go. Follow me out for a walk around first, and find a few zombies for you to practice on. After waving his hand at Annie, Shinhao directly walked out towards the outside of the bedroom. Okay, Annie nodded and followed directly. Soon, the two then walked out of the villa and wandered around the villa area. It didn't take long. Shinhao then found a couple that had turned into zombies in a 3-story villa. Looking at the zombies waving their rotting arms and hissing as they lunged at him, he made an inviting gesture to Annie, who was standing beside him. Annie didn't say any nonsense. Her legs slightly bent, and she directly jumped into midair. The moment she jumped out, she raised her hands and backhandedly drew the 2 long alloy knives on her back. Next, a dazzling blast of cold flashes around the 2 running zombies. Immediately after, Shinhao then realized that Annie had already landed behind the 2 zombies and backhanded the 2 long alloy knives in her hands back into the sheaths on her back. The 2 zombies, on the other hand, had 5 or 6 blood-colored lines appear on their bodies. Their bodies scattered like broken blocks in an instant, and their heads were even split in half by a knife. I'll go. So powerful? Shinhao was directly shocked to the point of being dumbfounded and unable to close his mouth by this maneuver of Annie's. Annie is just too fast. He didn't even see clearly how Annie swung the knife and chopped at the zombies, and the 2 zombies turned into a field of broken limbs. Looking at the 2 semi-transparent cards that flew towards him, Shinhao was instantly happy in his heart. With Annie, a beautiful fighting girl, helping herself to kill the zombies, she would never need to fight zombies with this broken sprayer in her hand again. Was my performance just now okay? And walked over and looked at Shinhao, who was wearing a silly smile, and asked, It's okay, quite okay. Shinhao came back to his senses and gave Annie a thumbs up. Annie, you were simply too cool just now. As long as you are satisfied. A happy smile appeared above Annie's delicate face. Let's go. Let's continue to find the zombies. Shinhao carried the shotgun in his hand and turned towards the outside of the villa. Next, Shinhao then took Annie and searched all 16 villas in the entire villa area. Killed 6 walkers in total. Since most of the villas were empty, it looked as if they hadn't been lived in for a long time. As for the living, on the other hand, none were found, and 6 bitten corpses were found. Except for finding some gold and silver jewelry. Just found a heavy motorcycle with a full tank of gas in a garage. Just as Shinhao had just rolled out this handsomely shaped heavy motorcycle, Annie, who was standing on the side, suddenly turned her head and looked into the yard of the villa next to her. What's wrong? Parking his motorcycle, Shinhao looked over with a puzzled face following Annie's gaze. However, there was no figure to be seen in that empty garden. I can sense a hint of a murderous aura, and there seems to be a creature standing there that appears to be in stealth mode, with a stony face, and reached down and pulled out the 2 silver pistols at her waist, closed her eyes, and fired blindly into the small garden not far away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Looking at the green laser shooting out from the muzzle, Shinhao froze slightly. I'll go. These 2 pistols are actually laser weapons? Looking along the green laser that shot out, he saw that not far away, in the middle of the small garden, a robust monster that was 2 meters tall and covered in blood-colored armor revealed itself. Chapter 47. So what if you can be invisible? I can't be killed. Ironborn? Still seems to look a little different. Looking at the lanky, blood-colored monster not far away, holding 2 blood-colored spine blades in his hands, Shinhao's heart instantly thought of an alien creature in a certain movie. But take a closer look. It was discovered that the monster in front of him, covered in blood-colored armor, was not an Ironborn, as the iconic helmet and shoulder cannons were missing. What Shinhao didn't know was, this godforsaken, blood-colored monster is the hunter-walker that turned the military base upside down. Since and was blindly firing her twin guns with her eyes closed and using her senses, only 2 of the dozen green lasers that were shot out hit the shoulders of the hunter-walker. Zip, 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 zip. The moment the figure was revealed, the blood-colored armor above the hunter-walker's shoulders was scorched with 2 holes by the laser, but it didn't seem to cause any substantial damage. Roar! A roar came out of the mouth of the hunter zombie in anger, brandishing the 2 spine blades in his hand and quickly charging towards the side. After Annie glanced back at Shinhao who was standing behind her, She directly inserted the twin guns in her hands back to her waist, and backhandedly drew out the two alloy long knives behind her back to meet her. It's very athletic, as if it were a cheetah. With a distance of more than 10 meters, both sides quickly fought. The lanky hunter walker had a sharp figure and didn't move clumsily, swinging the two spinal blades in his hand and slashing at the running Annie. The petite and exploded with extreme combat power in a flash. Bending his legs slightly, he jumped violently into mid-air, easily dodging the two slashing spinal blades, a moment before jumping over the head of a hunter walker. Maintaining an inverted position, he quickly swung the two long alloy blades in his hands and violently stabbed them into the cracks of the armor on the hunter's zombie. Put, put. Two dark green waves of blood splashed up from among the cracks in the armor. Immediately after, the moment Annie swung her knife backhandedly at herself, she directly pulled out the double knives in her hand and landed behind the hunter zombie with a beautiful backflip steadily. The moment it hits the ground, she quickly inserted the two long alloy knives in her hands back on top of her back, and then wrapped her arms around the hunter walker's neck in an over-the-shoulder slam. Anne's petite body erupted with a huge force within her body, directly knocking the hunter walker that had just tried to turn around over heavily onto the ground. Immediately after, before the hunter walker could react, she got on all fours and grabbed both of the hunter walker's arms before using a counterjoint technique. Click, 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 click. A few sounds of bones breaking past. Both of the hunter walker's arms went straight into two reverse U shapes. In the midst of the hunter walker's violent struggles, both of its legs were also broken hard from the knees by Annie. Immediately after, Annie backhanded the long alloy knife on her back again and plunged it down among the gap in the hunter walker's jaw. Put, put. After a few hard stirs, the struggling zombie completely stopped moving. After all, a zombie is a zombie after all, and 90% of zombies' weaknesses are in the brain. The brain dies when it's churned up. It's so handsome, worthy of being a Battleheim. Xin Hao, who stood not far away and watched the battle, looked at the 10 semi-transparent cards that flew towards him, and a happy smile appeared on his handsome face. Battleheim was a lot more powerful than he thought. And just then, the shock came suddenly. A hunter zombie revealed itself behind Xin Hao without any sign, and raised its hand to stab a blood-colored spine knife into Xin Hao's back. Stabbed him straight through the heart. Woj. Looking at a blood-stained spine blade that was exposed from his stomach, Xin Hao slightly froze, and immediately afterward, he felt a heart-rending pain. Anne, who was not far away, watched this sudden scene, and directly ran over quickly. In the midst of his anger, Xin Hao's mind moved and directly used 4 skill cards in a row. Paralyze, Fearless Sprint, Holy Light Healing, Frost Fury. The hunter zombie that wanted to continue to turn the spine blade in his hand to churn Xin Hao's body to pieces instantly went into a paralyzed state where he couldn't move, and was frozen into a blue-colored ice sculpture by the Frost Fury in an instant. Xin Hao, on the other hand, the moment the hunter zombie behind him was frozen by Frost Fury, he made a fearless sprint to break away from the control of the spine blade and directly rushed to 10 meters away. At the same time, a holy light healing spell that appeared out of nowhere instantly healed the damage that Xin Hao had just received on his body. Get down! The moment he rushed to 10 meters away, Xin Hao directly slumped to the ground, while shouting at Annie, who had just rushed behind him. Annie's reaction was quick, and almost the moment the hunter walker was frozen by the Frost Fury, she directly did a sideways roll and jumped behind a piece of landscape rock. Boom! The hunter zombie that was frozen into an ice sculpture while maintaining its sword-swinging posture suddenly exploded into scattered crumbs of shattered ice in a split second, completely cooling off. Mud. Even if you can be stealthy, it's not enough for you to engage in a sneak attack from behind without speaking of martial arts. Luckily, I already have an immortal body, and I still have enough cards, or else I really was just being undermined by you just now. So what if you're invisible? I can't be killed. You're the only one who can die. You scum! Looking at the 10 semi-transparent cards that quickly flew towards him, a hint of smugness appeared on Xin Hao's handsome and dashing face. He then reached up and lifted the shirt that had been torn by the spinal blade towards his stomach. It was found that the stomach, which had been bloody just a moment ago, had completely recovered, and no trace of it could be seen. Even the blood had disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that a blood-stained ragged hole could be clearly seen on his punching bag, he would have even thought that the sneak attack just now was just an illusion. Ha! Annie, who had just walked over, looked at Xin Hao with some surprise. You were stabbed and you're not even okay? To know that a normal human taking such a penetrating cut, even if he didn't die, it would still be a serious injury. However, on second thought, since Xin Hao had the ability to kill that hunter zombie in seconds, it made sense that he possessed an extremely high self-healing ability. What? Are you expecting something from me? Hearing Annie's words, Xin Hao couldn't help but put down his own clothes and raised his head to give her a blank look. No, I'm just a little bit curious. Annie quickly waved her hand. a hint of apology showing above her pretty face. Jay, the curious babies who grew up eating curiosity aren't as curious as you are. After blankly glancing at Annie again, Jinhao took out a bag of vacuum-packed beef and a bottle of mineral water from the interdimensional shelter with a thought. After slinging the shotgun on his back and ripping the package open with both hands, he took a big bite. What's a curious baby? Annie asked with a curious look on her face. She didn't seem to have many human emotions. You're just a curious baby. Oh, beef and sauce. You want some? Thanks. I'm not eating. While Jinhao lowered his head to eat, and stood quietly next to him and put up a defense posture. 4 or 5 minutes later, Jinhao, who had just finished eating the beef with sauce, hadn't even had time to wipe the oil stains on his hands when he heard a roar of an engine coming from the gate of the villa area. Chapter 48, Wow! Another golden legend? Comfy. After lifting his hands and stretching comfortably, Jinhao waved at Annie who was guarding his side. Come on, follow me to the door and see what's coming. However, just after walking out 2 steps, Jinhao stopped 2 steps again and looked up and down at Annie who was following him. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Annie asked subconsciously as she stopped afterward. There's a little bit of a problem. With a thought, Jinhao took out a white women's sweatshirt from the interdimensional shelter. It was a branded sweatshirt that Nico had found in a clothing store yesterday. Put these clothes on first to cover these mechanical prosthetics of yours before you cause unnecessary trouble. Okay. Annie nodded and reached out to take the white sportswear Jinhao handed over. After changing into white sportswear, and instantly went from a cool, cyberpunk-inspired beauty queen to a good-looking girl next door. Not bad. It still looks a bit smoother like this. Looking at Annie, whose appearance was no different from a normal girl, Jinhao nodded with a satisfied face. After that, he mounted the heavy motorcycle parked aside and took Annie with him, started the car and drove quickly towards the entrance of the villa area. Boom boom boom. By the time he rode his motorcycle to the gate of the villa area, he just happened to see a black SUV stop with a Chinese bus. The car door was opened. One after another, a dozen survivors came down. The leader was a man probably in his 30s, with a stocky build and a big back haircut. After seeing Jinhao, who came from far away and rode a motorcycle over, he subconsciously clenched a steel pipe in his hand and waved his hand at several men behind him. Wait, don't even act rashly. Let's see if it's a friend or foe first. Understood. Several other men with steel pipes in their hands nodded in unison. Squeak. With a sharp brake, Jinhao steadily stopped the motorcycle 5 or 6 meters away from those survivors. Before he could speak, the man at the head of the group with a big backcombed head then took the lead and said, My friend, we escaped from the nearby city yesterday, and we intend to rest and recuperate here for a day, can we? Yes, of course, you can. You can even live here as if it were your own home. Jinhao smiled, then looked at the big-backed man again and asked, Right, what's the situation in the neighborhood now? Did you encounter any zombies on your way here? After thinking a little, the big-backed man looked at Jinhao riding on the motorcycle and said, There aren't many zombies in the neighborhood, and a lot of zombies have been running towards the city since last night. By the way, that military base nearby has completely fallen, so you'd better not go in that direction if you're planning to leave the area. We had planned to go there yesterday afternoon, but upon arriving in the neighborhood, the sound of heavy gunfire could be heard from inside from a distance. It didn't take long for a couple thousand zombies to run out of it, crowing in the direction of the city. You mean the nearby military base has fallen? And there's a couple thousand walkers all running in the direction of the city? After hearing the big-backed man's words, Jinhao was slightly stunned in his heart, followed by a bright light in front of his eyes. A couple thousand walkers? Wouldn't that represent a couple thousand unopened cards? If he killed all these zombies, wouldn't he be rich? However, 1 or 2,000 zombies with their own ability is still no way to get rid of them at once. But you can first use kite tactics to nibble away at them a little bit. After one obtained enough cards, the speed of harvesting zombies would become faster and faster. That's right, this matter is a bit fishy. It's reasonable to say that most of the survivors have actually escaped after that earthquake happened yesterday. What are all those zombies doing running in there like they've been mysteriously summoned? Unable to figure it out, the big-backed man, frowning with a thoughtful face, pulled a box of cigarettes out of his pocket and lit one for himself. After taking a drag, he pulled out another cigarette and handed it to Jinhao. Want one? No, thanks. Jinhao waved his hand. The man with the big back pocketed his cigarette case, then raised his hand, which was clasped with a cigarette, and pointed to the surrounding villas. My friend, are you looking for a villa here as a shelter? Are there any more walkers in this neighborhood? We'd like to set up a shelter here too. The man with the big back reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of individually wrapped chocolate and threw it at Jinhao. I'm leaving. The zombies here have been cleared out. Good luck. Jinhao glanced at the well-wrapped chocolate, tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth. Afterwards, The motorcycle was driven towards the outside of the villa area and sped away. Just after hearing the words that the big-backed man had said, he had already figured out in his mind what he was going to do next. That would be to head in the direction of the city, to kill walkers to get enough cards, and then find a way to eat all those walkers in the city. You must accumulate enough skill cards and summoning cards in a short period of time. He never forgot that this world was not a mere zombie apocalypse, but a post-apocalyptic wasteland where all sorts of bizarre natural disasters descended. So, one has to keep getting stronger to do that. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to immediately run into the middle of the city and fight thousands of zombies alone. One person against thousands of zombies would be purely and simply going to the zombies. His plan was to first look for some single zombies on the outskirts of the city to kill, and then use guerrilla tactics to advance towards the city little by little. As he kills more and more walkers, he gains more and more cards. Quantitative changes produce qualitative changes. If you get enough cards, you can open enough skill cards and summon cards. He could be a warcore all by himself by then. After mentally organizing a rough battle plan, Shinhao stopped the motorcycle and switched places with Annie, who was sitting on the back, so that she could ride the motorcycle and continue driving in the direction of the city. For himself, he sat in the backseat and summoned the card system interface. A total of 28 unopened decks. Mindfulness. The 28 cards were then reversed one by one at a breakneck speed. In a flash, the interface flashed with a dazzling light. There was also a dazzling splash of gold interspersed amongst a white, green, blue, and silver glow. Wow! Another golden legend? Chapter 49 S-Class, Biduman, is this to transform me into the Bidu War God? After taking a look at Annie, who was riding a motorcycle, with a thought, 28 cards appeared in Shinhao's hand, and he flipped through them one by one. There are 16 supply cards. Grade F white material card, lollipop *1, a banana *1, white rabbit milk candy *1. Green material card of grade E, 3, 1 liter of mineral water *1, 4, canned beef *1, 3, duck leg rice *1. Level D blue material card, 3, fresh pork, 500G, *5. 4 prop cards. Grade F white props card, basketball *1, bib pants *1. Grade E green props card, multifunctional rice cooker *1. Grade D blue props card, broadsword mine *1. 3 skill cards. Grade E green skill card, roar. When the skill is released, you can let out a roar that puts you into a berserk state, doubling your physical qualities for 10 seconds. Number of uses 2 halves. D grade blue skill card, light shield technique. When the skill is released, you can summon a light shield in front of you to resist a certain amount of damage. Number of uses 3 of 3. S-rank golden skill card, Biduman, make a slapping motion at the target, and the target will surely receive a slap in the face across the room and be frozen in place for 2 seconds. This is a permanent card with no restrictions on use and no cooldown, and you may use this skill at will while holding this card. 3 summoning cards. Grade F white summoning card, colorful rooster. You can summon a colorful rooster. Lasts 5 minutes. 1/1 use. Grade D blue summoning card, dwarf scout. You can summon a dwarf scout to help you with some scouting missions, but its combat power isn't that strong. Duration 15 minutes. Summons March 3rd. Grade C silver summoning card, newly promoted witch Lola. You can summon newly promoted witch Lola to help you in battle. Duration half an hour. Number of summons 10 out of 10. 2 identical D-rank mystery cards, attribute conversion card, can convert a card of any other type of the same rank into another attribute of the same type at random. Ha! The mystery card even came out with 2 attribute conversion cards? With this kind of cards, wouldn't there be a chance to turn some scrap cards into useful ones? Since there are attribute conversion cards, will there be other types of mystery cards, like attribute progression cards, attribute synthesis cards and so on? One moment. Shinhao's heart thought a lot. He suddenly realized that the mystery cards, which had a very small storm rate, seemed to be the most useful of the 5 types of cards, because you never know what surprises it will bring you. Last time it was an S-ranked interdimensional shelter, and this time it's 2 D-ranked attribute conversion cards. But, alas, attribute conversion card can only convert cards to other cards of the same type. If it can be converted to a specific type of card, then the effect is simply unbelievable. Mystery card. Just how mysterious are you? After muttering in his mind, Shinhao looked at the only S-rank golden skill card, Biduman, and thought, this should be considered a conceptual system skill, right? After all, the effect of the skill is pretty impressive. You can slap someone in the air and make them freeze in place for 2 seconds. Is this what they call just the right amount of intensity, cluelessness and brain damage? Is he or she going to learn from that man and incarnate as a Bidu war god? You want to give a big bikini to someone who's not happy? But, sure, the target won't go into a rampage after taking a big biker pocket? But then again, words come around. As long as the speed of the strike is fast enough, with 2 seconds of lull time each time, A series of slaps down can control the target dead in place into a lull. So, this is a control skill that can be used to pretend to be B and hit the face. With this skill, if you look at anyone in the future, if you are not happy, you can directly slap them in the air, and slap them to the point of doubting life, and slap them to the point of not being able to take care of themselves. Thinking of the wonderful picture that he could slap someone to doubt his life through the air, Shinhao's handsome face blossomed into a smug smile. Afterwards, he looked at the only silver summoning card, newly rising, which Lola. The image on the card is that of a beautiful girl in black magical girl's robes with a magical hat and a magical cane in her hand. A magical beauty girl? Tisk, it's a pity that it's not a permanent card. After slightly sighing in his heart, Shinhao looked at the other three cards with a face of egg on his face. Basketball, bib pants, colorful big rooster. These three cards came together and directly brought to his mind an image of a basketball game and a handsome figure with a center-parted haircut. It's a good thing we didn't open a singing and dancing deck, or that scene would have been unimaginable. After he couldn't help but shiver, Shinhao didn't bother to look at the other cards, and directly collected all the cards in his hand into his personal card pool. Lifting his head towards the surroundings, it was discovered that there were indeed no longer any walkers to be seen in the surrounding wilderness. What are all those zombies doing running into the city? Is there a zombie king in the city? These zombies can't still retain human consciousness, right? Or maybe the king of the zombies in the city has retained human meaning and can manipulate the other zombies? It's all simply bizarre. After pondering in his heart, Shinhao finally came to a conclusion. The abnormal behavior of these zombies must have something to do with the bizarre natural disaster that took over the city. Maybe the earthquake that happened earlier was also related to the bizarre natural disaster. But, Shinhao didn't know anything about the information about the bizarre natural disaster. And this was all just a guess after all. Soon, Annie then rode her motorcycle and brought Shinhao back to the middle of the town she was in yesterday. At Shinhao's gesture, Annie parked the motorcycle in front of the supermarket that was there yesterday. After walking in and scanning the area, it was found that the shelves in the supermarket had been rummaged through and the floor was a mess, with all the useful supplies having disappeared. There was also a male body lying in the corner. After Shinhao walked over and took a look, he realized that the dead man was not bitten to death by the zombies, but was wiped out with a knife on his neck and died of blood loss. It seems that after Chen Yongjun and the others left yesterday, some other survivors came in and swept through again. The military base has fallen, and I don't know where they have gone now. After muttering in his heart, Shinhao turned around and walked towards the door. As for Chen Yongjun, where did they go? He didn't care. He had just subconsciously thought of a few of them coming out. Shinhao switched places with Annie and sped off in the direction of the city on his own motorcycle. All the way, he kept glancing around towards his surroundings, while also having Annie, who was sitting in the back, glancing around for walkers. When he was about a kilometer away from the city, Shinhao directly put the heavy motorcycle into the interdimensional shelter. Afterwards, he took Annie and carefully walked towards a logistics company not far away. There were 5 or 6 people fighting with a dozen or so ordinary zombies in that one logistics company's compound. Chapter 50 is not very hurtful and extremely insulting. It was 6 stocky, middle-aged men in black undershirts, holding a shield made of iron plates in one hand and a 1.5 meter long spiked steel pipe in the other. The 6 of them formed a circular defense formation. They worked well with each other. There were those who held up their shields to fend them off, and those who held up their spiked steel pipes to greet the zombies' head directly from the gap. They fought while staying in formation, retreating towards the factory building not far away. Shinhao on the other side put the shotgun on his back into the interdimensional shelter. As he walked, he redeemed that one AK-47 semi-automatic rifle. At the same time, 2 spare magazines and a couple boxes of ammo were tossed into the interdimensional shelter. After checking the magazine and confirming that there was no problem, he directly opened the safety and raised the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in his hands with both hands to aim at a zombie a dozen meters away. He had no intention of giving the gun in his hand to Anne, who had stepped aside to use it, but was going to shoot a few shots for fun first. If a beautiful rose is a romance that belongs to a woman, then an AK-47 semi-automatic rifle is a romance that belongs to a man. Seeing this, Annie on the side directly guarded Shinhao's side without moving an inch, maintaining a guard posture. Shinhao had never shot any assault rifles before. He had only played them in a gunfighting game, but he had seen the real thing when he was a kid. With both hands on the AK-47 he tried to aim at the back of the head of the one walker with the machine sight before pulling the trigger straight away. Bang! One shot to the head. The zombie that received a shot on the back of its head directly fell to the ground, floating a translucent unopened card toward Shinhao at great speed. Right on target. Perfect. The sound of the gunshot instantly alerted the walkers, as well as the 6 able-bodied men. 5 of the zombies turned around in a split second, waving their rotten arms and rushing towards Shinhao with a low hiss. Q. All of you, be a good boy and stand still. Carrying an AK-47 in one hand, Shinhao raised his right hand and started to make a quick slapping motion at those zombies that had already rushed within 10 meters of him. Pa, 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 pa. At the same time when Shinhao raised his right hand and waved a piece of residual shadow in midair, the 5 running zombies directly came to a sharp stop and froze in place, a loud slap resounding on their faces. In fact, a big pickpocket can't do any substantial damage to a walker, but extremely insulting. Shinhao also had a good time hitting, at least his hands wouldn't hurt. Yes, 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 yes. After continuously spacing out and slapping 20 to 30 big biker pockets on the faces of those 5 zombies, the 5 zombies were hardened and controlled to stay in place for more than 10 seconds. An incomparably happy smile appeared on Shinhao's face. This scene also made Anne, who was standing on the side, look dumbfounded and was stunned, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, this is okay? Shinhao, who had already finished his addiction, contentedly picked up the AK-47 with both hands, and then fired point-blank at the 5 zombies that were still in a state of confusion. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of 7 or 8 shots, all 5 zombies standing 4 or 5 meters away had their heads blown off by bullets. This feels so good. Looking at the 5 semi-transparent cards that flew towards him, an incomparably soothing smile appeared on Shinhao's handsome face. Annie, the rest of those walkers are all yours. As soon as Shinhao's words fell, Annie, who was standing on the side, directly rushed over with an arrow step. In a moment of rushing out, both hands pulled out the 2 silver laser pistols stuck in his waist, and without any aiming, he raised the pistols and fired a burst of point-blank shots at the zombies. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of 9 green lasers shot out, precisely blowing the heads off of all 9 zombies. This unbelievably cool and wonderful scene. Straight away, the 6 huddled, robust men looked confused. Where did these 2 gods come from? How come killing a walker is easier than squashing a chick? Those 2 very cool looking silver pistols that shoot green lasers. I'm afraid they're not some kind of high tech that hasn't come out yet. Are they? Just when these 6 people were thinking about whether they should go over to say hello, Annie had already turned around and followed Shinhao out of the logistics compound. Let's go. Let's quickly go over and take a look. Maybe we can hold 2 thighs. One of the older men directly chased out. But, when he chased out the entrance of the logistics compound, he found that the 2 gods, a man and a woman, had already left on a black heavy motorcycle. It's a pity that there are 2 less thighs to hug. Looking at the faraway motorcycle, the man sighed with a helpless face. Near noon, Shinhao, riding a motorcycle and bringing Annie with him, had already circled all the way from the southeast side of the city, following the periphery, to the west side. During this period, he and Annie killed a total of 16 ordinary zombies. Shinhao, who was a bit hungry, directly parked his motorcycle in front of a small supermarket, walked over with his AK-47, and fired a point-blank shot at the door lock on the roll-up door. Bang! One shot breaks the door lock later. Drawing the dog-legged knife that hung at his waist again, he gave the broken lock a good pounding, then reached down and pulled the roll-up door up. After glancing towards the inside, Shinhao found that it was only a dozen square meters in size inside. There were no walkers, and no living people. After thrusting the dog-legged knife in his hand back into its sheath, he glanced back at Annie, who was standing by. Do you want to go in and get something to eat together? No need. Annie shook her head. You go inside and eat. I'll stay here and help you keep watch. Alright then. After nodding at Annie, Shinhao walked straight in with his AK-47 in both hands. The mini-mart isn't big, so there's not a lot of supplies in there. Shinhao directly swept all the food and drinking water that could be eaten, as well as the supplies that could be used, into the living room of the interdimensional shelter, stacking the living room to the brim. Natalie, who was packing up her household chores in the interdimensional shelter, saw the supplies and her eyes lit up, thinking that her man was really something. With that, with a happy face, she began to sort the supplies into the second bedroom off to the side. Outside, Shinhao found a small bench and sat in front of the supermarket, tearing open a vacuum-packed roasted chicken and gulping it down. After eating a roasted chicken, 2 duck legs, and 3 marinated eggs in one sitting, and drinking a bottle of mineral water, he then burped contentedly. After eating and drinking his fill, he looked over at Anne, who was standing by, and asked, "Would you like me to send you back to rest and recover?" "Okay, thanks." Annie nodded. "Okay." Shinhao raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. "Annie, who was standing aside, instantly turned into a dazzling golden light and flew towards Qin Hao's hand, turning into an exquisite golden card. After taking a look at the cool-looking mechanical Battleheim on the card, with a thought, the cards disappeared into the personal card pool. But he didn't immediately summon Annie, but intended to use it as a backhand. This allows you to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at some crucial moment. It was easy to summon and out anyway, just a matter of a thought, so it didn't really make much of a difference whether or not she was summoned out now. As it happened, Qin Hao also planned to enter the city in front of him alone to check out the situation. As for the danger of going in, leaving aside the fact that he now had an immortal body, it was important to realize that the interdimensional shelter was more than just a shelter. With just a thought, he could enter the interdimensional shelter in a flash. Even if they were surrounded by 10,000 zombies, then there was no need to worry or be afraid. So, in theory, he now not only can't die, but he also doesn't have to worry about being guarded by powerful monsters for unlimited abuse. Even if he suffered a serious fatal injury, he could enter the interdimensional shelter in a flash. Together with the supplies hoarded in the middle of the interdimensional shelter and the supplies gained from the cards. Theoretically, as long as there were enough supplies, one could live until the end of days and the end of the sea. So says, he now had to kill as many walkers as possible to get more cards. Build up enough cards for yourself. With more cards in his hand, he becomes more powerful in battle. After standing up and stretching, Qin Hao mounted the motorcycle, sprinting towards the middle of the city. He soon entered a main road with many cars parked across it. There is no way around it. All he could do was put the motorcycle in the middle of the living room of the interdimensional shelter and head on foot towards the depths of the city. Hadn't even gone out for a few minutes. Just in the middle of a street next to the main road, he saw 7 or 8 ordinary zombies surrounding each other, as well as a 3-meter-tall, scary-looking deformed Stitch zombie. They seemed to be munching on a few survivors that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 51, a cannonball earns back 12 decks. This deal can be done. Looking at the monstrous stitched zombie with a height of more than 3 meters a dozen meters away, Qin Hao slightly frowned, not knowing how to describe it for a while. At least, he'd never seen a similarly deformed stitched walker anywhere before. What to say about this thing? To put it bluntly, it's a deformed zombie formed with some stumps and broken arms put together hard. 2 bare, ugly heads were crammed squarely on one neck. In addition to the 2 rotting arms that had grown in their normal positions, there was also a bloody arm protruding from each of the stomach and above the hindquarters. A sinuous and twisted suture line covered the top of the body that was already about to bloat into a large water tank, and was continuously oozing out black dirty blood. A closer look reveals that it's simply a lot of broken bodies stitched together in a hard way. The 2 legs were also one long and one short, one thick and one thin, looking extremely disharmonious. At this moment, this one monstrous sewing zombie was grasping some bloody stumps and broken arms with its forearms and continuously stuffing them into the mouths of the 2 heads, one in front and one in back. Between the mouth full of fangs chewing, there was a constant stream of bloody minced meat spilling out of his mouth. Woj, what the hell is this? It's almost too hot looking. Qin Hao stood behind an overturned SUV, looking at the monstrous zombie that was feasting on it, his brows tightly knitted together. He felt that this thing, in any case, didn't look too much like a normal zombie could mutate out of. The whole bad thing is artificially created. But it was only a 2-second thought in his mind. Then the question was left behind. He directly threw the AK-47 in his hand into the interdimensional shelter, and then took out the B-grade red prop card that he had obtained earlier. M72 anti-tank bazooka *50. Mindfulness. A green bazooka about a meter long appeared in Qin Hao's hands. This thing seems to be the legendary disposable anti-tank bazooka that is claimed to be hit and thrown. After holding it in his hand and looking it up and down, Qin Hao saw an instruction manual pasted on the side of the bazooka. After scanning the instructions on it, Qin Hao quickly ran in the opposite direction, while opening the safety of the rocket launcher and carrying it above his shoulder. After running out 20 to 30 meters in a row, turn around straight away. Standing next to a white sedan, he took aim at the one monstrous stitching walker 30 or 40 meters away. Bang! A 66mm armor-breaking round whizzed out. Boom! The 3-meter-tall monstrous Stitch zombie was directly hit in the chest by an armor-breaking bullet, and there was a violent explosion. The bloated body was blown into flying limbs and broken arms in a split second. The 6 or 7 ordinary zombies in the surrounding area were also blown away with them, killed by the power generated by the explosion. Awesome! This thing is simply too good to use. It really deserves to be used to fight tanks. After casually dropping the rocket launcher in his hand, Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That one deformed Stitch zombie exploded 5 unopened cards, and the other 7 normal zombies also provided Qin Hao with 7 unopened cards. 12 decks back in one shell. That's a deal that works. Looking at the 12 cards that flew towards him quickly, Shinhao had a happy smile on his face. After looking around, quickly, he ran towards the open door of the Snow King drink store 5 or 6 meters away. After checking around the messy drinking establishment to make sure there was no danger, he took a seat directly at one of the innermost tables. The card system interface was summoned. At this point, the unopened cards in his hand had once again accumulated to 43. Mindfulness. All 43 cards on the interface flipped over in a flash. A white, green, blue, and silver-colored light flickered continuously on the interface. In fact, there was a hint of red and purple mixed in. Sure enough, my luck can't be so good that I can produce a golden legend every single time. A slightly self-deprecating smile appeared on Shinhao's face. Straight away, he took out all 43 cards that had just been opened and looked through them one by one. There are 18 material cards, 8 for F, 8 for E, and 2 for D. There are 16 prop cards, 7 in F, 8 in E, and 1 in D. This one, the supply cards are all food and drinking water supplies, and the prop cards are all daily supplies that aren't too useful. The only thing of value is that one D-rank blue prop card, the Desert Eagle pistol, comes with 50 bullets. Other material cards and prop cards Shinhao didn't bother to go through them carefully anymore, and directly put them all into the personal card pool. There are 5 skill cards, 2 white scrap cards of grade F, not to mention 2 blue skill cards of D rank. Savage Rush, you can double your physical strength in a split second and launch a Savage Rush in one direction, 10 meters away. 3/3 uses. Cold Ice Arrow, you can unleash a cold arrow at the target. Use 3/3 times. 1 purple skill card of grade A. Shadow Stalking, you can enter the Shadow Stalking state in a split second for 2 minutes, and automatically get out of the Shadow Stalking state after launching an attack. Number of uses 200 of 200. There are 3 summoning cards. An F rank, Clever Pug, can summon a Clever Pug for 5 minutes. 1/1 uses. An A rank, Goblin Warrior, can summon a Goblin Warrior for 10 minutes. 2 halves uses. A D rank, Crazy Ace, summons a Crazy Ace with bombs strapped to his body, who will follow your commands to launch a suicide attack on any target. Duration 15 minutes. Number of uses 3 of 3. A B-grade red mystery card. Advanced synthesis card. You can combine 3 silver cards of the same type, which have never been used, into 1 card of the same type of 1 level higher, with randomized attributes. Surprisingly, another B-ranked red mystery card has popped out, and it's also an advanced synthesis card. Looking at this red mysterious card in his hand, Shinhao was slightly stunned in his heart, followed by a hint of ecstasy on his face. This is a great use for an advanced synthesis card. You can directly combine 3 C-rank silver cards of the same type into 1 B-rank red card. You should know that apart from the difference in quality between a C-grade silver card and a B-grade red card, the most important thing is the difference in the number of times it can be used. The number of times a C-rank skill card or summoning card was used was probably around 10 times, while the number of times a B-rank red card was used was at least 20 to 30 times, regardless of whether it was a skill card or a summoning card. The red cards of grade B were far superior to the silver cards of grade C in terms of quality and quantity. Among the remaining cards, the only one that could make Shinhao take a closer look was Shadow Sneak. This Shadow Sneak seems to be the innate skill of a shadow hunter, right? Looking at the running shadow on the card, Shinhao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Afterwards, all the cards in your hand were placed directly into your personal card pool. After a general glance through the personal card pool, Shinhao was somewhat surprised to find that the number of cards in his personal card pool had accumulated to 252. 140 material cards, 51 prop cards, 32 skill cards, 23 summoning cards, and 6 mystery cards. That much already? It seems like it's time to try out the card system's synthesis function and see what's the difference between the unopened cards that come out of the synthesis and the unopened cards dropped by monsters. Chapter 52, SS Grade Platinum Card, Abyssal Weaver of Fate. After looking at the 252 cards in his personal card pool and thinking slightly, Shinhao decided in his mind which cards could be synthesized and which cards needed to be kept. First up is the 140 supply cards. There were a total of 29 F-ranked material cards and 86 E-ranked material cards, all of which were disposable daily supplies, for a total of 115 material cards that could all be used for synthesis. The rest of those D-rank or higher material cards were kept as daily supplies. The material cards had the highest burst rate, so there was absolutely no chance of running out of things to eat. As time goes on, you'll only get more and more cards later on, and you'll have more supplies of all kinds than you can eat, so don't even worry about it. There are 51 prop cards. Among them, there are 15 F-grade prop cards and 21 E-grade prop cards. These 36 cards are all daily props that are of little use. Again, all of them are used for synthesis. The same is true for prop cards above the D grade, which are kept in reserve. There are 23 summoning cards in total. There There are 4 F-rank summoning cards and 6 E-rank summoning cards, which are 10 summoning cards too few times to be used for synthesis all the same. Skill and mystery cards are kept in their entirety. There were 161 cards in total, and Shinhao thought about taking another D-grade material card to make up 162. Next, Shinhao opened the card synthesis interface, putting all 162 cards into the 3 card slots arranged in a zigzag pattern. He tapped the synthesize button and began batch synthesizing. A dazzling light continuously flashed up on the synthesis interface, and a brand new unopened card was synthesized. In the end, a total of 54 new unopened cards were combined. I hope Lady Luck favors me and lets me open a golden legend again. After a mental prayer, Shinhao directly opened all 54 cards. In a flash, the 54 cards that lined the system interface flipped over one by one. A white, green, and blue light flashed up one after another, with a few splashes of silver and red mixed in. No gold legendaries? But it's okay to have red cards as a guarantee. Shinhao was slightly disappointed in his heart. After raising his head and taking a look towards the street outside the drinking establishment, he mentally moved his mind and 54 cards appeared in his hand. Flipping through them one by one, there were a total of 28 of these supply cards, all between grade F and D. All of them were for something to eat and drink. Shinhao didn't bother to look at them one by one, and directly threw them aside with the intention of combining them all later. Anyway, the supplies stored in the interdimensional shelter coupled with the D-rank supplies card he had obtained earlier was already enough for him and Nico to eat for a while. These material cards are just sitting in your personal card pool eating dust, so why not just combine them? Take a shot, and see if you can turn a single car into a supercar. There are 18 prop cards. 16 of them, grades F through E, are a mess of everyday props. 2D grade prop cards, Chainsaw *1, Alloy Tang Knife *1. There are 4 skill cards. There are 2 disposable F-rated white scrap cards among them. An E-rank green skill card, Electric Shock, can unleash an electric shock at a target. Use 2/2 times. A D-grade blue card skill card, Explosive Arrow, you can unleash an explosive arrow at the target. Use 3/3 times. There are 3 summoning cards. 1 F-rank white summoning card, Pretty Persian Cat, you can summon a Pretty Persian Cat for 5 minutes. A disposable card. 1 grade D blue summoning card, Barbarian Warrior, you can summon a Barbarian Warrior with a battle axe to help you in battle. Duration 15 minutes. Summoning times March 3rd. 1 SS grade Platinum summoning card, Abyss Weaver of Fate. Card level, Platinum summoning card, SS grade. Card description, you can summon a Weaver of Fate from the Infinite Abyss to help you in battle. The Weaver of Fate is a fey magic spider that lives in the deepest part of the Endless Abyss. Extremely rare, with multiple fighting styles, and 3 forms. Combat power varies in different forms, and the spider silk, spider web, and deadly poisonous mist ejected can have paralyzing / hallucinogenic / poisonous / corrosive effects. 3 forms, normal form, advanced form, and spider queen form. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned / cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. 1 red mystery card of B grade. Attribute conversion card, you can take a red card of any type and randomly convert it into a red card of the same type. Holy, I can't believe it's not a C-rank silver card, but a SS rank platinum summoning card. Looking at the platinum summoning card in his hand, Shinhao directly stood up from the chair with a hint of ecstasy on his face when he was excited. After opening about 300 cards, he finally opened a SS grade platinum card. Looks like this is the guaranteed deck. Shinhao took a few deep breaths to calm down his excitement before sitting down and carefully examining this SS grade platinum summoning card in his hand. The exquisite platinum card depicts a horrific scene of an endless abyss. In the center of the picture was a huge spider web, with a small, furry, cute-looking black spider lying on top of it. Fate Weaver. The name sounds quite domineering. It's just that the looks are too cute to look intimidating. But, just by virtue of the fact that this is a SS grade platinum grade card, how can the combat power be much stronger than the S-grade mechanical combat Heim, right? By the way, it seems there are 2 other forms, the advanced form and the spider queen form. Surveying the little black spider on the card that was a bit dorky and cute, Shinhao felt a slight curiosity in his heart about its other 2 forms. However, he didn't rush to summon the Abyssal Weaver of Fate. Instead he planned to finish what he had at hand first. After summoning the card synthesis screen again, directly, he put in all 28 material cards. 16 F-rank and E-rank prop cards, 2 F-rank skill cards, and 1 F-rank summoning card. Seems like 1 more to go. So you're it. After sweeping the remaining cards, Shinhao directly put that 1 D-grade, Chainsaw, in as well. The synthesize button was then tapped. In a flash, a dazzling light continuously flashed up on the synthesis interface, and a brand new unopened card was combined. A total of 16 new unopened cards were combined. Then, Next is the time to witness the miracle. The Emperor of Europe is possessed. After shouting in his heart, Qin Hao directly opened all 16 cards. In a flash, the 16 cards on the system interface quickly flipped over in a flash. A white, green, and blue light flashed one after another, with a few splashes of silver and red mixed in. Chapter 53, is this the Fey Magic Spider Fate Weaver? Come on. It doesn't look like there's a gold legend again, and there's no way you can get lucky enough to get 2 SS-ranked platinum cards in a row, right? With a hint of apprehension, Qin Hao directly took out all 16 cards, holding them in his hands and quickly flipping through them. There are 10 supply cards. Among them, there are 9 cards of grade F to E, and 1 grade B red card, braised pork over rice *150. There are 3 prop cards. All of them are F-rated and E-rated daily props, and all of them are cockamamie and of little use. There are 2 skill cards. A D rank, Rock Shield, can summon a 1 meter square shield of rock for 30 seconds. 3/3 uses. A D rank, Invisible Blade, can summon a half-meter long invisible blade that deals a certain amount of damage to the target. 3/3 uses. Summoning cards are just 1 E-ranked, Grumpy Monkey, that can summon a Grumpy Monkey for 10 minutes and 2 half summons. Come on. It's true that I overthought it. I told you. How can you be possessed by a European emperor every time? Looking at these cards in his hand, a bitter smile appeared on Qin Hao's face. Ha? Nope. I clearly saw a flash of silver just now. Could it be that I'm seeing things differently? Gritting his teeth, Qin Hao directly threw those 9 F to E material cards, as well as 3 prop cards, directly into the card synthesis interface and tapped the synthesis button. One more time. I still don't believe it. Does it really just mean that you don't give out premium cards if you open too few at once? The 12-card deck merged right out of 4 unopened decks. For the last time, if it doesn't come out good, then we'll save up more to open it later. After muttering in his mind, Qin Hao directly opened all 4 cards, then took them out and flipped through them. Looking at the 3 E-grade resource cards and 1 F-grade prop card that had just been opened, Qin Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times, directly bursting out a nationalist. Forget it. I won't play anymore. Next time, I'll save up 50 or 100 cards and open them again. I don't believe I won't be able to open something good. After skimming his mouth with a helpless face, Qin Hao collected all the cards into his personal card pool. As for the attribute conversion card and advanced synthesis card that he had previously obtained, he hadn't thought of how to use them yet, and planned to save them for a suitable skill card or summoning card. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon already. After raising his hand and glancing at the wristwatch on his wrist, Qin Hao's mind moved. The entire person disappeared in a flash, directly back into the accompanying interdimensional shelter. How? Are you done? Nico, who was sitting on the sofa and combing her hair, showed a hint of surprise above her pretty face when she saw Qin Hao, who suddenly appeared. With that, she directly jumped off the sofa and trotted over with a pair of bare little feet to jump into Qin Hao's arms. Tilting her head slightly, she looked at Qin Hao with a pair of big watery eyes and asked, "Are you hungry? I'll prepare something for you to eat right away." "Well, just came back to have lunch with you." "Okay, day. I'll get ready right away. Go sit on the couch and rest for a while." Natalie stood on her tiptoes and tilted her head up to kiss Qin Hao gently on the cheek before turning around and running off to prepare food with a happy face. Qin Hao, on the other hand, walked over to the sofa and sat down, checking some of his equipment. An AK-47 semi-automatic rifle, a Remington M870 shotgun, a dog-legged knife, and a M72 anti-tank bazooka *49, plus that one heavy motorcycle parked off to the side. This is some of the gear he is currently using. As for some other weapons and equipment, he didn't exchange them because he couldn't use them for the time being, and he could always exchange them when needed. Those rifle bullets and shotgun shells were neatly arranged by Nico on top of the coffee table. The 1 Colt revolver and bullets were also neatly arranged, and it looked as if she hadn't been idle all morning, having been familiarizing herself with firearms. 4 or 5 minutes later, Natalie changed into a sexy black halter dress and walked over with some food and drinking water in her hands. "How? Eat quickly." The two sat down to eat together. From time to time, Nico raised her head and glanced at Qin Hao with an affectionate face, a pair of big watery eyes filled with tenderness. Qin Hao looked at Nico's beautiful face that was pure and lustful, as well as that imploring gesture. Where did he still have any heart to eat? Straight away, he stood up, pulling the shy-faced Nico aside, and together they walked towards the master bedroom. An hour later, Qin Hao, who had eaten and drank enough, glanced at Natalie, whose eyes were closed tightly beside him and whose face was flushed, and a hint of a smile unconsciously appeared on his handsome face. "Get a good night's sleep. I'll get busy. Ma'am, you be safe. I'll wait for you to come back." Natalie, whose eyes were tightly closed, nodded with a shy face. "Aha. Shinhao lowered his head and kissed Nico gently on her forehead before directly disappearing and returning to the Snow King drinking shop once again. The images of the outside world could be seen in the interdimensional shelter, so Shinhao could go in and out freely without worrying about other people discovering his secret. At this point, all the equipment on his body was left in the interdimensional shelter, except for the dog-legged knife that hung on his waist. Anyway, it's convenient to have a thought appear in your hand when you need it. Still, after sitting down at the table in the corner, with an expectant face, Shinhao took out the SS-grade platinum summoning card that he had obtained earlier. Abyss, Weaver of Fate, Mindfulness. A fist-sized, furry black spider then appeared in Shinhao's palm. After lifting his hand and placing it in front of his eyes for a closer look, he realized it was a black spider that he had never seen before. But it didn't seem to be much different from a normal spider, with the same 8 legs, 8 eyes, and 2 tentacle limbs. Is this the extremely rare Fey Demon spider from the deepest part of the Endless Abyss? It doesn't look too different from ordinary spiders. The black spider lying in Shinhao's hand seemed to understand Shinhao's words, but it doesn't speak human. It seemed to be a little bit unhappy in its heart about Shinhao's contempt for itself. So, it decided to show this master in front of it what it was capable of, only to see that it first rubbed its furry body on Shinhao's palm to show some intimacy, and then directly flew into midair with an in-situ catapult. A dazzling blood-colored light flashed. The original black spider that was only the size of a fist and looked dull and cute directly turned into a 2-meter-sized, hideous and terrifying blood-colored big spider in an instant. The big blood-colored spider exuded a slight hint of intentional mental fluctuation towards Shinhao, who was sitting in front of the dining table and had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Master, do you see how powerful I am now? However, before Shinhao could say anything, a blood-colored mist emanated from this hideous and terrifying blood-colored large spider, instantly enveloping it. Immediately after, a sexy long leg stretched out from the blood-colored mist. Chapter 54 Ultimate Form, the Spider Queen. Next, from the thick blood-colored mist came out a spider-woman who was about 1 meter 7 in height, with an extremely hot body and long red hair. Above Spider Lady's pretty face revealed a hint of sexy flirtation, and her pair of beautiful blood pupils gave off a demonic feeling, which was also mixed with a hint of evil. An extremely sexy dark red armor covered her delicate body, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. A closer look, however, revealed that it wasn't actually real armor, but rather, it was compiled from a single strand of blood-colored spider silk. The most striking thing was naturally the 4 pairs of blood-colored bone spikes that stretched out from above her back, which were more than 2 meters long and looked incomparably sharp. After the Spider Lady, who had just walked out, moved her delicate body, she took 2 long legs wrapped in blood-colored spider silk and walked towards Shinhao step by step. Master, look at me now. Do I still look the same as an ordinary spider? A hint of a smile appeared above Spider-Woman's sexy, flirtatious and beautiful face, opening her mouth with an incomparably seductive imperial voice, and the corner of her slightly upturned mouth vaguely revealed a sharp fong. Not the same. How can those ordinary spiders compare to you? You're the Weaver of Fate from the middle of the Endless Abyss, the Spider Queen. Shinhao, who had just recovered from the shock, looked at this sexy and charming Spider Lady in front of him and directly complimented her without any hesitation. That's a big change. A fist-sized black spider directly transformed into a sexy and flirtatious extreme Spider Lady. The most crucial thing was that she wasn't one of those half-human, half-spider spider ladies. Rather, she was a supremely beautiful spider lady with 2 life-threateningly long legs, that extremely sexy dark red armor, coupled with a hot and proud body, paired with a beautiful and flirtatious face. Who wouldn't be confused by this? The only beauty. It was the 8 blood-colored bone spikes that were slightly waving that stretched out from her back. If you were to be stabbed by this 2-meter-long blood-colored bone thorns, it would definitely be a penetrating cold, and you could directly be sent to drink tea and talk about your life with the King of Hades. Really? Then I'm so happy. Spider Lady walked to the front and back of Shinhao's body with her 2 sexy long legs, propped her hands on the desktop, and bent down to show a charming smile to Shinhao. Dear Master, from this moment now I will fight for you. So, please don't say those kind of heartbreaking words again. Oh. Between smiles, a sharp fong appeared at the corner of Spider-Woman's mouth. Won't. Definitely not anymore. From today onwards, we are the best fighting partners. Looking at the pair of arrogant big rabbit paper near his eyes, Shinhao swore with conviction. After all, as long as the capital is proud enough, it represents absolute justice. By the way, do you have a name? Shinhao asked with a curious face after glancing up and down at the Spider Lady. Master, you can call me Spider-chan, Spider Lady delicately said, but only Master can be called that. In the Endless Abyss, all other creatures must address me as the Spider Queen when they see me. Speaking at this point, a hint of dominance was revealed in the Spider Queen's words. Spider-chan? Shinhao thought slightly before suddenly speaking. That's not a very nice name. How about I give you a nice and cute name? Of course. Spider Lady raised her two arms covered with dark red armor and stretched her waist before revealing a delicate smile to Chin Hao. Why don't we just call it Spider-chan? It sounds much smoother than Spider-chan. And it sounds cute too. That name sounds as if it's good. Then I'll be called Little Spider from now on. Spider Lady nodded, a happy smile appearing on her pretty face. By the way, Master, what is your name? Chin Hao. Ooh, the Master has a nice name. Ooh. Spider, can you stay in your current form as a Spider Queen? It can't be. Oh. Spider Lady shook her head and looked at Chin Hao, explaining, this is the ultimate battle form, which consumes a lot of energy. So unless I meet an extremely powerful enemy, I won't keep this form all the time. Normally I stay in my initial normal form so that I can avoid consuming unnecessary energy, and only use my advanced form when fighting. So that's how it is. Alright then. Chin Hao nodded with a sudden realization. Then you can keep whatever form you want. Just be happy. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. The Spider Lady nodded happily, then spread a large amount of blood-colored mist from within her body to envelop herself in it. Next, the blood-colored mist dissipated. Spider-Woman transformed from her Spider Queen form back into a black spider only the size of a fist once again. Whooshing. With an airborne catapult, the black spider directly jumped on top of Chin Hao's shoulder and rubbed its furry body on Chin Hao's neck to show its intimacy. Little guy. Kinda cute. Chin Hao smiled and raised his hand, gently touching Spider Z's furry body, then reached out and pulled out a gummy bear from his pocket, peeling it off and stuffing it into his mouth. So, next, the killing is about to begin. Looking at the three ragged, wandering zombies outside the street, Chin Hao directly took out the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle from the interdimensional shelter. Then he stood up and walked towards the door of the Snow King drinking establishment. Spider Z, on the other hand, was lying on top of Chin Hao's shoulder, gripping the collar tightly with his 8 legs, and a touch of excitement flowed out of his 8 blood-colored eyes. Chin Hao had just walked to the door. The 3 zombies on the street that were fuming then heard the commotion on this side and all of them turned around, waving their 2 rotting arms and hissing as they rushed over. I'd like to see whether you run fast or the bullets are faster. Chin Hao revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and started aiming with the AK-47 in both hands. But just then, Spider-chan, who was lying on his shoulder, suddenly sent a mental wave to him. Master, let me do it. Let me show you how powerful I am. Immediately afterward, Spider Z, who was lying on top of Chin Hao's shoulder, directly made an airborne catapult. In a parabola, it whistled and jumped towards the 3 zombies 5 or 6 meters away. Whooshing. It's extremely fast. Almost instantly, the fist-sized spider sub smashed the head of one of the walkers straight through. Immediately after, once again, he catapulted through the air and jumped into mid-air. A blood-colored spider silk was sprayed out, shooting another zombie right through the head. Then, an overhead catapult directly smashed a bloody hole in the head of the last zombie. After quickly killing 3 zombies in seconds, Spider Z in midair jumped back directly on top of Chin Hao's shoulder with an aerial catapult, emitting a hint of slightly intentional mental fluctuation. Master, what do you think of my performance just now? Was it awesome? Little Spider, you are simply awesome. Chin Hao naturally understood what Spider-chan meant and complimented with a smile. Immediately after, he looked again at Spider-chan, who was lying on his shoulder. With a serious face, he said, Little Spider, in the future, you must listen to my command, and when I tell you to kill with your hands, you will then go ahead and kill with your hands. Got it? Okay. Spider Z nodded his little head, emitting a trace of spiritual fluctuation and rubbing his furry body against Chin Hao as a sign of intimacy. Good girl, be obedient. Chin Hao smiled and raised his hand. After touching Spider Z's body, he walked out of the Snow King drinking shop with his AK-47 in both hands, intending to look for zombies, kill them, and earn cards. There weren't many walkers on this one street. 10 minutes or so. It also only found 3 normal walkers and gained 3 unopened cards. It's a little after 4 in the afternoon. Chin Hao arrived at the entrance of a large shopping mall, just as he was about to enter the mall to skulk around and see if there were any walkers and gather some supplies along the way. A Chinese bus, whose front end had been deflated, staggered out of the street more than 100 meters away. Seconds later, about a couple dozen ragged, rotting zombies, waving their arms and hissing, rushed out, obviously attracted by the center bus. Chapter 55, forget it. You guys don't have to go either. There's no reason not to eat this fat meat delivered to the door. Chin Hao, who had just planned to enter the mall, directly threw the AK-47 in his hand into the interdimensional shelter. Then, an M72 anti-tank bazooka was redeemed. The safety turned on, and slung above his shoulder. The trigger was pulled at the group of zombies 50 to 60 meters away, and with a whoosh sound, a A 66mm armor-breaking bullet crashed directly into the group of zombies. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, Jinhao directly threw away the bazooka in his hand, exchanged it again for a brand new one, and shot out another 66mm armor-breaking bullet at the group of zombies. Boom! 2 consecutive 66mm armor-breaking bullets directly killed more than 20 ordinary zombies, and the remaining 10 or so zombies that were far away were also blown away. The 2 consecutive violent explosions directly shocked the people on that one Chinese bus, all of them looking at Jinhao standing at the entrance of the shopping mall through the bus window. Grip the grass. This dude is so damn awesome. To fight zombies with a bazooka, that's just cool. Why does this man have a bazooka in his hand? It can't be someone from the nearby military base, right? Should we go over and make contact with him? Ugh, if we had a bazooka, would we still be whisked away by a bunch of zombies like grandchildren? Grip the grass. Look guys, there's another rifle in this dude's hand. Looks like it's an AK-47, right? It's so handsome. The way he presses the AK-47 with both hands is just awesome. This dude is really a fierce man. A person with an AK dares to single-handedly challenge a group of zombies. He can't really be someone from the nearby military base, right? Chu, should we go down and make contact with him? Didn't the people in the military base initially mount a rescue? The 4 men and 2 women in the Chinese bus, who were talking about Jinhao, suddenly turned their heads together to look at a middle-aged man sitting on the driver's seat. This was a middle-aged man with short hair and a melancholic-looking face, with a hint of weathered vicissitudes on his tan face. While Jinhao was bombing the group of zombies with a rocket launcher, he stopped the Chinese bus that was already about to be scrapped, because there were cars parked across the road in front of them, some of which had been knocked sideways. There was no way to get the minibus through quickly with such road conditions, so he could only turn the minibus into the mall's parking lot and stop with a helpless look on his face. And fortunately, there aren't any walkers present in the neighborhood. The group of zombies chasing after them were also blocked by the one outside, causing the crowd to let out a slight sigh of relief in their hearts. After getting up from the driver's seat, Chu stepped aside and looked through the side window at Jinhao, who was firing point blank at the zombies with an AK-47 in both hands not far away. A twinge of doubt arose in his mind. Was this teenager in a black tracksuit really from that military base nearby? But has no other plausible explanation beyond that. After all, ordinary people couldn't get their hands on anti-tank weapons like RPGs, and even rifles like AK-47s weren't something ordinary people could get their hands on. Chu, what do we do now? A 20-something-year-old man with svelte glasses looked at Chu and asked, should we go down and make contact with him? Ask what's going on in the military base right now. It's a different time of peace now. Hearts do change. Let's see what happens first, Chu said with a frown. Everyone pack up your things and grab a weapon for defense. We'll go into the mall later to hide out and gather supplies on the way. Oh, the 6 men and women, all in their mid-20s, obediently began packing up their supplies. Everyone was holding a weapon for defense. There were steel pipes, Tommy knives, baseball bats, and those with homemade spears. The weapon in Chu's hand was a nearly 1 meter long 18 chopped open blade. In the midst of a gunshot, one by one, those ordinary rotting zombies were killed on point. The man with the svelte glasses standing beside Chu, holding a tang sword in one hand, raised his other hand to hold his glasses, and looked at Chu, who was standing by the side, and proposed, Brother Chu, by the looks of him he should be alone. I think we can try to communicate with him and get him to join us among the team. That way we can fight much better. Maybe, it's even possible to figure out where he got the weapon in his hand from. As he said this, a hint of confidence appeared on the Sven-glasses man's face. He believed that with his eloquence, he could definitely convince the teenager outside to join among his team and extract information about the source of the weapon from him. Alright then, after he finishes killing the zombies, we'll go down and make contact with him. After Chu frowned and thought for a moment, he nodded to the man with the svelte glasses. Little son, you're eloquent and articulate. You'll be responsible for getting in touch with him later. Chu still recognized the eloquence of the Sven-glasses man. Jinhao had already noticed the nearly scrapped Chinese bus when it drove into the parking lot and stopped, but he didn't care. Carrying an AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in both hands, he kept on headbutting those zombies that had been blown over and were not yet dead one by one. A dozen shots later, the group of zombies that chased after the Chinese bus just now were all killed. A total of 36 unopened cards were obtained. But Jinhao didn't intend to open the deck now, but planned to open it after saving up 100, so that he could at least take a guaranteed card. After putting a new magazine in his AK-47 semi-automatic rifle, he turned towards the mall entrance not far away. Just then, Chu and the others also came down from the Chinese bus one after another, each of them carrying a backpack and holding a variety of self-defense weapons in their hands. Just when Jinhao was about to walk into the mall, the man with glasses who looked so gentle, holding a tang knife in his hand, quickly chased up towards Qin Hao. After catching up with him, a kind smile appeared on his face and he extended his right hand to Qin Hao, who had just stopped. Hello, my name is Sun Bowen. I'm the student council president of D City Academy. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I don't really want to know you. Looking at the Sun Bowen in front of him, who had the appearance of a Sven scum, Qin Hao similarly showed a sunshine-filled smile above his handsome face, but didn't bother to shake hands with him. Ha! Hearing Qin Hao's words, Sun Bowen obviously froze for a moment and withdrew his right hand with some embarrassment. Still, it continued with a smile. My friend, we mean no harm. We just want to make friends with you. After all, it's the end of the world now, and there are zombies everywhere, as well as horrible mutated zombies. It's hard to live alone. We can only live longer if we all stick together. Get out! Qin Hao raised the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in his hand with a smirk and aimed the muzzle at Sun Bowen's face. Don't blame me for not being polite if you dare to say one more word of nonsense. Seeing this, Chu, who had just followed him over, hastily reached out and pulled Sun Bowen, who still wanted to continue talking, and a simple smile appeared on his vicissitudes of life. I'm sorry, we'll leave right away. Just then, a round-faced girl wearing jeans with long black hair next to her suddenly raised her finger above Qin Hao's shoulder with a horrified face. Spider, there's a big spider above your shoulder. Forget it. You guys shouldn't leave either. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Qin Hao suddenly sighed slightly. Chu and the others were a bit puzzled in their hearts, not understanding what Qin Hao meant when he said this. Did he intend to join among his team? But the next second, they then realized that lying on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, the black spider, which was the size of a fist, suddenly catapulted towards themselves and the others in the air. Chapter 56, Spider-chan, it's that they're too weak. Spiders are extremely fast bouncers. The dumbfounded Chu and the others didn't have time to react in any way, and everyone's neck was bitten by Spider Z and injected with a certain amount of paralyzing venom. Almost instantly, Chu's 7 men only felt a slight pain in their necks before their entire bodies fell into a state of paralysis, losing control of their bodies and becoming unable to move. Spider Z, who jumped back on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, rubbed his furry body against Qin Hao, exuding a slightly pleasing spiritual fluctuation. Master, don't you think what I just did was awesome? He, little spider, good job. Looking at Chu and the others, who had already been fixed in place by the paralyzing venom, Qin Hao nodded with a satisfied face. But, as soon as his words fell, the faces of Chu and the others suddenly turned a blackish-purple color in an instant, and black blood began to flow out of their 7 orifices. Immediately after, flop, 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 all 7 men planted themselves on the ground, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. Looking at the 7 people who suddenly bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground, Qin Hao's face revealed a trace of doubt and turned his head to look at Spider Z, who was lying on top of his shoulder. Didn't we just agree to paralyze them with the paralyzing toxin first? Spider Z, Looking at the 7 people who suddenly bled from their 7 orifices and died violently, Spider Z was similarly dumbfounded and even a bit puzzled. To Qin Hao, he exuded a hint of spirit fluctuation filled with innocence. Master, this really can't be blamed on me. I literally just injected a drop of paralyzing toxin just now. At most it would have poisoned a weakling unicorn monster. It's just that their bodies are just too fragile. Spider added after a moment's thought. I don't think they were actually poisoned by the paralyzing toxin. They should have died because their bodies were paralyzed and their hearts stopped beating. So, their deaths have nothing to do with us. Spider Z exuded a trace of pitiful spirit fluctuation, while rubbing Qin Hao's neck very affectionately with his furry body. Well, you've got a pretty good point. And since you're dead, it's a complete relief. Save them from continuing to struggle in the midst of this apocalypse, and just wish them a good birth in their next life. Since the people were already dead, Qin Hao naturally stopped thinking about it. Just now, he just felt that Sun Bowen looked gentle and kind. But when he looked at the AK-47 in his hand, he inadvertently showed a hint of greed. This explains, this Sun Bowen must have some ill will towards himself in his heart. Maybe because he just rejected him and thus he will have a grudge and hold a grudge against himself. After all, it's the end of the world now. It is no longer the peaceful era it once was. Morals and laws have gradually collapsed, and human greed can be infinitely magnified. Once the shackles of morality and law are lost, the evil in the depths of the human heart will soar unchecked. Originally, Qin Hao was planning to leave these few people here to fend for themselves after paralyzing them. After all, the explosions and gunshots just now would definitely attract those zombies nearby. There's no telling. He'll have 7 more walkers when he comes out of the mall later. And that'll give him 7 more unopened decks. In the previous exchange, Spider Z had sworn that it only needed a tiny bit of paralyzing toxin to paralyze someone for an hour or two. But obviously, It seems to overestimate the strength of the human body, and does not know that when the heart is paralyzed, it will have a myocardial infarction and die a violent death. Forget it, Spider. It's not your fault. You did a great job. Shinhao smiled and raised his hand to touch Spider-chan's furry head, then reached out and pulled out 2 pieces of gummy bears from his pocket. Peeling it open, he popped a piece into his own mouth before handing Spider-chan another. Thank you, master. Spider-Z rubbed his furry body against Shinhao's neck to show his intimacy, exuding a hint of very pleasant spirit fluctuation, and hugged Gummy Bear with his 2 tentacle limbs. Immediately after, it crawled into the pocket of Shinhao's jacket with 8 legs, only showing half of its head, and hugged the Gummy Bear with its 2 tentacle limbs and ate it. Shinhao, on the other hand, carried the AK-47 in his hand on top of his shoulder, then crouched down and started to feel the bodies of the 7 people on the ground. After removing the black tang knife from Sun Bowen's hand and the sports backpack from his body, he stood up and kicked at Sun Bowen's bloody head. Forget it in this life. In the next life, when you want to think bad thoughts, you must never, ever remember to hide the greed in your eyes. After sneering at Sun Bowen's corpse, Shinhao directly opened the sports backpack and looked through it, realizing that there was just a small portion of supplies inside. The black tang knife also looked like nothing more than a metal artifact that had not yet been opened. After throwing the sports backpack and the black tang knife into the interdimensional shelter, Shinhao took off the backpacks on the others and looked through them. Basically everyone just has a day or two's worth of food and drinking water, and the weapons are all junk. The only good thing that came out of it was the black 18 chopped open knife that was close to a meter long in Chu's hand. This should be a genuine handful. Not bad. This is something that can't be beat. After holding it in his hand and carefully measuring it, Shinhao directly hung the sheath above his back waist, then threw a few more backpacks into the interdimensional shelter. I'm really sorry for your deaths, but there's no way. This is the end. Looking at the 6 corpses beside Sun Bowen, Shinhao sighed slightly. But don't worry, when I dream tonight, I'll make some connections with the King of Hades, so that you'll all be reincarnated as super rich 2nd generation in your next life. The moment. Shinhao had begun to gradually adapt to the laws of survival in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, and would no longer demand himself according to the code of conduct of the peace era. So, even if you've just killed a few people, you won't feel any psychological burden. Doomsday. It's not just you killing me killing you, everyone killing over and over for a little bit of supplies. If you have the skills to be a man, you're a pig in if you don't. Over time, supplies of all kinds dwindled. The laws of doom will be displayed to the fullest extent in this apocalyptic wasteland, and the evils of human nature will be unleashed continuously. Pulling out a piece of chocolate from his pocket again, peeling it off and stuffing it into his mouth, Shinhao took off the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle hanging above his shoulder. Attracted by the explosions and gunshots just now, a dozen or so ordinary rotting zombies, waving their rotting arms and hissing in low voices, rushed towards this side. 3 bloody lickers also appeared on top of the wall on the 2nd floor of the mall, with blood-colored mucus continuously flowing out of their fong-filled bloody mouths. Beyond that, from a pedestrian street in the middle of 200 to 300 meters, a tank walker with a height of more than 3 meters came out. Chapter 57, Alone? No, I'm not fighting alone. 2,940 words. Good job coming. Been waiting for you guys for half a day. Shinhao smiled and raised his head, sweeping the 3 blood-colored lickers above his head that were lying on top of the wall of the 2nd floor, with a hideous and horrible face, sizing themselves up. With a flick of her hand, she directly summoned, mechanical, Battleheim, Annie. Annie, these 3 beasts are all yours. Don't let me down. Understood. A flash of very dazzling golden light passed by, and the blonde-haired beauty wearing a white sportswear appeared directly in mid-air. The moment it appeared in mid-air, and quickly reached down and drew the 2 silver laser pistols at her waist, firing a burst of rapid point-blank shots at the 3 scarlet lickers that had just jumped off the top of the 2nd floor wall. Little spider, you are responsible for staying by my side to protect me and kill any monsters that try to sneak up on me. Shinhao reached out and touched Spider-Z, who was lying in his jacket pocket, and then with his AK-47 in both hands, he walked towards the ordinary zombies that rushed over. While walking, he was point-blank shooting at the regular zombies with his AK-47 in both hands. Bang, 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 bang. In Shinhao's opinion, there was no need to waste any skill cards and summoning cards to deal with these ordinary zombies in front of him that were already about to rot. An AK-47 would have sufficed, just in time to practice your marksmanship. After all, for most men, a hot weapon like a firearm is more attractive and secure than a beautiful woman. It is possible for a woman to cheat, to betray, to cuckold a man, but a gun in your hand definitely won't. It will only give you a great sense of security. Even if you want a woman, it will help you find a nice woman who will behave herself. The bottom line is, Shin Hao thought it was cool to stand on the street with his hands pressed against AK, with the sound of a gunshot. The dozen or so zombies 20 to 30 meters away were constantly being hit, but other than direct hits to the head, shooting anywhere else didn't kill the zombies. After a clip is shot, Shin Hao also only killed 7 zombies and broke the arms of 4 zombies. At this moment, the remaining 6 rotten zombies had already waved their rotten arms, hissed, and rushed to a place 5 or 6 meters in front of Shin Hao. It seems that marksmanship can't be practiced overnight either. Looking at the 6 rotten zombies that were already near his eyes with a hideous and horrible face, Shin Hao took 2 steps back violently and directly flung a skeleton warrior into the midair. A dazzling blue light flashed, and a white skeleton monster about 1 meter 7 in height, holding a long-handled battle axe, appeared in front of Shin Hao. Kill them all. With Shin Hao's order, the white skeleton monster holding a long-handled battle axe shakily swung the long-handled battle axe with both hands to slash at a zombie rushing at the front. Never mind. Let's give you another whole helping hand. Looking at the white skeleton monster that was already surrounded by 6 rotting zombies, Shin Hao once again took 2 steps back and raised his hand to fling out a barbarian warrior. A dazzling blue light flashed. A barbarian warrior who was about 2 meters tall, stout, and wearing a beast skin appeared in front of Shin Hao with a battle axe. Go! Chop off all those zombies' heads and kick them as balls. Shin Hao, who was in the process of replacing the magazine of his AK-47, issued an order to the barbarian warrior who had just appeared. Roar! After hearing Shin Hao's command, the barbarian warrior roared up to the sky and swung the battle axe in his hand to slash at the nearest zombie. At this point, the white skeleton monster surrounded by zombies also chopped a zombie's head off, although it was surrounded by walkers. However, a skeleton monster without flesh and blood did not fear the bites of the zombies at all. With the cooperation of the white skeleton monster and the barbarian warrior, the heads of all 6 rotting zombies were chopped off, and the barbarian warriors literally raised their feet and kicked the heads of these zombies as if they were soccer balls one by one. The other side, those 3 bloody, hideous and terrifying looking scarlet lickers were all killed one by Combat G, and as well, 13 normal rotting zombies, plus 3 scarlet lickers, provided Shin Hao with a total of 22 unopened cards. And at this point, that 1 3-meter-tall tank walker had just walked with heavy steps to a place 50 or 60 meters away. The 3-meter-tall tank zombie in front of him was not quite the same as the 4-meter-tall large mutant zombie that Shin Hao had encountered before. The tank walker was a big, fat man with a blood-stained sack hood on his head, revealing only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes and a big mouth stained with minced meat. On top of the fat body was likewise a bloody sack, blood constantly dripping down the edge of the sack onto the ground. It left a long trail of blood in its wake. The 2 thick arms took on a putrid grayish-white color, covered with pustules that were oozing a blackish-red liquid. In its right hand it also carried a bloody triangular hammer, covered in shredded flesh and a black mass of rotting matter. Roar! The moment Shin Hao and his own summons killed those ordinary zombies and scarlet lickers, this one hideous and horrible tank zombie suddenly let out a roar from its mouth. Instantly went into a rage. Carrying the triangular iron hammer in his hand, he took a heavy step and violently charged towards Shin Hao. Next, please start your show and show me how good you really are at fighting. Shin Hao smiled faintly at Annie, who had just walked to his side, and raised his hand, making an inviting gesture. Then, reaching back into his pocket, he took the furry spider sub out of his pocket and threw it directly towards the charging tankwalker. Go on, spider! Then, he looked at the white skeleton monsters and barbarian warriors who were trying to rush out with a speechless face. Why don't you two just stay out of the way and come over to me and protect me? The white skeleton monster and the barbarian warrior who had just tried to rush out froze and stopped at the same time, a trace of doubt arising in their already unintelligent heads. Is Master looking down on us? However, they still obediently returned to Shin Hao's side, as if they were 2 door gods, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Shin Hao in the center. At this point, Annie had already rushed towards the one tankwalker with her 2 long legs, holding 2 silver laser pistols in both hands and firing continuously, in order to perform well in front of his master. Spider Z, who had been thrown into midair by Shin Hao's lifted hand, directly entered the state of advancement amidst a dazzling blood aura. Almost instantly, the spider sun, which was only the size of a fist, turned into a large, blood-colored spider that was 2 meters in size and had a hideous and terrifying face. Then with an airborne catapult, he directly rushed towards the tankwalker that was charging towards this side. On the way to the jump, it sprayed a blood-colored spider silk straight out of it. On him, whooshing. The blood-colored spider silk flew directly in front of the tank zombie as if it was lightning, and then turned into a 5-meter square blood-colored spider web in an instant. It directly enveloped the running tankwalker and quickly contracted. netting the tank walker into a ball and causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Next, the deadly toxin attached to the blood-colored spider web instantly invaded the tank walker's body, and in an instant, the tank walker's body turned a creepy dark green color. But, apparently, lethal toxins don't seem to be too deadly for walkers. After all, zombies are supposed to be dead. And just then, Annie ran over as well, gun in both hands, aiming for the tank walker's head with a sweeping shot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. But, the Spider Z in midair also jumped over and shot out a bloody spider silk once again, directly piercing through the head of the tank zombie that was entangled in the bloody spider web. To this point, the tank zombie that had just been struggling continuously suddenly convulsed before completely ceasing to move. 8 semi-transparent cards that only Qin Hao himself could see floated out from within the body of the tank zombie, and quickly flew towards Qin Hao. After giving an expressionless look at the 2-meter-sized blood-colored big spider, Annie inserted the silver laser pistol in her hand into the holster on her waist and turned towards Qin Hao. A large mass of blood mist instantly emerged from the body of the big blood-colored spider, which dissipated again in a flash, and the spider's son, who had once again turned into a black spider, also jumped over towards Qin Hao. Nice. Not bad. You all performed great just now. I'm very satisfied. Qin Hao had a sunshine-filled smile on his face. Raising his hands in applause, he complimented Spider-chan and Annie. He master. Spider Z exuded a hint of pleasant and happy spiritual fluctuation, directly burrowing into Qin Hao's jacket pocket. Annie, on the other hand, walked directly to Qin Hao's side with her 2 long legs, maintaining a guard position, a standard smile above her pretty face. This is what I should do. It's an honor to fight for you. It should be an honor to have you guys fight for me. We are battle partners, Qin Hao said with a smile. Subsequently, he jumped towards the roof of a white sedan with his AK-47 in both hands and glanced around, intending to see if there were any other zombies present nearby. After some observation, no walkers have been seen for a while. However, he suddenly realized that there was a hint of something wrong. It seemed as if the surrounding area was starting to fog up, and the vision was starting to get a little blurry. Chapter 58, Fire the Hole. Ha! Why is it suddenly foggy? Is it going to change the weather? After raising his head and glancing at the round of sun in the sky that had become somewhat hazy, a bad premonition arose in Qin Hao's heart. At this moment, he could very clearly see a faint wisp of gray mist floating in the air around him. Wisps of mist continuously intertwined and converged together, making the mist, which had originally appeared to be very light, become more and more dense. But, luckily the fogging wasn't too fast. However, this also made Qin Hao's heart rise a little bit of vigilance as well, keeping Annie, the barbarian warrior, and the skeleton warrior all on their sides, keeping a watchful eye. Spider-chan, who was burrowed in the pocket of his jacket, also revealed a small furry head, constantly surveying everything around him with his 8 blood-colored eyes. The gray mist that suddenly rose up looked a little bit off though, giving off an extremely ominous and eerie feeling. But this didn't scare Qin Hao, much less disrupt his rhythm and scare him into running away. I hope nothing too bad happens next. After muttering in his heart, Qin Hao directly took out a prop card with a thought. GHO Offensive Grenade *3. After redeeming the 3 GHO offensive grenades, surveying towards the surroundings, Qin Hao directly pulled down the safety pin of a grenade, raised his hand, and violently threw it towards the south. Fire the hole. The dark green grenade spun in a parabola and flew out over 20 meters away. It landed next to a couple of trash cans. Boom! A violent explosion passed. Several garbage cans were directly blown apart by the power generated by the grenade explosion, and all kinds of garbage flew in the sky and spilled all over the ground in an instant. This grenade throwing is so energizing. It's just awesome. Looking at the several garbage cans that were blown into pieces by the grenade 20 to 30 meters away, Qin Hao's face revealed a hint of an excited smile. Once again, the safety pin of a grenade was pulled off. Lifting his hand and swinging it violently, he threw the grenade directly towards the west for a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Boom! The grenade exploded violently the moment it landed next to a small white car. Blow up the little car straight away. Beautiful. With such a big commotion, as long as those zombies in the neighborhood aren't deaf, how can they be attracted to some? After muttering in his mind, Qin Hao directly pulled off the safety pin of the last grenade, raised his hand, and violently threw it toward the east. The grenade flew out to a distance of more than 20 meters and directly smashed into an advertising lightbox, instantly blowing the 2-meter square advertising lightbox into pieces all over the sky. So, the next step is to wait for the walkers to come and give their heads. After throwing the 3 grenades in 3 different directions, Qin Hao stood on top of the roof of the white sedan and started to check the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in his hand. He believed that the commotion created by the 3 grenades exploding in 3 different directions would surely attract those zombies nearby. It's just a matter of how many. Unless, of course, there are no more walkers in the neighborhood. A few short minutes. The wisps of gray mist in the air gradually converged together and were already on the verge of joining together, and the sky began to turn gray. The fiery red sun in the sky had turned into a white sun, and even if you looked straight at it, you wouldn't feel any glare or discomfort. However, for the moment this little bit of faint gray mist wasn't that big of an impact on the line of sight, and there was still at least 100 or so meters of visibility. Again after a few minutes, from dozens of meters away in a light mist, one by one, a rotting walker with a staggering gait began to appear. Waving his rotting arms, he let out a low hiss and kept converging towards the 3 places where the explosions had occurred. Seeing this, Shinhao raised the AK-47 in his hand and fired a point-blank shot into the sky. Bang! This crisp and loud gunshot directly broke the surrounding tranquility, instantly startling the dozen or so zombies 20 to 30 meters away. In the midst of a roar, the dozen zombies all turned around, waving their rotten arms, and quickly rushed towards Shinhao's side. Let those walkers run over before you kill them, and don't get more than 10 meters away from me. Shinhao, who stood on the roof of the car, held the AK-47 with both hands and barked at Annie, the skeleton warrior, and the barbarian warrior who stood by his side. As the dozen or so zombies gradually ran into the 10-meter range, Shinhao lifted the AK-47 with both hands and started to aim, hooking the trigger and firing point blank. One and done. Bang! One of the rotting zombies that rushed at the front was directly shot in the head and fell heavily to the ground in the midst of running. Nobody move. Let me do it first. After barking at Annie and the other summons that wanted to rush out, Shinhao once again aimed at a rotting zombie and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! A loud and clear shot rang out. One rotting zombie was shot in the head by a bullet in the middle of running and kept falling to the ground. The constant ringing of loud and clear shots, it also attracted a steady stream of those rotting zombies that were roaming around the neighborhood, with some mutated zombies and special zombies mixed in. When Shinhao exploded the 5th zombie's head, the remaining 7 zombies also surrounded and rushed to the side of the sedan at Shinhao's feet. Almost instantly, without needing Shinhao to open his mouth and issue orders, Annie, the skeleton warriors, and the barbarian warriors, started to launch a deadly attack on these 7 zombies. The 3 summons easily killed 7 normal rotting zombies. Not bad. This wave made 12 unopened decks straight away, one step closer to 100. Looking at the 7 semi-transparent cards that drifted towards him at a rapid speed, an incomparably happy smile appeared on Shinhao's face. With that, he glanced around toward his surroundings. The gray mist around them was getting thicker and thicker at the moment. The visibility had been reduced from over 100 meters at the start to about 50 or 60 meters, and looking further into the distance, all that could be seen was a gray haze. Even within a range of 50 or 60 meters, it was starting to get foggy. Vaguely, one could see that there were some stumbling figures that were continuously coming out of the dense mists and quickly running towards this side. Interspersed among them was a large man over 4 meters tall, as well as several petite figures. Come on, the more the merrier, the more the merrier. A hint of excitement appeared above Shinhao's handsome face, reaching out to take off the rifle magazine, taking out some bullets and starting to press bullets into it one by one. After pressurizing the bullets in the magazine and loading them on top of the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle, the rotting zombies gradually ran into the range of a dozen meters. All of you, go to hell! Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Shinhao stood on top of the roof of the car in a Zamabushi posture, holding an AK-47 semi-automatic rifle with both hands, a hint of excitement appearing above his handsome face. Pulling the trigger, he began firing point blank at the one rotting walker that came charging at him. Chapter 59, Intense Regimental Battle. Bountiful Harvest. In fact, Shinhao's marksmanship sucked. After all, he had never fired a gun before crossing over to this apocalyptic wasteland, and at best, he had swung his mouse to play a gunfight-type shooting game. Or maybe it's just the fun of hitting balloons with a toy gun in the park as a kid. But the most basic 3.1-line aiming method is still known. So even if you can't do a gunshot to the head, then you can still kill a zombie with 3 or 4 shots. After all, the walkers had all run within 10 meters of each other. After one clip is empty, Shinhao directly killed 9 rotten zombies. Just as he was replacing his clip, the other 5 rotting walkers hissed and charged. It was only 2 or 3 meters away from Shinhao. In a flash, there was no need for Shinhao to open his mouth to command. The barbarian warriors and skeleton warriors guarding the side of the white sedan waved their battle axes in their hands and directly rushed towards those hideous and terrifying rotting zombies. And Annie, who was standing beside Shinhao, on the other hand, his legs were slightly bent, and then he leapt into mid-air, jumping towards the large mutated zombie that was 7 or 8 meters away. A moment after jumping into mid-air, With both hands, she quickly drew the two silver laser pistols at her waist and fired them above the head of the large mutated zombie. Immediately after, she quickly slid the silver laser pistol in her hand back into the holster on her waist and backhandedly drew the two long alloy knives on her back. At the large mutated zombie below was a dazzlingly fast chopping attack, so fast that only a killing aura of cold flashes could be seen. The other side, Qin Hao, who had just finished replacing his magazines, turned around and started point-blank shooting at the three rotting zombies in the other direction with his AK-47 in both hands. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! At this moment, with a whoosh sound, the spider, which had been quietly staying in Qin Hao's jacket pocket, suddenly jumped to Qin Hao's back with an in situ ejection. In the meantime, a hideous and horrible hunter zombie suddenly revealed itself behind Qin Hao, waving the spine knife in its hand to stab Qin Hao above his back. A close call. The spider Z, who jumped into mid-air, suddenly erupted a blood aura within his body, instantly transforming into a large, blood-colored spider that was 2 meters in size. Directly, he knocked the hideous and terrifying hunter zombie with a fierce face out of the way, and at the same time waved his 2 sharp forelimbs to ruthlessly stab into the hunter zombie's head. Nice work, spider! Qin Hao, who had just exploded the head of a rotting zombie, turned around and complimented the big blood-colored spider that was brutally abusing the hunter zombie not far away. He then once again aimed his AK-47 with both hands at a rotting zombie 5 or 6 meters away. At this moment, the gray mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. Visibility was down to 1 or 2 dozen meters. 4 or 5 minutes later, this wave of walkers were all killed. The barbarian warriors and skeleton warriors directly disappeared from the spot after killing those 5 ordinary rotting zombies because their stay time was over. That one large mutant zombie that was over 4 meters tall was directly used by Annie with 2 long alloy knives, and the upper half of its body was hard chopped into a dozen pieces, and a large ugly head was even blown up as if it was a watermelon. That one hunter zombie wearing bloody armor with a hideous and terrifying face had an even more miserable end, and the bloody scene was unbearable to look at. Directly, he was turned into a big blood-colored spider son and dismembered alive into a field of bloody limbs and broken arms. The 2 spine knives that were stained with brown blood were also broken into a dozen or so pieces, scattered amongst the bloody limbs and broken arms on the ground. At this moment, Spider Z displayed a brutal, bloodthirsty killing nature. After all, it wasn't an ordinary spider, but a Fey magic spider from the depths of the endless abyss, or the spider queen of the Fey magic spiders, Destiny Weaver. After brutally abusing that one hunter walker, Spider-chan once again changed from a big blood-colored spider to a dull and cute black spider. An airborne catapult jumped directly on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, rubbed Qin Hao's neck very affectionately with his furry body, and then waved his 8 legs to climb directly into Qin Hao's jacket pocket. Not far away, Annie also returned to Qin Hao's side with her 2 long legs, making a guarding gesture. This wave of regimentation just now. Directly, Qin Hao obtained 39 unopened cards. That one large mutated walker and the hunter walker each provided 10 unopened cards, while the normal rotting walker provided a total of 19 unopened cards. It's a great feeling to harvest 39 unopened decks straight from a group battle. It seems like we'll have to follow this routine in the future, saving ourselves the trouble of searching for zombies one by one, which is not only inefficient and a waste of time, but also troublesome. At this moment, Qin Hao made up his mind that in the future, he would use hot weapons to attract the zombies and then bring his summons to kill them in waves. This will be much more efficient. After replacing a new magazine for the AK-47 in his hand again, Qin Hao surveyed the increasingly dense gray mist around him. The gray mists around us are getting thicker and thicker. This doesn't look like a good sign. After slightly frowning, Qin Hao then planned to go to the middle of the nearby shopping mall first and find a safe place to open all the cards in his hand at once. Annie, go back first. I'll summon you out again when needed. After greeting Annie, who was standing aside, Qin Hao directly cancelled her summoning status. A dazzling golden light flashed. Annie directly turned into a very delicate golden card and flew into Qin Hao's right hand. After collecting the golden cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Qin Hao jumped off the roof of the car with his AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in both hands. Quickly, he ran towards the main entrance of the mall a dozen meters away. But, he had just run to the main entrance of the mall, and before he could run inside, 2 petite weightless female zombies suddenly jumped down from the mist above his head, waving his ghastly white arms and hissing in a low voice. He pounced on Qin Hao's body, his torn mouth revealing a mouth of blood-colored fangs stained with broken meat. It's more than that. 2 large, fat walkers wearing a blue security uniform and holding a rubber baton also waddled out of the mists aside. These 4 special mutated zombies were likewise attracted by the explosions and gunshots just now, only that they didn't strike at Qin Hao right away, but instead, they lurked in the nearby mists, waiting until this moment to suddenly attack Qin Hao. The sudden shock was much more than that. A dozen meters away in the gray mist, Suddenly flickered a very bright flame, followed by a d-d-d-d-d sound of bullets. A bullet was like a metal storm pouring madly towards Chin Hao's side. Immediately after, a lanky, terrifying figure of about 2 meters tall, armed with a Vulcan Gatling, stepped out of the mist. Chapter 60, Tiny Spider. Tear it to pieces. It all happened simply too fast. 2 petite weightless female zombies, 2 big fat zombies in blue security uniforms, and that 1 tyrant zombie with a Vulcan Gatling. Almost at the same time, they launched an attack on Chin Hao, who had just walked to the main entrance of the mall. Hundreds of bullets shot through the 2 big fat zombies in a flash. After bursting the 2 big fat zombies into flying limbs and broken arms, the bullets continued to shoot into Chin Hao's body. In midair, those 2 petite weightless female zombies also waved their miserable white arms, about to pounce on top of Chin Hao's body. A close call. The spider son lying in Chin Hao's pocket instantly ejected, turning into a 2-meter-sized blood-colored big spider in a dazzling blood aura. It blocked between Chin Hao and the Vulcan Gatling-wielding tyrant zombie, blocking all the countless bullets that poured in afterward. It also deflected the limbs and broken arms from the explosion of the 2 big fat zombies. The spider sub's blood-red body was very hard. Hundreds of bullets shot at it rapidly hit its hard and incomparable blood-colored shell, but only splashed a path of blinding sparks, and clang sound of metal collision. But, even Spider-chan's reflexes were fast. But in the end, they were still a few points slower, allowing a dozen bullets to shoot directly into Chin Hao's body after piercing through the big fat zombie, splattering a splash of blood. Woj. The tearing sensation brought about by a dozen bullets piercing through the skin and shooting into the body, as well as the pain that tore his heart and lungs apart, caused Chin Hao to let out a roar of fury in an instant. But, the pain that tore through his lungs did not make him faint or lose consciousness. The effect of immortality came into play in an instant and began to repair the bloody holes made by the bullets at breakneck speed. And just then, the 2 petite weightless female zombies in midair also pounced on Chin Hao's body, grabbing Chin Hao's body with 2 miserable white arms in a deadly grip. Opening his mouth full of blood-colored fangs, he bit down towards Chin Hao's body. Death to all of you. Almost at the moment when he was shot into his body by the bullet, Chin Hao showed a scowl above his handsome face, directly using his mind to summon 8 skill cards. Frost Fury instantly froze the 2 weightless female zombies that were about to bite on their necks into 2 ice sculptures. The Holy Light Healing Technique instantly healed the dozen or so bloody holes in his body from the bullets as if they were the first time, and at the same time got rid of the zombie virus that was stained on top of the bullets. The Light Shield Technique, Defense Aura, directly enveloped his body, forming 2 defenses. The moment Frost Fury blasted the 2 frozen weightless female zombies into a sky of ice slag, Chin Hao directly used Fearless Sprint to rush over the tyrant zombie's head, and use 3 skill cards consecutively on the tyrant below. Stiffens, paralyzes, stuns. At the same time, he quickly swung his right hand and gave a big bypocket to the tyrant walker who was already controlled in place by the 3 skills. Damn it! I let you sneak attack me with a Gatling. I let you sneak attack. Next, the spider sub that turned into a large bloody spider directly shot out a bloody spider web, instantly entangling the tyrant walker whose face had been snapped. Spider, tear it to pieces. With Chin Hao's roar, the 2-meter-tall and sized scarlet spider jumped up directly, and with a Tarzan crush directly smashed the tyrannical Deathstalker that was controlled in place underneath it. Then, wielding his 2 sharp front limbs, he began to continuously stab into the tyrant zombie's body, dismembering it little by little into bloody limbs and broken arms. Chin Hao in midair also landed on top of the back of the big bloody spider in a smooth manner, and the defense aura and light shield art that covered him also blocked all the ice slag that splashed over. Those bloody holes in his body had been instantly healed by the Holy Light Healing Technique and immortality just now. The lethal damage taken this time also made the effect of immortality much higher again. He believed that by the time he used up the number of times he had used the Holy Light Healing Technique, the effect of his immortality was probably close to catching up with the healing effect of the Holy Light Healing Technique. These mutated zombies seem to be much smarter than the ordinary rotting zombies. They even know how to hide in the mist to stage a sneak attack. It's really insidious. But, what's with this Vulcan Gatling-wielding tyrant walker? Could there really be someone working on biochemical weapons? After picking up the AK-47 he had thrown on the ground, Chin Hao looked at the tyrant zombie that was being brutally abused by Spider Z with a puzzled expression. Forget it. These things don't have much to do with me. I'm just a minion. The heavy responsibility of saving the world is better left to those sons of the realm. Each of the 2 weightless female zombies dropped 3 unopened cards, and the 2 big fat zombies didn't drop any cards because they were blown up by bullets. The tyrant walker that was being brutally abused by Spider Z, on the other hand, dropped 15 unopened cards. In the wave of battle just now, Chin Hao had gained a total of 21 unopened cards, and had also consumed the number of times he had used some skill cards. Can't say I'm making a profit, but it's certainly not a loss. In addition to the pain even after the injury, it's also a bit of a waste of clothes, so it seems like I need to prepare more clothes. After glancing at the already tattered black sportswear on his body, Shinhao frowned slightly and directly took off the clothes on his body. Then, a brand new black tracksuit was taken out of the interdimensional shelter and put on. After changing clothes, Shinhao jumped down from the body of the big blood-colored spider, walked to a sidestep and sat down, taking out 2 beef brisket-covered rice and gulping it down. After he had finished all of the 2 servings of beef brisket-covered rice and drank a large bottle of mineral water, the scarlet spider had also dismembered the tyrant walker into a bloody mess of broken limbs. Even the Vulcan Gatling in the tyrant zombie's hand, along with the ammo box on top of its back, was dismantled, and a bullet rolled down in a pool of blood. After doing this, the big blood-colored spider sent out a hint of spiritual fluctuation at Shinhao, inquiring, "Master, is this okay?" "That's fine. So the anger in my heart is almost gone." Looking at the bloody limbs and broken arms all over the ground, as well as the bullets spilled all over the place, Shinhao nodded with satisfaction. That's what happens when you sneak up on yourself. He decided that anyone who dared to sneak up on him in the future would be uniformly held to that standard. A pleasant mental fluctuation emanated from the large blood-colored spider, and it once again transformed into a spider sub only the size of a fist amidst a cloud of blood mist. An aerial catapult jumped directly on top of Shinhao's shoulder, rubbed Shinhao's neck very affectionately with his furry body, and then waved his 8 legs and climbed into the pocket of his jacket. After sweeping a glance at the denser and denser mists around him, Shinhao decided to go into the middle of the mall to find a safe place to take a rest, and in the meantime, open all the cards in his hand at once to see if they could bring him any surprises. As for why not go into the middle of an interdimensional asylum? Naturally, he didn't want Nico to know too many of his secrets just yet, and he didn't want to check out the cards he had acquired in front of her. Soon, Shinhao then walked into the middle of the first floor of the mall. However, due to the power outage and the fact that the outside had been shrouded in a gray mist, the light within the mall had become very dim. After some searching, Shinhao found a utility room where the janitor lived next to the elevator room, and after unlocking the door, he directly sat on the single bed and summoned the card system. The moment. He has a total of 144 unopened cards. Praise Goddess of Luck. May Goddess of Luck grant me endless luck and open a few more golden legends. After a silent prayer in his heart, Shinhao's mind moved, and the 144 cards above the system interface were all opened in an instant. In a flash, a dazzling light flashed up at great speed above the system interface. There were also glimpses of dazzling gold and purple interspersed amongst a white, green, blue, and silver glow. Sure enough, 100 in a row will produce a guaranteed golden legend. Chapter 61 Teenager, want to take a leap of faith? Looking at the overlapping 144 cards above the system interface, a trace of uncontrollable excitement appeared above Shinhao's handsome face. He couldn't wait to take all 144 cards out of his personal card pool, and held them in his hands, quickly flipping through them one by one and stacking the different types of cards on top of each other. This had the most supply cards, with a total of 95 opened. There are 34 white decks of F rank and 56 green decks of E rank, all of which consist of drinking water and various foodstuffs with only a single quantity, as well as consumables. Shinhao was also too lazy to scrutinize the cards one by one to see exactly what kind of supplies were on them. Anyway, as long as the white and green material cards were directly placed in one piece, ready to give all directly synthesized new decks later. There are 4 blue material cards in D grade, chilled watermelon *5, golden pillow durian *5, 1 liter mineral water *5, shredded pork with green pepper over rice *6, 1 silver material card of C grade, canned beef *50. There are 39 prop cards. Among them, there were 12 white prop cards of F grade and 18 green prop cards of E grade, which were all very common daily items, and Shinhao likewise intended to use them to synthesize new cards. There are 7 D-grade blue prop cards, 4 7.62mm bullets *50, 1 pulse taser, equipped with 2 spare magazines and a special charger, 1 high-explosive grenade *5, 1 console's tactical uniform, black, 1 silver prop card of grade C, MP7 submachine gun, equipped with 2 spare magazines and 500 standard bullets, 1 red prop card of grade B, M32 rotary grenade launcher, equipped with 140mm grenades. There are 6 skill cards, 2 green skill cards of E rank. Water arrow, you can unleash a 1 meter long water arrow at the target. Use 2 halves times. Wind blade, you can unleash a 1 meter long wind blade at the target. Use 2 halves times. 3 skill cards of grade D. Vine entangle, you can summon a green thorny vine from the void to entangle the target firmly for 1 minute. 3/3 uses. Thorn of poison, you can summon a poisonous thorn and shoot it at the target quickly with a deadly toxin effect. 3/3 uses. Metamorphosis sheep, can turn the target into a harmless sheep in a split second for 10 seconds. 3/3 uses. 1 gold skill card of S rank. Leap of Faith. Junior. Want to take a leap of faith? Believe me, the feeling of free fall will fascinate you and will make you realize true freedom. The feeling of flying freely like an eagle will make your heart happy. From now on, when you take a leap from any height anywhere, you will rotate 720 degrees in the air and then land safely in a handsome position. This card is a permanent skill card. There is no requirement or restriction on its use, and you can trigger this skill at will by holding this card. There are 3 summoning cards. 1 white summoning card of F rank. Cute Squirrel, you can summon a fluffy and cute squirrel for 5 minutes. A one-time experience card. 1 blue summoning card of grade D. Big Muscle Dog, you can summon a big yellow muscular dog that is 2 meters tall and walks human standing. Duration 15 minutes. Number of uses 3 of 3. 1 purple summoning card of grade A. Killers, unmatched. He fought for his empire for 10 consecutive years without a single defeat, and in the end, he only got the empire's suspicion and was unjustly imprisoned. 3 years later, when he learned that his wife and daughter had been abused to death by powerful men, a wake-up call. Instantly breaking free of the rotting chains wrapped around his body, he wielded a rusty chopper and killed his way from the prison of death into the imperial city. That day, the imperial city was stained with blood. You can summon a god of war Wushu from the XX Empire, holding a rusty Zanpakuto, to help you in battle. Duration 2 hours. Summoning 80/80. 1 mystery card. Grade D blue mystery card, endurance recovery potion, medium bottle. What was opened out was actually an S-rank golden skill card. Only what type of skill card is this golden skill card actually considered? Looking at the back of the one on the golden skill card that leapt down from a high altitude, a trace of doubt appeared above Chin Hao's handsome face. A leap of faith? A single leap from anywhere high in the air will rotate 720 degrees in the air before landing safely in a handsome position. This seems like an extremely cool concept-based skill card. Could it be that a leap from 10,000 meters would also have me spinning 720 degrees in the air and landing safely in a handsome position? Then won't I never die from falling later? A very cool scene could not help but appear in Chin Hao's mind. He himself leapt from a height of 10,000 meters, and after spinning 720 degrees in the air in a freefall fashion, he landed safely in a very handsome position. This is just so cool. Thinking of this, Chin Hao couldn't help but show a trace of excitement on his face, deciding that he would definitely find a chance to have a 10,000 meter high free fall in the future. He then surveyed the A-ranked purple summoning card, Slayer, unmatched. TSK, this is not properly a play on the return of the God of War. The God of War fought hard for 10 years in the outside world, and when he returned in triumph he was wronged by the Emperor, but he still did not dare to resist, until his own wife and children were abused to death by the powerful. It was only then that he woke up, and in a flash of dominance possessed himself, slashing his way from the east end of the city all the way to the west end of the city with a rusty chopper. If you have 100,000 loyal men, and your wife and children live in a broken hayloft, it's a proper template for the protagonist of the Return of the God of War. After brainstorming the dogged plot of the Return of the God of War in his heart, a slightly mocking smile appeared on Chin Hao's face. I have to say, this Imperial God of War is really a bit brainwashed plus lacking in heart. A wimp. After spitting out a sentence in his heart with a disdainful face, he directly switched the system interface to the card synthesis interface. Then he put all the 34 F-rank white material cards, 56 E-rank green material cards, 12 F-rank white prop cards, and 18 green prop cards that he had just sorted out into the 3 card slots. This was followed by the 3 remaining E-rated material cards from last time. Immediately after, with a thought, the synthesize button was pressed. In a flash, an extremely cool light flashed above the system interface. A brand new unopened deck was synthesized. A total of 41 unopened cards were synthesized. Praise the great goddess of luck. May Lady Luck favor me again and let me open another golden legend. After praying silently in his heart with a sincere mood, Chin Hao directly opened all 41 cards with an expectant face. Amidst a dazzling light of white, green, blue, and silver, a card was quickly flipped over, with a touch of extremely dazzling golden light interspersed with it. Holy, it really opened a golden legend. Ha! Looking at the golden card above the system interface, Chin Hao's heart froze slightly, and then a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Great goddess of luck, from now on you are my own sister. I hope that you will favor me more in the future, and let me burst out with golden legends every time. After a silent prayer in his heart, with a thought, all 41 cards appeared in Chin Hao's hand, and he flipped through them one by one. Chapter 62, Golden Legend Skill, Fear of the Deep Tentacled Lady. The highest pop rate continues to be the material cards, with a total of 22 opened. There are 12 white material cards of Class F and 9 green material cards of Class E. These are some single food, drinking water and daily consumables. 1 blue material card of Grade D. Canned yellow peaches *10. There are 15 prop cards. Among them, there are 8 white prop cards of Grade F and 6 green prop cards of Grade E, which are also some common daily necessities. 1 silver prop card of Grade C. AR-15 automatic rifle. Effective range of 550 meters. Using 5.56mm ammunition. Magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Equipped with optical sights, tactical grip and other accessories. Equipped with 2 spare magazines and 505.56mm bullets. 2 skill cards. A D-rank blue skill card. Corrosive arrow. You can unleash a corrosive arrow at your target, which deals corrosive festering damage when it hits the target. Use 3/3 times. A D-ranked blue skill card. Frostblade. You can summon a 1 meter long frostblade to shoot at the target. Hitting the target will come with frost damage that lasts for 5 seconds. 3/3 uses. 1 blue summoning card of Grade D. Big Mouth Cannibal Flower. You can summon a 2 meter tall purple Big Mouth Cannibal Flower that devours a target smaller than its size every 10 seconds. The largemouth cannibal flower has 2 thick roots that can be used as legs to move around. Duration 15 minutes. 3/3 summons. 1 S-Class Gold Mystery Card. Golden Legend Skills. This card is a Gold Legendary Super Advanced card. After use, you can advance any skill card lower than S-Grade to a permanent S-Grade Gold skill card, and at the same time, fully enhance the attributes of the skill card. Please note that this card is a one-time consumable card, so please choose the skill card you need to advance carefully. Holy, it's almost like the Emperor is possessed today. Goddess of Luck is so powerful. Surprisingly, another S-ranked mystery card had popped out, or a super advancement card that could advance any skill card into a golden legend. This is much more powerful than just popping out a gold legendary skill card. Looking at this exquisite and incomparable golden mysterious card in his hand, a trace of ecstasy appeared directly above Chin Hao's handsome face. It was no exaggeration to say that the value of this one, golden legendary skill, was greater than directly exploding 3 golden legendary skill cards. After all, there was no way to freely choose a skill from the gold legendary skill cards that were directly popped out. The one at hand, Golden Legend Skill, on the other hand, could directly turn a certain skill card you wanted from a consumable card directly into a permanent golden card. That would be too many options. Since Golden Legend Skill has already appeared, doesn't that mean there will be Golden Legend Summon in the future as well? Almost instantly, a guess appeared in Chin Hao's mind. If that's really the case, wouldn't that make it possible to just advance some of your favorite summoning cards into permanent gold legends in the future? At the thought of this, Chin Hao's heart became even more excited, and an extremely happy smile appeared above his handsome face. Amidst a face of excitement and ecstasy, he directly switched to his personal card pool page and checked out some of the skill cards he currently possessed. Skill cards below C rank need not be considered. Currently, he had 2 B-ranked red skill cards and 1 A-ranked purple skill card. The B-ranked red skill cards were Frost Fury and Hellskate, respectively, while the A-ranked purple skill card was a Shadow Stalking. After looking at the 3 skill cards above the interface and pondering for a while, Chin Hao was caught in the midst of selection difficulties for a while. He felt that it was a bit of a waste if he promoted 2 B-rank damaging skill cards to S rank. After all, he would definitely draw some permanent golden skill cards later on, and by that time, a single damage skill card probably wouldn't be considered a rare skill card. As for the A-ranked Shadow Sneak, it likewise felt like a bit of a riot. After all, this skill seemed powerful, but it was actually a stealth skill, not to mention that there was a time limit for each use. Once you launched an attack at your target, it would directly take you out of the Shadow Sneak state. Besides, this one, Shadow Stalking, skill card could be used 200 times, so how could it be enough for a while? Even if one wanted to advance it into a permanent S-rank golden legendary skill card, that couldn't be done right now immediately, lest one would regret it later when they encountered a better skill card. After some serious thought in his mind, in the end, it was decided to keep this S-ranked, golden legend skill, for now, and use it later when he encountered a more suitable skill card. Today seems to be full of OG, 2 golden legends in a row. Want to bet again? Looking at those F-rank and E-rank material cards and prop cards, a tangle of colors flowed above Chin Hao's handsome face. After thinking for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind straight away. Decided to just synthesize the rest of these decks straight up one more time while the widget is full. After switching to the card synthesis screen, put 12 F-rated white supply cards, 9 E-rated green supply cards, 8 F-rated white prop cards, and 6 E-rated green prop cards directly into it. Afterwards, he put in one of the extra E-class prop cards he had made earlier as well. A total of 36 decks were put together. The moment the synthesize button is pressed, the cards in the 3 card slots quickly collided together into a brand new unopened card. A total of 12 cards are synthesized out. Come on, Emperor O possessed, let me pop gold every time. I want gold legends. With a look of anticipation, Shinhao directly opened all 12 cards he had just combined at once. Amidst a dazzling light of white, green, and blue, a card was flipped over at great speed, with a splash of dazzling purple color mixed in. Gee, it looks like opening too few at once really doesn't produce a gold legend, but it's nice to have an A-ranked purple card. After slightly frowning, Shinhao took out all 12 cards with a single thought, holding them in his hand and flipping through them one by one. There were 8 F-rank white material cards and E-rank green material cards, all of which consisted of some daily food and drinking water. Nothing rare. There were 2 green prop cards of grade E. Again, they were all extremely common everyday items, nothing particularly useful. 1 green skill card of grade E. Fireblade, you can unleash a half-meter long blade of flame at your target for 2 halves uses. 1 purple summoning card of grade A. Deep Sea Fear, Tentacle Woman. You can summon a red tentacle maiden from the deep sea. An extremely rare anthropomorphic tentacle monster with terrifying combat power under its cute and adorable appearance. The red tentacle woman can control her size at will, from the smallest size of her hand to a maximum of 5 meters tall, and has powerful psychic attack skills. Duration 2 hours. Summoning 100 of 100. Not bad. I can't believe I opened an A-ranked purple summoning card. Red Tentacle Lady? Extremely rare anthropomorphic tentacle maiden? Why does this thing look almost like a big deep sea squid come to life? Looking at the red tentacle maiden image displayed on the purple card, Shinhao frowned slightly. It was an image of a tangled mass of red tentacles in the lower half of his body, and a big, nerdy, cute loli in the upper half. Seems a bit Cthulhu-ish, I have to say. This thing looks pretty dorky and cute if you just look at the top half, but with the bottom half it's a bit of a mouthful. After muttering in his heart, Shinhao suddenly twisted his head to look in the direction of the doorway. From outside the door came a sudden and very disorganized sound of footsteps and a man's heartbreaking roar of rage. Death to all of you. Death to all of you zombies. I'll fight you all. Chapter 63, Brother, got a light? Ha, could there be other survivors, as well as zombies, hiding in this mall? Between heartfelt doubts, Shinhao put all the cards back into his personal card pool, stood up, picked up the AK-47 placed aside with both hands and walked towards the door. Opened the door. What came into view was a middle-aged man wearing a black t-shirt that had been soaked with a shocking amount of blood. A steady stream of blood was making its way down the corner of his shirt, dropping drop after drop to the ground. There were several bloody bite marks on his right arm, and blood was continuously seeping out from among the hideous and horrible wounds, which had already dyed the small half of his arm blood red. A hint of exhaustion, as well as a hint of deep despair, flowed above a blood-stained face. At this moment, he was wielding a short red-handled fire axe with both hands, constantly hacking away at a rotting walker in front of him. Each swing would reveal a hint of coolness above his slightly grim face. There were also 3 zombies lying on the ground to the side with their heads chopped off, obviously also killed by the man with a short-handled fire axe. It's 7 or 8 meters away. 2 other filthy, rotting walkers were on the ground, tearing into a woman lying on the ground, constantly tearing the woman's limbs off with their rotting hands and stuffing them into their bloody mouths to chew on. The moment the door to the room was opened, Shinhao directly raised the AK-47 semi-automatic rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger at the zombie that was being chopped by the middle-aged man with a fire axe. Bang! After one shot exploded the head of the one zombie whose body was almost on the verge of being chopped up. Shinhao quickly turned around, holding the gun with both hands. He aimed at the 2 zombies not far away that were lying on the ground and gnawing on the woman's body, and fired 2 point-blank shots consecutively. Bang! Bang! 2 shots later, it blew the heads off of those 2 rotting walkers straight away. It was almost at the moment when Shinhao shot. The middle-aged man in a frenzy was startled by the sound of gunfire, and the short-handled fire axe in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The body involuntarily shivered following the sound of the gunshot, and a pair of eyes with a hint of madness cleared instantly. He lowered his head after glancing at the zombie that had fallen in front of him, and then at the blood that stained his body, and his bitten arm. Then he turned his head to look at the woman who had died not far away, and a trace of relief passed above his blood-stained face. Wife, I'll be there for you soon, don't be afraid. I'll be with you on the road to the Yellow Springs. After muttering a sentence, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at Shinhao, who was standing by the side. Thank you for killing those 2 walkers so they didn't keep tearing into my wife. Speaking, with his slightly trembling right hand he pulled a carton of cigarettes out of his pants pocket, opened it, and with his left hand he pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. But, after reaching into his pocket and fumbling a few times, he didn't find a lighter, and somewhat embarrassedly looked at Shinhao, who was standing by the side, and asked, Bro, got a light? After saying that, before Shinhao could open his mouth, he added with a bitter smile. I don't want to turn into a zombie to wreak havoc on people. When I'm done with this one cigarette, do me a favor and send me straight on my way? My wife is still waiting for me. As he spoke, he lifted his slightly trembling right arm and shook the bloody bite mark on it at Chin Hao. Chin Hao didn't say anything and directly reached out and pulled out a lighter from his pocket and threw it over. Thanks, bro. The middle-aged man raised his left hand to catch the lighter that was thrown over by Chin Hao, and then snapped the fire, lighting the cigarette in his mouth. After taking a beautiful drag, a hint of refreshment appeared on his slightly tired face. My wife and I have been hiding in one of the storage rooms on the first floor, and we didn't leave even after the previous earthquake. It wasn't until we ran out of food today that we were going to come out and find something to eat, and we didn't expect to be targeted by a couple of walkers. Between gulping down the clouds, a hint of pain suddenly appeared on the middle-aged man's slightly tired face. Actually, my wife has very little guts, but she came out with me anyway, so next I have to go to the Yellow Springs early to be with her, to save her from being scared alone. After taking a sharp drag on the cigarette, the middle-aged man looked down at the already bloodstained lighter in his hand and looked at Chin Hao with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, but this lighter has been stained with blood and there's no way to use it anymore. It's okay, I don't smoke. A smile full of sunshine appeared above Chin Hao's handsome face, reaching out and pulling out a piece of gummy bear from his pocket and peeling it off before stuffing it into his mouth. That lighter was the same one he'd found somewhere else earlier and had been carrying in his pocket ever since. 1 minute later, the middle-aged man finished the cigarette in his hand, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and after stomping it out with his foot, he showed a frank smile to Chin Hao. Come on, do me a favor and give me a hard time. There's no rush. There's still a bit of time. So smoke another one and save yourself the trouble of not having one when you get underground. Looking at the middle-aged man whose dark green lines had started to appear on his face, Chin Hao always kept a smile on his face. That's fine. Just in time for a smoke break. The middle-aged man wasn't polite, and once again reached out and pulled a cigarette out of his cigarette case, stuffed it into his mouth, and then lit it with his lighter and took a beautiful drag. The next second, the middle-aged man's face suddenly bruised and turned directly into a zombie, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Roar! Amidst a low hissing sound, the middle-aged man, who had suddenly turned into a zombie, violently swung his sinewy arms to pounce on Chin Hao, who was standing aside. Bang! Chin Hao, who had been waiting for the middle-aged man to turn into a zombie, directly pulled the trigger, and with a single shot, he exploded the head of the man who had just turned into a zombie. Then, turned around, aimed the gun at the woman who had been disemboweled and had just sat up from the floor. Bang! You're welcome, and may you continue to be a couple in the Yellow Springs. The moment that one woman who had just turned into a zombie had her head blown off by a bullet and collapsed, Chin Hao gave them his blessing. Immediately after, Chin Hao surveyed toward his surroundings with full alertness. He seemed to have heard a light footstep from not far away just now, since the power has gone out. Plus, the outside was already shrouded in gray mist and it was getting dark, so the whole mall looked very dim and the sightline wasn't good. After listening carefully, Chin Hao turned around violently and looked at the entrance of a jewelry store a dozen meters away. There stood a very petite woman in a dress and cape. The woman had her head lowered, her legs slightly bent, her body leaning forward, and her two slender arms constantly swaying slightly as her body swayed. Ah! Just as Chin Hao raised the AK-47 in his hand and prepared to take aim, the woman with her head down suddenly raised her head, revealing a creepy, miserable white face. At the same time, a piercing shrill whistling sound that resonated throughout the first floor of the mall came out of his mouth. Almost instantly, the entire first floor of the mall resounded with a succession of disorganized footsteps and a low hissing sound. Chapter 64: Terrifying Monstrous Suture Walkers. The small, spiky female zombie standing in front of the jewelry store tilted her hair up to let out a piercing shrill whistle. The legs bent slightly, then leapt, waving the two slim, miserable white arms to pounce towards Chin Hao, the slightly open mouth revealing blood-colored fangs stained with broken meat. She also seemed to possess the same kind of jumping ability that weightless female zombies had, leaping 5 or 6 meters away in a single leap. Worry! What's with this female zombie that just ghosts and wails again? It's so annoying, but it's good. Your shouting out directly attracted all the surrounding zombies, and saved me from having to look for them one by one. After silently spitting out a sentence in his heart, Chin Hao's mind moved and directly replaced the AK-47 in his hand with an M72 anti-tank bazooka. Bye-bye. I'll send you to heaven. Amidst a face of excitement, Chin Hao quickly used both hands to carry the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger at the female zombie that jumped towards him. Whoosh! A 66mm armor-breaking bullet hit the female zombie in midair in a split second, and the high-speed armor-breaking bullet directly took the female zombie flying backwards. After flying a safe distance out of the chamber, the armor-breaking shells instantly exploded, blasting the petite female zombie into a sky of flying limbs and broken arms. Qin Hao, on the other hand, directly dropped the rocket launcher in his hand the moment he pulled the trigger, and entered the interdimensional shelter with a thought. Ha, how, why are you back? Nico was sitting cross-legged on the sofa loading the spare magazine of AK-47, and after seeing Qin Hao who suddenly appeared, a hint of joy appeared above her pretty face. It's okay, just came in to hide for a bit, I'll be leaving soon. Qin Hao gave her a smile, then reached over and picked up the Remington M870 shotgun with loaded shotgun shells from the coffee table. After thinking about it, he redeemed all those heat weapons he had acquired earlier, and then barked at Natalie, who was sitting on the couch. Help me fill the magazines of all these weapons with bullets, so that I can bring them to use at any time. Oh yes. Looking at the several automatic rifles and pistols that suddenly appeared on top of the coffee table, as well as the 1M32 grenade launcher, and a large pile of ammunition, Natalie, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch, was clearly taken aback and froze slightly, but nodded with a good face, all the while muttering silently in his mind. Geez, where did Hao get so many guns and grenade launchers? But he'll be a lot safer with all this weaponry. Good girl, stay here well and I'll take you out in the sun when it's safe. Qin Hao revealed a smile full of sunshine to Nico, while exchanging all those D-grade material cards he had with a thought. In a blink of an eye, there was a large pile full of various food and drinking water on the floor. Natalie, you can eat whatever you want. No need to save it for me. I'm going to get busy. Ha, oh. Sitting on the sofa, Nico looked at the pile of supplies that suddenly appeared on the floor, and her entire body completely froze in place. But then she reacted, nodded to Qin Hao with a well-behaved face, and then ran towards the pile of supplies on the ground with a happy face. Qin Hao, on the other hand, held a shotgun in his hand and directly disappeared, returning to the real-world mall. He had just gone from entering the interdimensional shelter and then coming out for what seemed like a long time, but in fact, it had only taken 4 or 5 seconds. In the moment he just came out, 10 unopened cards then flew towards his mind at breakneck speed. The one shrill female walker along with the one jewelry store had been blown to smithereens. At this moment, the dozen or so ordinary zombies that had just been attracted by the shrill whistling sound of the whistling female zombie, all of them also waved their 2 rotten arms and stumbled towards Qin Hao's side amidst a low hiss. Among the several shadows behind those dozen or so ordinary zombies, there were also several mutated zombie figures standing. They seemed to have possessed some self-awareness, and didn't immediately rush towards Qin Hao's side, but stayed in place and watched. Annie, come out and help. With a flip of his hand, he threw the golden summon card, Mechanical Battleheim, into the air after. Holding the shotgun in both hands, Qin Hao quickly turned around, aimed at an ordinary zombie that rushed to 2 or 3 meters away from him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot blew this one walker's head right off, falling backward into another walker behind it. Come on, the more the merrier. Qin Hao shouted with a face of excitement, quickly pulled the bolt to load the gun, and pulled the trigger at the second zombie that rushed to his body. Bang! Annie, who had just appeared amidst a golden glow, turned her back to Qin Hao and quickly reached out to draw the 2 silver laser pistols at her waist, pulled the trigger on the few regular walkers that were charging from the other direction. A green laser shot out from the chamber of the gun at an extremely high speed, directly blowing out the head of a zombie. That's all. Qin Hao and Annie stood back to back, using the guns in their hands to blow out the heads of the hissing and charging zombies. More regular zombies were rushing out from the depths of the mall, interspersed with 5 or 6 bloody zombie dogs. The 3 lickers also appeared in the gloom not far away, but again, they didn't immediately attack Qin Hao, but stood together with those mutated zombies and waited. These mutated zombies seemed to know that they couldn't carry the damage of hot weapons, so they were all using ordinary zombies to consume the ammunition in Qin Hao's gun. Among these 7 or 8 special mutant zombies around, Qin Hao keenly discovered several mutant zombies that he had never seen before. The most conspicuous of these was the one spider walker that had been stitched together with 4 or 5 corpses. 4 or 5 corpses had been stitched hard together into a very bloated, unnameable, deformed body with 8 legs, 8 arms, and 5 heads growing irregularly on it. There were also some bloody vertebrae held in those 8 arms, as well as some thigh and arm bones that hadn't been chewed clean. This hideous and horrible creepy scene to see people's heads tingling, spine cold. The less courageous is estimated to be able to be this hideous and horrible monster to the living fainted. In addition to this extremely scary looking deformed spider zombie, there was also a big fat zombie that was dark green in color, as well as another type of blade walker with a robust build, but with arms that had been replaced with blood-colored bone blades, similar to a praying mantis. What's with this stitched-together modified walker again? Is it actually man-made? Or is it self-evolving because of the zombie virus? Looking at the several monstrous mutant zombies hiding in the shade not far away, a trace of doubt arose in Qin Hao's heart. No doubt about it. These zombies are evolving. and it has begun to have some self-awareness and is beginning to learn to think and not rush up in a rush. I just don't know if the appearance of these monstrous stitching walkers is a form of self-evolution or if someone is conducting some biochemical experiments. Chapter 65. Do you really think I'm fighting alone? But it didn't matter whether these special mutated zombies and stitching zombies were naturally evolved or artificially modified biochemical experiments. For Qin Hao, none of them made much difference. Anyway, in his eyes, these special mutated zombies, stitching zombies, and normal zombies were all walking cards, only the number of cards of value varied. As for the threat level, for the current Qin Hao, these hideous and horrible-looking mutated zombies and stitched zombies were just like ordinary zombies. Hardly any threat. At best, it was a bit of a waste of time to kill, but that was the most he had right now. I'm afraid we'll sooner or later get bored of killing them over the next long years. Qin Hao didn't even dare to imagine his future, because there's no head to be seen. I'm afraid that at the end of the day, the only thing that will keep you company all the way is loneliness. Forget it. It's better not to think too much. It's not good to think too much. Let's take a step and see what happens. Qin Hao, who had almost fallen into a state of disorientation, snapped back to his senses and pulled the trigger, directly exploding the head of an ordinary zombie that pounced over. After emptying the last shotgun shell, he directly switched the shotgun in his hand to an AK-47 semi-automatic rifle through the interdimensional shelter. Once again, he pulled the trigger on the heads of a few of the normal walkers that were charging at him. Those mutant zombies hiding a dozen meters away were not in a hurry to attack, and naturally, Qin Hao would not be in a hurry to specifically run over to hunt them. Also didn't let Anne, who was standing behind her, go over and kill it, because summoners don't drop cards when they kill monsters after being more than 10 meters away from them. He and Annie just stood still as if they were playing a game, waiting for the common zombies to run over one by one, and then shot them in the head at close range. It's kind of like practicing your marksmanship. He even hoped that more normal zombies and mutated zombies would gather so that he could get more cards. 7 or 8 minutes later, the two of them, he and Annie, had already killed 32 normal rotting zombies. At this moment, the rhythm of those ordinary zombies' attack gradually slowed down. Qin Hao, who had already been fighting for almost a day, was actually a bit exhausted at this moment. After all, his current body was still just the strength of an ordinary person. Can't hold up a fight for too long. However, he still planned to return to rest in the interdimensional shelter after killing all the zombies in the wave in front of him. After taking the time to pull out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and peeling it off and stuffing it into his mouth, Qin Hao switched the AK-47 in his hand to a shotgun, aiming at a zombie whose face had already rotted and pulling the trigger. Bang! One shot to the head. Perfect. Just then, those 5 bloody zombie dogs suddenly leaped up, hissing and pouncing towards Qin Hao and Annie, with a hint of fishy stench emanating from their bloody mouths, which were constantly flowing outward with blood-colored mucus. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you guys trying to play a wheel battle to drain my stamina and ammo? Do you really think I'm fighting alone? In that case, let's have a painful group battle. A slightly mocking sneer appeared above Qin Hao's handsome face, and he threw 3 blue summoning cards into the midair with a raised hand. Muscle Dog, Barbarian Warrior, Crazy Barbie. 3 dazzling blue lights flashed by. In a flash, a 2-meter tall human standing, muscular, as if a boxer like Shiba Inu appeared on Qin Hao's left side, a doggy face showing an imposing expression. A barbarian warrior who was 2 meters tall, wearing a beast skin and holding a battle axe, appeared in front of Qin Hao's right side. A petite Barbie beauty in a pink super short skirt and tiny tank top with a pink double ponytail and chewing bubblegum in her mouth, holding a pink chainsaw that was spinning crazily with both hands. She appeared right in front of Qin Hao, revealing a hint of madness above her pretty face. Kill for me. Kill all the monsters that rush over to me. Kill every last one of them. With Qin Hao's order, the 2-meter tall, muscular Shiba Inu was the first to rush out, waving a pair of casserole-sized dog paws and directly smashing a zombie dog that had just jumped over to the ground. Then he pressed the zombie dog on the ground and swung his 2 casserole-sized dog paws, constantly smashing on the zombie dog's head, so fast that stumps appeared. In just less than 2 seconds, 30 to 40 punches were slammed down, directly hardening the zombie dog's head. The barbarian warrior on the other side similarly roared, wielding the battle axe in his hand to slash directly above the head of a zombie dog. Hiya, death to all of you ugly monsters, my lady, Crazy Barbie chirped, and with an excited look on her face, she waved her pink chainsaw with both hands, and slashed straight towards the zombie dog in midair. The madly spinning pink chainsaw instantly sliced into the zombie dog's head. In an instant, broken flesh and blood splattered crazily towards the surroundings, and a slightly crazy smile appeared above Crazy Barbie's beautiful bloodstained face. The other side, and waved her 2 long alloy knives with both hands and leaped into midair, making a very cool aerial spin. In the midst of a dazzling cold aura, the two zombie dogs that had just jumped into midair were directly chopped into 5 or 6 pieces. Qin Hao, who was shielded in the center by Annie and other summons, directly replaced the shotgun in his hand with an M72 anti-tank bazooka, aimed a dozen meters away, at the spider walker hiding in the shadows, then pulled the trigger. So ugly, go to hell. After seeing the M72 anti-tank bazooka in Qin Hao's hand, that one monstrous spider zombie with an extremely inharmonious body shape was instantly scared to pee. Swinging his 8 legs around, he turned to run, but was ultimately a few moments too slow, and was directly hit by a 66mm armor-breaking bullet to his bloated body. Boom! The armor-breaking shells exploded violently the moment they hit the spider zombies, and the flames shot up to the sky, illuminating the dimly lit mall in a split second. Flesh and blood ultimately could not carry the damage generated by the explosion, and the hideous and terrifying monstrous spider zombie was instantly blown up, turning into scattered limbs and broken arms. There was no distance limitation for Qin Hao to kill monsters by himself, and 15 semi-transparent cards flew towards his side at great speed. The violent explosion directly scared those mutant zombies around them silly, and they all turned around and ran into the surrounding darkness and disappeared. Cool. Looking at the spider zombies that were blown into limbs and broken arms in a split second, Qin Hao's face showed a hint of incomparable pleasure. After dropping the bazooka in his hand, he once again pulled out a brand new one and aimed it at a big, fat, dark green zombie that had just turned to run away. Whoosh! That one big fat dark green zombie hadn't even run out a few steps before it was directly blown up by the 66mm armor-breaking bullets that flew away. In a flash, that one big dark green fat zombie then exploded into a flying green slime, and 5 translucent cards flew rapidly towards Qin Hao. He had just dropped the bazooka in his hand before he could pull out a new one. Qin Hao suddenly turned his head to look at the main entrance of the mall, and a rush of footsteps came from there, followed by several figures rushing in. Chapter 66, Chasing and Killing Mutant Zombies, requesting for more follow-ups. Amidst the dim light, Qin Hao simply couldn't see clearly the figure appearance of those figures 20 to 30 meters away, but from the walking posture, they were definitely not zombies, and should all be living survivors. One after another, about 10 people ran in, looking a panicked look, seems to be in a panic to escape into this mall. Qin Hao didn't want to go for any communication or contact with these survivors, because it was meaningless except wasting time. After all, he wasn't going to make a group with anyone else, nor was he likely to do so. Go! Follow me to hunt down those mutated zombies. After waving his hand at Annie and other summons beside him, Qin Hao directly used a blue skill card, Savage Punch, with a thought. In a flash, his entire body rushed straight in towards the depths of the mall 10 meters away in a flash, chasing after a scarlet liquor that had turned to run away. At the same time, he took out the shotgun from among the interdimensional shelters, raised the gun to take aim, and pulled the trigger at the scarlet liquor's 8 or 9 meters away. Bang! The shot hit directly above the scarlet liquor's back, and the huge impact caused its figure to sway and almost fall to the ground. But other than causing a splatter of blood above its bloody back, it didn't do any fatal damage. After a shot, Qin Hao raised his right hand in a split second, and gave the scarlet liquor 7 or 8 meters away a big BB pocket in the void. In a flash, the running scarlet liquor directly came to a sharp braking on the spot, and in a moment as if it was down, it froze in place. A hideous and horrible face swayed from side to side at great speed, accompanied by Qin Hao's void Dobby pocket, resounding with loud slapping sounds of snap, snap, snap. I'll let you run again. I'll let you run again. Carrying a shotgun in his left hand, Qin Hao continuously swung his right hand, fanning out a void Bigby pocket at the scarlet liquors while quickly chasing after them. The moment Annie and the other summons also quickly caught up. Running at the front was that one yellow muscular woodchuck, only to see it landing on all 4 feet, like a gust of wind, speedily crossing Qin Hao's side. Immediately after, it swung its 2 casserole-sized dog paws in a vicious dog pouncing position, and directly smashed the one scarlet liquor that froze in place onto the ground viciously. Then, with extreme speed, he swung his 2 casserole-sized dog paws and delivered a mad dog punch to the scarlet liquor's exposed blood-colored brain. In a flash, the scarlet liquor's one bloody brain was instantly smashed into a mess. Red and white brains splattered everywhere, and its mouth simultaneously let out a miserable scream that resounded throughout the entire first floor of the mall. This mournful and piercing scream directly startled the group of survivors who had just run into the middle of the mall. But they didn't have time to think about it much, because from the gray mist outside the mall, one after another, more than a dozen zombies rushed out and chased in towards the mall. Interspersed among them was a mutated weightless female walker, and a lanky mutant walker. Retreat! Everyone hide inside the mall first. Listen to the gunshots just now. There's at least a combat squad of 3 to 5 people inside. The leader of this group of survivors was a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform with a beard. After he shouted to the crowd around him, turning directly around, he rushed past the crowd toward the door. Meanwhile, with an 18.4mm shotgun in both hands, he kept pulling the trigger on the walkers rushing in, providing cover for the crowd around him. Another tall, young man wearing a black uniform with a straight face and a small flat head followed and turned around quickly. Both hands raised a police pistol and fired point blank at the zombies that had already rushed in, while quickly following the crowd as they retreated towards the mall. The remaining 8 survivors were men and women, old and young, all ordinary people holding some steel pipes, machetes and blast shields. Under the cover of both the bearded man and the younger man, they quickly ran towards the mall. The other side of the mall is deep in the mall. Shinhao took a few of his summons and hunted down 3 scarlet liquors in a row, obtaining a total of 9 unopened cards. The moment he chased the one stitched-out Bladewalker with his summons and chased it up the escalator, which had stopped working, to the 2nd floor of the mall. That one Bladewalker whose arms had been transformed into blood-colored bone blades had completely wimped out, and the only hint of self-awareness allowed it to understand in its heart. He himself would never be able to defeat the group of people chasing after him. They were simply too brutal, more brutal than his own transformed stitched-up zombie, especially that one muscular Shiba Inu that stood 2 meters tall and had a fierce look on its face. For all its bulging tendon flesh, was it still a Shiba Inu? That is simply a boxer in the Shiba Inu world. Even if the top world boxing champion came, he would have to be beaten by it with that pair of casserole-sized dog paws until he cried out and doubted his life. Not to mention the fact that next to her was a beautiful girl with a crazy face, waving a pink chainsaw with both hands, and a battle goddess in a white tracksuit. That's just not giving walkers a chance to live. Mom, I want to go home. I'm never going to be some Blade Walker again. It's not funny. The Blade Walker, who had already been frightened to the point of chills, cried out frantically in his heart and desperately ran wildly, wanting to escape from here and from the pursuit of those behind him. But it finally did not escape its doom, and was viciously pressed to the ground by a vicious dog pounce from the muscular Shiba Inu that caught up with it. Crazy Barbie ran right behind her, waving the pink chainsaw in her hand and slashing right into the head of the Bladewalker. Looking at the shattered flesh and blood splattered everywhere, a trace of slightly maniacal excitement subconsciously appeared above her beautiful blood-stained face. Annie and the Barbarian Warrior, on the other hand, tightly protected Shinhao's side with one on the left and one on the right, preventing any stealthy hunter-walkers from making sneak attacks. The droll and cute Spider Z still stayed in Shinhao's jacket pocket, only revealing half of his small furry head, surveying everything around him constantly with his 8 blood-colored eyes. The Blade Walker died a miserable death by a crazy Barbie with a maniacal face, waving the pink chainsaw in her hand. A little bit of a head was sliced into 8 pieces. 2 bloody bone blades and 2 legs were also sawed off. 5 translucent cards floated out from the bloody corpse of the Bladewalker, quickly flying towards Shinhao's mind. He carried a shotgun in one hand and a strong flashlight in the other after glancing around at the dim surroundings. Suddenly raising his hand, he waved it at the 2 skinless muscle walkers 7 or 8 meters away. Go, it's next. Chapter 67, Using Your Body as Bait, Kneeling for Catch-Up Reading? Woof. With Shinhao's order, the yellow muscular Shiba Inu that stood on the side took the lead and pounced towards the 2 bloody muscular zombies. A hint of ferocity passed above that slightly hideous dog face. Oh ho, all of you ugly monsters die for this lady. Crazy Barbie, who was petite, opened her mouth to blow a pink bubble and gave chase with both hands wielding an already bloody pink chainsaw. Shinhao, on the other hand, put on a nonchalant appearance, and under the protection of Annie and the Barbarian Warriors, he walked over step by step with his shotgun in both hands. While passing a gold store display case, he stopped, jumped into the inside of the display case with a flip, opened the glass display case, and slid his right hand in to skim over the gold jewelry. Next, those gold earrings, gold rings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and other gold jewelry placed in the display case disappeared with them. Inside the Bizarro Asylum, Natalie, who was sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, taking the bullets and filling them into the magazine one by one. After seeing the large pile of gold jewelry that suddenly appeared on the coffee table, a pair of big beautiful eyes instantly lit up, and a trace of happiness and surprise involuntarily appeared above her white and pretty face. Wow! What beautiful gold jewelry! After tossing the half-loaded magazine in her hand aside, Nico reached directly for a beautiful gold necklace from the coffee table and placed it in front of her neck and gestured. Women! There is no such thing as a woman who doesn't like gold jewelry. 1 minute later, another pile of beautiful jade bracelets, jade, and jadeite jewelry appeared on the coffee table. Nico's large watery eyes had curved into a crescent moon shape, and a hint of an incomparable smile of excitement spread across her pretty face. The corners of his mouth were unable to restrain a slight upward movement, and his fair and watery cheeks became a little scarlet. subconsciously raising his hand to cover his red lips that were slightly open because of his excitement. What she was excited about was not how valuable and beautiful these gold and silver jewels were, but because Chin-hao was still thinking of herself in his heart in the middle of the horrible doomsday. A few minutes later, just as Natalie was excitedly holding two beautiful jadeite jade bracelets and placing them under the light to compare them, trying to figure out which one suited her better, a dozen sets of high-end cosmetics once again appeared out of thin air on top of the coffee table, which was also mixed with a dozen high-end lipsticks. How come I've never seen this brand of makeup before? In an instant, Natalie put down the two jadeite jade bracelets in her hands with an excited expression and picked up a set of cosmetics from the coffee table and carefully examined them. Meanwhile, she decided in her mind, after Rahao came back from his busy schedule, he must reward him properly. The moment. Outside the interdimensional shelter, Chin-hao was sitting on a glass display case, carrying a shotgun in one hand and eating a piece of chocolate in the other. Annie and the barbarian warrior always kept their alert posture, one on the left and one on the right, dutifully guarding Chin-hao's side. 2 or 3 meters away, a raging yellow muscular Shiba Inu and a pink-colored crazy Barbie are in a mixed doubles match against a weightless female walker. By the time Chin-hao finished the chocolate in his hand, muscle Shiba Inu and crazy Barbie had also abused that one poor weightless female zombie to death. Immediately after, the muscle, crazy Barbie, and barbarian warrior stays reached 15 minutes and disappeared one after another. The only ones left by Chin-hao's side were the expressionless Anne and Spider Z, who had half of his little head exposed in his pocket with a droll and cute look. This wave of fighting just now, Chin-hao was responsible for standing aside and watching the show, incidentally purchasing a wave of $0 and letting his summons be responsible for killing those mutated zombies. A total of 2 bloody muscle walkers, a stitched-up deformed walker, and a weightless female walker were killed. Each mutant walker dropped 3 cards, giving a total of 12 unopened cards. No ordinary rotting walkers were seen to be present on the second floor of the mall. All of them had probably been attracted to the first floor by the previous explosion, or had ducked into some nook or cranny to hide. Chin-hao, who was already a bit exhausted, didn't bother to look for the zombies anymore, and let Anne, who was standing on the side, give herself a flashlight, then served a beef and mushroom over rice and took a big bite. The spiders that stayed in his jacket pocket smelled the scent and crawled right out, down his arms and on top of his wrists. Want to eat? Nah, here's a piece of beef for you to eat. A hint of smile appeared above Chin-hao's handsome face as he picked up a large chunk of beef with his chopsticks and stuffed it into a pair of spider sub's tentacle limbs. Thank you, master. Master is so nice. Looking at the large chunk of beef in front of him, Spider-chan radiated a pleasant mental wave, rubbing his furry body against Chin-hao's wrist very affectionately. He then swung his 8 legs and climbed back into the pocket of his jacket. After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Chin-hao suddenly turned his head to look at Annie, who was standing by the side. Annie, would you like one? It's delicious and tastes fantastic. After hearing Chin-hao's words, Anne was slightly stunned and seemed to be somewhat moved. Seeing this, Chin-hao directly took out a steaming beef and mushroom-covered rice and stuffed it into Annie's free right hand. Make yourself at home and eat. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched the strong flashlight from Anne's hand, placing it on top of the display case to the side, then lowered his head and continued to gulp it down. Thanks. Annie smiled faintly at Chin-hao, thanked him politely, and then took a small bite of the beef and mushroom-covered rice with both hands and savored it, seemingly thinking that the flavor of the beef and mushroom-covered rice was not bad. A trace of a satisfied smile appeared above her delicate and beautiful face. However, she always maintained a trace of vigilance, and her pair of beautiful eyes kept surveying the surrounding darkness. Alright, don't keep staring around. Eat your meal. Chin-hao raised his head to look at Annie when he saw this. He wasn't afraid of those zombies hiding in the shadows launching a sneak attack on him now. He was afraid that they wouldn't dare to launch a sneak attack on him. The only reason he was in the mood to sit on the display case and leisurely eat his covered rice now was, frankly, to try to attract the zombies hiding in the shadows to come out. Otherwise, it's not like he's been kicked in the head by a donkey. How is it possible to sit in this dark mall and look at a bloody zombie on the floor eating beef and mushroom-covered rice? Anyone who would do that is just plain missing the point. A few minutes later, after Annie finished eating the beef and mushroom-covered rice in her hand, Chin-hao directly cancelled her summoning status with a thought and put Annie, who had turned into a golden card, back into her personal card pool. Immediately after, he raised his hand to glance at the wristwatch on his wrist. It's almost 7 o'clock already. Well, so let's have another round and then go back to bed. After picking up the strong flashlight placed aside and turning it off, stuffing it into his waist pocket, Chin-hao sat in the darkness with the shotgun in both hands. Using himself as bait, he lured up the zombies hiding in the darkness. The moment the second floor of the darkened shopping mall suddenly became unusually quiet, and only the slight breathing sound from Chin-hao seemed particularly clear. But, still, A few gunshots could be heard coming from the first floor, as well as a chaotic commotion, a stark contrast to the unusually quiet second floor. As the minutes ticked by, 5 or 6 minutes later, finally a hunter walker hiding in the shadows couldn't hold back, suddenly revealing himself from the back of Chin Hao. He waved 2 spine knives with both hands and violently stabbed at the back of Chin Hao's heart. Chapter 68 Zombies Have No Human Rights. It was almost the instant when that one hideous and horrible hunter walker revealed itself and swung 2 spine knives to stab Chin Hao at the back of his heart. Spider Z, who was lying on top of Chin Hao's shoulder. In an instant it was like a cannonball, shooting out like lightning, and in a flash, it turned into a 2-meter-sized blood-colored large spider in the midst of a blood aura. Directly, the hunter zombie that had just revealed its figure was knocked out and ruthlessly smashed into the glass display case on the side, smashing the glass display case to pieces. Immediately after, Spider's son, who had turned into a big blood-colored spider, waved his 2 sharp forelimbs and unleashed a brutal and sadistic attack on the hunter zombies that had been smashed on the ground. I knew you'd show up, waiting for you for half a day. A cold smile appeared above Chin Hao's handsome face, and with a hand on the glass display case, the whole person jumped onto the glass display case. Turning on the powerful flashlight in his hand, he held the shotgun towards the one hunter walker, looking at the hunter zombie on the ground, which had a face of pain and was constantly wailing and struggling. Chin Hao's face showed a hint of excitement. Since you dared to hide in the dark and sneak up on me, you will have to suffer such an end. You're not the first, and you definitely won't be the last. But don't worry, you're all going to end up exactly as miserable as each other. Spider-chan will definitely make you experience the most painful and desperate way to die. As Chin Hao's words with a slight hint of mockery fell, Spider Z, who was brutally dismembering the hunter walker on the ground, showed even more excitement. Waving his 4 sharp forelimbs like scythes, he continuously stabbed into the already bloodied body of the hunter zombie, each swing bringing up a wave of blood mixed with broken meat. The set of blood-colored armor on the hunter zombie was almost not much different from paper mache in front of Spider Z. It was all too much to handle. The 2 bloody spine knives were even directly broken into 7 or 8 pieces by Spider Z, and then plunged into the body of the hunter walker one by one. Under Spider Z's intentionality, the hunter zombie didn't die immediately and miserably, but instead let out a piercing scream amidst the constant struggling. Miserable and creepy screams constantly echoed in the second floor of the mall, sending chills down one's spine and sending shivers down one's spine. Of course, this does not include Chin Hao, who was standing on the side, and he even feels that the miserable screams coming from the mouth of the hunter zombie are very pleasant to the ear. That's what happens when you sneak up on yourself. Since he dared to launch a sneak attack against himself, he must be prepared to be brutally abused. A full 4 or 5 minutes later, the hunter zombie that had already been brutally dismembered into hundreds of pieces by Spider Z, before Spider Z blew that one hideous and ugly head off. Nice work, Spider. Looking at the bloody and broken limbs all over the ground, Chin Hao nodded with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up to Spider Z. Anyway, zombies have no human rights, so no matter how abusive it is, after all, zombies were equally bloody and cruel when it came to killing humans. Master. All these monsters that tried to sneak up on you must be abused to death. A large mass of blood mist erupted from within the body of the big blood-colored spider, and in a split second, it directly recovered into a droll and cute little spider. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that this fist-sized, cute and dull-looking black spider was actually a bloodthirsty, cruel, blood-colored giant spider that liked to kill. The moment the hunter zombie was abused to death alive, 10 translucent cards quickly flew into Chin Hao's mind. Instead of rushing back to rest in the middle of his portable interdimensional shelter, he walked toward the self-propelled escalator not far away with his shotgun in both hands. Because those survivors on the first floor had already run up the self-propelled escalator to the second floor, and there were 6 or 7 ordinary zombies chasing after that group of survivors, as well as 2 weightless female walkers and a 3-meter-tall 4-armed stitch walker. At this point, this team of 10 survivors was left with only 8 people, of which the old man and the teenager were both bitten alive by that one 4-armed stitching walker. The middle-aged man with a beard kept pulling the trigger and firing the shotgun at the one 4-armed stitching walker. The young man, who was all business, had his pistol in both hands and kept firing at the 2 weightless female walkers. The 2 are pretty good shots. Some regular walkers and a bloody muscle walker had been killed on the first floor of the mall, but the number of walkers running in from the gray mist outside the mall was not insignificant. They could only put up a defense while retreating towards the second floor, trying to find the so-called combat squad to seek refuge. Get out of my way, all of you. Chin Hao, who rushed towards the mouth of the self-propelled escalator, yelled at those survivors while switching the shotgun in his hand into an M72 anti-tank bazooka. Aiming at the 3-meter-tall 4-armed stitching walker, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A 66mm armor-breaking round hurtled out of the chamber in a flash. Those survivors, almost at the moment when Qin Hao shouted out, directly ran towards the two sides, making way for the entrance of the self-propelled escalator. The 66mm armor-breaking bullet slammed directly into the chest of the four-armed stitching zombie, sending it flying through the air. After flying out 6 or 7 meters away, the armor-breaking bullet directly exploded in the air, blowing the 3-meter-tall four-armed stitching zombie into scattered limbs and broken arms. This shocking scene of an explosion in the air that blew a 3-meter-tall, four-armed stitched walker to smithereens. It directly made those survivors who hid to the side look dumbfounded, shocked to the point of being unable to close their mouths, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. At the moment of the explosion, they twisted their heads in unison through the light of the fire rushing into the sky, and looked at Qin Hao, who was standing not far away, with a shocked face. Holy, this dude is simply too fierce. He's actually using a bazooka to hit the zombies directly. Such a powerful mutant zombie was just blown up by a single shot? He's really, simply cool, as if he were a savior. How did this man get a weapon of mass destruction like an anti-tank bazooka in his hands? Could it be a soldier from a nearby military base? Looking at the rocket launcher that was casually thrown on the ground by Qin Hao, a trace of doubt appeared on the face of that bearded middle-aged man, but there was no time to think about it. He quickly raised the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger on a lunging weightless female walker. This man doesn't look too much like an official. What exactly is he? Why is there a heavy weapon like a rocket launcher in his hand? The young man who was all righteous looked at Qin Hao, who was not far away, and the same hint of doubt arose in his heart. However, again, he was too late to think about it, as an ordinary zombie had already lunged towards him. When the rest of those survivors saw Qin Hao, it was as if they saw a savior, and they directly ran towards Qin Hao's side. Qin Hao didn't pay attention to these survivors who ran past him, after sweeping the 5 translucent cards that flew towards him, dropping the bazooka directly from his hand. He fetched the shotgun out in the darkness. Then under the glare of a strong flashlight, he held the shotgun in both hands, pulling the trigger as he made his way towards the walkers that had rushed up from the self-propelled escalator. Chapter 69, What? Missile wash? Bang! Bang! Bang dash! With Qin Hao joining in, amidst a loud gunshot, the remaining 2 weightless female zombies and 6 ordinary rotten zombies were also killed by Qin Hao, the middle-aged man with a beard, and the young man. Among them, Qin Hao only killed 3 ordinary rotten zombies, and the remaining 2 weightless female zombies and 3 ordinary zombies were all killed by those 2 when Qin Hao rushed over. Friend, are you a soldier from that military base nearby? What's the situation over there now? The middle-aged man with a bearded face asked while filling the shotgun in his hand, looking at Qin Hao who was also filling the shotgun while standing aside. I'm not. Qin Hao turned his head to look at the bearded man, but I heard someone say that military base outside the city has completely fallen. What? You're saying the military base outside the city has completely fallen? Hearing Qin Hao's words, a hint of shock appeared on the bearded man's pale face. That military base is a small missile base with at least a 3,000 strong reinforced regiment stationed inside and equipped with all kinds of heavy firepower. How could it have fallen so easily? After hearing Qin Hao's words, the young man with a righteous face on the side similarly showed a shocked look and raised some questions. How is this possible? There's no way a reinforced regiment of 3,000 men would just fall. I heard that there's also a large underground missile base in that one military base. That I don't know. I also heard it from others outside the city during the daytime. Qin Hao spread his hands with an indifferent face to the 2 people who were shocked. Anyway, those people said they saw a couple thousand zombies run out of the military base, and a whole bunch of zombies came into town in a big way. The bearded man standing next to the staircase, after holding the railing with his hand and twisting his head towards the dimly lit first floor below, a thoughtful face said, During the day today, I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right in the city indeed, and so many zombies had started to gather in the direction of the city center. This sudden apocalypse is just too weird. The zombie virus appeared inexplicably, and those zombies evolved too fast. The young man standing next to him glanced towards the entrance of the first floor of the mall, looking at the gray mist that was gradually spreading in. A hint of concern and unease showed on a slightly tired face. I've heard that instead of a zombie crisis breaking out in the other cities, some more terrifying and bizarre natural disasters have appeared. And the ones that have appeared in each city are not quite the same. In the beginning everyone was rumoring on the internet that this was a heavenly punishment coming down to completely destroy this one planet of ours. However, since the network was completely cut off, all the cities have been reduced to islands. Don't think about it. One more day to live is one more day. The bearded man's face was similarly less than impressive as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a box of cigarettes and lit one for himself. After taking a drag, he pulled out another cigarette from the box and handed it to Qin Hao, who was standing by the side. Want one? It's very stress relieving. Thanks. I don't smoke. Qin Hao smiled at the bearded man, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a fruit-hard candy, peeling it open and stuffing it into his mouth. Although he didn't want to group with other survivors, it didn't mean that he didn't need to communicate with other survivors to understand the current situation and something he didn't understand. After all, as a traveler, he knew very little about the city at hand. Moreover, if you don't go to communicate with people for a long time, it is easy to have some information lag, from leading to your own information blockage, affecting your own judgment of the future situation. That's why it's really important for people to communicate with each other and to exchange information. It's good not to smoke. It doesn't hurt my lungs. I've smoked all my life. I can't quit. The man with the beard smiled and put the cigarette in his hand back into its case and tucked it into his pocket before looking over at the gray mist pouring in through the entrance to the mall on the first floor. This sudden gray mist and yesterday's earthquake looked unusual and not at all like normal natural phenomena. We're going to wait for the fog outside to dissipate tomorrow. Then we'll just pull out of the city and go to the nearby military base to see what the situation is. As he spoke, the man with the beard exhaled a mouthful of smoke and twisted his head to look at Chin Hao, who was standing on the side with a smiling face. What's next for you, my friend? Is it alone? Do you want to join together? The survival rate is still higher if we all hug it out. Uncle Long is right. The young man standing on the sidelines followed suit and persuaded. Now that the city is filled with zombies, there's nothing safe anymore. In the midst of such a natural disaster and doomsday, it's hard for a person to survive on their own. We can only live longer if we all stick together, hold on to each other and help each other out. After a moment's hesitation, the young man added again, I am a police officer, and I can tell you unequivocally that the official organizations in this city have completely ceased to function. It's not convenient for me to say more, but I can tell you that the severity of this apocalyptic natural disaster is 100 times more serious than you can imagine. So don't expect any rescue. As he said this, a hint of despair passed over the young man's face. The man with the beard, who was standing on the sidelines, took a sharp drag on his cigarette afterward. With a gloomy face, he said, Xiao Lu is right. As far as the current situation is concerned, I'm afraid that the order of the entire world is already gradually collapsing. In fact, this isn't even the most terrifying. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on the bearded man's face that was full of vicissitudes. Do you know what the most terrifying thing is? Once people are in a state of despair, they will all do something unbelievably crazy. Isn't it just that with the continuous descent of the end of the natural disaster, all kinds of human nature are completely exposed, killing each other for a little bit of food? Xin Hao voiced his opinion. He felt that in the midst of such a horrific apocalyptic natural disaster, all kinds of human evil would be completely exposed and displayed to the fullest. No! After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, the man with the beard turned his head to Chin Hao and shook his head with a gloomy face. If the nearby missile base has fallen completely, the supreme commander in there, when he doesn't see any hope, will most likely do something crazy in desperation to destroy this zombie crisis. It's highly likely that they'll just launch missiles to carpet bomb the entire city and let all the survivors die along with those zombies. As he spoke, he raised his finger to the sky with a gloomy face. When it really comes to that, one of the zombies and survivors in this one city will be lucky to survive 1%. Chapter 70, Saturation Bombardment coming anytime, 3 shifts. What? What did you say? Hearing the words of the man with the beard, Chin Hao's brain was confused for a split second, almost thinking that he had heard wrongly, and asked with some heartfelt shock, did you just say that a nearby military base would nuke the city? No, it doesn't. Doesn't launching a nuclear bomb require authorization from the top? Is this something that can just be launched? He looked at the bearded man with a puzzled look on his face and asked, always feeling in his heart that there was a little bit of bull **** in this whole nuke washing thing. It wasn't that he was afraid that he would be nuked. After all, he now had an immortal body and a portable interdimensional shelter to hide in. Naturally, he wasn't concerned about the life and death of those survivors in the city. After all, he didn't have a Madonna's heart that was going to save the world. The problem is if the nearby military base is really going to be nuked and washed, after the zombies and survivors in the city have been blown to cinder block dust, then he'd have no walkers to kill. No walkers to kill, and then no deck. When that happens, it will have to be moved to one of those nearby cities that have other bizarre natural disasters. Not as a last resort. He didn't really want to leave the city of only zombies and go to other cities to face those weird natural disasters that he knew nothing about. You're right. If it's a nuclear bomb that's being launched, it does require some high-level authorization to do so. The man with the beard took a sharp drag on his cigarette before exhaling a puff of smoke, glancing towards the surrounding darkness as he continued to speak. The odds are that there are no nuclear missiles in a small missile base like this, but there are at least a couple dozen medium-range and short-range missiles, as well as a number of rocket-propelled artillery vehicles. In some special cases, The launching of ordinary tactical missiles and bombardment with rocket-propelled artillery vehicles do not require authorization, especially after all the various networks and satellite networks are down. These tactical missiles can actually be manually operated for launch. The man with the beard sighed with a helpless face and smiled bitterly. If the highest commander in the military base wants to fight to the death, a saturation bombardment of dozens of medium and short-range missiles and a dozen rocket-propelled artillery vehicles would be enough to reduce everything within the confines of this one city to rubble. It's not just this one city, it's several nearby cities that could be bombed one by one. Do they just disregard the deaths and lives of ordinary survivors? Shin Hao asked with a puzzled face. The man with the beard was obviously a bit jealous of this issue, and after finishing the last mouthful of cigarette, he threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out with his foot, then turned his head to look at Shin Hao and said with a gloomy face, "What I just said is just an extreme guess, and it doesn't necessarily mean it will actually happen, but people are capable of anything in the midst of despair and breakdown. Now that the apocalypse is upon us and the whole world has been thrown into chaos, a person will think of all sorts of ways when he sees no hope. Of course, sacrifices are inevitable." The young man standing on the sidelines had the same somewhat ugly face, and grimly said, "The military bases are definitely not completely fallen now. At most the ground bases have fallen. The underground missile bases should not have fallen yet. At the beginning of the disaster, the military base had sent troops into the city to carry out rescue and evacuation operations, but for some unknown reason they had not continued to do so. Now it seems that there should be infected people in the group of survivors that were rescued back in the first place, thus causing the military base on the ground to fall completely." The man with the beard standing aside with some anxiety lit a cigarette again and took a sharp drag before continuing. "Actually, after that sudden earthquake yesterday, most of the survivors in the city have already fled out of town. There probably aren't many people left in the city now. So, I'm guessing that military base nearby will be saturated with bombing in the next 2 days in order to avoid evolving more mutated zombies. Odds are." Hearing some explanations from the bearded man and the young man, Shin Hao sort of clarified some of the current situation in his heart. With that, he asked what he was guessing in his mind. "According to your reasoning, wouldn't that mean that all the militaries of all the countries in the entire world would be saturation bombing against those apocalyptic natural disasters?" Hearing Shin Hao's words, the man with the beard suddenly revealed a smile. "Junior, the entire world has now reached a moment of life and death. Those hot weapons, the big killers, are not used now. Are they still left in the warehouse to eat dust? Whether or not these hot weapons are useful for those apocalyptic natural disasters, they must be used, because only after they are used will we know whether or not they are effective. Of course, for cities that have seen all sorts of extreme weather, these heat weapons would really be a pile of scrap metal with little use." The man with the beard took a look at those survivors hiding 5 or 6 meters away, then took a drag on his cigarette and swallowed the smoke. Looking at Shin Hao, "Are you going to stay in the city when it's no longer safe? Not to mention the potential saturation bombing that might follow. Even if you encountered a wave of zombies, you wouldn't be able to handle it with one gun for one person. Listen to Uncle's advice. When the fog outside dissipates tomorrow, follow us out of the city and check out the situation in the nearby military base first. Then, let's find a safe shelter to hide in and find supplies while we wait for this apocalypse to end." The man with the beard showed a sincere expression as he spoke, seemingly hoping very much that Shin Hao would be able to join among his team. He also did think highly of the handsome young man in front of him who was not very old, but very courageous. "Uncle, sorry." Shin Hao shook his head without any hesitation. "I still have some things left to do. I can't leave yet." The young man standing on the side saw that Shin Hao was so disobedient, and bitterly continued to persuade him. "Brother, listen to my brother's advice. There are zombies everywhere outside now. You can't survive on your own. No, thank you for your kindness. Good luck." A sunshine-filled smile appeared above Shin Hao's handsome face. He then flipped over the railing and leapt straight down towards the first floor. "Watch out." The young man saw this and quickly exclaimed, "It's okay if you don't join. You don't have to jump." The man with a beard on the side was also startled when he saw Shin Hao jumping towards the first floor in a single leap, and hurriedly looked towards the ground of the first floor. In the midst of the dimness, only to see that Shin Hao, who had just jumped down longitudinally, rolled several times continuously in mid-air, and then landed smoothly in a very handsome posture with one hand on the ground. He then stood up, shotgun in both hands, and took a step towards the mall's main entrance, towards a common walker that had just run in from outside the mall. This teenager is definitely not simple, definitely not an ordinary person. Looking at the teenager below who had exploded the head of an ordinary zombie with a single shot, a trace of gravity appeared on the bearded man's face. First floor of the mall. After finishing off an ordinary rotting zombie with a single shot, Shin Hao stood at the mall's main entrance, looking at the dense mist outside that was reflected by the blood-colored moonlight with a hint of blood color. A hint of thought passed above his handsome face, and he understood in his heart that the time he could stay in this city was running out. But it was only a matter of time before we went to a nearby city. All he had to do now was to save up as many skill cards and summoning cards as possible before the city was bombed. Chapter 71, Wow! Golden Legend. Night falls and the blood moon rises. The eerie blood-colored moonlight shrouded the earth, penetrating the dense gray mists and reflecting the originally gray mists into an eerie blood-red color. Shinhao stood alone at the main entrance of the mall, looking at the heavy mists in front of him, as well as the strands of gray mist that kept drifting into the mall from his side. A trace of gravity appeared above his handsome face, and vaguely, a low hiss could be heard from the depths of the blood-colored mist. Apparently, there are some walkers wandering around in the mist. However, Shinhao, who had already fought for a day and was already a bit tired both physically and mentally, didn't intend to continue to go into the mists to kill zombies. With his current body of an ordinary man, he couldn't do sustained high-intensity fighting. You must combine labor and rest. Go to rest when you are tired, and get refreshed before you can continue to fight. Anyway, there wasn't any time limit for killing monsters and exploding cards, and it wasn't something that happened overnight, so there was no need to go through battles moment by moment. Killing monsters and popping cards is an accumulative process. If you last long enough, kill enough monsters, and get enough cards, you can get more skill cards and summon cards. As it happens, Shinhao also possesses immortality. This meant that he had an endlessly long lifespan, and as time continued to pass, he would sooner or later stand on top of the world, or even the top of the entire universe, invincible at the top of the universe. From now on, killing monsters and exploding cards can be said to be Shinhao's daily work. The apocalyptic wasteland underfoot, shrouded in all sorts of bizarre natural disasters, was a disaster, a mortal threat to ordinary survivors. But for Shinhao there was no threat at all, and it didn't matter even if there were all sorts of bizarre natural disasters. Anyway, he's not going to die. Fight if you can, run if you can't. When you really can't run away, a thought can directly enter the interdimensional shelter. Of course, even so, it was still necessary to be careful and low-key, not to act too conspicuous and rampant, so as not to encounter some bizarre natural disasters with special abilities that could manipulate time, space, or the ceiling system, lest they be captured and used as infinite regeneration ingredients or experimental consumables. It would truly become worse than death. Of course, this was only limited to Shinhao's current strength and situation. It would really be a different situation if we waited until the effect of immortality was so counterintuitive in the future that we could be reborn with a drop of blood, or even with a single cell. As the saying goes, a person's arrogance is always tied to their own strength. If one is not strong enough, then one naturally has to keep a low profile, lest he or she suffer a dumb loss. When you're strong enough, you're just going to be fine if you're just slapping the creepy scourge of heaven on the ground and slapping Bigby Pocket furiously. A person who doesn't have a strong enough strength of his own and still wants to go and act like a pussy is properly a brainwashed person with a lack of heart. Forget it. No more rambling, we'll talk about later things later. Now go back to bed for now. After yawning, Shinhao took 2 steps toward the blood-colored mist in front of him, while canceling Spider Z's summoning state, then entered the portable interdimensional shelter with a flash. How? You're done? Are you hungry? I'll go prepare dinner now. After Nico, who was sitting on the sofa, saw Shinhao, who suddenly appeared. A hint of delight appeared above her pretty face. Putting down the cosmetics in her hand, she ran into the kitchen in her slippers to prepare dinner. Shinhao, on the other hand, casually threw the shotgun on top of the coffee table, and then reclined on top of the sofa with a lazy face, and his mind that had been tightly tensed also completely relaxed. A few minutes later, after a busy day, Shinhao, who was already exhausted, fell asleep with his eyes closed. 7 or 8 minutes later, Nico had prepared a table full of sumptuous meals, which of course were all supplies that Shinhao had previously exchanged with his supply card. She had it all sorted and packed away in the big refrigerator in the kitchen, just needing to be taken out and warmed up at mealtime. After preparing dinner, Natalie returned to the middle of the bedroom and changed into a sexy pink nightgown. Walking over to the sofa, she was just about to open her mouth to speak when she realized that Shinhao had already fallen asleep. How? Hard work. Looking at Shinhao, who was showing some fatigue and breathing steadily, a trace of heartache appeared on top of Nico's pretty face, and she murmured softly in her heart. She didn't wake up the sleeping Shinhao. Instead, he gently sat down next to Shinhao, lowered his head, and carefully surveyed the sleeping Shinhao, full of joy. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and a hint of scarlet was gradually revealed above his delicate and beautiful face. A pair of big watery eyes were full of tenderness, so deep that they could almost drip water, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly. There was sweetness and intoxication in that bright smile. That's all. Nico sat by Chin-hao's side with a sweet face and sat quietly for more than 2 hours. And in the end, she even fell into a deep sleep on Chin-hao's side. This sleep Chin-hao slept very solidly, without even a single dream, and slept until more than 3 o'clock in the second half of the night before waking up, and his spirit was restored to fullness. Open your eyes for a moment. He then saw Nico, who was lying on his lap, resting on his hands, sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but reveal a light smile. That silly woman. After slightly shaking his head, Chin-hao didn't get up, but lay on the sofa and directly summoned the card system. At this moment, his unopened deck had once again accumulated to 119 cards. Praise the greatest goddess of luck. May you favor me with the opening of a desired golden skill card or golden summoning card. Don't ever give me a gold supplies card or a gold props card. And if you can't, a gold mystery card is fine. The emperor is possessed. Drive for me. After praying in my heart with a sincere heart, with a thought, Chin-hao directly opened all of the 119 cards that were overlapping and stacked together on the system interface. In a flash, amidst a dazzling light of white, green, blue, and silver, a card was quickly flipped over, with a touch of extremely dazzling golden light interspersed with it. Sure enough, 100 consecutive openings will definitely produce a guaranteed golden legend. I just don't know what type of golden card will come out this time. Looking at the flash of golden light on the system interface, Chin-hao didn't show too much excitement, but a hint of anticipation still showed in his eyes. I hope the one that opens up is a gold skill card, or a gold summoning card, or even worse, a gold mystery card. Never, ever be a supply or prop card. After taking a look at Nico, who was still sleeping, Chin-hao's mind moved and directly took out the 119 cards, flipping through them one by one. Chapter 72 S-Class Golden Legend, Goddess of Nemesis Evelyn. After quickly going through the 119 cards in his hand, Chin-hao directly threw a full 72 material cards aside. Among these 72 material cards, apart from 5D grade blue material cards and 1 C grade silver material card, the rest were all F grade and E grade material cards. Now, Chin-hao didn't have much interest in these material cards anymore. Just some food and drinks and daily consumables. And every time you open a supply card, the percentage of the card will be more than half of the entire deck. And you can't eat it all. Not at all. So that means that all F and E ranked material cards are used to synthesize new decks, with the exception of D ranked and above. Of course, some of the rarer and more useful supply cards can still be saved. It's like a small umbrella kind of thing. There aren't as many prop cards as supply cards, but there are a full 32 of them. However, material cards and prop cards belong to the lowest two kinds of cards. The number of natural is also very normal situation. For example, some online games in the card draw activities are also more than 90% out of the garbage cards. The probability of opening any of the really useful cards is extremely low, and it's all about relying on the number of lower tier cards to go hard on the guarantees. Out of the 32 prop cards, there are 27 F and E ranked cards alone, all of which are daily life props that don't have much use. There are 3 blue prop cards in D grade, 2 7.62mm bullets asterisk 50, 1.50 AE bullet asterisk 50, 1 silver prop card of grade C, Saiga 12 semi-automatic shotgun, a semi-automatic shotgun utilizing 12-gauge shotgun shells, utilizing a 15-round magazine with adjustable optical sights, and comes with 212-gauge shotgun shells, 1 red prop card of grade B, RT-20 large caliber sniper rifle, a 20mm large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, without magazine, single shot filling, with 6x42 optical sights, effective range of 1,800 meters, overall length of 1,330 millimeters, total weight of 19.2 kilograms, equipped with 1 armory case and 520 by 110 millimeters anti-aircraft shells. Not bad. Opened up some more weapons and ammo and a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. After scanning the large caliber sniper rifle depicted on the B-grade red props card, Chin-hao nodded with a satisfied face, then flipped through the skill card. There are 9 skill cards, 3 white skill cards of F rank, all of which are some funny and life-type skill cards, 4 green skill cards of grade E, all with only 2 uses. They are Waterball Technique, Rush Run, 2 Jumps, Flame Technique, 1 blue skill card of D rank, Burst Arrow, you can unleash a burst arrow at the target for 3/3 uses, 1 red skill card of B rank, Evil Energy Corrosion, you can unleash a ball of corrosive evil energy at your target, enveloping them in it to cause both mental and physical erosion. Duration 10 seconds. Number of uses 30 of 30. Summon 4 cards. A white summoning card of F rank, Soft Bunny, that lasts for 5 minutes. A disposable card. 1 green summoning card of E rank, Cowardly Goblin, lasts for 10 minutes and is used 2/2 times. 1 blue summoning card of grade D, Skeleton Warrior Blade, lasts for 15 minutes and is used 3/3 times. 1 gold summoning card of S rank. Nemesis Evelyn. She was trained as a top killer by an evil organization since she was a child, and was later forcibly injected with a biochemical genetic agent for biochemical modification, eventually evolving into a perfect genetic warrior. However, a seed of hatred was eventually planted in her heart, and it took 3 years to wipe out the entire evil organization. Evelyn's comprehensive combat ability has far exceeded that of normal special warriors, and possesses superb combat skills, powerful self-healing ability, and some very special unknown abilities. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. Ness. I knew an S-rank gold summoning card was bound to come out. Looking at the short-haired beauty on the golden card, who wore a black combat suit with an athletic figure and held 2 long alloy swords, a hint of excitement flowed above Chin Hao's handsome face. Nemesis. A top assassin. A perfect genetic warrior transformed by biochemical genetic agents, with a comprehensive combat power that far exceeds that of special warriors. Together, these keywords all point to the awesome power of Evelyn the Nemesis. Just from what was known so far, Nemesis Evelyn's combat power was at least above the same level as mechanical combat Jian. Not bad. Finally another helper that can be permanently summoned. After muttering in his heart with a satisfied face, Chin Hao picked up the last 2 mysterious cards and checked them. Both are D-rated blue mystery cards. A swift sensitivity potion, medium bottle, can drastically increase one's speed and sensitivity for a short period of time for 5 minutes after taking it. A antidote potion, can remove most toxins in an instant when taken. Tisk. These 2 mystery cards wouldn't be of much use to me, but they're not exactly trash. They're both good. After slightly skimming his mouth, Chin Hao put all the cards back into his personal card pool. Then he switched the system interface to the card synthesis interface and put 66 F and E grade material cards and 27 F and E grade prop cards into the card slots. The remaining 10 cards from last time were also put in together, and after thinking about it, 3 F-rank skill cards were added as well. It seems like it's not enough for a whole number. Forget about making up a whole number. After slightly frowning, Chin Hao added 2 more F-rank skill cards to it. A total of 108 cards were put together, and then with a thought, he pressed the synthesize button. In a flash, an extremely cool light flashed above the synthesis interface, and a brand new unopened card was synthesized. A total of 36 cards were synthesized. Praise be to the greatest, most beautiful goddess of fortune. May you favor me with another golden legend. Still, after praying very sincerely in his heart, Chin Hao's mind moved, and 36 cards were flipped over in a dazzling light. No golden light flashed on the system interface, but Chin Hao wasn't discouraged. After all, he had just obtained a golden summoning card. With a thought, he directly flipped through the 36 cards one by one after taking them out. This kind of thing is also a prop that can be opened? Chapter 73. This is so shameful. After quickly going through the 36 cards in his hand roughly once, Chin Hao looked at the 3 E-grade green prop cards in his hand. A light smile appeared above his handsome face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Lace Bunny Ears Girl Set, hollowed out version. The 39 Styles, hardcover color edition. Top Supermodels photo album, hardcover. What to say? Just those 3 things are basically irresistible to any sane man. It's safe to say that there's nothing a normal man wouldn't like, unless he's not a normal man with a sound body. Even if a eunuch reads it, probably in their hearts are so anxious that they can't wait to GA themselves immediately, and then go to reincarnation at light speed to be a majestic and vigorous real man again. Just the picture of the very sexy, all cut out Lace Bunny Ear Girl suit that literally highlights dare without any cover up. Tisk. Natalie will look good in it. Let her try it on later. After glancing at Miko, who was sleeping on her side, Chin Hao swept another glance at the other 2 green prop cards. It's just 2 books of naked Uncle Lu Huang. It goes without saying that the 39 Styles detailed explanation is a textbook with colorful illustrations. The top supermodel photoshoots are also extremely seductive and cool, with a variety of top supermodels on them to basically fulfill any man's fantasy. Good stuff. This is unbeatable. Other than that, this textbook alone was a dream come true for Chin Hao, who had just turned 18. However, he wasn't so monkeyed up that he immediately had to pull the sleeping Natalie. Go right back to your room and learn something new. Instead, patiently, he continued to look through the rest of the deck. Out of 36 decks, there are 16 supply cards alone, all of which are F and E rated food and drinking water. There were also 12 prop cards, all of which were also F rank and E rank daily items, including the 3 green prop cards that interested Chin Hao a lot. There are 4 skill cards. Level F's, Dance, allows you to do a cool dance when used. A one-time experience card. Level F's, Household Proficiency, is much more efficient at cleaning up the house within an hour after using it. A one-time experience card. E-ranked, primary healing, can unleash a primary healing spell that can be used 2/2 times. The D-ranked, morphing hamster, can turn the target into a hamster in a split second for 10 seconds with 3/3 uses. There are 2 summoning cards. Grade D blue summoning card, primary, lycanthrope warrior, you can summon a primary lycanthrope warrior to help you in battle. Duration 15 minutes. Summoning 3/3 times. Grade C silver summoning card, fallen nun, undead, you can summon a fallen, evil undead nun to help you in battle. Duration half an hour. October 10th summons. 2 mystery cards. 1 blue mystery card of D grade. Endurance restoration potion, medium bottle. 1 silver mystery card of C grade. Blood-stained diamond mirror. A palm-sized diamond mirror. Its copper surface stained with a few drops of crimson blood. Of mysterious origin and unknown effect. A blood-stained diamond mirror? Why does this thing look a bit sinister? It can't be some kind of creepy thing, right? Looking at the beautiful copper diamond flower mirror drawn on the card, Xin Hao frowned slightly, feeling that this diamond flower mirror was a little bit evil. It's certainly not some ordinary diamondback mirror, otherwise it would never have been classified in the category of mystery cards, or a silver mystery card of C grade. So says, this piece of diamond mirror stained with crimson blood was surely an evil contraption. Forget it, evil is evil. Big deal. I'll just not redeem it. After collecting all the cards in his hand into his personal card pool, Xin Hao smiled and reached out to pick up the 3 green prop cards that were placed aside, exchanging them one by one. In a flash, a very sexy black lace bunny ear girl suit and 2 hardcover books appeared in his hands. Impatiently, Xin Hao excitedly flipped open that one of the textbooks and appreciated the teaching content on it with a learning mindset. I'll go. It's not, is it? It's even possible? Ha? Is this really okay? Ha? This is simply too much to talk about. Holy, this one is really awesome. It's going to be a big success. I'm not sure if Nico will accept this one textbook study. Just a minute. Xin Hao's face then turned a scarlet red due to his excitement, and a wonderful scene from the book inevitably surfaced in his mind. Amidst the impatience, he sat straight and reached out his hand to gently pat the sleeping Natalie. Natalie, wake up, don't go to sleep. Ha? Suddenly woken up. Nico looked confused and raised her head with sleepy eyes. Ah Hao, you're awake. Well, here's a beautiful dress for you. You'll look beautiful in it. Now go and change. Xin Hao smiled and stuffed the black lace rabbit ear maiden suit in his hand into the hand of Natalie, who had just sat up and was in a daze. Oh Hao, you're so good to me. A dazed Nico raised her hand to rub her sleepy eyes, and subconsciously raised her hand to receive the clothes Xin Hao handed over. However, just by lowering her head and glancing at it, her pretty face rubbed a scarlet red as an apple. Ha, this is really good. Shameful. Humph, you just know how to bully me. After blankly glancing at Xin Hao with a coquettish face, Nico stood up from the sofa and took the clothes in her hand towards the middle of the bedroom. Walking to the bedroom door, Nico, who had just opened the door, suddenly turned back with a pouty face and blankly glanced at Xin Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, and raised her finger to point in the direction of the restroom. What are you waiting for? Go on, right away. Xin Hao stood up with an excited face and quickly walked into the middle of the bathroom. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xin Hao returned to the middle of the bedroom in a loose pajamas and looked towards Nico, who was sitting on the bed, wearing a black lace rabbit ear maiden suit with a scarlet face. Nico, who was lowering her head, raised a charming and seductive pretty face and looked at Xin Hao with charming eyes after hearing the sound of the door opening. How? Natalie, I found a really good study material. Let's study it now. What information is this? Ha? How? You're so bad. Ha ha. In the midst of an extremely ambiguous atmosphere, a man and woman in the depths of love. Gradually the clouds turned over. But, this time there won't be any little spiders lying on top of the ceiling to sneak a peek. Chapter 70 for the beautiful and valiant Evelyn. Kneeling down to catch up. After some serious study, Xin Hao and Nico finally experienced the novel experience of being fancy, unprecedented, and happy as a god. Have to say, the taste is simply deeply mesmerizing, and you can't get enough of it. Thought about it. 2 hours later, it took 2 exhausted people to embrace each other and sleep. This sleep, the 2 of them slept until around noon before waking up. After getting up and cleaning up, the 2 of them had a nice full meal. After eating and drinking, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, simultaneously revealing a hint of a heartfelt ambiguity. In unison, hand in hand, they walked together into the middle of a side bedroom, intending to review the new knowledge they had learned last night. This review was another hour or so. Natalie had a rosy face and went into dreamland with satisfaction, while Xin Hao took out a bottle of stamina recovery potion and drank it in one gulp. Tisk, I have to say, it's a little bit tiring, but it's still a great stress reliever. After taking a look at Nico's flushed face, A light smile spread above Chin Hao's handsome face. He then redeemed the consul's tactical suit with a stab-proof effect. After changing into a handsome black tactical suit, Chin Hao lowered his head and lightly kissed Nico's rosy cheeks, then stood up and walked out of the bedroom into the living room. After taking a seat on the couch, he looked over at the guns and ammo that had been neatly laid out on the floor aside by Nico, and he redeemed the Saiga 12 shotgun and RT-20 sniper rifle he had just acquired, as well as the ammo, neatly placed with those guns. Looking at the large and small long and short firearms and ammunition on the ground, Chin Hao showed a hint of fulfillment and pride above his handsome face. The gun thing is always a man's favorite, bar none. After sitting on the couch for a while admiring the guns he owned, Chin Hao stood up. Habitually, he hung the dog-legged knife and 18 chopping open knife that were on the coffee table on his waist, which would give him a great sense of security psychologically. Then, picking up the Saiga 12 semi-automatic shotgun from the ground again, he unloaded the magazine and started filling it with shotgun shells one by one. After filling, he walked over to another cabinet with various supplies and filled his pockets with a dozen gummy bears, fruit hard candies, and 5 pieces of chocolate. Immediately after, grabbing another box of canned beef and a bottle of functional drink, he opened it and took a big bite. After eating and drinking, Chin Hao closed his eyes and with a thought, the images of the real world surfaced in front of his eyes. The city outside hadn't been carpet-bombed by nearby missile bases, and the gray mist had dissipated to nothing. A dazzling sun hangs in the sky and the sky is clear. The surroundings were quiet. No figures could be seen, and there were a few zombie corpses lying on the ground at the mall's main entrance, but there were no zombies appearing in the vicinity. 10 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. It's time to go kill monsters and explode cards. After raising his hand and glancing at the time on his wristwatch, Chin Hao directly disappeared into the interdimensional shelter with a thought. The moment he appeared at the entrance of the mall, Chin Hao held the shotgun with both hands and quickly rushed into the mall on the side. No surprise there. The bearded man and the others should have left the place by now and evacuated towards the outskirts of the city. Chin Hao took the lead in summoning Spider Z after sweeping the corpses of those zombies on the ground. A dazzling light flashed. The fist-sized spider child instantly appeared in mid-air, and an aerial catapult jumped directly on top of Chin Hao's shoulder. With his furry body, he rubbed against Chin Hao very affectionately, then waved his 8 legs and climbed into the pocket of his jacket, revealing half of his little head. After a little mental contemplation, Chin Hao decided to seize the time to kill as many zombies as possible to obtain the cards. The goal then is the direction of the city center, because large numbers of zombies are gathering in the direction of the city center, which for whatever reason must have the most zombies. After a quick walk out of the mall, with a thought, he directly took that very cool heavy motorcycle out of the interdimensional shelter. Immediately after, a very delicate golden card appeared in his right hand. Nemesis Evelyn. Then with a flick of his hand, he flung the golden card in his hand into mid-air. In a flash, a very dazzling golden light flashed in mid-air. Immediately after, a beautiful Asian woman who was roughly 5'7", with a delicate figure, wearing a black combat uniform and short, ear-to-ear hair, it appeared in front of Chin Hao. Above her back she carried 2 long black alloy knives, and a tactical belt with 2 desert eagles and a tactical dagger sticking out of it, and at least 8 magazines. There were also 2 fully loaded MP5 submachine guns hanging on her side. Even his hands had black tactical gloves on top of them, and his beautiful eyes revealed a hint of cold color. It's a heavily armed woman. Chin Hao's first impression of her was only 4 words, and beautiful and valiant. He had expected Nemesis Evelyn to be a Caucasian. After all, the name sounded like a European American. I didn't realize it would be an Asian woman. Greetings, Commander. From this day forward Evelyn will be at your command and at your service. Evelyn swore to Chin Hao with a sincere and serious face, and after that, she waited for Chin Hao's order with a serious face. Nice, Evelyn, I think highly of you. Go for it. Chin Hao was very satisfied with Evelyn's attitude and nodded with a smile. By the way, can you drive a motorcycle? Can drive. Evelyn nodded with a serious face. I can drive most of the carriers, including helicopters, tanks, yachts, etc. Alright then, ride the motorcycle and take me in the direction of the city center. Chin Hao reached out and pointed at the heavy motorcycle parked aside. Okay. Evelyn nodded and went straight to the motorcycle and rode it, then lit it up. After sweeping a glance towards the surroundings, Chin Hao followed suit and sat up, reaching out to put his arm around Evelyn's waist. Let's go kill the walkers. Okay. Evelyn didn't care that Chin Hao had reached out and put his arm around her waist, and after nodding, she directly twisted the throttle and drove the motorcycle out. Evelyn's driving skills were fantastic, driving the motorcycle at a blistering pace, easily avoiding the various obstacles in the road, constantly speeding towards the center of the city. Just after driving out of the street under his eyes and entering another main road, sporadic ordinary zombies began to appear on top of the road. lower your speed. You don't have to go too fast. After whispering to Evelyn in front of him, Shinhao held the shotgun in both hands and aimed at a rotting zombie 5 or 6 meters away and pulled the trigger. Bang! Unsurprisingly it missed. After all, he hadn't learned to hit a moving target in the middle of a move. And it wasn't something that could be learned by simply firing a few shots. Bang! Bang! Only after 2 shots were fired again did Shinhao blow the head off of that one pouncing zombie. Next, Shinhao then kept practicing his marksmanship on the move. And of course, Evelyn's speed on the motorcycle had been put to a minimum. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hit the zombie's head at high speed. With that, Evelyn traveled across 2 streets on her motorcycle and arrived near a fountain plaza. Just all the way up, Shinhao consumed a total of 30 shrapnel shells and killed 11 ordinary zombies. Okay, Evelyn, pull over. Looking at the dozens of ordinary zombies and a few mutated zombies that had gathered in the fountain square, as well as a tank zombie that was 3 meters tall, Shinhao signaled Evelyn to stop the motorcycle. The killing, it's about to begin. Chapter 75, Want to bully the few with the many? Then let's fight in a group battle. As the motorcycle traveled to the edge of Fountain Square, those zombies gathered in the square were startled by the roar of the engine. 30 to 40 ordinary zombies were the first to turn around, waving their rotting arms and hissing as they ran wildly towards the side. The 4 mutated zombies and the 1 3-meter-tall tank zombie stayed where they were. Shinhao directly jumped off the motorcycle the moment Evelyn parked it, then stowed it in the interdimensional shelter after Evelyn got off. Evelyn, it's time for your solo debut next, don't let me down. Shinhao wore a smile on his face, holding the gun in his left hand, and with his other hand, he made an inviting gesture to Evelyn, who was standing on the side. Understood, Evelyn nodded at Shinhao. Reaching out, he removed the 2 fully loaded MP5 submachine guns hanging on his side, then turned towards the group of zombies that were rushing towards him. Almost as soon as he turned around, she held the gun in both hands and pulled the trigger on the hissing zombies running towards her. Evelyn's marksmanship was superb, and those ordinary zombies 1 to 20 meters away kept getting hit in the head by a bullet and fell down one by one. 2 magazines emptied. 30 or 40 zombies went straight down by half. She didn't bother to change the magazines, but instead inserted the 2 MP5 submachine guns in her hand back to her side, and then quickly drew the 2 Desert Eagles on her tactical belt. Bang! 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 Amidst the sound of a gunshot, the remaining dozen or so zombies fell one after another. The last walker fell to the ground 4 or 5 meters away from Evelyn. A short minute, Evelyn then killed all 36 normal zombies with great speed, providing Shinhao with 36 unopened cards. Ness, well done. This burst of intense gunfire resounded throughout the entire Fountain Square, and also attracted those zombies around the square one by one. Remember, when killing zombies in the future, don't be more than 10 meters away from me. After instructing Evelyn, who was standing at the side, Shinhao turned his head to look at the mutated zombies standing in the center of the Fountain Square. 2 weightless female walkers, 2 bloody muscle walkers, and a 3-meter-tall tank walker. Beyond that, Shinhao also realized that on the steps of the fountain pool behind these mutated zombies, there was also a young man sitting in a white sportswear with a leisurely face. He didn't seem to be a walker by the looks of him, but the few mutated zombies ignored his presence and didn't attack him, seemingly treating him as one of their own kind. It was only after Evelyn had killed 36 ordinary zombies in just 1 minute that the young man in the white sweatshirt stood up with a shocked face. A look of disbelief seemed to pass over his miserable face, and immediately afterward, he whispered a few words to the several mutated zombies standing in front of him. Then the 1 3-meter-tall tank zombie and the 2 bloody muscle zombies fell into a berserk state in a split second and rushed towards the side. At the same time, the 2 petite weightless female zombies tilted their heads and let out a harsh and piercing whine into the sky. Almost instantly, 2 ear-piercing shrill whistles resounded throughout the entire Fountain Square, quickly spreading out towards the surroundings. Those ordinary zombies that were already attracted by the gunshots instantly became more frenzied when they heard the shrill whistling. Waving his 2 rotten arms, he hissed and ran wildly towards Shinhao and Evelyn. And those ordinary zombies and mutated zombies that were roaming around the Fountain Plaza were also startled by the shrill whistling and quickly gathered over. Some of these weightless female walkers followed suit with a shrill whine. In a flash, a dozen or so ear-piercing shrill whistling sounds continued to resound among the several nearby streets, and the sounds spread farther and farther. causing a series of chain reactions. All of those zombies in the nearby blocks were startled by the shrill whistling, and in a split second they all went into a frenzy. Thousands of ordinary zombies and dozens of mutated zombies kept converging together, rapidly converging towards the fountain square from all directions. Come on, the more the merrier. Looking at those zombies that kept appearing around the fountain square, a hint of happy smile appeared above Chin Hao's handsome face. At this moment, Evelyn stood by Chin Hao's side, raising the MP5 submachine gun in her hand with both hands and launching a shot at the two bloody muscle zombies and tank zombies that rushed over. Annie, come out and help. As Chin Hao lifted his hand, an exquisite golden card was flung into mid-air by him. A dazzling golden light flashed, and with long blonde hair and a tall figure appeared at Chin Hao's side. The moment she appeared, she only slightly scanned her surroundings. Then it drew the two silver laser pistols at its waist with both hands and launched an attack on the charging tankwalkers. Seeing more and more zombies gathering towards the side of the fountain plaza, the young man wearing a white sweatshirt with a miserable white complexion, suddenly standing on the steps of the fountain pool, with a smug face, he raised his hands, pointed at Chin Hao, who was 20 to 30 meters away, raised his two middle fingers, and made a loud mockery. Kid, there's only 3 of you, just a few broken guns, and enough bullets in your hands to kill a few zombies? 100? Or 200? As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the zombies swarming around the fountain plaza and mocked loudly with a smug face. Now even if there aren't 1,000 zombies, there must be 700 or 800. Even if you pile up with human heads, you will be piled to death. You're dead. After saying that, this young man suddenly laughed up to the sky. From now on, old me is the king in the zombie world. Sooner or later, I will conquer this world. This guy is a zombie king? It doesn't look like he's lost his human consciousness either. Did this guy obtain a zombie-type system? Between the doubts in his heart, Chin Hao decided to capture this arrogant-faced, self-proclaimed zombie king alive and interrogate him to see what was going on. With that, he glanced around at the rotting zombies that had already run 20 to 30 meters away. Had trying to bully the few with the many? I'm really not fighting alone. Let's have a group battle then. In the midst of a slightly mocking sneer, Chin Hao decided to give that arrogant-looking guy a little bit of a small shock, and with a lift of his hand, he threw 19 summoning cards into mid-air. In a flash, in mid-air, 19 summoning cards as if they were scattered by the heavenly maiden summoned a figure amidst a dazzling light. Skeleton warriors with battle knives, purple large-mouthed cannibals, yellow muscular S, and barbarian warriors with battle axes killed towards those zombies in the east. Dwarf scouts with short knives and sentry arrows, a 6-meter-long green boa, and Mad Barbie with a pink chainsaw killed those walkers towards the west. Green frost dwarves, imperial warriors in armor with spears, and minotaur warriors with double axes killed those walkers towards the south. Crazy Ace, who had bombs strapped to his body, and the 2-meter-tall Leakin warrior, also quickly killed towards those zombies. No one is allowed to be more than 10 meters away from me. Let those walkers come and kill again. Chin Hao switched the shotgun in his hand to an M32-style rotary grenade launcher and shouted at those summons that had just appeared. 7C rank or above summons also appeared around Chin Hao in a flash, but they didn't immediately launch an attack on those ordinary zombies. Instead, they were waiting for Chin Hao's order. The moment. The arrogant young man standing on the steps of the fountain pool was directly dumbfounded when he looked at the 20 or so summons that had suddenly appeared. A look of disbelieving shock appeared on his ghastly white face. How is that possible? Is this person a summoner? How else could you summon so many helpers at once? However, so what if there are 20 or so people? I don't believe you guys can resist the siege of over 1,000 zombies. Next, he directly froze when he saw Chin Hao holding a grenade launcher with both hands, bombarding the zombie horde in the distance. Furiously, why does he still have a grenade launcher? Chapter 76, Fire in the Hole. 3 shifts, 3,000 words. In a flash, the 12 D-rank summoners scattered around Chin Hao, fighting with the first 30 to 40 ordinary rotting zombies that rushed over. The white skeleton monster with a height of 1 meter 6 held a battle sword, and with a wave of his hand, he chopped off half of the head of a rotting zombie. The purple, large-mouthed cannibal flower opened its fang-filled, bloody mouth and swallowed a scrawny zombie straight away, then took a few steps back with 2 green rhizomes. A robust rotting zombie still wanted to go after the purple large-mouthed cannibal flower. Directly by the side of the 2-meter-tall muscular woodchuck, waving 2 casserole-sized dog paws, to the head clang is a fierce hammer. A side of the barbarian warrior wearing animal skins with a sturdy body, roared up to the sky and waved the battle axe in his hand to directly cut off the head of a zombie. Other side, the dwarf scout, who was only 1 meter 2 in height, held up a green whistling arrow and blew a sharp arrow tainted with poison right into the head of a zombie. The bull-thick, 6-meter-long green boa next to it bowed and catapulted, directly strangling a pouncing fat zombie tightly. A hint of madness appeared above Crazy Barbie's pretty face, chewing bubblegum in her mouth and wielding a pink chainsaw with both hands to slash directly at a female zombie. In a flash, in the midst of a slightly morbid and insane petulant laughter, blood and broken flesh splattered all over the sky, causing the dwarf scouts standing aside to get drenched and ducked to the side with a disgusted look on their faces. A few meters away, the Imperial warrior clad in armor, with both hands gripping the spear fiercely stabbed, directly pierced the head of a zombie, and then with a forceful twisting motion of both hands directly made the zombie's head burst open. Moo! The Minotaur warrior with 2 horns and a full body of tendon meat let out a roar and waved his 2 battle axes at a rotting zombie that rushed over, and in the blink of an eye, limbs and broken arms flew all over the sky. The green frost dwarf was only 1 meter 2 in height, hiding behind the Minotaur warrior, a pair of small eyes dribbling above his ugly face, constantly waving a sapphire cane in his hand. He shot a fist-sized ball of frost at the walkers. The moment it hits the zombie's head, the frost orb will simply explode, dealing explosive magic damage with a freezing effect attached. With bombs strapped to his body, Crazy Ace is the image of a bearded, middle-aged man who, in addition to being covered in bombs, has a large caliber shotgun and a large silver revolver. He had a cigar in his mouth and a large caliber shotgun in both hands, constantly pulling the trigger and firing a shotgun shell at the oncoming walkers. A single shot from a large caliber shotgun shell can directly blow a walker's head into a hornet's nest. Ow! The 2-meter-tall, furry gray werewolf on the side let out a wolf whistle up to the sky, and leapt forward to directly pounce on a security zombie. Wielding 2 casserole-sized wolf claws, he directly dented the already rotting face of the security walker. It all happened almost in an instant, and the 12 summons attacked the ordinary zombies that surrounded them almost at the same time. Xin Hao, who stood in the very center, held the M32 wheeled grenade launcher with both hands, while firing grenades at the zombies that were swarming dozens of meters away. While doing so, he surveyed the 7 high-ranking summons standing around him. The rest of these summons were summoned for the first time, except for the valiant Shadowhunter who wore black leather armor and wielded a crossbow. Therefore, he was also very curious about these summons of his in his heart. There are 4 silver summons of C rank. In addition to the Shadowhunters, there's the Headless Horseman, Lola the Witch, and the Fallen Nun. The Headless Horseman really doesn't have a head. He was wearing a rusty, blood-stained armor, carrying his bloody head in his left hand, and holding a blood-stained longsword in his right hand, riding an undead warhorse clad in tattered armor. A hint of death lingered on his body, as well as a hint of a regal, murderous aura. Standing next to the Headless Horseman was a beautiful blonde-haired beauty with a height of 1 meter 6, wearing a black magical robe, a black magical hat, and holding a magical cane. It was the newest witch, the beautiful Lola. She was surveying everything around her with a curious face, and when she saw those ugly-faced zombies not far away, a hint of dislike passed above her delicate and pretty face. The Shadow Hunter, dressed in a tight black leather armor and wielding a crossbow, stood right next to Lola the Witch. The Fallen Nun stood alone at Xin Hao's side, about 1 meter 7 in height, wearing a black and white nun's robe on her exquisite body. A closer look would reveal that a portion of the nun's robe she was wearing had been soaked with blood, and the crimson blood was sliding down the corners of the garment, drop by drop. A beautiful face took on a creepy ghastly white color, and there was a trace of eerie blood aura emanating from his eyes, which didn't look like the complexion that a living person should have in any way, and gave off an eerie and horrifying feeling. The strands of blonde hair hidden under the black turban were stained with crimson blood, which was dripping down the tips of the hair. She wore a pair of blood-stained black gloves on top of her hands, and in her hands she held a silver cross that was 1.5 meters long, which was stained with a large amount of blood that was sliding down the end of the cross and sliding down to the ground drop by drop. The eerie and horrifying Fallen Nun and the vibrant witch Lola who stood on the sidelines completely belonged to the two extremes, forming a very Zhang Ming contrast. Of course, there is another existence that is even more terrifying and bizarre than the Fallen Nun, and that is the deadly puppet G Lilith standing on Xin Hao's other side. In terms of appearance, Lilith, dressed in a white ballet outfit, looked like a very pretty, beautiful girl, provided, of course, that one ignored the dozen or so hair-thin, blood-colored threads on her body and her skin that was as stiff as ceramic. There was also her stiff face with an extremely creepy smile that would give you the Valley of Terror effect if you looked at it, and 2 eyeballs that were constantly turning, as well as the joints of the body that were seeping out the slightest bit of blood from all parts of the body, and the white ballet uniform that was soaked with crimson blood. Moreover, every movement that Lilith made seemed to be made by the dozen or so blood-colored threads on her body that were manipulated. These dozen or so hair-thin blood-colored threads were extremely bizarre, all appearing out of thin air from a position 2 to 3 meters above Lilith's head. After noticing Xin Hao's gaze, Lilith turned her head very stiffly under the manipulation of the blood-colored silk thread, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing an extremely weird and stiff smile to Qin Hao. This is really evil. Under the Valley of Terror effect, Qin Hao subconsciously winced, then swept his gaze toward those two A-class summons. Slayer Wunderkind was a 2-meter tall, lanky, cloaked, burly man, and although he looked dirty now, he could tell that he must have once been a beautiful man. The lanky body wore a bloodstained and tattered armor with some rotting chains that had broken and were still stained with large brown bloodstains. The most appealing thing was his eyes that were as full of murderous aura as an eagle's, and the rusty zanpakuto that he held tightly in his right hand. A closer look reveals layers of brown blood staining the top of the chopper's blade. Obviously, there were countless dead souls who died under this chopper. This is a real man, a real hero. Of course, the most inviting and rare is still the red tentacle lady that directly landed on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, which is only the size of a fist and adorable, though she is portrayed on the cards as an unnameable object with a big cute loli on the top half of her body and red tentacles all over her bottom half. But take a closer look. Only then did Qin Hao realize that this tiny red tentacle lady actually had legs. It was only covered by 6 red tentacles. These 6 red tentacles were all growing out of the tentacle lady's waist, so when the red tentacle lady sat down, these 6 red tentacles would cover her white legs, only the size of a fist. The red tentacle lady was very cute, with cute features, waist-length red hair, and wearing a white sailor uniform. At this moment, she was sitting steadily on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, firmly grasping Qin Hao's collar with a pair of small hands, blinking those big watery red eyes, and scrutinizing Qin Hao with a curious face. The tentacle lady's dull and cute appearance directly adored Qin Hao's heart. Advancement. The dorky, cute tentacle lady in front of me had to be advanced into a permanent deck. Hello little one. After lowering his head and smiling at the red tentacle lady above his shoulder, Qin Hao quickly shot out the 6 grenades in his grenade launcher towards the surroundings. Then, once again, the grenade launcher is switched to the Saiga 12 shotgun, waving to the many summons around him. All follow me. Go and capture that arrogant-looking grandson next to the fountain pool alive. With Qin Hao's order, with shotgun directly in hand, he led his 22 summons in a rabble towards the young man standing on the steps of the fountain pool. That pale-faced young man was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him, and fell into a state of confusion. By now, the 2 bloody muscle walkers and the tank walker had been killed. Now there were only 2 petite weightless female walkers left, standing beside him on the left and right, not looking like they could take 2 against 20 by any stretch of the imagination. The current situation seemed to be a bit off, completely different from what he had expected in his heart. What's the deal? Is it to turn and run? Chapter 77, Bitten by a Zombie. Chance of evolution? After only a slight mental hesitation of 2 seconds, the pale young man standing on the steps of the fountain pool intended to turn and retreat. After all, a good man is not a good man. The ordinary rotting zombies in the surroundings, though, had all gathered one after another, and were laying siege to the 2 dozen or so creatures. But it doesn't seem to be of much use, because those creatures summoned by that teenager were too capable of fighting. Killing ordinary zombies was basically like slashing a little kid. How can this be fun? There's no play at all. So it's better to scatter and run first. After making up his mind in a split second, the young man reached out and pulled the 2 weightless female zombies beside him to his side before turning around and running wildly towards the back. But it was too late. There was only a dozen meters between the 2 sides. The headless horseman charged forward with a single charge on his undead warhorse, waving the long sword in his hand to decapitate a weightless female zombie that had just jumped up. With just one sword, the head of the weightless female zombie that had just jumped into midair was chopped off. The headless petite form fell heavily to the ground above, its bulging chest dented by a hoof from the undead warhorse. Slayer Unmatched similarly made a charge, running on his legs, not much slower than the headless horseman on his undead warhorse, only to see him violently swing the bloodstained Zanpakuto in his hand, tracing a half-moon arc in midair. A murderous aura of the blade flashed by, and the other weightless female zombie that jumped into midair was cut in half with a single slash. A head-to-toe kind of slash in half. Turn the moment. The 2 weightless female zombies that the young man had used as a shield were then killed with a single slash. Of course, the young man who had just turned around and ran 5 or 6 meters away didn't run either, only to see the beautiful maiden Lola, who walked on the side of Qin Hao and wore a black magic robe, gently raised the magic cane in her hand and murmured softly afterward. A purple light shot out sharply from the purple gem at the top of the magic cane, forming a purple aura in midair, as if in a trap. It instantly caught the young man in the middle of a wild run. Then the purple aura violently contracted together and directly tripped the young man to the ground. Still want to run? Can you run? Looking at the young man who was bound to the ground by the purple halo, a slightly mocking cold smile appeared above Qin Hao's handsome face. Walking slowly with his own group of summons, the 12 deranked summoners were responsible for killing those ordinary zombies that surrounded them in the periphery. while the remaining high-ranked summoners were guarding Qin Hao's surroundings tightly. If a mutated zombie or a tank zombie appears among those ordinary zombies, without Qin Hao opening his mouth to command, 1 to 2 high-level summons would go forward to kill them. By the time Qin Hao led a group of summons slowly towards the young man, Slayer Wu Shuang had already taken the lead and ran over. As if picking up a small chicken, he easily picked up the young man bound by the magical aura with one hand. My lord, what to do with this one? The last general is better at death by 1,000 cuts and skinning, and is so skilled in his craft that he can make him break again at the last cut. The young man who was carried in the hands of Slayer Wu Shuang was directly scared to death when he heard this, and begged for mercy while struggling. Big brother, my dear big brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Just spare me. I can tell you a great secret. Don't worry, I'm not as brutal as you think. I'm very kind. Qin Hao stopped 2 or 3 meters away from the young man, and a smile full of sunshine flowed above his handsome face. Then, gently lifting his right hand to the young man was a burst of emptiness big than pockets. I told you to give me the middle finger, and I gave me two. I told you to act like a pussy. I told you to be cocky, and I told you to be king of the zombies. You want to conquer the world? Amidst the loud slapping sounds of slap, 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 the young man carried in the hands of Slayer Wu Shuang. His face swayed from side to side following Qin Hao's gestures. A dozen or so dobby pockets went down in a row. His entire face swelled into a large pig's head in an instant, and his entire body fell into a state of dumbfounded confusion. Pa! After backhanding a big biker pocket viciously again, Qin Hao said viciously to the young man who was already dumbfounded, now give me an honest explanation. Why didn't the walkers attack you? Why can you communicate with them and command them? Were you bitten by a walker, but didn't turn into one? Was it some kind of a strange encounter? Don't even think about pulling a fast one on me, or I'll make your life worse than death. You'll regret coming out of your mother's womb. Slayer Wu Shuang also followed suit and carried the young man in his hand who had turned into a pig's head with a dumbfounded face to his eyes with a vicious face. I've seen a lot of goons like you, so you'd better give an honest account, or I'll make you experience the most painful punishment in the world. I'll explain. I'll honestly explain it. At this time, the young man has completely lost that arrogant look just now. The whole face had completely swollen into a pig's head, hot and painful. Tears and snot flowed out unconsciously, and in his heart was endless chagrin and remorse. He felt that he must have just had a brain twitch, with his cerebellum controlling his brain, before he lacked the presence of mind to provoke this teenager who seemed to have a kind face. He is simply a smiling man, a horrible devil. This group of people is a devil with a heart of gold. It's the devil. Although in his heart he already regretted it to the point of wanting to smack himself a few big mouths, he still gave an honest account. My name is Zhao Yang. I'm 22 years old, a junior in college, and I've been hiding in a rented apartment since the disaster. 2 days ago, because I ran out of food, then I came out to look for food and was accidentally bitten by a female walker. At the time, I thought I was dead for sure and would turn into a zombie, but to my surprise, I didn't turn into a zombie until the next day. And even those zombies treated me as one of their own kind and stopped attacking me. Later, I found out that I could even communicate with them to control the behavior of some normal zombies and some mutated zombies. I think I must have antibodies to the virus in my body and have evolved, so I must be a child of the realm. When he said this, Zhao Yang looked incomparably excited, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face that was swollen into a pig's head. Is that so? After Qin Hao heard Zhao Yang's words, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that there is a chance of evolution and awakening after being bitten by a zombie? Chapter 78 Or, you guys might as well kill me directly. You must have lied. You'd better give an honest account or you'll die a horrible death. Oh, Lola, the beautiful maiden standing beside Qin Hao, suddenly raised the magic cane in her hand and pointed it at Zhao Yang, who was being carried in the hands of Slayer Wu Shuang, and questioned with a skeptical and delicate voice. Let me tell you, I can do truth magic. If you don't give an honest account, don't blame me for using truth magic on you. You'll turn into a cutie by then. The beautiful maiden Lola's petite words revealed a hint of ferocity, which directly startled the snotty Zhao Yang. No, I swear, I really didn't lie. Qin Hao, who was standing on the side, changed his face in a split second after hearing Lola's words, lifting his hand to Zhao Yang's face for another burst of void dobby pocket. Your ass. I've been talking to you nicely, and you still have the nerve to lie and cheat me? Is it to be flayed? Or do you want to be cut into 1,000 pieces? I'll give you one more chance to give me an honest explanation. A dozen Bigby pockets go down. Zhao Yang's face was already swollen beyond human shape, and his entire body had once again fallen into a state of stupefied confusion, his brain stopping its ability to think. Forget it, Lola. Just give him a truth magic. Save the kid from telling me more lies to fool me. Qin Hao suddenly twisted his head and looked at the beautiful maiden Lola standing beside him. Ah, the beauty girl Lola was a little embarrassed and muttered in a small voice. That, big brother, I haven't learned true speech magic yet. I was just scaring him to see if he was lying. Saying that, Laura's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally lowered her head in some embarrassment. At once, Qin Hao and the surrounding group of summons fell into speechlessness. Are you trying to fool him? You, don't bring bullies like that. Zhao Yang, who had just come to his senses from his stagnant state, heard Lola's words and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Passed out? Slayer Wu Shuang glanced at Zhao Yang, who had fainted to death, and then as if he was shaking a broken sack, he carried Zhao Yang in midair and shook him with force. A few seconds later, Zhao Yang, who had already been tossed to half-death, opened his eyes once again, and a lifeless expression appeared on his face, which was swollen into a pig's head. Or, you guys might as well just kill me. Just then, sitting on top of Qin Hao's shoulder, the cute tentacle lady, who was only palm high and had a good and cute face, suddenly raised her tiny right hand, and said in a soft and sticky voice with an adorable face, that, Master, I have a way to make him tell the truth. Oh, I can make him enter a state of mind without any defense. Oh, really? Hearing the words of the tiny tentacle maiden, a hint of joy appeared above Qin Hao's handsome face, and he raised his hand to receive the tentacle maiden sitting on top of his shoulder above his palm. Then hurry up. Aha, the tiny tentacle maiden stood on top of Qin Hao's palm, nodding with a droll face. Then he turned around and raised 2 tiny palms above his temples while waving the 6 little red tentacles at his waist. In a flash, an invisible and qualitative mental fluctuation shot out sharply from the tiny tentacle lady's brow, smearing into Zhao Yang's brow in a split second. Immediately after, Zhao Yang's entire person was as if he had turned into a little cutie. In general, he became stupefied and revealed a demented, silly smile. Not bad, great job, cutie. Looking at Zhao Yang, who suddenly became dumbfounded, Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he swept a glance at those ordinary zombie groups around him, in which a tank zombie and some mutated zombies had already appeared. Annie, you and Evelyn go kill that one tank walker. Wushuang, you and the headless horseman go kill those 3 muscle zombies. Lilith, you follow. Qin Hao suddenly turned to look at the fallen nun wearing a nun's robe with an eerie face and asked, What's your name? Ivy, the fallen nun said as she cradled the bloodstained silver cross in both hands. Very nice name. Qin Hao nodded at her, then instructed the stiff-faced deadly puppet Ji at the side. Lilith, you and Ivy go and kill those stitching walkers. And Shadow Hunter, you go along and help. As Qin Hao's series of orders went down, in addition to the beautiful girls Lola, Spider-chan, and Tiny Tentacle Lady, the rest of the high-ranking summons all rushed into the surrounding zombie hordes and killed towards their targets. Anne and Evelyn were running while holding their dual guns in both hands, constantly launching attacks on the one tank walker that was 5 or 6 meters away. Slayer Peerless directly threw Zhao Yang, who had become dumbfounded in his hands, onto the ground. Then followed the headless horseman and launched a charge together. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, wielded the longsword and chopper in their hands, slashing ordinary zombies while rushing towards the 3 bloody muscle zombies. Lilith, the lethal puppeteer, ran out of the room in a ballet with a very stiff step and a graceful pose, manipulated by a dozen or so blood-colored threads. In the midst of a beautiful dance, 7 or 8 of the dozen or so blood-colored threads on her body suddenly disappeared. Next, 7 or 8 blood-colored threads suddenly fell from the top of the head of the one stitching walker 5 or 6 meters away. At the end of each blood-colored thread was a blood-stained, sharp hook that caught the hands and head of the stitching walker in a flash. Next, Lilith, who was dancing a ballet. In the midst of her elegant dance, the head on her neck, which was wearing a hint of a stiff smile, suddenly spun sharply in a very bizarre manner. The speed was so fast that it was like a rapidly spinning gyroscope, performing a rapid 360-degree rotation. Something weird happened. 5 or 6 meters away from the stitching zombie that had just been hooked by 7 or 8 blood-colored threads, a large ugly head followed Lilith's head and rotated sharply. In the midst of rapid rotation, an ugly head directly detached from the neck as if it were a madly spinning gyroscope, and flew into the sky above amidst of foul-smelling blood. This scalp-numbing shocking scene directly made Qin Hao, who had just prepared to interrogate Zhao Yang, look dumbfounded. Holy, so fierce? The combat power of the Shadow Hunters and fallen nuns on the side was likewise not to be underestimated. The Shadow Hunter quickly fired a sharp crossbow bolt at a 4-armed stitching walker in the midst of a constant tumble. Each sharp arrow hit the head with precision, bringing up a dark green splash of blood. Fallen Sister Ivy waved a 1.5-meter long silver cross with both her hands, and directly stabbed it hard into the eye socket of a stitching zombie. Then, both hands violently twisted the silver cross in his hands with force, directly bursting the head of the stitching walker hard. Not bad, one is more powerful than the other. That's a relief. Looking at his summons, one more raw than the other, Qin Hao nodded with a satisfied face, then looking at Zhao Yang, who had been thrown to the ground by the Slayer with a dumbfounded look on his face, he once again questioned in a stern voice, "Be honest, what secrets are you harboring?" The beautiful maiden Lola standing beside Qin Hao followed suit and waved the magic cane in her hand. A fierce expression appeared above her pretty face as she questioned delicately, "Say, what secret are you hiding in your body? That's right, give me an honest answer, or I'll eat you up one by one." The tiny tentacle lady standing on Qin Hao's palm also crossed her arms, a fierce expression above her tiny face. Even Spider Z, who stayed in the pocket of Qin Hao's jacket and only showed half of his little head, showed an expression of eagerness to try. Chapter 79, A Weird Natural Disaster Can Be Everything. Hearing the stern questioning of Qin Hao and the others, hands propped up on the ground sitting paralyzed on the ground, crotch wet, a dull and silly face, as if a too little cute, like Zhao Yang, giggling, he opened his mouth. "My name is Zhao Yang, I'm 22 years old, a junior in college, and I've been hiding in a rented apartment since the disaster. 2 days ago, when he was forced to come out to look for food because he ran out of food, he was accidentally bitten by a female zombie. However, I backstabbed the female zombie with a kitchen knife and ran home with a look of horror on my face. Just when I thought I was going to turn into a zombie, a mysterious voice of an inaudible male and female suddenly appeared in my mind, and it told me that if I didn't want to turn into a zombie, I had to be its puppet. Not only will they not turn into zombies, but they will be treated by those zombies as their own kind, communicating with them and controlling some of their behavior. You can even get some special abilities. Just be its puppet and behave." Halfway through his words, Zhao Yang's head suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist without warning, and his headless body fell towards the back. Obviously, the words he had just uttered had violated a certain taboo, and he had been horribly punished. He was only halfway through his sentence. Why did his head suddenly explode? The beautiful young girl Lola who was standing at the side looked at Zhao Yang whose head suddenly exploded and was slightly stunned above her pretty face, but her reaction speed was quick. Raising the magical cane in his hand he summoned a purple magical barrier that blocked all the blood and brain matter that splattered over. Mysterious voices in the head? Being obedient puppets? Being able to communicate with walkers and control their actions? Gaining special abilities? Recalling those words Zhao Yang had just uttered in his mind, Qin Hao keenly captured some key information. These key messages are strung together. Add to that the monstrous stitching walkers that were obviously modified, and the Vulcan Gatling-wielding tyrant walkers. There are also the zombies that have been gathering towards the center of the city for the past 2 days, as well as the sudden earthquakes and the grey mist. There must be some unspeakable and shocking conspiracy hidden in this. There must be a pair of invisible black hands behind the scenes manipulating all of this, supporting all kinds of puppets, artificially manipulating the evolution of those zombies, and creating all kinds of stitching zombies. In the midst of flying thoughts, a guess suddenly surfaced in Qin Hao's mind, and it was the only existence that could possibly be the mastermind behind the scene. Creepy natural disasters. That's when he suddenly realized that he had fallen into a very serious cognitive misunderstanding from the very beginning. It is considered that a weird natural disaster is some horrible natural disaster, or a general term for some horrible catastrophe that occurs. For example, a horrific zombie virus outbreak caused a devastating catastrophe that could be called a bizarre natural disaster. But a closer look. Is it possible that the source of the zombie virus outbreak is the real bizarre natural disaster? Or rather, creepy natural disasters can be everything. It can be a natural apocalypse full of devastation or an apocalypse created by those behind the scenes. It could even be the invasion of some unnameable higher dimensional beings, extraterrestrials, or evil gods of Crusoe. It can be clearly stated that bizarre natural disasters do not refer to a specific thing at all, but are the source of all disasters. After thinking about everything for a split second, looking at the hideous and terrifying zombies around him, a bitter smile spread above Qin Hao's handsome face. I have to say that the world in front of me is really unlucky. All sorts of weird natural disasters descend and invade. But for what reason did he or she cross over here? Was it a chance coincidence? Or is it part of some bizarre natural disaster plan? And why did Ling Ling, Chen Yanjun and others cross over after their deaths? Will there be other travelers who die and cross over? It can't be that these people crossed over to save the world, can it? What difference is there between yourself and them? Are you the only one who was lucky enough to be rewarded with 2 out of 6 choices? It is also highly possible that one's crossing had nothing to do with those bizarre natural disasters, but was part of some other amazing plan. One mystery after another lingered in Qin Hao's mind, leaving him puzzled in his heart. There must be a lot more information that I don't know yet, but that's okay, I can figure out what this is all about. At this moment, Qin Hao resolved in his heart to figure out the cause of all this. One mustn't be treated like a pawn and be at the mercy of others. Absolutely not. I will never go and be a pawn at the mercy of others. Absolutely not. Looking at the headless corpse that fell on the ground, a hint of determination and firmness appeared on Qin Hao's face. However, why did this Xiao Yang's head explode when he told the truth? But the person behind the scenes didn't attack us directly? Is it because of some kind of restriction? Or is it because it's just a certain kind of forbidden magic engraved within Xiao Yang's body? With a slight thought, a guess surfaced in Qin Hao's heart. It should be that those weird natural disasters were restricted in some way, or else they wouldn't have gone to support some obedient puppets from among the humans. After thinking this through, Qin Hao's original somewhat anxious and uneasy mood instantly relaxed a bit, but he was ultimately keeping a very vigilant mind. At least, one would not be at the mercy of others like a mole in this situation now. There's still some resistance left. I will certainly not be an ant at the mercy of others. Definitely not. Qin Hao raised his head and looked up at the sky, a hint of stubbornness and unyieldingness showing on his face. After putting the tentacled lady standing in his palm into his other jacket pocket, Qin Hao directly switched the shotgun in his hand to a grenade launcher, pulled out a single 40mm shotgun shell and filled it up. After filling the grenade, Qin Hao held the grenade launcher with both hands and shot out a grenade towards those more and more zombie groups around him. Boom 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 boom. The 6 grenades shot out towards the surroundings in turn, flying into those zombie groups 50 to 60 meters away. It was just a matter of 7 or 8 minutes. 400 to 500 ordinary zombies and some mutated zombies had gathered around the fountain square. In the distance, there were more ordinary zombies and mutated zombies gathering towards this side. The hissing and whistling sounds of various zombies continuously resounded one after another from all directions. The zombies in the several streets nearby had completely fallen into a berserk state, converging together to form a wave of zombies. Interspersed with them are some mutant walkers, tank walkers, stitch walkers, and so on. The fountain square where Qin Hao and many summons were located was the eye of the storm of this zombie tide. Except for the spider son and tentacle lady that stayed in Qin Hao's top pocket, all the summons stood within 10 meters around Qin Hao, constantly killing the zombies that swarmed around him. A short 6 or 7 minutes, a thick layer of corpses and broken limbs piled up right around them, and foul-smelling black blood mixed with some broken flesh flowed around. Those hissing and rushing zombies kept climbing up the pile of corpses, desperately launching attacks on Qin Hao and his summons. A few hundred meters away, there was even a large suture walker that was 6 or 7 meters tall, as well as a tyrant walker with a Vulcan Gatling. There were also a dozen or so flying birds that had turned into zombies that kept circling in the sky. Qin Hao, who was filling the grenade launcher with grenades, even heard a deafening tiger's roar ringing out not far away, as well as the hissing of some wild beasts. Chapter 80, Killing Frenzy. All of you, go to hell. After filling the grenade, Qin Hao held the grenade launcher with both hands and quickly aimed at the one tyrant zombie a few dozen meters away and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of 640mm grenades landed beside that Vulcan Gatling-wielding Tyranid walker, one after another with violent explosions. Boom 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the violent explosion directly blew that tyrant walker, who hadn't had time to fire, and 7 or 8 ordinary walkers into the sky. It turned into a flurry of broken limbs and arms. Immediately after, Qin Hao directly switched the grenade launcher in his hand to AM-72 anti-tank rocket launcher. Then, stand on top of the steps of the fountain pool, carrying a bazooka in both hands. He aimed at the large zombie that was 6 or 7 meters tall 50 or 60 meters away. I'm sending you to the west. Amidst a sneer, Qin Hao directly aimed at the head of that one large zombie and pulled the trigger. Bang! A 66mm armor-breaking bullet shot out of the chamber in an instant as if it were lightning. On him, whooshing. In the midst of a shrill whistle, the precise hit on the large zombie's hideous head that was the size of a water tank, and a violent explosion occurred instantly. In a flash, the flames are sky high. There were no accidents. Even though this large zombie's head was the size of a water tank, it was still flesh and blood after all, and could not carry the explosive power of a 66mm armor-breaking bullet. Amidst the violent explosion, the large zombie's head, which was the size of a water tank, was directly blown into a sky of broken flesh. The headless huge body fell heavily towards the back, and a series of 30 translucent cards flew towards Qin Hao's side rapidly. It's not just the 30 cards. Amidst the constant killing of those summons around them and the wild bombardment of the howitzers, those zombies around them fell to the ground one by one. A translucent card deck floated out from among those corpses, constantly shooting towards Qin Hao's mind in a hurry. Almost every second, cards would fly into Qin Hao's mind, and the number of his cards was rising. As the zombies that swarmed around them continued to close in, killed by those summons and hot weapons around them. These zombies were like a leak, constantly being killed and falling to the ground, turning into a translucent deck of cards. A short 8 or 9 minutes. The cards that Qin Hao had obtained had reached 4 to 500, and this was still because the summons could only kill zombies within a 10-meter range, otherwise they wouldn't have obtained cards. This led to a significant decrease in the efficiency of obtaining cards. After all, the zombies that could be accommodated within a 10-meter radius of Qin Hao were really limited. It can only be killed in waves. In the outermost circle a thick layer of mutilated limbs and bloody corpses had been piled up. All follow me and shift positions. After switching to the grenade launcher again and filling up the grenades, Qin Hao directly used Fearless Dash to dash out 10 meters away towards the side. Seeing this, those surrounding summons that were killing zombies moved, converging towards Qin Hao in the midst of the constant killing. The distance of 10 meters directly let Qin Hao enter a group of zombies. But when those zombies in the middle of running just wanted to turn around and attack him, death to all of you. Qin Hao smiled faintly and once again used Fearless Dash to rush into the middle of the sky, while at the same time, in a split second, he threw the 9 skill cards into the middle of the air. In a flash, all kinds of colorful and dazzling skills were shot into the heads of those zombies as if they were heavenly women scattering flowers. E-rank skills such as Water Ballistic, Fire Blade, Wind Blade, Ice Blade, Water Arrow, and Electric Shock. It was all released in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he killed 24 ordinary rotting zombies. The moment these 24 rotting zombies fell down one after another, more rotting zombies hissed and waved their rotting arms, lunging wildly from all around. In mid-air, Qin Hao threw out 8 D-rank damaging skill cards with a fling of his hand once again. In a flash, D-rank skill cards such as Explosive Arrow, Sting of Poison, Deadly Poison Arrow, Frost Blade, and Invisible Blade. In a split second, 20 to 30 brilliant and dazzling magical skills were shot out, precisely hitting among the heads of those surrounding zombies. Put, put, put. In a flash, a rotting zombie's head was directly blown off by a skill, falling to the ground one after another in the midst of running, and a semi-transparent card deck drifted out from among the headless corpses. In just a few seconds, 2 waves of skills went down, instantly allowing Qin Hao to harvest 50 to 60 translucent cards. At this time, those summons also ran over one after another, and Qin Hao also landed on the ground smoothly with a very handsome posture among several air rolls. Kill! Qin Hao roared, holding the grenade launcher with both hands, and continuously sent out a grenade at those zombie groups 50 to 60 meters away. The 20 summons once again surrounded the 10 meters around Qin Hao, killing the zombies that hissed and pounced over. 4 or 5 minutes later, the unopened cards in Qin Hao's hand had accumulated to more than 800. A circle of bloody limbs and corpses had once again piled up around him, and foul-smelling black blood mixed with broken flesh continued to flow. Those 12 D-rank summons also dissipated in place one after another because their duration had reached. The number of those rotting zombies around them also began to gradually become less and less, and it was obvious that this wave of zombies would soon come to an end. But, with 12 less D-rank summoners, the remaining 8 high-rank summoners, instead, increased their speed of killing the zombies by quite a bit. During this period, Qin Hao even resummoned the S-ranked Annie and Evelyn 3 times, so that the weapons and ammunitions on them were refreshed to the best state. At the same time, he continuously shifted his position with these high-level summons of his, turning back and forth in the middle of the fountain square. Ka-chow! The sudden thunder caused Qin Hao to raise his head fiercely and look above the sky, only to see that the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black and pressurized piece, as if the doomsday had come. Next, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind blew furiously. Within moments, a torrential downpour fell from the sky, almost in a flash. The whole body of the crowd was then drenched by the downpour. Qin Hao only felt a sudden stinging pain on his skin that touched the rainwater, and when he looked down, he realized that his exposed skin had turned red. This sudden rainstorm was corrosive. Just when Qin Hao was hesitating in his mind whether to continue to harden himself against the acid rain and continue to kill those rotting zombies around him, suddenly a dozen or so fast-moving black dots were spotted in the middle of the cloudy sky. Soon, Qin Hao then saw clearly what those cylindrical black dots that were getting closer and closer were. It's a cruise missile. The nearby missile bases are starting to saturate the city. WOJ. If you didn't bomb it earlier, why did you bomb it later? Why did you bomb it at this time of the day? Qin Hao felt that he shouldn't be able to carry the saturation bombardment of cruise missiles yet, so he instantly cancelled the summoning status of those summons around him. As a 7 or 8 meter long cruise missile landed 100 or so meters above his head, his mind moved directly into the interdimensional shelter. Chapter 81, Master. I've come to give you a hand 2-0. For a moment back in the interdimensional shelter, Qin Hao, who had already been drenched by the acid rain, appeared directly in the bathroom and turned on the shower head to rinse off the acid rain staining his body. In the midst of a crashing current, the corrosive acid rain was all washed into the sewers by the water flow, through which it flowed into the unknown space. The exposed skin corroded by the acid rain was only red and swollen for a moment, and then it had returned to its normal skin color without pain or itching. After rinsing all the acid rain stained on his tactical suit, Shinhao took off all the already wet tactical suits on his body and threw them aside. Adjust the water to a comfortable temperature and take a hot bath in comfort. In the shower, he also checked out the outside world through his consciousness. The sky was still dark, the clouds were low, there was a violent storm, lightning and thunder, and acidic rain with corrosive properties poured down as if it was going to erode the whole world. The entire Fountain Square, along with the dozen or so high-rise buildings nearby, had all been blown to rubble by the cruise missiles. Countless rotting zombies were blown up into the sky in an instant, turning into flying limbs and broken arms in the pouring rain. One of the stitching zombies, which was 7 or 8 meters tall like a monster, was directly blown into a vaporized state by a cruise missile. A 4-meter-long, hideous and terrifying zombie tiger was even directly blown into the sky by a 3-meter-long rocket, turning into a sky of broken flesh. Under a saturation bombardment of cruise missiles and rockets, all carbon-based organisms were as fragile as a napkin. In the location of the city center where Shinhao couldn't see, a full 10 to 20,000 zombies were gathered, making people scalp numb and spine cold. However, under a saturation bombardment of 7 or 8 thermobaric bombs and cluster missiles, 1 to 2 million densely gathered rotting zombies were instantly vaporized by the high temperature generated by the explosion. And the tragic picture was as miserable as an inferno on Earth. I'm going. That's some firepower. It's like a dimensional strike. The zombies have nothing to play with. After scanning the city outside, which was being bombarded by cruise missiles and rockets, and the corrosive acid rain that poured down in the midst of lightning and thunder, Shinhao then withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention to it. Given the raging storm outside and the saturation bombing going on at the missile base, it's probably not going to stop for a while. The high-intensity battle just now had also made Shinhao a bit tired, so he planned to take a good rest, and by the way, open all the cards he had just obtained at once. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Shinhao changed into a white pajamas and came to sit on the sofa in the living room with a relaxed and comfortable face. Place the rinsed-out dog-legged knives, open knives, and grenade launchers in a clearing off to the side. Then he picked up a box of canned beef from the coffee table and opened it, taking a big bite to replenish the energy he had just expended. Only after eating a box of canned beef and a box of canned yellow peaches in a row did Shinhao's handsome face show a hint of contentment. Then out of habit, he grabbed a gummy bear from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, peeled it open and popped it into his mouth. The whole person leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, allowing his brain to completely relax and enter an ethereal state. Shinhao greatly enjoyed this state of complete relaxation of body and mind, especially when the eyes are closed and the brain enters an ethereal state. The whole person feels light and airy, as if floating in a dark universe. It's as if the soul is free to soar through the endless universe. Leaning quietly against the couch, he closed his eyes and fumed for 10 minutes. Only after his spirit had regained its fullness did he return to his senses and open those clear, bright eyes. Calling out the system interface, he opened his personal card pool and checked up on its contents. Although some skill card and summoning card counts were consumed in the midst of that fierce battle just now, but it was quite rewarding. At this moment, the number of unopened decks he owned had reached 938. This was still due to the fact that those summons were limited in the number of zombies they could attack at the same time within a range of 10 meters, greatly affecting the efficiency of the kill. Otherwise there would only be more. There are 938 cards in total, so let's hope I get some surprises. After whispering softly, Shinhao stood up and walked towards the bedroom, and after opening the door and glancing inside, he found that Nico was still asleep. He had just gone from leaving the shelter to coming back again, and although he had experienced a fierce battle in the meantime, it was actually just over an hour that had passed. Shinhao didn't go in to disturb the sleeping Nico, but closed the door and turned into another bedroom. There are 3 bedrooms in this set of interdimensional shelters. Aside from the master bedroom, the other 2 bedrooms, one of which was empty and one of which was being used by Natalie to store all sorts of supplies, filled it to the brim. Upon entering the empty bedroom, Shinhao smoothly unlocked the door of the room, came to the bedside and sat down, calling out the system interface. Praise be to the greatest, most beautiful goddess of luck. May you favor me with endless luck and grant me a few more golden legends. After praying very sincerely in his heart according to the usual practice, Shinhao moved his mind and directly opened all 938 cards at once, in the midst of a look of anticipation, excitement, and apprehension. Above the system interface, a dazzling light flashed up one after another, so fast that Shinhao was a bit overwhelmed, only feeling dazzled. Amidst a rapidly flashing white, green, blue, and silver light. A very few red, purple, and gold rays were interspersed. I hope that the Emperor possesses and opens more useful golden legends, and never opens trashy golden legends. After praying in my heart once again, between the movements of Qin Hao's mind, all 938 cards came out on the bed in an instant, stacked densely. Over 900 cards. It looks like it will take some wasted time if you want to sort them out in different categories. Looking at those cards densely stacked together on the bed, Qin Hao frowned slightly, but then relaxed. Forget it, let's get some help. With a slight movement of his mind, two S-rank golden summoning cards appeared in mid-air. In the midst of two dazzling golden rays, Anne, who had long blonde shawl hair and wore a white armored gauntlet and black shorts, appeared on Qin Hao's left side. Evelyn, who had short black ear-length hair and wore a black combat uniform, beautiful and valiant, appeared on Qin Hao's right side. After thinking about it, Qin Hao simply summoned the SS-rank spider son as well, the fist-sized, adorable-looking spider child. The moment it appeared in mid-air, directly jumped on top of Qin Hao's shoulder with an airborne catapult, rubbing his furry body against Qin Hao's body very affectionately. He then waved his 8 legs and burrowed into the pocket of his pajamas. Qin Hao raised his hand with a doting face, and after touching the furry spider son, he looked at Annie and Evelyn, who were standing by the side. You two help sort these cards on the bed into categories and put them away according to different types and colors. The summons were all 100% loyal, so Qin Hao was still very relieved. Okay. Anne and Evelyn both nodded obediently and sat on the edge of the bed, watching as the cards on the bed were organized one by one. Spider Z, who was lying in Qin Hao's pocket, seemed to be very interested in those cards on the bed as well, and jumped to the middle of the mid-air with a catapult. In a flash of blood mist, she directly advanced into her Spider Queen form and walked out with 2 big sexy legs. Master, I've come to give you a hand. 2. Chapter 82 Master, stick it on. A head of soft and flowing long red hair casually draped over her shoulders, a delicate and pretty face with a hint of sexy flirtation, and an extremely proud spider's body. After shrinking those 8 blood-colored bone spikes above his back, walking to Qin Hao's side with 2 sexy long legs, he sat down with his legs crossed, subconsciously sticking out a scarlet tongue and licking the corner of his mouth. Master, do you still like the way I look now? Spider subconsciously tilted her extremely proud and sexy petite body slightly towards Qin Hao's side, rubbing her delicate and beautiful face intimately on Qin Hao's cheek. Master, paste. In an instant, a trace of happiness and satisfaction, as well as a deep color of fascination, appeared above her delicate and beautiful face. Subsequently, she then turned around with a happy face and followed Anne and Evelyn, who were already sitting a bit dumbfounded, as they sorted out the decks of cards that were laying on the bed in layers. As she flipped through some of the cards, a hint of curiosity would occasionally show above her exquisitely beautiful face, or her eyebrows would furrow slightly. Anne and Evelyn, who were sitting on the sidelines, did the same, except that every now and then they would raise their heads to glance at Spider-chan, who was sitting on the sidelines. This extremely demonic and beautiful-looking red-haired woman in front of them made them feel an extreme danger and uneasiness in their hearts, and they unconsciously entered a state of self-defense. Spider Z, who was organizing her cards, was likewise aware of the uneasiness in the hearts of the 2 men, and slightly raised her head to glance at the 2 men, and said in a delicate voice, "We are all our own people. What are you afraid of in your hearts? Could I still eat you all? Everyone relax. They're all on their own from now on." Qin Hao, who had just recovered from his sluggish state, smiled at the trio. When Spider-chan, who had just transformed into the form of the Spider Queen, was engaging in posting with him, the delicate touch of her skin subconsciously caused him to feel a bit flustered, especially when Spider-chan's pair of extremely proud and plump hair inadvertently touched with her own body. The feeling was simply like being electrocuted, making one's whole body tingle, as if an electric current instantly spread through his limbs and bones, causing his heartbeat to become more and more rapid, and his breathing to become rapid as well. Needless to say, this is an extremely sexy and charming beautiful woman, and unconsciously exudes a queen-like condescending posture. However, when she faces Qin Hao, she will show a good behavior as if she is a kitten, and her eyes are full of tenderness and fascination. After hearing Qin Hao and Spider Z's words, the hearts of both Annie and Evelyn gradually relaxed and became less tense. Their tense bodies slowly loosened, their furrowed brows gradually relaxed, natural smiles reappeared on their faces, and they began to participate in the atmosphere of the moment with a more relaxed demeanor. With the help of the 3 Spider Sons, Qin Hao quickly organized the 938 cards into categories, placing cards of different types and levels. After organizing, he picked up a supply card to redeem 5 bottles of ice-cold cola, and slipped 1 bottle into the hands of each of the 3 Spider Z, who were sitting on the sidelines with a curious look on their faces. Okay, give you one person a bottle of ice-cold Coke to drink. Go outside the living room to play it. Want to eat, what to drink, what they just take it. By the way, don't go to the master bedroom. Nico is sleeping in there. I'll call out to you if anything happens. Okay day. Thank you master. Spider Z took the chilled Coke from Chin Hao with a happy face, opened it and took a sip, nodded with a satisfied face, and turned toward the outside of the bedroom. Got it. Annie and Evelyn also took the chilled Coke from Chin Hao's hand, nodded, and then followed Spider Z out of the bedroom, and it was thoughtful to close the bedroom door. After the three Spider Z left, Chin Hao opened a bottle of ice-cold cola and took a big gulp of it, a hint of a soothing expression on his face. Then, stack after stack went through the decks that had just been organized. Was just organizing these decks. Spider Z's trio then already took the carbon pens and sticky notes prepared by Chin Hao and recorded the number and type of cards in each pile. The material cards are the most numerous. There are 488 of them. There were as many as 227 white material cards of grade F, all of which were a mess of consumables, the most numerous of which were in the category of food and drinking water. But the portions are small. There were also a whopping 190 green material cards of grade E. Again, they were all a mess of daily consumables, with food and drinking water being the most common. 52 blue material cards of D grade, 16 silver material cards of C grade, and 2 red material cards of B grade. These high-level material cards are likewise some daily consumables such as food and drinking water, and the only difference between them and the low-level cards is the difference in quantity. The number of D-rated material cards ranges from 3 to 10. The number of C supply cards ranges from 20 to 50. The number of Class B material cards ranges from 100 to 200. The grade A material card was not opened, so it was not clear, but Chin Hao speculated that it should be between 500-1000. But 2 of the S-ranked gold supply cards opened up. 1. Braised beef brisket with rice *20, 000. 1. Mineral water, 2 liters, *15,000. G20, 000 servings of braised beef brisket rice, enough for 2 people to eat for 10 years or so. Looking at the 2 golden material cards in his hand, Chin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is a complete relief from having to worry about food and drinking water, and I'm guessing that after a while brisket rice will be so good that I'll want to vomit at the sight of it. However, the good thing was that he had more than just braised beef brisket and rice on hand. He had all sorts of food, fruits, canned goods, and other supplies of that sort. You can change the food every day without repeating it, and you will never get tired of eating a certain food. After taking another big swig of ice-cold Coke, Chin Hao continued to look through the stacks of prop cards placed aside. For prop cards, the number is relatively small, but there are also a full 259 of them. There are 106 white prop cards of grade F and 82 green prop cards of grade E, all of which are some very common daily props, basically of no great use. There are 45 blue prop cards of grade D, all of which are props that can come in handy, including some ammo for guns, and some pistols, cold weapons, and so on. There are 18 silver prop cards of C grade, which are basically various types of automatic rifles, submachine guns, shotguns and other firearms, as well as an extremely useful daily prop. There are 7 red prop cards of B rank, all of which are thermal weapons, RPGs, M72 anti-tank bazookas, heavy sniper rifles, grenade launchers, and so on. A grade A purple prop card, M120 heavy mortar, comes with 5 types of 120mm mortar shells, 200 of each type for a total of 1,000. Unfortunately there are no gold legends out among the prop cards, and the best you can get is an A-rated 120mm heavy mortar. However, to obtain a 120mm heavy mortar, Chin Hao was already very happy in his heart. This thing is an absolute killer. I hope these skill cards can give me some surprises. Chin Hao looked at the stacks of skill cards placed aside with an excited face. Chapter 83, SS Class, Frost Dragon Lady, S-Class, Queen of Blades. There weren't many skill cards, not even 10% of the total. There are only 82 in total. The bottom line is that there are no gold legends out there. There are 19 F-rank white skill cards, all of which are one-time experience cards for everyday entertainment and funny stuff. There are 24 green skill cards of grade E, all of which are some single damage, auxiliary, and control type of combat cards. Examples include primary skills like Ice Blade, Fire Blade, Electricity, Taunt, Smoke, and Heal. This level of skill card damage wasn't too high, but it was powerful enough to inflict some fatal damage on an ordinary person. All E-rank skill cards are used 2 times. There were 26 D-rank blue skill cards, all of which were slightly more powerful single damage, control, and support type of combat cards. Examples of intermediate skills include Burst Arrow, Ice Arrow, Light Shield, Deadly Poison Arrow, and Frost Blade. The control skills are some Paralysis, Stun, Stasis, and morphing spells that last just a few seconds. A D-ranked blue skill card was much more powerful than an E-ranked one, and could easily kill an ordinary mutated zombie in seconds. All D-rank skill cards are used 3 times. There are 8 C-rank silver skill cards, all of which are high damage, ranged damage type skills, as well as some powerful support and healing skills. Examples include spherical lightning, explosive flame, frost roar, holy light healing, spiritual renewal, and more. All C-rank skill cards are used 10 times. 3 red skill cards of B rank. Holy Light Healing Group. You can release a group Holy Light Healing spell that envelopes a 10 square meter radius of yourself for 30 uses. Frost Fury can freeze the target in a split second and then explode in a flash. Skill range 10 meters. Number of uses 30/30ths. 10 chopping blades Wind Blade. Upon release of the skill, 10 half-meter long wind blades will appear around the target's body in a split second, simultaneously chopping at them. Attack distance 10 meters. Number of uses 30/30ths. 2 grade of purple skill cards. Frost Storm Burst can release a 5x5 meter frost storm in a designated area within 30 meters of itself, with the temperature within the area dropping to -50°C for a split second. After the skill lasts for 10 seconds, all the frost storms in the range will explode in a split second. Used 200 times. Blaze Tornado can release a fiery tornado with a diameter of 5 meters, dealing devastating damage to everything within a 100-meter radius for 20 seconds. Used 200 times. Holy, why does it feel like these 2A-ranked purple skill cards are even more powerful than S-ranked skill cards? Could it be that? Isn't S-ranked because there's a limit to the number of times it can be used? At this moment, Shinhao had a slight doubt about the grading standard of skill cards. Not only skill cards, but other types of cards are ranked. Is it just divided by number of uses and skill damage? But it doesn't feel quite like it. What kind of existence made this kill monster exploding card system? How come it doesn't even have a most basic intelligent interaction function? Shinhao felt that this kill monster burst card system was more like a foolproof system operation panel than a system. To put it bluntly, it's just a whole random smartphone with a lot more features on it than this thing. At least there's a little A, C, and other artificial retards on smartphones for simple communication. Never mind. Foolproof is as foolproof does. At least it means that this card system doesn't have any self-awareness or intelligent lifeforms in existence. After slightly frowning, Shinhao put this question behind him and flipped through the stacks of summoning cards on the side. There are 62 summoning cards in total. There were 20 F-rank white summoning cards, basically all weaklings with no combat power, and all disposable cards that only lasted 5 minutes. It's useless for anything but card synthesis. There were 15 green summoning cards of grade E, all of which were summons that had about as much combat power as an average adult, and some that were not even as good as an adult. Still, at least it's better than the F-rated retards with all 2 uses. D-grade blue summoning cards 20. All the summons of this grade have good combat power and can easily kill at least one ordinary person. Examples include barbarian warriors, skeleton warriors, dwarf mages, and some ferocious beasts and fae, among others. Of course, there are rare summons like Crazy Barbie and Crazy Ace. The number of uses are all the same 3 times. For silver summoning cards of grade C, Bloodthirsty Wolf Girl Lily, you can summon a Bloodthirsty Wolf Girl, Lily, to help you in battle. Berserk Loli Aya, you can summon Aya, a big blonde loli with a battle axe, to help you in battle. Silver-haired Witch Chi-Chi, you can summon a cute silver-haired beauty, Witch Chi-Chi, to help you in battle. Flaming Maiden Peach, you can summon a beautiful maiden, Peach, who can manipulate flames to help you in battle. C-rank summoning cards all have a duration of 30 minutes and an October 10th summoning frequency. 1 grade of purple summoning card. Red Wedding Dress, Grieving Corpse One Heir. The lonely One Heir was sold to a rich merchant as a concubine, and on her wedding night she hanged herself in a festive red wedding dress and was dumped in a mass grave. 7 days later, she came back. No one knows if she's a human or a ghost. Only know, that night the rich merchant's home blood flow into the river, as if the human inferno. You can summon One Heir, who has been turned into a disgruntled corpse, to help you in battle. Duration 2 hours. Number of summons 100. 1 S-rank gold summoning card. Queen of Blades Rose. Rose was originally just an ordinary soldier of the Empire. Because of a devastating disaster, 70% of the body was destroyed, and voluntarily participated in the mysterious mechanical evolution experiment. Eventually, she became a battle-hardened, mechanically modified warrior, loaded with the finest combat components. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. 1 SS grade platinum summoning card. Frost Dragon Lady Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is a silver-haired beauty from the Frost Dragon clan. In her early years, not only is her physical body strong, but she can also use frost-based magic skills. Xiaoluo has 2 battle forms, human and frost dragon, and can be up to 10 meters long in his frost dragon form. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. Awesome! Not only is there an S-rank gold legend, but there's also an SS rank platinum summoning card. Looking at the 2 permanent summoning cards in his hand, Xinhao's handsome face was filled with surprise, and the corner of his mouth couldn't stop lifting up. He knew for sure that at least one S-ranked gold summoning card would come out, but he didn't expect that an SS-ranked platinum summoning card would also come out. It was a heavenly surprise. The number of golden legends seems a bit off. Shouldn't it be 1 golden legend out of 100 decks? Amidst a puzzled face, Xinhao looked at the several stacks of mysterious cards placed on the side. Chapter 84, Shelter Upgrade. Genetic Strengthening Potion. The mystery cards were all organized by Spider-chan, 47 in all, and were placed neatly in several stacks. Upon seeing the thin stack of golden mystery cards, Xinhao's pupils shrunk slightly. There are definitely more than just 2 or 3 golden mystery cards. I just don't know what all these golden mystery cards are. Knowing that mystery cards are theoretically capable of opening everything. Still, he patiently flipped through the low-level mystery cards, habitually leaving the surprise for last. It didn't open up an F-rated white mystery card. There were a total of 10 green mystery cards of grade E, all of which were vials of potions, stamina recovery, physical strength recovery, spirit recovery, etc. There are 20 blue mystery cards in total of D grade. 7 of them are various medium bottles of potions, stamina, agility, spirit, antidote, healing, and so on. 5 of them are attribute conversion cards. Blue attribute conversion card, you can take a card of any type of the same level and randomly convert it to another attribute of the same type. 8 of them are synthesized advancement cards. Blue synthesis advancement card. You can combine 3 green cards of the same type into 1 blue card of the same type with randomized attributes. 5 Class C silver mystery cards. 2 of them are attribute conversion cards and 3 are synthesized advancement cards. Silver attribute conversion card, you can take a card of any type of the same level and randomly convert it to another attribute of the same type. Silver synthesis advancement card. You can combine 3 blue cards of the same type into 1 silver card of the same type with randomized attributes. 4 red mystery cards of grade B. 2 of the red attribute conversion cards. Red attribute conversion card, you can randomly convert a card of any type of the same level into another attribute of the same type. 1 red synthesis advancement card. Red synthesis advancement card. You can combine 3 silver cards of the same type into 1 red card of the same type with randomized attributes. The last red mystery card is a bit more special. Drawings for the expansion of the Bizarro Shelter. After use, you can upgrade the interdimensional shelter to a 3-story villa with a total area of 800 square meters. This is really just dozed off and someone sent a pillow. Was worried that the place is a bit small, and this opened up a drawing for expansion. It's really Coquette's mom opening the door for Coquette, and Coquette is home. Without any hesitation, Xinhao directly used this B-grade red mystery card. Shasta. The red mystic card in his hand transformed into a dazzling red aura that enveloped the entire interdimensional shelter in an instant. Immediately after, the entire interdimensional shelter began to expand swiftly in an instant, and a staircase leading to the 2nd floor appeared in the living room. The shocking scene left the 3 women, including Spider-chan, sitting on the couch, looking dumbfounded. Spider-chan did not hesitate to drop the half-eaten can of yellow peaches in his hand, and ran towards the stairs with 2 long legs with a curious face. It was clear that the intention was to ascend this staircase that had suddenly appeared and walk up to see what could be accessed above the stairs. Anne and Evelyn both looked at each other after. In unison, they dropped the automatic rifles in their hands that could already be eliminated in their eyes, then quickly stood up and hurriedly chased after them towards Spider-Z. After some brief exchanges between the 3 just now, they had become somewhat familiar with each other and were no longer as restrained as they were initially. In the middle of the bedroom, Xinhao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, didn't need to go out to check at all, and with just a thought, the entire scene of the interdimensional shelter appeared in his mind. In the interdimensional shelter that had turned into 3 floors, there were all kinds of furniture and appliances and decorations, and the decoration looked much more refined and luxurious than before. The amenities are equally complete. The bedrooms, study, and recreation room add up to 10 rooms. Spider-chan, Annie, and Evelyn were poking around the 2nd floor rec room with curious faces. 1st floor amongst the master bedrooms, Natalie was lying on her side on the bed, sleeping with her hands wrapped around a small bare pillow, a cute and sweet smile showing on her pretty face. After taking his mind back, Xinhao flipped through the other mysterious cards with anticipation. 2 grade A purple mystery cards. Purple synthesis advancement card. You can combine 3 red cards of the same type into 1 purple card of the same type with randomized attributes. Genetic Enhancement Potion, Intermediate. A genetic enhancement potion developed and manufactured by Star Ocean Technology, which can greatly improve physical quality and body strength after use. Please note that depending on the quality of each person's body, the strengthening effect fluctuates slightly, probably between 5 to 10 times. Ness. I can't believe it's a genetic enhancement potion. This time I don't have to be an ordinary person anymore. Looking at this purple card in his hand, the excitement on Qin Hao's face was overflowing, his eyes blossoming with excitement. There was no hesitation. He directly redeemed the Gene Enhancement Potion, Intermediate. It was an auto-injector with a spiral shape inside, loaded with a purple liquid that emitted a glittering golden light. As long as I don't have to be an ordinary person anymore, I'm fine with being strengthened 5 times or 10 times. With a look of anticipation, Qin Hao directly stuck the auto-injector in his hand into his left arm. For a brief second, the purple liquid in the auto-injector, which was flashing with dots of golden light, was then all injected into Qin Hao's body. Next, Qin Hao then felt a trace of dryness and heat arise in his body, and all his limbs and bones were like a pot of boiling water churning. Every cell seemed to be cheering, and as if it was undergoing some kind of drastic transformation. A few seconds later, Qin Hao vaguely felt that an unspeakable change was quietly appearing in his body, but he felt in a trance that nothing seemed to have happened. Although the surface of his body looked different from before, and did not turn into that image of a fierce man with exaggerated muscles and an open ghost back, he could clearly perceive that his body seemed to be filled with endless power. However, after some careful self-perception, Qin Hao thought that his physical quality and strength should still not completely transcend the scope of an ordinary person. However, it seems to have reached the extreme level of what an ordinary person can achieve. This should be considered a successful reinforcement, right? However, it didn't seem to have transcended the realm of an ordinary person. Was it because of the negative effects of immortality? Is it really only possible to be an ordinary person? Absolutely not. There must be some way to break this side effect. Thinking of this, Qin Hao unconsciously clenched his teeth slightly and frowned tightly. Never mind. Let's try it first. After picking up an E-grade prop card and exchanging it for a metal baseball bat, Qin Hao gripped both ends with both hands as if he was using a grip stick and broke it with force. Easily bent this one metal baseball bat into a V shape. Not bad. Finally no longer a weakling from today. Looking at the metal baseball bat that had been broken and bent in his hand, Qin Hao nodded with a satisfied face and threw it on the bed aside. He then couldn't wait to pick up the stack of golden mystery cards that had been left exclusively at the end. The sticky note at the top has a 6 written crookedly on it. This means that there are 6 golden mystery cards. Chapter 85, Tentacle Lady, I can change my size at will. After quickly taking the 6 golden mysterious cards in his hands and flipping through them, a trace of shock and dumbfoundedness couldn't help but show on Qin Hao's handsome face. Because these 6 golden mystery cards were surprisingly all golden legendary advancement cards. 5 of them were Golden Legend Summoning, and 1 was Golden Legend Skill. Both Golden Legend cards have the same effect, allowing you to advance any card that is lower than S rank into a permanent S rank golden card. The only difference was that one was a skill card, and the other was a summoning card. Earned. This time I've earned a lot. Ha ha. In the midst of extreme excitement, Qin Hao could no longer suppress his inner joy and couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. The reason he was excited was not just because he had obtained 6 golden legendary advancement cards at once. It was important to know that since they were able to obtain so many golden legendary advancement cards in a row, it meant that they would obtain more golden legendary advancement cards in the future. With the slow passage of time, he was perfectly capable of promoting all of his favorite summons and skill cards into permanent gold decks. So it represents hope. It represents infinite possibilities, together with the 1 golden legend skill that he had previously obtained. At this moment, Qin Hao had a total of 7 golden legend advancement cards in his hand, 5 golden lore summoning, and 2 golden lore skill. This meant that he could obtain 5 permanent gold summoning cards and 2 permanent gold skill cards at once. Breathe deep, 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 deep. Qin Hao took several deep breaths in succession, letting his agitation gradually calm down. As for which summoning and skill cards to promote to permanent gold legendaries, it would take some serious deep thinking. However, the dorky and cute tentacle lady is a must to advance into the golden legend. There is no doubt about that. Anyway, I'm sure I'll get more golden legendary advancement cards in the future, so let's pick the summoning cards that I like. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Hao's mouth involuntarily raised slightly. But before that, he was still planning to synthesize another wave of those hundreds of low-grade material and prop cards to see if he could still obtain some rare cards. The mind moved slightly. After calling out the system interface, it directly switched to the card synthesis interface. After taking a look at those low-grade material cards and prop cards that had just been set aside, Qin Hao gently waved his hand. 227 F-grade white material cards and 190 East-grade green material cards were then placed into the 3 card slots that presented a zigzag arrangement. Then there are 106 F-rated white prop cards and 82 E-rated green prop cards, 19 F-ranked white skill cards, 20 F-ranked white summoning cards, as well as 16 supplies and 9 prop cards left over from last time. It was also put into the slot in turn. A total of 669 cards. Begin. Synthesize. With a slight movement of Chin Hao's mind, the synthesis button on the interface was directly pressed. Shasta. An extremely cool dazzling light flashed above the synthesis interface, and a brand new unopened card was synthesized. A total of 223 cards were combined. Praise be to the greatest, most beautiful goddess of luck. May you favor me with a few more of the golden legends of my heart. Still, after praying extremely sincerely in his heart, Chin Hao, with a face of both anticipation and apprehension, opened the 223 cards at once without hesitation. Amidst a dazzling light of white, green, blue, and silver, a card was quickly flipped over, with a few extremely dazzling golden rays mixed in. There seemed to be a slightly dimmer golden glow that flashed through these glaring golden rays. That flash of golden light just now seemed a bit off. Amidst a look full of anticipation and excitement, Chin Hao straightly took out the 223 cards on the system interface. After a brief moment of thought, a beautiful purple summoning card appeared in his slightly raised right hand. Deep Sea Fear, Tentacled Lady. A dazzling purple light flashed, with a height of only the size of a palm, a head of red hair like a waterfall hanging straight down to her waist, and 6 small red tentacles growing from her waist. The tentacle nymphette appeared on the bed with a face of dorky cuteness. The tiny tentacle lady took 2 short little legs and ran all the way to the pillow, and then crossed her arms and tilted her tiny head up to look at Chin Hao. With a droll and adorable face, she asked in a delicate voice, "Master, may I ask if there's anything I can help you with?" As she spoke, the droll and cute tentacle lady couldn't help but survey everything around her with those pair of big, watery red eyes. "I was going to ask you to help me organize the decks together, but I forgot you're just a tiny little cutie." A helpless smile appeared on Chin Hao's handsome face, and at the same time, he also reached out and picked up a card and placed it beside the tentacled lady. The tiny tentacle lady is just a tiny head taller than the deck. "Oomph, master, are you looking down on me?" After hearing Chin Hao's words, the tiny tentacle lady standing on the pillow suddenly hummed with a petulant face. "I'll tell you what, I can get bigger and smaller at will." The moment she spoke, the tiny tentacle lady held the card in Chin Hao's hand with both hands, and that petite and cute body suddenly began to swell and grow bigger. In the blink of an eye, her body then grew rapidly, turning into a big, dopey, adorable loli that stood 1 meter and 2 meters tall. However, it was still the same good-natured, adorable, dorky look, and even the white sailor suit she was wearing had gotten bigger with it. "Awesome, my little cutie. You can even change size at will." Looking at the tentacle lady in front of him, who had directly turned from the size of a palm to 1.2 meters in height in a split second, Chin Hao couldn't help but raise his hand and give her a thumbs up. "Oomph, master. I'm telling you, I'm very powerful, yo." The red-haired cute tentacle lady with a height of 1.2 meters, with her arms crossed and a pair of bare white tender little feet stepping on the pillow, looked at Chin Hao with a haughty face and said, "Alright, master, I can give you help organizing these cards now." Oh. As she spoke, the tentacled lady crouched down on the bed to help organize the scattered cards. "Aha!" Chin Hao smiled and nodded, following along to organize these cards on the bed, when a dark gold card was turned over. Looking at the contents on the card, his entire body instantly froze in place, and then a look of ecstasy and excitement appeared on his face, simply because it's a SSS ranked dark gold card, Chapter 86 SSS grade dark gold mystery card, and it's also an extremely rare SSS ranked dark gold mystery card. True love, till death do us part. Dark gold mystery card, SSS grade. Do you love her/him? If your love is deep enough, are you willing to enter into a contract of life and death? The destinies of the two of you will be fully merged, eternally united, living and dying together until the end of time, until the end of the sea, until the end of life, until death do us part. After concluding this contract, they can share each other's talents, powers, and even lives. Unless both parties perish at the same time, one of them will be resurrected with full blood in a split second after death. We can only die together. No one can separate us. Attention! If the contracting parties are not in true love, they will both die a violent death the moment the contract is made. This dark gold card is simply made for me. After reading the content on this dark gold mysterious card, Chin Hao couldn't help but show a delighted smile on his handsome face. In fact, for ordinary people, the effect of this dark gold card is not really impossible to crack it, although it is already sufficiently unbelievable. After all, there are a plethora of ways to kill two people at the same time. However, one should know that Qin Hao had an immortal body. This means that, as long as they have concluded this true love contract with each other until death, then both parties will never die. The bottom line is that both sides can share lives in addition to each other. You can also share natural abilities. This was exactly what Qin Hao needed right now. After all, he was limited to an ordinary human state at the moment due to his immortality, unable to awaken any gifted supernormal abilities, and his body could hardly transcend the realm of an ordinary human. The only restriction and requirement of this SSS grade dark gold card is that the two people who make the contract must love each other deeply enough, or else they will both die a violent death. Do two people love each other sincerely enough? Looking at the pair of blurred figures tightly embracing each other on the dark gold card, Natalie's marvelous figure appeared in Qin Hao's mind. Should One and Nico be considered in love enough despite their long absence? And there's a deep emotional foundation for each other. After a little thought in his mind, Qin Hao decided that Nico was the only suitable candidate to conclude the contract. In this way, she wouldn't need to hide in the interdimensional shelter all the time. I'm sure that killing zombies will be able to drop cards in the future. After all, the fate of the two is tightly fused together after the contract is concluded. Could there really be such a thing as fate in this world? Looking at this SSS grade dark gold mystery card in his hand, Qin Hao always felt in his heart that it was unlikely to be a coincidence. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands striding the progress of all things. But as far as the current situation was concerned, everything was moving in their favor. Whatever, it's all in my favor, at least as far as it goes. Soon, Qin Hao slightly furrowed brows stretched, putting down the dark gold mystery card in his hand and started to check out the rest of the cards. I also wonder if the luck of the day has run out. The nonce is possessed. Or is this one using all its luck on this SSS ranked dark gold mystery card? Supplies and prop cards accounted for 202 of the 223 cards, and the best of them was a B-grade prop card. There are 12 skill cards in total, and except for 3 D-rank damage cards, the rest are F-rank and E-rank cards. There are just 5 summon cards, 3 E-ranks, 2 D-ranks, and not even a single C-rank summoning card opened. There are 4 mystery cards in total. Other than that one SSS ranked dark gold mystery card, there were only 3 D-ranked potions decks. I've opened more than 1,000 cards today, so I'm sure my luck has run out, and I'm afraid it'll be difficult to open anything good again. That's all for today. After slightly skimming his mouth, Qin Hao turned his head to look at the tentacled lady who was standing aside, clutching a green material card with both hands and looking at herself blearily. Delicious small shrimp, 300G. Glancing at the contents on the green material card, Qin Hao looked at the expectant tentacled lady and asked with a smile, "Want some?" Aha! The tentacled lady, who stood barefoot on the pillow, nodded her head with a dumbfounded expression, and subconsciously raised her right hand to wipe the drool that flowed out of the corner of her mouth. "How badly do you want it?" Qin Hao intentionally teased the dumb and cute tentacle lady in front of him, smiling and lifting his hand to pinch her little fleshy cheeks. Then, with a flick of his hand, he collected the other cards laid out on the bed into his personal card pool. That's it. Especially want to eat it. Oh. He. The tentacle lady once again raised her hand and wiped the drool spilling out from the corner of her mouth, saying with a silly smile on her face, "Well, for trying so hard to help earlier, now you can eat." Qin Hao raised his hand to rub the tentacle lady's head of red hair with a doting face, while his mind moved slightly. The green supply card just instantly transformed into a bag of tasty little shrimp. He, thank you, master. The tentacle maiden looked at the green supply card in her hand that suddenly turned into a bag of delicious small shrimps, and her large pair of watery red eyes instantly looked straight up. With that, a hint of joy blossomed on the cute little face. After raising her head and showing a silly smile to Qin Hao, she tore open the package of the delicious small shrimps with both hands, then tilted her head, opened her mouth wide, and with a raised hand, she poured all the delicious small shrimps in her hand into her mouth with a brain. Immediately afterward, a trace of contentment surfaced on the cute little face, and the entire person quickly shrunk in an instant, once again becoming the size of a palm. Immediately after, she jumped off the pillow with her 2 meaty little short legs and ran all the way into Qin Hao's right hand, rubbing her face intimately on top of the palm. "That's nice. Do you have a name?" Qin Hao lifted his left hand and gently rubbed the little head of the tiny tentacle lady, and a golden mysterious card appeared in his hand with a thought. Golden Legend, Summoning. At the same time, the tiny cute tentacle lady turned into a purple card in a flash. Deep Sea Fear, Tentacle Woman. After stacking 2 cards on top of each other, Shasta, Golden Legend, Summoning, then turned into an extremely dazzling golden light that quickly enveloped the purple deck. After the golden glow dissipated, the original A-grade purple card had advanced into an S-grade gold card. After taking it in his hand and looking at it carefully, Qin Hao found the tentacle maiden that advanced into a permanent golden legend. There's also an additional ultimate combat form. It could turn into a giant red tentacle monster that was 20 meters tall, but the exact value wasn't shown, but it was definitely a full attribute boost. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden card pinched in Shin Hao's hand turned into a tiny red tentacle monster in a dazzling golden light. From the outside, the current tentacle woman didn't seem too different from before. Master, I don't have a name yet. Oh, can you help me come up with one? Well, it's a bit cheesy to call Red, and you're so cute looking, why don't we just call you Cutie? Good, I have a name. Good girl, sit on the side and play. Shin Hao smiled and lifted his hand, rubbing the tentacle lady's little head and placing her on top of a pillow on the side. Then, with a slight movement of his mind, he called out the system interface and switched to the summoning card interface inside his personal card pool. Looking at those summoning cards in front of him fell into thought. Which lucky one will be advanced to Golden Legend next? Chapter 87, Live Together. To die together. Till death do us part. But, after much deliberation, Shin Hao finally gave up the idea of advancing some summoning cards right now. Apart from the fact that there was nothing of the desired card maiden among these cards. Mostly because these summons are not showing any particular excesses at the moment. So, he decided to take these card girls of his through a few more battles next. When the time comes to see which some of the card girls perform to your satisfaction, you can consider advancing them to permanent gold legendaries. As for why did you advance Tentacle Lady to Golden Legend in the first place? In addition to the fact that the tiny tentacle maiden's cute and adorable appearance is inviting and rare. Naturally, it's because she belongs to the spirit type card girl, and will be of great use at critical moments. As for those attribute conversion cards and advanced synthesis cards that were obtained, Shin Hao didn't rush to use it now, either. Apart from the fact that I hadn't figured out how to use it for the best results for a while, it was also because I felt that my luck had run out for the day, planning to save it for when I get lucky. Let's wait a little longer, maybe we'll get even better, rarer summoning and skill cards later. After whispering in his mind, with a slight movement of Shin Hao's mind, 2 more summon cards appeared in his right hand. SS Class, Frost Dragon Lady, Xiao Luo. S Class, Queen of Blades Rose. A gold and a white dazzling light flashed in midair, and 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of Shin Hao. Frost Dragon Lady Xiao Luo was a silver-haired, silver-pupilized beauty with about 1 meter 6 in height, delicate features, beautiful looks, and a delicate figure. There was also a pair of tiny silver dragon horns above his head, and a small, half-meter-long silver dragon tail likewise grew from his hips behind him. She was wearing a delicate and beautiful two-tone green and silver body armor, and silver knee-high boots on top of her long legs. In the moment of appearance, the dragon race beauty girl Xiao Luo then surveyed everything around her with a curious face, finally locking her eyes on Shin Hao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. A pair of big beautiful silver eyes were as if they could smile, slightly curving into a crescent shape, and a light smile appeared above her pretty face. Hello master, my name is Xiao Luo. Hello commander, my name is Rose. The mechanically modified warrior Rose is similar to and in appearance, with an image of a mechanically modified human. The only difference is that Rose is not covered in any simulated skin. Aside from the head and a portion of the chest being true flesh and blood, the rest of the remaining torso was a metal prosthetic limb made of a special material. The whole thing looked as if it was a cool silver mecha warrior. On top of her back was likewise carrying 2 long silver alloy swords, as well as 2 very cool looking silver rifles. Chance, like Evelyn, had the same image of an Asian beauty with dark, silky, black, shoulder-length hair. Although 70% of her torso had been transformed into mechanical prosthetics, it rather made her body look even more perfect. Beyond that, Shin Hao also discovered a problem. Each of these summons has their own individual character temperament, which leads to differences in how they address themselves. Spider-chan, Koro, Tentacle-chan, and other types of Fei-chan basically call themselves masters in a very affectionate way. Anne, Evelyn, and Rose, a class of Cardassians converted from human, basically address the commander or sir. Of course, it was possible that this had something to do with the identity of the 3 of them. After all, they all belonged to the category of being warriors or killers before this. Welcome to join you among my team. My name is Shin Hao, and from now on, we will all be fighting partners together. After revealing a smile full of sunshine to the somewhat restrained 2, Shin Hao turned around and stretched out his hand to put the tentacled lady, who was standing on the pillow and was sizing up Xiao Luo and Rose with a curious face, on his hand. Come on, I'll take you to meet the rest of the little ones now, and we'll all be family from now on. As he was talking, Shin Hao held the doll and cute tentacle lady in his palm, opened the bedroom door, and walked towards the living room outside. Spider Z, Annie, and Evelyn, who received Shin Hao's summon, also walked down from the 2nd floor. After taking Lo and Rose to the living room, Shin Hao sat down on the sofa, and after placing the tentacle lady in his hand on the coffee table, He waved to the several women standing aside with a smile on his face. Let's all sit down. Today is kind of your first meeting and it's worth celebrating. As he spoke, Jin Hao smiled and waved his hand. A large array of things instantly appeared on top of the originally empty coffee table and sofa. A wide variety of delicious food. A wide variety of snacks. Fresh and tempting fruits. A wide variety of drinks. And some cute stuffed dolls. In addition, there are some weird and wonderful contraptions. From now on you'll be life and death comrades fighting together side by side. Next, you can talk to each other, eat, have a tea party and get to know each other. However, we must all get along. No conflicts. Amidst the faces of several large and small card ladies with joy and excitement, Shinhao stood up with a smile and walked towards the master bedroom. He didn't have time to have a tea party here with these card ladies, because he had more important things to do right now. In the midst of a group of card ladies with curious gazes, Shinhao walked into the master bedroom. Inside the room, Nico's petite body was covered with a summer cool quilt. Her fragrant shoulders were slightly spread out. She was immersed in a sound and sweet sleep, and a light smile quietly flowed out above that white and watery face. Looking at Nico, who was curled up on the bed as if she was a lazy kitten, a light smile couldn't help but appear on Shinhao's handsome face. Compared to the card girls sitting outside on the living room couch who were either sexy and glamorous, bright and pretty, flirty and feminine, or dainty and cute. After all, Shinhao still favored Natalie, who had grown up with him since childhood. After all, the two of them had already cultivated an extremely deep and sincere relationship since they were young and ignorant. To him, Nico was like a bright white moonlight in his heart, a warm harbor that could support his body and mind. Her presence could be a great comfort and fulfillment to him in mind and spirit. Shinhao had just sat down on the edge of the bed. As if she felt something in her heart, the sleeping Nico gently rolled over, stretched out her two white jade-like arms, and hugged Shinhao's arm tightly. As if she were a sexy and charming cat, she murmured with her eyes closed, "How? Are you done?" As she spoke, she also slightly tilted her head and put her nose on top of Shinhao's arm and sniffed. After smelling that familiar flavor, a trace of sweetness and happiness involuntarily appeared above the delicate and absolutely beautiful face. "Nico, do you love me?" With a doting face, Shinhao slowly raised his hand and gently stroked Nico's smooth and white cheek. "Idiot, I don't love you who I love." Natalie, who had her eyes closed, hummed petulantly, "Nico, I love you too." In the midst of a heartfelt murmur, the SSS grade dark gold card that Shinhao cupped in his hand instantly turned into a brilliant stream of light, enveloping the two of them tightly. True love, till death do us part. In this moment, Shinhao and Nico's destinies were completely fused into one, eternally bonded, living and dying together until the end of days and the end of the sea. Until death do us part, the two will share each other's gifts, powers, and lives. Live together, to die together. Chapter 88, Departure. Target suburb. Right at the moment when the life and death contract between the two of them was concluded, Nico, who was in a half-asleep, half-awake state, instantly and completely came to her senses. She sat up straight, not caring that she was already naked, or not caring at all about the situation of being naked in front of Shinhao. Ah how! Just now, after Shinhao hurriedly glanced at Nico's sexy and charming petite body, a smile of certainty appeared on his handsome face. Everything that just happened was real. It was never an illusion. And from now on, our destinies are closely intertwined, and we will live and die together until death do us part. How? I get it. I just think it's all just too amazing and mind-boggling. In fact, there was no need for Shinhao to open his mouth to explain anything at all. And the moment the life and death contract was concluded, everything was already clear in Nico's mind. A life and death contract was concluded between her and Shinhao, and from then on, the destinies of the two people were closely intertwined, living and dying together. Between each other, they are able to share the talents, powers, and lives of both parties. However, Shinhao was able to clearly perceive that Nico had not yet discovered the biggest secret in himself. She didn't realize that she possessed an immortal body, nor was she aware that she had a magical monster-killing and card-exploding system. With each other, all that is shared is talent, psychic ability and life. Of course, from now on, Nico killing monsters would likewise be able to provide cards for Shinhao. From now on, the two are no longer separate. How? Nico. Next, the scarlet-faced Nico. A hint of sweetness and happiness overflowed above her delicate and beautiful face. Unable to help herself, she directly jumped into Shinhao's embrace, a trace of confusion flowing out from a pair of beautiful big eyes. How? I love you. I love you too. The touch of the white and watery skin was the same thing that made Shinhao fall into a state of confusion. The man is in love. The concubine is in love. Together we go to Witch Mountain. In that boundless ambiguous atmosphere, naturally some indescribable things will happen. Inside the living room, the 6 card girls who were holding a tea party in a pleasant atmosphere, After hearing the ambiguous sounds coming from the bedroom, a few of them couldn't help but let a delicate smile spread across their faces. The tentacle lady, who had taken on the form of a cute 1 meter too lowly, sat beside Spider-chan, and looked at the odd smile that spread across her face. A trace of doubt surfaced on the cute and delicate face. "Sister, what is the master doing in his room?" A delicate smile appeared on Spider-chan's sexy and flirtatious face as she raised her hand and gently rubbed the tentacle lady's long red hair. "Little cutie, this is a secret between adults. Oh, you'll understand when you're a little older. Okay." With a good-natured nod, the tentacled lady stopped paying attention to the voices coming from the master bedroom and reached over to pick up the generally tasty little shrimp from the coffee table and eat them. Anne, Evelyn and Rose, who were concentrating on fiddling with those firearms on the ground, listened to them for a moment, and after confirming that Chin-hao was not in danger, they no longer paid too much attention to it. Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo naturally also heard what kind of sound was coming from the master bedroom, and her pretty face instantly turned scarlet. She looked around and realized that the others hadn't noticed the change in her, so she acted as if nothing had happened and reached over to grab a bag of chips from the coffee table and ate them, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I have to say, these snacks and treats are truly delicious." A few minutes later, the card ladies who couldn't take it anymore had to head towards the second floor one after another with their favorite treats and snacks. The following morning, Chin-hao awoke from his slumber. After half a night's frenzy, the energy expended had been restored to its optimal state and the whole person became refreshed. On the side, Natalie was still sleeping soundly. The 6 card girls were all continuing the tea party in the middle of the living room on the first floor. After redeeming a brand new black tactical suit and putting it on, Chin-hao's mind moved slightly, and the scene in the real world appeared in his mind. The raging storm outside has stopped. The entire city has been reduced to rubble under the saturation bombing yesterday, with devastation as far as the eye can see and broken walls everywhere. Among the ruins, some rotting limbs and broken arms could be vaguely seen. As for the standing zombies, not a single one could be seen. "How? Are you going to get busy?" Nico, who had just awakened, hugged Chin-hao from behind in a sleepy haze and leaned her cheek on top of his shoulder. "Well, why don't you get some more sleep and I'll take you out when it's safe." After turning around and gently hugging Nico, Chin-hao stood up and walked out of the bedroom, heading towards the living room. At this moment, Chin-hao, dressed in a black tactical suit, transformed into a handsome teenager, causing the gazes of the group of card girls sitting on the sofa to light up. "Spider will come out with me later. As for the others, do you want to stay here? Or do you want to cancel the summon state?" "Stay here." The few remaining people spoke in unison. "All right then, from now on, you'll stay in the shelter, and I'll just summon you out when I need you. It's just as well that you guys teach Natalie some fighting skills after she wakes up from her nap." After hearing Chin-hao's words, a trace of delight was evident on the faces of several card ladies. The Spider Z, who was sitting on top of the couch with his legs crossed, instantly transformed into a fist-sized Spider Z in the midst of a blood aura. An aerial bounce jumped directly into the pocket of Chin-hao's jacket, revealing half of his small furry head after turning around inside. Chin-hao, on the other hand, stepped aside, taking the dog-legged knife that lay on the ground. He picked it up and hung it on his body, and picked up a Desert Eagle pistol with its holster and hung it on his belt. The other weapons and equipment were left in the interdimensional shelter. After all, it seemed a bit cumbersome to leave them on. Anyway, it can appear in your hand at the drop of a hat when you need it, and it's a lot easier and faster than hanging on to your body. After habitually walking over to a side shelf of snacks and grabbing some chocolates and candies and stuffing them in his pocket, he redeemed another aromatic braised beef brisket rice and ate it, quickly finishing a braised beef brisket rice later. With a slight movement of his mind, Chin-hao's entire body, along with the spider child in his pocket, disappeared into the interdimensional shelter. Next, Chin-hao appeared directly on top of a messy fountain square, and 2 or 3 meters beside him was a 3-meter-deep crater. After glancing up at the sun above his head, he followed it up with a glance down at the time on his wrist, 10:25 a.m. Before coming out from the interdimensional shelter, Chin-hao had already planned the next action plan in his mind. Right now the city had been bombed into ruins, and it was estimated that there were few zombies left in the city even if they hadn't all been killed by the bombing. Of course, I'm afraid the condition of those survivors is no better than that of the zombies. Therefore, Chin-hao next planned to leave this ruined city under his feet and head to the outskirts of the city to check out the situation. If there aren't many zombies present in the suburbs either, then we'll have to check out the situation in one of the other nearby cities. There was no way for a motorcycle to travel among the devastated ruins, and with no other choice, Chin-hao could only walk towards the suburbs on foot. The good thing is that it's not that far from the suburbs, just a few kilometers. Originally, Chin-hao was planning to let the dragon race beauty Xiao Luo turn into a frost dragon to fly out with him, but after thinking about it for a while, I still felt that it was a bit flashy and gave up the idea. It was just as well. He wanted to see for himself what a city that had been bombarded with artillery fire all over again looked like, and if there were still any zombies present. It's a shame though. Until noon, Shinhao left the urban area that had been bombed into ruins and went into the middle of the suburb, and didn't see a single living thing, or a zombie. After entering the middle of a provincial highway, Shinhao took out that one heavy motorcycle from among the interdimensional shelters and sped towards the south on it. Soon enough, it came to pass the same town where it had stopped. This place has not been shelled. Next, he didn't head in the direction of the military base, but turned a corner and sped towards the southwest. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinhao drove his motorcycle into the middle of a small town and stopped at a gas station. Just as he was filling up his motorcycle with gas, bang! With a crisp gunshot, a bullet flew out of a small 3-story building a few dozen meters away. The bullet scratched against Shinhao's arm and shot into a concrete pillar on the side, splashing a piece of concrete debris. The crisp gunshot completely shattered the quietness at hand, and 2 rotting zombies hissed and ran out from a side alley. Chapter 89 Fury. Shinhao subconsciously ran behind the concrete pillar and entered the shooting dead center of that small 3-story building, then disappeared in a flash. Although a bullet can't do much harm to him now, he doesn't want to take a shot for no reason, because the pain is real. The moment Shinhao disappeared behind the concrete pillar, the 2 zombies that had rushed out of the alley waving their 2 rotting arms with a face of hideous horror and hissing, instantly lost their target. A look of puzzlement appeared above his rotting face as he stopped beside the motorcycle and glanced around at the empty surroundings. Next, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out again. A bullet came rushing in with lightning speed from the window of the small 3-story building a few dozen meters away. In an instant, the bullet shot into the chest of one of the zombies, splashing a dark green blood flower. The zombie that had taken a shot to the chest was carried backward 2 steps by the impact, then tilted its head back and let out a hiss at the 3rd-floor window a few dozen meters away. The other walker next to him was also attracted by the sound of the gunshot, and hobbled over to this one. 30 or 40 meters away by the 3rd-floor window of that small 3-story building, there stood a young man of about 1.7 meters, with a head of yellow hair, wearing a black tracksuit and carrying a black sports backpack, about 18 or 19 years old. He looked gangly, with a blue eye of heaven tattooed above his brow and a burning cigarette in his mouth. In the middle of his hands he carried a well-worn brown bolt-action rifle with an old model scope mounted on it. Mud. Missed again. The accuracy of the sights on this tie gun is really bad. It's a trash gun compared to the ones in the game. I should have known better than to fight zombies, wasting a bullet for nothing. This yellow-haired boy who cursed while pulling the bolt to load his gun was named Zhou Hao, who had just turned 20 this year. It's a total spiritual guy, and he is also a notorious figure in this town, resident in internet cafes, and when he runs out of money, he goes on petty thefts, causing people to dislike him and dogs to hate him. Even the few stray dogs in town had to all bark a little more when they saw him, because this guy is just a little bit of a lackluster band of smokers with a belly full of bad blood, and once yanked 2 stray dogs that were breeding away from each other in a hard way. After the apocalypse and the zombie outbreak, it was still relatively safe in this town that didn't have a large population, so Zhou Hao stayed hidden in an old courtyard where no one lived. For the first 2 days, he quickly gathered some food and water by his skill at sneaking through doors and picking locks. Even the badly worn bolt-action rifle he was holding had been stolen from a house in town and had over 50 bullets. Yesterday, after the city had suffered a furious bombardment, most of those zombies roaming the town had left one after another. Zhou Hao, who had very little food left, then dared to run out from his hiding place and ran all the way into the small 3-story building. Before meeting Qin Hao, he had already shot an innocent survivor elsewhere. The moment the bullet struck that one survivor, his entire body trembled slightly, extremely excited, experiencing the unprecedented thrill of killing. This extreme pleasure of being able to control a person's life and death, it will made him deeply mesmerized and caught up in it. This time, the reason why he wanted to shoot and sneak attack Qin Hao was besides the fact that he wanted to continue to experience the thrill and excitement of killing. The main thing is that he has taken a fancy to Qin Hao's cool heavy motorcycle, and wants to snatch it for himself. Mud. Don't think you're safe just because you're hiding behind a pillar. I don't believe you can keep hiding without moving with those 2 walkers around. After fiercely taking a deep breath of smoke, Zhou Hao tightly closed his left eye and once again put his right eye close to the scope, carefully searching for Qin Hao's traces. Since owning the extremely worn bolt-action rifle, his self-confidence instantly exploded, and he felt in a trance that he had transformed himself from an ordinary spiritual boy into a formidable god of doom. Ha! Why are those 2 zombies standing there like 2 stupid coins? You guys step on the horse and go bite the one who's hiding for me. Looking at the 2 rotting zombies that stood frozen next to the motorcycle, Zhou Hao cursed and took a sharp drag on his cigarette. He didn't keep shooting at walkers. Aside from being a bad shot and not having a lot of bullets, the main thing was the fear of blowing up that motorcycle he loved so much. After all, that's a flammable and explosive gas station. But he had all the patience and time in the world right now. I really don't believe it. If you have the ability to hide behind a pillar and never come out, or sooner or later I'll shoot you to death. After taking a sharp drag on his cigarette, Joe threw it on the ground and stomped it out before continuing to stare at the scope to observe the concrete pillar in the gas station. And so it was. After a full minute, Joe, whose eyes were already a bit sore, raised his hand to rub his eyes with a puzzled expression. Did it run away? That's impossible. It's such a big place. I would have been able to spot him if he ran away. Just as Joe was full of doubts and ready to continue to keep a close eye on the gas station, he was caught off guard when he suddenly heard the sound of gunshots that sounded like thunder behind himself. Bang 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 bang. Shasta. He only felt a heart-rending pain coming from his arms as well as above his thighs. His face twisted up in an instant afterward, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream from his mouth. The bolt-action rifle in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and his legs went limp with a thud, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterward, he saw that the black-clothed teenager, who should be hiding behind a concrete pillar at the moment, was standing behind himself with a smile on his face, holding a desert eagle. He had just gone so far as to use the desert eagle in his hand to break his own limbs in the twinkling of an eye. Joe, who was leaning against the wall and sitting paralyzed on the ground, his limbs were bubbling blood out continuously, asked in a trembling voice amidst a wail of pain, Are you a human or a ghost? Sun Tzu, let me tell you, I'm a person who hates people sneaking up on me. Shinhao violently raised his foot and kicked Joe's face. Don't worry, I won't let you die just like that. Shinhao rubbed his foot hard on the face of Joe, who was in pain, a few times, then picked up Joe, who weighed about 100 pounds, with one hand and the bolt-action rifle, which fell on the ground, with the other. Turning around, he headed out of the room. After his last genetic enhancement, he could casually pick up 100 or 200 pounds at this point. Just now, the moment he hid behind the concrete pillar, he used the Shadow Sneak skill card, all the way to Joe's back. Then, in a flash, he fired 4 shots in a row, breaking Joe's limbs. After all, anyone who was blackballed for no reason, the heart will not feel pain, naturally, to vent some of the anger in the heart. Chapter 90, 3 Death-Defying Extremists. After carrying Joe, who was like a dead dog and in a comatose state, out of the small 3-story building, Shinhao walked straight towards the gas station 30 to 40 meters away. The 2 zombies that froze in place instantly frantically waved their rotting arms and rushed forward with a hideous hiss. Seek death. The bolt-action rifle in Shinhao's hand turned into a silver-colored desert eagle in a flash. When the 2 zombies were only 5 or 6 meters away from him, he raised the desert eagle in his hand and fired 3 shots at the 2 zombies. Bang 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 bang. The first shot went straight into the forehead of one of the walkers, and the other 2 shots hit the legs of the second walker. The 2 zombies fell to the ground one after the other in the middle of running. The zombie with a bullet in the brain crunched right off, dropping a translucent card deck. After the second zombie whose legs were hit fell to the ground, it sprawled on the ground, waved its hands, and continued crawling towards Shinhao with a fierce face. At this moment, these ordinary rotting zombies could no longer pose any threat to Shinhao. Walked 2 meters in front of this walker. In the midst of a smile, Shinhao directly lifted up Joe, who had fainted in his hand, and violently threw himself in front of the zombie. The crawling zombie looked at Joe, who had fallen from the sky, and a hint of dumbfoundedness instantly appeared on his rotting, hideous face. There is such a good thing? With that, it nonchalantly stretched out its hands to embrace one of Joe's thighs, and opened its mouth full of bloody, crushed flesh to bite on it. Joe, who was in a coma, instantly let out a miserable scream amidst a burst of heart-rending pain. Immediately afterward, passed out again. Before he lost his consciousness, he saw Shinhao standing by the side with a happy smile on his face. However, it looked more like the devil's smile to him. His heart was filled with endless remorse. If only he had known earlier that this harmless-looking black-clothed teenager in front of him was so powerful. Even if he was given 10,000 guts, he definitely wouldn't dare to shoot at Shinhao. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world, much less a pill for regret. Once you make a bad choice, then you have to pay the price. Bang! The zombie that was lying on the ground, crazily nibbling on Joe with both hands, was directly shot in the head amidst a crisp gunshot. TSK, I'll let you have a few bites, but you're really addicted to it, aren't you? Holding the Desert Eagle in his hand, Shinhao used a gun duel to pull the trigger on this one zombie's head at close range. Then, placing the Desert Eagle in his hand back into the clip on his belt, he removed the badly worn bolt-action rifle and surveyed it. Meanwhile, waiting for Joe, who had just been bitten by a zombie, to turn into a zombie. It's an old brown bolt-action rifle that looks to be a bit older, and is shaped a bit like a 98K rifle, but a bit less so. It's supposed to be a replica 98K rifle from a couple decades ago, but unfortunately it's a little worn and I don't know where this guy got it. After pulling the bolt a few times and trying his hand, Jinhao raised the gun with both hands and aimed at Zhou Hao, who was already drenched in blood on the ground. Through the scope, as if he were a dead dog, Zhou Hao, who was in a coma, had dark green lines starting to appear on his dirty face, although Jinhao still retained the last trace of moral bottom line until now, and would not kill innocents indiscriminately. However, for those enemies who presumed to be unfavorable to him, he would definitely not be merciful and lenient. Kindness and mercy should never be used on an enemy. Just then, a white car parked on the opposite side of the road suddenly made a sharp turn directly into the gas station side. Squeak! Amidst a sound of sharp braking, this small white sedan directly stopped on top of the open space 2 or 3 meters away from Jinhao. Immediately after, 2 women and 1 man, 3 young men in their 20s, walked down in turn. Looking at the 2 women and 1 man who came down from the car, Jinhao was slightly stunned. He didn't find this white sedan when he came to the gas station just now. Could it be that it came during the time he had just gone to the small 3-story building? Just between the doubts in Jinhao's heart. Among the 3, the long-haired girl with pretty appearance, dressed in a pink dress, and as haughty as a little fairy, suddenly looked at Jinhao in an accusatory tone, with a face full of condescension. I saw it all just now. You clearly let the walkers bite this man on the ground on purpose. The round-faced girl standing on the side with a slightly chubby figure, wearing a black casual dress and wearing a head of brown shawl-length hair, also followed and said helpfully, "That's right, we just watched it clearly from the car. You clearly had the ability to kill that one walker, but you didn't. Not only did you not save him, you fed him directly to the walkers." The round-faced girl looked at the smiling Jinhao with an angry face and pointed her finger at Zhou Hao, who was lying on the ground, already bloody. Even if it's already the end of the world and there are zombies everywhere, then you can't be so cruel as to kill an innocent person. This is extremely immoral. The tall, skinny, glasses-wearing, svelte-looking boy in black standing to the side was likewise transformed into a super-licking dog in an instant. Raising his hand to hold his glasses, he looked at Jinhao with a serious face and said in a serious manner, "It's the end of the world now. We should all be united. No more infighting and killing each other." Looking at these 3 extremely talented people in front of him, who suddenly appeared from nowhere, Jinhao was instantly exasperated and laughed at the trio's remarks. How on earth did these 3 extremes survive for so long in the midst of the apocalypse and not die? Is just based on this flood of sanctimoniousness? That's bull ********. This grandson just took a black shot at me with a gun. Understand? Jinhao sneered, and with the bolt-action rifle in his hand, pointed at Zhou Hao, who was already on the verge of necrophilia on the ground. "So, then I see you've just shot him several times already. You shouldn't feed him to the walkers anymore. It's cruel." The fairy in the pink dress still looks like she's on the moral high ground. "Yes, Ching is right. He didn't just shoot you once. I think you just shot him at least several times." The dog-licking man reached out and pointed at Zhou Hao's bloody limbs with an accusatory face. Standing to the side, the round-faced girl with the heart of the Virgin Mary also said with an excited face, "That's right, he didn't just shoot you. I don't think you're hurt. Besides, you've just shot him several times. You should have cleared the air. Why are you still heartlessly feeding him to the walkers? You're going to be shot before the end of time for this kind of behavior. Do you have any humanity left?" The more the saintly girl said, the more agitated she became, itching to have Jinhao executed by firing squad right away. Chapter 91, Holy Mothers, please start your show. Mud. 3 retards. Jinhao couldn't help but roll his eyes, as if looking at the 3 big sabi, glancing at these 3 extreme idiots in front of him who had a face of righteous indignation and thought they were standing on the moral high ground. "What? Who did you just call retarded? Who said retarded?" Hearing Jinhao's words, the pink-clothed fairy instantly responded and directly exploded. "Exactly. Who are you calling retarded?" The round-faced girl standing on the side was likewise feeling that her self-esteem had been insulted. The dog-licking man on the side, who had already been brainwashed by the goddess, was equally furious. "Try saying another word?" "No. Where did you 3 brainiacs come from?" Jinhao laughed coldly. "It's already the end of the world? Still think it's a peaceful era? Remember, it's the world end day." As he spoke, Jinhao smiled and raised the bolt-action rifle in his hand, aiming the muzzle above the pink-clothed fairy's forehead. "What do you want?" Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun on top of her head, the pink-clothed fairy instantly became somewhat abashed, and her legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. The 2 people standing aside were also startled by Jinhao's action and instantly closed their mouths. Jinhao sneered and asked, Do you know what's in my hand? It's a gun. The pink-clad fairy shuddered. Since you know I have a gun in my hand, who gave you the nerve to provoke me? As he spoke, Jin Hao directly turned his gun and pushed it on top of the head of Zhou Hao, who had already turned into a corpse. Bang! Zhou Hao, who had just turned into a zombie, was directly shot in the head. This loud gunshot directly scared the three pink-clothed fairies and subconsciously shivered. Ah! In her panic, the pink-clothed fairy directly raised her hands to cover her ears and subconsciously let out an ear-piercing scream. On your knees! Jin Hao pulled the bolt and once again pressed the muzzle of the gun above the pink-clothed fairy's head. In the midst of his stern cry, the pink-clothed fairy who had been pampered and raised in a group of people's pampering completely exploded. You're a big man. Why do you want to be catty with me? A woman, or not? Bang! The excited pink-clothed fairy had only just gotten halfway through her sentence when a bloody hole was made by a bullet above her white forehead. Why did he just shoot? I'm so pretty. How could he bear it? How could he spare the shot? With a hint of doubt and incomprehension in her heart, the pink-clothed fairy completely lost consciousness. The round-faced girl and the dog-licking man standing on the side were similarly stunned, revealing a look of shock. This man, why did he just shoot at the drop of a hat? Wasn't it just a few accusations? The big deal is to give you an apology. What's the point of shooting someone? Why did you suddenly shoot and kill Ching Ching? It's not like she offended you. She was merely scared out of control by you. The round-faced girl with a saintly heart overflowing with disbelief asked in a trembling voice with a horrified face. I'll kill. What do you want? What can you do? Jin Hao sneered. Not convinced? Then hold it for me. After pulling the bolt and reloading the rifle, Jin Hao suddenly looked at the round-faced girl with a shocked and horrified face and smiled. By the way, according to what you just said, I didn't just shoot her. You, the round-faced girl, whose legs were a bit soft, didn't know how to respond for a moment and couldn't help but cry in a low voice. Now, both of you get down on your knees too. Jin Hao suddenly snapped, raising the bolt-action rifle in his hand once again. There was no hesitation. The dog-licking man on the side flopped, directly on both knees. No way. This black-clothed teenager in front of him. He really dared to shoot someone. The round-faced girl, whose spirit was already on the verge of collapse and in stagnation, also shivered at Jin Hao's stern cry and subconsciously knelt on the ground, like being a saintly mother. Ha! Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to be a holy mother. One of you two must die. Only the remaining one can survive. Holy mothers, now please start your show. As soon as Jin Hao's words fell, the dog-licking man kneeling on the ground looked with a pleading face at the round-faced girl who was kneeling on the side with a dull expression. Xiaolin, you have such a good heart. Surely you'll let me live, right? But I want to live. The round-faced girl with a dull expression slowly turned her head and looked at the dog-licking man with a helpless face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't you a saint? Aren't you full of love? If it wasn't for you and Ching Ching, how did we get into this situation? How come you're not willing to sacrifice yourself now? The dog-licking man, kneeling on the ground, completely exploded under the threat of death, raising his hand to the round-faced girl's face and delivering a resounding slap. TCH dog eat dog. Jin Hao, who was happily watching the fun, suddenly twisted his head and looked at the alleyway to the side, as well as the fork in the road a dozen meters away. 3 rotting walkers stumbled out of a side alley as a petite weightless female walker and 2 bloody zombie dogs came charging down the fork in the road. Hey, there are zombies. Shoot and kill them, please. The round-faced girl suddenly let out a piercing scream with a terrified face. Please kill them quickly. I'm willing to be your little brother, even as a dog. The dog-licking man was equally terrified. I'm sorry, I'm not a saintly mother. In fact, I'm a bad guy. Jin Hao swung his hand violently, directly smashing the butt of his gun on the dog-licking man's face. The dog-licker man was instantly slammed to the ground. At that moment, the 3 rotting zombies that had rushed out from the alleyway had pounced on them. Holy mothers, the zombies need your love too. Oh, speak well to them about what it takes to be a holy mother, and seek to convert them with love. In the midst of a sneer, Jin Hao raised his foot and kicked out a zombie that lunged towards him. The other 2 rotting walkers had pounced on the round-faced girl and the dog-licking man, shaking their heads and tearing into them. The 1 rotting walker that had been kicked out followed suit. Jin Hao, on the other hand, directly switched the bolt-action rifle in his hand to a Saiga 12 shotgun, pulled the trigger and fired a single shotgun shell at the 2 bloody zombie dogs that were charging at him from a short distance away. At the same time, the Spider Z, which was staying in his jacket pocket, made an airborne ejection as if it was a bullet toward the weightless female zombie in midair. A black aura flashed. The weightless female zombie that had just jumped into midair had her head directly penetrated by a spider in a split second. By the time the weightless female zombie that had been killed in seconds fell to the ground, Spider Z had already returned to Jin Hao's top pocket. Immediately after, 3 translucent cards floated out from the weightless female zombie's body and flew rapidly into Chin Hao's mind. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! After a series of 3 gunshots, the 2 bloody zombie dogs were also killed by Chin Hao. Immediately afterward, Chin Hao turned around, raised his gun and aimed at the 3 rotting zombies lying on the round-faced girl and the dog-licking man, and pulled the trigger. Amidst the gurgling screams of the dog-licking man and the round-faced girl, the 3 rotting zombies were killed one by one. Save me. The round-faced girl, whose body had already been bitten bloody, looked at Chin Hao, who was standing aside, with a pleading face. The dog-licking man with his thigh half-chewed on the side had fainted. Chapter 92. You see, it's that simple. It's hopeless. Wait to turn into a zombie. After replacing the shotgun in his hand with a new magazine, Chin Hao looked at the round-faced girl who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, her face in pain and pleading. Remember, in the next generation, don't be a saintly mother in the midst of the end times. It's dangerous. It's like if you go and kill someone in a society with a sound rule of law. It will never end well. And remember to use your brain before you do anything in your next life, so that you don't let pleasure teasing control the size of your brain and do something stupid. Finally, a word of advice. All rules are really there to protect the weak, and once the balance is upset, the binding power of the rules is gone. Just for example, in this apocalyptic environment, you can't expect a man with a gun in his hand to be compliant enough to break a bunch of sense to you. Suddenly, Chin Hao turned his head with a puzzled face to look into the empty gas station on the side. He seemed to have sensed a flash of shadow just now, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing but the parked motorcycle. Strange. After slightly frowning, Chin Hao's mind moved. Shasta, a cyberpunk-inspired mechanically modified warrior with a delicate face, black hair, and a silver metallic prosthetic arm, Queen of Blades Rosebud. Then it appeared behind him. The moment she appeared, Rose raised her hands and backhandedly drew the 2 long silver alloy swords on her back, making a state of alert. Keep hiding and don't show your face if you can. Looking at the empty gas station, the corner of Chin Hao's mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of chocolate, peeling it off and stuffing it into his mouth. Looking over to the round-faced girl who was sitting paralyzed on the floor with dark green lines already appearing on her face. Do you know why I'm talking so much to you? The round-faced girl with a pained face subconsciously trembled. I know, you're actually a good person, and you had no choice but to do what you did just now. No. Chin Hao lifted a finger and waved it at her, smiling. I'm just waiting for you guys to turn into zombies is all. And the reason why I'm saying all this crap is actually to warn myself to never make the same mistakes as you guys. In the midst of an apocalyptic wasteland of the weak and the strong like the one at hand, once you make the wrong choice, it's going to cost you your life. You 3 are living examples. As he spoke, Chin Hao smiled and reached out to draw out the dog-legged knife hanging above his back waist. It slashed at the dog-licking man who had just turned into a zombie and was struggling to sit up. Swish! This explosive slash cut the dog-licking man's neck in a split second. A hideous head covered in dark green lines fell to the ground and rolled all the way to the round-faced girl. The round-faced girl with a face full of green lines subconsciously shivered, followed by a hiss as her face suddenly turned livid. Roar! Go you! The incomparably sharp dog-legged knife left a cold aura in midair, and the round-faced girl's head flew out while keeping her mouth open and hissing. Done! Chin Hao half-squatted, wiped the blood stained on the dog-legged knife with the round-faced girl's clothes, and inserted it back into the sheath on his waist. Then, began to palpate the several bodies on the ground. The poor man. Just this food is not enough to stuff his teeth. A few minutes later, on the bodies of the 3 pink-clad fairies, as well as the white sedan off to the side, a total of just enough food and water to feed 3 people for 2 days was found. In Zhou Hao's backpack, he also just found barely enough supplies for 2 or 3 days, as well as a box of rifle bullets. 46 in total. Based on the principle that ant meat was also meat, Chin Hao threw all these backpacks with supplies into the interdimensional shelter. Then, carrying a shotgun in his hand, he came to Chance's side. Well, can you feel anything? Can't detect any breathing or heartbeat. Rose shook her head slightly. It's possible that the monster in hiding doesn't have a breathing or heartbeat. Or maybe it's already gone. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Chin Hao revealed a smile full of sunshine to Rose, who was standing aside, her eyebrows slightly frowning, keeping a vigilant state. Then he dropped the shotgun in his hand into the middle of the alien shelter and walked towards the motorcycle parked next to the gas pumps. Seeing this, Chance followed closely with 2 long alloy swords. After coming to the side of his motorcycle, a white card of F grade appeared in Chin Hao's slightly raised right hand. Calling Dad. The effect of this skill card is very simple. It is literally to make the target cry out for Daddy uncontrollably for a moment. The skill range is roughly about 10 meters in a circle. In fact, these skill cards satisfy Chin Hao the most. That is, after using it, You can automatically lock on a target that is closest to you as the object of attack, or you can specify a target through your mind. Commonly known as self-aiming hang, the white skill card, which was held in Qin Hao's hand with 2 fingers, turned into a white aura in a split second, rapidly spreading towards the surroundings. Next, above the open space about 3 meters in front of Qin Hao's right side, an extremely hoarse, indistinguishable male and female voice suddenly rang out. Dad! Immediately after, a petite, female walker in a dirty pink floral wedding and a pink double ponytail wig revealed herself. She slightly tilted her head, looking at the smiling Qin Hao with a hideous face that had already decayed by more than half, revealing a hint of doubt and incomprehension. Egu, it's still a cosplay. The moment this female zombie wearing a pink flower wedding revealed herself, Qin Hao smiled and waved the second skill card in his hand. Deadly poison arrow. Shasta. A 1 meter long sharp arrow with a hint of black aura appeared out of nowhere, and lightning-like shot into the head of the female zombie 3 meters away. Pust. The sharp arrow shot in through the right eye socket of the female zombie and out the back of her head, bringing up a black and white brain. The female zombie who had just revealed her figure and was too late to make any reaction was directly killed by an arrow, less than 2 seconds before and after. You see, it's that simple. Looking at the 5 semi-transparent cards that flew towards him, Qin Hao smiled at Rosie, who was already standing aside with a shocked face. For you, Commander, this is really quite a simple thing. Looking at the female zombie who fell to the ground, staring at her eyes and dying, Rose felt admiration from the bottom of her heart. Her commander was really powerful. If he didn't make a move, he directly killed a zombie that was hiding. This combat power was simply terrifying. Alright, go back and stay there. I'll call you out when I need you. With a slight movement of Qin Hao's mind, Rose, who was in shock, was sent back into the shelter. He then filled up the motorcycle's gas, and then mounted it and wandered around this one town at the moment, trying to see if there were any more zombies present. Chapter 93, A Quietly Brewing Conspiracy, Request for Follow-up. Half an hour later, after riding his motorcycle back and forth through the town a few times, Qin Hao came to the other end of the town and stopped in front of a supermarket. For the past half hour, he only found 12 normal rotting walkers in the town, as well as a weightless female walker and a bloody muscle walker. Beyond that, there were no other walkers to be seen. The survivors did find a lot. Some of the bolder ones had already begun to gather supplies around, but they were all well-built, weapon-wielding adult males. And, basically, there were no lone ones, as few as 2 or 3 or as many as 5 or 6. These people were all very wary, hardly retarded or brain-dead, and after encountering each other, they avoided each other when they were a dozen meters apart. Of course, if food or useful supplies were found at the same time, a bloody armed fight was inevitable. After all, these people had taken advantage of the fact that after all those zombies in the town had left, they had come out of their safe houses to look for supplies, hadn't they? Qin Hao was just riding his motorcycle around the town. At least 3 or 4 groups of survivors were found. However, these survivors avoided Qin Hao from afar after discovering him. Of course, he also found, in a supermarket that had been pried open, 5 or 6 survivors engaged in a life and death struggle. As for what the final outcome was, he wasn't sure and wasn't interested because he didn't make any stops at all. After a half hour of wandering back and forth through the town, Qin Hao came to a conclusion in his heart. Most of the zombies in this one town had already left, and the dozen or so zombies he had just killed were probably the ones that hadn't had time to leave yet. Otherwise, the survivors who had hidden away would not have come out one after another to look for supplies. As for why those walkers left en masse and where they went, Qin Hao, on the other hand, knew nothing about it. However, one thing is certain. The sudden departure of these zombies must have a correlation with yesterday's saturation bombardment carried out by the missile base in the urban area. And it can't be dissociated from the bizarre natural disaster that is trying to control the infected as puppets. Perhaps the bizarre natural disaster hidden behind the curtain was quietly brewing some kind of unseen machinations. Since there were no more zombies to be found in the town, Qin Hao planned to leave here and continue to the next town. Just as he had just parked his motorcycle, from the supermarket next to the one whose door locks had been broken, a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket came out, holding a meter-long steel pipe in his hand. With a guarded face, he looked at Qin Hao, and when he saw the dog-legged knife on Qin Hao's back waist, a pair of pupils obviously shrunk. My friend, we found this one supermarket first, go find the others. This middle-aged man with a guarded face seemed to be a bit afraid of Qin Hao, or of the half-meter-long dog-leg knife on Qin Hao's back waist. After hesitating for a while, he spoke to Qin Hao. If you're really hungry, I can get you some food. Having said that, he didn't wait for Qin Hao to open his mouth, quickly turned around and ran into the middle of the supermarket, filling a food bag with 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 packages of sandwich cookies, and a large ham. After walking out again, he directly threw the food bag in his hand with force at Qin Hao, who was 4 or 5 meters away. My friend, I know it hasn't been easy for everyone since the end came. This is all I can do. Don't make it too difficult for me. That's nice of you. Qin Hao raised his hand and caught the thrown food bag with one hand, then showed a smile to the middle-aged man with a nervous face. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you for supplies. I just wanted to ask how far you are from the nearest town here. Hearing Qin Hao's words, the middle-aged man standing in front of the supermarket breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and raised his hand to point in the direction outside the town. The closest town is Peach Blossom Town. You follow this road all the way. There's probably a distance of more than 20 kilometers, and you'll pass by 2 more villages in between. After thinking about it, Qin Hao looked at the middle-aged man again and asked, how far is it to the next city when you head southwest? It's about 50 or 60 kilometers into the Greenvine city limits if you're heading southwest. About 80 or 90 kilometers if you're going to the city. Okay then, thanks and good luck. Qin Hao hung the food bag in his hand on the motorcycle's handle and smiled at the middle-aged man, then twisted the throttle and drove the motorcycle out. This person is so strange, not to find a good place to hide. Why go to other cities? Looking at the motorcycle that was gradually moving away, a trace of doubt appeared on the middle-aged man's face. With that, he suddenly turned his head to look at the intersection a few dozen meters away, where 3 young men armed with iron bars and machetes came out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did we meet these asshole things? After frowning slightly, the middle-aged man turned to the remaining 2 people who were loading supplies in the supermarket and shouted, hurry up, we have to withdraw. Crossroads. Those 3 young men also discovered the middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the supermarket and quickly rushed over waving the iron bars and machetes in their hands. It's too late. Retreat. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the 2 people in the supermarket with an anxious face, then picked up 2 backpacks full of supplies from the ground and quickly ran in towards an alley to the side. Immediately after, 2 other, younger men chased after them with 2 backpacks full of supplies each. It's a little after 4 in the afternoon. Qin Hao rode his motorcycle all the way to the Peach Blossom Town that the middle-aged man talked about. Peach Blossom Town covered an area that was a bit smaller than the previous town, and it was already hilly in terms of terrain. The location was right on top of a hill. The town is surrounded by peach trees, which is presumably why it was named Peach Town. After stopping the motorcycle at the entrance of Peach Blossom Town, Qin Hao directly put the motorcycle into the interdimensional shelter. Then, raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. Annie, Evelyn, Rose, Lo, Tentacle Lady, and Natalie, one after another, they appeared beside him. Annie, Evelyn, and Rose, the 3 of you go to town and lure any walkers in sight. Understood. Annie, Evelyn, and Rose nodded at Qin Hao and set off one after another, quickly running into the Peach Blossom Town in front of them. Chapter 94, The Eerie Grievous Corpse 1 Air. Lo, you stay with Nico and keep her safe. After Qin Hao instructed the dragon maiden Xiao Luo, he turned his head and looked at Nico, who was standing on the side, tilting her head to breathe fresh air, with a smile on her face. It must be stuffy being in the shelter all these days. Get some fresh air. Aha! Nico turned her head and gave Qin Hao a sweet smile. Okay, master. The dragon maiden Xiao Luo nodded with the same serious face and stood inch by inch with Nico. After the 1 meter 2 tall tentacle lady looked around with a curious face, she transformed into a palm-high loli in a split second and jumped into Qin Hao's other top pocket. After turning over in her pocket, she revealed a dopey, cute little head, and raised her small, fleshy hand to wave at Spider-chan, who was staying in the other pocket. Spider-chan-san. Hello there, he. Hello, cutie. Spider-chan waved her 2 tentacle limbs, radiating a hint of a pleasant mental wave at the tentacled lady. The other side, Natalie, who had been trapped for days in the middle of an interdimensional shelter without seeing the light of day. At the moment, it was open arms, facing the setting sun, eyes slightly closed, breathing in the fresh air outside. Her mood, which was originally somewhat depressed, was like dark clouds blown away by a breeze, instantly swept away. The warm sunlight poured over her face as if it had gilded her with a soft glow, making her entire being seem extraordinarily relaxed and happy. Looking at the pleasant look that spread on her delicate face, Qin Hao knew that she was in a very pleasant and happy mood right now. He didn't bother Natalie, who was enjoying her freedom, but followed her gaze to the red sun in the sky. Looking at the beauty beside him, the sunset in the sky, and the overlapping mountains in the distance, he suddenly felt that it had all become peaceful and beautiful. If there had been no weird natural disasters to come, no damn end of the world, then everything would have been even more perfect. It is worth noting that Nico quickly got acquainted with Annie and the girls in less than 2 hours. Not only did she clearly understand the relationship between them and Qin Hao, she was even as close to each other as a good sister. Even Annie had pretty much figured out the personality, temperament and abilities of each of them. Even the basics of the spider son, the only one who wasn't there, were well known to her. By talking to Annie and the girls, it also made her realize the mystery and power of her man. It caused a hint of admiration and pride to sprout within her. During this time, she even learned some of the most basic firearms knowledge from Annie and the others. Chance even taught her some hand-holding and shooting styles. A few minutes later, after enjoying her freedom and becoming in a very happy mood, Natalie opened her eyes and reached down to draw her revolver from the gun clip at her waist. Then she turned her head and revealed a slightly mischievous sweet smile to Chinhao, who was standing by the side. "How? Can I shoot?" As she spoke, she playfully shook the Colt revolver in her hand. Of course, Chinhao wore a smile on his face and tenderly raised his hand, gently rubbing the pill head tied up on Nico's head. After showing a sweet smile to Chinhao once again, Nico gripped the revolver with both hands and aimed at a peach tree not far away. After taking a few deep breaths, she toggled the firing pin and pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot broke the silence in a flash. The recoil of the Colt Python revolver was still a bit much after all, causing Natalie to take a step backward to remove the recoil. She then flicked the firing pin again and aimed at the peach tree not far away and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 In the midst of a loud gunshot, Natalie finished all 6 bullets in her revolver. Then, reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 6 bullets and began filling the nest. Chinhao, who was standing on the side, was chewing a piece of chocolate in his mouth, quietly accompanying Natalie, looking back at the situation in Peach Blossom Town from time to time. A few minutes later, Rose, with her athletic figure, was the first to run out of Peach Town, with 4 ordinary rotting zombies chasing after her, as well as a big fat zombie. Immediately after, Evelyn, who was beautiful and valiant, was not slow to lure the 3 normal rotting walkers, as well as a weightless female walker. Right behind her was the blonde-haired beauty Anne, who drew the 4 ordinary rotting zombies from the other direction as if she were flying a kite. Are these the only zombies left in Peach Blossom Town? After frowning slightly, a purple summoning card appeared in Chinhao's right hand. Red wedding dress, grieving corpse one air. A dazzling purple light flashed in mid-air. It was accompanied by a sudden and eerie gust of cloudy wind. A beautiful girl wearing a pretty red wedding dress with delicate and beautiful features and a pale to creepy face appeared in front of Chinhao's left side. Almost at the moment when the spiteful corpse one air appeared, Chinhao and Nico clearly felt that the temperature around them was dropping rapidly, but those card ladies didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Isn't she human? Looking at one air's eerily beautiful face, Nico subconsciously shivered and came to Chinhao's side to ask in a low voice, "It's okay, one of our own. No need to be afraid." After softly comforting Nico, Chinhao turned around and revealed a smile full of sunshine to One Air, who was standing in front of his left side. One Air, right, you go now and kill all those zombies, leaving no one behind. By the way, remember to hit the head or you won't be able to kill these walkers. Okay. One Air nodded to Chinhao with an expressionless face, and then took a step towards the zombies that rushed over. Annie, all 3 of you come over here and leave those zombies to One Air. Chinhao waved at the 3 of them. Annie, the 3 Ans looked at One Air, who was dressed in a red wedding dress with black hair draped over her shoulders, and instantly understood everything. Quickly, he crossed over from One Air's side and ran towards Chinhao. Several people. One Air, who was wearing a red dowry, was still walking unhurriedly, and was soon surrounded by a dozen or so zombies. The pale-faced One Air, slightly tilting her head, surveyed the zombies that surrounded her with a curious expression. The very moment these rotting zombies swung their rotting arms, hissed, and grabbed at One Air, One Air suddenly moved, only to see that in a flash, she raised a pair of miserable white jade hands, violently holding a zombie's head and twisting it with force, so fast that a residual shadow appeared. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow. Wainer is too fast. She kept moving quickly between the zombie groups, and amidst a trail of stubble, the head of a zombie was twisted off hard with her hands. Chapter 95. I'm not a ghost. For a few short seconds, the 10 ordinary zombies that surrounded One Air were then used by her with a pair of miserable white jade hands to wring off their necks one by one, and the 10 hideous and horrible heads rolled down to the ground. One rolled toward the middle of the roadside ditch. The moment the 10 headless zombies fell down one by one, the pale-faced One Air, like a ghost, appeared directly in front of that one big fat zombie. Raising a pair of miserable white jade hands, he violently stabbed 10 long blood-red nails into the 2 eye sockets of the big fat zombie. Put, put. Those 2 gray eyeballs were pierced by One Air with 10 long bloody fingernails in a flash, splattering 2 streaks of black blood mixed with white brain matter. Immediately after, her pair of jade hands bent slightly and clasped the big fat zombie's eye sockets, lifting them upward with force and then violently twisting them to the right. Ka-chow. The big fat zombie's big hideous ugly head was directly screwed off alive. A dark green foul-smelling blood was like a sharp arrow, jetting directly into the sky from within the broken neck. This bloody, horrible and shocking scene made Nico, who was standing not far away, burst with fear, and subconsciously reached out and clutched Shinhao's arm tightly. Don't be afraid. Shinhao gathered the somewhat frightened Nico into his arms and continued to look at Wan-air, who was carrying out the killing not far away. The last of the weightless female zombies could not escape her fate, just as she had just jumped up and wanted to turn around and escape. With a shake of her hand, Wan-air dropped the hideous, ugly zombie head in her hand. Tilting his head violently, he looked at the weightless female zombie who jumped into midair with a pair of bloody pupils at a very weird tilted angle. You can't get away. It was accompanied by a slightly raspy, girlish voice. In her slightly raised right hand, a more than 10-meter-long blood rope appeared out of thin air, shooting rapidly towards the weightless female zombie in midair. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the bloody rope was, quite literally, a rope used for hanging, whooshing, as if it was a lasso. This bloodstained upper sling rope was accurately and precisely set into the neck of the weightless female zombie that had already jumped to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Immediately after, the bloodstained upper sling contracted sharply and tightened around the weightless female walker's neck, yanking her down hard from midair. It landed heavily on top of the concrete in front of Wan-air. Go to hell! A wry smile appeared on Wan-air's bleakly beautiful face, and with a gentle lift of the bloodstained upper sling in her hand, the weightless female zombie was lifted up. Next, the bloodstained hanging rope that had been placed around the weightless female zombie's neck disappeared into thin air, and Wan-air violently waved a pair of miserable white jade hands. Ka-chow! The weightless female zombie in midair didn't even have time to fall towards the ground, and a rotten and hideous head was directly twisted off by her pair of jade hands. After dropping the zombie head in her hand, Wan-air turned around and looked at Shinhao, who was standing not far away, and revealed a smile, only with her pale, beautiful face. It was a bit eerie how she looked at it. Not bad, Wan-air, your performance just now was great. I'm very satisfied. Shinhao smiled and raised his hand, giving a thumbs up to Wan-air. Then, with a curious face, he asked a doubt in his mind. Wani, aren't you afraid of the sun? As he spoke, he also raised his hand and pointed to the red sun hanging in the sky. When these words came out, Nico, who was standing at the side, as well as Anne and the others, also looked at Wan-air, who was slowly walking over, with a curious expression on her face. This Wan-air in front of her, wearing a red wedding dress, with a ghastly white complexion and looking eerie, was clearly not a living person. But why isn't she afraid of the sun? What about being able to come out and move around freely in the middle of the day? Doesn't a ghost go up in smoke and dust as soon as the sun hits it? Wan-air, who was wearing a beautiful red dowry with black hair draped over her shoulders, stopped after walking to a position 2 meters in front of Shinhao. After slightly tilting his head, with a curious face, he shot a glance at Shinhao with a pair of blood pupils, as well as Nico and the others who were standing aside. She slowly turned her head again and looked at the sunset in the sky, shaking her head slightly. Not afraid. I'm not a ghost. Well, there's nothing wrong with what you said. Hearing Wan-air's words, Shinhao nodded in realization. Wan-air wasn't a spiteful ghost, but a spiteful corpse. As for what exactly is a disgruntled corpse, Shinhao was not sure. Anyway, Wan-air was very impressive just now. Makes him very happy. This is exactly the kind of talent he needs right now. A golden card, Golden Legend, Summoning, emerged from Shinhao's slightly raised right hand. Wan-air, welcome to my team. In a dazzling golden light, Wan-air, who was standing in place, instantly transformed into a purple card, followed by a dazzling golden light that firmly wrapped around her. After the golden glow dissipates, the original A-rank purple decks have advanced to S-rank gold legends. A gentle wave. The golden card suspended in midair then flew into Shinhao's right hand. After taking a closer look, I realized that in addition to the full attribute boost, the name of the card had also changed. Changed from Red Wedding Dress, Grieving Corpse Wan-air, to Red Wedding Dress, Grieving Corpse Spirit, Wan-air. Shinhao's mind moved slightly, and in a golden light, Wan-air, who had evolved into a Grudge Corpse Spirit, appeared in front of him once again. After looking up and down, he realized that the current Wan-air seemed to have a touch more popularity than before. The face was still a bit pale and still had a pair of red pupils, but it didn't look as eerie anymore. Wan-air, who had gained an extra trace of humanity, also gained an extra trace of shyness above her pretty face when she looked at Shinhao. Next, you guys go back to the shelter and have a tea party to welcome Wannabe into the fold. Shinhao smiled and lifted his hand, gently snapping his fingers, and all the rest of the card girls, except Nico, were sent back into the interdimensional shelter by him. After all the card girls had entered the interdimensional shelter, Shinhao smiled and looked at Nico, who was standing beside him. Next, we can enjoy our own world of 2. Aha! Natalie nodded at Jinhao with a happy face as her eyebrows were raised. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 2 gummy bears and peeled them open, eating one for himself and feeding another to Natalie afterward. Jinhao directly took out his motorcycle, and with an excited Nico in tow, he continued to gallop towards the southwest along the provincial road. A few kilometers later, the two rode their motorcycles into the middle of a winding mountain road. Looking at the beautiful scenery around her, Nico wrapped her hands tightly around Jinhao's waist and couldn't help but let out a burst of happy exclamations one after another. Aha! Look! The scenery there is really beautiful. Chapter 9600 Springs Bay Hot Spring Resort. Well, it's beautiful, Jinhao answered without looking back. Just know how to perfume people. Nico rolled her eyes with a flirtatious face and subconsciously pinched Jinhao gently at his waist with her hand. Where's that? I'm not being perfunctory. Okay, have a good ride. Safety first. Fear not. Don't forget that we have a life and death contract between us. As long as we don't GA off at the same time, we will instantly be revived with full blood. Stop. Let's not talk about this kind of bad luck. Nico raised her hand and gently covered Jinhao's mouth for a moment. Then with a face of obscurity, he skimmed his lips. Even if he can be resurrected with full blood after death, doesn't it hurt when he dies? Well, I think you're right. It's one thing to be able to come back to life in full blood, but it sure hurts like hell when you die. Jinhao nodded with an agreeable face. Instantly, he felt that Nico was worthy of being his own woman. Thinking like himself, he also thought that he could come back to life with full blood the moment he died, but the pain he felt when taking damage was certainly unavoidable. I don't think many people other than self-mutilators are willing to engage in self-mutilating behavior. At least, he was not willing to abuse himself. Otherwise, he would have long ago been hiding in an interdimensional shelter with a small knife, constantly mutilating himself and brushing up the effects of immortality. But, even if you brush up on immortality to the point of instant self-healing, so what? Can't you go out and get yourself killed? Anyway, even if Jinhao gained the ability to instantly heal himself, he would not just go out and do all sorts of death-defying behaviors. In his opinion, the first rule of survival in the midst of this apocalyptic wasteland was not to go to death. Be careful and steady, and don't be a random outlier. After all, a gun is a gun. That's why it's the real skill to develop in a low profile and become powerful without realizing it. Of course, low-key development doesn't mean being a softie who lets people bully you. When it comes to the enemy, you must be ruthless in your strikes. As long as all the enemies are eliminated, then they will not attract attention and leave behind problems. In a nutshell, don't cause trouble, don't be afraid of trouble, and when it's time to kill, be sure to cut off the roots. Half an hour later, Jinhao stopped at the foot of a mountain. A dozen meters off the highway was a beekeeper's camp, and a rotting walker was standing in a daze between some beehives. The moment the motorcycle came to a stop, the one zombie wearing a dark green protective suit suddenly turned around and charged, waving its arms. Natalie, you kill this one walker. Aha! Sitting on the back seat of the motorcycle, Nico turned around, holding the revolver with both hands and aiming at the one charging zombie. Aim with your eyes closed, toggle the firing pin and pull the trigger. Bang! Natalie followed the three-point shooting style taught by Rose, and accurately hit the zombie's head at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. The zombies on the run fell to the ground in response. A translucent card floated out from the corpse and quickly flew into Jinhao's mind. Very good. Well done. After getting the answer he wanted, Jinhao smiled and praised. Then, twisting the throttle, he continued to speed away on his motorcycle. It was nearing 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jinhao drove his motorcycle and stopped in a mountain pass with a pleasant view. He turned his head and peered over towards a hillside roughly 1 or 2 kilometers away. Through the lush vegetation, a small villa-like building could be vaguely seen, appearing to be a tourist resort. After following his gaze, Nico softly asked, "How? Want to go over and take a look?" After lifting his head and taking a look at the sunset hanging in the sky, Jinhao nodded. "Go over there and see what's going on." With that, he drove his motorcycle and turned into the adjacent concrete road that led to the resort. 7 or 8 minutes later, Jinhao drove his motorcycle through a lush, leafy grove and arrived at the gate of a hot spring resort. The words Baikwanwan Hot Spring Resort stood out in front of us. Looking up, this piece of hot spring resort situated on top of a half mountainside was grand in scale, covering a vast area, and looked no smaller than a village in the slightest. There are about a dozen buildings, large and small, scattered throughout the resort. The tallest of these was a 5-story white building that stood out from the rest. The 2 iron gates of the resort stood open. Some rut marks left not too long ago were clearly visible on the ground, and judging by the moisture of the dirt, it was definitely not more than a day old. "I think there's someone in there. Are we still going in?" After glancing at the rutted prints on the ground, Natalie asked softly. "Nico, go back into the shelter first. I'll go in and check the situation myself. Chin Hao barked at Nico and sent him back into the shelter. At the same time, Spider-chan was summoned again. The moment it appeared, Spider-Z rubbed against Chin Hao's body affectionately, then burrowed into the pocket of his jacket, revealing a small furry head. Good girl. After reaching out and touching Spider-Z's furry little head with a doting face, Chin Hao twisted the throttle and drove the motorcycle into the hot spring resort in front of him. Just walked into a few dozen meters. Bang, a clear gunshot instantly broke the resort of a quiet. Immediately after, there were a few more crisp gunshots. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be coming from that 5-story white building 200 to 300 meters away. Is it a hit? Or a walker? With a puzzled look on his face, Chin Hao drove his motorcycle towards that 5-story white building and sped towards it. Soon, he arrived at the front door of this 5-story white building. This 5-story white building, which appeared to cover a considerable area, seemed to be the main clubhouse of this one hot spring resort. Above the open space in front of the entrance, there were a total of 5 vehicles parked, including 3 black SUVs and 2 black sedans. However, judging from where the vehicles are parked here, there seems to be 2 groups of people. After stowing the motorcycle in the interdimensional shelter, Chin Hao had just taken out a Saiga 12 shotgun when he saw several figures running out in panic from the 5-story white building in front of him. Run! There are zombies inside, and scary mutated zombies. One of the middle-aged men greeted Chin Hao, then ran towards an SUV. Another young girl wearing a black sweatshirt looked at Chin Hao, who was standing by the side, slightly stunned, and suddenly opened her mouth. I've seen you before, at the mall, remember? Without waiting for the puzzled Chin Hao to open his mouth, she continued with an anxious face. There are some zombies in there, and a stealthy horror zombie. Uncle Long and Xiao Lu are still in there breaking the back. Please go help them. Chapter 97, A Terrifying Woman Drenched in Blood. Almost instantly, Chin Hao then remembered who Uncle Long and Xiao Lu were in this young girl's mouth, but had no impression at all of the young girl in front of him, mainly because that day at the mall, it was pitch black and I didn't even notice what anyone else looked like except for the bearded man and the younger man. After hearing the young girl say that there were some zombies in the white building in front of her, as well as a stealthy hunter zombie, Chin Hao's eyes lit up, and he directly turned around and walked inside the white building. Just then, a few more figures, panicked, ran out of the white building. Among them, Chin Hao unexpectedly saw Ling Ling and Shin Jiajiao, but he didn't see that Li Jia's figure. Ling Ling and Shin Jiajiao both froze for a moment when they saw Chin Hao walking up from the bottom of the steps, obviously somewhat surprised that they could still encounter Chin Hao here. Brother Chin Hao, why are you here? It's really great to see you. Looking at Chin Hao, Ling Ling revealed a face of delight. Shin Jiajiao didn't make any stops, and after glancing at Chin Hao with complicated eyes, she followed the others and ran towards the SUV on the side. After Ling Ling greeted Chin Hao with a happy face, she likewise followed the others and ran towards one of the black SUVs. Could it be that Chen Yanjun is also here? Why don't we see a few people from Little Ping too? With a puzzled look on his face, Chin Hao held the shotgun with both hands and walked straight into the white building. Just as he walked in, he saw the man with the beard, the young police officer, Chen Yanjun, and a young man in camouflage uniform with an inch hair that, all 4 had guns in their hands and were shooting at the walkers inside while backing out towards the doorway. After seeing Chin Hao who walked in, especially the shotgun in Chin Hao's hand, all 4 of them were slightly stunned. However, after seeing Chin Hao's appearance clearly, the hearts of the bearded man, the young police officer, and Chen Yanjun all breathed a sigh of relief. Chin Hao, go out first. There is a stealthy mutant zombie inside. Chen Yanjun held an automatic rifle in his hand and retreated to Chin Hao's side. He was also on guard against the bearded man and the young constable standing on the other side of the room. As for the inch-haired man in camouflage uniform, he was holding an automatic rifle in his hand and stood together with Chen Yanjun. It was obvious that the two were in the same gang. After the head inchman glanced at Chin Hao, he asked in a low voice, Brother Jun, recognize? Recognize. Chen Yangjun nodded. The man with a beard and the young police officer standing aside also recognized Chin Hao at this time, and exclaimed at Chin Hao at the same time. It's you! Why are you here? Listening to the words of the bearded man and the young police officer, Chen Yangjun slightly froze and looked at Chin Hao with a puzzled face. You know each other? Cut the crap. You guys go ahead and get out. I'll take care of the rest. After waving his hand casually at Chen Yangjun's 4 people, Chin Hao aimed his shotgun with both hands at an ordinary zombie that rushed out and pulled the trigger. Bang! This one walker's head was blown right off. Seeing this, Chen Yangjun's 4 men stopped talking and directly ran out towards the outside. Other than that inch-headed man, the remaining 3 had all seen Chin Hao's terrifying combat power. Staying here would only be a liability. The moment he ran down the steps, the inch-haired man in camouflage uniform looked at Chen Yangjun with a puzzled expression and asked, Jun, aren't we going to help? Isn't that a little bit not good? After running all the way to the side of the SUV, Chen Yongjun lit a cigarette and spoke. There's no need. He's more powerful alone than the four of us tied together. That's right. This is definitely a ruthless man. The man with a beard standing on the side nodded with deep understanding. The Qinhao with terrifying combat power had left him with an extremely deep impression. Within the White House, Qinhao stood in place, holding the shotgun with both hands and kept pulling the trigger, shooting out a single shotgun shell. Soon, the 7 ordinary rotting zombies were then killed one by his headshots, and immediately afterward, he walked straight towards the dimly lit hall. On the floor of the hall lay the bodies of 5 zombies, as well as the bodies of 3 survivors, in which included Li Jiela. Next, Spider Z suddenly made an airborne catapult and jumped to the back, turning into a large, blood-colored spider 2 meters in size in a split second. It knocked the hunter zombie that had just revealed its figure and wanted to swing its sword to sneak attack Qinhao out. There was no need for Qinhao to open his mouth and command. Spider Z directly wielded his 2 incredibly sharp forelimbs and unleashed a brutal and bloody abuse on the hunter walker that fell to the ground. Hey, it seems these stealthy hunter walkers will only ever do sneak attacks from behind. After glancing at the hunter zombie that kept emitting miserable screams, Qinhao carried the shotgun with both hands and continued to survey the surroundings. Shasta. His heart suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable palpitations, and the sweaty hairs above his back all stood up in an instant. There was no hesitation. With a thought, he used 3 skill cards in a flash. Fearless Dash, Shadow Dive, Ball Lightning. In an instant, Qinhao's entire body directly rushed towards 10 meters away, and entered the shadow sneak state while moving. At the same time, it left a cubic meter-sized ball of lightning in its place. Almost at the same time, a female zombie with a bloody body, a petite figure, a cape, and 2 daggers in her hands appeared at the place where Qinhao had just stood. Directly enveloped by the arc-flashing spherical lightning, he let out a mournful scream amidst the crackling sound of electricity. This one bloody female zombie seemed to be quite extraordinary. Surprisingly, in the midst of a scream, she jumped violently into midair in an attempt to avoid the range of the ball lightning. A gray glow flickered across her body, and the next thing she knew, she was out of the reach of the ball lightning. With an aerial roll, he landed firmly on a dining table, then leaned over slightly, holding the dagger in both hands in reverse, and glanced around. However, she eventually suffered some injuries from the intense electric shock of the spherical lightning, and some severe scorching appeared on the surface of her body. This woman seems to be just like that Zhao Yang, retaining her self-awareness after being infected and acquiring some special abilities. Looking at the woman standing on the table, who was looking for herself, Qinhao, who was in the shadowy sneaking state, instantly guessed the identity of this woman. The mind moved slightly. He directly used a red skill card that he had never used before. Hell's Gate. Almost instantly, at the woman's feet, a 2-meter-sized lava crack appeared out of nowhere. Even with her heart on the defensive, this petite woman with blood dripping all over her body and cloaked hair fell into the hot magma in an instant. The petite woman's reflexes were quick, and the moment she crashed into the lava, she hardened and jumped out of it again. Chapter 98, I'm capable of doing it, requesting for follow-ups, get off your ass. Qinhao, who had just detached himself from the shadowy sneaking state, raised his hand to the woman's bloody face and gave it a void dobby pocket. In the middle of a loud slap, the woman, who had just jumped out, fell back into the hot lava with a dumbfounded look on her face. Immediately after, a very creepy-sounding mournful scream came out from the hot lava. 2 seconds later, the cracked lava fissure instantly healed and disappeared in midair in a flash, and 30 translucent cards flew into Qinhao's mind in a hurry. Ha! I can't believe 30 decks dropped. That one tops 3 hunter walkers. Qinhao turned his head and took a look at the hunter zombie next to him, who had already been abused to death by Spider Z. The mind moved slightly. Annie, Evelyn, and Rose appeared right beside him. You 3 go in and search the area and draw out any walkers if there are any. Okay. The 3 of them nodded. Annie running towards the dimly lit depths of the first floor, while Evelyn and Rose ran towards the stairs not far away. Could it really be possible to acquire some special abilities by acting as a puppet of a weird natural disaster and thus acquiring some special abilities? After finding a chair and sitting down, Qinhao took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and ate it while gazing at Spider Z, who was abusing the hunter zombies. Thinking back to the petite woman who was drenched in blood just now, he fell into deep contemplation. From the woman's previous series of reactions, it was clear that she had retained her self-awareness and had not been reduced to an actual zombie. But is it really worth it to gain some special abilities so that you can go and serve as a puppet for the creepy natural disaster and turn into an inhuman monster? Of course, it's also possible that these people have no choice. This apocalypse, triggered by the arrival of a bizarre natural disaster, seems to be far from being as simple as imagined, and there seems to be a shocking conspiracy hidden in the middle of it. A few minutes later, the one hideous and terrifying hunter zombie was unsurprisingly dismembered by Spider Z into a bloody mess of broken limbs. Amidst a blood aura, Spider Z once again turned into the size of a fist, and in an aerial catapult, jumped into Chin Hao's shoulder. After rubbing Chin Hao's neck very affectionately, she waved her 8 legs and ran into her jacket pocket. Nice work. After raising his hand with a doting face and touching the furry spider, Chin Hao took out a box of braised pork-covered rice and ate it. The bloody limbs and broken arms on the ground, as well as the grim-faced corpses, were no longer able to affect his appetite. In fact, any other person who came to be in contact with these hideous and horrible zombies every day would likewise become immune. After Chin Hao finished eating a braised pork over rice while lying on the table, the 3 ends also came back one after another. After some careful searching, no walkers or survivors were found. Alright then, you guys go back and rest. After pulling out a paper towel and wiping the oil stains on the corners of his mouth, Chin Hao sent the 3 of them, Annie, back into the shelter with a slight movement of his mind. He then walked toward the front door, carrying his shotgun. Well, is it all done? Chen Yongjun, who was leaning against the side of the car and smoking, asked after looking at Chin Hao, who walked out. On the other side, although the bearded man and the young police officer didn't say anything, they both raised their heads to look at Chin Hao, who was walking down the steps. It's done. It's safe in there now. After giving a slight nod to Chen Yongjun, Chin Hao began to scrutinize the 2 groups of people in front of him. There were 7 people in Chen Yongjun's group. 1 of the black SUVs and 2 black sedans belonged to their group. Besides Chen Yongjun and the inch-headed guy in camouflage uniform, there were also Ling Ling and Shin Jiaojiao, whom Chin Hao had met before, as well as 3 people I hadn't seen before. One of them was the middle-aged man who had told Chin Hao to run fast in the beginning. A bit slightly fat and a bit bald, with a shocked look on his face. At the moment, he was holding the door of the SUV with his hand and standing beside Chen Yongjun, a woman in blue jeans, a small white shirt, and a big brown bob, average-looking, but with well-maintained skin. Looking to be in her late 30s or so, the woman had already gotten into the SUV and was lying by the window, surveying Chin Hao, who had just stepped out, with a curious look on her face. It seemed that he was mentally curious about the identity of this handsome young man, who looked to be less than 20 years old. There was also a boy who looked about the same age as Chin Hao, with short hair and a black-framed eyeglass, looking like a svelte man. He was likewise sizing up Chin Hao, who was about the same age as himself, with a curious look on his face, a hint of admiration revealed in his clear eyes. On the other side, the bearded man's group consisted of 6 people, and the 2 black SUVs belonged to their group, except for the bearded man called Uncle Lung and the young police officer called Xiao Lu. The remaining 4 are the young girl who had begged for help with Chin Hao at the beginning, a young woman in her 30s, wearing a housecoat and looking white, a boy in his 20s, wearing a yellow takeout suit, and a high school student in his 16 or 17 years old. Just as Chin Hao was sizing up these people were also sizing up Chin Hao with curious faces, guessing in their hearts what the identity of the shotgun-wielding teenager in front of them was. Chin Hao, we are planning to build a shelter in this hot spring resort. Are you interested in joining? Chen Yongjun looked at Chin Hao and asked. The man with the beard standing on the other side followed suit. That's what we're planning to do. Why don't we all get together? The young police officer standing by the side followed and explained. This hot spring resort is geographically very remote. There is no village within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. So, once all the zombies are removed from the resort, it can be made into a safe haven. Moreover, this one hot spring resort is located on the border of 2 cities, so it will be easier to drive out and gather supplies when the time comes. Forget about me. You 2 groups can get together instead. Chin Hao smiled and refused Chen Yongjun and Beard's invitation. I'm going to go around the neighborhood casually, just to help you guys clean up if there are any walkers. After saying that, Chin Hao turned around and walked towards a small 3-story building not far away. Brother Jun, this person has a strange temper. The inch-haired guy in camouflage uniform came to Chen Yongjun's ear and muttered in a low voice. People are capable. It's not normal for them to have a strange temper. Chen Yongjun, who was rejected by Chin Hao, did not show any displeasure and whispered with a smile. With that, he turned around and looked at the bearded man standing not far away and spoke with a smile. Older brother, let's talk about cooperation? No problem. The bearded man smiled and nodded. Just then, Ling Ling, who was sitting in the SUV, suddenly opened the door and stepped down, chasing after Chin Hao, who was not far away. Brother Chin Hao, wait for me. I have something to find you. Chapter 99, How the hell did you die? Ling Ling's sudden move drew the attention of the crowd, all of whom were a bit curious about what Ling Ling was trying to do when she went to find Chin Hao. Chin Hao, who had just walked out a dozen steps or so, likewise stopped with a curious face and looked back at Ling Ling, who had run over amidst a look of excitement. What's wrong? Ling Ling, looking for me for something? Jogging all the way to the front and back of Qin Hao, Ling Ling gasped for breath and reached out to hand over a packet of sandwich cookies from the small school bag she was carrying. Brother Qin Hao, this is for you to eat. As she spoke, a hint of anticipation flowed out from within Ling Ling's youthful face. I'm not hungry, keep it for yourself. Qin Hao didn't reach out to pick up the sandwich cookie Ling Ling handed over, looking at her with a smile on his face as he asked, is there anything else? If not, I'll get busy. Yes. Ling Ling nodded at Qin Hao, stuffed the sandwich cookie in her hand back into her small school bag, and glanced back at Chen Youngjun and the others after. He came to Qin Hao's body and whispered, Brother Qin Hao, there's something I want to tell you. Let's go over there. As she spoke, Ling Ling reached out and pointed at the small 3-story building 20 to 30 meters away. She then took the lead and ran towards the small 3-story building. What on earth is going on? And making it so secretive? With a puzzled face, Qin Hao followed up, intending to see what exactly Ling Ling was up to. It had to be said that Ling Ling's actions had indeed aroused curiosity in his heart. The only thing that's certain is this. Ling Ling wouldn't do anything against herself, and she wasn't capable of it. The two of them, one after the other, entered this small 3-story building. Ling Ling walked into the middle of the messy living room and sat down on the sofa, looking at Qin Hao, who followed her in and said in a delicate voice, Brother Qin Hao, have you ever wondered why we traveled into this apocalyptic world after we died? Without waiting for Qin Hao to open his mouth, Ling Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, continued while examining her surroundings. It's not just us, but Uncle Chan and his group as well. Actually, it's not just Uncle Chan and the others. Did you see the guys who followed us? They crossed into the building where we spent the night out of the blue last night. Again, they were 5 in all. There was also a yellow hair that got himself killed by a walker this morning. Speaking of this, an unspeakably complex emotion passed over Ling Ling's face. What? Hearing Ling Ling's words, Qin Hao slightly froze. Are you saying that those people also crossed over after death? Or did they cross over last night in front of you guys? That's right, Ling nodded, a hint of very complex and puzzled emotions passing through her eyes. Actually, that day Uncle Chen and the others also suddenly crossed over in front of me. So, you suspect that all of this has something to do with you? Qin Hao was caught in a moment of rapid thought. In fact, anyone else who encountered such a thing would be plunged into self-doubt. After all, it would really be too much of a coincidence if it really was just a coincidence. But Qin Hao always felt that there was something not quite right about it. But for a while, he couldn't think of what was wrong. That's right, Ling Ling nodded. Brother Qin Hao, the 5 of us who crossed over together at that time are the only 2 of us left. Have you encountered any other travelers descending in the past few days? Amidst a look of doubt, Ling Ling tilted her head to look at Qin Hao. No, Qin Hao shook his head. After thinking back carefully, he realized that he had spent the past 2 days either killing zombies or resting in the interdimensional shelter. Even if those travelers want to suddenly descend, there is probably not much of a chance. The people behind the scenes can't throw the travelers into the zombie horde and send them to their deaths, can they? And throwing it directly into an interdimensional asylum probably doesn't have the ability or capacity to do so. The only problem now, that is, does this matter have anything to do with Ling Ling as a person? Or does it have something to do with these travelers? This issue is important. If the traveler's descent was related to Ling Ling herself, then it proved that Ling Ling was no ordinary person and must be hiding some secret in her body. If it's related to all the travelers, then it means that those travelers who descended in the early days have become travel anchors. Subsequent travelers all appear around the pre-descended travelers. As to why this is happening, it was highly likely that the person behind the scenes wanted all the travelers to gather together, hold together, and gradually form a huge force. If this speculation comes true, that would mean that there was definitely more than one batch of travelers on top of this planet that was enveloped by a bizarre natural disaster, and it was possible that there were many batches of travelers at the same time. These traversers will be scattered among different cities, appearing in different locations and constantly forming a traversal anchor point. With these crossover anchor points, more crossovers can subsequently descend into the world. The end result is the emergence of many travelers on this planet. As the saying goes, a single spark can start a prairie fire. The person behind the scenes seemed to be setting up a great chess game, and the target was precisely those bizarre natural disasters. But, get some ordinary people from other worlds to cross over into this bizarre apocalyptic wasteland world where natural disasters have struck. What exactly is the use? Neither the system nor the opportunity to awaken a natural ability is given. Is it just sent here as cannon fodder? But, in the midst of such an apocalyptic wasteland, is there a shortage of cannon fodder? This is all really puzzling. Could it be another possibility? Is this all actually related to Ling Ling herself? And who exactly is she? Looking at her now, she didn't seem to understand what it was all about. Thinking of this, Qin Hao suddenly looked at Ling Ling sitting on the sofa with a thoughtful face. while recalling everything about Ling Ling in his mind. At first, I think she said she jumped to her death from depression, but now that I think about it carefully, the series of behaviors she followed up with just don't really seem like something a depressed person capable of jumping off a building could do. Since they all jumped off a building, they must be severely depressed. A major depressive would think of falling in love with herself? And she killed Tina with a beauty knife. Including some of her comments and mood changes, Shinhao felt that it was unlikely that she was depressed, and there was a great possibility that she was a problematic young girl, half a sickly girl at most. Right. In the beginning, it seemed like she had been intentionally leading the others. The most crucial thing was that her kind of personality and temperament had survived until now. Of course, a large part of this was due to the existence of Chen Yongjun. Right at this moment, a passage that Ling Ling had said back then suddenly surfaced in Shinhao's mind. Ling Ling, when you first said that you read a novel that had a plot about a group of people who died and traveled to a post-apocalyptic world where there were zombies everywhere and they had to find a way to survive? And, tell me honestly how you really died? Chapter 100, really? Lying to you kills the whole family. 2,500 words. Ha? Ling Ling froze slightly, then looked at Shinhao with a puzzled expression and whispered, did I say that? Can't quite remember. Come to think of it, you must have said that in the first place. I'll never misremember. Shinhao's face was grim as he raised the shotgun in his hand, aiming it at Ling Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, caught up in her thoughts, and questioned in a cold voice, and how the hell did you die? Ling Ling was clearly in a panic, and finally whispered, I really didn't jump to my death because of depression, but I do have depression. I really didn't lie to you guys about that. As she said this, Ling Ling looked obstinate. At the time, I had some trouble with my family over not wanting to go to school, so I thought I'd scare them by pretending to jump off a building. Who knows? I didn't stand still and my feet slipped directly off the edge of the rooftop. Ling Ling let out a small sob with an aggrieved face. I didn't just want to scare them. Who knew it would end up like this? I didn't want things to turn out like this. Really? Shinhao asked, looking at Ling Ling with a questioning face, obviously a little less convinced. Really? Lying to you kills the whole family? Ling Ling nodded with an obstinate face. In fact, I'm not the only one who's hiding something, the others must be hiding something too. Brother Shinhao, you'll realize the problem if you think back carefully. Indeed. Shinhao nodded with an agreeable face after carefully recalling the truth, including the fact that he himself had actually concealed the truth. In the beginning, other people must have been more or less hidden. Only when that environment no one to carefully pursue. Get to the bottom of it. That Zhang Haolong is definitely not an ordinary businessman. After all, who would be shot by an enemy in a bar for a serious businessman? Probably not even necessarily in the country. And that yellow-haired Liu Yang, a super rich kid whose family is worth $30 billion. How could he die on a woman's body? You should know that usually this kind of death is caused by a heart attack itself, and then a sudden death in a fit of excitement. He's a super rich kid who definitely knows if he has any health problems, so it's impossible for him to make such a common sense mistake. So there must be something wrong with his death. As for whether or not the barmaid, Tina, had a problem with it, I don't know. Shinhao knew even less about the cause of death of Chen Yongjun and the others. However, since Ling Ling had opened her mouth, there must be some problems to a greater or lesser extent. It was important to realize that Ling Ling was an extremely intelligent and quite mindful young girl. After thinking about it slightly, Shinhao suddenly felt that it was simply pointless for him to dwell on the cause of these people's deaths here. Not teaming up with these guys myself. Anyway, moreover, somehow traveling to a post-apocalyptic wasteland world, whoever it was would have to keep an eye out in case they were at a disadvantage. Brother Shinhao, think carefully. If I really had problems, then would I still tell you these things? Ling Ling said as she raised her hand to wipe the tears on her cheeks. Hearing Ling Ling say this, Shinhao also felt that it made sense. If she really had problems, then how could she send herself to the door? In fact, whether or not Ling Ling had a problem, it didn't have much to do with herself, as she wasn't even going to team up with her. Ling Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Shinhao and continued, Brother Shinhao, the reason why I'm telling you all this is that I want you to pay some attention. Got it. Shinhao put down the shotgun in his hand and asked again after thinking about it. What the hell happened to the plot of the novel you said you were reading in the first place? Think about it. I'm pretty sure you must have said that. I remember. I did say those words back then. Ling Ling frowned. However, I can't remember which novel I read it in. When I first saw the blood-colored moon outside the window, my mind subconsciously conjured up some scattered fictional plots, and I just felt that everything around me was somewhat inexplicably familiar. Because I usually like to read novels, I read so many of them, and I was following a doomsday-themed novel before I crossed over. However, I can't recall the exact plot from that one novel right now. I think that's why I said those things in the first place. As she spoke, Ling kept furrowing her brow in bitter thought, as if trying to do her best to recall some episode. Is that so? Jinhao followed up with a question full of doubts. He always felt that there was something not quite right about it, yet for a while he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Aha! Ling looked at Jinhao with a serious face and nodded. Jinhao no longer continued to speak, only gazing at Ling sitting on the sofa, falling into deep contemplation. The first thing that can be affirmed is one thing. These travelers have become a crossing anchor point around which subsequent travelers will descend in a steady stream. And all of this seemed to conceal a shocking layout. A grandiose layout against those bizarre natural disasters. That is to say, on top of this planet exists a hidden transcendent force that is fighting against those weird natural disasters that fall from the sky. These travelers are part of this layout. So, how many travelers like yourself who didn't cross over due to death are there? Definitely not the only one. Immediately after, Jinhao thought of those puppets controlled by the weird natural disaster again. And I'm afraid, these controlled puppets were exactly used to deal with special travelers like himself. I'm afraid that the reason why those weird heavenly disasters couldn't come down in person was precisely due to the fact that they were being resisted by the force behind the curtain. I'm afraid, there's a lot more mystery hidden behind this than one might think. It seems like it's time to hurry up and improve your strength, lest you be used as a pawn that can be discarded at will. In an instant, a trace of alertness suddenly rose in Jinhao's heart, and a strong sense of crisis involuntarily arose. I'm afraid this is all more than 100 times more complicated than he ever imagined. And up to now, I'm afraid it's all just the beginning. The next step would be the truly difficult and dangerous challenge, and he had to be fully prepared to deal with that unknown and heavy crisis. After mentally figuring it all out, Jinhao waved his hand at Ling, who was sitting on the sofa. Alright, there's nothing else going on here. You go back first. I need to think about it. Okay day. Then I won't bother you anymore. Brother Jinhao. Bye. Ling stood up and gave Jinhao a smile, then walked towards the door. After Ling left, Jinhao sat down on the sofa with a frown on his face and fell into a deep thought. A few minutes later, he snapped back suddenly. With all that had just happened, Ling seemed to have been guiding her thoughts in the right direction. Or perhaps, what she said just now was designed to make herself think about these questions. Did she do it intentionally? Or was it unintentional? Who exactly is she? There must be some secret hidden in her. But what could be ascertained was that she in no way bore herself any ill will. Without realizing it, Jinhao was on top of the sofa until nightfall, and by the time he came back to his senses, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He was awakened by a chill. After standing up and walking to the window to look outside, he suddenly realized that goosefeather snow was drifting in the sky outside. The ground was already white above. Tilting his head up and looking towards the sky, the blood-colored blood moon was still dazzling. How strange. Why is it suddenly snowing for a good reason? Amidst his doubts, Jinhao then planned to return to the interdimensional shelter to rest. But just then, he jerked his head back and frowned into the middle of the dimly lit living room behind him. With the blood-colored moonlight shining in from the window, several figures could be seen appearing out of nowhere in the dimly lit living room. Ouch! What the hell is this place? Why is it so dark? A somewhat pompous man's voice followed. Hey! A woman 2 or 3 meters away from Jinhao suddenly looked at him and asked, Do you know what place is here? Chapter 101, What do you need us to do? What is this place? I'm a little scared. Can you turn on the light? Another female voice with a slight trill rang out, followed by a man's voice with a hint of doubt mixed in with curiosity. Ha? Am I not dead? What kind of place is this? Could it be hell? Look guys, it's snowing outside. No wonder it's so cold. A woman standing next to the sofa raised her hand and pointed to the goosefeather snow outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Shasta. The other 4 people's attention was instantly caught by the woman's words, and together they looked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. At the same time, they also saw Jinhao standing next to the floor-to-ceiling window. However, they thought that Jinhao was in the same situation as them. What the hell is this place? Why are we here? One of the women asked with a hint of crying. You asked us? I was going to ask you. The pompous talking man at the beginning spoke up. I'll go look for a switch and turn the lights on first. As the other man spoke, he began to walk toward the perimeter. The woman standing 2 or 3 meters away from Jinhao looked at the calm Jinhao and suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed to be somewhat unusual. Just as she was about to continue the conversation, Jinhao looked at the somewhat panicked 5 people in front of him and took out a camping light. Snappy! The harsh light emanating from the camping lamps instantly illuminated a large portion of the living room. The remaining 5 raised their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. At this moment, these 5 people around finally got a good look at Jinhao's appearance, dress, and the Saiga 12 shotgun in his hand. Instantly, all 5 of them were shocked to the core. Ah, gun! He's got a gun in his hand. One of them, a beautiful woman with a big, luscious red wave, a delicate, curvy figure, and a black wraparound dress, screamed violently in fear. "Shut up!" Chin Hao frowned slightly and raised the shotgun in his hand, aiming the muzzle at the pretty woman whose face was full of panic. Well, the pretty woman instantly raised her hand and covered her mouth as tears crackled and rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. When the remaining four saw this, they instantly shut their mouths tightly, with the same hint of panic on their faces. "Come with me, all of you. I have something to ask you." Chin Hao swept his eyes coldly at the 5 people standing around, carrying the camping light in his hand and walking to the sofa to sit down slowly. When the remaining 5 saw this, they glanced at each other before following. "All sit down." Chin Hao placed the camping light in his hand on the coffee table, while then revealed a smile to the 5 people whose faces were full of panic. After these 3 women and 2 men had taken their seats on the couches around them with a formal look on their faces, he then asked, "Now, you will introduce yourselves in turn, and then I will tell you why you are here. This pretty girl, you'll be the first." Chin Hao raised his hand with a smile on his face and pointed at the pretty woman who had just let out that scream. Okay. This pretty woman with big red waves nodded her head in a hurry, raised her hand to wipe the tears on her cheeks, and put on a pitiful look to introduce herself. "My name is Wang Shuiying. I'm 26 years old, freelance and unmarried." "How did you die?" Chin Hao asked, staring into her eyes. "Am I dead?" Wang Shuiying asked with a panicked face, obviously in some disbelief. As soon as Chin Hao's words left his mouth, the remaining 4 people also frowned and fell into thought. "Think hard about what you were doing yourselves the second before you appeared here," Chin Hao prompted. Wang Shuiying gripped her wraparound skirt tightly with both hands, and said with a thoughtful face, "I only remember it seems like a man wearing a mask broke into my house. Right. He had a knife in his hand and stabbed me so many times in my body and said something about someone paying for my life." At that, she suddenly lowered her head towards her body. "How come there are no wounds on me? The clothes aren't torn either?" Amidst a puzzled face, she suddenly looked at Chin Hao with a pitiful face. "Please, can you tell me what this is all about? What the hell is this place? Can I ever go back? We'll talk about this later." After glancing at Wang Shuiying, Chin Hao looked at the man sitting next to her in a black casual dress. There was no need for Chin Hao to open his mouth. This man, who looked to be roughly in his early 20s, with short hair, wearing a black casual outfit, and with a slightly chubby body type, hurriedly opened his mouth. "My name is Li Jijie. I'm 22 years old. I'm a junior in college, and I died in a car accident while riding my motorcycle." Immediately after, sitting on the other couch, the short-haired man with a thin face and a gray plaid shirt began to introduce himself. "My name is Sun Xiaolong. I'm 29 years old, and I died suddenly while staying up late working overtime." "Then you're really unlucky." After glancing at him with a sympathetic face, Chin Hao swept his gaze to the 2 women sitting on the other sofa. They included the woman who had just accosted Chin Hao, with her long hair coiled up, wearing a small black suit, and with a quiet and well-behaved look. With light makeup on a melon-faced face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her whole body exuded a hint of a strong woman's aura. After raising her right hand and slightly holding up the gold-rimmed glasses on her face, this woman put on a look of forced composure and opened her mouth. "My name is Lily Zhou. I'm 28 years old, and I work as a creative arts director in an entertainment and culture company." Downstairs at the company, he was stabbed 4 or 5 times by a man with a kitchen knife who was taking revenge on society, and died after resuscitation. After saying that, she followed up with a question. "Is the power outage here?" "That's right, the power's out." As soon as Chin Hao's words fell, Wang Shuiying, who was sitting on the side, clasped her hands on her chest, shivered and asked cautiously, "Is there no heat in here?" "It's cold." "No." After glancing at her, Chin Hao looked at the woman sitting next to Zhou Lily, the woman who had just told the others to look out the window. This is a beautiful woman who exudes charm and femininity all over her body. She wore a slim-fitting yellow floral dress that emphasized the luscious figure perfectly, and her big brown waves were casually draped over her shoulders. A googly-eyed face painted with incredibly delicate makeup. This is a beautiful woman who is difficult for any man to ignore when he sees her. "My name is Wu Yu. I'm 32 years old. I own a flower store, and I died in a landslide while driving through a tunnel." After saying that, Wu Yu looked at the smiling Chin Hao with a nervous face. "Excuse me, did you get us here? What is this place? Do you need us to do something for you?" As soon as these words came out, the remaining 4 people all looked at Chin Hao, waiting for his reply. Chapter 102, Lies, Kneeling for More. "I also wish that I was the one who revived you guys and got you here. But unfortunately, I don't have that kind of ability," Chin Hao said with a regretful face. "I merely came to this world a few days before you did. Practically everyone is the same, and I crossed over into this world after my death." Chin Hao's words caused the crowd to feel doubly disappointed in their hearts. However, the next words he said instantly made the 3 women lose their faces in fear, and the 2 men similarly revealed a look of panic. It's a post-apocalyptic wasteland with zombies and monsters that die. Besides, I don't need you to do anything for me. The only thing you need to do is live well. What? You're saying there are zombies in the middle of this world? It's an apocalyptic wasteland? Li Jijie's face showed a look of horror, jerked up from the couch. Really? Lily Zhou revealed a look of disbelief. I told you, we're all dead. How could we be resurrected for no reason? Sun Xiaolong sighed, a hint of despair on his face. On the side, Wu Yu and Wang Shuiying were similarly frozen in place with stupefied faces. But don't worry, this is a hot spring resort located in the middle of a mountainous area, and there are no more zombies. If you guys are thinking about surviving, I'm going to give you guys a suggestion. When it stops snowing outside, you look around for another survivor team. I think one of them will take you in. As soon as Qin Hao's words fell, Wu Yu, who exuded a hint of femininity between her hands and feet, suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Isn't it okay for us to follow you?" "Follow me?" Qin Hao smiled slightly. "Follow me for what? It's not like I'm a babysitter." "But, no buts," Qin Hao directly interrupted Wu Yu, who still wanted to speak. "I've just told you the way to live. Stop talking nonsense. Now, the five of you close your eyes and don't speak." After the five people heard Qin Hao's words, they had some doubts in their hearts, but they obediently closed their eyes. With a slight movement of his mind, Qin Hao directly summoned the cute tentacle lady that was only the size of a palm. In the moment of appearance, the tentacle lady with a droll and cute face then climbed up to Qin Hao's shoulder on her hands and knees, and then with a happy face, she made a sticker with Qin Hao with her cheeks. Then, she received the instructions given by Qin Hao in her mind. "Cutie, use mind control to put these five people into an unguarded state of stasis. But don't make a cutie. Up. Good da." With a good-natured nod, the tentacle lady lifted her two small, fleshy hands and placed them on top of her temples, and the 6 small tentacles at her waist followed suit and waved. Shasta. An invisible and qualitative mental fluctuation shot out from the center of the tentacle lady's brow, instantly enveloping the 5 people who were sitting on the sofa and were looking apprehensive. Next, the 5 people with terrified faces broke into a peaceful smile for a split second, and the whole group relaxed. Alright, now that they're in deep hypnosis, they can ask anything they want, the tentacle lady said with a proud face and tilted her head. Nice work. After moving his mind and taking out a bag of delicious small shrimps and stuffing it into the little hand of the tentacle lady, Qin Hao looked at Wang Shuiying, who was sitting by the side with a stagnant face. "Tell me about your personal circumstances, and the cause of death." After hearing Qin Hao's words, Wang Shuiying, whose eyes were tightly closed and whose face was a bit dull, slowly opened her mouth. "My name is Wang Shuiying. I'm 28 years old. I don't have a job. I'm unmarried. And I'm the mistress of J-City tycoon Li Tianhao's adopted mistress. And at the same time, I also have a good-looking." 4 or 5 minutes later, Wang Shuiying told her family situation, personal situation, how many boyfriends she had talked to, and how many men she had slept with. As for the cause of death, she wasn't lying, she was indeed stabbed to death by a man in a mask who broke into the house. All in all, she had just concealed her true age and her status as a rich man's mistress. After listening to what she had just said, Qin Hao seriously doubted that she had been killed by that rich man's wife who had paid for the murder. After all, according to her words, she was already plotting her way to the top step by step. In short, this is a green tea whore who is very good at feigning pity and having a heart of gold. Immediately afterward, Qin Hao looked at Li Jijie, who was sitting on the side. "Li Jijie, tell me about yourself personally and how you died." Li Jijie, who had his eyes tightly closed and a silly smile on his face, slowly opened his mouth. "My name is Li Jijie. I'm 22 years old. I'm a junior, but I've already been ordered to drop out of school because of a fight. My family is quite rich. I usually like to play motorcycle. It was when I was racing with others and crashed into a big truck and died. I also have a beautiful." A few minutes later, Li Jijie briefly described his family situation, personal situation, and relationship experiences. He wasn't lying about what he said before. Afterward, Qin Hao looked at Sun Xiaolong, who was sitting on the other sofa. "Sun Xiaolong, tell me about yourself personally and how you died." Sun Xiaolong, who had his eyes tightly closed, with a hint of a silly smile on his face amidst his contentment, smiled and opened his mouth. "My name is Sun Xiaolong. I'm 29 years old. I'm an employee of an IT company. My home is." A few minutes later, Sun Xiaolong made his family situation, personal situation, marital status, how many children he has, and how much loan he pays back each month clear. Again, he's not fooling anyone. Immediately afterward, Qin Hao inquired about Zhou Lily, who was sitting on the other sofa. "Lily Chow, tell me about yourself personally and how you died." Zhou Lily, who had her eyes tightly closed, her face dull, and a light smile on the corners of her mouth, slowly opened her mouth. My name is Lily Zhou. I'm 32 years old. I work as a creative director in an entertainment and culture company. My home is. A few minutes later, Zhou Lily explained her family situation, personal situation, emotional experience, and how many times she had talked to someone. Again, she told no lies other than her age. Could it be that every woman lies about her age? Amidst a puzzled face, Xin Hao inquired about Wu Yu, who was sitting on the side. Wu Yu, tell me about yourself personally and how you died. Wu Yu, whose eyes were tightly closed and whose face was dull with a hint of seduction, slowly opened her mouth. My name is Wu Yu. I'm 35 years old. I'm divorced and have a flower store of my own, and I have a few minutes later, Wu Yu likewise gave a clear account of her family situation, her personal situation, and her marital status. Again, she is not telling any lies except for her age. This is a very shrewd woman, able to play 4 men at the same time. Sure enough, Ling Ling was right. Every person will lie more or less. Xin Hao frowned slightly while sighing in his heart. Sure enough, most women misrepresent their age no matter what. Cootie, let them recover in a minute. Xin Hao lowered his head and looked at the tentacle lady who was sitting on his lap and eating a small shrimp. Okay da. The tentacle lady waved the 6 small tentacles at her waist, and an invisible, massless mental wave enveloped the 5 people on the couch. Master, it's okay. The tentacle lady tilted her head and looked at Xin Hao with a cute smile. Then we're going back to rest. With a slight movement of his mind, Xin Hao disappeared into thin air with the tentacle lady and the spider. 1 minute later, Zhou Lily, Wu Yu, and the others came to their senses one after another from their stagnant state and opened their eyes. But they seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Ha! What the hell just happened to us? What happened? Wu Yu said with a puzzled expression. Zhou Lily, who was on the side, raised her hand to point at the empty sofa and exclaimed, how did that man disappear into thin air? The camping light is still there. What just happened must not be an illusion. Li Jijia reached out and pointed to the camping lamp on the coffee table. Chapter 103, How to Survive. Can either of you tell me what the hell is going on here? Is what that man just said true? Wang Shuiying asked with a sobbing voice. Could it be that this is really an apocalyptic wasteland where zombies and monsters exist? Sun Xiaolong also had a puzzled look on his face. Wu Yu seemed to have thought of something and looked at the crowd and said, didn't he just say that there are other survivor teams in the neighborhood? So we'll just go and ask when the time comes. That's right. Let's go ask for information when the snow stops. Li Jijia nodded. But how did that man suddenly disappear? After glancing at the empty sofa, Zhou Lily took another look at the camping lamp placed on the coffee table with a puzzled expression. Where the hell did he go? It's not possible for him to disappear into thin air for no reason, is it? After thinking about it, Wu Yu frowned slightly and said, could it be that he took the opportunity to leave after making us close our eyes just now? But I didn't hear the door open? Wang Shuiying said with a puzzled face. For a while, the 5 men sat on the couch in a state of doubt and contemplation. A few minutes later, with a clang, a window was suddenly blown open by the wind, and a cold current rushed in, causing the 5 people in the middle of their thoughts to instantly return to their senses. The sudden rattling of the window caused Wang Shuiying to subconsciously let out a scream. What are you fussing and shouting about? Li Jijie, who was startled, muttered with some dissatisfaction. Sun Xiaolong, who was sitting on the side, stood up and walked over to close the window, followed by unlocking the door. When he came back, Lily Zhou hugged a sofa cushion and looked to the crowd. I think we need to consider not where that man went now. Rather, what should we do next? If, indeed, this is a post-apocalyptic wasteland where zombies and monsters really do exist, how are we supposed to survive? And is that other team of survivors the man was talking about reliable or not? Exactly. That's what we need to consider first right now. Wu Yu nodded along. It's snowing heavily out there right now, and we don't know how long it's going to be. And we need not only food and drink now, but also supplies to keep us warm. Right. I feel like it's getting colder. Wang Shuiying, who already had a tear-stained face and her makeup was blurred from crying, clasped her hands to her chest and subconsciously shivered. Sun Xiaolong stood up and surveyed his surroundings before addressing the crowd. This looks like it should be a villa. There should be warming supplies. Everyone now go find and change into thick clothes. Don't freeze and catch cold. Go. Zhou Lily, with a thundering style of a strong woman, directly stood up and picked up the camping light placed on the coffee table. Let's stay together. The 5 of us. And don't separate, lest we run into danger. Not only do we need to find supplies to keep us warm and protected from the cold, but we also need to find food and water and weapons for defense. As she spoke, she had already walked towards the rotating staircase not far away. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people could only stand up and follow. Half an hour later, the 5 of them changed into down jackets and thick clothes that kept them warm, and returned to the middle of the living room. clutching some of the food and drinking water they had just found. The crowd also found a couple of baseball bats in the second-floor recreation room, as well as a metal craft knife. This 1-meter-long black craft knife was grabbed by Wu Yu first, and the remaining 4 could only take a metal baseball bat each. After returning to the couch in the living room and sitting down, Joe Lilly looked at the crowd and said, "Even if we save some of this food, it's only enough for the 5 of us to eat for one day. So by tomorrow, whether it stops snowing outside or not, we have to find a way to get out and find supplies." Joe Lilly, who had assumed the posture of a strong woman, dominated the conversation in an instant. "I agree on that point." Wu Yu, who was sitting on the side, nodded. "Also, we need to take turns keeping watch tonight." With that, she pulled a mechanical alarm clock she had just found out of her pocket. "It's just after 9 o'clock, and I propose to keep watch for an hour and a half each, starting at 11 o'clock. Sun Xiaolong frowned. "I propose 2 people per group, lest one will fall asleep." "Agreed." The rest nodded. Immediately afterward, the crowd fell into silence, dazed and confused. Toward the latter part of the night, even if they were sleepy, the people did not sleep soundly, and they were always in a state of half-sleep and half-awake. After all, the 5 were not familiar with each other, and all of them maintained a hint of vigilance. By 8 o'clock the next morning, outside the goosefeather snow still does not want to stop the intention. The ground has piled up a thick layer of snow. The eyes are all white. "Ah, no, don't kill me." The sleeping Wang Shuiying suddenly woke up from her nightmare and yelled as she sat up, followed by surveying her surroundings with a bewildered face. It took a few seconds for this to completely snap out of its daze. She made such a mess. The remaining 4 were also completely awake from their half-asleep state. But no one bothered to take care of Wang Shuiying, because she'd woken up several times a night from her nightmares. The hearts of the crowd had become somewhat numb. This dainty and soft-looking Wang Shuiying must have done something wrong. How else could a woman be bought and paid for? After dawn, the light in the house was also much better. Having nothing to do, Li Jijia began to wander around the villa, trying to search for some information about this world. The remaining 4 were fuming and thinking without any communication with each other. Joe Lilly embraced a bed quilt, reclining on the sofa, her eyes gazing at the snowflakes flying in the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, gradually falling into deep thought. Throughout the night, the figure of that man came into her mind frequently, even dreaming about it in her sleep. What kind of a man is he? And where did he go? Wu Yu, who was sitting on the sidelines, was also thinking about this question over and over again in her heart. That man is really too mysterious. If, indeed, he had crossed over a few days before, how on earth could that gun in his hand be explained? Time passes by. Near noon, the flurry of goosefeather snow below finally tapered off into a scattering of light snow. Just as the crowd was sitting in a circle, discussing what exactly to do next, there was a sudden, steady knock at the door and the voice of a middle-aged man. "Qin Hao, are you still inside? I'm looking for you to discuss something." After Wu Yu and the others looked at each other, Li Jijia stood up and walked towards the door. Opened the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man in a black duffel coat, carrying a rifle and covered in snow and wind. Chapter 104, Frost Dragon, Xiaoluo. "Who are you people? Where are the Qin Hao people?" Looking at Li Jijia standing at the door, Chen Yongjun was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked offhandedly, "Qin Hao?" Li Jijia asked back with a puzzled expression, obviously somewhat not understanding who Qin Hao was that Chen Yongjun was talking about. Joe Lilly, who was sitting on the sofa, instantly reacted to the fact that the Qin Hao that Chen Yongjun was talking about was most likely the man from last night, and in all likelihood, the middle-aged man carrying an automatic rifle in front of him was one of the other group of survivors in the neighborhood. She stood up and headed in the direction of the door with a smile on her face. "Hello, Qin Hao, he left last night. However, before he left, he asked us to wait for you here." Wu Yu's reaction was also extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she guessed who Chen Yongjun was standing at the door. She placed the craft knife in her hand on the sofa and walked a few steps quickly to catch up with Lily Zhou, then showed a smile to Chen Yongjun who was standing in the doorway. "It's cold outside. Come on in and talk. Qin Hao asked you guys to wait for me here? Who the hell are you guys?" Chen Yongjun walked in with a face full of doubts, but his right hand never left his automatic rifle for a single moment. He was not surprised that Qin Hao would leave, but why would he let these people wait for him here? Who exactly are these people? When he walked into the living room, Chen Yongjun reached out and patted the snow on his body while sizing up the 3 women and 2 men in the living room. 5 people, is it? In an instant, Chen Yongjun's heart thought of something, and subconsciously looked at the crowd and asked, "Who the hell are you guys? Why did Qin Hao ask you guys to wait for me here?" After the 5 looked at each other, Joe Lilly was the first to speak. "We are the same people as Qin Hao, and we just arrived last night." With this statement, she both identified herself and the others without revealing the secret that she and the others were travelers. If the Chen Youngjun in front of him was a traveler like himself and the others, or knew Qin Hao's identity as a traveler, then he would be able to understand the identity of himself and the others. If, however, Chen Youngjun wasn't a traveler, then he wouldn't have known about the traveler status of himself and the others. Right, we all belong to the same category as Qin Hao. We just arrived last night, and he said that we can survive if we follow you. After Wu Yu sat down on the sofa, he reached out and clutched his craft knife tightly, looking at Chen Youngjun with a smile on his face and said. The remaining three saw this and nodded along fiercely. Yes, before Qin Hao left, he said that he asked us to wait for you here. That's right, I can wait for you. Sit down and rest for a while. You guys say that you belong to the same people as Qin Hao? After hearing the five people's words, Chen Youngjun swept a glance at the five people with a smile. I see, so tell us about yourselves now. Lily Zhou was the first to speak. My name is Lily Zhou. I'm 28 years old. Half an hour later, Chen Youngjun finally figured out the condition of Zhou Lily and the others as well as the cause of their deaths, and at the same time pondered in his mind about the travelers. During last night, Ling Ling also told Qin Hao privately about the words she said to him. After a slight reflection in his mind, he accepted Wu Yu and the others to join him. One sheep is still herding anyway. A flock of sheep is also herding. The only way for ordinary people to survive in this post-apocalyptic wasteland is to embrace the group. After all, strong people like Qin Hao are only a minority after all. Since we are all from the same world, we should unite and help each other to live well in this apocalyptic world. However, I'm a person who hates infighting, so don't fight within, or I won't be polite. When he said this, Chen Youngjun's face was as gloomy as water. Don't worry, we won't engage in infighting. Li Jijia nodded his head in a hurry. The remaining four also nodded their heads, stating that they would definitely not engage in infighting and would definitely not do anything that would affect their unity. Immediately afterward, Wang Shuiying carefully asked the five people's most concerned question. June, is this world really a post-apocalyptic wasteland? Are there really zombies and monsters? That's right, but this one hot springs resort has been secured, and we intend to establish a survival shelter here. Chen Youngjun nodded with a grim expression on his face. Alright, let me take you guys back first. We'll talk more slowly when we get back. As he spoke, he turned in the direction of the door. Seeing this, the others met and grabbed their own defense weapons, as well as the supplies on the coffee table, and went after them in turn. After Chen Youngjun left with Wu Yu and the others, it didn't take more than a few minutes. Qin Hao's figure then appeared on top of the sofa. Just now, he had watched the exchange between Chen Youngjun, Wu Yu, and the others while eating his meal in the interdimensional shelter. Chen Youngjun's reaction was not what he expected, and he really did take Wu Yu and the others under his wing. After all, Wu Yu and the others came from within the same world as himself, so no matter what, he still hoped that these people could live well. Just as well, it would also allow Chen Youngjun to continue to be his good guy, and perhaps, over time, Chen Youngjun could really establish a large force. Have to say, in a sense Chen Youngjun is indeed a really good person. Of course, he will certainly also have their own selfishness, which cannot be faulted. After all, there is no such thing as a good person in the absolute sense of the word. After standing up from the sofa and walking to the landing window to look at the snowflakes outside for a while, Qin Hao turned around and walked towards the stairs, all the way to the third floor above the open-air balcony. The mind moved slightly. With a pair of tiny silver dragon horns on her head, silver hair, silver pupils, and delicate features, the dragon maiden Xiao Luo was wearing a greenish-silver armor. It then appeared at Qin Hao's side. Wow! What a beautiful snowflake! The moment it appeared, Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo tilted her head slightly and looked towards the snowflakes drifting in the sky, and raising his right hand, he stretched out one finger to catch a snowflake and placed it in front of his eyes with joyful admiration. A few seconds later, the smiling Dragon Maiden, Xiao Luo, turned her head to look at Qin Hao, who was standing by the side. Master, may I ask what I can do for you? Xiao Luo, take the form of a frost dragon and lead me around the neighborhood to see how much area this blizzard covers. Good da. Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo smiled and nodded gently, stretching out her jade-like right hand to pull Qin Hao's left hand. Immediately after that, the snowflakes drifting in the sky converged in an instant, turning into a force of frost, lifting the Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo and Qin Hao steadily into the mid-air. When flying 30 to 40 meters in the air, the dragon girl Xiao Luo suddenly and rapidly grew in size in an instant, transforming into a 20-meter-tall frost dragon with a body length of almost 40 meters. Chapter 105 Zombies in the Middle of a Snowstorm. Next, this frost dragon, which was 20 meters tall, incomparably large in size, and about 40 to 50 meters wide between its spreading wings, fiercely flew high into the air, and in an instant, It flew hundreds of meters into the air. The snowflakes in the sky and the howling cold wind could not be a hindrance to it, but instead made it more of a fish out of water. Shinhao stood right on top of the huge head of the frost dragon, his whole body being protected by a translucent frost barrier without being affected in any way. The frost giant dragon flew at a fast speed, and every time it swung that pair of huge wings, it would drive the surrounding snowflakes and air currents, forming a small frost whirlwind that spread out in all directions. At Shinhao's authorization, the frost dragon began to lower its flight altitude and circled back and forth among the nearby mountains. Inside a small 3-story building in a hot spring resort, Shun Jiajiao, who was standing by the window watching the snow, looked at the frost dragon that suddenly appeared in mid-air, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. A giant silver dragon has appeared in the air. Her cry of alarm instantly attracted the attention of the others, all of whom ran over. However, by the time these people ran over, the frost dragon had already disappeared. Where are the dragons? No, why don't I see it? Where is it? You're not seeing things, are you? Imagining snowflakes as giant dragons, the crowd looked at the sky full of snowflakes in mid-air, and after scrutinizing them for a while, they finally agreed that Shin Jiaojia was the one who had blurred her eyes. However, Shin Jiaojia thought that she must not have blinked. It was definitely a silver-colored dragon of huge size, the Western Giant Dragon. 10 minutes later, the frost dragon carried Shinhao to hover around the neighborhood for several times, finally figuring out the coverage area of this blizzard. The situation is very bizarre. The area covered by this blizzard is not large, just about hundreds of square kilometers, and the hot springs resort happens to be in the center of the blizzard. The closer you get to the center, the bigger the snowflakes get, the more you are in the fringe area, the smaller the snowflakes get. Further out in the area, the sun shone brightly and it was clear, and it was in two completely different worlds from the middle of the blizzard. Shinhao was filled with suspicion that this sudden snowstorm was most likely to create some disaster for the hot spring resort. In all likelihood, this was a deliberate act by a bizarre natural disaster hiding in the shadows. But why on earth should this be so? For a while, Shinhao's heart really couldn't figure out the reason for it. Just when Shinhao was planning to leave the range covered by the blizzard and go into the middle of other areas to check out some things, he suddenly realized that some white figures had appeared in the snow below. Xiao Luo, lower the altitude and go see what kind of monsters those white ones are. Shinhao frowned slightly and ordered Xiao Luo. After hearing Shinhao's command, Xiao Luo didn't hesitate and instantly lowered her altitude, almost flying in a posture close to the ground. In the midst of the snowflakes drifting and fluttering all over the sky, Shinhao was barely able to see clearly with a lot of effort that those white figures were all humanoid, but definitely not human, at least not living people. These white figures, scattered amongst the snow on the mountains, were stepping on the thick snow and stumbling towards the hot spring resort to converge. Luo, let's go down and find a flat place to land. Since these white figures weren't living people, they must be monsters, so Shinhao planned to go down and harvest a wave. After landing on top of the provincial road not far from the hot spring resort, Xiao Luo transformed into her dragon maiden form in a burst of silver light. Shinhao, who landed smoothly, turned around and looked at the white figure 5 or 6 meters away through the snowflakes drifting in the sky. Howl! It was a snow-covered walker. With a low hiss, this one zombie swung its arms and charged violently. This hiss from it also made the 5 nearby zombies hiss after it, and all of them rushed towards Shinhao's side. Xiao Luo, it's time for your wonderful solo show next. Perform well. Shinhao smiled at the dragon maiden Xiao Luo, who was standing by the side. Yes, master. Dragon maiden Xiao Luo revealed a sweet smile to Shinhao, then turned around and faced the 6 zombies that rushed over, slightly raising her hands. Almost instantly, the snowflakes that drifted in the sky quickly converged between Xiao Luo's hands, condensing into a blade of frost that sharply chopped at the zombies. Put, put, put. The 6 zombies in the middle of running were cut in half by a frosty blade that chopped their heads in half and fell heavily to the ground. 6 translucent cards floated out from above the corpse, then flew into Shinhao's mind rapidly. Let's go. Let's go to the hot spring resort to keep watch. Those zombies are targeting the hot spring resort. Shinhao waved at Xiao Luo. Okay day, master. Dragon maiden Xiao Luo nodded with a well-behaved face and followed Shinhao towards the hot spring resort not far away. On the road, Shinhao summoned Annie and the others out of the shelter, and after thinking about it, he summoned Nico as well. After all, she couldn't stay in the middle of the shelter all the time. There was always the need to adapt to the apocalypse. Anyway, she wasn't going to die now. At most she would be injured, even if she was accidentally bitten by a zombie. Big deal. Just kill yourself and come back to life with full blood. When you draw a card that can awaken a talent ability later, you can give her the awakening, which is surely a waste if you use it yourself anyway. And with the existence of the life and death contract, Nico's awakening of her natural supernatural ability was equivalent to her awakening of her natural supernatural ability. It's cold. Natalie, who had already changed into a down jacket in advance, subconsciously shivered and lightly stomped her feet. Tactical gloved hands gripped an M4A1 carbine tightly, constantly surveying the roiling snowflakes around them. Why is it suddenly snowing in May and June? This damn weather changes from day to day. Who knows what's going on? Just get used to it. Shinhao had also changed into a down jacket long ago. After all, he was still in the physical state of an ordinary person after all. Annie, Evelyn, Rose, Juan Air, Xiao Luo. The 5 of you go nearby and attract all those zombies to the entrance of the resort. Okay. And the others nodded and scattered, running into the wind and snow around them. The snowflakes flying in the sky did not constitute any effect or discomfort for them. The cute tentacle lady with a height of 1 meter and 2 meters ran to Chinhao's side, and in a burst of light, she transformed into a tentacle lady with only the size of a palm, and burrowed into his other top pocket. And a quick hello to Spider-chan, who stayed on the other side of the pocket. Chinhao, on the other hand, took Nico with him, braving the wind and snow towards the resort not far away. Chapter 106, Floating in a Chaotic World. Human life is like grass. Upon arriving at the gate of the spa resort, Shinhao led Nico into the janitorial room on the side, and took out a portable charcoal stove and lit some charcoal for warmth. Natalie clasped her M4A1 carbine in both hands, guarded the burning charcoal stove, and sat down on a chair, turning her head every now and then to glance at the snow and wind outside. This weather is good for shabu shabu. Let's shabu shabu lamb for dinner. As he spoke, Shinhao, who was sitting beside Nico, smiled and took out a stainless steel pot and placed it on top of the blazing charcoal stove. Ha, shabu shabu? Hearing Chinhao's words, Nico froze slightly, not reacting for a while. Aren't we getting ready to do battle with the walkers next? What's with the shabu shabu? Immediately after, she then saw Chinhao take out a large bottle of mineral water and pour it into the pot, then put in a packet of 3 fresh flavored hot pot base. Then, there were 4 or 5 stainless steel pots, some ingredients for shabu shabu, 2 big bags of sliced lamb, some fresh vegetables, utensils, and so on. All of these things were exchanged by Chinhao using F&E-grade material cards. He squarely stood by the roaring charcoal stove, gazing at the snowflakes flying in the sky outside the window, and the scene of sitting around a hot pot with Nico's 2 families a few years ago abruptly appeared in his mind. Unfortunately, now he and Nico were the only 2 people left, wandering in the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland. What's on your mind? Looking at Chinhao, who was sitting on a chair with a cabbage in his hand and suddenly launched himself into a daze, Nico raised her right hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Afterward, he took the cabbage in Chinhao's hand and broke it. Is it homesickness? In fact, when you suddenly said you wanted shabu shabu just now, I knew you were remembering the last time we had hot pot. When she said this, Nico raised her head to look at Chinhao and softly said, that was the last meal we had together 3 years ago, and I remember it snowing about as much that day as it is today. Our 2 families were sitting by the window, looking out the window at the snowflakes drifting in the sky, eating hot pot and chatting happily. We were supposed to go to the movies together the next afternoon, but we ended up sneaking out of the country as a family that night. When he said this, Nico had a forlorn look on his face. Well, let bygones be bygones. We're together again now. Chinhao smiled and raised his hand, gently rubbing Nico's cheek, then lowered his head and looked at the tentacle lady in his pocket who had already started drooling. Little glutton, come out and help if you want to eat, or don't eat later. As soon as his words fell, the tentacle lady, who had been impatiently waiting for this, transformed into a cute loli of 1 meter 2 in height in a burst of light. Spider-chan, who stayed in the other pocket, likewise transformed into the imperial form of the Spider Queen amidst a dazzling aura of blood. You guys get ready here now and eat first when you're done. I'm going to go outside and see what's going on. After shoving the stainless steel basin in his hand into Spider Z's hand, Chinhao stood up and walked out towards the outside of the janitorial room. He had just heard, from not far away, a low hissing sound coming from the wind and snow. It's not snowing too hard outside. At the very least, one could see clearly 20 or 30 meters away. Using kite-flying tactics, the athletic Evelyn guided 20 to 30 white walkers towards the side of the gate. Chinhao stuck his hands in his pockets and stood under the eaves of the janitor's room, waiting quietly. Soon, Evelyn then came to Chinhao's side. Without needing Chinhao to open his mouth to command, she directly turned around, reached out and took off the 2 MP5 submachine guns hanging on her side, aiming at the zombies that rushed over. As soon as these zombies came within 10 meters, she decisively pulled the trigger and accurately shot one zombie in the head. A short minute, she then killed all 26 of the ordinary zombies she had attracted, leaving a trail of corpses behind. Just as she wanted to continue running out to attract zombies, Shin Hao called out to her. Alright, Evelyn, go inside and rest for a while. Okay, Evelyn nodded and turned to walk into the middle of the janitor's room. Immediately after, Xiao Luo and Annie's figures appeared in the snow and wind not far away, followed by a group of snow-covered zombies behind the two of them. The two of them similarly lured this group of zombies to within 10 meters of Shin Hao, and then launched a merciless killing spree against these zombies. Just under a minute, all 42 zombies were killed. It's been hard. You guys go in and rest for a while too. Shin Hao smiled at the two of them. Okay, the two nodded and headed inside the janitor's office. While walking to Shin Hao's side, Dragon Maiden Xiaoluo raised her hand, pointed to a place dozens of meters away, and asked softly, not far away. There are a few people hiding in the dark and peeping. Do you need me to go over and catch them? No need. Go in. After taking a look in the direction of her finger, Shin Hao shook his head slightly. Without even needing to think about it, he knew that there would be no one else hiding in the shadows and peeping, other than Chen Yangjun and a few people from the bearded man. But he doesn't care. This was because Chen Yangjun and the bearded man and the others were like ants in front of him, unbeatable. He just didn't want to go on a random killing spree, nor did he want to be a killing machine that treated human life like grass, because the thrill of the kill will sink in and overwhelm people. They should learn to honor life. Of course, those who should be killed still have to be killed. Actually, human nature is very contradictory. At least Shin Hao was like this now. He was at a stage where he was on the verge of moral collapse, but not completely collapsing and reshaping his moral free views. He didn't mind killing, but he didn't want to kill randomly and disregard life. At least, he couldn't get past this hurdle in his mind right now. Good homeschooling, after all, puts an invisible moral yoke on him. He clearly remembered something his grandfather had once said. You can kill a bad person without psychological pressure because such a person would have deserved to die. But it's hard to go easy on killing a good, unarmed man because your conscience will make you feel guilty and uneasy. Why are bad people bad? It is because they have no conscience and no moral ground. You kill a man like that, you're doing the people a favor. It's a messy world. Human lives are like grass. Shin Hao only remembered that after his grandfather finished this last sentence. He sighed deeply, his pair of weathered eyes filled with memories. The world is in turmoil, and human life is like grass. Shin Hao murmured softly, followed by a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. I won't kill at will, but those who mess with me must die. Only the dead will not pose any threat to me. He then walked towards Chance, who was not far away, with his shotgun in both hands. Upon coming to Chance's side, the two pulled the trigger on the zombies that were coming after them, blowing the head off of one hideous and terrifying zombie. A minute or two later, all 33 zombies were killed. At this time, Wan Air, who was wearing a red dowry, also led 20 to 30 zombies back. 4 or 5 minutes later, 29 walkers were killed. Alright, the nearby zombies are estimated to be almost killed. Go in and rest for a while. After changing a new magazine for the shotgun, Shin Hao smiled faintly towards Rose and the others who were standing by the side. After taking a look at the bodies littering the floor, he turned toward the janitor's office. However, he had just reached the door when he heard a burst of gunfire from not far away, as well as a low hissing sound. You guys go in first. I'll go over and see what's going on. After greeting Rose and the others, Shin Hao, with his shotgun in hand, turned around and walked towards the direction where the gunshots rang out. The spider sub inside the janitor's room turned into a fist-sized spider sub and jumped into Shin Hao's jacket pocket amidst a blood aura. When he walked 20 to 30 meters away, Shin Hao saw a stitching zombie with a height of more than 4 meters standing in the middle of the wind and snow a dozen meters away. Chen Yangjun and the bearded man were firing shots, but they didn't seem to be very effective, and the two were gradually retreating. Shin Hao directly exchanged an M72 anti-tank bazooka, aimed at the ugly head of that one stitching zombie, and then pulled the trigger. Chapter 107, is it a human being, or a zombie? Whooshing. A 66mm armor-breaking bullet instantly cut through the snow and wind and accurately hit the head of that one stitching walker with a violent explosion. The fire blasted a vacuum out of all the snowflakes drifting in the sky. This 4-meter-tall stitching zombie was only flesh and blood after all, and its entire head plus the upper half of its body was blown into a mass of broken flesh. A dozen meters away, Chen Yangjun and the bearded man were startled by the sudden explosion and subconsciously ducked behind a scenic rock. When the explosion is over, only then did they stand up, and Chen Yangjun, who had a shocked face, waved his hand at Shin Hao, who was standing in the middle of the wind and snow, and shouted loudly, Shin Hao, thanks. He then turned with the bearded pair and ran towards the shelter not far away. Dropped 15 cards. Not bad. Looking at the 15 semi-transparent cards that flew towards him rapidly, Shin Hao dropped the bazooka in his hand with a satisfied face. Immediately after that, he raised his hand and threw a D-rank blue summoning card into midair. Dwarf Scout. a dazzling blue light flickered, and a dwarf scout with a short stature instantly appeared in front of Qin Hao. Scout out the situation in this one hot spring resort. See if there are any more zombies or other monsters present, and come back to me in 10 minutes to report the situation. Yes, Commander. The dwarf scout, who was only 1 meter 2 in height, nodded, holding a green whistling arrow in his hand as he turned and ran into the snow-filled sky. Qin Hao tilted his head and swept a glance at the snowflakes drifting in the sky before turning around, carrying the Saiga 12 shotgun around, and walking towards the gatehouse at the main entrance. Inside the janitor's office, Natalie and a few of the card girls had gotten together and were chatting and eating fondue. How? Are you done with your work? We're all waiting for you. Nico stood up and walked over to Qin Hao, helping him pat away the snowflakes on his body with a gentle face. The tentacled lady standing on the side was carrying a bowl of freshly shaken lamb in both hands and handed it over. Master, it's just right. Oh, eat it. Well, you guys eat too. Qin Hao smiled faintly and took the bowl from the tentacle lady's hand, raising his hand to touch her cute little face in the process. Then, with a thought, he exchanged a few bags of lamb slices and some ingredients, as well as a few large buckets of juice and some cutlery. Today this weather is suitable for shabu-shabu. Everyone accompany me to eat together. There are more people lively. After revealing a smile full of sunshine to the crowd, Qin Hao raised his hand again and gently stroked Nico's somewhat reddened cheeks. Natalie, you go ahead and eat too. Have some more. Aha. Natalie nodded with a sweet look on her face. We're all here with you. Aha. Qin Hao nodded, then turned around with his bowl, looking at the roiling wind and snow outside the door, taking small bites of shabu-shabu. 10 minutes later, the diminutive dwarf scout appeared in the snow and wind and ran quickly in this direction, coming before and after Qin Hao's body. It tilted its head and reported the situation it had just scouted. Reporting to the commander. Some zombies have appeared one after another on the outskirts of this area of buildings. There were about 50 or 60 of them. In the middle of the snow further out on the periphery there are likewise some zombies converging this way. Scattered together there are probably around 100 of them. Got it. Qin Hao nodded, then raised his hand and pointed outside the gate. You're going to slip outside one more time, and when the last minute is up, come back to me for a debriefing. Okay. The dwarven scout nodded, carrying a green sentry arrow in his hand, and quickly ran into the roiling rain and wind outside the gates. Qin Hao, on the other hand, finished the last few pieces of mutton in his bowl without slowing down, then turned around and instructed Annie and the others behind him. Annie, Evelyn, Rose, Wan Air, Xiao Luo, you guys continue to attract the walkers. Okay, Commander. Annie nodded at Qin Hao and took the lead to rush into the snow and wind. The remaining 4 followed close behind. Spider-chan, who was in the state of an imperial sister, and Tentacle Lady, who was 1 meter and 2 meters tall, simultaneously transformed into their smallest forms and jumped directly into Qin Hao's top pocket. Natalie also put down the dishes in her hand and picked up the M401 carbine that was placed aside, ready for battle. Nico, there's no need to rush. There's no need for you to make a move yet, Qin Hao said with a smile. A few minutes later, the dwarf scout ran all the way, wildly braving the snow drifting in the sky, and ran back, reporting the situation to Qin Hao. Commander, a truck has appeared above the highway not far away and is driving towards the resort in a blizzard of wind and snow, and is now less than a kilometer away. Just as the dwarf scout's words fell, it dissipated directly into midair as its dwell time reached. A truck? With a puzzled look on his face, Qin Hao braved the sky full of snow and walked to the gate, peering over toward the not-too-distant place. Sure enough, not far away, a truck could be vaguely seen in the wind and snow, driving towards the hot spring resort. At a distance of 200 or 300 meters, a sharp brake stopped. Immediately after, from the trunk, 10 figures in black combat uniforms jumped down, as well as a 3-meter-tall, Vulcan Gatling-wielding Tyrant Walker. 2 figures in black combat uniforms also came down from the cab. These figures converged together and walked on foot towards this side of the hot spring resort. At first, Qin Hao didn't see clearly what was going on. By the time he got a good look, the men had already run 50 or 60 meters. That one 3-meter-tall tyrant zombie had already pulled the trigger and started strafing this side of the gate with a Vulcan Gatling in hand. The 12 figures standing to the side in black combat uniforms with automatic rifles followed suit and pulled the triggers and began firing. WOJ. In the nick of time, Qin Hao directly used Fearless Dash and rushed into the janitorial room on the side. Meanwhile, think in your mind, are those figures human? Or zombies? How did they get together with that one Vulcan Gatling-wielding Tyrant Walker and manage to stay safe from each other? If they were zombies, why would they still use hot weapons? Could it be that these people are all controlled natural disaster puppets? How? What happened? Is someone trying to attack the hot spring resort? Hearing the intense gunfire outside, Nico clutched the M4A1 carbine in her hand with a nervous face. I don't know what's going on. Qin Hao shook his head slightly at her, then took out the M32 style grenade launcher, stood at the window, and pulled the trigger as soon as he aimed outside the gate entrance. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! Boom 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 boom. Chapter 108, a shocking scene. Shasta. A 40mm howitzer was fired into the snow and wind outside the gate, followed by a fierce explosion, with flashes of fire like brilliant fireworks. Nico, do you want me to take you back to the shelter first? Qin Hao glanced back at Nico while shooting a howitzer at the window. No, I can help you fight along. Natalie shook her head and crouched down to the window, using both hands to raise her M4A1 and start shooting at the window in faith. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! That's fine. You'll have to adapt to this kind of gunfire sooner or later anyway. After Qin Hao emptied all the grenades in the grenade launcher, without hesitation, he switched directly to one M72 anti-tank bazooka, and pulled the trigger decisively at the invaders whose formation had been disrupted by the grenades. The 6 grenades from the party did not cause any substantial damage to the invaders, but only disrupted their attack formation and temporarily slowed down their offensive momentum. However, the attack just now also let that one tyrannical zombie find the direction where Qin Hao was hiding, turning around and aiming the Gatling at the door guard room. Bullets, like a metal storm, instantly poured out, punching deep craters in the concrete exterior walls of the janitor's room. 2 short seconds, the concrete walls of the janitor's room were then shattered by the bullets pouring out of them, a slug shooting through the concrete wall. However, Qin Hao's reaction was even faster. After shooting the M72 anti-tank bazooka out of his hand, he took Natalie directly into the interdimensional shelter. 10 seconds later, the janitor's room was directly blown to rubble by the bullets pouring out of it. The Vulcan Gatling bullets in the tyrant zombie's hands were also depleted, and with heavy steps, he slowly walked over with those 12 figures. Just then, Qin Hao suddenly appeared in the middle of the janitor's room that had become ruins, and between his raised hands, he threw out 5E grade blue skill cards. Shasta. A stream of explosive arrows, sting of ice, deadly poison arrows, and so on, were rushed towards the figures that had rushed 5 or 6 meters away. One of them, the tyrant zombie, was focused on by Qin Hao, and was directly enveloped by a round of frost fury instantly, freezing into an azure-colored ice sculpture. Put, 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 click, click, click. Almost instantly, those 12 figures wearing black combat uniforms and holding automatic rifles, as well as that one 3-meter-tall tyrant zombie, were instantly killed in seconds. The tyrant walkers still dropped 10 translucent cards, and those in black combat suits dropped 2 translucent cards. Seeing the translucent cards floating out from the corpses, Qin Hao understood that these guys in combat uniforms were definitely not living people. Could it be that these people are really puppets manipulated by the bizarre natural disaster? But where did the Vulcan Gatling-wielding tyrant walkers come from? Could it be that one missile base has completely fallen? Or perhaps a biochemical transformation base exists in that city? With a puzzled look on his face, Qin Hao walked towards those corpses that fell on the ground. After squatting down and carefully inspecting them, Qin Hao found that these people had pale skin all over their bodies, and some rotting pus sores had begun to appear on their bodies. As for these people, were they natural disaster puppets controlled by the bizarre natural disaster? Or were they mutated zombies is unknown. It seems that these zombies are mutating faster and faster. After slightly frowning, Qin Hao released Nico from the shelter. A few minutes later, Annie and the others, one after another, also led a group of zombies back. What followed was, naturally, a lot of killing. Half an hour later, Qin Hao brought Annie and the other card girls and killed a total of 136 normal rotting zombies and 6 mutated zombies. A total of 154 cards were acquired. At this point, he had accumulated as many as 439 cards, but he wasn't going to open it now. Instead, I'm going to get up to 1,000 and see if I can still open SSS ranked decks. Even if you can't open an SSS ranked, you can still open an SS ranked card by conservative estimation. Qin Hao's battle at the door. The successive gunshots and explosions instantly attracted the attention of Chen Yangjun and the others. However, these people didn't even dare to go up to check, fearing that they would be affected by the disaster, and only dared to stay in the room and keep on speculating and discussing. After Chen Yangjun and the core members of the team, such as the bearded man, discussed together, they unanimously agreed that Qin Hao must have gained extremely powerful natural supernormal abilities. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to put out such powerful firepower and kill so many zombies on his own. Since Qin Hao could awaken his natural supernormal abilities, so could he and the others do the same? For a while the hearts of the crowd were filled with anticipation. Qin Hao was not clear about the thoughts and speculations of Chen Yangjun and the others. just as he was preparing to take a group of card ladies and Nico back to the interdimensional shelter. A shocking scene took place. An extremely dazzling light green light suddenly swept over from the direction of Midorikoto City in a surging manner, and actually directly forced back the blizzard that had enveloped the hot spring resort forcefully. Eventually, a clear-cut, invisible barrier was constructed in the middle of the spa resort. On one side of the barrier a cold wind howled and goosefeather snow filled the sky. On the other hand, the dark clouds were dispersed, the temperature rose rapidly, and a bright and dazzling sun hung high in the sky. This shocking scene directly caused Shinhao, Nico, and a group of card ladies to be woodenly frozen in place. Chen Yongjun and the others hiding inside the three-story villa were likewise deeply in extreme shock. My god! This is a miracle! Could it be that a god has come to save us? This is simply spectacular. How is this possible? It's just completely contrary to basic natural theory. Cut. It's already the end of the world. What's all this talk about natural theories? The three-story villa where the crowd was located happened to be between the invisible barriers, so the scene they saw was even more shocking than that of Shinhao and the others. Standing in the middle of the wind and snow, Shinhao, with a slight movement of his mind, directly sent Annie and the others into the shelter, leaving only Spider Z and Nico by his side. This is all simply too shocking. Could it be that the bizarre natural disaster occupying Greenvine City has intervened? With a hint of curiosity, Shinhao and Nico passed through the invisible barrier in front of them and stepped into the sunny other side. After raising her head to look at the round of sun in the sky, Natalie looked at the roiling snow and wind on the other side of the barrier with a curious expression. How? This is all simply amazing. Exactly. Shinhao nodded with a grave expression on his face. The shocking scene in front of him made him deeply feel the power of those bizarre heavenly disasters, though these bizarre natural disasters were held back by that resistance force hidden behind the scenes, unable to come down and intervene in person. However, they are still capable of creating some small-scale natural disasters. Beyond that, there was something else that was quite confusing in his mind. The tyrant zombie holding a Vulcan Gatling and the 12 soldier zombies that came to this hot spring resort in a blizzard earlier. Were they rushing towards themselves? Or was it aimed at Chen Yongjun and the others? It is assumed that this is inextricably linked to the sudden blizzard at hand. Did a creepy natural disaster hiding in the shadows able to monitor everything in the city? Or was it that someone amongst themselves or Chen Yongjun and the others had been targeted? Or is it because of their identity as travelers? Chapter 109, A Bizarre Natural Disaster in Greenvine City. After looking at the dazzling sun in the sky and contemplating for a moment, Shinhao finally failed to figure out the reason. However, a mental resolution was made. That was to leave the city of zombies in step within the boundaries of Greenvine City. After all, the bizarre natural disaster that belonged to the city of zombies would definitely not dare to recklessly enter Greenvine City. As for the safety of Chen Yongjun and the others, it was not within his scope of consideration, and he would never go and act as a babysitter for someone anyway. Being able to help them clean up a wave of zombies was already a kindness. As for the next step, whether they lived or died, it would depend on their own creation and ability. In order to keep a low profile and not be targeted by the weird natural disaster belonging to Greenvine City, Shinhao didn't summon Xiao Luo to turn into a frost dragon to rush. Instead, he sent Natalie back into the middle of the interdimensional shelter, and then followed a path behind the hot springs resort into the boundaries of Greenvine City. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, Shinhao climbed over 2 hills and stepped into the middle of the provincial highway located within the boundaries of Greenvine City. All the way, his heart was all in his head, pondering what kind of monsters would appear within the boundaries of Greenvine City. It couldn't be that it would still be zombies of all shapes and sizes, could it? After entering the provincial highway, Shinhao, who had already changed into a black punching suit, drove the motorcycle and sped towards the direction of Greenvine City. Along the way, he suddenly found that the provincial highway on both sides of those green vegetation more and more lush, some of which is like a creeper general spread everywhere. The top is also full of colorful flowers. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinhao drove his motorcycle and turned into a village next to the provincial road. This village had a strange atmosphere, and all the buildings in the village were covered by all kinds of vegetation, especially the creeper-like plants. It's really evil. How could this village be so densely covered with creepers? Could it be that the bizarre natural disaster in Greenvine City is related to various plants? But what killing power can plants have? With a puzzled look on his face, Shinhao put the motorcycle away in the interdimensional shelter and started to take a closer look at the village in front of him, which was completely covered by green vegetation. Under the situation of unknown enemy, Shinhao once again summoned a dwarf scout to enter the weird village in front of him to explore the situation. Go in and scout around a bit, and if you come across a monster just draw it out. Yes, Commander. The diminutive dwarf scout nodded and turned to run into the village covered in green vegetation. Shinhao held the shotgun in both hands and stood quietly under the street sign, waiting. After 4 or 5 minutes had passed, his brows suddenly furrowed tightly, and his face looked towards the green village a dozen meters away. He had just suddenly sensed that the dwarven scout had been killed. It seems that there must be monsters more powerful than zombies present in this one village. With a slight movement of his mind, a blue summoning card once again appeared in Shinhao's right hand. Primary, Leaken Warrior. A dazzling blue light flashed in midair, followed by the appearance of a 2-meter-tall gray werewolf with a fierce face. You go to the village and scout out the situation. Find out how the dwarven scout died and what kind of monsters exist inside. Ow! The gray werewolf wailed, then turned and ran on all fours into the village a dozen meters away. After the gray werewolf left, Shinhao's mind moved slightly, and Wan'er, who was wearing a red wedding dress with a pale face, instantly appeared at his side and asked in a delicate voice, "Your Excellency, may I ask if there is anything I need Wan'er to do? Let's wait and see what happens first." Shinhao held the shotgun in his hand and said with a calm face, "Okay." Wan'er nodded and took 2 steps from Shinhao's side. A few minutes later, the gray werewolf landed on all fours and ran out of the middle of the green village in a frantic frenzy, the body of the dwarven scout still in his mouth. In its rear, those plants covering the buildings were like a weird green tentacle, swiftly attacking towards the gray werewolf. Immediately after, from the depths of the village, 3 humanoid monsters covered in green moss rushed out. Holy, what the hell is this? It doesn't look like a zombie either. Shinhao raised the shotgun in his hand and pulled the trigger at the green monster 30 to 40 meters away. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! The gray werewolf ran furiously all the way to Shinhao's body, put down the dwarf scout in his mouth, and then the man stood up, waved 2 wolf claws as big as casseroles, and fiercely slapped at the green monster that was catching up. The lanky gray werewolf went down with a claw and slapped a monster straight to the ground. Wan'er, who was standing on the side, dodged and directly swung the very sharp blood-colored nails, piercing the head of one of the green monsters. The last green monster had its head blown off by Shinhao using the shotgun in his hand. After the 3 green monsters died, they each dropped a translucent card. Those tentacle plants covering the buildings in the village seemed to have a sense of territory and did not come towards Shinhao's side. Of course, it could be because the length of the tentacles could not reach here. However, the green plants that covered the various buildings, green vines that looked like bizarre tentacles, kept waving in the air. It seems that the weird natural disaster in Greenvine City is related to various plants. After glancing at those green vines that were like the claws of demons, Shinhao crouched down and examined the 3 monster corpses on the ground. Spider-chan, who stayed in his pocket, also transformed into her imperial form amidst a blood aura and crouched down to follow and scrutinize it. Master, these seem to be all humans, but were parasitized by spore-like plants before they turned into zombie-like monsters. Simply put, one can interpret these monsters as a spore-parasitic zombie. As soon as Spider Z's words fell, Shinhao didn't have any hesitation and directly took out a medical mask and put it on his face. Then asked, how do these spore-like plants parasitize? Will they be parasitized by skin contact? There is a strong possibility. Spider Z reached out and picked up a dead branch from the side, scraping off a layer of green moss covering the monster's corpse and placing it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. These things look extremely troublesome and difficult to prevent, so I suggest getting out of here as soon as possible. How? Shinhao asked with a frown. It seemed to him that these monsters, which had been turned into monsters after being parasitized by the spores, were not difficult to kill, nor were they much more powerful than zombies. What we just killed was just the host that was being parasitized, not these spores that are parasitizing the host, Spidey said with a tight frown. Understood. Shinhao frowned slightly, then immediately lowered his head to look at his right hand, only to see that a green spore had landed on the back of his hand at some point and was trying to burrow into the skin. Just then, a jumble of footsteps came from the middle of the spooky village not far away. When he raised his head, Shinhao saw dozens of green monsters covered with dark green moss, running wildly and frantically out from among the luxuriant plants. Some of these green monsters even had some extremely strange green vines growing out of their features as well as their torsos, with some colorful and pretty little flowers blooming on them. Chapter 110, Skill Advancement, Flaming Roar, Tornado. It seems that these weird spores that are able to parasitize living things and turn them into green monsters are part of the abilities possessed by the Greenvine City's weird natural disasters. Shinhao frowned slightly, and in a flash, he switched the shotgun in his hand into a tactical dagger. Then, with the blade of his knife, he carefully scraped off the patch of bizarre spores, full of activity, that had attached itself to the back of his hand. At the same time, with a thought, he used an A-ranked purple skill card, Fiery Flame, Tornado. A dazzling purple light flew by in mid-air. Immediately after that, a fiery tornado with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 20 meters appeared out of nowhere in mid-air. The violent flaming tornado gave off a fiery flame in an instant, as well as a heat wave, causing the air around it to begin to become distorted. Shasta! This fiery tornado was like a madly spinning gyroscope, sweeping towards the green monsters that rushed over. In just a few seconds, those 30 to 40 green monsters in the midst of running wildly were swept into the fiery tornado and burned to ashes by the blazing flames. 42 translucent cards flew out sharply from the fiery dragon scroll and flew into Qin Hao's mind. Qin Hao, on the other hand, stood up and took Spider Z and one air back several steps in a row before using an E-rank skill card, Blazing Flames, incinerate the bodies of the green monsters on the ground that had been parasitized by the weird spores. Even the tactical dagger that he had just used to scrape those spores from the back of his hand was thrown together on top of the burning corpse. He then lifted the back of his hand, placed it in front of his eyes, and scrutinized it carefully, and immediately discovered a shocking sight. How come these weird spores that burrowed in are being repelled out by the muscles? Only to see that part of the weird spores that had already burrowed into the back of Qin Hao's hand just now were suddenly repelled out by the muscles on the back of his hand in a hard way. Could it be that this body of mine is immune to the parasitization of these weird spores? Qin Hao was full of doubts, and he carefully observed the tiny bit of weird spores on the back of his hand. These converging bizarre spores were only the size of a small grain of rice, took on a dark green color, and had a strange luster. They moved back and forth above the back of Qin Hao's hand, seemingly wanting to escape from here, but not daring to burrow into the skin again. Spider Z walked to Qin Hao's side, looked at the weird spores on the back of his hand, frowned slightly, and said with a thoughtful face, "This is an extremely bizarre parasite-like spore creature. I've seen similar ones in the Endless Abyss, but it's still a bit different from this one. However, the characteristics of this class of spore organisms are largely consistent, breeding at a rapid rate and extremely aggressive. It can parasitize most organisms and control them as its puppets, but they are extremely short-lived. After the death of the host, if a new host is not found soon enough, it will become inactive in just a few minutes and thus fall asleep or die. Even parasites can only survive for a short period of time on a host, metabolizing amongst constant self-propagation. So, it's possible that they parasitize a creature, and a day later, those spores have multiplied into completely new spores. So it is." Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully. "If this kind of weird spore will lose its activity in just a few minutes after leaving the host, plus one's own physical body is immune to the invasion of weird spores, then, there was really no need to fear the parasitization of this kind of weird spore by himself." Qin Hao, who had originally planned to immediately evacuate the Green Vine City limits, decided to stay and see the situation before evacuating if it was not possible. Not far away, the fiery tornado that was rampaging back and forth in place lasted for 20 seconds before it directly dissipated in place, leaving behind only a mess and ashes. The village covered with green vegetation was as if it had come to life, with countless dark green vines waving in the air like a tentacle. But, they don't seem to be able to leave the confines of the village. Since it's a weird natural disaster of the plant type, it'll need a flame-based skill to deal with it. Looking at the extremely weird green village that was as if it had come to life, the corner of Qin Hao's mouth lifted up slightly. Mindfulness. 2 more cards then came out of his hand. An A-ranked purple skill card, Fiery Flame, Tornado, and an S-ranked golden mystery card, Golden Legend, skill. Next, Golden Legend, skill, turned into a ball of extremely dazzling golden light, wrapping the A-ranked purple skill card in it. Then, a dazzling, colorful, dazzling light flashed out. After the golden glow dissipated, only an S-rank golden skill card was left silently suspended in mid-air. With a slight movement of Qin Hao's mind, the golden skill card suspended in mid-air flew into his right hand. After carefully checking the information on the golden skill card, I found that the attributes of the skill had been improved across the board. The Flaming Roar, Tornado. The diameter of the flaming tornado has been increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, the height has been changed to 30 meters, and the skill range has been expanded to 100 by 100 meters. With a release distance of 500 meters. The energy storage time is 1 hour and the duration is 5 minutes. That's right, the promotion to a permanent skill card adds a new setting of build-up time. Although Qin Hao didn't need to consume any energy to release this skill, yet it needed a storage time to accumulate energy. After all, the energy needed to release a skill could not be generated out of thin air. As for why the skill cards with a number of times limit did not have energy storage time, Qin Hao was not quite sure. It was possible that the energy was stored in advance. A few minutes later, Qin Hao watched as the touch of bizarre spores on the back of his hand lost its activity and turned from dark green to dark gray. He blew out a soft breath afterward. The splash of deactivated bizarre spores was then blown into the air and disappeared. Immediately afterward, Qin Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at Spider Z and One Air, who were standing aside. "Are these weird spores a threat to you guys?" As for the gray werewolf next to him, he directly ignored it. "Basically no threat. They can't break my defenses." Spider-chan laughed. One Air, who was standing at the side, similarly shook her head and said in a delicate voice, "Nothing too threatening. The surface of my body's skin is shrouded in a layer of death aura. That's fine. Shin Hao smiled and nodded. As long as these summons of his would not be parasitized. Actually, it's fine even if it's parasitic. The big deal is to cancel the summon state and then resummon it all over again. As it is, that Green Vine City's bizarre natural disaster was not a threat to him for the time being. Next, let's show you guys what is called truth. Shin Hao looked at the village not far away, which was occupied by a weird natural disaster, and directly exchanged that M120 type heavy mortar for it. M120 heavy mortar. Explosion kill range 60 by 30 meters. Maximum range, 7,700 meters. Equipped with 200 incendiary bombs, 200 armor-piercing bombs, 500 high-explosive bombs, 50 flares, 50 smoke bombs. Immediately afterward, he sent one heir back into the interdimensional shelter and summoned Rosebud. Chapter 111, Deeply Strange Situation. Chance, can you handle this M120 heavy mortar? Shin Hao raised his hand and gently patted the heavy mortar beside him with a barrel length of almost 1 meter 8, having 2 mounts as well as a base. It will work. After carefully looking up and down at this heavy mortar, Rose nodded slightly towards Shin Hao. That's good. Shin Hao wore a smile on his face as he lifted his hand and pointed at the weird village a few dozen meters away. Bombard towards the village. 10 shots first. Try how powerful it really is. As he spoke, he took out 5 incendiary bombs and 5 high-explosive bombs. The shortest range of this mortar is around 450 meters, and the drop point should be at the center of the village. Is that okay? Chance visually measured the distance and turned to look at Shin Hao, who was standing on the side. No problem. I just want to see how powerful this mortar is. Shin Hao nodded with a smile, then raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Shasta. A fiery tornado with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 30 meters appeared in the middle of the village, wreaking havoc in an area of 100 by 100 square meters. After advancing to S rank, the destructive and killing power of the flaming tornado became extremely terrifying. A few short seconds. It then destroys and ignites those buildings within the skill's range, as well as the weird dark green plants that cover them. Less than a minute, the fringes of the spooky village had been transformed into a sea of blazing fire. At that moment, Rose also adjusted the firing angle of the mortar and fired an incendiary and high-explosive bomb towards the center of the village. 5 minutes passed. The fiery tornado that was raging madly disappeared into the air, leaving behind only a place of fiery burning ruins. Chance also put 5 incendiary bombs and 5 high explosives, all into the center of the village, destroying an area of buildings. The bizarre plants that had attached themselves to the buildings were directly overtaken by the flames, yet no cards were dropped. Eventually, Shin Hao came to a conclusion. The killing and destructive power of the mortar was not as good as the fiery roar tornado, but that was only natural. After all, the two things could not be compared to each other in the first place. A bit of shelling just now didn't gain any cards because of the distance. However, the flaming tornado's rampage had allowed Shin Hao to harvest 32 cards, which should have killed some parasitic monsters hiding in the buildings. Rose, you go back first. With a slight movement of Shin Hao's mind, Rose, who was standing on the side, along with the M120 heavy mortar, were sent into the interdimensional shelter. The gray werewolf had disappeared. At the moment, the only thing left by his side was Spider Z, who had transformed into the size of a fist. Standing on the provincial highway, looking at the village that was burning not far away, Shin Hao finally dismissed the idea of entering it and prepared to leave this place first. But, just as he took out his motorcycle and intended to leave, suddenly a large dark green mist was found rising from the eerie village, swept by a sudden demonic wind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just by looking at it, Shin Hao understood that the large mass of dark green mist blown over by the wind was by no means good. There must be something wrong with it. He twisted the throttle directly and sped towards the west on his motorcycle. However, it was a little late after all. With an extremely terrifying speed, that large mass of dark green mist straightly caught up with Shin Hao, instantly enveloping him. This large mass of dark green mist was, as expected, formed by the convergence of countless dark green spores, just as he had guessed. Shasta. This large mass of dark green weird spores then wrapped up Shin Hao together with the speeding motorcycle, as well as the spider child that stayed in his pocket. He only felt a wave of dizziness, and instantly lost consciousness, and before his consciousness dissipated, he felt that he and his motorcycle flew straight up into mid-air. The Spider-chan in his pocket transformed into her imperial form in a flash and hugged him tightly into her arms. His head hurts. The moment he regained his consciousness, Shin Hao only felt that he had a splitting headache, and subconsciously raised his hands and fiercely knocked on his temples a few times. Then he realized that he was currently lying on a single bed in a bedroom, covered with a summer quilt. The sexy and flirtatious Spider-chan, still in her imperial form, was sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him, wondering what she was thinking about. Spider-chan, Where is this place? Chin Hao, whose head was a bit dazed, sat up with his hands propped on the bed and looked at Spider-chan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and asked. He then mentally called up the system interface, intending to take out a skill card from among his personal card pool to restore his spirit. However, he called out in his mind 4 or 5 times in a row, and the card system did not appear. What's going on here? Where's the card system? Chin Hao could no longer perceive the existence of the card system at all, his brain instantly falling into a blank. Immediately afterward, he began to sense the interdimensional shelter. However, something desperate happened. Even the interdimensional shelter he couldn't perceive anymore. What's going on here? How did my card system disappear into thin air? Chin Hao sat on the bed with a dumbfounded face and fell into contemplation. Something's not right. There must be something wrong. How could the card system disappear into thin air for no reason? In doubt, Chin Hao raised his head to look at Spider Z, who had his back turned to him. Spider, what is it now? Where are we here? Did you bring me here? While speaking, Chin Hao recalled what happened before in his mind. The last thing I remember was being wrapped up in that large mass of dark green spores, and then losing consciousness in a moment of dizziness. It also seems to have gotten into a car accident and flew straight into midair on his motorcycle, but was saved by Spider-chan. Therefore, it should be Spider-chan who brought himself to this one room to rest after saving himself. But, what exactly is this one room at the moment? If he really lost his card system, then he really wouldn't have any more cards besides his strong physique. Right, since the card system is gone and gone, is the immortality effect still there? Think about it. A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared above Chin Hao's forehead, and a chill ran down his spine, numbing him from his scalp to his heels in an instant. He suddenly realized that he had been relying too much on the card system. Right at this moment, upon hearing Chin Hao's inquiry, Spider Z, who had his back turned to Chin Hao, slowly turned back and looked at him. Master, are you calling for me? The moment he saw Spider Z's face, Chin Hao only felt like he was struck by lightning. His scalp exploded. A chill went straight to his head from the soles of his feet, and the whole person was so shocked that he almost bounced up from the bed. You're not Spider-chan. Who are you? Chapter 112, is this, a mushroom becoming a spirit? The extremely bizarre dark green face was covered with a layer of moss, with some tiny vines sticking out from among the 5 senses, and a few small, brightly colored flowers blooming on top of it. Chin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, subconsciously reaching out to touch the dog-legged knife above his back waist. However, it touched nothing, and even the desert eagle at his waist had disappeared. He lowered his head to take a look, and only then did he realize that the clothes on his body had changed shape as well. The original handsome black punching bag has now been transformed into a black sportswear. Master, I'm Spider-chan, can't you even recognize me? The monster with a face full of dark green moss and some vines and small flowers growing among its 5 senses looked at Chin Hao with a somewhat puzzled crooked head. Nope, how can you be a spider child with your ghostly appearance? Chin Hao took several deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he glanced towards his surroundings, trying to find a weapon that was handy. But, for a split second, he froze again. Suppose the card system does disappear into thin air. So, will the spider sub that is a summoner still exist? I ghost look? The moss-covered monster froze slightly and lifted a finger to point at the moss and small flowers on his face. I've always looked like this. Then turn into spider form for me now. Chin Hao quickly rolled over and got off the bed, pulling a certain distance from the monster sitting on the edge of the bed. Then, stepping aside into a corner, he leaned down and picked up a live wrench. Spider form? The monster sitting on the edge of the bed nodded after a brief moment of thought. Yes, I'll turn into my spider form. Immediately after that, with a bang, it turned into a cloud of dark green smoke. After the smoke dissipated, only a fist-sized dark green spider was left in its place. Go to hell, you're not even a Spider-chan. Taking this opportunity, Chin Hao roared angrily, waving the live wrench in his hand and ruthlessly smashing it against the dark green spider beside the bed. Bang! Pust! With a wrench with all his strength, Chin Hao directly smashed that one dark green spider down, bursting out a cloud of dark green juice. Immediately after, the dead dark green spider turned dark gray for a split second before turning into a cloud of ash. The reason why the monster in front of him wasn't a spider sub was because there was no way for him to cancel the summon state and turn it back into a card. Chin Hao walked to the bedside and lowered his head, and after carefully observing it, he realized that these dark gray ashes were all some dead spores. In other words, this one monster disguised as a spider child just now was actually formed from spores. No card drops? Did I really lose the card system? Chin Hao sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at the speck of ashes on top of the bedsheet, and fell into a deep thought. What the hell is going on here? After sweeping the closed door of his room, he gripped the wrench in his hand tightly and closed his eyes to review in his mind what he had experienced earlier. First of all, It must all have something to do with the bizarre natural disaster that has taken over Greenvine City. Could it be that he had been targeted by the bizarre natural disaster in Greenvine City? But, did it have the ability to deprive itself of its card system? It seemed to come to mind. Shinhao raised his hand violently and glanced at the mechanical wristwatch he wore above his wrist. There seemed to be a problem with the magnetic field here, and the 3 hands on the dial were spinning around wildly. After reminiscing again, he was certain that this bizarre situation he was in must have something to do with the cloud of dark green spores that had wrapped himself up. Whatever. Let's try if the immortality effect is still there first. Shinhao crossed his heart, directly raised his wrist, opened his mouth and bit on it. He didn't let go until the bite was bleeding, and then he looked at the bite mark on his wrist that was oozing blood outward and observed it. However, after 2 or 3 minutes, the bite marks on his wrists showed no signs of healing themselves. Could it be that the card system and the effect of immortality were really stripped away? At this moment, Shinhao calmed down instead, thinking in his heart, without the card system and the immortality effect, then what other cards could one rely on? The first thing is a body that has been strengthened once, as well as, a till death do us part contract with Nico. That's right, the moment the contract was signed, the cards had disappeared into thin air, so the effect of the till death do us part pact would definitely not disappear into thin air. Think about it. Shinhao's heart naturally thought of Nico, who was in the shelter, as well as a group of card ladies such as Annie. Right. And Spider-chan who doesn't know where he is. What happened after he lost consciousness? Didn't Spider-chan save himself? And where has she gone now? Could it be that when he lost his card system, all those card girls disappeared with him? Nope. There must be something wrong. How could the card system have disappeared into thin air for no reason? How could the effect of immortality also disappear for no reason? Hypothesis. The card system and immortality effects that you own have not disappeared. So, under what circumstances would this bizarre situation at hand occur? Just when Shinhao was about to catch that one key point, the bedroom door was suddenly slapped frantically from outside. Before he could figure out what was going on, the bedroom door had suddenly been smashed open from the outside, and 3 monsters covered in green moss rushed over. There was no hesitation. Shinhao subconsciously stood up, yanked up the summer quilt on his bed with his hand, and threw it directly at the 3 green monsters, then waved the 30-centimeter long wrench in his hand and smashed it. After smashing one of the green monsters to the ground with a wrench, it was followed by an iron mountain lean that slammed the second green monster directly into the wall, finally yanking up the summer quilt that had fallen to the floor over the head of the last green monster. He grabbed it by the neck with both hands and dropped it to the ground in an over-the-shoulder slam, after knocking the 3 green monsters to the ground in a flash. Shinhao, carrying a wrench in his hand, directly rushed out of the bedroom. Then, the moment he stepped out of the bedroom and looked at the scene outside, he couldn't help but subconsciously freeze. Because the outside wasn't even the living room, or the hallway, or the courtyard that he thought it would be. Instead, it's a lush mushroom forest. It was a forest of many large and small, colorful mushrooms. These mushrooms were also covered with dense dark green vines, with many small, colorful, brightly colored flowers blooming on top of the branches. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is this damn place? Looking at those large and small mushrooms around him, Shinhao subconsciously burst out a foul mouth. Immediately after, he looked back again and realized that behind him was actually a mushroom house. When he turned his head again, with a shocked face, he realized that a dozen or so huge mushrooms, not far away, had burrowed out of the dirt and rushed over on 2 legs. Dozens of other dark green monsters rushed out from the depths of the mushroom forest. It's more than that. A dozen meters away, a dozen-meter-high red mushroom also drilled out of the mud, striding towards Shinhao on 2 legs. Is this a mushroom that's become fertilized? Chapter 113. Is it a nightmare? Or a hallucination? In a moment, Shinhao even thought if he was hallucinating. How else could you see a bunch of mushrooms with legs rushing toward you, especially that one big Q version of a red mushroom more than 10 meters high? It was extremely abstract, just like an adult utility pole topped with a red sunshade. You can't beat it for sure. Without much time to think, Shinhao turned around and ran towards the back of the mushroom house. Could it be that one has been poisoned and hallucinated by inhaling those dark green spores? But I've heard of hallucinations from eating seeing hands green poisoning. I've never heard of hallucinations from plant spore poisoning. In the midst of running, Shinhao hurriedly pondered in his heart. He felt that what he had seen since waking up was simply too abstract. There's no way this can be something that can happen in the real world. He remembered that he seemed to have read somewhere that plant spores had a probability of causing hallucinations, not to mention plant spores that had something to do with bizarre natural disasters. Subconsciously, Shinhao looked back at the group of large and small mushrooms chasing after him. One was more outrageous than the other, more abstract than the other, and some of the mushrooms actually revealed features with evil smiles. A few of the mushrooms revealed extremely lewd smiles, as if they wanted to catch Qin Hao and spoil him 100 times. What day? Lao Zi is not a flower girl. This bunch of Shibuya batch mushroom spirits. After weighing it in his heart, Qin Hao felt that he definitely couldn't beat these mushroom spirits now. There was no choice but to speed up and run wildly. But he had only just run out more than 100 meters when he slipped directly under his feet, and his entire body fell and flew out, ruthlessly falling into a small stream. The cold stream water gushed directly into his mouth and nose, causing his somewhat dazed brain to completely wake up in an instant. Ahem! After subconsciously coughing a few times, Qin Hao violently raised his hand and wiped a handful of water from his face, then opened his eyes. Woj! What is this place again? Could it be that everything I just experienced was really an illusion? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Qin Hao instantly fell into a daze and couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. At the moment, he was no longer in the middle of a mushroom forest, nor was he in the middle of a creek. Still, it was in the middle of a bedroom. The time must have been night, for a light was on above the somewhat yellowed ceiling. Still sitting on the bed, with a summer quilt on his stomach, and his clothes changed from a black sweatshirt to a black punching bag. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched the desert eagle and dogleg knife at his waist. Spider-chan, dressed in a dark red armor with long red hair draped over her shoulders, was still sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him, not knowing what she was doing. Qin Hao lowered his head, and after taking a closer look, he realized that his clothes were not wet, and there was some sweat on his face and hands, so he should have sweated just now. After taking a good look towards the surrounding area, he found that this was not the same bedroom as before. The layout of the environment was completely different. Even the color of this one summer quilt was different. What the hell is going on here? Just when Qin Hao was full of doubts, Spider Z, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him, suddenly turned around, her face full of tenderness, and asked softly, "Master, you're awake. How do you feel now? Feeling better?" The moment Spider-chan turned around, Qin Hao subconsciously reached out and touched the dog-legged knife at his waist, but when he saw the familiar flirtatious face, his heart instantly let out a sigh of relief. Much better. What is it now? Where are we? Hearing Spider Z's words, Qin Hao subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his somewhat drowsy head. With that, he made a slight movement of his mind and tried to summon the card system interface. Shasta. A blue-colored azure curtain of light floated in front of his eyes, and after switching to his personal card pool, there were no less than one card in it. The mind moved again. Images of the Bizarro shelter floated into his mind, where Natalie and the others were sitting in the living room chatting with Annie and the others. Could it be that what I just experienced was really an illusion? Or was it a nightmare? After Qin Hao took his mind back with a puzzled expression, he looked at a green material card he had just taken out in his hand and fell into thought. Master, we were attacked by a large mass of dark green spores earlier. The motorcycle went out of control and flew off. I dodged out of the way with you in my arms, but the motorcycle blew up. After Spider Z took a look at Qin Hao, who had a grave expression on his face, he continued, Master, you were in a coma at that time, and you were almost parasitized by those dark green spores. But, thankfully, it's okay. I then carried my unconscious master on my back and kept walking along the provincial highway, and finally came to this town at the moment and found a courtyard to rest in. So that's how it is. Qin Hao nodded thoughtfully, then lifted his hand and glanced at the mechanical wristwatch on his wrist. 10 minutes past 9 in the evening. At this point, it had been 3 or 4 hours since he had fallen into a coma. Did anything unexpected happen along the way? Has this one village not been overrun by those weird plants and spores? Qin Hao violently rolled over and got out of bed. Frowning tightly, his gaze turned to Spider Z, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and asked in a slightly puzzled manner. As he spoke, he walked quickly to the window and fixed his eyes outward, only to see that it was pitch black outside, as if drenched in thick ink, making it difficult to see anything clearly. How come we can't even see the moon? He muttered. Something seemed to have suddenly occurred to him. Qin Hao's mind moved slightly, while Spider Z, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and was just about to speak, instantly transformed into an exquisite platinum card. What I just experienced, was it a nightmare, or was it a hallucination? Looking at the platinum deck in his hand, he wrinkled his brows and fell into thought. If it was just a nightmare, that was fine, but if it was a hallucination, then it meant that he had been tricked. But, whether the bizarre experience he just had was a hallucination or a nightmare, it was a wake-up call to his heart. You can't go overboard with the card system and immortality. You still need to add more life-saving cards to your repertoire. However, after standing by the window, looking out into the pitch blackness and frowning in thought, Qin Hao's heart was as if he had deflated, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Since I have the ability to gift me immortality and a card system, then trying to kill me is probably easier than crushing an ant. Only, I wonder if the presence behind the curtain is a force, or is it a separate existence? Could it be that it's a force that's hiding behind the scenes to fight against those weird natural disasters? You can't really ask yourself to save this apocalyptic wasteland shrouded in a bizarre natural disaster, can you? In an instant, countless complicated thoughts surged like a tide in Shin Hao's heart, intertwined and entangled, continuous. Just then, there was a sudden clutter of footsteps in the darkness outside the window, and a whisper that made it hard to hear. Chapter 114. Cutting your throat really hurts. Listening to the sound seems to be a living person. Shin Hao, who was in the middle of contemplation, furrowed his brows slightly and took out a strong flashlight and shone it in the direction where the footsteps came from. By the light of his flashlight, he realized that outside the room was a courtyard covered in dark green plants. On the walls of the courtyard were some dark green vines that swayed as if they were tentacles, with some small colorful flowers that seemed to emit a very nice smell of flowers. A dozen or so people had just walked in from outside the courtyard and were mingling as they headed this way. Being illuminated by the flashlight's light, the men raised their hands to block it slightly, and then accelerated their steps towards this side. How did they get here? Upon seeing the appearance of these people clearly, Shin Hao was slightly stunned in his heart, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face, because these are not other people. It was Chen Yongjun, Beard, Lingling, Shun Jiajiao, Zhou Lily and the others who were supposed to be in the middle of the hot spring resort. These people naturally discovered Shin Hao standing by the window. Chen Yongjun smiled and waved. Ha, Shin Hao, why are you here? It's here after walking, Shin Hao asked with a smile. What about you guys? Why did you suddenly come here? Didn't you plan to establish a shelter in the hot spring resort? Why can't we come here? Chen Yongjun asked with a puzzled expression as he walked to the window. The others, on the other hand, stood around the window, their faces revealing a hint of a smile as they continuously sized up Shin Hao standing inside the window. Yeah, why did you guys come to the Green Vine city limits? Shin Hao asked with a smile, while reaching out and pulling out the Desert Eagle on his back waist. There were no supplies in the hot spring resort, so we came here, Chen Yongjun explained with a smile. What is this place? Shin Hao suddenly looked at Chen Yongjun and asked, then turned his head to Ling Ling, who was standing on the side with a smile on her face. Ling Ling smiled and asked, what's wrong? Shin Hao suddenly changed his face in a flash and snapped, you're not Ling Ling, and you're not Chen Yongjun. Who the hell are you guys? As he spoke, he raised the Desert Eagle in his hand and pulled the trigger at Chen Yongjun and the others. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. After a series of 3 shots, Shin Hao switched the Desert Eagle in his hand into an M4A1 carbine again, and fired a burst of shots at the crowd standing outside the window. After a clip was emptied, all of the dozen or so people outside the window fell into a pool of blood. After throwing the M4A1 carbine in his hand back into the interdimensional shelter, Shin Hao gripped the Desert Eagle and looked at the corpse outside the window with a gloomy face. Those corpses suddenly decayed rapidly, then turned into a field of gray spores, which were then dispersed by a sudden breeze. Just now, he had some suspicions that the sudden appearance of Chen Yongjun and the others were problematic, but the one thing that made it possible for him to be certain that these people were problematic was Ling Ling. It should be known that Ling Ling would shout brother Shin Hao with a warm face every time she saw him, but not this time. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. However, for Shin Hao, it was enough to find something unreasonable. Sure enough, these people do have a problem. It's all those creepy spores in disguise. It's just a shame there are no card drops, but how did they know that they knew Chen Yongjun and the others? What is the purpose of approaching yourself disguised as Chen Yongjun and the others? It's all extremely out of character. Seemingly thinking of something, Shin Hao slightly tilted his head up and looked at a dark sky. A terrible conjecture surfacing in his heart? Could it be that he was still in some kind of hallucination? Or illusion? At the moment? But the card system and the interdimensional shelter can both sense it. What if it really is caught in a hallucination? Or an illusion now? How should I disengage then? It seemed to need to pass some strong stimulation to be able to do so, and Shin Hao remembered seeing such words in a certain book or a short video. Just try it, just so we can see if the immortality effect is still there. Shin Hao clenched his teeth and his heart, and immediately took out a folding knife and stabbed into his left arm without hesitation. In an instant, crimson blood gurgled out along the wound that had been cut by the blade, and a sharp pain swirled around like a tidal wave. The intense pain made Shin Hao's somewhat dazed brain become awake in an instant. Yet, everything around it has not changed in the slightest. He glanced down and realized that the bleeding wound on his arm had stopped and was healing itself at an amazing rate visible to the naked eye. The effect of immortality is still there. Could it be that all this is not an illusion? In doubt, Shin Hao turned around and returned to the bed and sat down. However, he just sat down, subconsciously lowered his head for an instant, and suddenly saw a wrench exposed from under the summer cool quilt. This is? With a trace of astonishment in his heart, Xin Hao directly reached out and picked up the live wrench underneath Xiaoliang's quilt, carefully sizing it up. The live wrench was the same one he had picked up from the corner in the first bedroom earlier. The reason for this certainty is that this one live wrench is missing a corner and has a circle of red paint at the end used for marking everything that I experienced before. Was it a dream? Or was it an illusion? Looking at this live wrench in his hand, Xin Hao had completely fallen into doubt, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. It seems that the excitement just now was still not enough. Xin Hao lowered his head, and after glancing at the already healed wound on his arm, he closed his eyes directly with a heartbeat, and then violently swung the folding knife in his hand to slash at his neck. Shasta! Blood splattered everywhere. In a split second, Xin Hao felt an unspeakable, extreme pain that could not even be described as tearing his heart and lungs, and even his consciousness blurred. The folding knife in his hand even came out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Xin Hao, whose body was covered with blood, had eyes that were lifeless, and collapsed backward onto the bed. Even everything in the bedroom became distorted and blurred in a flash, followed by the sound of a mysterious voice. Ha! What an interesting mole! Hiss, cutting your throat really hurts. Xin Hao woke up violently, covering his neck with both hands to death. The drilling and bone-crushing pain was like a demon raging in his heart, which was slow to dissipate. Immediately after, with a shocked face, he realized that he was back in the middle of the weird mushroom forest. At the moment it was sitting in the middle of a cold, biting stream, and the dozen or so mushroom spirits with legs had already run 7 or 8 meters away. However, there is one difference. The clothes he was wearing were still the same as the assault suit, and the desert eagle and the dog-legged knife were hanging at his waist. Chapter 115. Is it an illusion? Or an illusion? Ha! The wound has actually disappeared. Has it completely healed itself? Or was everything I experienced just now an illusion? After subconsciously lifting his arm and taking a look at it, Xin Hao was a bit surprised to find that not to mention the wound on top of his arm, not even a little trace was left behind. The time on the mechanical wristwatch was still just after 9 p.m., and there were no 3 hands spinning wildly around. It was too late to give it much thought. He fiercely stood up and ran wildly towards the distance like an arrow off the string. At the same time, his mind moved slightly, attempting to summon the card system. There are no surprises. A curtain of azure-colored light surfaced in front of his eyes. The card system is still there. But is what's happening right now an illusion or not? In the midst of uncertainty, Xin Hao's mind moved slightly, releasing the S-rank skill, Flaming Tornado, at the group of mushroom spirits chasing after him. Shasta! A fiery tornado with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of nowhere, carrying rolling waves of blazing fire, and crashing furiously into the mushroom spirits that were running hard with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. Immediately afterward, those large and small mushrooms were instantly swept into the flames, spiraling upward in the tornado, first burned into a mass of ashes, and then dispersed with the wind, dissolving into nothingness. A translucent card flew out from the fiery tornado and flew rapidly into Xin Hao's mind. There are cards, and it seems like what should be under the eyes should be real. Looking at the 56 cards flying over, Xin Hao subconsciously came to a conclusion, but then his brows frowned once again. Because, even if monsters can drop cards, it doesn't mean anything. At the very least, this current mushroom forest is definitely not in the real world. If all this isn't a hallucination, then it's very likely that you're caught in some kind of illusion, or secret realm, and it's unlikely that you're in the real world anyway. There is a big difference between hallucinations and illusions. A hallucination is like a nebulous dream where everything you see is illusory and doesn't exist. Simply put, hallucinations are mental and can occur when high on drugs, intoxication, hypnosis, or schizophrenia. For example, when a person is extremely hungry, they may have the illusion of seeing a table full of food when there is actually no such food around. Phantasmagoria, on the other hand, is like an illusory world that has been carefully constructed with a certain degree of systematicity and completeness. Scenes, people and things in a fantasy world may seem very real and there are certain logic and rules. It's like stepping into a strange space full of magic, with mountains and water and all kinds of creatures and phenomena. However, this world does not really exist in reality, but is only a fictional, imagined scenario. For example, in some fantasy stories, the main character suddenly falls into a mysterious forest with talking animals and magical plants. Overall, hallucinations are brief and fragmented illusory perceptions in an individual's mind, whereas a vision is a relatively complete and concrete illusory space or situation. One of the simplest truths: you don't necessarily really die when you kill yourself after falling into a hallucination, but when you kill yourself after going into a hallucination, there's a good chance that you'll really die. Sure, all of this was just Xin Hao's subjective guess. The 5 minutes went by in a flash. The fiery tornado that was raging madly also gradually dissipated into the air, leaving behind only some mushroom spirits that were still burning. as well as blackened ashes all over the ground. In order to verify those guesses in his heart, Jinhao turned around without hesitation and dashed towards the initial mushroom house. As he passed by some huge colorful mushrooms, the dark green vines wrapped around the mushrooms swept swiftly as if they were flexible tentacles. Swish, 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 quick as a flash. Jinhao violently drew out the dog-legged knife hanging between his back waist, and quickly swung it with lightning speed, cutting off the sweeping dark green vines dryly. Soon, he then ran back into the middle of the initial mushroom house. After entering the mushroom house, it was still the same scene from the beginning. After glancing at the dark gray ash by the bedside, Jinhao's mind moved slightly and directly resummoned Spider Z. Spider Z, who had an extremely proud figure, long red hair draped over her shoulders, and a charming face, instantly appeared beside Jinhao. Tell me what all happened before. Jinhao stared at Spider Z's pair of red pupils and asked in a deep voice. Spider-chan raised her hand and ruffled her long red hair, speaking slowly with a flirtatious face. Master, we drove out of the hot springs resort in the afternoon, then passed through a village and encountered some monsters parasitized by spores. Then again, we were ready to leave when we were attacked by a large mass of dark green spores. The motorcycle went out of control and flew off. I dodged away with you in my arms, but you fell into a coma, Master, so I had to carry you all the way. And then I found a courtyard to rest in. Then, after you woke up, Master, you asked me once and cancelled the summoning status immediately afterward. After listening to Spider Z's words, Jinhao's heart was slightly stunned. These words of hers just now were exactly the same as what she had said before. And, by the sound of her words, she had experienced everything in the middle of the hallucination as well? How is that possible? Amidst his doubts, Jinhao frowned and asked back with a grave expression. Are you sure? Sure. Spider Z nodded with an affirmative face. I led my master for more than an hour, then came to this one town and found this compound. After listening to Spider Z's words, Jinhao subconsciously turned around and took a look towards the door. A shocking realization. The door had become pitch black at some point. One moment, he only felt his scalp tingle, his spine chill, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up in an instant. Still, he subconsciously took out a strong flashlight and shone it at the door. As expected, the forest of lighted mushrooms outside had disappeared. Once again, it changed back to a courtyard with green vines and small flowers crawling on the walls, and those dark green vines that resembled tentacles were gently swaying, just as Jinhao fell into a state of stagnation. A creepy, blood-colored moonlight suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the darkened compound with the slightest hint of eerie blood red. He subconsciously raised his head and looked up towards the sky, only to realize that it was a heavy cloud that had previously obscured the blood moon. Just now the dark clouds drifted away, and the blood moon was revealed. It's not right. This is all so wrong. For some reason, a strand of uneasiness suddenly surfaced in Jinhao's heart, and he always felt that what he was experiencing right now seemed to be full of strangeness. It was difficult for him to discern at this moment whether what he was experiencing at this moment was a hallucination or an illusion. Chapter 116, Time is running out, kneeling for more. Just now when he entered the mushroom house, it was less than 2 minutes full, and Jinhao kept his back to the door and window, so he didn't even know when the change happened outside. Did it change the moment you first walked in the door? Jinhao, who was full of doubts, turned around and looked at Spider Z, who was standing next to him. Spider, was it just pitch black outside when I first summoned you? Master, do you mean outside? Hearing Jinhao's words, Spider Z subconsciously took a glance towards a dimly lit window. It was pitch black outside when I appeared just now, but the darkness doesn't affect my vision. Outside is a courtyard with dark green vines climbing up the walls and some small colorful flowers blooming on them. It seems, then, that just now, the moment I entered the mushroom house, I was in the middle of this one bedroom. Could it be that the door to this room connects two different worlds? While wondering, Jinhao turned around and walked to the door of the bedroom, raising his head to look at the blood moon in the sky. This was the third time he had entered this bedroom since waking up. However, each time I returned to this one bedroom, something different happens. The first and second time was a difference in the layout within the bedroom. This time the layout of the bedroom was exactly the same as the second time, but there was an extra blood-colored moonlight in the sky than before. At this moment, what Jinhao wondered in his heart was whether the bedroom he entered these 3 times was the same one or not. After some pondering in his mind, he suspected that he should now be caught in an illusion crafted by the Green Vine City's bizarre natural disaster. Only a light and strange illusion can explain these situations at the moment. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain all this weirdness. And the light and strange mushroom forest in the bedroom and the compound at the moment should be in the illusion set up by the weird natural disaster. But why did he not perceive the effects of the card system and immortality when he woke up at the very beginning? Could it be that it started out by falling into a hallucination? then awakening from the hallucination and going back into the hallucination. Then why did he still not get out of the illusion after striking once? Moreover, after every scene switch, everything around you would appear to be slightly different. It seems that this one illusion is constantly being adjusted, supplemented, and perfected, almost in an instant. Shin Hao suddenly thought of a possibility. At the same time, another very frightening possibility also came to mind. It was highly probable that he was now, at the same time, in both an illusion and a hallucination. And that was why he hadn't been able to get out of the illusion after wiping his neck and killing himself earlier. Because it's possible that the neck-wiping suicide was actually just being in a hallucination and not really a neck-wiping suicide. And the folding knife used to wipe his neck had somehow disappeared when he woke up from the mushroom forest. Thinking of this, Shin Hao directly used his consciousness to communicate with the interdimensional shelter, then searched for the folding knife inside. Fruity. The folding knife lay quietly in a drawer under the coffee table, and in a folded state. This suggests that one's previous act of suicide by neck smoothing was not something that really happened. Master, what's wrong? Looking at Shin Hao, whose face kept changing, Spider Z, who was standing by the side, asked in a delicate voice, "Is there anything I need to help? Do you know how to get out of the illusion?" As soon as Shin Hao's words fell, he suddenly twisted his head to look at the door. Through the hazy blood-colored moonlight, one could see a deformed monster with a height of 2 meters and extremely uncoordinated limbs that had appeared in the courtyard at some point. It was walking towards Shin Hao's side with 2 legs long and short, hissing in a low voice, "I'll go kill it." Without waiting for Shin Hao to say anything, Spider Z, who was standing aside, rushed out. Then, Shin Hao watched Spider Z disappear into thin air. Could it be that you can really enter the mushroom forest out of this door? In doubt, he used a skill card directly on the monstrous monster in the compound. Frost Fury, Shasta. The monstrous monster in the courtyard was frozen into a blue-colored ice sculpture, followed by directly exploding into ice slag flying in the sky. There are no card drops. Could it be that it is really in a hallucination now? Shin Hao looked at the ice slag flying in the sky and fell into a deep thought. Killing those mushroom spirits in the mushroom forest before had dropped cards. If it was an illusion, why could it perceive the card system, and the existence of the interdimensional shelter? However, immediately afterward, Shin Hao figured this one out. Hallucinations, to put it bluntly, come from a mental ego brainstorming, which is why every bedroom is a little different. I'm afraid that the interdimensional asylum, and the Natalie and the summons in it, including Spider-Son, are all a figment of my own brain. To test this conjecture, Shin Hao directly summoned Natalie from the interdimensional shelter, as well as Annie and a group of other card ladies into the bedroom. Immediately after that, he cancelled Spider-Chan's summon state again, and then re-summoned her to his side. After observing carefully, Shin Hao suddenly realized that above the faces of these people, all of them were wearing a slightly stiff smile. This is extremely unreasonable. Master, after I stepped out of the bedroom just now, I suddenly entered a mushroom forest, Spider Z said with a slight frown. Got it. After glancing at Spider Z, Shin Hao turned to look at Nico, who was standing by the side. Nico, what was the name of that bodyguard sister who protected you when you were abroad? Ha? Natalie froze directly in place, lost in thought. Why can't I remember all of a sudden? Let me think. Isn't it called Irina? Shin Hao suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Ah, yes, just Irina. Natalie smiled and nodded. Sure enough, they are all illusions imagined by me. After arriving at his desired conclusion, Shin Hao laughed bitterly in his heart. Just now, he was just blurting out a name. This meant that the Natalie in front of her was a being that she had brainwashed herself into existence, which was why she couldn't remember her bodyguard sister's name. Shin Hao's mind moved slightly. The Natalie in front of him was returned to the middle of the shelter, while all the other card girls were turned into cards and put back into their personal card pools. At this moment, he understood that the time left for him was running out, and he had to find a way to hurry himself out of the hallucinations and illusions and back to the real world. Otherwise, with the passage of time, the illusions in Phantasmagoria would become more and more perfected, and it was highly likely that it would eventually lead to him no longer being able to tell the difference between illusions, Phantasmagoria, and the real world. This is all simply awful. What's it going to take to get out of the hallucinations and illusions as quickly as possible? After raising his hand and rubbing his somewhat drowsy temples, Shin Hao turned around and walked straight out towards the bedroom. Chapter 117, Who is hiding in the shadows? WOJ. The moment he stepped out of the bedroom and saw everything around him clearly, Shin Hao directly froze in place. It's true that you don't walk into the yard, but it wasn't the mushroom forest he'd expected either. Right now, he was actually in the middle of a brightly lit office. Before he could see everything around him clearly, a cursing voice came right in his ear. Where in the hell is this? Shin Hao turned around violently to look, and with a shocked face, he realized that the office at the moment was actually the office where he had initially crossed over to this world. Lu Yang, who had a head of yellow hair, was holding the table with his hand and cursing. Is it a kidnapping? How much money do you want to say directly? I have plenty of money at home. Not far away. Zheng Haolong, dressed in a black suit, stood in front of a desk and was surveying everything around him with a cautious expression. Ting Ting, who was wearing a black silk wraparound dress with big waves, was hiding in the corner with her hands clasped over her chest, surveying her surroundings with a horrified look on her face. Ling Ling, who was wearing glasses, a JK, and holding a small black school bag in her hands, stood not far from Qin Hao, surveying everything around her. Qin Hao purposely observed carefully and realized that there wasn't much panic on Ling Ling's face. She seemed to be acting very calm, forming a very stark contrast to Ting Ting, who was crouching in the corner with a panicked look on her face. So there must be something wrong with Ling Ling. As for why he appeared in this initial office, Qin Hao already had some guesses in his heart. It's certainly not crossing over. Unsurprising words. What is happening right now is actually a hallucination or illusion constructed on the basis of one's subconscious mind as well as one's memories. As for why it was an office and not a mushroom forest, he was unable to guess the reason for it for the time being. So, the Lu Yang and others in front of you are all fictionalized from memory. Just as Qin Hao reached out and pulled out the desert eagle on his waist, ready to finish off all of Lu Yang and the others, the rest of his eyes suddenly glimpsed a black shadow flashing outside the glass door. Could it be that someone was hiding outside the door to spy in the first place? Those zombies were lured here too? Almost in an instant, Qin Hao ran towards the door, while thinking of many things in his heart. Unsurprisingly, what's going on right now is actually a recreation of the original scene from memory. At first, he had just crossed over himself, so he hadn't even noticed that someone was hiding outside the door to spy. However, after chasing into the corridor, Qin Hao didn't find any figure. He wasn't surprised, though, because what is at hand is all an illusion or a phantasmagoria, and at best it amplifies some of the details that one missed in the first place, so it was absolutely impossible for him to catch the person hiding in the doorway. Because the person hiding in the shadows was someone he couldn't brainstorm. After taking a look at the empty corridor with a gloomy face, Qin Hao turned around and returned to the office, lifting the desert eagle in his hand to fire a burst of point-blank shots. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! You, what do you want? Ah, don't kill me! Lu Yang's 4 men fell into a pool of blood one after another, and immediately after, the bodies rapidly decayed and turned into a field of dark gray spores. It seems that right now this should be an illusion. And these people are all spores disguised based on some of my memories. After whispering a sentence in his heart, Qin Hao walked straight to the window, raised his head, and looked at the sky above. A blood-colored moon that was a circle larger than an ordinary moon hung high in the sky. After glancing around in all directions, everything around him was exactly the same as what he had seen at first. There was no difference. I am not going to admit defeat. A hint of firmness and determination appeared above Qin Hao's face, as if unyielding flames were burning in his gaze, vowing to fight against the bizarre heavenly calamity hidden behind the curtain to the end. Without the slightest hesitation, he resolutely raised the desert eagle in his hand and pressed it firmly against the top of his temple before jerking the trigger. Bang! A crimson splash of blood. The sharp pain that tore his heart and lungs instantly surged to his heart, causing Qin Hao's brain to lose consciousness in an instant. The desert eagle in his hand came out of his hand and fell heavily on top of the ground, sliding out several meters along the way. The whole man fell backward as well. But, on the eve of losing consciousness, he seemed to hear an indistinct voice ringing in his ears, yet he did not clearly hear what it was saying. Worry, you sister. The moment he regained consciousness, Qin Hao, who had a splitting headache, sat up violently, and then realized that he was back in that one bedroom. At the moment, was sitting on the bed with a summer quilt over his legs, Spider still sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to him. After lowering his head and glancing at it, he realized that the punching bag he was wearing was still there, and the desert eagle and dog-legged knife at his waist hadn't disappeared into thin air. How did we get back to this hole? Qin Hao frowned slightly and muttered in his heart, then reached out and pulled out the desert eagle on his waist, withdrawing the magazine to take a look at it. It was full of bullets. Heck. So, was what I just experienced really an illusion? Or was it an illusion? Ha? What did you just say, Master? Spider Z, whose back was facing Qin Hao, suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Hao, who had a puzzled face, and asked, Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. Qin Hao didn't even bother to talk nonsense, raising the desert eagle in his hand and firing 3 shots at Spider Z's eyebrows. In the midst of 3 crimson blood splashes, 3 more bloody holes appeared in Spider Z's eyebrows, followed by a shocked face as he collapsed. Next, the body rapidly decayed and turned into a dark gray cloud of spore ash. Immediately after, Qin Hao quickly rolled over and got out of bed, came to the window, and looked out towards it. The blood moon in the sky was still there, and the eerie blood-colored moonlight reflected the originally dark moon into a creepy blood-red color. Seemingly thinking of something, Qin Hao subconsciously raised his hand and glanced at the time on his mechanical wristwatch. 9:35 p.m. Looking at the second hand that was ticking away on the dial, he was lost in thought. Time on a mechanical wristwatch was always coherent. What the hell does that indicate? For a while, Qin Hao only felt that his head was like a mess. His IQ was completely insufficient, and he simply couldn't cope with the confusing situation in front of him. It's all just too much of a brain burner. He couldn't help but rub his temples vigorously with both hands, his brows tightly wrinkled into a Chuan character, muttering under his breath, full of irritation and anxiety. Just then, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly recalled the vague murmur he heard before he lost consciousness. Could it be that there has been someone hidden beside you, watching you? Who could it be? Is it the weird natural disaster that has taken over Greenvine City? Or is it a natural disaster puppet controlled by the creepy natural disaster? Thinking of this, Qin Hao instantly felt his scalp tingle, his spine chill, and the sweat hairs on his entire body stood up. Between subconsciously, he frowned tightly as he glanced towards his surroundings. However, the bedroom was silent and no movement could be detected. In that case, let's do it again. Qin Hao crossed his heart, lifted the Desert Eagle in his hand again against the top of his temple, and violently pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 118, The Purpose of the Strange Natural Disaster, kneeling for a follow-up. That's right, we're all from the same place. We should unite and help each other. The moment Qin Hao regained his consciousness, the voice of Chaosiang's old woman came to his ears. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his temples, which were aching as if they were going to explode, and slowly opened his eyes to find himself in the middle of a hallway, only to see a colorfully dressed, a head of hair like a bubble-wrap super old woman, is timidly hiding behind Chen Yangjun, poking out half of the body, with a critical eye to measure themselves. I don't think you're too old. You should still be a student, right? I don't think you've experienced this kind of situation before. I'm telling you, this place is full of walkers, and one can't survive. The words of the old woman Xiao Xiong had just fallen. Shun Jiajiu, who was shrinking in Li Jiala's arms, turned her eyes and just wanted to speak, when she saw Qin Hao raise a Desert Eagle. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. 3 shots in a row, accurately hitting Xiao Xiong old lady, Li Jiala, and Shin Jiajiu in the center of their eyebrows. The 3 men fell to the ground in response. Dude, why are you suddenly shooting people, even if they... Bang! Before Chen Yangjun could finish his words, he received a shot on his head and fell down with an incredulous face. It's fine for you to be a lousy person in reality, but you're still a hammer lousy person in my illusion. Brother Qin Hao, don't kill me. Ling Ling, who was standing on the side, witnessed Qin Hao killing 4 people in a row with a single word, instantly panicked and retreated towards the back with a face full of panic. Nico, who was standing at the end, stared at Qin Hao with unblinking eyes, her hands subconsciously clenching her sleeves tighter and tighter. Are you, Qin Hao? Yes. Qin Hao glanced at the terrified-faced Nico, and then surveyed towards the surroundings, trying to find out if there are any details that I missed in the first place, or if there are people hiding in the shadows. The moment he regained consciousness just now, he was already examining the situation around him. The reason why he shot and killed people straight away was that he didn't want to distract himself by having the 3 dumbass, the super hung old woman, chattering away. I'm Natalie, last night. Shoo, don't make a sound. Qin Hao raised his hand to stop Nico, who wanted to open his mouth to speak, his eyes staring tightly at the translucent glass door next to him. Through the mirror above him, he vaguely saw what appeared to be a blurry dark figure standing behind him. At the end of the corridor, he snapped his head around and looked towards the end of the corridor, only to find it empty of anything. Could it be that there has been someone hiding in the shadows watching our every move in the first place? Could it be the force that is hidden in the shadows that is resisting the bizarre natural disaster? While thinking, Qin Hao suddenly looked at Ling Ling, who was standing with Nico. Is she also connected to the same forces that are hiding in the shadows? What exactly is her role? At this moment, Qin Hao had begun to suspect that Ling Ling had really traveled with himself and the others. However, these mysteries were destined to go unanswered at the moment, as the Ling Ling in front of him was just a figment of his own brain. Even if it wasn't brainwashed, it was disguised by the creepy skyscraper using spores. Think about it. Once again, a doubt surfaced in Qin Hao's mind that the bizarre natural disaster hidden behind the curtain had plunged himself into this illusion. What the hell for? Is it hiding in one's neighborhood? Especially these last 2 times. All based on illusions constructed from his own memories. Is it trying to access its own memories? Trying to explore something from within your own memories? After a moment of thinking, a layer of fine cold sweat seeped out above Qin Hao's forehead. At this moment, He had already guessed the intentions of the bizarre heavenly calamity hidden in the shadows. If I'm not mistaken, from the moment he stepped into Green Vine City, he had already been targeted by Green Vine City's bizarre natural disaster. When it had revealed itself in that one village as a fighter beyond the norm, it might have surmised that it was extraordinary. Then, an illusion was devised to trap himself in an attempt to feel himself out. Perhaps, it is not able to directly intervene in all things on this planet nowadays, so it has resorted to such means. Otherwise, it could have just arrested itself and tortured it. Therefore, the weird natural disaster in Green Vine City should not be able to read the memories directly yet, and could only seek some clues in them by creating hallucinations and illusions and transforming the memories into illusions. Green Vine City is bound to have some travelers who died and crossed over, as well as some who crossed over alive and gained special abilities. Perhaps, the details of these people had long been clarified by the bizarre natural disaster in Green Vine City. The bizarre natural disaster in Green Vine City seems to be trying to find clues about the force that is hiding in the shadows through its own memories. Trouble, it seems like we want to quickly find a way to escape from this illusionary realm. After raising his hand and pinching his brow, Jinhao once again fell into contemplation. Now that the purpose of the creepy heavenly tribulation had been figured out, the next step was to find a way to escape the illusions set up by the creepy heavenly tribulation. But what's the best way to escape? Suicide definitely won't work. Every time you commit suicide, you enter into a new phantom scenario with no way to escape out of it. Right. At this moment, the vague murmur that Jinhao heard before he lost consciousness suddenly flashed in his mind. It was certain that the sound, if not a weird natural disaster in Green Vine City, then it was certainly somewhat inextricably linked to it. One more thing, after escaping this one illusion, you must set up an insurance mechanism for yourself to distinguish between illusion and reality. Jinhao remembered that he had once seen a similar setting in a movie about dreams, which was used to distinguish between reality and dreams. In fact, there is no significant difference between phantasms and dreams, in a particular sense, and all scenes are created by fiction. Think about it. Jinhao carefully thought about the plot of that movie in his mind, and he remembered that there seemed to be a passage about getting lost in multiple dream worlds, which was more or less similar to his current situation. Multiple dreams. Jinhao leaned against the wall and muttered in his heart. Then, a light flashed in his mind and he thought of a possibility. Since there can be multiple dreams, could the vision at hand also be many layers? The assumption is that each time one switches scenes one is actually plunging into a deeper level of illusion. Then as the degree of being caught up in it deepens, I'm afraid that I'll end up being completely lost in the deepest part of the illusion. Therefore, it was necessary to find a way to escape from this illusory realm set up by the bizarre heavenly calamity. The moment. Jinhao also, in a sudden moment, recalled the way to get out of the dream world in that movie. In addition to dreams collapsing, and being awakened from the outside, it's about being struck in shallow dreams, or having weightlessness and sleep jerks. Without any hesitation, Jinhao quickly ran towards the stairway. A few minutes later, Jinhao ran to the edge of the rooftop on the top floor, closed his eyes, opened his arms, leaned his body forward, and directly fell down towards the building. Chapter 119. It was all in vain. As the body fell toward the bottom, the strong sense of weightlessness was like a pair of invisible giant hands, violently pulling Jinhao's internal organs upward fiercely. The heart seemed to break through the chest, and the rapid beating rhythm seemed like the drumbeat of approaching death. The wind whistling in his ears, like the hissing of the demon, poured into his ears, bringing a sharp sting. Everything in sight was flying backward and yet blurred, as if the whole world was twisting and distorting. However, the weightlessness of free fall lasted only a second. The passive effect of leap of faith suddenly triggered. Jinhao's whole person involuntarily completed a very stunning 720-degree aerial rotation in midair, and then landed on the ground smoothly with an extremely handsome one-handed posture. I forgot there was a passive effect of leap of faith. After standing up and patting the dust stained on his hands, Jinhao raised his head with a speechless face and glanced towards the roof of the building above. Now the situation is a bit of a problem. It's too late to die. Jump for it. There's another leap of faith passive effect. That's a hell of a day's work. After slightly frowning and pondering for a while, Jinhao suddenly came to a sudden realization. In fact, the weightlessness of either suicide or jumping is actually a strong stimulus to the nerves. So try jumping into the fire pit next. With a slight movement of his mind, a red skill card appeared in Jinhao's right hand. A dazzling red light flashed. Immediately after that, a 2-meter square lava crack appeared out of thin air under his feet. The feet were empty. With a hint of a smile above his handsome face, Jinhao instantly fell into the hot lava that was boiling continuously below. The moment he fell into the magma, his entire body felt a sharp pain that tore through his heart and lungs. He watched as his body was instantly melted by the high temperature, and immediately afterward, He lost consciousness when his eyes went black. Hiss. The moment he regained consciousness, Shin Hao opened his eyes, took a sharp breath, and then sat up directly from the bed, after sweeping towards the surroundings. Unsurprisingly, it was back in the middle of the familiar bedroom, where Spider-chan was still sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to herself, not knowing what she was doing. Shin Hao didn't bother to talk nonsense. Directly pulling out the Desert Eagle on his waist, he shot at the back of Spider Z's head. Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Spider-chan's head of red hair and shot into the back of her head, splattering her with a splash of blood as she collapsed on the side of the bed. Then the torso rapidly decayed into a black and gray cloud of spore ash. Shin Hao, on the other hand, quickly rolled out of bed, quickly walked to the window, raised his head, and glanced towards the sky above, then lowered his head to look at his wristwatch. 9:55 p.m. Suicide definitely won't work. It will definitely lead to the next memory illusion. It seems that we can only find a way to use the sense of weightlessness to escape from the dream. Propping his hands on the windowsill and looking at the blood-colored moon in the sky, Shin Hao fell into thought. Since jumping triggers the leap of faith passive, that only leaves the sleeping twitch. After returning to the bed and sitting down, with a slight movement of Shin Hao's mind, the cute tentacle lady with a height of 1 meter 2 was summoned. Master, is there anything I can do for you? The cute tentacle lady asked in a delicate voice. Shin Hao didn't know if the tentacled lady in front of him was real, or if he had imagined it, but none of this mattered. Even if it was imagined, it would be perfected by the illusion. Cootie, I'm caught in a vision right now. You're now casting mental hypnosis on me to put me to sleep and then produce a sleep twitch. Good da. With a good-natured nod, the tentacle lady raised her hands above her temples and waved the 6 red tentacles at her waist. An invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation flew out from her brow, lightning-like wiping into Shin Hao's brow, and immediately afterward, he felt a trace of exhaustion and sleepiness. Just under a second, Shin Hao then lost his consciousness, his body went limp, and he collapsed on the bed, falling into a coma. A few seconds later, Shin Hao, who was in a deep sleep, had his body jerked violently, and at the same moment, everything around him fragmented in an instant. When Shin Hao opened his eyes and looked towards his surroundings, he realized that he was back in the corridor where he first encountered Chen Yongjun and the others. Chen Yongjun and the others were standing just a few meters away. The old woman Xiao Xiong was hiding behind Chen Yongjun with a timid face, wanting to lean on her old age for moral abduction. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! Shin Hao directly pulled out the Desert Eagle on his waist, raised his gun and shot, emptying his clip in one breath. All of them fell in a pool of blood, except for a horrified Natalie. Don't talk and stay there honestly. After glancing at Nico, Shin Hao looked towards the end of the corridor at the back at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see. Could it be that I have returned from the deeper level of the illusion to the previous one? Shin Hao looked at everything around him and pondered in his heart. If that's really the case, that would suggest that it is possible to get out of the illusion by utilizing the sleep-twitching approach. But why did everything reset again after returning to the previous level of the illusion? In doubt, Shin Hao directly summoned the tentacle lady out of the interdimensional shelter. Cootie, remember what I just asked you to do? Ha! After hearing Shin Hao's words, the cute tentacle lady that had just appeared showed a dumbfounded expression on her fleshy little face, obviously not understanding what Shin Hao meant by that. It seems that the card girls in each layer of the illusion are different from each other. After muttering in his heart, Shin Hao looked at the confused-looking tentacle lady. Cootie, I'm caught in a vision right now. You're now casting mental hypnosis on me to put me to sleep and then produce a sleep twitch. Oh, okay. The nerdy-faced tentacle lady subconsciously nodded and raised her hands, stretching out her 2 forefingers against the middle of her temples, and the 6 red tentacles at her waist followed suit and waved. In an instant, an invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation shot out from her brow center, and quickly disappeared into Shin Hao's brow center like lightning. Immediately afterward, he felt a wave of exhaustion and drowsiness coming over him. In less than a second's work, Shin Hao's body went limp, tilted toward the back, and fell into a coma. In that very instant, all the surrounding images instantly fragmented and fell apart. In the midst of the countless fragments of images like flying snowflakes, there suddenly flashed a distant and near, erratic mental fluctuation. Ha! What a clever griffin! No wonder he was chosen to be a planet saver. But it was all in vain. Everything on this one planet will eventually be reduced to endless barrenness and deadness, and all struggles and resistance will be nothing more than illusory bubbles that will eventually dissipate without a trace under the crushing weight of fate. Chapter 120, The Blocking of the Strange Natural Disasters. A strong sense of weightlessness surged up suddenly like a surging tide, causing Shin Hao, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, to wake up violently as if he had suffered a strong electric shock. The moment he opened his eyes, he instantly sat straight up from the bed and quickly took a closer look towards everything around him. the familiar bedroom, the familiar layout, the familiar summer quilt, and Spider-Chan, still sitting peacefully on the edge of the bed with her back to herself. It seemed to be a vague realization. Chin-hao raised his hand violently and looked at the mechanical wristwatch on his wrist. 9:34 p.m. Master, you're awake, ah? Spider Z, whose back was facing Chin-hao, seemed to have heard some movement and slowly turned around, asking with a smile on her face. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. Chin-hao reached out and pulled out his gun with great speed, putting it against Spider Z's head and firing 3 shots in a row. The moment the stupefied, incredulous Spider-Chan collapsed, he jumped off the bed in a direct roll, took big, quick steps to the window, and looked up toward the sky above. The eerie blood moon was still hanging high in the sky, spilling blood-colored moonlight that illuminated the courtyard outside like a creepy blood-red ocean. It seems that it is indeed possible to get out of the illusion by utilizing the sense of weightlessness. However, if the bizarre natural disaster in Greenvine City has been hiding in the shadows and observing, then it definitely won't stand by and watch me escape the illusion. Even if it can't personally intervene, I'm afraid it will use other methods. Chin-hao's mind swept over the murmur he had vaguely heard earlier, and he was convinced that it was definitely not a hallucination. Gotta get a grip. After whispering softly in his heart, he began to carefully recall in his mind exactly how many times he had switched illusionary scenes, and how many illusions he had stepped into in total. Assuming that the one bedroom he initially woke up and counted as the first level of the illusion, he had switched illusion scenes a total of 9 times, 5 of which were bedrooms. So, is there a problem with this one bedroom at the moment? Surveying the layout inside the bedroom, a trace of doubt suddenly arose in Chin-hao's heart. Why is it that every time you switch phantom scenes you go into this one bedroom? Just as he was lost in thought, a monster covered in dark green moss with dozens of green vines growing out of its torso appeared steeply outside the window, almost at the instant of showing up. This vine monster swiftly threw out the dozens of vines with brightly colored flowers blooming on its body, fiercely wrapped up Chin-hao, who stood inside the window and was in deep thought, and pulled towards the window at a very fast speed. Before Chin-hao could react, beside him, a monster formed entirely by green vines entangled together appeared once again. This vine monster that appeared out of nowhere was directly in Iron Mountain leaning, slamming into Chin-hao, who was entangled by those green vines outside the window. All of you, go to hell! Chin-hao, who was about to be dragged out of the window entangled by a dozen of dark green vines, used 2 skill cards in a row, Paralyze, 10 consecutive chopping Windblade, in a split second. Without hesitation, almost instantly, the 2 vine monsters were then paralyzed. At the same moment, 10 half-meter-long Windblades appeared out of thin air beside these 2 monsters. Swish, 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 swish. The 2 vine monsters were instantly chopped into hundreds of pieces by 10 half-meter-long Windblades, and their broken limbs were scattered all over the place. The dozens of dark green vines wrapped around Chin-hao's body were also chopped off one after another. Almost the instant the ground full of limbs and broken arms turned into a cloud of spore ash, 10 translucent cards floated out, quickly flying into Chin-hao's mind. It seems that these 2 monsters are just trying to prevent me from escaping the illusion and want to drag me into the courtyard, thus entering a deeper level of the illusion. After whispering softly in his mind, Chin-hao also came to the conclusion that the bizarre natural disasters that were hidden in the dark could not be directly interfered with. In the midst of thinking, he turned and paced toward the bed. Almost in a flash, there was a sudden fluctuation in the surrounding space. Immediately after, 6 dark green monsters appeared out of nowhere around Chin-hao, waving their arms and attacking him. Pa, 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 pa. Chin-hao, who was prepared in his heart, reacted extremely fast. Lifting his hand to the 6 dark green monsters around him was a series of void big than pockets. In the midst of a loud slap, the 6 dark green monsters that surrounded the area remained in the posture of waving their hands to attack in a split second, frozen in place and in a state of stagnation. Next, with a slight movement of Chin-hao's mind, Annie and other summons all appeared around him, instantly killing the 6 dark green monsters that had fallen into a stagnant state. 6 translucent cards floated out and quickly flew into Chin-hao's mind. Chin-hao was also too late to distinguish whether these summons were imaginary or real. He needed to seize the moment and escape the illusion as soon as possible to return to the real world. Cootie, you immediately hypnotize me to perform the sleep twitch immediately after I fall asleep, and the others are responsible for protecting me. Okay, master. The 1 meter 2 tall tentacle lady nodded her head with a docile face, and then launched her mental hypnosis at Chin-hao. Almost instantly, Chin-hao then felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurry, followed by a complete loss of consciousness. In a strong sense of weightlessness, Chin-hao jerked violently for a few times before suddenly waking up from his slumber. After opening his eyes and glancing around towards his surroundings, he realized that he had indeed returned to the office illusion on the previous floor, with Lu Yang and the others standing around. After lifting his wrist and glancing at the time above his wristwatch, he realized that the time had also moved forward another 10 minutes. Right here and now. The 4 Lu Yang standing around suddenly turned into dark green monsters with a body of 2 meters in a flash, wielding a dozen dark green vines and attacking. All die for me, Qin Hao roared, raising his hand to the 4 dark green monsters that rushed over with a burst of void Dabi pocket. Pa, 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 pa. The moment he controlled those 4 dark green monsters in place, he made a slight movement of his mind and directly summoned Annie and the others. Still in the moment of appearance, Annie and the others directly killed the 4 dark green monsters that were frozen in place in seconds. 4 translucent cards quickly flew into Qin Hao's mind, and immediately afterward, he looked at Annie and the others standing around and asked, "Did I summon you out to kill monsters before this?" "No." The group of card girls shook their heads in unison. "We've been staying in the shelter." This situation was expected by Qin Hao. After glancing around towards his surroundings, he spoke quickly. "Cootie, you immediately hypnotize me to perform the sleep twitch immediately after I fall asleep, and the others are responsible for protecting me." "Good." The good and cute tentacle lady was just about to make a sound, when a dark green vine as thick as her arm actually appeared out of nowhere, piercing through her skull in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a 3-meter tall, terrifying monster made entirely of a single dark green vine intertwined and entwined with each other revealed a hideous and horrifying figure, and launched a blatant attack towards Annie and the others. Annie and the others didn't seem to be instants, and their combat power was extremely weak, and they were instantly killed by a dark green vine that resembled a sharp arrow. Chapter 121, Do you want me to be an undercover for you? Die for me. Facing the dozen or so dark green vines that attack like poisonous snakes like lightning, Qin Hao didn't show any color of panic. Lifting up his hand was a blistering storm of emptiness big than pockets. Pop 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 pop. Amidst a series of clear and loud slapping sounds, the dozen or so dark green vines in mid-air, in a split second, made a sharp stop and all froze in place. While waving his hand and slapping his palm, Qin Hao's mind moved slightly and cast a red skill card. Evil energy corrupts. Zip, 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 zip. A large mass of evil energy that exuded an evil aura, was extremely corrosive, and constantly churned and surged, instantly enveloping the dark green monster as well as the dozen or so dark green vines in mid-air. Shasta. The dark green vines that were forcefully controlled in place by Dabidu rapidly decayed and festered, melting into foul-smelling dark green pus in an instant. After the extremely corrosive dark green pus landed on top of the floor, it quickly corroded the floor, emitting a zip 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 sound. 10 translucent cards floated out from the puddle of fishy pus on the ground and quickly flew into Qin Hao's mind. "Ha, stupid. It's useless even if you kill these summons of mine because I can still resummon them." Qin Hao sneered, raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers, and Annie and a bunch of other card girls were resummoned. Even if they are in the middle of an illusion, some minimal logic must also be followed. For example, these card girls of Qin Hao could be summoned without limit. "Cootie, you immediately hypnotize me to perform the sleep twitch immediately after I fall asleep, and the others are responsible for protecting me." "Okay da." The dorky and cute tentacle lady nodded with a docile face, raised her hands against the top of her temples, and waved the 6 red tentacles at her waist. An invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation instantly surged into Qin Hao's brow, and immediately afterward, he felt extremely sleepy and exhausted. Consciousness blurred quickly. The moment he completely lost consciousness and closed his eyes, he vaguely saw a group of card girls around him being pierced by a strip of dark green monsters. Immediately after, a sense of weightlessness from free-falling violently pulled Qin Hao's body, waking him up from his slumber. He had just opened his eyes, and before he had time to see the situation around him, a dozen of dark green vines that were like sharp arrows came barreling towards his body. "Are you up?" Qin Hao, whose brain had yet to completely wake up from the daze, instinctively lifted his right hand to be a blizzard of void big than pockets. A dozen or so dark green vines with some small colorful flowers bloomed, and at a distance of just a dozen centimeters from Qin Hao's cheeks, they came to a sharp stop and stagnantly stopped in place. "Sister!" Sneak attack without martial arts. Under a series of big BB pockets, Qin Hao couldn't help but burst out, while casting a skill card towards the vine monster that was controlled in place. Shapeshifting hamster. A blue-colored light flashed. The hideous and terrifying vine monster with over a dozen dark green vines directly transformed into a small hamster that was only the size of an egg in an instant. "Die for me." Anam, whooshing. A 1-meter-long, deadly poison arrow with a hint of green aura appeared out of nowhere, directly skewering the dumbfounded little hamster into a candy cane. 10 translucent cards emerged from above the corpse of the little hamster and flew into Qin Hao's mind like lightning. Hee if you have the ability, get a few more out to stop me. More is better. Looking at the small hamsters that were skewered into sugar gourds on the ground, Qin Hao's handsome face revealed a cold smile. As long as he was able to obtain the cards, he really wasn't afraid of the bizarre natural disaster hidden behind the curtain arranging for some monsters to stop him, because to him, it was no different than giving him cards. After glancing around towards the surrounding area, he realized that he was indeed back in the bedroom and appeared on the bed, though Spider-chan was not at the bedside. Lowering his head, he glanced at the time on his wristwatch and, unsurprisingly, it was a little ahead of schedule again. Now, it should be back to the 5th level of the illusionary realm. Qin Hao stood up from the bed, raised his hand and rubbed his brow, and with a thought, he was planning to summon Annie and the others out. However, at that very instant, there was a sudden flash before his eyes, and everything around him instantly fell apart and turned into uncountable fragments. With a face full of horror, he realized that he was actually in a pitch-black void, with numerous fragments of images floating around him as if they were snowflakes. Take a closer look. Qin Hao was shocked to realize that all these picture fragments were fragments of the scenes he had experienced in the illusionary realm. What is this situation? Could it be that the illusionary realm has collapsed? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but become a little nervous. Lowering his head to check, he realized that his feet were pitch black and bottomless, like an endless abyss. However, he was able to clearly perceive his feet stepping on the ground, just as Qin Hao carefully surveyed those fragments of illusions floating around, his heart full of astonishment and in deep thought. In the surrounding darkness, countless dark green points of light suddenly lit up out of nowhere, just like a sea of stars, flickering brightly and dimly. Immediately after, the dark green points of light in the sky converged together at a windy speed, flew to 4 or 5 meters in front of Qin Hao, and coalesced into a blurry and indistinguishable human-shaped light shadow. This was as a pure dark green humanoid light figure, not to mention the 5 senses, not even some body details. Almost instantly, Qin Hao then knew that the rightful owner had come. And naturally, his heart could not help but be tense for a while. Unsurprisingly, the dark green humanoid light figure in front of him was definitely connected to the bizarre natural disaster in Green Vine City. Maybe it's the weird natural disaster in Green Vine City. Just as he was pondering in his mind whether or not the dark green humanoid light figure in front of him could be killed, and how many cards could be dropped after killing it, a mysterious voice that was so indistinct that it was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman rang out from all directions. You are a very interesting and extremely intelligent humanoid, much more interesting than the griffins I found in the city of Green Vine. Oh, and by the way, don't bother wondering if you can kill me. We're not in the same dimension. And please don't look at me like that. I can't peer directly into your heart right now. It was the look in your eyes that informed me that you wanted to kill me, though I don't know what kind of favor you could gain by killing me. However, in your eyes, I see a hint of greed, a look I have seen in the eyes of many humanoids. What exactly do you intend to do by trapping me in the illusionary realm? Qin Hao frowned slightly, staring intently at the monstrous dark green light shadow in front of him and asked. The dark green light shadow did not directly respond to Qin Hao's question, but asked a rhetorical question. You have been used as a pawn for a game. Do you know that yourself? Without waiting for Qin Hao to open his mouth, the human-shaped light shadow continued to speak slowly. You're so smart. I think you should already have a guess in your mind. Also, I'm not actually evil. Do you want to consider joining me and I will give you everything you desire and become the uncrowned king of Green Vine City? I don't need you to do anything either. Just continue to lurk and help me find out all the forces hidden behind the curtain. Are you trying to get me to work undercover for you? Qin Hao asked with a slight frown. Chapter 122, Why do I think you're fooling me? At this moment, Qin Hao's heart was finally confirmed. The purpose of Green Vine City's bizarre natural disaster trapping itself in this illusionary realm was clearly to invade one's memories and thus see clues to that force behind the scenes. Thinking about it, it should have been unable to directly read its own consciousness and memories at that moment due to some unknown limitation, and could only construct its own memories into one illusion after another. In this way, it would be able to completely plunge itself deep into the illusionary realm, and at that time, it would no longer have any secrets to speak of in front of it, and all of its memories would be insight by it to the core. In the end, one's end was bound to be miserable and incomparable, and it was even highly likely that one would be reduced to being its natural disaster puppet. The reason why it suddenly appeared at this moment, I'm afraid that it is because it thought of a way to escape from the illusion, and the men it sent out were unable to stop it, and all of them became characters who came to send their lives away. It had to take matters into its own hands in order to achieve its objectives. As for what it said under its breath, as long as one joined its banner and assisted it in finding the forces hidden in the shadows, one could become the uncrowned king of Green Vine City. Not to mention that Qin Hao didn't believe it, I'm afraid that even it itself wouldn't believe it. Just as Qin Hao was thinking rapidly in his heart, the dark green shadow of light standing not far away slowly spoke. According to the words of your human race, the term undercover agent is very accurate, and you can also understand it this way. As long as you help me find out the force that is hidden behind the curtain, from now on you will become the uncrowned king of Greenvine City and do whatever you want. So, this is the reason why you trapped me in layers and layers of illusions? Qin Hao smiled and asked a rhetorical question. It dawned on him at the moment. The bizarre heavenly calamity in front of him must have been helpless against himself for some reason, so he could only obtain the information he wanted through the illusion. Seeing that the illusion couldn't trap him, the monsters sent out to stop him were also getting killed in vain, so he could only come out to fool himself in person, or else, it wouldn't be here to reason with itself in a nice way, to fool itself, but would just go ahead and crush it by force. Sure enough, I only heard the dark green light shadow sigh slightly and speak slowly. I also had no choice but to make this move. As you are so intelligent, you should have guessed that I am not in a position to personally intervene in all the affairs on this one planet at this time. At least, I have not done anything to harm you. As it said this, a hint of sincerity was revealed in its words. Hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You're just saying that you can't do it yourself. Why else would you be here talking so much nonsense to me? If I could have done it, I'm afraid I would have done it already. However, although Qin Hao thought like this in his heart, he didn't say so on his mouth, but said smilingly, oh, then you're really a good person in every sense of the word. By the way, I'd like to ask you a question. Is that okay? Yes, the dark green light nodded. Why are you weird natural disasters invading this planet? And are you all in the same gang? Qin Hao asked with a curious face. First of all, I would like to correct a mistake. The creepy heavenly tribulation is just a misnomer you have for us. A form of discrimination. The dark green light shadow seemed to be quite displeased with the name bizarre natural disaster. Actually, I'm not in league with some of those existences in the other cities. Also, not all existences are bad. I can only tell you that every being has a purpose, and some of them are your own people. Hearing this, Qin Hao subconsciously asked back, are you saying that there are still figures of the human race among these bizarre natural disasters? That's right, the dark green light shadow nodded and said, in fact, amongst the 10,000 realms of the heavens, the most terrifying of all is your human race, with a meticulous mind to the extreme. As for, why are we descending on this planet? How? The short answer is that someone auctioned off the temporal coordinates of this one planet, and it's still sold on a city-by-city basis. It had to be said that the creatures on top of this planet were truly miserable, having been sold as a piece of merchandise without even realizing it. It is said that the seller has some inextricable relationship with your human race, and many existences even suspect that the seller behind the scenes is the human race. So, theoretically, everything on top of your planet is already private. Of course, this behavior was illegal, and the auctioning of planetary coordinates took place in the midst of the cosmic black market, which was not recognized, at least not in the Cosmic Alliance. However, you need to realize that weakness is the original sin in the universe and no one will sympathize with the weak. However, after we descended on top of this planet, we realized that there is a very strong force hidden on top of this planet. Meanwhile, the planetary will above this one planet resisted our descent. The dark green light shadow's words contained too much important information, and it was difficult for Qin Hao to understand it quickly for a while, but he still grasped a key point. So you existences are really just purchasing the coordinates of a planet? To put it bluntly, you're still invaders? By the way, the planet's will is? Does the planet even have life? Surprised? The dark green light shadow smiled and asked a rhetorical question before continuing. In fact, every spherical star possesses life. That is, planetary will. Except that their lives are extremely long, to be measured in tens and tens of billions of years, and it is possible that a single slumber is tens of millions of years long. And everything living on the planet is more like microbes on the planet's will. So it is. Qin Hao realized somewhat after hearing its words, and immediately asked again. So now the planetary will above this one planet has awakened? The dark green light shadow shook its head. It has not yet fully awakened. It is merely holding us back subconsciously. That's something we didn't expect. That hidden force is the one that has some great connection to the planetary will. We are just not able to descend on this planet, but we are still able to achieve our purpose through various means. It's only a matter of time. Besides, there's always something in there that can resist the will of the planet, and then we'll be able to descend on this one planet completely. Therefore, it is only wise for you to join me at this moment. As for that force of resistance hidden in the shadows, it's not enough to be feared. At most it will cause some minor trouble in the early stages. Are you all high-dimensional life forms? Qin Hao suddenly asked with a frown. For you guys? Sort of. The dark green light shadow nodded. The difference between you and me is like the difference between you and an ant. However, I have to admit that your human race is an extremely large, and not to be ignored, race among the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Your words are a bit contradictory. Why do I feel like you're fooling me? Shinhao couldn't help but skim his mouth. Chapter 123, why are you telling me this? Do you think an existence like me would have the leisure to snub you here? The dark green light shadow asked a rhetorical question with a smirk on its face. You might as well carefully consider whether or not you want to join me at the moment. Make sure you think before you answer. After all, you only get one chance. After joining my command, you will be able to manipulate those spore creatures under my command, as well as the celestial calamity golem at will. How's it going? Sure you don't want to join? I'd definitely join if I were you anyway. In the face of the dark green light shadow's constant enticement, Shinhao's heart had been clear and had not been deceived by its words. No matter how well it talked, it was really just trying to get itself to be a natural disaster puppet for it. What is the difference between this and those natural disaster puppets in the city of zombies? It is not all about handing over one's life to someone else and letting them do whatever they want with it. It's better to take your own destiny into your own hands. At this time, through the words that the dark green light shadow had just said, he had sort of figured out some of the reasons for the bizarre heavenly disasters to descend. The planet's star coordinates were taken to a black market auction house in the middle of the universe to be auctioned off by a certain seller with a high probability of being a human, and it was still sold on a city-by-city basis to the many buyers of the bizarre natural disasters that descended on the planet. These buyers, on the other hand, had different purposes for purchasing the city, and they certainly weren't here to do charity work on top of this one planet anyway. Maybe it's used for all sorts of inhumane experiments or as a hunting ground for killing games. Secondly, this auction of planetary coordinates is not legal in the Cosmic Alliance. However, the auction house in charge of the auction should possess great power. Otherwise it would definitely not dare to auction the coordinates of a planet at will. At least these buyers should not dare to offend this auction house. Otherwise they certainly wouldn't have honestly occupied their respective city limits. From this information, Shinhao also drew some conclusions. First of all, this planet under his feet should not have been registered in the Cosmic Union, belonging to the Black family, not protected by the Cosmic Union, and not even much known. It was probably located in some extremely remote nook or cranny in the universe. Otherwise it couldn't have just been brought in and auctioned off like a piece of cake. I'm afraid that even if this behavior was known by the Cosmic Alliance, it was expected that no one would care about the deaths of creatures on a remote planet. It was just as the dark green light had said, weakness is the original sin. No one will sympathize with the weak, not only in the universe, but even in the various small groups of human beings. The weak and the small are all existences that are bullied at will. All morals and laws aside, there is really only one rule of survival that applies anywhere, and that is the survival of the weak and the fittest. As for fairness and equity, it doesn't exist. Unless the two sides are on an equal footing, it is possible to sit at the negotiating table and negotiate. As the saying goes, dignity is fought with real weapons, and truth is only within the range of artillery fire. Weakness leads to slaughter. It's as if human beings would never go and sit with a pig, a sheep, and talk about benevolence, morality, and fairness and justice. Now the situation on this planet is also the same. The two sides are not equal in strength, and can only allow these higher creatures to carry on their rampage. But the sky is the limit. This planet surprisingly possessed a sleeping planetary will that temporarily resisted the descent of the essence of these bizarre natural disasters, so that they did not have the means to personally intervene in the many things on top of this planet. However, these bizarre natural disasters still had all sorts of ways to affect everything above this one planet, even dropping some low-ranked invaders. At the same time, they also supported and controlled some natural disaster puppets within the boundaries of their respective cities as a way to accomplish some of their own purposes. The good news is that there is a powerful resistance force hidden above this planet, and that this resistance force should be related to the sleeping planet's will. But the bad news is that among these many bizarre natural disasters, there are some existences that can fight against the will of the planets. This information also confirmed that some of Shinhao's previous guesses were right. There was indeed a force hidden in the shadows that was fighting against these bizarre natural disasters. I just didn't realize that the one thing that was resisting the descent of these bizarre natural disasters proper and keeping them from directly intervening was the will of the planet that was slumbering. Then what kind of role did he and Chen Yangjun, the travelers, play in this? Is the crossing of oneself and these people related to that force hidden in the shadows? But why don't they make contact? Contact with themselves and others? At the same time, the black shadow seen in the illusionary realm surfaced again in Shinhao's mind. Could those hiding in the shadows be part of that force of resistance? Had they been secretly observing every move they and others made? Although some mysteries in Shinhao's heart had been solved, more new ones popped up at the same time. What kind of role did he or she play in this? How many special travelers like himself exist? but it was certain that the appearance of the travelers themselves must have been part of the plan used by the forces behind the scenes to fight the bizarre natural disaster. The moment those bizarre natural disasters had already sensed the resistance force hidden in the shadows and were looking for traces of this force, wanting to eliminate it. The dark green light had said before that it had caught a few mole crickets in Greenvine City, so I'm afraid it was referring to some of the travelers. It trapped itself in the illusion with the same purpose of finding traces of the forces behind the scenes. From the information known at the moment, the resistance forces hidden in the shadows were playing a life and death game with these bizarre natural disasters. According to the words of the dark green light, he himself should be a pawn belonging to the hands of the forces behind the scenes, a pawn used to engage in a game with the bizarre natural disaster. As for Chen Yongjun, those who had crossed over after death, I'm afraid that at most they could only be considered as some cannon fodder. At the same time, a new doubt arose in Qin Hao's heart. That is, this force of resistance hidden behind the curtain really has the power to make people like yourself cross over from other worlds? And get yourself immortality and a card system? If you really want that kind of power, then why don't you just give all travelers immortality, as well as the card system? So there must be some hidden secret. The water should be very deep here. There was also the question of whether what the dark green light shadow had just said was really worth believing. Is it possible that it's actually lying? Thinking of this, Qin Hao directly looked at the dark green light silhouette that was quietly waiting on the side. Why are you telling me this? Chapter 124, aren't you curious? Because I think you are very special, completely different from the other human races, exuding an extremely special aura, extremely intelligent and cerebral. Therefore, you should not be reduced to a pawn in the hands of those who can use it to discard it at will. You deserve a bright future and a bright future. In my opinion, your future should be the vast and infinite sea of stars, rather than staying on top of this one planet that is about to be destroyed to be someone else's cannon fodder. I appreciated what you did earlier in the illusion, and you managed to gain my respect. Saying this, the dark green light shadow lifted its right hand and reached out to Qin Hao, inviting him very sincerely. Come, join me, and when this is all over here, I will take you into a vast and infinite sea of stars. In time you will realize that this one planet is as small as a speck of dust. Power, beauty, wealth, everything you want I can give you, especially the passion of those foreign beauties will make you fall so deep that you can't stop yourself. I bet you don't quite understand some of the ways of thinking of the human race, especially some of the Easterners. Qin Hao swept a dark green light shadow with complicated eyes. The seemingly enticing words that the dark green shadow had just said were basically like putting the words "I'm fooling you" on his face. Anyone who isn't short of heart won't believe it for no reason, because these words are purely for fooling the second little cutie. A 3-year-old wouldn't necessarily believe it. What do these words mean? The dark green light shadow froze slightly when it heard Qin Hao's words, obviously not understanding the meaning. I mean, a sunshine-filled smile suddenly appeared on Qin Hao's face. I do feel a little stirred by what you just said, but how do I know you're not just fooling me? It's simple. I can grant you a portion of my power right now, so that you can manipulate the spore creatures, as well as the heavenly calamity golem, at will. That's not enough to prove your sincerity. Qin Hao shook his head slightly and smiled. Besides, are you sure you're granting me power, and not trying to control me to become your natural disaster puppet? Then what exactly do you intend to do? The dark green light shadow had not expected the human race in front of him to be so intelligent, recognizing his own ploy with a single glance. If it wasn't for some limitations that prevented it from striking directly, it would have already made its move to make the ant in front of it worse than death. So why would it waste its time here? It is true that fooling others is not something it excels at. It's very simple. You send me out of this illusionary realm first now as a sign of sincerity, and then we'll have a good chat about the follow-up. Qin Hao smiled and lifted his hand, pointing at those illusion fragments floating around. By the way, you still haven't told me what exactly is this place. Is it an illusion you constructed through those spore creatures? Also, was the previous illusion made up of layer after layer of illusions? As well, I seem to have heard some voices in the moment I lost consciousness before. Was it you talking? You should have been hiding right next to me before, trying to find traces of the forces behind the scenes in my memories, right? That's right. I have to say that you are really smart, and all of your guesses are correct. A hint of appreciation was revealed in the dark green light shadow's words. As for here, it is true that you are still in an illusion, and this one right now is constructed from your subconscious and memories. Those hallucinogenic spores are just a trigger to lead you into the illusion. Qin Hao frowned slightly. So, it's highly likely that this one illusionary realm is in my consciousness space? I have to say, you really are so smart. The dark green light shadow exclaimed in admiration and slowly spoke. This place is indeed at the edge of your space of consciousness. If you didn't realize you were in an illusion just now, you will be plunged into the depths of illusion after illusion as the illusion continues to improve. This vision will also gradually invade into the depths of your consciousness, completely exposing all your deepest secrets and memories. That's why I admire you so much. You're not really naive enough to think I'm going to be able to do anything about you, are you? Then what did you just spy from within my heart? Shinhao couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked. There is a secret hidden deep within you that even you don't know about, but I haven't had the time to see exactly what it is. The dark green light shadow uttered a piece of news that made Shinhao's heart incomparably shocked. In addition, the forces hidden in the shadows are actually hidden around you. It's just that you yourself haven't realized the situation yet. Are you saying that there is a secret hidden deep inside me that even I don't know? Shinhao asked with a shocked face. As for someone hiding by his side and secretly observing him, this was a situation he had already detected before in the illusionary realm. However, he didn't realize that he was hiding secrets deep inside that even he didn't know. Seeing that Shinhao had fallen into self-doubt, the dark green light shadow revealed a hint of a triumphant smile in his heart. Smiling, he spoke. Do you need me to help you explore what the secret hidden deep inside you really is? This is not necessary. Shinhao smiled and shook his head. Since it's hidden by myself, it naturally has my own reasoning, and one day I will know it myself. Aren't you really even curious about what this secret is? A secret that is hidden deep inside your heart, but even you don't know it. The dark green light shadow tried to arouse the curiosity in Shinhao's heart. Although I am also very curious in my heart as to what this secret is, but curiosity killed the cat. Shinhao sighed slightly and looked toward the dark green light shadow standing not far away. You'd better stop wasting your breath. If you really want to continue talking, then let me leave this one illusion first and return to the real world. Or maybe you're not able to descend into the real world yet? It can only appear in such a way? I have to say, you really are too much smarter than those people I met before. The dark green light shadow couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I really appreciate you very much. How about this? We can enter into a relationship of mutual cooperation, regardless of rank. What do you think? Shinhao didn't directly answer the dark green light shadow's proposal, and a smile full of sunshine suddenly appeared above his handsome face. Looking at the dark green shadow of light standing on the opposite side of the room, he slowly spoke. I seem to remember you saying just now that the two of us aren't actually in the same dimension, right? And this is the place at the edge of my space of consciousness, right? Chapter 125, Can I shoot you now? That's right. Everything you said is correct. The dark green light shadow nodded and looked at Shinhao and asked rhetorically. Are you, indeed, not going to cooperate with me? It seemed to be on the verge of losing its patience. Didn't I tell you? Let me return to the real world first, then we can talk about other things. As he spoke, Shinhao began to survey the illusory fragments floating around. My patience has a limit. The dark green light shadow's words were filled with impatience and seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Shinhao looked toward the dark green light shadow standing not far away with a smiling face. If I'm not mistaken, you're just a dimension-spanning projected doppelganger right now. I don't have access to you, and you don't have access to me. Moreover, since this one illusion is constructed in my consciousness space, does that mean I can control it as well? You don't think I really can't do anything about you. That's what he said. But the dark green light shadow really couldn't do anything to Shinhao for a while, even if the illusion can't be trapped. Even the parasitic spore wasn't able to parasitize the human teenager in front of it, which was why it was curious about Shinhao. This intelligent human teenager in front of him was like a shrunken hedgehog. For a moment it was at a loss as to how to strike. However, the truth of the matter is that you really can't do anything with me. Shinhao smiled and raised his hand to use the void dabi pocket. However, since the two sides were in different dimensions of space and time, the effect of Biduman didn't work. He lifted his hand obediently and touched his cheek, then looked at the dark green light not far away and offered. There's really no point in us continuing to spend time like this, other than wasting time. How about this? You let me out of this one illusion and give me a day to think about it. Maybe, one day from now I'll suddenly want to work with you? After a slight sigh, Shinhao continued. Just like what you just said. I really don't quite want to be a pawn that can be discarded at will. This feeling is just awful. And I do have a great longing for the vastness of the starry sea and the hot, passionate, mesmerizing alien beauties. Just now, he tried to see if he could rely on his own consciousness to take control of this one illusion and get himself out of it, but failed. So, in turn, the dark green light in front of him was painted. A day should go quickly for you, and I'm sure you don't care about it. Do you? Okay. The dark green light shadow pondered for a while before finally accepting this offer from Shinhao. Just as Shinhao had said, there really wasn't the slightest significance for the two people to continue spending time like this, other than wasting time. It was only a dimensional projection now, and there was really no way for it to personally lay its hands on Shinhao. Remember what you just said. I will have left an imprint in your consciousness space, and I will come back for you a day later. As the dark green light shadow's words fell, its figure and even everything around it suddenly collapsed in an instant, becoming torn apart. Jin Hao only felt a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and then he lost his consciousness as if he had fallen into endless darkness. The moment he regained his consciousness, Jin Hao felt that everything around him was flying backwards towards the back, as if he was in the middle of a fast movement. Immediately after, he was aware that his cheek seemed to be pressed against a soft and florid mass of white rabbit, which was swaying with the rapid movement. After he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a deep, and then, he realized that he was wrapped up in the arms of Spider-chan, who was in the form of an imperial sister. In a very ambiguous princess hug position, Spider Z was holding him, running wildly at great speed on top of the provincial highway with his two long, slender legs, so fast that it was not inferior to a motorcycle at all. Seemingly sensing that Jin Hao had awakened from his unconsciousness, Spider Z, who was in the midst of running wildly, slowed down some of his steps and opened his mouth. Master, you're awake? Just now we were attacked by that cloud of dark green spores, then you lost consciousness, and the motorcycle has flown out and crashed. However, don't worry, all those dark green spores have been eliminated by me. We're heading towards the hot springs resort now, and we're almost there. Another 10 minutes at the most. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Jin Hao to open his mouth, she once again opened her mouth to inquire. Master, is this position still comfortable now? Do you want to change to another position? No, you continue to run in the direction of the hot spring resort now, Jin Hao said casually, and immediately fell into thought. Is he really back in the real world now? Could there be a trick in this? However, no matter what, it was necessary to leave the boundaries of Greenvine City before doing so. The mind moved slightly. The blue-colored card system interface then surfaced in front of Jin Hao's eyes, and after taking a look, Jin Hao was a bit surprised to find that all the cards he had obtained in the illusionary realm were there. However, Greenvine City's bizarre natural disasters should not realize that they have a card system and can kill monsters to obtain cards. Otherwise, it would never have let itself go so easily. With a slight movement of his mind, Jin Hao directly used 2 skill cards for himself. Renewed Spirit, Holy Light Healing. In an instant, Jin Hao felt that his spirit and body had recovered to the best state in a flash. Immediately after, he used his consciousness to communicate with the interdimensional shelter. Natalie was found sitting in the living room with Annie and the others chatting. Natalie was learning something about firearms from Chance. Little Spider, do you have any other special abilities that I don't know about? Jin Hao suddenly asked. While in Spider Queen form, I can summon some small spiders to fight. Oh, looking at a mass of snow-soft white and soft white rabbits in front of him, Jin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Again, he asked, so can I shoot you now? Ha! Hearing Jin Hao's words, Spider Z was slightly stunned, but she still nodded. Master, if you want to shoot me if you want to, then go ahead. Bullets can't do me much harm anyway. I just fell into an illusion while I was unconscious. I need to figure out if I'm out of it or not now. It's important, Jin Hao explained. Then a pistol was removed from the interdimensional shelter and the trigger was pulled just above Spider-chan's white shoulder. Bang! The slug instantly shot out of the chamber and hit above Spider Z's shoulder. But it bounced right off, not even leaving a trace. Does it hurt? Jin Hao put the pistol in his hand back into the interdimensional shelter and asked with some embarrassment. Nothing feels right. Spider-chan shook her head. Actually, it's quite simple if you want to make sure you're in an illusion. Chapter 126, Master. Do you like this position? How? After slightly adjusting his own posture, Jin Hao subconsciously reached out and tightly grasped Spider-chan's arm, so that he wouldn't be thrown out of his hand in her wild run. First of all, illusions also require some basic logic to support them, so you can ask yourself unknown questions and see if you can know the answers. Jin Hao suddenly realized in a flash. I see. In the illusionary world, it is possible for me to brainstorm some wrong answers instantly, and in the real world, I would never know the answer in an instant. That's right, Spider-chan nodded and continued. You can also try to communicate with other people and observe their reactions and whether their answers are reasonable. At the same time, check the coherence of one's own memories, whether there are any problems with the body's perceptions, and whether everything that exists around you makes sense and has no logic. For example, the question you just asked me was a good one. If I were in a phantom world, then there's certainly no way for me to give out information that you don't know. Simply put, illusions are basically fictionalized based on consciousness and memory, so it's easy to tell if you're in an illusion. The hard part is how to quickly get yourself out of it and back into the real world. As she spoke, Spider Z suddenly lowered her head and took a look at Jin Hao, who was wrapped in her arms in a princess hug position, with a happy face. Master, do you like this position now? I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but when she was striding with her 2 sexy long legs and jumping towards the mid-air, she suddenly embraced Jin Hao with both hands. squeezing Chin Hao's cheeks with the euro in front of her body. Next, when her feet landed on the ground, Chin Hao's whole face, under the effect of inertia, was directly buried into the deep, coming into an extremely ambiguous intimate contact. The tantalizing body fragrance and a trace of fragrant sweat instantly flooded between Chin Hao's mouth and nose, causing his brain to go blank and his heart to instantly become a bit confused. Cough cough, this position is okay now. Spider, go on. Chin Hao felt the softness that was tightly pressed on top of his cheeks and said with a red face, somewhat embarrassed, he. Spider Z lowered her head and looked at Chin Hao's face that had instantly turned scarlet, a trace of a happy petite smile appearing above her pretty and charming face. Actually, there are several types of illusions, but you can basically tell them apart in these ways I just mentioned, which are also the simplest. When we get to a safe place, you can just set up some warning mechanisms for detecting illusions. Got it. Chin Hao nodded, his gaze fixed on the snowy whiteness in front of him, and fell into deep thought. You should be back in the real world at the moment, right? To reconfirm this, he instantly gave himself a math problem. What does 3258 times 158 divided by 258 equal? After thinking for a few seconds, Chin Hao still couldn't figure out the answer. Math really wasn't something he was good at. It seems that this time, it's really back to the real world. After coming to this conclusion, Chin Hao's heart was completely relieved. But, he only had 24 hours at the moment, and he had to erase the mark left by the dark green light shadow in his space of consciousness before the time expired. Also, will it be possible to get rid of the dark green light after leaving the boundaries of Greenvine City? As a matter of common sense, there are different bizarre natural disasters that exist within the boundaries of different cities, and they should be non-intrusive to each other. It was as if, when they were at the hot springs resort earlier, the bizarre natural disaster in Greenvine City had directly expelled the blizzard created by the bizarre natural disaster belonging to the city of zombies from the boundaries of Greenvine City. Still, this needs to wait until we are out of the boundaries of Greenvine City to know. In the previous illusion, he had gained a lot of useful information, and at the same time, a lot of mysteries and doubts had arisen in his heart. He needed to get out of the boundaries of Greenvine City quickly now, and then get into the middle of the interdimensional shelter to gather his thoughts, carefully discern what is true and what is false and what the dark green light says. There was still the matter of trying to figure out what the relationship was between the force of resistance that was hiding behind the scenes, the group of travelers such as himself, and the sleeping planet's will. Also, is the person who initially hit himself still secretly watching him? The last thing is, what kind of identity does Ling Ling play in this? In the midst of constant thought, Spider Z wrapped Chin Hao in her arms, striding her two-legged sexy long legs, and ran to a mountain on the edge of Greenvine City at a very fast speed. However, densely packed here stood hundreds of bizarre monsters whose torsos were intertwined with green vines. These 2-meter-tall vine monsters simultaneously waved the 5 or 6 dark green tentacles on their bodies to attack the moment Spider Z ran up the hill. Spider-chan, put me down, Chin Hao said to Spider Z, who had stopped in his tracks, while his mind moved slightly, summoning all of Annie and the others. The build-up time of Flaming Roar Tornado was still 10 minutes short, so there was no way to use it yet. In the moment that Annie and the others showed up, Spider Z then quickly placed Chin Hao on top of the ground, avoiding being seen by Annie and the others in the ambiguous gesture between the two. Of course, in her opinion, the position of the two of them in the party couldn't be more normal. Not a hint of it at all. After all, she is a spider. Is there any problem to cultivate and enhance the relationship with her beloved master? Absolutely no problem. Just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble and misunderstanding. The moment she put down Chin Hao, she lunged towards those rushing vine monsters with a windy speed, and the 8 sharp points that contracted together above her back instantly stretched into a length of 2 meters. The extremely proudly built Spider Z kept weaving between those vine monsters, and the 8 sharp bone spikes that stretched out from her back instantly pierced into the skull of one monster. At the same time, she kept waving her 2 slender arms, shooting out a spider web with poison, paralysis, and corrosive properties in an instant, tightly entangling those running vine monsters. The other card girls are not to be underestimated. The silver-haired and silver-pupiled frost dragoness Xiao Luo charged straight towards those vine monsters the moment she appeared. As she ran, she continuously waved her white hands, releasing a streak of frost magic that instantly froze those vine monsters. After charging into the group of monsters, she clenched her fists tightly, and amidst a chirping cry, she broke those frost-frozen vine monsters into pieces, and the frost-frozen limbs and broken arms instantly flew all over the sky. Wearing a red wedding dress, her face was white and her features were exquisite. Wan air, like a ghost, he entered the group of vine monsters in a matter of moments, swiftly waving his 10 long, blood-colored fingernails, piercing ahead instantly and splattering a trail of dark green blood. Anne, Evelyn, and Rosebud, on the run, with hot weapons in hand, demonstrated superb shooting skills. The cute tentacle lady with a height of 1 meter 2 just wanted to rush out, but she was shouted at by Chinhao. Wait a minute, cutie, I have something to ask you. Chapter 127. I'll fight you today. Master, what's wrong? The dull and cute tentacle lady stopped with a puzzled face, turned around, and ran to Chinhao's side with her 2 short, fleshy legs. Good boy, you'll stay by my side to prevent me from falling into the illusion. Chinhao smiled and raised his hand to rub the tentacle lady's fleshy cheek. By the way, I also need you to utilize psychic magic to construct a mechanism within my consciousness to prevent me from falling into an illusion, and to alert me when I do. Also, someone has left an imprint in the space of my consciousness. Can you erase it from my consciousness? After listening to Chinhao's words, the dumbfounded tentacle lady tilted her head and thought for a while, before she opened her mouth with a petulant face. Master, I can leave an early warning mechanism within your spiritual consciousness so that you will know the moment you fall into the illusion. At the same time, my staying by my master's side can pull my master back to the real world from the illusion when he falls into it. As he spoke, the 1 meter 2 tall tentacle nymphette instantly transformed into a tiny fist-sized tentacle nymphette amidst a bloody aura. After crawling into Chinhao's jacket pocket with his hands and feet, he held the edge of the pocket with his 2 little hands, only revealing a cute little head. As for whether or not it's possible to erase the imprints left by others in the master's consciousness, this requires one to first see what kind of existence left the imprints before doing so. Okay, you can now see what the imprint in my consciousness space looks like first. Okay, The tentacle lady staying in Chinhao's top pocket raised her hands and waved the 6 red tentacles at her waist with her 2 index fingers on top of her temples. In an instant, an invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation invaded Chinhao's spiritual consciousness. A cute tentacle lady, completely condensed by mental fluctuations, instantly appeared in Chinhao's consciousness space. If Chinhao was here, he would have realized that this place was exactly where he had communicated with the dark green light shadow before. With countless memory fragments floating in the middle of a pitch-black space of consciousness, the tentacled lady first ogled at the memory fragments with a curious expression before searching inside for the spiritual imprint hidden within. At the same time, a spiritual imprint belonging to himself was left in this space of consciousness. These light red spiritual imprints could let Chinhao know that he was already in an illusion the moment he fell into it. How can Spider-chan-sen cuddle with her master? The droll and cute tentacle maiden saw the image of Spider Z wrapping her arms around Chinhao on top of a memory fragment, and her little face instantly turned scarlet. After a brief moment of thought, she still felt that she had to keep this a secret and not let Natalie's sister, who had stayed in the shelter, know about it. Otherwise, I'm afraid it might cause some unnecessary trouble. In fact, the tentacled lady was only able to see just a few fragments of memories at the edge of the space of consciousness, because everyone's space of consciousness is layer after layer. This belongs as a self-protection mechanism. That's precisely why everyone's memories are both deep and shallow, and it takes time to think about some of the memories that have been made. This was also why the weird natural disaster in Greenvine City needed to weave layer after layer of illusions based on some of Chinhao's memories and consciousness. Let Chinhao continuously fall into it, because only in this way could he penetrate into the depths of Chinhao's consciousness and obtain some information he wanted to know. After some searching, the dorky, cute tentacle lady finally found a very dull, dark green mental imprint between a few memory fragments. Finally, I've found you. Looking at the smattering of mental imprints interspersed between the memory fragments, the tentacled lady raised her hand with a happy face and patted her flattened chest. She then raised her hands to place 2 index fingers against the top of her temples and waved the 6 red tentacles at her waist. An invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation instantly flew out from her brow, sharply chopping at the dark green spiritual mark. However, this flash of spiritual fluctuation that flew out from the tentacle lady's brow directly collapsed into countless fragments the moment it came into contact with the dark green spiritual imprint. The tentacled lady who had received the backlash frowned slightly and subconsciously took a few steps back, but she didn't receive any substantial damage. What a powerful spiritual imprint! It seems that this guy who left the spiritual imprint is very powerful. After looking at the smudge of dark green mental imprint and slightly skimming her lips, the petite tentacle maiden began to mutate amidst a blood aura. In an instant, it directly transformed into an unnameable blood-colored tentacle monster, with a dozen or so long blood-colored tentacles constantly entangled and twisting together. Distributed on top of these blood-colored tentacles were some protruding blood-colored eyeballs, which made people shudder in their hearts and were too creepy to look at. Next, the blood-colored eyeballs on top of those blood-colored tentacles emitted a mental fluctuation that swept towards the dark green mental fluctuation floating between the memory fragments. The 2 different mental fluctuations were engaged in a battle in a split second. But of course the Greenvine City creepy natural disaster had left behind a mere smudge of mental imprints. But, just a hint of a spiritual imprint was not something the current tentacle lady could erase at will. After a battle, The mental fluctuation that belonged to the tentacled lady became fragmented and collapsed in a matter of moments. The tentacle-formed tentacle woman also reverted to her human form in an instant. It pisses me off. With her arms crossed, the cute and dopey-faced tentacle lady stared dead at the wisp of dark green spirit mark with a pair of blood-red eyes, her face full of exasperated looks, puffing out her cheeks and stomping her feet vigorously. The task given to me by my master must be accomplished. With a puffed-up face, the tentacle lady clenched her teeth, stomped her foot heavily, and once again transformed into her blood-colored tentacle form, waving a dozen or so blood-colored tentacles to launch a mental attack. 10 seconds later, the tentacle lady, who had once again lost the battle and reverted to her human form, stomped her feet in exasperation, her puffy little face filled with a defiant expression. "Yeah, I'll fight you today." The tentacle lady's little face took on an expression of fury as she viciously stomped her foot several times in a row, then instantly transformed into a blood-colored tentacle monster once again and launched a new round of spiritual attacks. 10 seconds later, unsurprisingly, tentacled lady was once again defeated. Alas, it seems that the guy who left this mental imprint is very powerful, eh? The tentacle lady stood in place with her arms crossed, staring sadly at the flash of dark green spirit mark for a moment in thought. In the end, she had to admit that with her strength at the moment, there was no way to erase this smudge of spiritual imprint. A few seconds later, the figure of the tentacle lady disappeared from Chin Hao's consciousness space and returned to her own body. Afterward, she held the edge of her pocket with both hands, tilted her little head up and looked at Chin Hao pitifully, putting on an extremely aggrieved look. "Master, that smudge of spiritual imprint is a little bit powerful. With my strength at the moment, I really can't erase it completely. I'm sorry, oh." After saying that, the tentacle lady skimmed her small mouth, her face filled with an aggrieved expression. Chapter 128, Another Sneak Attack? It's fine. No need to be aggrieved. I won't blame you. Chin Hao smiled and raised his hand, stretching out a finger to gently touch the aggrieved tentacle lady. Immediately after that, he pulled out 2 pieces of great white rabbit milk candy from his other pocket, peeled it open, and stuffed a piece into tentacled Nymphette's little hand and one into his own mouth. The tentacle lady was unable to remove the mental imprint left behind by the bizarre natural disaster, which was expected of him. After all, it was a spiritual imprint left behind by a terrifyingly bizarre natural disaster, so how could it be erased so easily? But he already had some ideas in his mind about how to erase this spiritual mark. However, he had to go to a safe place to do so. In the middle of his thoughts, Chin Hao turned his gaze to the card ladies who were fighting fiercely with those vine monsters. Among them, Spider Z, Xiao Luo, and One Air had the most rapid killing speed. They were constantly weaving between the vine monsters, and almost always managed to decapitate one with each strike. Annie, Evelyn, and Rose were a little slower to kill, but that was only relative to the Spider Sun trio. Upon rushing into the midst of the monsters, they almost simultaneously backhandedly drew out the twin swords on their backs, chopping out a cold aura in midair in a variety of cool combat poses, cutting a green vine blooming with colorful flowers into midair. The combat power of these vine monsters didn't seem to be very strong, but compared to the normal zombies in the city of zombies, they were still much more powerful. Each one would drop 2 translucent cards upon death. Moreover, these monsters entangled by dark green vines and torsos seemed to be all different from those initial spore monsters. As a vine monster wielding dark green vines fell, a translucent card quickly surfaced and flew towards Chin Hao's mind. Chin Hao didn't make a move himself, but stood still, holding a pork feed rice with both hands, eating it while carefully surveying the battle of those card ladies. In his mind, he analyzed the abilities that each of these Cardassians possessed, as well as the differences in their combat power from each other. It can be roughly categorized into 3 grades. Spider Z and Xiao Luo belonged to the first class, and they were extremely strong in combat. As far as the current situation was concerned, they hadn't used their full strength at all, acting very easily, and while they were killing, Spider Z kept looking back to take a look at Chin Hao, who was standing in the same place. They killed those vine monsters as easily as chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and the monsters were powerless in front of them. Unbeatable. Chin Hao guessed in his heart that Anne, Evelyn, and Rose would not last more than 2 or 3 rounds in front of these 2 people, and they would be easily killed in seconds. The grieving corpse spirit One Air, on the other hand, belonged to the second class of warfare. Not only did she possess extremely high defense and extremely fast movement speed, those 10 blood-dripping blood fingernails were incredibly sharp, able to easily pierce through the heads of those vine monsters, and one of the dark green vines thrown out by those vine monsters. Not to mention that they couldn't touch her torso. Even if they hit, they couldn't cause any substantial damage to her. One Air's killing speed was slightly inferior to both Spider Z and Xiao Luo, but it was still quite swift. Moreover, Chin Hao presumed that she should not have used her full strength either. or at least had not summoned her one bloodstained upper hanging rope yet. The third class of combatants were naturally Annie, Evelyn, and Rose. These three were all combat-type mechanical transformers or biochemical transformers. The three of them didn't seem to have any special fighting abilities other than possessing all sorts of superior fighting skills, as well as strong bodies. Of course, this was only in comparison to Spider Z, Xiao Luo, and One Air, and in reality, their combat power was not to be underestimated. As for the tentacle lady who stayed in his top pocket and controlled the spirit-based power, Shinhao felt that her combat power was likewise extremely terrifying. Technically speaking, the spiritual power was quite special, and could at least be categorized among the first class of combat power with Spider-chan and Koro. All in all, the combat power displayed by these 7 card girls made Shinhao very satisfied in his heart. At least, after having them, one would no longer need to do it oneself. In fact, if it wasn't for the 10-meter distance limitation, I'm afraid that their killing speed would have been at least a lot higher. The dull and cute tentacle maiden poked out a small head from Shinhao's top pocket, full of curiosity, and surveyed those card maidens who were fighting. Not knowing what came to her mind, she suddenly tilted her little head up and looked at Shinhao and said in a delicate voice, "Master, actually I am also very powerful." "Aha, I know. Little cutie is the best." Shinhao smiled and lowered his head, his eyes full of doting as he gave her a tender look. A dainty smile blossomed on the tentacle lady's cute little face. "By the way, Master, I have just left a spiritual imprint in your consciousness space, so that when you fall into the illusion, you will be able to know in an instant. I will also pull my master back to the real world from the illusion." After saying that, the tentacle lady tilted her little head, her face filled with pride. Little cutie is awesome." Shinhao lowered his head with a doting face, as if coaxing a child, and praised the tentacle lady. Just then, a change of heart occurred. 3 dark green vines as thick as arms and full of colorful and bright little flowers appeared behind Shinhao without any warning, instantly piercing through his chest. 3 arm-thick dark green vines were like sharp arrows, breaking out of Shinhao's front chest in an instant, splashing 3 crimson blood flowers. A vine monster with a height of 3 meters, completely composed of a root of dark green vines, showed up close to Shinhao's back, waving a dozen of dark green vines like crazy snakes towards Shinhao's body and winding up. The heart-rending pain spread to Shinhao's limbs and bones in an instant, causing his brain to fall into a brief blank. His face instantly distorted, his forehead veins rippled, cold sweat rolled down like beans, and his teeth clenched tightly, but he still couldn't help but squeeze out a painful moan from between his teeth. Woj! Another sneak attack. The moment he was pierced through his chest by the dark green vines, the half-eaten pig's feet rice in Shinhao's hand instantly fell to the ground and spilled all over the place. However, he was only momentarily disoriented, using 3 skill cards between subconscious moments. Shapeshifting, sheep, deadly poison arrow, holy light healing, suddenly appearing behind Shinhao. The hideous and terrifying vine monster wrapped Shinhao tightly the moment he swung a dozen dark green vines. It was directly turned into a dumbfounded little sheep, and right after that, it was shot through the head by a deadly poison arrow that appeared out of nowhere. The deadly toxin attached to the deadly poison arrow turned the already killed sheep into a dark green dead sheep in an instant. 10 translucent cards floated out and smeared into Shinhao's mind. Same time, a flash of holy light wrapped Shinhao in a flash, healing the 3 bloody penetrating holes above his chest. "Die for me." In his anger, Shinhao once again threw out a green skill card, Incinerate. A blazing fire directly turned the sheep carcass on the ground into a roasted sheep. Spider Z, who was always keeping an eye on Shinhao, turned around and rushed over directly almost the instant he was sneak attacked. And just then, a series of fluctuations appeared in the space around Shinhao, and 5 vine monsters that were 3 meters tall and composed entirely of green vines suddenly appeared. In a split second, waving a dozen dark green vines, they launched an attack on Shinhao. Chapter 129 Girls, get ready to fight. "Master, I'll protect you." The tentacle lady staying in Shinhao's top pocket suddenly let out a delicate cry and shot into midair amidst a weird blood aura, instantly transforming into a giant red tentacle monster with a body size of 10 meters long. A dozen or so python-like blood-colored tentacles danced recklessly in midair, and those blood-colored eyeballs on top of them exuded a creepy mental pollution, instantly enveloping those 5 3-meter-tall vine things. In an instant, the 5 dark green vine monsters around them directly fell into stagnation, and those dark green vines attacking Shinhao also fell to the ground sheepishly and feebly. Holy, Cutie's original body is actually a giant tentacle monster. Ha! Shinhao tilted his head up, looking at the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended above his head with a face full of shock, and muttered, "This hideous, terrifying, unnameable, blood-colored tentacle monster that made people shudder at the sight of it was an extremely strong contrast to that droll, well-behaved and cute tentacle lady." This sense of contrast, which was so strong to the extreme, made Chin Hao's heart hard to accept for a while, especially the dozen or so tentacles that resembled a bloody python, as well as the blood-colored eyeballs protruding out from them, made one's scalp numb and could not bear to look at them. However, on second thought, even if it was a hideous and terrifying blood-colored tentacle monster, it was still his pet. And, Tentacle Lady was originally an anthropomorphic mo-fei. Seemingly, spirit-based summons are more or less associated with Cthulhu. Anyway, it's not like he's looking for a wife, so let his main body be scary, and just keep his usual dorky and cute Tentacle Lady form. Just as Chin Hao froze, the imperial form of Spider Z had already rushed over. You know, she was usually the one responsible for staying by her own master's side, preventing him from being sneak attacked by those monsters hiding in the shadows. She felt that this time when her master was sneak attacked by that one insidious and cunning vine monster, it was because she had failed to do her due diligence and protect her master. Although the master didn't actually need his own protection right now, and was able to easily kill those sneak attackers hidden in the shadows in seconds, but one should still have the attitude one should have. While the mental pollution emanating from the tentacle woman who had turned into a blood-colored tentacle monster was controlling the 5 dark green vine monsters, Spider Z had sprinted in. As she was running, she then raised her hand and shot out a blood-colored spider web, enveloping the dark green monsters that were frozen in place tightly. The blood-colored spider's web contracted rapidly in an instant, binding these dark green monsters into a ball, and the deadly toxins attached to it quickly began to infest. Immediately after that, Spider Z, who had already rushed over, amidst a face of fury, continuously waved the 8 sharp bone spikes that stretched out from his back, brutally dismembering a dark green vine monster. Spider-chan, I don't blame you for what happened just now. After all, I was the one who told you to kill those monsters. Chin Hao looked at the trace of anger showing on Spider-chan's face and comforted him with a smile. I know, Master. Spider Z, who was brutally dismembering the dark green vine monster, turned her head, a hint of a happy smile appearing on a delicate face. And right at this moment, the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended above Chin Hao's head, constantly dancing a dozen or so blood-colored tentacles that were as if they were intertwined with each other like a blood-colored python. They emitted an extremely aggressive spiritual pollution, controlling all those vine monsters that entered within 10 meters of Chin Hao in place. This also caused Xiao Luo, Wan Er, and the other card girls to take their killing speed to the next level, decapitating one vine monster after another as if they were chopping up melons and chopping vegetables. A translucent card continuously floated out from those limbs and broken arms, quickly flying into Chin Hao's mind. No wonder it said that summoners are the most enjoyable and relaxing profession. Not only are they efficient at killing, but they don't need to do it themselves. Looking at the efficient killings displayed by these card ladies of his in cooperation with each other, Chin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, his heart had already guessed why he was blocked as well as sneak attacked by these vine monsters. It must have been the bizarre heavenly calamity hidden in the shadows that didn't want him to leave the boundaries of Green Vine City. After all, I'm afraid that it won't be able to casually monitor its every move when it leaves the boundaries of Green Vine City. If I'm not mistaken, the ability of Green Vine City's bizarre natural disaster should belong to the plant system. The creeper-like weird plants within the city limits of Green Vine, as well as the various spore plants, are part of its abilities. It should be able to monitor every move within the boundaries of Green Vine City through these mountains of weird plants and spores. Perhaps, at this moment, its own every move was under its surveillance. Looking at the weird plants interspersed with ordinary plants around him, as well as the pretty little flowers blooming on the vines of those plants, Chin Hao fell into a deep thought. It seemed that the bizarre natural disaster in Green Vine City wasn't going to let itself be taken so lightly. Spider Z's brutality and killing seemed to be engraved in her bones by nature, and those 5 3-meter-tall vine monsters were directly dismembered by her in a very brutal manner into limbs and broken arms all over the ground. A few minutes later, the hundreds of ordinary vine monsters and the 5 special vine monsters that wanted to sneak up on Chin Hao were all killed by his card lady. These monsters provided him with a total of 246 translucent cards, bringing the unopened cards in his hand up to 853. It was only 147 short of the 1,000 he had expected in his mind. Xiao Luo, Wan Er, Annie and other card ladies, after leaving a field of broken limbs and arms, one after another all returned to Chin Hao's side, presenting a state of alert. The blood-colored tentacle monster suspended in midair also transformed into a dull and cute tentacle lady of only the size of a fist again in a blood aura, jumping into Chin Hao's top pocket with a happy face. After brutally dismembering those 5 special vine monsters, Spider-chan in her imperial form transformed into a fist-sized spider form at the first opportunity. After jumping on top of Chin Hao's shoulder and rubbing his neck affectionately, he climbed into another top pocket with his 8 legs. Everyone did a great job just now. Good job on the hard work. Let's have a tea party back at the shelter after we leave the boundaries of Green Vine City. A sunshine-filled smile appeared on Chin Hao's handsome face. giving affirmation and praise to the card ladies standing around him. Afterward, he once again took out a steaming hot Long John pig's feet rice and took a big bite. At the same time, waiting for the next wave of monsters to appear. He was sure that the creepy natural disaster of Green Vine City would send monsters to block again. Fruity. Just a few minutes later, from beneath the slopes in all directions emerged a normal dark green vine monster, as well as some spore monsters covered in dark green moss. Among them, there were also some mushroom spirits that were 3 or 4 meters tall, as well as some special monsters that were formed entirely by dark green vines entangled together. Girls, get ready to fight. Chapter 130, 4 Cute Lolitas. Come on, let me enjoy your wonderful show. A smile appeared above Chin Hao's handsome face as he raised his right hand and made an inviting gesture to the group of card ladies standing beside him. Almost in an instant, the tentacle lady staying in Chin Hao's top pocket shot into the midair in a lightning bolt amidst a bloody aura, transforming into a 10-meter-long blood-colored tentacle monster, dancing a dozen or so blood-colored tentacles that were intertwined and entwined as if they were blood-colored pythons. They emitted a creepy mental pollution. Spider Z didn't move, seeming to have made up his mind to guard Chin Hao's side in case he was once again subjected to a secret sneak attack by the monster. On the other hand, Xiao Luo, Wan Er, Anne, Evelyn, and Rose were standing around Chin Hao, ready for battle, waiting for those monsters rushing up from all directions to enter within 10 meters. After slamming a few mouthfuls of rice and quickly finishing the Long John pig's feet rice in his hand, Chin Hao pulled out a bottle of mineral water and drank it while taking a look towards the surroundings. A rough estimate. There were probably around 200 of these monsters around them combined. After turning his head and taking a look at the sun that was about to set in the sky, Chin Hao felt that he should speed up his killing speed a little bit to rush out of the Green Vine City's boundaries before it got dark. His plan was to quickly evacuate Green Vine City after accumulating enough 1,000 cards, first return to the confines of the City of Zombies, and then think about and solve some of his immediate problems and difficulties in order as planned. Then, another 1,000 consecutive openings of the deck to increase the number of cards in his hand. And then finally, hugging Nico for a beautiful sleep. After planning everything in a flash, Chin Hao smiled and raised his right hand, gently snapped his fingers, and with a slight movement of his mind, 10 high-level summoning cards surrounded and floated around him in an instant. Amidst a dazzling light of purple, red and silver, 10 summons of at least elite level appeared around Chin Hao one after another. The cloaked and stout slayer Wushwang, clad in a blood-stained and tattered armor, holding a blood-dripping chopper appeared right in front of Chin Hao, a pair of eagle-like eyes emitting a hint of killing intent, wearing a blood-stained ballet costume. Lilith, a deadly puppet with the appearance of a beautiful girl. The moment he appeared, he was manipulated by a dozen or so blood-colored threads to display a beautiful dance. Immediately after that, very stiffly, he turned his head, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, a stiff and bizarre smile on his ceramic face, dressed in a blood-stained nun's robe. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed fallen nun, Ivy, was still holding the blood-dripping silver cross with both hands, no expression showing above her pale, beautiful face. Upon seeing the vine monsters rushing over from all directions, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the 1.5-meter long silver cross in her hand. The petite, pretty and cute-looking blonde magical girl Lola, whose white hand carried a beautiful magic cane, was full of curiosity as she surveyed all the surrounding sights. When she saw those vine monsters that emitted an evil aura not far away, she instantly went into a fighting stance. The headless horseman with a strong aura of death surrounding him was riding a gloomy undead warhorse on his hips, carrying his own head in his left hand. His right hand gripped a blood-stained longsword, already poised to strike, as if at any moment he would charge into the enemy line and set off a bloody storm. The shadow hunter that appeared this time was a tall, delicate-faced imperial lady with a high ponytail and wearing a dark red leather armor. The slim, dark red leather armor showed off her exquisite figure to the fullest. In her hand she held an extremely cool dark red crossbow with a crossbow pouch on her back and 2 long dark red daggers hanging from her waist. Almost as soon as she appeared, she leaned over slightly and got into a fighting stance. Chin Hao's focus wasn't on these few summons he had seen before, but the 4 newly appeared silver-colored summons. 4 big, cute lolitas with their own unique characteristics. Among them, the bloodthirsty wolf girl Lily was a big red-haired loli that stood around 1.6 meters, sweet and delicate face, dressed in a beautiful red lolita, with a pair of fluffy wolf ears on her head and a fluffy wolf tail behind her. Berserk Loli Aya is a big loli who stands 5 feet 5 inches tall and wears a beautiful dark lolita with smoky makeup on her face. A head of long, silky blonde hair was combed into a double ponytail. Her pretty face revealed a bit of insanity and morbidity, and a hideous battle axe of equal height was held in the middle of her hands. The silver-haired witch Chi-Chi was a silver-haired beauty girl less than 1.6 meters in height, with delicate features, sweet and cute looks, just looking confused. The petite and cute 7-7 was wearing a very beautiful silver lolita that made her look like a dignified little princess. Flame Maiden Peach was a beautiful young girl dressed in pink lolita, with a touch of good-natured and cute divinity blooming above her fleshy little face. A head of long, fiery red hair was draped over her shoulders, while a hint of a hidden fiery aura lingered around her, mysterious and fascinating. From the looks of it, Flame Maiden Peach seems to be a lively and cute beauty. Not bad, it's just as I expected. 4 big cute Lolitas with distinctive features. Looking at the 4 cute big Lolitas and Lolita that appeared beside him, Jinhao's handsome face showed a trace of satisfied smile. He then took out the M32 wheeled grenade launcher from among the interdimensional shelter and shot a grenade at those vine monsters dozens of meters away. Boom 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 boom. Some of the running vine monsters were blown up into the sky in a split second, turning into flying limbs and broken arms. After 10 seconds or so, those hideous and horrible vine monsters around them also entered within 10 meters of Jinhao's circumference one after another. However, the moment they broke into the 10-meter range, these hideous and terrifying vine monsters were directly controlled in place by the spiritual pollution emitted by the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended in mid-air. Xiao Luo, Wan Air, and a group of other card girls who had long been poised to attack, instantly unleashed their attacks, mercilessly killing the vine monsters that had stayed in place one by one. Shasta, a stagnant vine monster, fell into a pool of blood, and a translucent card floated out, quickly flying into Jinhao's mind. It was a one-sided killing, under the extremely aggressive spiritual pollution of the blood-colored tentacle monster. As long as the vine monsters entered within 10 meters of Jinhao's circumference, all of them would be controlled in place by the spiritual pollution. After Jinhao emptied the 6 grenades in his grenade launcher, he suddenly twisted his head and looked towards a tree 50 to 60 meters away. There stood 3 figures that seemed to be the heavenly tribulation puppets of Greenvine City, who were observing the battle here, presumably because they were afraid of the scarlet tentacle monster suspended in midair and thus did not dare to come forward. Just as Jinhao took out an M72 rocket launcher and was about to give them a shot, he suddenly twisted his head once again to look into the midair not far away. A small civilian helicopter was seen appearing in the air roughly 200 meters away, followed by what appeared to be someone raising an RPG. Next, a rocket whistled and shot at the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended in midair. Immediately afterward, another man with a light machine gun opened fire on the side. Chapter 131. Can this really alleviate sins? It's a shame. This person sitting in the helicopter shooting is estimated to be a novice. A distance of about 200 meters. The bullets shot over the deflection of a few dozen meters away. All hit the ground above, splashing a series of dirt debris. Not to mention Jinhao and a group of card girls who were protected by the blood-colored tentacle monsters. Even those vine monsters at the periphery didn't have a single shot. As for the rocket that came whistling like an arrow, it was blocked by the scarlet tentacle monster flinging out a dozen-meter-long blood-colored tentacle. Although the rocket exploded violently the moment it touched the scarlet tentacle, the power generated by the explosion didn't cause any effective damage to the scarlet tentacle. It was purely a scrape. Amazing. To arrange for a helicopter to intercept me and send you all back home now. Jinhao aimed the M72 anti-tank rocket launcher, which was aimed at the 3 natural disaster puppets in the distance, directly at the helicopter 200 meters away and pulled the trigger. Whooshing. A 66mm armor-breaking bullet broke out in a flash, shooting towards the helicopter in midair like lightning. The person flying the helicopter, presumably a half-assed novice, hadn't had time to dodge, and was directly hit in the tail by the whizzing armor-breaking bullet. Boom! In the midst of a violent explosion and sky-high flames, the helicopter in midair instantly lost its balance and fell towards the ground. Rubbish! Let alone a civilian helicopter. Even if an Apache helicopter gunship comes, you'll be shot down today. Looking at the civilian helicopter whose tail was on fire and crashed to the ground, the corner of Jinhao's mouth lifted up slightly, a hint of a cold smile appearing on his face. After dropping the bazooka in his hand, he took out a brand new one, intending to finish off the 3 natural disaster puppets standing under the tree not far away. However, turning his head to look, he then realized that in just a blink of an eye, the 3 guys standing under the tree had disappeared. In doubt, he turned to Chance, who was standing in the same direction, and asked, "Chance, where are those 3 guys standing under the tree just now? Did they run away? Or are they hiding?" "Ha!" After swinging the 2 alloy-long knives in her hand in a handsome pose and decapitating a vine monster, Rose looked back at Jinhao. "I just saw those 3 people mutter a few words to each other before turning around together and running away towards the bottom of the mountain, presumably too scared to come over and die. Then go and get the person back for me now." After Jinhao instructed Rose, he greeted Annie and Evelyn on the side. "You two follow along." "Yes, Rose, Evelyn, And nodded. And after resolving the enemies at hand, they quickly ran towards the direction where those three natural disaster puppets disappeared one after the other. Forget it. It's better not to just waste the bazooka. It's just like a blaster hitting a mosquito when used to fight these monsters. After taking a look at the surrounding vine monsters that had been controlled in place by the blood-colored tentacle monsters and had become dumbfounded, Shinhao put the M72 rocket launcher in his hand back into the interdimensional shelter. Then, standing still, he surveyed the summons he was killing around him. In fact, as of right now, this situation was more like a one-sided massacre than a battle with those monsters. The dragon race beauty girl Xiao Luo swung a pair of frost-covered show fists, constantly smashing on top of the heads of those vine monsters, the same as a hammer smashing a watermelon, almost like punching a little friend. Wan Er, who was wearing a red wedding dress, was still as if she was a ghost, weaving back and forth between these monsters, and she seemed to enjoy poking her brain with her 10 long, blood-colored fingernails. Anyway, every time she poked her 10 sharp bloody nails into the monster's head, splattering a trail of dark green brain matter, a hint of excitement would spread above her pale, pretty face. Shinhao suddenly realized that Wan Er was actually more like a zombie that had turned on its spirit. He just didn't know if she had a pair of fangs in her mouth. With curiosity in his heart, he decided to ask Wan Er when he had time to see if she had blood-sucking fangs in her mouth or not, and whether she sucked blood or not. Another orientation. The lanky slayer Wushwang held a blood-dripping Zanpakuto in his hand, and waved a killing aura of cold aura in midair, directly decapitating a 3-meter-tall mushroom spirit into mushroom slices. The headless horseman riding an undead warhorse, carrying his own head in one hand and holding a blood-dripping longsword in the other, stood just 4 or 5 meters away from Slayer unmatched. After seeing Slayer Peerless decapitate a mushroom spirit into mushroom slices between swings, he seemed to be up for a climb, and with a charge, he directly slammed into a mushroom spirit that had just been controlled in place. He waved the blood-stained longsword in his hand and chopped out dozens of swords in a flash. A sword aura emanating death constantly flashed across the 3-meter-tall mushroom spirit's body. In just a few seconds the frozen mushroom spirit was sliced into mushroom slices and spilled all over the place. These two sliced and diced mushroom goblins had nothing but 3 translucent cards floating out of each of them at the moment of their death. From above those mushroom slices also emerged a faint dark green mist that enveloped towards Slayer's Peerless and Headless Horseman. However, all of this dark green mist was blocked by the killing aura emanating from Slayer Wu Shuang, as well as the death aura from the Headless Horseman. The corrosive sound of ZZZ was emitted, which cancelled each other out. Slayer Peerless and Headless Horseman seemed to have developed a feeling of heroism in the midst of their kills. The two of them stood together, one for you and one for me, killing up the vine monsters that had rushed in and then were instantly contained in place. Not far from the two, wearing a black magic robe and a magic hat, the blonde-haired beauty Lola continuously waved the magic cane in her hand, releasing a dazzling and colorful magic to kill one monster after another. Wearing a dark red leather armor, the sexy and charming Shadow Hunter stood on the other side of Lola, holding a cool crossbow with both hands, and continuously shooting a crossbow arrow with a cold aura. She stood still with a relaxed look on her face, as if she were hitting a target, each crossbow bolt hitting a vine monster's head with precision. Not far, dressed in a blood-stained ballet outfit and with the appearance of a beautiful girl, the deadly puppet girl has turned killing into an elegant art. In a beautifully gorgeous but with a hint of eerie dance, he manipulated a blood-colored silk thread to strangle a vine monster into invisibility. Not far away, Fallen Nun Ivy's kills were much simpler and more brutal, waving a blood-dripping silver cross with both hands and stabbing or smashing a monster's head through. Listening carefully, Shinhao realized that every time she waved the silver cross in her hand, her mouth would murmur some words in a small voice. I am sure that the merciful Lord will forgive you for all the sins you have committed, so I need to be responsible for sending you to the merciful Lord. Death is also new life, so you must experience death in order to be born again. When evil grips the earth and we cannot save it, then it is necessary to fall into evil in order to seek the way of salvation. I'm not doing the killing, I'm just saving you from your suffering so that you can be born again. After listening clearly to the somewhat strange-sounding prayers coming out of Ivy's mouth, Shinhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could it be? Could this really alleviate the sin? After slightly shaking his head, Shinhao swept his gaze to the 4 cute big Lolitas and Lolitas standing on his other side. Chapter 132 The 4 Lolitas with a sense of contrast. Among these 4 cute big Lolitas with distinctive features, the one who behaves the most fiercely is Aya, a berserk Lolita with a petite figure, a blonde double ponytail, and a dark Lolita. Her pretty face, painted with smoky makeup, blossomed into a crumbling, sickly smile that was chilling. Both hands gripped a hideous battle axe that was almost as tall as she was, and with each swing, her petite body leapt back and forth with the huge battle axe, as if it was filled with endless power and madness. Each of her chopping blows would cleave a spore monster, head to toe. in half, either at the waist or by chopping some of the limbs up into the sky. She seemed to enjoy the extreme pleasure brought by this kind of brutal killing, constantly waving the huge hideous battle axe with both hands, her petite body following the axe as it leapt back and forth between the monsters. The polar opposite of Aya was Peach, a fiery girl dressed in a pink Lolita. A head of silky red hair was wantonly draped over his shoulders, and his fleshy cheeks showed a good and cute demeanor that made people want to reach out and pinch them. The big, watery, beautiful eyes were full of clarity and innocence, and between each wave of a pair of small, white, and watery hands, a ball of blazing flames would coalesce and shoot out, instantly igniting a single vine monster into a blazing torch. Standing between Aya and Peach was Chi-Chi, a silver-haired witch dressed in a silver Lolita, a dainty and cute Chi-Chi, wearing a long silver double ponytail. Her features were exquisite and stunning, with a little bit of confusion in her sweetness. The pair of big eyes like black jewels are showing a trace of bewilderment, as if a lost deer, so that people cannot help but feel protective, just like a little princess in distress. However, this is just scratching the surface. Don't look at Chi-Chi's little confused look. Her little pair of fleshy hands kept waving in front of her body, releasing a dizzying array of elemental magic one after another. A spore monster that was frozen in place was instantly blasted to slag by the elemental magic she released, and even those parasitic spores attached to the spore monster were wiped out together. The bloodthirsty wolf girl Lily should belong to the same physical ability group as the berserk Loli Aya. She was dressed in a beautiful red Lolita, with a head of flaming red and flowing long hair, coupled with that sweet and delicate pretty face. At first glance looks like a good and lovely sweet sister, really attracting people rare. Particularly striking was the pair of furry wolf ears on top of her head, gently twitching from time to time, and the fluffy wolf tail behind her, which hooked people into wanting to reach out and rub it. However, the seemingly well-behaved and cute Lily's level of violence was second only to Aya, who was not far away, swinging a huge battle axe and frantically hacking away at monsters. Her small, originally white and soft hands transformed into a pair of furry wolf claws, and her sharp claws kept tearing at the vine monster's body with abandon. A hideous and terrifying vine monster was as if it was a rag doll, and was easily torn into a field of broken limbs, seemingly sensing the gaze from Chinhao's watching eyes. After tearing off the head of a spore monster and then throwing it away, an excited Lily turned her head and bloomed a sweet smile at Chinhao. That smile was like a warm spring sun, but with a hint of gut-wrenching madness. Come on, great job! A smile full of sunshine appeared on Chinhao's handsome face, lifting his right hand and giving a thumbs up to Lily. He, seemingly inspired. Lily turned around with a happy face and unleashed even more brutal abuse on another vine monster. Chinhao's heart was very satisfied with the wonderful performance shown by these summons of his, especially the four cute big Lolitas in Lolita. Not only are they good-looking and cute and inviting, but their fighting strength is unexpectedly strong. So, he decided that next time, he would advance all four of these invitingly cute big Lolitas into permanent golden legends. As for the other summons, they'll be put off for a bit longer, and the decks they've acquired will only get bigger as time goes on anyway. Just as Chinhao pulled out an M4A1 carbine and prepared to practice his marksmanship, a sudden change occurred, and the ground suddenly vibrated continuously. Immediately after, a dark green vine as thick as a python, its surface covered with a poisonous thorn, and blooming with some colorful and bright flowers, broke through the ground along with the ground's vibration, and swept towards the group of summons that were fighting as well as Chinhao. The sudden change caused an instant shock in the hearts of the group of summoners, and they all attacked these dark green vines that had broken out of the ground. However, in the next second, the hearts of the crowd were relieved as the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended in mid-air emitted a spiritual pollution. The dark green vines that had broken out of the ground were rigidly controlled in place, becoming as if they were a piece of spaghetti, falling softly on top of the ground. Why do these weird natural disasters, and those monsters just love to do sneak attacks from behind so much? Looking at this dark green vine that was about to coil itself, suddenly becoming soft and then falling to the ground, Chinhao skimmed his mouth with a disdainful face. He wasn't really afraid of sneak attacks now, because even if you're sneak attacked, it's going to hurt at most, and it's really more of a psychological upset than anything else. Sneak attack, just no sneak attack. I let you sneak attack. With a displeased face, Chinhao held his M4A1 carbine with both hands and swept at the dark green vines on the ground. With a barrage of bullets, the dark green vines on the ground were directly shot into a sieve. However, a stream of dark green hallucinogenic spores emerged from it. Not only the dark green vine under Chinhao's feet, almost all the killed dark green vines diffused a cloud of dark green hallucinogenic spores. These dark green hallucinogenic spores spread towards a group of summons in a flash. However, the group of summons reacted very quickly, showing their respective abilities to defend against the hallucinogenic spores. The one who reacted the fastest in this was Spider Z, who stayed in Chinhao's top pocket, and she transformed into her imperial sister form almost in an instant. A blood-colored mist diffused from her body, enveloping her and Chinhao in it. The moment those dark green hallucinogenic spores touched the blood-colored mist, they continuously emitted the corrosive sound of ZZZ, and died one after another in an instant, turning into ashes and falling to the ground. Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo, on the other hand, covered her entire body with frost in a flash, fending off those dark green hallucinogenic spores. Chapter 133, Returning to the Hot Spring Resort. Wan Air, dressed in a red wedding dress, had a dense aura of death permeating her body, successfully fending off those invading hallucinogenic spores. Immediately after that, she swung her 10 long, sharp, blood-colored fingernails and once again lunged towards the spore monsters that were frozen in place. These dark green hallucinogenic spores posed little to no threat to the Headless Horseman and Slayers unmatched. It was only because the killing aura and death aura attached to their body surface instantly wiped out those invading dark green hallucinogenic spores. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, continued to kill the vine monsters and spore monsters that were being held in place. The blonde maiden Lola raised her hand with a face full of disgust, gently waved the magic cane in her hand a few times, and between soft chants, she summoned a semi-transparent magical barrier, sheltering herself and the shadow hunter who stood by the side of it. Immediately after that, the duo once again attacked those vine monsters around them. Not far away, the fallen nuns held the silver cross tightly in both hands and placed it in front of their chests, and in the midst of their devout prayers, a holy light with a bloody aura emanated from the bloodstained silver cross, protecting themselves within it. The dark green hallucinogenic spores that invaded were like snow under the scorching sun, melting in an instant when they touched the strange holy light. All evil and heresy will finally be sanctioned and judged by the Lord. Accompanied by a bellowing cry, Ivy fought with both hands and waved a silver cross emitting a weird holy light, slamming it into the head of a spore monster. The easiest of them all was the deadly puppet girl, Lilith, simply because she was not a real life form. The hallucinogenic spores were useless to her. Starlight Protector, Chi, who looked like a pretty little princess, quickly waved her hands and cried out delicately like an oriole bird. In an instant, 2 bright starlights instantly descended from the sky, enveloping her and Lily, who was standing to the side. Those encroaching dark green hallucinogenic spores dissipated without a trace in an instant. On the other side, the well-behaved and cute little Peach took 2 short legs and quickly ran towards Aya on the side. As she ran, she quickly waved her white and watery hands, summoning a dazzling aura of flames to protect herself and Aya. Those encroaching dark green hallucinogenic spores were incinerated by the flames in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Chinhao, who was in the middle of the blood-colored mist, nodded with a satisfied face. These 4 lovely big Lolitas were still able to assist each other when they encountered danger, which made him extremely satisfied. A few minutes later, the hallucinogenic spores that diffused out from those dark green vines all dissipated into thin air, and those dark green vines turned into black and gray ashes. The surrounding monsters that were mindlessly rushing over became fewer and fewer amidst the constant killing, leaving only 20 to 30 of them. The moment Annie, Evelyn, and Rose, carrying a person in their hands, came up from the bottom of the hill, quickly coming towards Chinhao's side. When the 3 people came around, Chinhao realized that it was 2 men and 1 woman, 3 young people who looked to be around 20 years old. At this moment, the faces of the bruised and swollen trio all revealed a hint of panic. It was obvious that they had just been cleaned up by Annie and the others. Chinhao was also too lazy to talk more nonsense with them. Directly tilting his head, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the sky above, shouting towards the blood-colored tentacle monster suspended in midair. Cootie, do me a favor and give these 3 guys a mind control. Chinhao's words just fell. The scarlet tentacle monster suspended in midair waved its blood-colored tentacles a few times, emitting 3 mental fluctuations that enveloped the 3 heavenly tribulation puppets that were limp on the ground. The 3 heavenly tribulation puppets with panicked faces became stagnant in a split second. However, without waiting for them to open their mouths to speak, a sudden change occurred, only to see a green shoot suddenly drilling out of these 3 people's 5 senses. The eyeballs were instantly squeezed out by the green shoots with a pff sound. Immediately after, these green shoots grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a thumb-thin, green vine covered with poisonous thorns, followed by the blossoming of a small, colorful flower. These 3 people's features also became hideous and twisted in an instant, sending chills down one's spine and sending shivers down one's spine. The creepiest part was that one of the women had a very pretty flower growing out of her mouth, ripping her mouth hard. The changes are more than that. A short 10 seconds or so, dozens of green shoots broke out from within the 3's bodies and grew rapidly, holding up the 3's torsos in tatters. In the end, the dark green vines and the torso completely fused together, turning into a monster with intertwined vines and torso. Almost instantly, Shinhao then understood in his heart where those vine monsters around him came from, feeling that they were all fused from some humans that were parasitized by spores. These 3 heavenly plague puppets were presumably killed off by the weird heavenly plague hidden in the shadows directly the moment they were utilized for mind control by the tentacle lady. This suggests that the bizarre natural disaster in Greenvine City is most likely watching every move here. It just didn't have the means to personally intervene, so it could only use these monsters and natural disaster puppets to stop itself in its tracks. Kill it. Looking at the 3 natural disaster puppets that had turned into vine monsters, Shinhao waved his hand at Annie and the others who were standing aside. Next, Annie, Evelyn, and Rose did it together and instantly killed the 3 monsters in seconds. After a minute or two had passed, the monsters around him were slaughtered, and at this moment, the number of his unopened cards had reached 126. Shinhao waited at the same place with his group of summons for 7 to 8 minutes, yet no monster showed up anymore. After a little thought in his mind, he understood the reason for this. It must be that the bizarre natural disaster hidden in the shadows had completely given up on blocking the monsters they had sent out after realizing that the monsters they had sent out were purely sending them to their deaths for nothing, and were unable to block them at all. Anyway, there was still a mental imprint left behind, and there was no need to worry about escaping. A group of C-rank silver summons dissipated into place one after another as their dwell time ended. Come on, there's no point in playing, pull out. Shinhao turned his head, glanced at the sun that was about to set, and lifted his hand to gently snap his fingers. The slew of summons around them, except for the Spider-chan and Tentacle-chan who had once again become the size of a fist. It's time to unsummon and return to the shelter. Immediately after, without waiting for Shinhao to open his mouth to speak, Spider Z, who was lying in his top pocket, transformed into a royal sister form in a blood aura, and directly picked up Shinhao by the waist in a delicate laugh. Master, I'll take you on a run. It'll be quick. It won't take 10 minutes to get back to the hot spring resort. As she spoke, the pouty-faced Spider Z ran wildly in the direction of the hot springs resort with her 2 sexy long legs. Looking at the pair of Euros reflected in his eyes, Shinhao was instantly a bit dumbfounded, while at the same time a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Is that really good? Sister Spider-chan did this, supposedly to take her master on a journey. That's right, definitely. Staying in the other pocket, the tentacled lady gripped the edge of the pocket tightly with her 2 small hands, tilted her head, looked at the smiling Spider-chan with an affirmative face, and muttered in her heart. 10 minutes later, a happy-faced Spider Z ran back into the middle of the hot spring resort with Shinhao in her arms, and quickly rushed into the blizzard located in the city of zombies. At this moment, the sky was also getting dark. After running inside a 3-story villa, Shinhao directly brought Spider Z and Tentacle Lady into the interdimensional shelter. Chapter 134 Solutions to Problems. After returning to the interdimensional shelter, with a pleasant face as if nothing had happened, the coquettish Spider Z, with her 2 sexy and charming long legs, walked to the side snack cabinet to take down a can of yellow peaches. Immediately after that, she brought the cute tentacle maiden, who was disguised as 1 meter too tall, to one of the sofas and sat down, and greeted the other card maidens who were sitting on the sidelines. While talking, she gently twisted her jade hand and opened the canned fruit, picking up a spoon and savoring it in small bites, and every now and then she would smile and feed a bite to the tentacled lady sitting on the side. The 2 sitting closely together seemed to be using mental fluctuations to communicate privately, and without knowing what Spider-chan had said, a happy smile blossomed above the tentacled lady's small face, and sat on top of a couch, her hands clasped around a comic book, her head hanging low as she watched with rapt attention, a sweet smile spreading from the corners of her mouth. Evelyn sat next to Anne, holding a cup of fruit orange in both hands, and fell into deep thought, the expression above her white and beautiful face constantly changing, as if she was immersed in a certain memory. The 2 of them, Chance and Natalie, stood in the doorway of the master bedroom, looking to be on very good terms, talking and laughing, and not sure what they were discussing. Dragon Maiden Xiao Luo and Grievous Corpse Spirit Wan Air stood in front of the shelves of supplies on the side, looking at the wide array of snacks and picking out their favorites. After seeing Shinhao who suddenly appeared, Nico smiled and whispered softly with Rosie, who was standing by the side, and immediately afterward, turned around and walked quickly towards Shinhao, displaying a sweet smile. Ah how, you're back. You've worked hard. Are you hungry? As she spoke, she embraced into Shinhao's embrace with a sweet face, tilted her head, and said with a tender face, I've just cooked an egg custard for you. It'll be ready soon. Aha Shinhao smiled and stretched out his hands to hug Nico tightly, kissing her lightly on top of her white and smooth forehead. Ah how, come with me. I have something I'm talking to you about. Nico, whose face was slightly scarlet and whose charming eyes were like silk, suddenly pulled Chin Hao and turned toward the master bedroom. Looking at the frowning Nico, Chin Hao understood in a split second and turned back to the group of card ladies with a smile and greeted them. Everyone is free to move around. Afterward, she followed Nico towards the master bedroom, and she greeted Chanticleer, who was standing by. As she reached the door to the master bedroom, Rose, watch the kitchen for me, please. Afterward, she couldn't wait to pull Chin Hao into the master bedroom and lock the door with her backhand. How? I want to continue studying the information on this with you. Nico's big, beautiful, watery eyes could already pull out silk when she looked at Chin Hao. Looking at the hardcover version of detailed explanation of the 39 styles that she reached out and flipped out from under her pillow, the euphoria in Chin Hao's heart was instantly magnified infinitely. Then we have to learn it today. There seems to be a move in it called something like one fly. Let's learn it. How? You're so bad. With a pouty face, Nico's words revealed a hint of, Natalie, come on, change into your battle dress. Chin Hao reached out and picked up a beautiful nightgown that was placed at the end of the bed and threw it into Nico's hands. A few minutes later, how? Do you see me beautiful now? Beautiful. So you like it? Love it. Then what are you waiting for? He. Together, we went to Wushan Mountain, and the love was lingering. When the water and the milk are blended, they go up to the clouds together. It's not just a fleshly entanglement, it was a resonance of the soul. Inside the living room, after hearing a pleasant sound coming from the master bedroom, a group of card girls very silently walked up to the second floor with their snacks. Rose also went into the kitchen to turn off the open fire before she left. The tentacled lady who followed Spider-chan around, from time to time, looked back and took a look in the direction of the master bedroom, then tilted her head back to look at the smiling Spider-chan in desire to speak. An hour or so later, within the master bedroom, I can't, let's stop studying for today. Natalie, whose face looked like a peach blossom, and whose eyes were straying away from her mesmerizing eyes, softly said, continuing any further will. Aha, I'll listen to you, spirited and with a refreshed look on his face. Chin Hao lowered his head and lightly kissed Nico on a scarlet cheek. Get some rest and sleep. I'm going to be busy next. A rosy-cheeked Natalie nodded with a well-behaved face and closed her eyes. With a smile on his face, Chin Hao changed into a cozy pajamas, and then got up and walked out of the bedroom, walking faithfully in the direction of the kitchen. A few minutes later, he carried a bowl of aromatic egg custard to the living room sofa and sat down. The group of card girls who heard his summons also came down from upstairs one after another and took their seats on the surrounding sofas in turn. When everyone was seated, Chin Hao tasted the egg custard while looking at them and said slowly, a spiritual imprint was left in my consciousness space. However, I have already thought of a solution. Next, I will shoot myself, and then I will be able to revive in an instant, which should remove all the negative states from my body and soul. And the mental imprint in my consciousness space will surely disappear as well. You are responsible for guarding me in case of an unforeseen situation. Immediately after that, Chin Hao handed the remaining half bowl of egg custard in his hand to the tentacled lady who was sitting beside him and was drooling at him with her eyes. Little glutton, the rest is for you to eat. You are responsible for guarding my side. Don't let me fall into the illusion. As he spoke, Chin Hao smiled and pulled out a napkin from the coffee table, tenderly wiping the saliva overflowing from the corner of the tentacle lady's mouth. Aha, don't worry, master. With me here, I will definitely not let you fall into the illusion. The dorky and cute tentacle maiden nodded with a happy face. The other card maidens sitting on the sidelines also nodded with serious expressions. Then I'll start now. Chin Hao took several consecutive deep breaths and adjusted his emotions before raising the desert eagle in his hand against his temple and resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Chin Hao's head, splashing a red and white blood splash. Amidst the loud gunshots, Chin Hao's body went limp and directly collapsed on the sofa. This scene, looking at a group of card girls sitting around the heartbroken, tentacle mother even subconsciously clutched the rice bowl in her hand, and Spider-chan and the others sitting on the sidelines similarly clenched their hands tightly. Within the master bedroom, Nico, who had just fallen asleep, was violently awakened by the sound of gunshots, and not being able to put on her clothes, she directly ran out barefoot, running towards the sofa with a panicked look on her face. How? The moment Chin Hao shot himself, she sensed something in her heart. After all, there was a true love contract between the two of them, and their hearts were linked. Although she knew that Chin Hao wouldn't really die and would be resurrected with full blood, her heart still surged with an unspeakable pain. Chapter 135. I don't need to keep stopping you. Pain. The extreme pain that tore his heart and lungs apart caused Chin Hao to lose his self-consciousness in an instant and fall into endless darkness. The moment the bullet pierced through the skull and shot into the brain, churning it to pieces, he could even clearly perceive the sound made by the skull being pierced by the bullet, as well as the sound of the brain being churned up by the warhead in a matter of moments. Mixed with blood, and splattering out with a pff sound. However, almost in a flash, the surface of Qin Hao's body, who was paralyzed on the sofa, steeply emitted a warm and soft light, enveloping him like a holy halo, from the inside out, from the body to the spirit, and even every cell, was tightly wrapped in this light. The bloody hole on the temple that was gurgling and overflowing with brain matter also healed rapidly in a split second and completely disappeared. At this moment, it was as if Qin Hao's body had gone through a divine baptism, and his soul had been deeply purified and washed, glowing with brand new vitality and vigor. Hiss, that hurts. Qin Hao, who was deep in the endless darkness, was like a drowning person who was rescued from the shore, suddenly and violently taking a deep breath, instantly waking up and then straightening his body. The pained expression above his face also quickly eased in an instant, blossoming into a smile filled with sunshine. How? You scared me to death just now. Why did you shoot yourself for no reason? Nico, who ran over amidst a face of panic, did not care that she was already naked, and tearfully jumped into Qin Hao's arms, stretching out her hands to hug Qin Hao's body tightly. And, at the very first moment, he snatched the Desert Eagle from Qin Hao's hand and threw it to Rosie, who was sitting on the side. You're really scaring me to death. Nico, in the midst of her anger, couldn't help but raise her hand and pinch Qin Hao hard at his waist. It's okay, it's not going to die. After Qin Hao lowered his head to take a look at the Euro constantly shaking in front of Nico, he took off his pajamas and put them on her body, smiling and comforting her. There's a true love contract between us. I can't die even if I want to. Don't worry, even if you can't die, then you're not allowed to casually shoot yourself. Natalie, who had already cried into tears, raised her hand to wipe the tears on her cheeks and couldn't help but give Qin Hao a blank look. Just no to make me worry. Alright, go back to sleep. It's alright now. Qin Hao raised his hand and wiped the tears on Nico's cheeks with a doting face. Then, he picked her up by the waist and sent her back to the middle of the master bedroom. Good girl, get a good night's sleep. I'll be back to accompany you after I'm done. Nico nodded and urged with a serious face. Hao, take care of yourself. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll be heartbroken. Good girl, go to sleep. I have Annie and the girls with me. It'll be fine. Qin Hao said with a smile on his face, then seemed to suddenly think of something, looked at Nico and asked softly again. Nico, you won't be jealous if I have such a group of card ladies around me, right? Not jealous. Oh. The corners of Natalie's mouth rose slightly as she smiled and shook her head. Besides, they're all fighting together to help you. With them watching over you, I can feel more secure in my heart. Don't think too much. I'm not that kind of jealous stupid woman. I'm very smart. I will only stand behind you, quietly support your woman. Will not be stupid to drag you down. I'm learning some fighting skills from Rose and the others, so when I become powerful later, I can stay by your side and fight with you. Go to sleep. Qin Hao smiled and lifted his hand, gently rubbing Nico's cheek, then turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Returning to the living room, after sitting down on the couch, he raised his hand and gently pinched Tentacle Nymphet's fleshy little face. Little cutie, help go into the middle of my consciousness space to see if that one spiritual imprint has been erased. Okay, Master. The dorky and cute tentacle lady nodded with a good face, then handed the dishes in her hand to Spider-chan, who was sitting on the side. Immediately afterward, she raised her hands and extended her 2 white index fingers against the top of her temples, and the 6 red tentacles at her waist followed suit. In an instant, an invisible and qualitative spiritual fluctuation shot out sharply from her brow, instantly smearing into Qin Hao's brow. Inside Qin Hao's consciousness space, the cute tentacle maiden, which had coalesced entirely from a wave of mental fluctuations, surveyed the memory fragments floating around with a curious expression. After seeing a few of these memory fragments full of springtime, the fleshy little face turned scarlet for a split second and raised her hands to cover her eyes. Then, a pair of large, clear eyes peeked through the cracks between her fingers and surreptitiously surveyed the mortifying images above the memory fragments. Oops, I'm still young, and Spider-chan-san said I shouldn't look at that. After sneaking a few glances, the tentacle lady averted her eyes with a blushing face and continued to search among the memory fragments around her. After some careful searching, she realized that the dark green spirit mark from before had completely disappeared. Not only that, even the spiritual imprints that she had left here earlier to prevent falling into the illusion had all disappeared. It seems that powerful spiritual imprint has been erased. A well-behaved and cute tentacle nymphette crossed her arms, and a touch of adoration appeared above her fleshy little face. Worthy of the master. Simply amazing. At this moment, in a certain mysterious and unpredictable unknown dimensional space, a dark green light shadow whose entire body emitted a chillingly terrifying aura was in deep contemplation. The spiritual imprint that he had left behind had suddenly disappeared without a trace. This meant that extremely special human molecule was already out of one's control. But, How can those human races that are as small as mole crickets have the ability to erase the spiritual imprints they left behind? Could it be that there was really a big brother standing behind this particular mole? For a while, the bizarre heavenly calamity belonging to Greenvine City became more and more curious about Chinhao's identity. So what if you can erase the spiritual imprint I left behind? You won't be able to escape me no matter what. When my main body descends, you'll definitely regret what you're doing now. The dark green shadow of light gritted its teeth and angrily stared at the blurry figure not far away that was entirely condensed from radiant starlight. Roaring, even if you can stop me for a moment, you can't stop me forever. I don't need to stop you all the time. Just stopping you for a moment is enough. The figure condensed out of the bright starlight emitted a hint of mysterious spiritual fluctuation. Chapter 136 Exciting Moments. In Chinhao's consciousness space, the cute and adorable tentacle lady once again left a spiritual imprint like a light red haze, as an early warning mechanism to prevent falling into the illusion. Phew, it's finally done. So the master will know instantly when he falls into the illusion. Looking at those light red spiritual imprints floating between the memory fragments, the lovely tentacle lady crossed her arms and nodded with a satisfied face. Immediately after, she turned into dots of red awnings in an instant and dissipated into Chinhao's consciousness space. Master, that smudge of dark green spiritual imprint has disappeared, and even those spiritual imprints I left behind earlier have disappeared along with it. However, I have left some mental imprints anew, so that I will know the moment you fall into the illusion, and I will know it in the first place. You will be able to pull you back from the illusion into the real world when the time comes. While reporting the situation to Chinhao, the well-behaved and cute tentacle lady reached out and took the large bowl with egg custard from Spider Z's hand, scooped the egg custard inside with a spoon and ate it in small bites. Awesome! Little cutie Chinhao raised his hand with a doting face and touched the tentacle maiden's little head, praising it with a smile. Nah, here's a reward for you. Chinhao redeemed the last 6 packs of delicious small shrimps from a material card and stuffed them into the tentacled lady's arms with a brain. Wow! Master, you're too good to me. He. The tentacle maiden, who was happily eating an egg custard with a happy face, instantly stared straight with a pair of big, clear eyes after looking at the pile of delicious little shrimps in her arms, shoving the large bowl in her hand into Spider-chan's again. Sister Spider-chan, help me with this. Immediately afterward, she couldn't wait to tear open the bag of delicious little shrimp, tilted her head back, opened her mouth wide, and emptied the bag into her mouth. Afterward, she tilted her head and gave a cute, naive smile to Chinhao, who was looking at her with a doting face. He. Good girl. Chinhao smiled and raised his hand to rub the tentacle maiden's fleshy little face before gently waving his hand and redeeming some snacks of great variety again. You guys can have a tea party now to bond. He stood up and greeted the crowd with a smile on his face before heading over towards the second bedroom not far away. Upon entering the second bedroom, Chinhao was lying on the bed, his thoughts turning over like a tidal wave, and fell into deep contemplation. Right now, although the spiritual imprint left behind by the Greenvine City's bizarre natural disaster had been erased, he knew deep down that the bizarre natural disaster would definitely not let himself go easily. In that case, Greenvine City is off limits for the time being. There were many things he needed to do next. On the one hand, one should continue to kill monsters and explode cards, keep accumulating base cards, and make every effort to improve one's combat power. On the other hand, it was necessary to find out the figure that was hidden in the shadows watching over them, and figure out what kind of situation the resistance forces that were hidden in the shadows fighting against the bizarre natural disaster were in. In addition, is there a connection between the sleeping planetary will and the crossing of people such as yourself? And why exactly did he and Chen Yongjun and the others cross over? And who gave you the immortality and monster killing and card exploding system that you obtained? If these questions are not clarified, Chinhao is afraid that he will have a hard time resting day and night, not knowing what to eat and not being able to sleep. There is another extremely important point. That was to find Ling Ling and properly conduct another interrogation to find out what kind of secret was hidden in her body and whether she was related to those resistance forces that were hidden in the shadows. Last time, due to a momentary oversight, Chinhao had been guided by Ling Ling's words, and had actually forgotten to let the tentacle lady utilize her mind control to make it all come out. When she found Ling Ling again, she must let the tentacle lady keep her firmly under control, so that she would honestly give up all the secrets she had hidden in her heart. After carefully thinking through the series of things that needed to be done next in his mind, Chinhao summoned the card system interface with a slight movement of his mind. Looking at the 126 unopened cards on top of the interface, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly, blossoming into a smile of anticipation. Immediately afterward, Chinhao sat up straight and prayed in his heart with a pious face, following the usual practice he had done when he opened the card before. Praise be to the greatest, prettiest, and kindest goddess of luck. May you look upon me and grant me endless luck. so that I may have my heart's desire to obtain a few more rare golden legend cards. The next moment is to witness a miracle. The Emperor of Europe is possessed. In a face of anticipation and excitement, Qin Hao's mind moved, and 1126 sheets were all opened in an instant, seemingly bright stars blooming at the same time. In an instant, it was as if a brilliant storm of light had risen above the system interface, flashing one dazzling light after another. That light jumping speed as fast as lightning, dazzling, only feel a bright and brilliant, as if into a fantasy world of light, dazzled so that people do not know where to focus for a moment. A rapid flash of white, green, blue, and silver light was interspersed with some red, purple, and golden light, extremely dazzling. Qin Hao extremely enjoyed the wonderful feeling of rummaging through a low-grade card deck to find a rare card. This feeling was like exploring a bright pearl in an endless treasure, filling his heart with both unspeakable excitement and a deep sense of satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, 1126 cards of various colors, densely stacked together, instantly covered the entire bed. A dozen seconds later, Spider Z, Tentacle Lady, and Xiao Luo, who had been summoned by Qin Hao, walked into the middle of the bedroom one after another. The only people who could see these cards of Qin Hao, besides himself, were these card ladies. Next, he grabbed some carbon pens and sticky notes from the nightstand and distributed them to the three of them, then began to sort through the cards that were densely scattered across the bed. If you see a favorite supply or prop card, you can pick it out as your reward. In the middle of organizing, Qin Hao suddenly lifted his head and said to the three people on the side with a smile. This was also considered as him giving some rewards to his favorite card lady. After 10 minutes, all 1126 cards were sorted out. After organizing themselves, Spider-chan, Lo, and Tentacle-chan, each of them held a supply card and a prop card in their hands, but all of them were E-ranked. Hard work, you guys go out and play. Qin Hao smiled and raised his hand, gently snapping his fingers, and the cards in the hands of the three of them materialized in a flash. Hee, thank you, master. The three of them hugged the rewards they had earned with a happy face and walked out of the bedroom. Qin Hao, on the other hand, took out a piece of gummy bear from his pocket and peeled it off, stuffing it into his mouth before picking up a sticky note filled with writing and checking it out. The number of cards of each type is recorded above in separate categories. Chapter 137, S-Class Nuclear-Powered Battlefield Off-Road Vehicle. Surprisingly opened out 12 S-ranked gold cards, 2 SS-ranked platinum cards, 1 SSS-ranked dark gold card. This luck seems to be, holy, what the hell are 4 S-rank material cards? Why is there only 1 S-rank summoning card? Luckily there's 1 SS rank summoning card. An S-rank skill card came out this time. Not bad, not bad. There's also 1 S-class prop card. Qin Hao looked at the numbers recorded on the convenient sticker. The expression on his face was unpredictable, sometimes depressed, sometimes pleased, sometimes excited. Why did you open 5 more S-rank mystery cards this time? Is it another gold legend advancement card? Thinking of this, an uncontrollable excitement surged in Qin Hao's heart. If it was really a golden legend advancement card, then he could advance those 4 lovely big Lolitas into permanent golden legends. There's actually an SS-ranked platinum card and an SSS-ranked dark gold card in the mystery card, so I hope I'll get a big surprise later. Since the number of each type of cards was simply recorded on the sticky note, Qin Hao wasn't sure at the moment exactly what the open cards were. Deep breaths, calm down. These are just guaranteed cards. He took several deep breaths in a row, trying to hold down his excitement. In the midst of great anticipation and excitement, as was his habit, he took the lead in checking out the most numerous material cards. A full 668 supply cards were opened. Of these, there are 265 white material cards of F-class. It's basically a huge assortment of small snacks, treats, and assorted consumables, though none of the portions are large. There were also as many as 278 green material cards of grade E. They were all the same snacks, fruits, gourmet foods, drinks, and other consumables, except that the quantity and quality was slightly better than grade F. There were a total of 88 blue material cards of D grade, all of which were food that could satiate the stomach as well as some more useful daily consumables, and all of which were in quantities between 5 to 10. There were only 28 silver material cards of grade C, but in terms of quality and quantity, they were at least a notch higher than the grade D ones. There are 5 red material cards of class B. They are all fresh fruits, large vats of drinking water, tasty food, etc., in quantities between 100 to 200. There are a total of 2 purple material cards in the A grade. One is fresh beef, 2 caddies, *800. One is canned beef *1000. There were 4 gold material cards of S rank. Dumb eggs, pack of 10, *50. 000. Fresh milk, 1 liter, *30,000. Canned fruits, assorted flavors, *20. 000. Wuchang rice, 2 caddies, asterisk 30. 000. Hee that's great. This time I can really eat until I vomit. Looking at the 4 S-ranked golden cards and 2 A-ranked purple cards in his hand, Shinhao revealed a bitter smile above his handsome face. Ugh, why couldn't it have been 4 summoning cards or skill cards? Mystery cards would be fine too. It seems that, Sister Lucky Goddess, she seems to love me no more. Tired of heart, destroy. Amidst the unconscious babbling, Shinhao expressionlessly flipped through the stacks of prop cards next to him. The number of prop cards is relatively small, but still as many as 326. 118 white prop cards of grade F. It's basically a wide variety of but extremely common everyday items that can't be said to be useless, but really aren't much use. 128 green prop cards of grade E. Again, they are all extremely common and very daily necessities, including some utility, entertainment, toys, books, dolls, and clothing, food, housing, and transportation items. It's basically items that you don't have much use for keeping, but it's a shame to throw them away, and they're usually pretty common. There are 42 prop cards in D grade, a grade that is several notches above E grade in terms of quality. It contains some ammo supplies, various types of cold weapons, some good quality clothing, wilderness survival type gear, and various types of handguns, as well as some tools and items that are useful in life, among them a mountain bike. There are also 28 silver prop cards of C grade. Basically, they are all kinds of automatic rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and other hot weapons, as well as some items that are not common in everyday life. Among them is also a cool-looking alloy composite crossbow equipped with 200 crossbow arrows. There are 8 red prop cards of B grade. Includes an RPG, Barrett sniper rifle, grenade launcher, MG42 machine gun, M249 machine gun, and more, all of which come with a certain amount of ammo. This time there was no A-grade purple props card opened out, making Shinhao feel a tinge of disappointment in his heart. However, the good thing is that it also opened an S-ranked gold prop card, Monterey Marauder, Nuclear, a nuclear-powered, heavily armored field vehicle with built-in intelligent control system, highly maneuverable and capable of adapting to extreme weather, such as cold or heat. All bodywork is welded with special steel plates, and all windows are made of 10 centimeters thick bulletproof glass, which can withstand assault by submachine guns and grenades, as well as damage by anti-tank mines. Carrying 8 people, the whole vehicle is 6.3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, 2.7 meters high, weighing 15 tons. It's so cool. This is simply a heavy-duty off-road vehicle made for the end of the world. After reading the parameters and pictures on the card, Shinhao instantly fell in love with this cool hunk. It's no exaggeration to say that this one heavily armored battlefield buggy with nuclear energy can totally be used as a small mobile shelter. After taking several consecutive deep breaths and adjusting his agitation, Shinhao checked the stacks of skill cards placed aside. The skill cards opened this time weren't nearly as many as the last time, a mere 62. Among them, there are a total of 20 white skill cards of F rank, all of which are disposable experience cards of the daily, entertainment, and funny types, which are purely chicken ribs. Of course, it may also play some special role at some point. After all, there is no such thing as a truly trashy skill card, only people who won't use it. There are 22 skill cards at E rank. The skill cards in this class are all combat or support cards of the single damage, support, and control classes. For example, primary skills such as electrocute, taunt, smoke, water arrow, and fire blade. The damage of this level of skill card wasn't too high, but its power was enough to kill some ordinary people or ordinary zombies. All E-rank skill cards are used 2 times. D-ranked blue skill cards only opened up 12 this time, all of which were slightly more powerful single damage, assist, control, and other combat type skills. Examples include burst arrow, deadly poison arrow, frostbite, shapeshift, paralyze, stun, and more. All skill cards at this level are used 3 times. There are a total of 4 silver skill cards of C rank. Spherical lightning, frost roar, holy light healing, earth elemental storm. The number of uses are all 10. Chapter 138, Master Ha, Dark Elf, Sin Witch. There are a total of 2 red skill cards of B rank. Cyclone Strangle, you can unleash a cyclone condensed by the wind element to strangle the target by entangling it in it. Skill attack range 20 meters. Number of uses 30/30ths. Divine Verdict, when the skill is released, a huge sword of holy light will fall from the sky, dealing holy light damage to the target and lethal damage to evil/undead/darkness-based targets. Skill attack range 20 meters. Number of uses 30/30ths. 1 purple skill card of grade A. When the Deadly Naked Strangle skill is released, you can appear behind the target in a split second and use the Naked Strangle skill on the target. Please note that this skill is only effective against targets with necks. Skill attack range 20 meters. Number of uses 200/200. This skill seems a bit powerful. Perfect for sneak attacks. Almost instantly, Shin Hao liked the skill. I plan to wait a while and advance the skill into a permanent golden legendary skill card. After putting this A-ranked purple skill card alone to one side, he picked up the only S-ranked gold skill card with an expectant look on his face. Fortune favors us. Congratulations! You've gained the favor of the goddess of fortune. And after the skill is released, you can gain a random gain aura, strength aura, speed aura, defense aura, resistance aura, luck aura. Dozens of gain auras. There is always a suitable one for you. 30 minutes duration and 1 hour cooldown after each gained gain aura. This skill card is a permanent skill card without any limitation on the number of times it can be used. Could the goddess of fortune really exist? Shin Hao looked at this golden skill card in his hand and fell into contemplation for a split second. Although he would pray with the goddess of luck every time before he opened his deck, it was just a mental suggestion he gave himself. Maybe it's a big world. After slightly shaking his head, Shin Hao instantly put this question behind him. This dazzling golden skill card should be considered a supportive skill card. As for how effective these gain auras were, it was still to be experimented with, but at least it was rarer than a combat type skill card. There's a lucky aura amongst these gain auras, so the effect shouldn't be too bad. After muttering in his heart, Shin Hao put the golden skill card in his hand aside, and then flipped through the summoning cards on the side with a look of anticipation and excitement. Of the 5 types of cards, his favorite was the summoning card, bar none. It seems that this time, the luck seems to be really not so good, a bit of a non-starter, and the summoning cards were only opened out to 38. After slightly frowning, Shin Hao raised his hand and pinched his brow, then flipped through these summoning cards in his hand. There were a total of 13 F-rank white summoning cards, all of which were weak little creatures with no combat power, and they only lasted for 5 minutes. What can you do in 5 minutes? Even if you want to use it for food, you can't, because it would be nice to slaughter it cleanly in 5 minutes, and it's probably going to disappear before it even gets to the pot. So, cards in this category are useless except for synthesizing them. There are 10 green summoning cards of E rank. A summoning card of this grade is at least a notch or two stronger than an F-grade summoning card. Pretty much, all of them could have the fighting strength of an average adult. But of course, there were some who weren't even close to average. But, at least, as a cannon fodder or bait or something, it is still no problem to use it to attract monsters. And 10 minutes is enough. There are only 8 blue summoning cards of D rank. The combat power of all the summons of this level was not bad. At least they could easily kill some ordinary people or ordinary zombies. Examples include Imperial Warriors, Skeleton Warriors, a variety of common orcs, and a number of common ferocious beasts and fey creatures, to name a few. Summons of this class can be considered more powerful minions, with a duration of 15 minutes and a uniform number of uses all 3 times. Not bad. You can save them to use as cannon fodder during group battles. After whispering in his heart, Shin Hao picked up the 2 C-rank silver summoning cards again. Fearless Paladin, you can summon a paladin from the Holy See to help you in battle. Duration 30 minutes. October 10th summons. Fate Master Ha, you can summon a 3-meter tall, muscular, man-standing husky to help you in battle. Not only does it possess a super high IQ, rich survival experience, and combat skills, it also seems to possess some distinctive and mysterious abilities. Duration 30 minutes. October 10th summons. Master Ha, husky, full of muscle and 3 meters tall? This is worthy of a C-rank silver summoning card? It's not one of those funny characters that come out of anime, is it? Looking at the husky on the card with a disdainful face and eyes full of contempt, Shin Hao's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. He felt sure that this Master Ha was not a saving grace, after all. There was no such thing as a husky species that could save one's life. All douchebags. After throwing the 2 silver-colored summoning cards in his hand to one side with a face of egg pain, Shin Hao raised his hand and rubbed his eyes before picking up the 2 red summoning cards again with an excited face. Dark Elf Elaine, you can summon Elaine from the Dark Elf clan to help you in battle. Duration 1 hour. 30 summons. Above the card, the image presented was that of a beautiful elfin woman dressed in tight leather. She was tall and curvy, just like a carefully carved work of art. A head of long, silky hair hung down like silk, as if flowing with a mysterious luster, and under the reflection of light and shadow, it added a bit more charming charm. She stood quietly, as if she were an elf goddess coming out of a fantasy realm, exuding a unique and mysterious atmosphere. Blood Plague, Sin Witch, you can summon a very evil, crime-ridden Sin Witch to help you in battle. Duration 1 hour. 30 summons. On top of the card, a woman with extremely demonic and moving appearance was presented. Her body was tightly shrouded by a dense blood aura, resembling a layer of mysterious and terrifying mist. The corners of his slightly curved mouth hung with a smile that was bizarre to the extreme. Like a poisonous flower blooming in the dark night, she exuded a chillingly evil aura, as if she were a spell from the abyss, powerful and oppressive, seemingly with the magical power to pull everything around her mercilessly into the endless darkness. Shadow elf and sinister witch. They seem to be pretty good. I just don't know how good they are in combat. Looking at the images of the two characters with diametrically opposite images and temperaments, the corners of Qin Hao's mouth lifted up slightly, and a hint of anticipation could not help but appear on his face. Immediately after that, he put down the two red summoning cards in his hand and picked up the only purple summoning card with a face full of anticipation and examined it. Chapter 139, Invitation to a Family Feast from Hannibal. Evil Snake Girl, Sasha. Sasha, the evil snake woman, is a young snake woman from the otherworldly evil snake people clan, and is honored by some sincere believers as the little evil god. Sasha, a human head with a snake's body, has a mischievous character and often plays pranks for fun, but she always shows her strong fighting power in critical moments. She seems to possess some mysterious and powerful abilities that one should not underestimate. You can summon Sasha the evil snake woman to help you in battle for 2 hours and 150 summons. The evil snake woman Sasha from the evil snake people clan, honored as the little evil god by her believers? Qin Hao muttered in his heart thoughtfully. On top of the card, the evil snake girl Sasha appeared. Her face is playful and agile, but quietly mixed with a touch of cunning. The mysterious pupils like gemstones, flickering with a strange and bewitching light, and from time to time showing a sly look like a successful prank. A head of long purple hair like a gorgeous waterfall was spread out wantonly over her shoulders, and some of the strands were slightly curved as if they possessed an independent life, dancing lightly as if they were telling a mysterious story. Her lower body was a dark green snake's tail, and the scales on top of the snake's tail flashed with a mysterious ghostly light under the light, as if it contained endless magic power. As for her upper body, she was wearing a black and purple intertwined corset, which aptly outlined her exquisite figure perfectly, with every curve seeming to be a masterpiece carefully sculpted by nature. The tights were adorned with some silver-colored mysterious lines, which were like ancient magical runes, vaguely exuding a hint of mysterious and seductive aura that made people want to explore the hidden mysteries. Looks a bit interesting. Summon it then and see how the combat power is. If it's okay, you can just advance it into a permanent golden legend. After putting the purple summoning card in his hand aside, Qin Hao reached out and picked up the only golden summoning card. Examining it carefully, Cyber Kenshi Mulan, a combat cyber bionic modeled on the genes of the heroine Hua Mulan, developed by Star Ocean Technology, proficient in the use of all kinds of firearms, carriers, cold weapons, with a wealth of combat experience, as well as beyond the ordinary human intelligence, physical fitness, reaction ability. The entire body is made of a high-strength special alloy, covered with nanoscale, self-repairing bionic skin. Mulan possesses an independent autonomous consciousness, with a sense of thinking that is indistinguishable from that of a normal human being, and is capable of delicate emotional communication and in-depth independent thinking. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. A cyber bionic human that was developed and produced based on Mulan's genes, and has an independent self-awareness? Almost instantly, Qin Hao had a great curiosity in his heart for the cyber bionic man made from Hua Mulan's genes. At the same time, he was even more curious about this Star Ocean technology that had researched the cyber bionic man. The one gene enhancement potion that was opened before seemed to be developed and produced by this Star Ocean technology as well. Between thoughts, he scrutinized the image of Mulan, the cyber swordmaster, on top of the card. Typical oriental face, with long silky black hair combed into a high ponytail, and a translucent mask on top of her pretty face. Luscious, curvy, and athletic. Her body was covered in cyberpunk-style green and silver battle armor loaded with combat components. The weapons are a cyberpunk-style recurve bow, an alloy longsword with a cool glint, and 2 laser pistols. Looking beautiful and valiant, the combat power shouldn't be too weak. Qin Hao nodded with a satisfied face. Afterwards, he put down the golden summoning card in his hand and picked up the SS-grade platinum summoning card. Isabel, Queen of the Demons. Isabel comes from the mysterious and terrifying Devil's Abyss, a place shrouded in chaotic mists, where dark energy churns like a raging tide. She was born from the oldest and most powerful demon family in the Demon Abyss. Her family has existed since the beginning of the Demon Abyss and possesses the purest and most powerful demonic power. Isabel has shown extraordinary talent and powerful magic since she was young. In the cruel environment of the Demon Abyss, she continues to grow and sharpen herself. The Demon Abyss is filled with all sorts of horrific demonic creatures and fierce power struggles, and Isabel rises through the ranks one battle and challenge at a time. Her beauty and powerful strength arouse the jealousy and covetousness of other demonic forces. However, With her cold wisdom and determination, she defeated those enemies who tried to challenge her time and time again. She led her family to expand their power in the demon abyss, and gradually became a terrifying presence in the demon abyss. Please note that this card is a permanent summoning card that can be summoned/cancelled indefinitely, and each time it is resummoned it will restore the summon to its optimal state. Demon abyss? Is this related to the endless abyss where Spider Z is located? With a heart full of curiosity, Shinhao's gaze locked onto the image of Isabetha's card, and began to scrutinize it carefully. Isabel's features were exquisite, and there was a hint of demonic and flirtatiousness hidden in the midst of her beauty. A head of long, silky black hair, wantonly draped over her shoulders, as if it had a life of its own, gently fluttered. Above her head grew a pair of small, delicate demonic horns, and above her back a pair of unstretched demonic feathered wings, adding a bit of mystery to her. Her seductive body was tightly wrapped in a black tight-fitting leather jacket, highlighting her exquisite figure perfectly, and the beauty of the curves made it difficult for people to look away after looking at it. On two sexy long legs, she wore black knee-high boots, the shafts of which fit tightly on her legs, showing her elegance and handsomeness, and a slender demonic tail flicked behind her, as if speaking of her mysterious and powerful strength. Demon Queen, Spider Queen, not bad. There are already 2 queens. I wonder if we'll get any others in the future. Looking at the Devil Queen on the card with a hint of evil flavor mixed in among the sexy and charming, Shinhao muttered in his heart with anticipation. Standing up, after stretching, he sat down on the edge of the bed and proceeded to check up on the rest of those mystery cards. There are 10 mystery cards in total for grades F and E. All of them were some endurance recovery potions, spirit recovery potions, and antidote potions of the same kind. 3 blue attribute conversion cards, of grade D. 2 silver attribute conversion cards, of grade C. There were 3 B-grade mystery cards, a red attribute conversion card, a red synthesis advancement card, and a very special mystery card. Invitation to a house party from Hannibal. This is an invitation to a family dinner from another world, and if you have the chance, you can take it to Hannibal's house and enjoy the dinner he cooks for you. Hannibal is a high-quality person who combines moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic development in all aspects, and he's a great person to be around. If you have the opportunity to have dinner together, you might be able to get some good advice from him on how to be a quality person. Hannibal? This is quite a would-be high-caliber person. Chapter 140, SS, Black Vulcan, Nano-Level Bio-Battle Armor. Looking at an exquisite invitation presented on top of the card, Shinhao's mind couldn't help but picture a plucky uncle in a straight suit, sitting at the table with an elegant face, holding a knife and fork with both hands, savoring the food. He even brainstormed Uncle Pluck reaching for his napkin with a very elegant gesture and wiping the corner of his mouth, then raising his hand and making an inviting gesture towards himself with a refined face. Shinhao, do you want to come and taste the food I made for you? The fire is just right now. Oh, this picture is horrible. Thinking about this, Shinhao couldn't help but shiver. It was well known that Uncle Pluck would really hold on to you, pull out his heart and lungs, and let you be a good person. Not to mention that the two weren't in the same world right now. Even if they were, Shinhao wouldn't send his door to make Uncle Batu a man. After throwing the hot family banquet invitation in his hand aside, Shinhao pulled out a bottle of fruit orange tun and drank half of it in one gulp. Then, proceeded to pick up the 2 A-ranked purple mystery cards and check them out. One of them is a purple synthesis advancement card. When he saw another purple mysterious card, a hint of excitement and delight appeared on Shinhao's handsome face, because it's a map of the underground warehouse expansion. When used, it can expand a 5-meter-high underground warehouse with a total area of 2,000 square meters underneath the interdimensional shelter. Holy, 6, with 2,000 square meters of underground storage. That's a lot more supplies to stock up on, and a place to park that one field buggy. Just now, Shinhao was still thinking hard in his mind, pondering on how to put that one battlefield buggy he just obtained if he took it out later. After all, a buggy that big certainly wouldn't fit in the interdimensional shelter, and tossing it outside would have a high probability of being stolen. Now well, with this 5-meter-high, 2,000 square meter underground warehouse, not to mention a 6-meter-long field buggy, or even a whole Dalian heavy truck to be able to put down. Cool. In the midst of a cheerful smile, Shinhao's mind moved slightly and directly used this purple, underground warehouse expansion map. In an instant, the purple mystic card cupped in his hand suddenly transformed into a brilliant and dazzling purple light that dispersed in all directions and quickly merged into the interdimensional shelter. Almost at the same instant, a door appeared under the stairs on the first floor of the interdimensional asylum. Immediately afterward, a purple spot of light began to spread and expand in all directions continuously right below the shelter. In the end, a 5-meter-high, 2,000 square meter total underground warehouse extension was completed. Ness. Shin Hao looked at the image of the underground warehouse floating in his mind. His face filled with excitement, and he waved his fist forcefully. At this moment, the door that suddenly appeared under the stairs and the burst of movement coming from the ground floor managed to arouse the curiosity of the group of card girls in the living room. With curious faces, they headed for the bottom of the stairs, then opened the door and stepped down the stairs into the empty basement. A light above the ceiling illuminated the thousands of square meters of underground warehouse as bright as day. Wow, this place is so big. With an excited face, the cute tentacle maiden tilted her head up to look at Spider Z, who was standing by the side, and said with a petulant face, "Sister Spider Z, we can play here from now on. It's just average, so much bigger than upstairs." Spider-chan bristled with disdain. While a group of card ladies were exchanging and discussing in the underground warehouse, Shin Hao inside the bedroom examined the 5 S-ranked mystery cards with an expectant face. Unsurprisingly, all 5 S-rank mystery cards were Golden Legend, 3 of which were Summon, and 2 of which were Skill. At this moment, looking at the 5 Golden Legends in his hand, Shin Hao's heart was as calm as water, because all this was within his expectation. After putting these 5 Golden Legends aside individually, he picked up the SS-ranked Platinum mystery card, Black Vulcan Nanoscale Bio Battle Armor. This is a Wuxian-type super bio armor developed and produced by Star Ocean Technology, with strong self-repairing ability, and can evolve into a variety of combat forms according to its own needs. Increase your strength, agility, endurance, etc., and evolve a variety of forms of combat weapons according to your needs, as well as combat parts such as combat-type wings and biological shoulder cannons. I'm going to go. This set of Wuxian-type nano-level bio battle armor seems to be a bit more powerful than the Mark 50 nano battle armor. But why this Star Ocean Technology product again? Just by taking a look, Shin Hao liked the extremely cool, sci-fi-filled black battle armor presented on the card. At the same time, there was a great curiosity about this Star Ocean Technology. The mind moved slightly. The Platinum mystery card in his hand flashed with a dazzling light, and immediately afterward, it transformed into a 2-finger-wide black metal bracelet. The moment he wore it on his hand, Shin Hao constructed a connection with this set of martial god-type bio battle armor, knowing everything about the bio battle armor in a flash. To put it simply, this is actually a set of armor made from a very special, and extremely rare, population of microscopic creatures. Not only has a strong self-repair ability, the ability to increase all attributes, but also according to their own needs to arbitrarily change the form of the battle armor, evolve a variety of combat weapons, combat components, and even evolve a pair of black wings so as to obtain the ability to fly. All in all, this set of Vulcan-type bio battle armor is very simply blowing up. Shin Hao's evaluation of this extremely cool set of biological battle armor was only 7 words. Very, very Nessie. In the midst of being filled with impatience, Shin Hao slightly moved his mind. In an instant, the black metal bracelet worn on top of his wrist was as if it had a life, instantly turning into a liquid state, rapidly spreading to his entire body in an extremely swift manner, wrapping his entire body tightly, forming a set of dazzlingly cool, sci-fi sensation-bursting black battle armor. Immediately after that, Shin Hao moved his mind once again, and in his slightly raised right hand, a 1-meter-long black longsword instantly evolved, and in a split second, it turned into a similarly 1-meter-long battle sword. In the next second, above his back, a pair of extremely cool black feathered wings evolved. That's just so cool. The playful Shin Hao continuously evolved various cold weapons of different forms in his hands. Unfortunately, it doesn't evolve into a thermal weapon. However, it is possible to evolve a uniquely shaped shoulder cannon above the shoulder that is capable of firing a bio beam. Not only that, after putting on the biological battle armor, Shin Hao could obviously feel that his physical quality had been increased in all aspects. This time, I finally have my own fighting power. A glint of confidence flashed out from Shin Hao's eyes. With a thought, the biological battle armor on his body turned into a liquefied state in an instant, contracting rapidly like a spiritual current, and finally changing back to that black metal bracelet. Immediately after, Shin Hao picked up the last card, the only SSS grade dark gold mystery card. Surprisingly, it's a Talent Awakening card. Chapter 141 SSS grade, Talent Awakening card, Frost Queen. Talent Awakening card, Frost Queen. After using this card, you can awaken the extremely rare and powerful Frost Queen talent. Those who possess this talent will gain an extraordinary affinity for frost, realize full attribute enhancement, and be able to use all frost-based magic at will. Please note that the use of frost magic consumes mental energy and a small amount of stamina, so please choose your skills carefully according to your mental energy and stamina. This talent is a growth talent ability. As skill proficiency increases, full attributes, mental strength, and torso will gradually increase. The Frost Queen talent can only be awakened by female lifeforms, not males. Frost Queen, extremely rare and powerful, can also use all frost-based magic. This is just so cool. Unfortunately, only female lifeforms can be awakened to use it. Shinhao was instantly shocked by the introduction on the card, but when he saw the last sentence, he couldn't help but skim. However, when he thought that the name of this talent was called Frost Queen, his heart was relieved. The Frost Queen isn't just a female, but if it's the Frost King, it might be possible for both men and women to be awakened. Anyway, he had already bound the till death do us part contract between himself and Nico, so he could share his life, talents, and powers. Therefore, Nico awakened this Frost Queen talent, which in disguise was equivalent to awakening the Frost Queen talent herself. Even if it was due to the restriction that only females could use it, how could I use the Frost Queen's professional skill myself? Thinking of this, Shinhao's heart was happy in a split second, and his handsome face couldn't help showing a silly smile. This time, I'm finally no longer an ordinary person. And with the Black Vulcan Bio Battle Armor, as well as a variety of skill cards and summoning cards, I'll see who dares to say I'm an ordinary person. The limitation of living forever only as an ordinary person is finally something I figured out a way to break. Ha ha. Thinking of this, the excited Shinhao finally couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. As for who to use this SSS Great Frost Queen Talent Awakening card for, this didn't even need to be considered. It was definitely going to be for Nico to use. It was only when he gave it to Nico to use that his heart could be at ease. After all, the two were bound by the till death do us part contract. If it were any other woman who was unfamiliar, or had little emotional foundation, then he would rather break down this extremely rare SSS Great Talent Awakening card than give it to another woman to use for no reason at all. After all, who knows if a woman with no emotional foundation will betray herself after gaining great power, or come with a "I want to live for myself for once" and turn away. After all, there is a popular saying that goes very well: the first sword on the shore, first cut the intended victim. As for the card girls, they all had their own natural abilities, so they didn't need to use their natural awakening cards at all. Besides, if it was only given to one of them, it would be easy to make the other card girls feel uncomfortable in their hearts, so it was better to treat them equally. Therefore, only Nico was the most suitable person to use this talent awakening card. After all, the two have the foundation of a relationship of more than 10 years, and each other is true love, which is certified by the till death do us part contract. Besides, Natalie was more or less love-brained, or else she wouldn't have gotten into a car accident by running to find herself first thing after returning home. Thinking of this, Shinhao's brows couldn't help but tighten. He always felt that Nico's death and crossing over was just too coincidental and too bloody. Could there be some reason for this that he didn't know about? Could it be that someone had sent Nico to himself on purpose? Otherwise, the coincidence of it all was simply dogmatic. No romance novel would have such a dog-blooded plot. All of this might have something to do with the mysterious existence that had allowed him to cross over to this apocalyptic wasteland and bestowed upon him immortality and a card system. Holding a bottle of fruit orange in his hand, Shinhao sat on the edge of the bed and fell into contemplation, the color of his face constantly changing, sometimes grim, sometimes soothing. After fuming for a full 10 minutes or so, only then did he slow down from his contemplation, lifting his hands to rub his cheeks, and immediately afterward, he turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on top of the stacks of cards on the bed. Sure enough, it's still necessary to save up until 1,000 consecutive draws are opened at once in order to produce something good, or at least eat the guaranteed bottom, he murmured in a low voice, his eyes flashing with anticipation and determination. However, today's luck doesn't seem to be too good. There's surprisingly only one skill card and one summoning card out of the 12 S-rank cards. After a slight thought, Shinhao dismissed the intention of synthesizing those low-grade cards into new ones and then continuing to open them next. With a casual wave of his hand, all the cards on the bed were then collected into his personal card pool. Immediately after that, he directly took out 4 C-rank silver summoning cards: Bloodthirsty Wolf Girl Lily, Berserk Loli Aya, Silver-Haired Witch Chi-Chi, Flaming Girl Peach, and 4 Golden Legend summoning cards. Shinhao's mind moved slightly. In a flash, the 4 Golden Legend summoning cards in his hand transformed into a dazzling golden light in an instant, wrapping the 4 silver summoning cards in it. A flash of colorful, brilliant light. By the time the dazzling golden light dissipated, the 4 C-rank silver summoning cards had all advanced into permanent golden legendary summoning cards. After scanning the information on the card, Shinhao realized that the 4 cute big Lolitas, all of them had gained a full attribute boost, several notches stronger than before. Shinhao's mind moved slightly. In an instant, the 4 golden summoning cards floating in midair flashed with dazzling golden light one after another. Immediately after, 4 large, cute Lolitas with distinctive features and dressed in beautiful Lolita appeared in front of Shinhao one after another. surveying everything around them with a curious face. Upon seeing Chin Hao sitting on the edge of the bed with a smile on his face, the eyes of the four cute big Lolitas dressed in beautiful Lolita instantly lit up and chirped in unison. Hello brother. Hello guys. Nice to meet you. My name is Chin Hao. From now on, we will be life and death comrades who live and die together, Chin Hao said with a smile. As he spoke, he used the card to exchange for four cute bunny dolls that were about the same height as them and identical to each other, and shoved one in each hand. Here's a meet and greet gift for you. Thank you brother Chin Hao. He. The four big Lolitas glanced at the rabbit dolls in their hands with a happy face, then raised their heads and smiled sweetly at Chin Hao with a happy face. Alright, you guys go out and get to know each other with the other sisters and get on good terms, Chin Hao said with a smile on his face. Okay Aya, who wore a beautiful dark Lolita and revealed a hint of haughty expression on her little face, nodded to Chin Hao in a good manner, then took the lead to walk out of the bedroom with the rabbit doll in her arms, wearing a pink Lolita. The well-behaved and cute Xiaotao showed a sweet smile to Chin Hao and followed Aya closely. A dainty-faced Chi-Chi, holding her silver skirt in one hand and a rabbit doll in the other, showed a dainty smile to Chin Hao. Afterward, she followed Lily, who was dressed in red Lolita, out of the bedroom, and the moment she walked out of the bedroom, the sweet and delicate Lily turned back to Chin Hao with a sweet smile. Brother Chin Hao, I really like the gift you gave me. He. After the four pretty and cute big Lolitas left the bedroom one after another, Chin Hao finished the remaining half bottle of fruit orange in his hand in one gulp, and then lifted his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Demon Queen Isabel, Cyber Swordswoman Mulan. In the midst of the bright dazzling light, one after another appeared in front of him. Chapter 142, A Bountiful Harvest. Battle Strength Enhancement, kneeling for a follow-up. The sexy body was wrapped by a black tight leather jacket, which emphasized the seductive figure and was very seductive. Isabel appeared in front of Chin Hao's right side with two sexy long legs. A delicate and beautiful innocent face was filled with curiosity above it, and was constantly surveying everything around it with a pair of big watery eyes. Most notable, it was the small and delicate pair of demonic horns on the top of her head, as well as the pair of demonic feathered wings that contracted together on her back, plus the slender demonic tail that was being casually flung behind her. After seeing Chin Hao sitting on the edge of the bed with a smile on his face, a trace of a delicate smile appeared on top of her pretty face that was full of curiosity. It seems that you are the lord of my contract. Dear master, you must cherish people in the future. Isabel smiled delicately and slowly raised her right hand, gently placing it on top of her sexy red lips. Then with a charming face, she threw a flying kiss at Chin Hao. Don't worry, facing this demonic queen in front of her with a face that was pure yet vaguely revealing a hint of flirtation, just like a demonic spirit. Chin Hao couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth slightly. He wouldn't be tempted by this innocent-looking demon queen in front of him. After all, this was a demon queen that combined beauty and strength. With that, he turned his gaze to Mulan, the cyber swordswoman, who stood quietly. Her image is nothing like the one presented on the cards, with a shapely, delicate figure and curves as smooth and natural as flowing water. A cyberpunk-style green and silver battle armor covered his entire body, shining with a mysterious and cold light. Above the back, a very cyberpunk-style recurve bow was interspersed with a cyber alloy longsword, and there were also two laser guns hanging from the waist, adding a bit more of a heroic aura. A head of long, soft, silky black hair was tied up high into a delicate high ponytail. That pretty oriental face was delicate and picturesque, with a translucent mask on her face that added a touch of mystery. Mulan, whose temperament was like that of a classical oriental beauty, softly said, "Hello Commander, I am Mulan. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly, become your most loyal warrior, and fight side by side with you without leaving you. My name is Chin Hao. From now on, we are life and death comrades fighting side by side together. Welcome to join." Chin Hao's handsome face revealed a smile full of sunshine, and with a wave of his hand, he exchanged two small gifts that girls liked more and gave them to the two. "This is a welcome gift for you. Now you can go out and get to know each other and interact with the others. I will summon you if needed." "Thank you master." After reaching out to receive the small gift handed over by Chin Hao, Isabel threw a flying kiss with a delicate smile, then turned around and walked out of the bedroom. "Thank you, Commander." The valiant Mulan revealed a smile to Chin Hao, then turned around and followed Isabel out of the bedroom. Tiskai didn't realize that this demon queen had a beautiful face that was pure and lustful. What a contrast! But a typical oriental beauty like valiant Mulan looks real good. After evaluating the two card ladies with very different styles in his heart, Chin Hao's mind moved slightly. A Golden Legend skill card appeared in his hand, as well as a Deadly Naked Strangle. An extremely dazzling golden light flashed, and the A-ranked purple skill card, Fatal Naked Strangle, was directly promoted to an S-ranked golden legendary skill card, Deadly Strangulation. After releasing this skill, you can appear behind the target in a split second and use deadly strangle on them, which will definitely make them fall into fainting for 3 seconds. There is a high probability that the target's neck can be instantly snapped. This skill only works on targets with necks. 10-minute cooldown due to the need to store energy for instantaneous movement. Skill release distance 30 meters. This card is a permanent card without any limit on the number of times it can be used. 10 minutes of energy storage time? It's not bad. It's enough for a sneak attack. And the 30-meter distance is equivalent to a small instantaneous transfer. The most crucial thing is that there is an additional effect of necessarily fainting for 3 seconds than at a rank, as well as a great probability of directly breaking the target's neck. Overall, very messy. After mentally evaluating the skill card after promotion, Shinhao nodded with great satisfaction. Overall, the effect of the skill after promotion was much more powerful than he had expected. Cool. Shinhao collected all the cards into his personal deck, then stood up with a pleasant face, stretched his arms wide open, and walked out of the bedroom. When he arrived in the living room, he saw that a group of card girls were talking, laughing, and buzzing, and seemed to be getting along very well. Seeing this, he nodded with a satisfied face and then greeted them with a smile on his face, then thoughtfully exchanged some delicious snacks, fresh fruits, and tasty delicacies for them to enjoy this tea party. Afterward, Shinhao turned around and walked into the master bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Nico's fragrant shoulders were half exposed. Her hair was slightly messy, and she was sleeping soundly with a cute bear pillow in her arms, and her pretty face was full of pouty cuteness, as if she was dreaming beautifully. Shinhao had just come to the bedside and sat down, when Natalie, who was in deep sleep, came over as if she was a sticky kitten, stretching out a hand to grasp his arm tightly. With a doting face, he raised his hand and gently pinched Nico's fair and watery cheeks before directly taking out the SSS Grade Talent Awakening card. This dark golden Talent Awakening card instantly transformed into a brilliant dark golden light that surged into Nico's body in an instant. Nico, who was sleeping, her entire body then underwent a transformative change, with a silky frosty aura emanating from above her seductive petite body. Immediately after that, the frost breath that glowed with azure color surged into her body as much as it could. At this moment, she was like a fairy that had faded away from the mortal dust, becoming more and more beautiful and touching, like a stunningly beautiful elf that had descended into the mortal world, exuding an ethereal and charming aura. Ha! What's happening to me? Nico, who had successfully awakened the Frost Queen talent, woke up from her sleep with sleepy eyes, and looked with a confused face towards Shinhao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at himself with a smile on his face. However, in a flash, she understood in her heart what had just happened, and then she shrunk into Shinhao's arms as if she was a happy kitten. Then raising her head slightly, her eyes were mesmerized as she looked at the smiling Shinhao. Ah how! Almost at the moment when Nico successfully awakened the Frost Queen talent, Shinhao instantly sensed a lot of information in his heart. As he had expected, although he was able to share his talents, due to the limitations of the Frost Queen herself, he could only perform some frost-based skills. Moreover, due to the constraints of his own mental power and physical strength, the number of frost skills he could currently use was very limited. In his opinion, consuming mental energy and physical strength to release skills was far less convenient and quicker than using skill cards directly. However, he was already satisfied. At least from now on, Nico possessed a fighting strength that could not be underestimated, and was no longer a vain vase, and he himself was able to use some frost-based magic skills without relying on skill cards. Ah how! Look! It's so beautiful. Natalie raised her right hand with an excited face and stretched out a finger to raise it over to Shinhao's eyes. On her fingertips lingered a cloud of frost that glowed azure. Chapter 143 Gungzi. People are not zombies. Well, it's beautiful. Shinhao's gaze fell on the small swirl of frost that kept rotating on Nico's fingertips, his eyes full of favor. He gently lifted his hand and tenderly pinched Natalie's cheek. Nico gazed at the swirl of frost spinning on her fingertips, a happy smile blooming on her face. Then she tilted her head up and looked at Shinhao with deep affection, firmly saying, Ah how! From now on, I will no longer be that vase that drags you down. I can accompany you to fight together in the middle of this apocalyptic wasteland. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will not fail you. I will never be less than Rose and the others. I will become more powerful than them. I will fight for you, and I will never back down even if there are hardships and dangers ahead. As she spoke, her fair and beautiful face revealed perseverance and persistence, and her eyes flashed with a fiery light. Well, we'll fight side by side from now on. Shinhao's voice was gentle and firm, as if he was making a solemn promise. Aha! Natalie nodded softly, her eyes glittering with anticipation and joy, with a hint of implied affection mixed in. In the midst of this affectionate gaze, ambiguity quietly permeated the air, and the surrounding air seemed to be infected by this sentiment, becoming extraordinarily gentle. The two who were already a bit confused, their gazes intertwined, and they felt each other's deepest desires like a heart-to-heart. They hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's heartbeats, and at this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world was left with just the two of them. The two of them, who were in love, couldn't help but fall into a tender place. Inside the living room, a group of card ladies were having a tea party with laughter and a cordial atmosphere, reacting differently upon hearing the beautiful chanting coming from the master bedroom. Without the slightest hesitation, Spider-chan, Lo, and the other card girls who had been through this several times before, simply got up and headed upstairs with their favorite delicacies. Rose even dragged a dumbfounded, scarlet-faced Mulan along with her before she left. Isabel, who was chatting with the tentacle lady, after hearing the voice that rang out from the master bedroom, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly and a delicate smile full of ambiguity appeared on her face. Then, with the well-behaved and cute tentacle lady following Annie and the others towards the second floor, the beautiful and valiant Evelyn, on the other hand, beckoned to the four big Lolitas who were sitting on the couch, in a daze, not knowing what to do. Alright, stop gawking altogether. Let's all go to the second floor now. Early the next morning, Shin Hao woke up from the tenderness, and the whole person became full of energy and refreshed. After taking a look at Natalie who was sleeping in her arms as if she were a kitten, a hint of a doting smile appeared on her face. After Nico, whose spring light was leaked, twisted her petite body unconsciously for a few times, she slowly opened a pair of big watery eyes and looked at Shin Hao with a gentle face. Awake? Well, get some more sleep. I'm going to go out and run some errands. I'll call out to you if I need to. Shin Hao smiled and lowered his head, kissing Nico lightly on her fair cheeks. A few minutes later, he changed into a black punching bag, came into the middle of the restroom, cleaned up a bit, and then looked at himself in the wash mirror. A confident smile blossomed on his face. After coming into the living room, it was found that only one heir, Xiao Luo, and the four big Lolitas, were sitting on the sofa and chatting, while the other card girls were resting in the middle of the bedroom upstairs. After a few people saw Shin Hao who walked out from the master bedroom, they looked over with a warm face. Master, you're awake. How was your rest last night? Xiao Luo asked with a mischievous face. Brother Shin Hao, good morning. The four cute big Lolitas also greeted in unison. Good morning, Gonzi. One heir, who had a pale face, revealed a light smile to Shin Hao. Well, good morning. Shin Hao smiled faintly at the crowd, then came to the place where all kinds of weapons and equipments were placed and picked up a desert eagle and hung it on his waist. This was followed by hanging his favorite dog-legged knife above his hindquarters. In fact, these weapons were not too useful to him now. The most important role is to play a deterrent role, so that others see that they dare not easily open their mouths to provoke themselves, so that they can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, the bullying nature of some people is etched in their bones. Finally, and out of habit, he filled his jacket pocket with some chocolates and candies, before coming to sit on the couch with a braised beef brisket-covered rice. You guys want some? After eating a few bites, Shin Hao suddenly lifted his head to look at a few card ladies sitting aside. We've already eaten. The crowd shook their heads in unison. Take it yourself if you want to eat anything. Just treat this place as your own home from now on. Shin Hao smiled at the four seemingly well-behaved and cute big Lolitas. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at one heir, who was sitting quietly at the side. One heir, can you open your mouth for a moment? Ha! Hearing Shin Hao's words, a trace of doubt and bewilderment appeared above one heir's fair and beautiful face, but she still obediently opened her cherry mouth. Okay, that's fine. Upon seeing that one heir didn't have sharp zombie fangs growing in her mouth, Shin Hao, who had satisfied his curiosity, smiled and nodded to one heir. This action of Shin Hao made the group of card ladies sitting on the sidelines. Their faces showed a trace of doubt at the same time, somewhat not understanding why. But, one heir quickly reacted, and a hint of shyness appeared above her pretty face. Gonzi, people are not zombies. I know. I was just a little bit curious just now. Don't mind it. Shin Hao admitted his behavior just now with a big smile. Then, lowering his head, he continued to eat the braised beef brisket rice in his hand. A few minutes later, by the time he had eaten and drank his fill, the summoned Spider-chan and Tentacle-chan had taken on their smallest forms and burrowed into his jacket pockets. In the next second, Shin Hao directly disappeared into the interdimensional shelter. At this moment, the blizzard that had enveloped the hot springs resort within the confines of the zombie city had stopped. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, pouring down its fiery rays. The thick snow melted quickly under the baking sun, and the water overflowed, making everywhere wet and full of mud, making it difficult to walk and impossible to get off the ground. Shin Hao, who walked out from the three-story villa, looked at the mud all over the ground and frowned slightly. In the next second, the black martial god's battle armor, worn above his wrists instantly turned into liquid and surged towards his legs, forming a pair of dazzling battle boots. Afterward, he walked straight towards the three-story villa where Chen Yongjun and the others were hiding. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of the villa, raised his hand, and knocked on its door. The one who opened the door was Xin Jiaojiao, and after seeing that the person standing outside the door was Qin Hao, a hint of panic clearly appeared on her face. Immediately afterward, Chen Yongjun, who was wearing a black sportswear with a stout figure, also walked to the door. As soon as he saw Qin Hao, a trace of delight immediately surfaced on his face. "Ha, Qin Hao, why are you here? I looked all over for you yesterday. I didn't see you anywhere all day. Have you eaten yet? Come in and have a meal together." As he spoke, Chen Yongjun beckoned towards Qin Hao outside the door with a warm face. Chapter 144 Secrets, Kneeling for More. "I was a bit busy yesterday, so I went out." Qin Hao smiled. Then, he followed Chen Yongjun and Xin Jiaojiao into the villa's living room. At this time, only the flower store owner, Wu Yu, who had big brown wavy hair, and the inch-haired guy in camouflage uniform were there, and no one else was there. "We didn't stay with Uncle Long's group. After all, we don't know each other very well yet. The others kept watch last night and are still awake now." Chen Yongjun, who was walking next to Qin Hao, explained with a smile. Xin Jiaojiao, on the other hand, walked down the stairs to the second floor without saying a word, obviously not wanting to stay with Qin Hao. Wu Yu and the inch-haired guy, who were chatting lively, smiled at Qin Hao, and then came together again to continue chatting. The two of them were talking and laughing, and the conversation seemed to be very happy. "Let's go over and chat." Chen Yongjun raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the kitchen, then took the lead and walked over. Qin Hao followed closely after a slight thought in his heart. After the two of them came into the kitchen, Chen Yongjun picked up the bowls and chopsticks, served a bowl of noodle soup cooked with cabbage and luncheon meat from the pot, and turned around to hand it to Qin Hao. "I don't have anything good here, so let's make do with what we have." "Thanks." Qin Hao didn't reject Chen Yongjun's goodwill, smilingly reaching out to take the bowls and chopsticks, but didn't rush to eat. Instead, he put his hand into his pocket, and with a slight movement of his mind, he took out a box of huazi from the interdimensional shelter and stuffed it into Chen Yongjun's hand. "Huazi." Chen Yongjun smiled and opened the cigarette box, pulled out one and lit it, took a beautiful puff, then spat out a smoke ring and asked with a blank face, "Qin Hao, do you think we can still go back to the original world? It's hard to say. There are too many doubts and secrets hidden behind this." Qin Hao frowned slightly after swallowing the noodles in his mouth. "Don't think too much. Live well. By the way, what are you looking for me for?" In the end, Qin Hao still accepted Chen Yongjun's gesture of goodwill, and his human behavior was really impeccable and comforting. "It's nothing really. It's just that there aren't many supplies on hand, so if it's convenient for you, I'd like to ask for your help in going along to look for some supplies." After saying that, Chen Yongjun immediately added with a smile, "If it's inconvenient then forget it. By the way, did you come to see me about something? Is it that you need help?" As he spoke, he asked with a concerned face. Qin Hao, who was eating noodles with his head down, smiled and said, "Oh, it's no big deal. I just suddenly remembered something and wanted to find Ling Ling to confirm it." "Ling Ling well?" Chen Yongjun took a drag on his cigarette with furrowed brows. "She should still be sleeping. After you finish eating, I'll help you go shout at her. But, I always feel as if she's a little off. Some of the things she said before, as well as the logic of her behavior, don't quite seem like what a 16-year-old girl should be like." Speaking here, Chen Yongjun suddenly looked at Qin Hao with a gloomy face and asked, "You guys crossed over together, right? That's why I came to find her." Qin Hao sighed slightly and said, "After she caught up with me that day, she said something to me and has been deliberately guiding my mind. Those words, she also told me in private after she came back, which is why I think she has a problem." After saying that, Chen Yongjun took a sharp drag on his cigarette. "We did cross over together. There were 5 of us in the beginning. However, in the end, only the 2 of us were left." Qin Hao pondered slightly. "However, she shouldn't have any malicious intent that I can feel." Chen Yongjun nodded with an agreeable face. "I just feel that she is hiding some secret." "Then how dare you keep her around?" Qin Hao smiled and asked a rhetorical question. "Aren't you afraid? She's just a 16-year-old girl after all." Chen Yongjun sighed slightly. "I can't do it yet and let her go off on her own. I have to admit that you really are an extremely outstanding and good person." "Admirable." A flash of admiration spread across Qin Hao's face. Although he could not become a good person like Chen Yongjun, this would not in any way affect his respect for a good person like Chen Yongjun. In Qin Hao's eyes, Chen Yongjun was a good person pure to the extreme. "Where am I considered a good person? Except that I still have a little bit of conscience and moral bottom line." A bitter smile appeared on Chen Yongjun's slightly tired face, and he fiercely smoked a mouthful of cigarettes. then crushed the cigarette in his hand on the edge of the dishwashing pool. I'm going to call Ling Ling down now, so you can ask her nicely later to find out what's going on. With that, he headed out of the kitchen. I'll go with you. Jinhao put down the dishes in his hand and chased after him. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the door of a bedroom on the second floor. Chen Yongjun raised his hand and gently knocked on the door of the room, asking out loud, Ling Ling, are you awake from your nap? A dozen seconds later, Ling Ling's petulant response resounded in the room. Coming, Uncle Chen. Immediately afterward, the room resounded with the sound of light footsteps. The door was opened, and Ling Ling, dressed in a pink sweatshirt, poked out half of her body. Uncle Chen, you're looking for me. Just halfway through her words, Ling Ling suddenly saw Jinhao standing aside, and a hint of delight appeared above her small face. Ha, brother Jinhao, why are you here? As she spoke, another trace of overwhelmed panic appeared above her small face. Ling Ling, there's something I want to confirm with you. Can I go in? Jinhao asked with a smile on his face. Yes. Ling Ling, who looked a bit flustered and whose heart was like a deer in headlights, nodded in a hurry. Brother Jinhao, come in quickly. As she spoke, she took a few steps back and opened the door to the room, then stood with her hands behind her back at a bit of a loss for words. A hint of panic and delight mixed on top of her small face. I'll go in and have a private chat with Ling Ling. Jinhao turned around and showed a smile to Chen Yongjun, who was standing by the side, and then walked into the middle of the room, closing the door with his backhand. Then I'll go downstairs first. Remember to call out to me if anything happens. Chen Yongjun greeted the room before turning around and walking quickly towards the downstairs. Inside the room, Brother Jinhao, what kind of thing are you looking for me to confirm? Ling Ling asked with a smile as she stood in place, her hands behind her back. Seemingly thinking of something, she followed up with another question. By the way, I heard those people from Wuyu yesterday afternoon say that they crossed over in front of you? After saying that, without waiting for Jinhao to open his mouth, she whispered with a mysterious face. Brother Jinhao, I think that Wuyu and Zhou Lily, these two people are a bit not quite right. They seem to be hiding some secret. Even if the secrets on them are bigger, they shouldn't be as big as the secrets on you, right? Jinhao muttered secretly in his heart. At the same time, he had the tentacle lady hidden in his pocket initiate mind control over Ling Ling. Otherwise, I'm afraid that a few more conversations will lead her into the ditch again. Chapter 145, Cloud of Doubt, kneeling down for more work. Hidden in the pocket of Jinhao's top coat, the cute and adorable tentacle lady with a droll face quickly lifted her fleshy little hand and pressed her index finger against the top of her solar plexus after receiving the command. Immediately after that, the 6 red tentacles at his waist danced one after another. An invisible and qualitative mental fluctuation instantly shot out from her brow, lightning fast into Ling Ling's brow. In an instant, Ling Ling, whose face was blissfully mixed with a hint of panic, instantly became stagnant, and her eyes became lifeless. Her face was full of mute, as if her soul had been withdrawn from her, and she stood there quietly, like a mannequin that had lost its vitality. Master, it's done. He. The well-behaved and cute tentacle lady revealed half of her little head from the pocket of Jinhao's blouse, tilting her head up to look at Jinhao with a happy face. So good. Jinhao raised his hand with a doting face and touched her little head. Seeing this, Spider Z, who was hidden in another pocket, waved his 8 legs and climbed all the way up to Jinhao's neck, rubbing it very affectionately. You're good too to show equal treatment. Jinhao smiled and lifted his hand, stroking Spider Z's furry little head. Then he looked over at the stupefied Ling Ling. Ling Ling, tell me, why did you cross over? Did you cross over after death? What secret is hidden in your heart? After asking, he stared intently into Ling Ling's eyes. Ling Ling, who had a face full of mute, dull eyes, slowly spoke. I only remember that I appeared in the middle of this world after I fell from the rooftop. I don't know if I'm dead or not. I can't remember a thing. I just remember that it was because I was in trouble with my family and then I accidentally fell off the rooftop. The memory that immediately follows is of being in an office surrounded by 4 other people. A mysterious voice came to my mind at that time, telling me to go to the window and look up into the sky, and then I saw the blood-colored moon in the sky. Then later, horrible images inexplicably surfaced in my mind. A group of people die and travel into the middle of a post-apocalyptic world full of monsters and zombies, and must find a way to survive. It seems like a plot from a novel, but I can't remember which novel I read it in. When he said this, Ling Ling, who had a blank, dull face, frowned slightly and fell into thought. How strange, why can't I remember any of it? And then later, did you find a 6th person hiding nearby at that time? Jinhao pursued. No, Ling Ling shook her head with a blank expression. At that time, there seemed to have been a mysterious voice in my head guiding me. Right, the mysterious voice also told me to stay close to Brother Jinhao. but I do like Brother Chin Hao quite a lot because he looks so handsome. A dopey smile appeared on the face of a dumbfounded Ling Ling. She then continued to speak slowly. Later, when I fought with Ting Ting, it was the same mysterious voice that kept telling me to take a utility knife to Ting Ting's neck if I wanted to live. But I clearly didn't want to kill Tina. But I couldn't seem to control myself at the time. As she said this, 2 lines of tears quietly welled up in Ling Ling's eyes, slowly sliding down her cheeks like broken beads, finally converging at her chin. What? You said that there is a mysterious voice guiding you? After listening to Ling Ling's words, Chin Hao only felt his scalp instantly tingling, and a coolness welled up at his spine. It seemed that the situation was a few points far worse than he had imagined. He frowned tightly as he once again looked at the dull-faced Ling Ling and asked again, "Is this mysterious voice male or female? Do you know what the identity is?" "Can't hear it." Ling shook her head with a dumbfounded look on her face. "I don't know what the identity is. It's either always there or occasionally. When I met Brother Chin Hao the day before yesterday, this mysterious voice surfaced again and made me tell Brother Chin Hao something, and I was told to tell Uncle Chen along with it. So it is." Immediately after that, Chin Hao asked Ling Ling about some details. However, in the end, he still failed to get the answers he expected from Ling Ling, and instead added more mysteries and doubts to his heart. Unsurprisingly, in all likelihood, the Ling Ling in front of her was also a special traveler, and her memories had obviously been tampered with. It is highly likely that all of this is inextricably linked to the force behind the scenes that lurks in the shadows and the will of the planet that is lying dormant. As expected, Ling Ling does indeed harbor a great secret, but one that doesn't seem to have much relevance to herself. It seems that the only way to uncover the truth hidden in all this mystery is to find the force behind the scenes that is hidden in the shadows. Right now, what Chin Hao was most concerned about was whether the mysterious voice that surfaced in Ling Ling's mind was the same person as the 6th person he had perceived in the illusion. Could this mysterious voice be guiding himself and the others? But why did it appear in Ling Ling's mind and not in his own? However, it was clear that there was no way to get an answer to that question from Ling Ling. Seemingly thinking of something in his heart, Chin Hao suddenly lowered his head and looked at the tentacle lady hidden in his jacket pocket, asking softly, "Cootie, is it possible that she's lying? Can you enter her consciousness to check?" "She's not lying. I've just entered her consciousness space," the tentacle lady said with a well-behaved face. "There's something very wrong with her memories. Do you have a solution?" Chin Hao asked. The tentacle lady shook her head. "There's no way to do that, because her memories have been completely modified." "Alright," Chin Hao sighed slightly. "Let her forget this memory she just had and get some sleep." "Okay," the tentacled lady nodded with a well-behaved face and once again released a mental wave at Ling Ling. With a bewildered look on her face, Ling Ling turned around, went back to the bed and lay down, falling into a deep sleep in a flash. It seems that all of this mystery has something to do with the forces behind the scenes that are hidden in the shadows, as well as the will of the planet that is sleeping. After raising his hand and pinching his brow, Chin Hao turned around and walked out of the room, with Tentacle Lady and Spider Z hiding in his jacket pocket in a flash. Chen Yongjun, who was standing at the stairway and swallowing clouds, turned his head to look at Chin Hao, who was walking towards him, after hearing the sound of the door opening. "Well, Ray is fine, but this all has something to do with that force hidden in the shadows." Immediately afterward, Chin Hao slightly frowned and told Chen Yongjun all the guesses in his heart. The two men stood at the head of the stairs and engaged in some deep discussion and daring conjectures on the subject, yet in the end they were unable to arrive at a definite result. "By the way, if you plan to go looking for supplies, I can accompany you." Chin Hao suddenly spoke to Chen Yongjun. "But who are you going to take with you? We can't all go in one brain, can we?" Chen Yongjun took a drag on his cigarette and spoke out his plan. "Call up that Uncle Long, form a search team, and then go to Green Vine City together to see what's going on." "You can't go to Green Vine City." Chin Hao directly interrupted Chen Yongjun's words. "Absolutely not to Green Vine City. You went yesterday?" Chen Yongjun, who was smoking with his head lowered, raised his head violently and looked at Chin Hao, who had a grave expression on his face. "Dangerous? Extremely dangerous," Chin Hao said with a gloomy face. "Then we can only go back and then go north." Chen Yongjun took a drag on his cigarette and said, "Yesterday I heard that Uncle Long say that there is a small county 30 kilometers north." "Yes, then we..." Before Chin Hao finished his words, he saw the young police officer from the team of bearded men running in through the door. A dozen zombies have appeared outside the resort's main gate, and Uncle Long asked me to come over and let you know. Chapter 146. You want us to come with you? This voice of the young constable was like a thunderbolt, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The inch-haired guy and Wu Yu, who were sitting in the living room chatting feverishly, were shocked in their hearts at the same time and stood up in unison. The inch-headed guy in camouflage uniform quickly raised his hand and pulled Wu Yu's right hand in passing. Looking at the panicked Wu Yu, softly consoled, "Don't panic, I'm here." I'll protect your safety. As he spoke, he also used his other hand to lightly pat the rifle that was slung over his shoulder. I know. I'll lie. Will you subconsciously clutch the inch-haired boy's hand? And above her pretty face, her nervousness eased slightly as she let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chin Hao and Chen Youngjun, who were standing at the stairway, looked at each other and then walked together down the stairs towards the living room on the first floor. The other survivors who were resting in the bedrooms on the second and third floors also came out of their rooms one after another and rushed towards the living room on the first floor one after another. The faces of these people were not looking too good, especially Zhou Lily, Wang Shuiying, and the few others who had just crossed over, with a trace of panic evident on their faces, completely at a loss as to what to do. You go with him to Uncle Long to discuss about forming a search team. Chin Hao, who was walking on the stairs, said to Chen Youngjun beside him, leave those zombies to me. No problem. Chen Youngjun nodded. In his opinion, as long as Chin Hao was there, no matter how many zombies came, they were all just coming for food. In fact, even without Chin Hao, with the rifles they had picked up from the corpses of those soldiers before, they could have taken care of those zombies, only that they needed to spend some more time. The young police officer looked at Chin Hao, who came down the stairs, and was slightly stunned. Then he gave a kind smile to Chin Hao and nodded as a greeting. After Chin Hao responded with a smile, he walked straight toward the outside of the villa. Xiao Lu, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go back to my room to get some things. Then I'll go with you to find Uncle Long. Chen Youngjun greeted the young police officer, then walked towards the room he was staying in. A minute later, Chen Youngjun walked out carrying a black duffel bag, as well as an automatic rifle. As he passed by the inch-haired guy and Wu Yu, he barked at the inch-haired guy, Ali, stay here and keep an eye out. I'm going to find Uncle Long to discuss about searching for supplies. After speaking, Chen Youngjun tilted his head and looked at the group of survivors standing at the edge of the second floor. Later on, I need 4 people to go out with me to gather supplies, so you guys discuss it and see who's willing to go with me. Immediately afterward, he added, right, when looking for supplies in the future, everyone needs to take turns. We don't keep idle people amongst our team. After saying that, Chen Youngjun followed the young police officer standing by the side and walked out of the villa. Are we still going to tag along and go out looking for supplies? Standing next to the railing on the second floor, Wang Shuiying, who was wearing a black silk wraparound dress with a big red wave, showed a hint of panic on her pretty face and muttered in a small voice. Shun Jiajiu, who was standing right next to her, couldn't help but skim her mouth when she heard this and turned her head to give her a blank look. What else? Do you think this is still a peaceful world? If you want to stay here, you'll have to tag along and go out looking for supplies. You can't just let the others fight it out while you stay home and sit on your ass. Can you? Zhou Lily, who was standing not far away, followed and nodded her head with a look of recognition. No matter where you are, you need to show your own value. Only then can you get the respect and recognition of other people. Let's all go down there now and talk it over and see what the arrangements are. With that, she headed straight down the stairs towards the first floor. After the others glanced at each other, they followed towards the first floor. Where's Ling Ling? She wouldn't still be awake by this time, right? After looking around and realizing that there was no figure of Ling Ling, Shin Jiajiao frowned slightly and said, you guys go down first, I'll go to the room and call her out. After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly towards Ling Ling's room. A few minutes later, the sleepy-eyed Ling Ling followed Shin Jiajiao to the first floor, and when she just sat down, Wu Yu, who was sitting with the inch-haired guy, then took the lead. Let's all talk about it and see how it's going to be arranged. Who's going to go first? But, after her words fell, the rest of the people who did not speak first, for a time, the atmosphere of the scene fell into a strange quiet. A full minute later, as a strong woman in the workplace, the thunderous Lily Zhou took the lead and said, sooner or later anyway, count me in this time. Then count me in as well. After figuring out what was going on, Ling Ling, who had come to her senses, followed suit. Count me in as well. A disheveled Sun Xiaolong followed and spoke. It's sooner or later anyway. There's nothing to hesitate about. Just as the crowd was discussing who would follow them out to look for supplies, Chin Hao had already quickly arrived outside the gate of the hot spring resort. After the snow melted, a rotting corpse was revealed amidst the mud that covered the ground, as well as broken limbs and arms that were wrapped in the mud and snow. These were those zombies that Chin Hao had killed before. After all, this was the real world. Unlike in the game, when a zombie was killed, the body would not disappear into thin air for no reason. Just after walking outside the gate of the hot spring resort, Chin Hao saw the dozen or so ordinary zombies in ragged clothes, walking shakily, more than 100 meters away. There were also a number of ordinary zombies in the groves on both sides of the road, interspersed with 3 bloody lickers, and 2 petite weightless female zombies. Holy, what the hell is this? It's disgusting. The guy who made the stitching walkers isn't a pervert, is he? Chin Hao, who had just pulled out an M4A1 carbine, suddenly saw a perverted to the extreme stitching zombie in the middle of the grove. How to put it? This thing is a dozen or so ordinary zombies, head and tail, sewn together. The shape is similar to a large centipede. Anyway, Chin Hao felt that this one centipede zombie was quite perverted. It's hot to look at it more than once. After turning his head back and taking a look at a figure that flashed by in the hot spring resort, he ended up not summoning a bunch of card girls. After all, the card lady was her own card, and he also wanted to try to see how much of a fighter he could be without relying on a bunch of card girls, and whether he could kill 40 or 50 zombies by himself. At the same time, he also wanted to try out some of his newly acquired skill cards, props, and the frost skill he had acquired by sharing his talent with Nico. The M4A1 carbine equipped with an optical sight was still very good, and after the torso had been strengthened once, the recoil no longer had the slightest effect on Chin Hao when firing. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. Amidst a loud gunshot, an ordinary zombie fell down, bursting out a translucent card. After those zombies found Chin Hao standing outside the gate, they were like wild dogs that smelled fishy odor, instantly falling into berserkness, waving their arms and running wildly amidst low hissing sounds. Chapter 147, A Fierce Battle, Kneeling for a Follow-Up. Cool. It's simply too much fun. This is much more exciting than playing a game. Looking at a zombie that had its head blown off by a bullet while running and then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, the look on Chin Hao's face gradually became exuberant. After quickly firing a barrage of bullets, he switched the M4A1 in his hand to an MG42 general-purpose machine gun in the blink of an eye. Then, with both hands holding a meter-long MG42 general-purpose light machine gun, he started point-blank shooting at a licker that had already rushed to a dozen meters away. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. At the same time, images from the interdimensional shelter surfaced in his mind. When he saw that Natalie had gotten up and cleaned up, everything was ready. He directly summoned Natalie, who was wearing a pill head, a black assault suit, an MP7 submachine gun, and a revolver on her waist. Since the two of them had long communicated through their minds in advance, the moment they appeared, Nico did not show any sign of panic. She raised the MP7 submachine gun in her hands with both hands, and following the shooting method taught by Rose earlier, she aimed at an ordinary zombie not far away and pulled the trigger. Spider-chan, go to Nico, don't let her get sneak attacked. After blowing the bloody licker's head off, Chin Hao lowered his head and greeted Spider-chan, who was hiding in his pocket. Whoosh dash, amidst a black residual shadow, Spider-Z made an airborne catapult, leaping into Nico's top pocket like lightning, but she didn't act as intimate with Nico as she did with Chin Hao. The distance of a dozen meters was instantaneous. After 20 or so ordinary zombies and one licker died, the remaining ordinary zombies and mutated zombies rushed in front of the two one after another. Almost at the same moment, Chin Hao and Nico at the same time, who had a telepathic understanding, raised their hands and condensed an azure-colored cold ice spike that was only as thick as a finger. Afterwards, the two of them gently waved their hands, and the ice-cold spikes, which were only 30 centimeters long, shot out rapidly, leaving a dazzling blue aura in midair, and each shot into the eye socket of an ordinary zombie. Boom! The blue-colored cold ice spikes exploded into countless crumbs of ice in an instant, directly blowing the zombie's almost rotting head into a pulp. At the same time, Chin Hao threw the MG42 general-purpose machine gun in his hand into the interdimensional shelter, and Nico also hung the MP7 submachine gun in her hand above her shoulder. Immediately after that, the two people who stood back to back together, quickly condensed a blue-colored ice-cold thorn and shot it at the zombies that ran one after another, using the ice-cold thorn to explode the head of an ordinary zombie in the middle of a run. How! Cold ice thorn is the most energy-saving skill. With my current mental and physical strength, I can coalesce 10 cold ice thorns continuously and uninterruptedly before I need to rest for a while to recover my mental and physical strength. How about you? Nico asked in a soft voice after condensing a cold ice thorn again. Pretty much the same as you. Anyway, it will consume mental energy and physical strength after using it, and it does seem a bit of a waste to use the skill to kill these ordinary zombies. As he spoke, Chin Hao quickly raised his right hand and quickly slapped out a series of big empty slaps at the four ordinary zombies as well as a licker that had already rushed in front of him. Pa, 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 pa. In a series of loud slaps, the zombies that almost pounced in front of Nico and Chin Hao were punished in place in a split second and fell into a stupor. Makes sense. I also think it's a bit of a waste to use skills to kill these walkers. Natalie nodded with a look of approval. She was not surprised that Chin Hao was able to control these hideous and horrible zombies in front of her in a flash. She reached down and took off her MP7 submachine gun, and started firing point blank at the zombies that were frozen a meter or two away. After emptying the clip, she quickly reached down and plucked a new one from her waist and replaced it, then forced herself to fight back the nausea and took aim at the bloody liquor. A few minutes later, under the tacit cooperation of the two, Nico managed to kill more than 20 ordinary zombies in one bloody liquor, but the 2 spare magazines she brought out were also depleted. Seeing this, Shinhao directly reached out and stowed the MP7 in her hand into the interdimensional shelter, then shoved a Saiga 12 shotgun into her hand. Immediately after, with a slight movement of his mind, the black martial god battle armor that he wore on top of his wrist instantly turned into a liquefied state, covering his entire body in an instant, while manifesting a black battle sword in his hand. At the same time, he also used the skill card he had just acquired earlier, Goddess of Fortune's Favor. A soft light instantly enveloped Shinhao in it, all of it merging into his body in a flash. Immediately after that, he sensed what he had gained, a defense aura. In the next second, Shinhao, whose whole body was covered with cool armor and had received a full attribute increase, waved the black battle knife in his hand and rushed towards a liquor that was flying over. At the same time, Nico quickly raised the Saiga 12 shotgun in her hand and aimed at the 2 weightless female zombies that jumped into midair. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! Just as she pulled the trigger on one of the weightless female zombies, the spider lying in the pocket of her blouse suddenly bounced in the air, leaving a black shadow in midair. In an instant, it penetrated the brains of the 2 weightless female zombies in midair that were waving their arms and looking hideous and terrifying, splattering out 2 streaks of black and white blood. Immediately afterward, in a black residue, Spider-chan jumped back into her jacket pocket. Spider-chan, please. Natalie gave a kind smile to the spider sub in her pocket. You're welcome. Spider responded to Nico with a pleasant mental wave. Natalie then proceeded to aim at a normal zombie not far away and pulled the trigger. Right at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. A hunter zombie that had been hidden in the dark at an unknown time appeared behind Nico without warning. Wielding a bloody spinal blade, he swiftly stabbed at the back of Natalie's heart location. However, Spider Z, who had prepared for this, turned into a black aura in an instant and crashed into the suddenly appearing hunter walker in a flash. Of course, Nico, who had already awakened the Frost Queen talent and gained reinforcement in all her attributes, her reaction speed was not much slower than Spider Z's at all. Almost as soon as the hunter walker appeared behind her, she sensed a hint of murderous intent. In a split second, a shield of frost was condensed behind him, fending off the spine blade that almost pierced into the back of his heart. At the same time, she unleashed a mid-level spell, Frost Freeze, on the hunter walker behind her. In an instant, it froze the upper half of the hunter zombie's body as well as the arm wielding the spine blade into a pile of azure-colored ice sculpture. At that moment, Spider Z also penetrated the hunter walker's frozen head in a flash. Due to Shinhao's instructions, she didn't turn into her blood-colored spider form to abuse the hunter zombie this time. On the other hand, Shinhao, who had obtained the black martial god battle armor enchantment, directly killed the bloody liquor in a split second, then rushed towards the centipede zombie not far away. Chapter 148, I've told you. You'll die today. The centipede zombie, which consisted of a dozen or so ordinary zombies sewn together head to tail and tightly stitched together, was unusually flexible, just like a real centipede, twisting its body and charging over like the wind. When the 2 sides were 7 or 8 meters apart, it suddenly arched its body and sprayed a green mucus with strong corrosiveness towards the running Shinhao. Wow! This is too disgusting to spit this stuff at me. Shinhao naturally didn't want to be hit by the green slime that flew like an arrow. With a slight movement of his mind, he instantly used Fearless Dash, and in a flash, he skillfully dodged the flying green slime and rushed to the middle of the centipede zombie's body. In the next second, he directly used Change Art Hamster on the centipede zombie at his feet. However, surprisingly, only one section of the centipede zombie's torso had turned into a hamster, while the rest of the torso remained intact. Almost in an instant, Shinhao understood that this centipede zombie sewn together was actually not a whole, but was composed of individual zombies. Humph, even so, I'll still behead you today. Shinhao laughed coldly, and a weird biological shoulder cannon suddenly appeared above his shoulder. At the same time, the biological battle armor on his body flowed like water, instantly condensing a pair of extremely cool black feathered wings on his back. The moment the bowed centipede zombie backflipped and smashed into himself, Shinhao swung the black feathered wings on his back and flew into midair. At the same moment, the bio-shoulder cannon that coalesced from his shoulder shot out a corrosive bio-ray that accurately hit the particular zombie that was the head of the centipede zombie. It was an extremely plump mutant zombie with no skin and a bloody body, constantly dripping down with foul-smelling blood. The upper body is like a catfish head. A bloody mouth is full of fangs full of broken meat. Looks hideous and horrible. Let a person cannot bear to look at. Fear, spine cold. Zip, zip, zip. The bio-ray made a slight popping sound like electricity running around after hitting the catfish-like mutant zombie. The mutant zombie's body shook violently, and wisps of black smoke rose from the part that had been hit, and a pungent charred odor filled the air. It let out an angry roar, its bloody mouth opening even wider as if it was venting its pain and anger at being attacked. However, the bio-ray didn't seem to be able to inflict fatal damage in an instant, and since it was Chin Hao's first time to use it, it was dodged by the mutant zombie with a violent fling. Die for me! Chin Hao quickly waved the pair of black feathered wings behind him, raising his height and dodging the mutant zombie that smashed towards him. After rising a dozen meters in a row, he took out an M72 anti-tank bazooka from the interdimensional shelter, aiming at the mutated zombie below that kept twisting its hideous body and once again sprayed a mouthful of corrosive green mucus at itself. Whoosh dash! A 66mm armor-breaking bullet instantly flew out of the chamber, hitting the mutated zombie below in the blink of an eye. Boo! In the midst of a violent explosion, the catfish-like mutant zombie was instantly blown to pieces, and the broken limbs and arms were scattered like fireworks, cutting a shocking trajectory in the air. However, the centipede zombie that had lost its head part didn't die, and still kept twisting its disgusting body, arching its body and trying to jump up to attack Chin Hao in midair. Chin Hao, who was in midair, waved the black feathered wings behind him, and with a sideways displacement, easily dodged the centipede zombie that had catapulted up in place. Then a B-rank red skill card, Cyclone Strangle, was used. In an instant, a whirlwind with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of over 10 meters instantly took shape. It was a whirlwind composed entirely of countless wind blades. Almost instantly, it enveloped the centipede zombie that was in the midst of constant writhing. A wind blade kept cutting the body of the centipede zombie, cutting an ordinary zombie into a piece of limbs and arms that spun rapidly with the whirlwind. 20 short seconds. When the whirlwind dispersed, the centipede zombie, which was more than 10 meters long, had already been cut into countless large and small limbs and arms by the wind blade. Dismembered limbs and broken arms that flew in the sky and were mixed with foul-smelling blood were instantly spilled all over the ground, most of them hanging in the grove below. I told you, you're going to die today. After lowering his head and taking a look at those mutilated limbs and broken arms hanging in the grove, Chin Hao waved the black feathered wings behind him and flew to Nico's side. The moment it hit the ground, the biological battle armor that covered his entire body instantly liquefied and sharply contracted above his wrist, forming a black metal bracelet. After bursting the head of the last ordinary zombie, Nico turned around and gave Chin Hao a sweet smile. Ah how! Hard work. It's not hard. Chin Hao revealed a smile on his face and asked, how do you feel? Still adapting? I think shooting these zombies is as much fun as playing a game. Nico smiled and said, anyway, we can't die. Well, then you can stay by my side for now, so that you won't have to stay in the shelter every day and be bored out of your mind. Chin Hao laughed, while taking out a black duffel bag from the interdimensional shelter and handing it to Nico. This backpack you're carrying is some ammo, food and drinking water, just in case. Natalie nodded, taking the backpack and carrying it on her back. How? Where are we going next? Gathering supplies. It just so happens that we have a place to store them now. As he spoke, Chin Hao took out the MP7 submachine gun, as well as 2 magazines and handed them to Nico. Already changed the magazines. Aha! After receiving the MP7 submachine gun from Chin Hao's hand, Nico shoved the Saiga 12 shotgun in his hand. This is for you to use. After receiving the shotgun, Chin Hao directly exchanged that one, Montperilla Marauder. A dazzling light fleetingly disappeared, and a 6.3 meter long, 2.7 meter wide, and 2.7 meter high heavily armored battlefield buggy appeared out of thin air on top of the road. Wow! This black buggy is just cool as hell. Natalie fell in love with the heavy-duty battle buggy almost instantly. That's right. From now on, this buggy will be our ride. Looking at the domineering buggy in front of him, a hint of satisfaction showed in Chin Hao's eyes. Let's go. First go to the hot spring resort to find Chen Yangjun and the others. As he spoke, Chin Hao opened the car door and sat in the passenger side. Well, a happy-faced Natalie went around to the other side, opened the door and got into the main driving seat. By the way, Nico, when you meet Chen Yangjun and the others later, tell them that you drove here to find me, regardless of whether Chen Yangjun and the others believed it or not. The excuse that should be there was still necessary. After saying that, Chin Hao summoned the system interface to check the harvest just now. In the battle just now, a total of 83 cards had been obtained. However, he didn't intend to open them now. Instead, he planned to accumulate enough 1,000 cards before opening them all at once. Hey, I'm not stupid. Okay, our secret. How could I possibly reveal it to others? Nico pouted and gave Chin Hao a blank look before skillfully starting the engine. Her face was filled with excitement as she pressed hard on the gas pedal and drove the vehicle towards the hot spring resort. Boom, boom, boom in an instant. The engine made a deafening roar like the roar of a fierce beast.